In order to hide your top student attributes, you not only precisely control your exam scores to be just above passing each time, but also shape your persona into that of a bad student, either dozing off in class, reading novels, or playing games. Unexpectedly, a sudden math test completely exposed your top student attributes. With a full score of 150, the class monitor, who was a top student, only scored 50. The class representative and the study committee member only scored 30, while the school beauty, Lu Ruyan, fared even worse, scoring only 15. However, you, the king of dozing off in class, scored 90. At this moment, you are completely engrossed in eating at the school cafeteria, unaware of any commotion. Lu Ruyan suddenly sat down across from you, her gaze fixed on you, with a hint of complex emotions in her tone. Chen Ping'an, did you really bet with the homeroom teacher that you would definitely pass this exam? You continued eating without any guard, nodding as you replied, of course, my level may not be high, but ensuring a passing score is not difficult. She frowned slightly and sighed softly, but don't you think the questions in this exam are particularly difficult? You looked up at her, appearing casual. Difficult? That's just the polite talk that you top students often say. Every time after an exam, they say the questions are difficult, but when the scores come out, they are all higher than the last one. Lu Ruoyan's eyes became even stranger. Did you not notice that this exam used all the simulated questions from the national math competition? Hearing this, you froze for a moment. What did you say? National math simulation questions? Lu Ruoyan shook her head and added, I estimate that the vast majority of people in our class won't even score 30 points. Not even me. Upon hearing this, you suddenly felt your head explode, recalling how careless you were during the exam. You clearly finished the paper in just 10 minutes, specifically chose a few questions to keep your score above passing, and then fell asleep on the desk. You had no awareness of the difficulty of the questions. The next second, as you realized, you were so shocked that you sprayed a mouthful of rice directly onto Lu Ruoyan's face. So this is a math simulation question. You widened your eyes, feeling a sinking sensation in your heart, as if you sensed something was off. Lu Ruoyan's grades have always been good, yet she also stumbled, while your score of 90 points as a fake slacker was like a dazzling spotlight, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Meanwhile, in the classroom office on the other side, the homeroom teacher Lu Yufei nervously asked the math teacher Zhang Dasheng, Mr. Zhang, it's one thing to suddenly assign a surprise exam, but why did you use the questions from the national math competition? With less than 120 days until the college entrance examination, isn't this putting too much pressure on them? Lu Yufei was very puzzled. Although she was a Chinese teacher, she still had some understanding of the question types in various subjects. Before the exam, she had already noticed something was off with the paper and even specifically called to confirm whether the wrong paper had been taken. As a result, Zhang Dasheng directly told her, I didn't take the wrong one, I chose this set of papers on purpose, specifically targeting class 4. At this moment, Zhang Dasheng revealed a thoughtful smile and directly picked out your paper from the batch of exam papers, excitedly showing it to Lu Yufei. Lu Yufei frowned in confusion. What's wrong with Chen Ping'an? Zhang Dasheng did not answer directly but quickly marked your exam paper with a red pen. A few minutes later, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid really didn't disappoint me. He can't hide it. His expression showed a bit of pride, and Lu Yufei was left puzzled by his laughter. What are you talking about? What does it mean? Zhang Dasheng said nothing but placed your paper in front of her, also pointing to the bright red score on it. In an instant, Lu Yufei was shocked and lightly covered her mouth. How is that possible? Chen Ping'an actually scored 90 points. You have to know that this is not an ordinary math exam, but a National Math Olympiad simulation test. In her impression, if it were a normal exam, passing wouldn't be anything surprising. But this time he actually managed to score 90 points, and he even fell asleep right after finishing the questions in 10 minutes until class was over. What is going on here? Lu Yufei's head was quickly filled with question marks. Her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. Teacher Lu, you can understand this by looking at it, Zhang Dasheng said calmly as he opened his laptop and pulled up a detailed data chart, placing it in front of Lu Yufei. This was a record of Chen Ping'an's math exam score changes from last year until the last weekly test. As Zhang Dasheng explained, Lu Yufei held her breath slightly and seriously looked at the data. The data showed that Chen Ping'an's math scores had been fluctuating around the passing line, initially unstable, with a highest score of 98 and a lowest of only 81. However, since last semester, his scores had miraculously reached an astonishing stability, scoring exactly 90 points in all 12 consecutive exams, without any deviation. This time, the exam continued this miracle. While most people flopped on the math simulation questions, he steadily scored 90 points again. Lu Yufei stared blankly at the data statistics chart, a complex emotion of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Zhang Dasheng smiled slightly, his tone carrying a certain depth of meaning. Teacher Lu, do you see anything? Chen Pingan is most likely controlling his score. On the other hand, ever since you splattered Lu Ruyan with food at noon, you have felt uneasy. And this unease has gradually turned into an inescapable irritation, especially when you saw the math class representative Li Yaqian say she did poorly, and both the class monitor and the study committee member admitted they didn't even score 50 points. The shadow of anxiety loomed even larger over your heart. You tried hard to imagine how your classmates would look at you when the results were announced. A sleepyhead actually scored 90 points, for someone who has always been low-key and just wants to lie flat. This is undoubtedly a feast of social death under the spotlight. Just as your mood wandered like a trapped beast, you heard a heart-stirring class bell. Math teacher Zhang Dasheng strode onto the podium with a stack of graded papers. You quickly pulled back your thoughts, lowered your head, and steadied your breathing. But then you heard him cheerfully call out, "Chen Pingan, don't rush to sit down, just stand there." In an instant, almost all of your classmates' gazes converged on you like invisible rays, and the air seemed to be filled with silent questions. Is he revealing everything right from the start? Should my score be directly exposed? You couldn't help but feel a jolt in your heart. Swallowed hard. Too nervous to look up. It can't be, right? I just occasionally sleep in class, read novels, and play games. Zhang Dasheng wouldn't take revenge on me in this way, would he? You never expected that a morning of surprise exams was actually a trap set specifically for you. However, just when your heart was about to leap out of your throat in anxiety, Zhang Dasheng suddenly changed his tone, saying, "I guess everyone has an idea about this exam. Most people probably didn't do very well, right?" As soon as he said this, the attention that was originally focused on you shifted away, and the gazes of the entire class instantly dropped to the edge of their desks, each one burying their head like ostriches trying to escape reality, tightly pursing their lips. You were stunned. The pressure in your chest eased slightly, but was soon overwhelmed by a new wave of confusion. What's going on? Is old Zhang deliberately teasing everyone? You were already prepared for social death, but old Zhang just pointed at you without any follow-up action, leaving you standing there like a statue left out to dry. Meanwhile, Zhang Dasheng seemed to have completely forgotten about you and began to comfort the low-scoring students below. Everyone shouldn't be too discouraged, after all. Failing once doesn't mean anything. This time, I intentionally chose last year's national math competition simulation questions, so it's completely normal for you to not do well. At this moment, the class representative Li Yaqian slowly raised her head and asked, "Teacher, what is the highest score this time?" Zhang Dasheng smiled and answered readily, "The highest score is 90. Just passing." As soon as he said this, the entire classroom seemed to explode, filled with astonished murmurs, and everyone's eyes were filled with incredulous shock, all staring at the podium. You can only stand there silently with your head down, secretly feeling distressed. "Teacher, then who is the person who scored first?" It was unclear who asked this question, but there was an unwillingness in their voice, tinged with eager curiosity. Zhang Dasheng chuckled softly, his gaze slowly sweeping towards you, the only person standing in the classroom. You felt the air in the entire classroom suddenly freeze, making it so awkward that even breathing became difficult. Someone shouted in disbelief, "Teacher, are you sure there's no mistake?" However, Zhang Dasheng took a step forward, pointed in your direction, and said firmly, "That's right, the student who ranked first this time is Chen Pingan." As soon as he said this, the entire classroom erupted. Chen Pingan? This is impossible. How could he outperform top students like Lu Ruyan and Li Yaqian? What's going on? Isn't Chen Pingan's math score about the same as mine? Doesn't he usually just hover around the passing line? Various exclamations fell like raindrops, and the whole class almost turned into a large discussion venue. Just when you felt awkward and didn't know how to respond, Zhang Dasheng seemed to notice your embarrassment and stepped forward with a smile to ease the situation. Student Chen Pingan works very hard, and this is something everyone can see, so it's only natural for him to achieve such good results. Don't doubt it anymore. I specifically had Chen Pingan stand up to give him a proper commendation, hoping he can continue to work hard. He emphasized the words very hard and continue to work hard while speaking. At those words, Zhang Nan inwardly gritted his teeth for a moment. Nima, where did this Chao Tianyuan want to praise him? It's clearly a setup for him to pull the hate. Working hard on weekdays? Let him build on it? How is he going to build on his weekdays when he's either sleeping, reading novels, or playing games with a load of effort? One moment. He was then brought to the top of the heap and became the object of envy, jealousy, and even suspicion of everyone present. Did not see Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Li Chanqian and Zhang Hao and other good grades of the school bully, as well as a lot of school scum that pondered, and meaningful gaze? Estimate. His quiet life would soon be over. Trying to keep a low profile is impossible. It's faintly sad. There. Zhang Nansan, you sit down. Class will now begin. Hand out the papers and I will explain the questions on this exam. It seems to see that it has served its purpose. Chao Tianyuan finally subsided, and returned to his appearance as if nothing had happened, and began to distribute the test papers to do the explanation of the examination questions. And Gangnam also finally sat down, but it has been hanging in the balance. After all, there were people peeking at him from time to time in the periphery. Feelings a little twisted. Chapter 7. Just because I keep a low profile doesn't mean I'm easy to mess with. Jingle bells. Soon enough, a lesson passed. There. That's all for this lesson. The questions that weren't covered will be continued tomorrow, and you yourselves can discuss them with each other first after class. With the bell ringing, Chao Tianyuan simply set up some tasks, then packed up his rolls and prepared to leave. Phew, did you finally make it through? Seeing that Chao Tianyuan had already walked to the door of the classroom, Jiang Nan, who had been apprehensive inwardly, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, didn't wait for him to finish that sigh of relief. Oh, by the way, that Gangnam student, come to my office after school. At the door of the classroom, he only saw Chao Tianyuan suddenly turn back and speak meaningfully towards Jiang Nan. Mud, old Chao, are you still finished? Are you really going to fight with little master? Hearing this, Jiang Nan's tiger body shook, internally spitting madly, yet helpless to the extreme. I really just want to lay low and be a salty fish. And yet, he ran into an unconventional teacher like Chao Tianyuan, who must push himself into the limelight. Gangnam is awesome. Not only did he take the first place in the class and beat the many school bullies in the class, but he also got special attention from Mr. Chao, so he'll be the one who's read in the math class from now on. To be honest, the questions on this exam are really not for normal people. I don't understand them even if I read the answers. No wonder even the class president only got 50 points, the school girl 30 points, and the class reps and study counselors even lower. I really don't know how Jiang Nan managed to one-up himself and get such an unbelievable score of 90. It's just perverted. And he slept through the exam. 66,666. Chao Tianyuan just left. The class immediately exploded with a great deal of chatter. It was as if it had exploded. Jiang Nan once again became the center of everyone's attention. Among them, Fatty Wang, who was Jiang Nan's diehard friend, was the first to throw a punch on Jiang Nan's shoulder. Nice one. Fatty Wang grinned, unable to hide his excitement. Southern God, honestly, are you a hidden schoolmaster? In the meantime, School Flower by Ying also leaned over, blinking her big black eyes with a face of admiration. I really didn't expect that your previous statement that you could pass this exam was actually true. I only scored 30, but you scored 90. You're the real schoolteacher in comparison. Luck, it's all luck. I'm not a schoolteacher. I just happen to have done these questions before. Jiang Nan waved his hand vainly. From the heart, he doesn't really like the attention, so trying to find an excuse to put it off. To this, Fatty Wang and Bai Ying were skeptical, but they both had a very tacit understanding and didn't pursue further. However, hearing Jiang Nan's words, instead, someone beside him suddenly snorted out a laugh. Ha ha, so it is. I told you how someone who can only pass his tests on weekdays can suddenly come in first in the class, so it's been done before. This is the same as knowing the answer in advance. What's the difference between that and cheating? Swish, swish, swish. This statement was made. It caught everyone's attention at once. Here we go. Finally, Jiang Nan exam first. This is simply unbelievable. There have long been many people who are skeptical, but the word cheating was never mentioned. But now, and yet someone pokes through the window? Suyu, you in the ass. Who are you talking about? The first place in the Southern God exam is based on your own ability. How can it be cheating? As Jiang Nan's good brother, Fatty Wang was instantly enraged and directly rebuked out angrily towards the person who snickered. What? Am I wrong? Isn't it cheating if Gangnam knows the answer in advance? Suyu was furiously disliking Fatty Wang while staring sourly at Jiang Nan. If you ask me, since you've done it a long time ago and know the answers, you should have gotten full marks. Results available. And yet it's just passable. So, those who can't, never can. Not that Suyu had a grudge against Jiang Nan in the past. Just on the math one, he was the king of the class. And other than class president Qin Yuma, he had never put anyone else in his eyes. Results available. He only scored in the mid-20s. Instead, Gangnam got 90 points on the test. Straight away from him I don't know how much. Nature. He was defiant. Actually, it's not just him. Many other students with top grades, such as physics class representative Zhang Hao, were also unconvinced. Even many with average grades. Suyu is right. Jiang Nan did cheat. This exam is not fair. And he only got 90 points even though he cheated. So it seems like a scumbag is a scumbag and can never be a school bully. Well, that makes sense. Many people in the classroom echoed Suyu. Very unfriendly attitude towards Gangnam. Suyu, Zhang Hao, Sweetie Tang, and Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan. You guys. At the word, Fat Wan's lungs have exploded. But a mouth is hard to beat the mouths. A time to stammering words. In the meantime, Bai Yingying also huffed and puffed, wanting to fight for Jiangnan, but her voice was directly covered by the crowd. But, just then, bang! Only a muffled thud was heard. The protagonist Jiangnan even slapped the table and rose up. His cold gaze swept across the four directions, focusing on Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the others. That said, your jealousy is too heavy. Or are you narrow-minded and can't see others as good? When I say I've done these questions before, that's me keeping a low profile, but just because I keep a low profile doesn't mean I'm nice to mess with. It would be best if you guys would shut the up. If you can't close, I don't mind helping you guys out. Chapter 8, Class President's Request for Advice. By Yingying's Crispy Moments. Jiangnan is not a fan of the limelight, does not want to be noticed by too many people, and prefers to live his life in a dark and low-key manner. However, that doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. The red heart is exhausted for the soulmate, and gold is not spared for planting peaches and plums. Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying were both defending themselves, but were pressed by the crowd to say nothing. If he was still indifferent, it would not really become a ninja turtle. Gangnam was born tall. It's just as well he doesn't freak out. This launched a rage, a body of fearless momentum sweeping in all directions. There are really not a few people to carry, not to mention Su Yu, Zhang Hao and Tang Sweetie, the students with good grades, even Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. The pricks in the class felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Almost instantly, all of them stagnated in their words, or lowered their heads, or averted their heads, not daring to meet Jiangnan's eyes. After all, it's just a bunch of seniors, that's all there is to it. See this? Jiangnan disdainfully skimmed his mouth and resumed his seat, no longer paying attention to these jumping clowns. Instead, he turned back and patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder and comforted Bai Yingying, making the two guilty of being angry. Humph. All a bunch of cheap bastards. Fatty Wang cursed indignantly, but immediately afterward, he turned his gaze toward Jiangnan and said in a low, winged voice, Southern God, you shouldn't be cheating on this exam, right? Actually, Fatty Wang didn't have a clue in his heart. After all, the score that Jiangnan had tested was too amazing. 90 points. It was 40 points more than Qin Yuma, the #1 school bully in the class, which was several times more than those of Su Yu. Maintaining Gangnam is due to brotherhood, but his inner apprehension was also present. Fat ass, do I look like a cheater to you? Jiangnan glared at Wang Kaishan without any good humor. Sure, he did not blame the other man, only because he had been so perverse this time that he did not blame his good brother for being suspicious as well. Hey, it's all Chao's fault. Its heart silently spat at Chao Tianyuan a few more times. Gangnam, I believe in you. Suddenly, however, Bai Yingying looked at Jiangnan with a sincere face, and a touch of determination appeared in her big beautiful eyes. For Gangnam to test so well. At first, she was also incredulous, but she believed in Jiangnan's character and could never cheat. Thanks. At those words, Jiangnan smiled warmly. It was quite a good feeling to actually have someone who could believe in you for no reason when everyone else was suspicious of you, especially when it was such a good-looking schoolgirl. I believe it too. Fatty Wang was not shy to add a word. Having said that, he then went back to his seat. Bai Yingying is also going to sit back down. Instead, Gangnam yawned and prepared to plop down on the table. Between classes, he had always spent his time sleeping, but he had just been delayed quite a bit, and it was a waste. But, just then, another silhouette walked up to Jiangnan. Class President, Qin Yuma. Class 4 deserved to be the #1 student. In fact, this niece is also very good looking, the kind of body and face value that can be compared to Bai Yingying, plus a clean and sharp shoulder-length short hair, especially English. It's because of studying too hard. The complexion of his face is not very good, and the whole person looks a little haggard. Jiangnan, how come I can't figure out this last big question? Can you explain it to me? Qin Yuma held the roll and looked at Jiangnan with bated breath. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a big headache and bristled. Class President, you're so good at math, there shouldn't be a need to ask me. Besides, everyone else thinks I'm cheating. No, you can't cheat. Without waiting for Jiangnan to finish his sentence, Qin Yuma directly interrupted. The simulation questions in this exam are all very complicated and require very meticulous logical thinking and analyzing skills, especially the last question. If you lack that ability, you won't be able to remember the answer even if you're given it. So, cheating doesn't work. Gangnam, a speechless face. Insiders look in, outsiders look out. It was easy to fool other people, but it was difficult to fool a school bully like Qin Yuma who took learning as a meal. At the same time, Bai Yingying, who was originally about to leave, also stopped and egged her on. Jiangnan, it's rare that there's a question that our class president doesn't know, so be generous and tell her about it. Laughing, it had a smug grin on its face, almost had to laugh. On the one hand, it's because the good old-fashioned friend you've secretly loved for so long has finally stood up. On the other hand, she had always defied Chin Yuma, to know that she is also a schoolteacher. But why? No matter how hard she tried, was Chin Yuma overpowered in terms of grades in every exam? Others mentioned her, more the word schoolgirl, and when it comes to Chin Yuma, he is a veritable pride of heaven, a model for girls. And Chin Yuma is also so good-looking, except the front of the body is flat. Other aspects, not a bit weaker than yourself? Nature. Seeing that there were times when her competitors were defeated, Bai Yingying was 100 times happier in her heart. That's a proud Taipan leader, a perennial top of the class, top 10 in the school, and occasionally a top 5 or even top 3 presence. But begging for your best friend? This feeling, it was indescribably crunchy. Sheesh. Chapter 9, Solving Problems Easily. So he really is a schoolmaster. Answer the question. Find all positive integers x, y such that x squared plus 3y and y squared plus 3x are both perfect squares. Is that a hard question? At first glance, it seems to be fairly simple, but that's just at first glance. Bai Yingying thinks that her IQ is not low, and she studies hard, balanced in all subjects, with no shortcomings, available at. Even so, as soon as she saw the question, a small star immediately appeared in front of her eyes and she almost fainted. Chin Yuma was right. Without very careful logical thinking and analytical skills, there is no possibility of solving it. Hence, this is a big 20-point question. White Yingying naturally got the duck egg, but Gangnam got a perfect score? So, while crisping up inside, Bai Yingying also stared closely at Jiangnan, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, wanting to see how Jiangnan solved it. What? Won't you teach me? Do you hate me? Or are you afraid that if you teach me, I'll pass you again on the next test? On the other side, Chin Yuma saw Jiangnan stagnating in his seat for a long time, so she couldn't help but rant out, "Come on, doomed to hide." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan smiled with a helpless face. Since he couldn't avoid it, he had to tell it. It's actually a pretty easy question. What do you mean? Chin Yuma and Bai Yingying inquired at the same time. It's nothing more than 3 different scenarios. Jiangnan took a pen and made 3 assumptions on the draft paper. First, if x equals y, then x squared plus 3x is a perfect square number. Since x caret 2 plus 3x x squared plus 4 times plus 4 is equal to open parenthesis x plus 2 close parenthesis squared, x caret 2 plus 3x sad face x plus 1 caret 2. So x equals y equals 1. Second, if x y, then x caret 2 plus 3y x caret 2 plus 3x x squared plus 4 times plus 4 is equal to open parenthesis x plus 2 close parenthesis squared. So x2 plus 3y is a perfect square number. Since x squared plus 3y equals open parenthesis x plus 1 close parenthesis squared, we get 3y equals 2x plus 1, which shows that y is odd. Let y equals 2k plus 1, then x equals 3k plus 1, k is a positive integer, and y squared plus 3x is equal to 4k squared plus 4k plus 1 plus 9k plus 3 is equal to 4 squared plus 13k plus 4 is a perfect square. And 2k plus 2, caret 2 equals 4k caret 2 plus 8k plus 4k caret 2 plus 13k plus 4k squared plus 16k plus 16 is equal to open parenthesis 2k plus 4 close parenthesis squared. So y squared plus 3x is equal to 4k squared plus 13k plus 4 is equal to open parenthesis 2k plus 3 close parenthesis squared, giving k equals 5, which gives x equals 16 and y equals 11. If x, y, the same xy case yields x equals 11 and y equals 16. In summary, x, y equals 1, 1, 11, 16, 16, 11. Gangnam's thinking was clear, and the explanation is in-depth, layered not to mention, but also in one go, without a pause, a few breaths of effort. He then acted out the final answer. This speed, it's not to be taken lightly. Actually, not only were Chin Yuma and Bai Yingying listening attentively, many other students in the neighborhood were also stretching their necks, squinting their eyes and ears, looking at the scene. For example, Su Yu, Zhang Hao and Tang Dang Dang, as well as Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan and a dozen others. Previously, they had opened their teeth and claws towards Jiangnan and sneered, although they were suppressed by the aura on Jiangnan's body. But that doesn't mean they will be convinced. So when Chin Yuma took the last puzzle of the test paper and asked Jiangnan for advice, their faces were filled with teasing. In their opinion, Jiangnan is cheating on the exam, even if you get first place. But it is, by its very nature, still a schoolboy. So Chin Yuma's unashamed move will definitely make Jiangnan make a big fool of himself, and his original form will undoubtedly be revealed. Results available. But Gangnam solved the answer easily? Quiet, deadly silence. There was one in the neighborhood, and all of them were dumbfounded. Just because Jiangnan explained too quickly. Not to mention Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, these uneducated pricks. even Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Sweetie, these schoolmasters, were all listening to the clouds, their heads spinning. But they are certain of one thing: the answer that Gangnam solved should be right. After all, they didn't listen though, but someone heard it, only to see class president Qin Yuma's face showing a sudden realization, followed by Bai Yingying. Apparently, these two got it? That's true. When Jiang Nan made the three assumptions, both Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying knew what to do. Qin Yuma had originally held a trace of skepticism about Jiang Nan's strength, and this invitation to teach him also had an element of testing. But now, she was completely convinced of Jiang Nan. Gangnam, thank you. You are indeed very good at math, especially with your logical thinking and analytical skills. Qin Yuma gave a compliment towards Jiang Nan, then hugged the paper and excitedly ran back to his seat to do the math. In the meantime, hearing Qin Yuma's words, the classroom immediately resounded with a clamor. How is that possible? Could it be that Gangnam is really a schoolteacher? Or the kind that's stronger than everyone in the class, including Qin Yuma, while in the past was hiding his strength? Maybe we were really wrong about him. The Southern God is worthy of being the Southern God. 66,666. Up to this point, many of those who had originally doubted Jiang Nan had immediately changed their attitudes and became admiring. Sure, there are some exceptions. For example, Su Yu, Zhang Hao and Tang Dang Dang, as well as Huang Sihai and Hu Daju and several, are unwilling to admit that Jiang Nan is excellent. That jealousy, instead of decreasing, increased, and his face was even harder to see, as if he had eaten. Chapter 10. Turning in homework is impossible. Not in this lifetime. Gangnam, you're great. On the other hand, as Qin Yuma left, Bai Yingying did not mince words in praising Jiang Nan. Even the way she looked at Jiang Nan changed. Excitement with a softness and a fire in the softness passed. She befriended Jiang Nan and even secretly had a crush on him because of his face value and gentle nature. And now, one more item to add. That is the strength of Gangnam. Sure enough, she can't go wrong with who she picks. Aha! It's about to fall. But Jiang Nan, however, didn't think so much about it, but just yawned, tired and ready to sleep on the table. But the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Before he could get down, suddenly, behind it came another weak voice, very quiet kind. Is the study member Li Chanqian? That Jiang Nan's student. The teacher talked about this question, but I still don't quite understand it. Can you teach me? Li Chanqian opened her big watery eyes, holding the roll and looking at Jiang Nan with a blink. Even there were also several good-looking girls who had come over next to Gangnam's seat. Hiss! At once, Bai Yingying felt threatened. Before, Gangnam is kind of transparent in the class. Good-looking but average grades and a sleepy. Novel reading and game playing, not a great image. So, except for Bai Yingying, very few girls would hit on Gangnam. But now, no doubt about it, Jiang Nan became the prettiest boy in the class. Nature. It attracted the attention of many girls. Again, please ask questions. When Qin Yuma had asked for advice just now, Bai Yingying hadn't realized this, but now she reacted. It's extremely dangerous. And Li Chanqian was a bigger threat than Qin Yuma. After all, Qin Yuma was a person who took learning as a meal, and had few advantages when it came to men and women. But Li Chanqian is very sweet, voice whispering, such as Birdie General. Men will like it, right? Moment. Jiang Nan once again became the center of attention of the class. Nima, surrounded by so many girls, so damn happy. See this, Fatty Wang, who had just returned to his seat and was ready to sleep, had his eyes rounded like copper bells all of a sudden. Nice guy, no wonder you've suddenly become so powerful. The original. It's been a long time coming. First attracted the attention of Bai Dis schoolgirl, followed by class president Qin Yuma, and now Li Chanqian. Several goddesses in the class, all hooked up by you at once. Simply awesome class. You've got a net like this. There's no way for me to live. You know, I've had a crush on a couple of them for a long time. Woohoo! Solid, old iron. Fatty Wang's heart was filled with sourness. Even he did. The other boys in the class were even more bitter. As for Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the others, they gritted their teeth as if they wanted to eat Jiang Nan alive. Jealousy was about to overflow. Can't help it. Eventually, Zhang Hao really couldn't look at it and directly stood up. The next physics class is about to start. The teacher has assigned homework before, so everyone hurry up and hand it in. Swish! This statement was made. It was instantly empty next to Jiang Nan. Li Chanqian and the others all returned to their seats to find their homework. After all, the physics teacher is an old codger, and if you don't turn in the homework you've been given, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Soon, the crowd turned in their homework, but there was only one person who was indifferent. Gangnam, where's your homework? Zhang Hao stared coldly at Jiang Nan. It's not written. Glancing at Zhang Hao, Jiang Nan casually spat out two words. This man hadn't been too shady to himself before. It was a wonder that he would have a good look on his face. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. You didn't do your homework and you're so arrogant? This just famous Gangnam is already floating. Jiangnan, it's physics class later. If you don't hand in your homework, the physics teacher won't spare you. Zhang Hao slapped the table and snapped at Jiangnan. Doesn't matter. Jiangnan waved his hand. Turning in homework is impossible. Not in this lifetime. You, Zhang Hao, don't be anxious. Jiangnan probably didn't bring it. Seeing the two men going toe-to-toe and making a scene, Bai Yingying stood up and tried to explain for Jiangnan. After all, it was true that Jiangnan was not in the right in this matter, and Zhang Hao borrowed the name of the physics teacher, not to be messed with. But Jiangnan directly pulled Bai Yingying. There's no need to explain for me. There are more people in the class who don't hand in their homework, and even if they do, it's all plagiarism. Who among us doesn't know that? Certain people are just deliberately looking for a fight. Don't bother with him. Gangnam, you. At those words, Zhang Hao's lungs exploded with anger. Although what Jiangnan said was true, it's almost time for the entrance exam. Many have given up on treatment, homework or whatever. Say it's important is quite important. Say it's not important, just copy it and no one cares. For example, Gangnam, I don't know how long it's been since I turned in my homework, but he'd turned a blind eye before. But this time, he'll never stop. Well, you asked for it. How can you be so righteous when you don't turn in your homework without writing it? Don't blame me for telling the teacher later. Just you wait. Zhang Hao glared hard at Jiangnan and turned to leave, but its heart has made up its mind. Later in class, must tell the physics teacher Jiangnan a complaint. Ha! Just wait. Jiangnan skimmed his lips and sneered, falling back to sleep. There is still half a minute of time, and it is not sleeping. As for Zhang Hao's words, he does not put it in his heart. Jingle bells. Soon, the bell rang. Teacher, there are 50 people in the class for this assignment, and I only collected 49 books, and one person said he didn't write it and wouldn't turn it in. Physics teacher Xia Hongwei just walked into the classroom. Class representative Zhang Hao stood up and loudly complained. Who didn't pay? At those words, Xia Hongwei's expression was solemn. He was meant to be a man who was not angry. This moment, it even gave a very dangerous feeling, as if a tiger had opened its eyes, full of oppression. Gangnam, Zhang Hao directly named Jiangnan. Ha! Xia Hongwei snorted lightly in his nose. His gaze cast to Jiangnan who was lying on the table, napping. A hint of anger flared in his eyes. Jiangnan, have you woken up from your sleep yet? Stand up for me. Teacher, what's wrong? Jiangnan yawned and slowly stood up. Why don't you turn in your homework? It's not written. Why didn't you write it? Because it's so easy. All of it. Chapter 11, Amazing Quiz in Physics Class? Sheesh, that answer. It's so overbearing and scary as hell. There were all of them staring at Jiangnan incredulously, with shock in their eyes. Nima, is this the Gangnam we know? That Gangnam who's been transparent in the class for 2 to 3 years? What a blowhard. Still too easy. All of them? Even class president Qin Yuma and physics class representative Zhang Hao. They can't do it all, right? Not only them, even Qin Feng, who is ranked number 1 in the whole school, can't possibly do all the physics problems. I really don't know where Jiangnan got the courage to say such a thing. It's simply ridiculous. Ha! Just willful claptrap. A jumped-up clown. Many people gnashed their teeth at Jiangnan, just because Jiangnan's words were too infuriating. Can't even watch as a bystander. As for Zhang Hao, Su Yu and Huang Sihai several, the gaze they looked at Jiangnan was as if they were looking at him. Aha! So it really is. It seems that they were wrong about Jiangnan before, and they should not be angry with such a person. It's not just them. Even Fatty Wang, who was Jiangnan's good friend, hurriedly turned his head away, not daring to look at this scene again, only reciting in his heart, "You're great, God of the South. Good luck." There was also Bai Yingying, a heterosexual basher, who was also lightly caressing her forehead. Her pretty face flushed red, although she believed that Jiangnan had some strength. It was in the math one, not the physics one. This time, it's really going to be the end of the line. She wasn't even good at explaining how to help Jiangnan. This physics teacher, he's definitely getting mad. What to do? Online, etc. Urgent. The other side. Hearing Jiangnan's words, the physics teacher was also furious and almost exploded in place. It was because of his duties and connotation as a teacher that he didn't lash out on the spot. Humph. Xia Hongwei pressed down the fire in his heart, heaved the lesson plan towards the podium and stared at Jiangnan. You think it's too simple, right? Then how about I come up with a few random questions to test you? If you can do all that, then don't say it's okay if you don't turn in your homework, even if you sleep in class. I don't care about you anymore, but if you can't do it, punish as you wish. Jiangnan replied in a resounding voice, not panicking in the slightest. Well. Xia Hongwei was really exasperated by Jiangnan and didn't say much more, only using the chalk to quickly write on the blackboard. Day. Chalk writing is very fast. It was only 2 or 3 breaths of effort. The sound stopped. Xia Hongwei, on the other hand, turned around and stepped aside a few steps, revealing the questions on the blackboard, and said toward Jiangnan, "Come on, aren't you confident that you can do any question? Then take a look at this question." Wow! At once, a commotion rang through the classroom. There's one present that counts. All confused, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu and Zhang Hao and other schoolmasters. They were all frowning, completely unsolved. Just because. The title on the board is, "A bear accidentally fell into a hole that was 916 meters deep and took 1 second. What color is the bear?" Nima. What kind of sick topic is this? It's simply oxymoronic, alright. Does the depth of the hole and the time it takes have anything to do with the color of the bear? Needless to say, this must be a deliberate attempt by the teacher to make things difficult for people. Nope, is deliberately making things difficult for Gangnam. As good friends, all Bai Ying and Wang Fatty could do was to give Jiangnan a moment of silence in their hearts. Come on, Ali, give. You're only really good if you can make it. What? No thoughts? Here's the deal. I'll make it a little less difficult for you. You can choose from 4 answers: black, white, gray, and brown. Xia Hongwei also seemed to feel that he was making things too difficult for people, so he very generously changed the answer questions to multiple choice questions. But the crowd was still confused. However, Jiangnan just smiled and said towards the physics teacher, "I won't choose any of the above answers. The bear is colorless." Wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with clamor. Ha. This Jiangnan is afraid that he's a comedian invited by monkeys, isn't he? The teacher has told him to choose from within the 4 colors of black, white, gray, and brown, and he says the bear has no color? What a laugh. A number of people in the classroom broke into laughter. Hilarious tummy ache. That physics class representative Zhang Hao, but also directly ridiculed out loud, "Jiangnan, you don't want a claptrap here. Won't do it, but also said what the bear is colorless. There is no such answer, not to mention that there is no colorless bears in the world." Right, that's right. Gangnam, you're too funny. Think you can get away with punishment just because you made everyone laugh? You should know that, Mr. Xia also has a temper. You'd better hurry up and admit you're wrong, so you don't waste everyone's time. We've got a class to teach. 101. Su Yu, Tang Dang, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. All of these people had helped Zhang Hao to make Jiangnan admit his mistake and be punished. One time, the classroom was so busy. But what they didn't notice was, hear these words, the physics teacher on the stage, Xia Hongwei, but his face became very ugly, then slapped the table and said angrily, "Enough, all stop. Jiangnan's answer is correct." Chapter 12. Who's the jumper? The jokester and the? Wow. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked again. What? Gangnam got it right? How is that possible? Isn't that answer not in the 4 options? It's unbelievable that this can be answered correctly, isn't it? Or is it? Is the teacher letting the water out on purpose? One time, the classroom was filled with skepticism. After all, even the little cutie. Also no, that's not the right answer for Gangnam. The most unconvinced among them was undoubtedly Zhang Hao. It was not easy for him to catch Jiangnan's pigtail and tell Xia Hongwei, and he wanted to make Jiangnan look good. Results available. How dare Xia Hongwei harbor him in public? Disobedience. Beat him to death. Teacher, there is no colorless bear in this world. You must not be merciful and spare Jiangnan. Zhang Hao couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, "That's right, it must not be spared. For black sheep like Gangnam who don't hand in their homework and still have a straight face, they must be severely punished. He must be punished until he cries." Su Yu, Huang Sihai and the others also chimed in. By the looks of it, their jealousy of Gangnam really shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to join together. After all, Su Yu and the others are academics, and Huang Sihai and the others are the pricks of the class, not a circle at all. Ha! What ignorance! In response, Jiangnan just laughed lightly and shook his head. At those words, Zhang Hao and the others all glared angrily at Jiangnan. What do you mean, Jiangnan? Who are you calling ignorant? I say, what about you guys? Aren't you ignorant for not even knowing about the colorless bear? What a joke! There are only black, white, gray and brown bears in this world. Where is the colorless bear? Zhang Hao was furious, pointing at the desk in front of him. If there really is one, I will directly eat this desk alive. Since you're going to eat it, there's nothing I can do. After all, isn't that polar bear colorless? Jiangnan skimmed his lips. A hint of powerlessness flashed in its eyes. Words. He really didn't want to bully Zhang Hao and the others. Not at all in the same league. A bit of a descending blow. Available at. The other side had to find themselves in trouble. so much so that he, a person who likes to keep a low profile and have a dark heart, had to come out into the open to act like a pussy and punch his face, just like a little white boy long aotion. It's so treadmill pathetic. How is that possible? Polar bears are clearly white. Almost instantly, Zhang Hao wanted to retort, but didn't wait for him to finish. Jiang Nan then directly interrupted, saying that you are ignorant. You are really ignorant. The white color of the polar bear is just a visual effect caused by the refraction of the sunlight. Actually, its hairs are hollow and transparent and have no color at all. You don't even know that and you call yourself a learner? Wow, wow, wow. Hearing this, the whole room erupted. Many people don't believe it. After all, it really went against what they used to know. But when certain of them, who had smuggled their cell phones into the classroom, secretly came up with the answer to Baidu and attached themselves to Jiangnan, the crowd would have to believe it. Really, what Jiangnan said is true. Baidu says polar bear fur is really colorless. Before the words were out of his mouth, the student's voice lowered, simply because he suddenly woke up to the realization that he was going to be screwed. But it's about time to say it. Everyone in the room knew that polar bears were truly colorless, and Gangnam was right. Punch in the face, a naked slap in the face, especially Su Yu and the others. They only felt a burning pain on their faces and were silenced at once. Zhang Hao was also ashamed and indignant, but he was still unwilling to give in. Still stammering and struggling, Jiangnan, even if the polar bear is colorless, how does that prove that this is the answer? Really, you don't turn back until you hit the wall. You can't stop until you reach the Yellow River. It's not easy? This question from the teacher is actually about the relationship between the acceleration of gravity and latitude. According to the formula h equals 1/2 asterisk gt caret 2, where h is 4, 9/16 and t is 1 second. Substituting that in, it's easy to figure out that g is 9, 832. It's the acceleration of gravity at the North Pole or the South Pole, and there are no bears at the South Pole, so naturally it's polar bears. So, bear colorless is the answer. Jiangnan easily stated the solution to the problem. With its words, the classroom instantly became silent. The gazes that each and every one of them looked at Jiangnan had completely changed, transforming from previous skepticism to conviction. After all, Gangnam speaks so plainly and easily. Even a pig would have heard that, even if it's not clear yet. From the physics teacher's expression and reaction, it was also clear that Jiangnan's idea of solving the problem should be right. Previously, they all said that Jiangnan was a jumping clown, a comedian invited by monkeys, and even, but now it seems, Gangnam wasn't, and they were. A trace of shame surfaced in many people's hearts. Turns out they were both wrong. As for Zhang Hao, he stood mute in his seat, as if a frightened dog, at a loss for words. But no one cares about him at the moment. The other side, the physics teacher on the podium, Xia Hongwei, looked at Jiangnan with a gaze that had long since lost its previous anger. On the contrary, its eyes were filled with amazement. Words, his original reason for the question. It was to make things difficult for Jiangnan, and even dug a hole and gave 4 fake answers. After all, who told Gangnam not to hand in his homework and make a big deal out of it? Not to mention, he hadn't been too impressed with the student who had average grades and was always sleeping in class, or playing on his cell phone. Not to embarrass Gangnam a bit, no one else knew how many eyes he, Prince Xie, had. Results available. Jiangnan, however, directly avoided his traps and simply stated the answer, and also gave the solution. There's something about this student, looks like he's looked away in the past. Unspeakable. Today is going to be a refresher. Think about it. Xia Hongwei nodded toward Jiangnan on the stage and smiled. Good, not bad, your thinking is correct. But this question really isn't that hard. It's easy to solve with a little shift in thinking. If you're really good at it, just solve this second problem as well and see. Chapter 13. These questions are too easy. No difficulty at all. Multiple choice questions. 3 cars A, B and C pass a road sign with the same speed. After that car A has been in uniform linear motion, car B accelerates and then decelerates. Car C decelerates and then accelerates. But they pass the next road sign with the same speed again. Then, A, car I passes the next signpost first. B, car B passes the next signpost first. C, car C passes the next signpost first. D, all 3 vehicles arrive at the next signpost at the same time. Xia Hongwei quickly wrote the question on the blackboard. At first glance, it seems to be fairly simple, but many of the students at the bottom had their brows furrowed. Naya, the laborer, looks straight up dizzy, like a demon unleashed from hell, accelerating and decelerating again. I hate all that. Headache. Not a single thought. Isn't Jiangnan great? Hurry up and do it and see. I don't believe it. You know this question too? Many people had their eyes on Jiangnan. Of course, it's all about classmates who don't think. Those with good grades, like class president Qin Yuma and school flower by Yingying, immediately took out their draft paper and prepared to do the math. Apparently, they still have a mindset, but didn't wait for them to put pen to paper. Jiangnan then leapt forward and spoke. The answer is B. Wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. That's too fast? Don't look like it took a long time to say, but in reality only a split second had passed, and the physics teacher on stage had only just finished writing the question. Results available. And Gangnam spilled the beans on the answer? That's too much to believe, isn't it? Really? Or is it fake? Swish swish swish. At that moment, everyone present turned their curious gazes towards the physics teacher on the stage. Xia Hongwei. To this, Xia Hongwei nodded directly. The answer is right. Wow. Hearing this, the entire room was shocked again. Gangnam got it right again? How is that possible? How is he so powerful? I remember that he used to have an average physics score. He couldn't even rank in the class, but now he's. The surrounding students were all shocked, their faces full of incredulity, including those who were familiar with Jiangnan. At the same time, Xia Hongwei on the stage was also surprised in his heart, not surprised that Gangnam would do this question. After all, in his opinion, it's not that hard. It's a test on the fundamentals of physics, and there should still be quite a few students in the class who know how to do it. But what surprised him was that schoolmasters such as Qin Yuma hadn't even had time to put pen to paper, and Jiangnan had given the answer? This speed, either that or Gangnam is blinded. Either that or Gangnam had done this question. If neither of these is true, that meant that Jiangnan's physics foundation was very deep and far beyond the kind of Qin Yuma's schoolboys. Is that possible? Tell me about your solution? Xia Hongwei stared at Jiangnan with a burning gaze. Jiangnan, it's very simple. The three cars have the same displacement. The average speed B is the fastest. Naturally car B takes the least time. Numerous students were about to prick up their ears and listen. But, Gangnam, however, came to a screeching halt. Crowd, go on. Gangnam, finished. Nani? Just like that. No more? The crowd was dumbfounded, with big question marks hanging on their brains. They really couldn't react. The displacement is the same, yes. But how is it that car B has the fastest average speed? You've got to be ing clear. But, Jiangnan just waved his hand. That's it. Really? The crowd is speechless, as if to do that kind of thing, just short of the door, but cannot enter the kind of panic. Having no choice, the crowd could only look at Xia Hongwei on the stage. Teacher, is Jiangnan's thinking right? Right. Xia Hongwei spat out a word with force. After he finished speaking, he ignored the crowd and only blandly said toward Jiangnan, come on, move on to the next question. Multiple choice questions. A glass of strong orange juice with ice just enough not to overflow. If the ice is completely dissolved, the glass of orange juice, A, will overflow. B, decrease in liquid level. C, still just won't overflow. Xia Hongwei just finished writing the question. Jiangnan then spoke directly. A will overflow. There is a pit buried in this question. Many people only consider density. Consider that ice has a low density and a high volume, while water has a high density and a low volume, yielding the answer B. But actually, the ice is floating on top of the thick orange juice, with a piece of it showing, so it dissolves and spills out. In physical terms, this relies on a deep understanding of Archimedes' principles. Numerous students were confused, but for Gangnam, it was child's play. Right, again. Physics teacher Xia Hongwei on the stage was again surprised in his heart. After all, this time Jiangnan was again answering in seconds, and it was really powerful. But, he's not a man with no goods in his belly. The questioning continues. Multiple choice questions. In the atmosphere, a cylinder with a volume of 0.50 m cubed closed at one end and open at the other is inserted vertically into a pool of water with the bottom of the cylinder facing up and the mouth of the cylinder facing down, and then let go of it. At equilibrium, the volume of air in the cylinder is 0.40 m cubed, and given that the pressure of the atmosphere is the same as that produced by a 10 m high column of water, the difference in height between the water inside and outside the cylinder is. Xia Hongwei hasn't had a chance to write out the options yet, but Jiangnan, however, said directly, 2.5 m. Seconds answer, complete with second answers, the kind that doesn't think much at all. It can be as simple and crude as it gets. To know, even a first-rate learner like Qin Yuma had yet to understand the questions, let alone solve them. Everyone in the room was stunned. Quiet, deadly quiet. No one in the class dared to speak, only staring at the physics teacher on the stage with wide, copper bell eyes. They want to know, is Gangnam's answer right or wrong? At the same time, Ka-ching, the chalk in Xia Hongwei's hand on the stage suddenly broke in two, simply because he was also startled. If he hadn't been concerned about his teacher's face and literacy, he would have wanted to shout wildly to the sky. Tramp, how is this possible? This is the preliminaries of some physics competition, the kind that's harder than the finals of the college entrance exams. From the first two questions, he had been able to confirm that Jiang Nan's foundation was very deep, and ordinary questions might not be difficult for the other party. So, just got a contest question on purpose. Results available. Gangnam's direct mental math seconds? This is going against the grain alright. Should we be so great? Even he, a veteran physics teacher, he, the questioner, had to say a word of admiration. Gangnam, what a surprise. I've been teaching for 30 years, and I can't believe I've ever looked away. You have a very good foundation in physics. Xia Hongwei did not say whether the answer was right or wrong, but instead looked at Jiangnan in a complicated manner and slowly praised the voice. But, that's enough. Gangnam's answer, for sure, was right. To this, numerous students present, all shocked, even eyeballs are going to fall down. Inner wild vomit, Nima, nah, I'm uneducated. A line. This is what resonates with everyone in the room at the moment. No other words. 4 questions in a row. They didn't know any of them, as if they were reading a heavenly book, but Jiang Nan easily finished answering them. It's not in the same league at all. Big brother, do you need a pendant for your leg? Please take my little brother's knee. The gazes of the crowd at Jiang Nan were exactly the same as looking at a god, only to see Qin Yuma's eyes bright as stars. Bai Engying's heart trembled, and Fatty Wang even pinched his thighs purple. But, Jiang Nan, who was the person in question, was calm, and only nudged towards Xia Hongwei on the podium. Teacher, these questions are too simple. They're not difficult at all. How about, will you try to come up with another hard one? Chapter 14, don't turn in your homework, sleep in class. Questions too easy? No difficulty at all? Want to try a harder one again? Nima, is that a human word? Not very lethal, but extremely insulting. The surrounding classmates, one by one, all felt their faces burning, and their hearts were mortified. After all, they don't know how to do any of it. Again, students, that's a gap, no less. Schoolmasters like Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Dangdang were even more eager to dig a hole in the ground immediately, thanks to their previous suspicion of being jealous of Jiangnan. Now it finally makes sense. People don't give a damn about themselves. Compare this with, you're still a student yourself? Battlefield 5 is more like it. Even such a pointed person as Qin Yuma was submissive to Jiangnan and was completely convinced. And the side of the fat Wang is grudgingly looking at Jiangnan. In the bottom of the heart silently spit a sentence. Once said that together go. The result is that I really go. But brother, you fly? The other side. Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher above the podium, was also deeply irritated by Jiang Nan's words. 2 words. Wipe the title off the board. Another da 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 da. A full half hour had passed. It took a question to get fresh. An artificial satellite of mass m, moving in circular motion at an altitude of 800 kilometers above the Earth, has a head-on collision somewhere with a space debris of mass m equals m/9. The collision time was extremely short, and then the two combined into one object and moved in an elliptical motion with an elliptical orbit half-length axis of 7,500 kilometers, and its orbit was in the same plane as the satellite's orbit. It is known that the total energy, i.e., the sum of kinetic energy and gravitational potential energy, of an m object in elliptical motion around the celestial square, g is the gravitational constant, m is for the mass of the sky, a is the half-length axis of an elliptical orbit. 1. Try to argue quantitatively that the object formed by the combination of the two after the collision will fall on the celestial square. 2. If this event occurred over the North Pole, in the direction of the line connecting the center of the Earth and the North Pole, what is the latitude of the place where the two combine to form the object that meets the celestial side after the touch? Unlike the previous multiple-choice questions, this time, Xia Hongwei came up with a very complicated answer question. Nope, very complex and inaccurate wording. I should say it's very particularly hellishly complicated. And this question came up. Asterisk 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 teacher to be invincible. Dense and half blackboards. This eye is blurred. Satellites? Space debris? You can get a piece of this. How did the teacher come up with this? Laura gets dizzy when she sees kinetic potential energy. I don't know them and they probably don't know me. I bet no one in the class will do it. Even the super school bully Qin Feng, who is always ranked first in the school, would have to fold when faced with this question. Hard, hard, hard. How hard can it be? Instantly, the class gasped. Almost no one could read it, let alone have a thought, including Qin Yuma, Bai Engying, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others. To this, physics teacher Xia Hongwei just smiled slightly. Ha! Some people actually think that he has no difficulty with the questions? You're too much of a drifter, aren't you? Or am I losing my grip on the knife? What a joke. If he didn't show his hand today and make some people beg for mercy, others would really think that he didn't have 3 eyes. Just the question above. Not to mention these ordinary students. Even he himself couldn't do it for a moment without reading the lesson plan. He just doesn't believe it. This time, Gangnam can still handle it. Only a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes, and he said towards Jungnan on the stage, here's the chalk, come up here and solve it. As long as you can solve it by the end of the class, it's considered that you're really good. Ha! Solve it before class? Dream on. I don't even dare to come up here. This was the inner thoughts of the physics teacher at the moment. But, with its words, Jiangnan, however, shook his head. Such a simple question. There is no need to solve it until the end of class. Having half a minute is enough. Having said that, he then stepped up to the podium. Take the chalk. Squeak wrote quickly. Solution 1. The first question. According to gravity and Newton's laws there is total energy mv/mw2 equals me plus nm v, because Rmin equals 3347 kmvr, 10. So the conjunction is going to end up hitting the sky side. Second question. Cos b equals minus 0, 7807, 18. 0 is equal to 141, 32 degrees, 19. This is at 51, 32 degrees north latitude. Solution 2. Half a minute? No. Half a minute of farting around. It's estimated to be only 20 seconds. Jungnan then wrote the answer, not to mention that he didn't even use one solution, but two. That action. It was really a 1-2 punch. Smooth and unseparated, like flowing clouds in water, and the crowd was dazzled by it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Slot. Finally, in front of all the students, the physics teacher Xia Hongwei couldn't help it, and directly burst into foul language. Nima. He had been so shocked by the scene that he didn't know what words to use to describe his inner thoughts at the moment. The only thing is non-stop. Even he does. The students at the bottom got even more so. One's face can be quite wonderful, just because they can't even read the answers. It's practically tadpole writing. God's book. Demon. Put away your magical powers. The other side. Jungnan ignored the crowd's shock. After the last word was written, the tip of the chalk was thrown away, but it landed with perfect accuracy into the chalk box. That action. Not to be outdone, clapping ensued. Step off the podium and return to your seat. For a while, seeing that the crowd didn't react, including the physics teacher who froze on the stage, Jungnan had to speak out and remind, Teacher, I'm done with the questions. Can you see if the process and answers are correct? Ah, well, I'll take a look at it. Hearing this, Xia Hongwei finally came back to his senses, and then immediately flipped out the lesson plan to compare it with the blackboard. That's not a good comparison. A comparison. The hairs on his body were standing on end. The whole thing is going to be silly, just because. The answer is 100% correct first. Gangnam's solution to the problem. Surprisingly, it's more concise and succinct than the lesson plan, especially the second solution. It's not in the lesson plan either. Could it be that Gangnam came up with the new solution himself? It's just absolutely brilliant. Awesome. Good. Yes. It was Xia Hongwei who slapped his thighs and shouted out. At the moment, he's so excited beyond words. It's like sizable cuteness. Like, he would never underestimate Jungnan again. On the contrary, when he looked at Jungnan again, his eyes burned with a blazing fire, as if he had seen a rare treasure. If not for the fact that classes were still in session, he would have wanted to directly drag Jungnan, find his homeroom teacher, and go to the head of the physics team. In response, Jungnan was unconcerned and only asked in a cloudy manner, Teacher, do you still want to ask questions? A question? Come up with a bull asterisk question. This has been Xia Hongwei's killer, and yet, it didn't even bother Gangnam at all. What's the point of having another question? So, Xia Hongwei directly waved his hand. Not out. So is it okay if I don't turn in my homework? It's okay, you don't even have to pay in the future. What about me sleeping in class? You can sleep all you want. Chapter 15, The First Lottery. And the result is this? No homework to hand in? Sleeping through class? It actually came out of the mouth of Xia Hongwei, the always stereotypically serious and meticulous physics teacher? Simply, it's incredible. Class, hashtag Yuan. There was one in the room. All of them were stunned, their heads spinning. But, think about Jungnan's heaven-defying performance just now, and everyone was relieved. On the physics course, Jungnan could no longer be described as a school bully, but should use the word school god. For such people, physics homework is indeed too trivial to do. The same is true of physics classes. It's not useful to listen to them. It's normal to sleep on them, and it lowers the psychological pressure on the crowd. Otherwise, the congregation has to be trembling in class. After all, listening to lectures with such great minds, that's not a normal mountain of pressure. A god of learning, an absolute god of learning. If you don't make a sound, it's a shocking sound, worthy of the name of the southern god, truly a model for my generation. A paragon, 66,666. Sure, some people are happy and some people are sad. For those students who had befriended Jiangnan, such as Fatty Wang, they naturally smiled like flowers, and there's Whiting Ing, eyes were narrowed to slits. Inside, I couldn't stop how pleased I was. If not for the fact that class was still in session, she couldn't help but hold Jiangnan's head and warble a few times on his face. But, for Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Huang Sihai and these people, the bottom of his heart was sour and bitter. There was jealousy, resentment, and helplessness. It varies. On the other hand, as the class president who took learning as a meal, Qin Yuma's mentality was again different from the crowd. She was both admiring and resentful of Jiangnan, the two thoughts mixing and eventually turning into a flame, the bearish kind. It's not jealousy, nor is it anger. Rather, I want to try to match the sky with the sky. Jiangnan, you're very powerful, but I won't be bad either. It won't be long before I catch up with you. Qin Yuma squeezed her pink fists and secretly told herself, ahem. Well, get on with the lesson. Jiangnan is free to rest. The rest of the students should be more serious and learn more from Jiangnan. With a light cough from physics teacher Xia Hongwei, the class finally got back on track. But, the lesson was destined to be tasteless. It was really hard for the crowd to calm down. But, that didn't stop Gangnam from sleeping, being the culprit. Jiangnan's classmates just sat down, then lay down on the table and huffed and puffed, which can be said to be not at all ambiguous. See this? Xia Hongwei pretended not to see it. The many students, however, had a complicated look on their faces. Learning from Gangnam? How do I learn? They hadn't even watched Jiangnan listen carefully to the class, either sleeping or secretly playing games too. Results available. People's physics levels are going against the grain, and their newbie hacks? Hey, sad. It's too much to say. It's really a man with no words to say. The hustle and bustle is over for now. Although Jiangnan was sleeping on the table, he did not fall asleep immediately, but checked the system in his mind. A surprise math test in the morning. With a control score of 90 on the passing line, he could be said to have accurately completed the system's tasks and would surely be rewarded. Just, the last math class was made apprehensive by Chao Tianyuan, and after that it was delayed again and again by the crowd, causing him to forget to collect. Until now, he just remembered. Blame it on the weak presence of the dog system. Open the system. Ding. Super Invincible Learning Magic Control Subsystem. Host, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Math, 9th grade. Foreign language, 9th grade. Physical, level 9. Chemistry, 9th grade. Creature, level 9. Skill, superb memory and perception. Effect, 1 eye, never forget. Site 1. Side effect, the user needs to consume mental energy, which needs to be replenished by sleep. Physique, 33, 24 for normal people. Points, 0. Current number of draws available, 0. Ding. Congratulations to the host, accurately completing the passing score for the math surprise test. This score control rewards +1 physical fitness, +1 math foundation, +1 math potential, and +100 points. There are many rewards, but Jiangnan was calm about it. After all, what was expected? There are similar rewards, and a long list of them, for whichever exams are completed with precise score control. However, for Gangnam now, and it didn't help, it's just better than nothing. Along with math, he had reached the perfect 9th grade, which was unassailable at the high school level. So, like math fundamentals, potential, whatever, it's the icing on the cake. It really doesn't make much sense. Physical quality +1 is fine. After all, the body is the salty, struggle of the capital. Only the side effects are there. Jiangnan had recently improved his physical quality too quickly, resulting in an insufficient supply of energy and necessitating a large amount of food. So much so, he is expected to go further and further in the Big Appetite King, food god together. In fact, what concerned Jiangnan the most was still the 100 points. Finally, he's got extra points. Looks like it could be used for a raffle? Update data. Ding. System panel update in progress. Ding. Update complete. Data below. Super Invincible Learning Magic Control Subsystem. Host name, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Math, 9th grade. Foreign language, 9th grade. Skill, super memory and perception. Physique, 34, 24 for normal people. Points, 100. Current number of draws available, 1. Ding. The system has detected that there are extra points for 1 draw. Asking the host if he wants to draw now? Ding. Asking again if we are drawing now? Ding. Are you smoking or not? Gangnam? Nima. Why is the system still in a hurry? I've never drawn a prize before, and my reaction was half a beat slower. It's true that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. Forget it. Being together for so long, and I'm done with you. Smoke it for me. Ding. Lucky roulette. The lottery begins. Under a slightly resentful beeping tone, A 10-colored grand carousel spun rapidly in Jiang Nan's mind. That moment, Jiang Nan was still quite excited in his heart. After all, he'd been wanting to draw for a long time, but it was hard to hold back for so long. Sheesh, the system of patience is in a hurry? Nature. His heart was full of anticipation, and he didn't know what kind of goodies he could get from his first draw. Is it a mansion and villa, a sports car and cruise ship, an airplane and rocket, or a large sum of money and tickets? Words. He's not too interested in that at the moment. If only there was something a little more special. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth, who was lying on the table pretending to sleep, subconsciously raised a nice smile. But, next, his face was then so dark it could have dripped. Just because. System alert, ding. Thanks for the patronage. Gong Nam. Chapter 16 Not smoking is winning the lottery? Thank you for your patronage? What's that supposed to mean? You didn't get anything? Nima. Pit. This is just a giant pit. Jiang Nan had endured for so long. It was so hard to get all the disciplines, up to a perfect 9, that there were extra points to use for the raffle. Results available. Just this. Grass. Jiang Nan couldn't help but burst out. Really, as great as hope is, so great is disappointment. This is more frustrating and annoying than watching a small movie for the first time only to have the power go out and the internet cut off suddenly. That moment, Jiang Nan couldn't wait to take the system out and beat it violently, or the kind that dealt a million times more damage and didn't return blood. If he's right, this was definitely the system deliberately taking revenge on itself. Wasn't he just reacting half a beat slower? As well as occasionally forgetting about the existence of the system, as well as having meticulously not used his points to open the lottery function for nearly a year? How dare you retaliate against yourself? I can't believe I didn't get anything? Believe it or not, I'll never draw a raffle again. System, #UN% $. Ding. In view of the host's first draw, the system is giving a special chance to draw a prize. May I ask if you will draw a prize immediately? Just as Jiang Nan was having an inner seizure and was speechless and spitting, the system beep actually sounded again. Gong Nam? What? Sweepstakes and a giveaway? Also, is it making up for yourself? Ding. Asking again if we're drawing? Smoke. Of course you do. It's if you don't. Jiang Nan roared furiously at the system in his head. Free. Who wouldn't smoke for nothing? Ding. Lucky roulette. The lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations on winning the lottery and obtaining a Yenling fruit. It has been deposited into the system item bar. Please check it out. Host. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Math, 9th grade. Foreign language, 9th grade. Skill, super memory and perception. Physique, 34/24 for normal people. Points, 0. Current number of draws available, 0. Item bar, face spirit fruit +1, function, improve appearance after taking it, so that one's face value will be increased 10 times from the original base, reaching the point of flawlessness and aura. Jiang Nan was of course the first to check, only to see that the system panel was different from before. There was an additional item bar, and the item bar displayed 1 yen lingua. Then, Gong Nam? A little confused. He had said before that he wasn't interested in mansions and villas, sports cars and cruise ships and money and whatnot for the time being. After all, those he will have sooner or later. So, he was hoping to draw something special. But what the hell is this yen lingua? Enhance the value of your face tenfold? Look at the roll. Powerful and special indeed. Available at. He doesn't seem to be able to use it. After all, he is quite satisfied with his own face value, although not handsome out of the sky, but also on the upper level, is the class 4 class grass. Otherwise, no one else would call him Nanshin, but if you raise the face value 10 times more, then it is estimated that people will explode when they see it. By then, can he still keep a low profile? Or is it, this dog system just does it on purpose? Must you disturb your peaceful life? Nope, it seems he can't be calm anymore. The low profile points control is likely to be known, and with his previous performance, he's probably going to be on fire. So, it's okay to get your face up a bit? Aha! It should be fine. Hey! The corners of Jiang Nan's mouth flashed with an arc. But, he did not take out the yen spirit fruit and take it on the spot. After all, this is still a class. Not to mention, he also didn't want to scare people all at once. Wait till you get home tonight. Jingle bells. Well, that's it for today's lesson. The bell rang. With the physics teacher Xia Hongwei's order, this physics class is over. Phew, class is finally over. It's depressing. Physics is just too hard. It's especially brain-burning, not to mention that I can't understand a lot of it and I don't know what to do about the college entrance exams. Hey, cool. I really don't know how Gangnam learned. Forget it, don't think about it. School's out. Suppressed for 45 minutes. It was hard to make it to the end of class, and most of the students breathed a long sigh of relief and then scattered in all directions. But, physics teacher Xia Hongwei, however, didn't immediately pack up and leave. but instead burned a glance toward Jiangnan. It seems that, want to have a conversation? But, seeing that Jiangnan was still huffing and puffing, he didn't bother. He just instructed a few words towards Zhang Hao, the physics class representative, and left with a big stride. As for Zhang Hao, after hearing Xia Hongwei's explanation, his face suddenly changed and he secretly screamed in his heart. Looking at the sleeping Gangnam, its fists tightened, and its heart was very torn. Until 10 minutes had passed. Third period is almost at the beginning. He stumbled over to Jiangnan and tapped twice on the table. That Jiangnan student, are you awake? Chapter 17, I thought it was bronze, but it's just scrap metal? Jiangnan raised his head and woke up. In fact, he woke up as soon as Zhang Hao approached. Don't look at him sleeping, but thanks to his enhanced physique, he was very sensitive to the changes in his surroundings. But, he hadn't even opened his mouth. Fatty Wang, who was next to him, then droned at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, what? Are you trying to pick a fight with the southern god again? No, not what? Fatty Wang came over a big face, staring dead at Zhang Hao. I have long seen that you are not a good thing. Before taking the homework to make things difficult for the southern god failed, and now you want to find what reason? You? Fatty Wang's temperament did not diminish. Remember in class, you said that as long as there really is a colorless bear in the world, you will eat the table raw. Now it's just right to come. Hurry up and cash it in. The words were spoken. Fatty Wang pointed to his desk. It didn't give Zhang Hao a chance to argue at all. To this, Zhang Hao instantly reddened his face, as if he were dripping blood. Say, Fatty Wang, you're wrong. When did Zhang Hao say he wanted to eat the table raw? Exactly. He didn't say that at all. Besides, Zhang Hao is looking for Jiangnan. It's none of your business. What are you doing here pointing fingers? What a salty carrot. Suddenly, someone disliked Fatty Wang. Those were the ones who had been helping out Zhang Hao with Suyu before. A few of the class pricks, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. Although the first two are considered schoolboys, those in the back are uneducated pricks. Not all the way at all. However, the same jealousy of Gangnam brought them together before, so they became an alliance of attackers and defenders. Seeing Zhang Hao defeated and unable to get off the stage, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan naturally had to come over and stand. It's not just the two of them, even Suyu touched over and hid in the back. 4-1. Fatty Wang instantly fell behind. After all, a high school student? Whoever has more people is more powerful, isn't he? Sure, there's a lot of people over here. 2. Huang Xihai Hu Dajuan, you guys are trying to bully again? Seeing that Fatty Wang was undefeated, Bai Ying at the next table let out a furious cry and immediately wanted to come over to help. However, it was stopped by Gangnam. Joke, being a man, it was fine to let his own brother stand up for him, but how could Jiang Nan let a woman stand up for him as well? Zhang Hao, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan, and Su Yu, are you guys really going to fight me? The whole class should have heard Zhang Hao's comment about eating the table raw earlier, so you guys can't rely on it even if you want to. I was thinking of letting it go. After all, we're all classmates. But you guys still want to mess with me. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Either that or get the hell away. Otherwise, I don't mind having a good time with you guys. The words were spoken. A stern look swept past Jiang Nan. A couple of hairless brats. He hadn't wanted to count. Results available. Does the other side have to pick a fight over and over again? Then don't blame him for not being martial and descending to strike. Not to say 1,000 kinds of means, but 30 or 50 kinds can still be taken out casually. We'll let these people eat and go. Oh no. Maybe none of them? One look alone is too much for these people. The moment Jiang Nan's gaze swept in, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, two people, immediately feel like being pricked by a needle. Scalp a burst of numbness, panic. As for Su Yu in the back, he directly wilted. How similar is it to the scene before physics class? Would have thought these guys were bronze. It's really nothing more than scrap metal. It's just a bluffing battlefield scum. But, groundbreaking. Zhang Hao in the front is still strong, but he didn't dare to meet Jiang Nan's eyes. Instead, he waved his hand repeatedly and stammered. That Jiang Nan student, you have misunderstood. Everyone has misunderstood. I'm not here to cause trouble, but I'm here to tell you that your physics teacher wants you to come to his office after school. Also, and, before that it was, my bad, I'm here to apologize to you. The words were spoken. Zhang Hao gave Jiang Nan a bow, the 90-degree kind. Swish, swish, swish. See this scene. The neighborhood froze. The scene reverses too quickly. It's really hard to react. Wasn't Zhang Hao jealous and hated Jiang Nan before, and made things difficult for Jiang Nan with his homework? How? Suddenly apologizing to Gangnam? Not to mention the neighborhood eaters. Even Jiang Nan, the person in question, didn't understand Zhang Hao's tawdry maneuver for a moment. He was just about ready to freak out, and it turned out to be like a punch in the air. Jiang Nan, I admit that you're very good at physics, but I won't be any worse. I'll definitely catch up with you. Didn't wait for the crowd to react. Zhang Hao, who had just bowed and apologized, gave another scathing remark towards Zhang Nan, then immediately ran back to his position. Only left Huan Sihai and Hu Dajuan too, with the size of the cute, froze there, their faces reddening and burning. Indeed, those are two sizable cuties. They thought that Zhang Hao was trying to find trouble with Zhang Nan, so they rushed over to help cheer. Results available. But Zhang Hao gave Zhang Nan a low blow? This is tantamount to slapping them hard in public. Ouch. It hurts. Chapter 18. What? 100 control points. Has the system changed? It's hard for a schoolboy to understand the thinking of a schoolboy, and vice versa. Anyway, that moment. Huan Sihai and Hu Dajuan are two clowns who are alive and well, or the kind who are ridiculed by the whole class. Suffocating? Anger? Not happy? All sorts of emotions. But in addition to cursing in his heart, not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates, there's nothing they can do about it. We can't go and arrest Zhang Hao and beat him violently, can we? Or do you want to fight with Gangnam? It is possible to beat Zhang Hao, but it does not make much sense. As for the fight with Jiang Nan, not to mention, it is really a little scared. Though they hated Jiang Nan with a gnashing of teeth just because they were not used to seeing him make a big splash. But Jiang Nan was tall, not to mention that one stern look alone made them feel the pressure. Jingle bells. Luckily, that's when the bell rang. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief and followed the donkey down the slope, hurriedly running back to their positions. But before leaving, they glared fiercely at Jiang Nan, seemingly in defiance. Kid, you wait, this is not finished, we will never stop, sooner or later to get you. The threat was overflowing. To this, both Fatty Wang and Bai Ying felt exasperated. However, Jiang Nan, was indifferent and only turned back to comfort his two good friends for a few moments before going back to sleep. They are just too strong and weak, but always like to make trouble and cause trouble. It is not yet on his mind. For him, sleep is the #1 priority. After all, he possesses superb memory and comprehension, and can learn 1,000 times more efficiently than an ordinary person at a glance, without forgetting, and by example, as if he were a relentless robot. But, the side effect is an extreme drain on mental energy, and mental energy needs to be replenished by sleep. Although now that he was fully leveled, he basically didn't consume much mental energy, but the habit of going to sleep right after class was unconsciously cultivated, and he couldn't change it for a while. Hey, it's hard to take off your sleeper hat. Pathetic. In the meantime, the third class of the afternoon began. It's a foreign language class. Foreign language classes are definitely the most ed up of all subjects for students who are about to take high school exams. What will be will be. Sozi, what you don't know, you don't know. It's like listening to a book. So, the classroom can be very clear-cut, such as Qin Yuma. These schoolboys listened carefully, but more students were lethargic. There were also a few bold students who ducked down to score points and output. To this, the foreign language teacher knows this too, and there's nothing to be done about it. She had said what she needed to say a long time ago. Even her mouth was dry, but it didn't have much effect. The only thing she could do was to acquiesce. So, Zhang Nan huffed and puffed until class ended. The foreign language teacher didn't look at him much either. Soon, end of foreign language classes, and the teacher just left on the front foot. The class became keener on the back foot, just because. Next class is their favorite, sports, and after gym class. And then I'll be able to go home from school. Nan Keen, don't sleep, go to gym class. Jiang Nan had wanted to sleep until he woke up naturally, but it was violently ruined by Fatty Wang's loud voice. There's no way around it. All he could do was yawn and go downstairs resentfully. River City in March. Spring breeze and warm. It was a rare sunny day, but it wasn't sunny, but warm and very comfortable. Can be perfect weather for gym class. A group of magnificent high school students, wearing blue and white school uniforms, under the supervision of physical education teacher Wang Darren, first trotted a few laps in the basketball court as an early warm-up. Subsequently, Wang Darren whistled for the crowd to gather. Students, you're getting closer to the college entrance exams, and while there are still physical education classes after that, you're not expected to have many opportunities to come to the playground, so we're doing a physical today. Phew, hush. At that, there was a sigh of relief. Not so much because of the physical tests. Rather, it's because I can't come out to play in future gym classes. It's pathetic, but there are also people who are bitterly happy, only to see Fatty Wang raise his hand and say, "Teacher, can we play freely after the test?" What? It's only just class and you're thinking about playing ball. Could it be that you're holding back too much bitterness on weekdays? Wang Darren joked. Bitter indeed. Haven't touched a ball in ages. Classes are getting heavier now, and by the time we get off class and come to the course, the field is long gone. There was no chance of touching the ball. Poor. The crowd spoke up. By the looks of it, I've been hungry and thirsty for a long time and I can't hold it down. Alright, Wang Darren smiled and nodded. Playing is fine, but only if the physical test gives me a pass. The first event is pull-ups for the boys, 9 counts as a pass, and sit-ups for the girls, 25 counts as a pass. The second item is 1000 meters endurance run for boys, 4 minutes and 35 seconds counts as a pass, 800 meters for girls, 4 minutes and 36 seconds counts as a pass. Now men and women will be tested separately. I'll count the, not much to say next, pull-ups for pull-ups, sit-ups for sit-ups. Most people still don't have much trouble passing after putting their best foot forward, with the exception of only a few students. Of course, it's impossible to get them to take much better grades. It's basically between pass and good. On the contrary, Huang Xihai and Wang Dajuan both did 17 and got an excellent score of 95, which drew a lot of gasps, though they're battle-hardened academically, but physically, and yet, it's not the average person. And then there's Wang Kaixin Wang Fatty. This guy was called fat, but in fact is not fat, but should be said to be strong, and its physical fitness is also good. Did 16 pull-ups, got 90 points excellent. But, it was Gangnam's turn. Instead, a system beep suddenly sounded in its head. For this physical test, please obtain 100 points. Gangnam. What? Score control on physical tests too? This is the first time since acquiring the system. But that's not the point. The point is that the system lets him get 100 points? That's a perfect score. According to other exams in the past, don't control scores always pass the line and keep themselves low? And now, and yet you want to make yourself a hit? Murphy, the system is denatured? Or did you get the wrong script? Chapter 19, Betting on a 1000-meter run. Who loses and who kneels? Not that Gangnam couldn't get 100 points. After all, it's just 18 pull-ups. How much is this? Quite a lot for the average person. Previously, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan held their red faces and did 17, both of which caused many students in the neighborhood to marvel. But, for Gangnam, don't say 18. Even doubling it would not be a big problem. Just, he really doesn't want to be too out of the limelight. But this system is, hey, it's too much to say. Dog system, you've changed. Jiang Nan secretly spat out a sentence in his heart. Ding, please do not insult this system, or the system will strike back appropriately. Gangnam, it's a masterpiece. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Jiang Nan immediately put away his inner dissatisfaction. Words. Since the system had issued a quest, there would definitely be a reward afterwards, or at least points. Jiang Nan wasn't greedy for these point rewards. He was just giving himself an excuse to take a perfect score for no reason. Hashtag UN percent hashtag. See only. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17. It's fast, it doesn't stop at all. It can be a 1-2 punch, not to mention the movement is spot on. Original. At the start of the physical test in Gangnam, not too many people are paying attention. After all, Jiang Nan is not Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan kind of sports specialty students. Do not look at him tall and big, but pull-ups this thing, not long-term training simply cannot do much. But, when Gangnam did 17 in one breath, there's just a lot of people watching. Then, 18, do it and call it a day. Jiang Nan released the bar to land. His face is not red, not gasping for breath, cannot say the cloud of lightness. Whoa, the southern god is awesome. To actually do 18 in one breath, more than both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, the two sports specialists? That's the only perfect score in the class, right? It's going against the grain. It seems that not only is he a god of learning, but his physical fitness, too, is very comparable to anyone else's. Awesome class. What a way to look away in the past. Don't know the true face of Lu Shan. 66,666. Instantly, everyone in the neighborhood was shocked. What the hell is going on today? Jiang Nan, who was always mediocre on a regular basis, was fine with showing unbelievable strength in math and physics, but now he was also crushing the class in sports? It's just too incredible. It's not just the boys in the room. Even the girls over there who were doing sit-ups were casting colorful gazes towards Jiang Nan, including Bai Yingying, Qin Yuma and the others. To this, the male students have a count of 1, all mixed feelings in their hearts. Aggrieved. What's wrong with you? Jiang Nan in the past handsome look is not even, and now is a school god one. The physique is also so strong. This is the rhythm of Nanjing turning into a male god in seconds. Sour. Even Fatty Wang, who was such a good friend of Jiang Nan, saw this scene with a batch of acid and a solid heart. Sure, it wasn't him who was the most solid. Instead, it was the two of them, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. They had just done 17 pull-ups and were springing for a big show in front of the crowd, but immediately after, it was then mercilessly crushed by Jiang Nan, stealing all the limelight. It's such a naked slap in the face. If this can be tolerated, Grandma can tolerate, grandpa can't tolerate it either, so I have to fight today. On this side, Fatty Wang was riding on Jiang Nan's shoulder and preparing to congratulate him. Over there, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan walked over in a conspiratorial manner. Jiang Nan, you're very bullish now. Not bad. Jiang Nan swept his eyes lightly and said in a faint voice, what do you want again? Speak up if you have something to say, and let go if you have an ass. For these two, naturally, he would not be in a good mood. It would have been an 8-way tie. Usually they don't have much to deal with, but today they're picking fights over and over again, and this time it's definitely not good. That's true. Only to see Huang Sihai's face twitching as he snapped, Jiang Nan, I see that you're in good physical condition. Pull-ups can actually surpass me and Dajuan, so I guess long-distance running isn't bad either. Isn't there another 1,000 meters later? Do you have the guts to compete with me in Big June? Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan, you guys are dogskin plasters, right? Finding nothing to do all day to disgust people? Without waiting for Jiang Nan to reply, Fatty Wang cursed in a bad humor. Fatty Wang, this is none of your business. Get lost. Huang Sihai directly disliked it. Hu Dajuan is even more God's complimentary knife. You are not Jiang Nan's dog. Do you need to defend him so? You guys. At those words, Fatty Wang's lungs exploded with anger. To this, Jiang Nan's brows furrowed as he similarly moved in anger. The two of them, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, were really as annoying as they could be. It's not enough to pick on yourself, but to scold your own brother? It's a death wish. Today say maybe. He was going to teach these two a lesson. Let these two people learn a lesson, and in the future, don't hang around in front of them and make a mess of things. Huang Sihai, since you guys want to compete, let's do it. Tell us the rules. How is the competition? The method of comparison is very simple. Just see who runs fast. Seeing Jiang Nan agree, Hu Dajuan immediately spoke. Huang Sihai was afraid that Jiang Nan would back out, and hastened to add, Jiang Nan, we won't bully you either. As long as you can beat one of the two of us, it'll be counted as a win for you. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. It's just a run, isn't it? Who's afraid of who? With his own physique, wouldn't crushing Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan be like playing with two chicks to death? But, when Fatty Wang beside him heard this, he immediately became anxious. Nanshan, you must not compare yourself to them. Don't forget, they're both gym students and on the varsity track team, the best at running. They've taken places in the school games both years, both in the sprints and the long-distance running. Fatty Wang was worried. Although Gangnam was amazing at pull-ups, but it has nothing to do with running. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, however, are experts in this area, and Fatty Wang does not believe that Jiang Nan can win. Nature, he's going to stop it with all his might. However, Jiang Nan, however, shook his head. Fatty, don't worry, with these two crooked people, I can definitely win. Nangami, are you out of your mind? Fatty Wang instantly widened his eyes. I'm not crazy. Jiang Nan spoke indifferently. These two are just like dogskin plasters. I just want to teach them a lesson. Ha, that's quite a mouthful. A hint of sternness flashed in Huang Sihai's eyes. Since you're so confident, why don't we have some bets? If you lose, how about kneeling down to me in front of the whole class and admitting you can't do it? Fatty Wang couldn't help himself and roared out. Huang Sihai, we are all classmates. Don't go too far. Fatty, calm down. Jiang Nan patted Fatty Wang's shoulder to keep him calm, then glanced at Huang Sihai. This bet is fine. Only, what if you lose? Joke, how can we lose? Hu Dajuan held his head high with remarkable confidence. And what if we lose? Jiang Nan's eyes carried a hint of meaning. If we lose, again, kneeling to you in public and admitting we can't is. Huang Sihai sneered and promised. Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 20. How could he follow me? Everyone can hear you, ha. Jiang Nan made the bet with us voluntarily. No one forced him, and when he loses later, you all have to come as witnesses. Huang Sihai had just reached an agreement with Jiang Nan, so he immediately greeted the four parties of students and spoke out the bet. The reason why? It's to try to shoot the matter down and characterize it once and for all. Prevent Gangnam from denying it. After all, he hadn't suffered a lot in front of Jiang Nan today, and this time he would definitely defeat Jiang Nan and humiliate him severely. That's right. Everyone come and bear witness. Ha ha ha. Hu Dajuan immediately echoed Huang Sihai's words. Both had smiles of remarkable confidence and triumph on their faces, just short of jubilation. Ha! 3 years of high school. They are not good at studying and are the class hangers-on, but in terms of physical fitness, they are the kings of the class. Even, it's in the top few in the whole school, especially the running one. They have won first and second place in the school sports every year, positively so. That's how they become athletic specialists. And Gangnam, don't look at him, but he has never participated in sports in the past and has never been heard of as a great runner. So, they're not in the same league at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is the Southern God crazy? He actually dares to compete with Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan in running? You know, before Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan in the school games, 1,000 meters can run into 3 minutes to come. With the cheetah as far as we do not know how much. Quite a descending blow. That's not a fair game. The southern god is probably going to be abused and make a fool of himself. Pity. The surrounding good people were talking, basically not favoring Jiang Nan and even pointing their fingers towards him. After all, the facts are right in front of us. The other side. Bai Yingying, who was measuring her sit-ups, heard this bet and immediately rolled over, rushing to Jiang Nan in a hurry. Jiang Nan, no, you can't bet with them. It would be fine if it was more than the others, like academic performance, but this running, you're never going to be a match for them. Finish in one sentence. She chided toward Fatty Wang again. Fatty, weren't you just with Jiang Nan? Why don't you advise? I tried to persuade, but I couldn't. Fatty Wang sighed and looked at Jiang Nan with a powerless face. Southern god, you were just too impulsive. How about, I'll go and soften up with Huang Xihai and the others for you and forget about it. It's better than losing later and being publicly humiliated. Fatty, hurry up. Bai Yingying hurriedly echoed Fatty Wang and said toward Jiang Nan, let's not compete before it starts. Fatty has a thick face, let him go to the top. Bai Yingying didn't want to see her good friend being publicly humiliated. As for Fatty Wang, it didn't matter. Aha, it's solid, hear that. Fatty Wang instantly suffered 10,000 points of damage, but, top for your own brother's sake. However, he was just about to move when Jiang Nan gave him a tug. Words, Fatty, Ying, what's the hurry you two? Don't worry, since I dare to bet with them, I'm naturally sure I can win. It's fine, but, Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying were worried. They didn't let Jiang Nan's words decompress them in the slightest. There's no buts, the bet was made anyway, so you guys just watch how I teach them a lesson. Jiang Nan smiled blandly, exuding a confident expression. Tigers don't make a difference. You really think he's a sick cat? Not to mention, the reason he agreed to the bet. In addition to teaching Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson, it was also because of the mission issued by the system. Previously the system had him with a body test control score of 100, but he had gotten 100 points on the first pull-up, and he didn't get a system bonus. Apparently, he also had to score 100 points in the second 1,000-meter run to complete the point control, though he didn't want to be in the limelight. But since the system had forced him to this point, then teaching Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson could only go with the flow. But he's considering, how many seconds do you have to run later so that it's not too shocking? Hey, it's a tough one. Never run too fast. Otherwise, it's not good to be famous again. At the same time, the matter of Huang Xihai Hu Dajuan's bet with Jiang Nan had been thoroughly spread by the former two's propaganda. The do-gooders were in a gloating mood, urging the gym teacher to hurry up with the second physical test. To this, Wang Darren also came to be interested. He did not stop the bet. After all, sports are athletic competitions. Betting is no big deal. Instead it promotes the love of sports, which has its drawbacks and benefits. As for that insulting bet, he, the teacher, stepped in afterward and mediated just fine. Okay, everyone gather around. The second part of the physical test is next. Boys 1,000 meters, pass in 4 minutes 35 seconds. Girls 800 meters, pass in 4 minutes 36 seconds. Boys first. Remember, safety first, friendship first, run each way later. No tripping up the others. Ready, start. With Wang Darren's command, the entire class of 35 boys, on the athletic field, then rushed out in a swarm. It's worth mentioning, there is a technique to the 1,000-meter run. The first lap of the track is a standard 400 meters. 1,000 meters is 2.5 laps, but the second lap of the runway was 407. 4 meters, the third lap was 414. 4 meters, and the further out you go, the more you get. Since everyone is on the same starting line, you must be the first to grab the inside lane on the first lap. It's a way to save yourself time and energy, but also to hinder your opponent and make them run more distance. And that was the case with Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. At the time of the stand, the two of them just stood dead center in the inner circle. So, as soon as it starts running, they then rode a double, bagging first and second place, leaving everyone else far behind. Ha, Jiang Nan, you're stupid. How dare you run against us in a race? Don't think you know what you're doing. Let's see how we'll crush you this time. If we don't go 20 seconds faster on you, we won't even be called the Extreme Speed Twins. Just wait until you kneel down and admit defeat. Ha 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 ha. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were filled with smugness inside. This bet is a sure win for them, not to mention the fact that their strength is here, just by the advantage of this beginning. Jiang Nan also has no hope anymore. But, just then, a slight gasp, vaguely coming from behind, fell into Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan's ears. Ha, who's this, to actually keep up with me and the army? That's something. Even though it's only the first lap and we've all only put out 8 points, we're still far ahead of those weak trash. Huang Sihai was inwardly puzzled. Hu Dajun also frowned. But they did not look back. After all, that would be a waste of time. They didn't glance backward out of the corner of their eyes until they crossed the 200-meter curve. But it's just as well they don't glance. This glimpse, immediately, he was taken aback. Nima, with that tall figure and handsome face, who could it be if not Jiang Nan, who was known as the Southern God? How is that possible? He actually followed me? Chapter 21. This is kneeling for me? Unbelievable. It's just incredible. The other boys in the class were left far behind by Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, but Jiang Nan actually kept up? This caused both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan to be startled, almost messing up their running pace. But they are, after all, professional sports students. After the shock, both of them hurriedly adjusted their breathing, glaring fiercely at Jiang Nan while gritting their teeth and speeding up their pace once again. Originally, the first lap they wanted to save their strength. It was only on the second lap that the full sprint was made. But it doesn't save now. Had to crush Gangnam into the dirt. Moment. Jiang Nan was once again thrown off. Ha! Garbage is garbage. Just now, if you could keep up, you must have exerted all your strength. Now we're going all out, so you can eat farts. Alas, how lonely is invincibility. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan both sneered in their hearts. But the laugh isn't over yet. Ha! How is that possible? He actually followed up again? As they crossed the 300-meter curve, out of the corner of their eyes, the figure of Gangnam suddenly appeared again? Once again, the two men were taken aback. Nima? How is that possible? Well, they're giving it their all, but Gangnam came closer with the naked eye? Even almost past them? No, never let him pass. Must work harder. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan both had a very tacit understanding, pouring all their strength into their legs. That image, it's like two wind turbines, swoosh forward. That moment, they just felt like they were going to go beyond their limits and break their past records, their blood boiling with excitement. At this point, it's really going to be unbeatable. That kid Jiang Nan definitely can't catch up with him. But they had not yet had time to rejoice. Hey, I said your speed is average, just like a snail. How dare you be arrogant in front of me with this? How about you guys work harder? Faster? I'm okay, keep up. Suddenly, a teasing word rang in the ears of Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan at the same time, coming from the mouth of Jiang Nan. Huang Sihai? Huda? Instantly, the two were wide-eyed and stunned. What did they hear? Gangnam is talking? Nima, it's a fast 1,000-meter run. It's in full swing. Jiang Nan actually still had the strength to talk to them, and it sounded like he wasn't even panting heavily? How is that possible? Cthulhu, the earth, you're not kidding us, are you? Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan don't believe in this evil, and once again added strength. Really, even the strength of the milk are used. Two people feel like they are going to fly. But Jiang Nan, however, was like a piece of cowhide candy, firmly sticking to them, unable to shake them off. As fast as they are, so is Gangnam. They are slow, and so is Gangnam. What's even more damning is that, as they went through another curve, Jiang Nan actually went directly alongside them, and the three of them synchronized. Armies, block him together. Suddenly, Huang Sihai's eyes glared, and with a strong breath, he issued an order to Hu Dajuan. Okay. Hu Dajuan nodded. Its face was also clouded. Needless to say, they couldn't run away, and instead they were preparing to play dirty tricks, attacking from the left and right, and tripping up Jiang Nan. Ha! No need for you to block. I'll just run away myself. In response, Jiang Nan just smiled coldly. As Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan approached, he ran out of the inner channel ahead of time and ran towards the outer channel. See this? Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were both relieved. This outer path is a lot longer than the inner path, especially since Jiang Nan ran directly in the 7th or 8th lap, which was equal to running more than 50 meters more than them. If it stays that way, Jiang Nan definitely consumed much more than them. However, they still haven't had time to be happy. He had already realized that although Jiang Nan was running on the outer road, his speed was not slow at all, and was even quite a bit faster. Whether it was a straight line, or a curve, Jiang Nan was not close to the inner path, yet he was still able to synchronize with them. They were all sweating profusely, panting, and feeling like their entire bodies were about to explode. But Jiang Nan was as plain as day? Apparently, that's still leaving a beat. Crazy. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were both going mad. Jiang Nan was deliberately teasing them. You can obviously run ahead, but you have to synchronize with them and make a few snide remarks every now and then? Sheesh, not a lot of damage, but the insults are immense. They had already overspent their physical strength and were supporting themselves with their inner unwillingness, and now they were being pushed around by Jiang Nan like this. Hu Dajuan immediately felt gasping for breath and nausea, dizziness, followed by blackness before his eyes, and fell directly forward. Dizzy? He straight up fainted, and with that lunge of his, it happened to trip Huang Zihai, who was in the same row as him. The latter instantly couldn't control his body either. The same fall, coming to a dog's ass not to mention, coincidentally kneeling in front of Gangnam? Wow, wow, wow. At this scene, there was a count of one in the athletic field, all wide-eyed and stunned. Even Gangnam, the party in question, did so. He had only watched Hu Dajuan fall and subconsciously stopped in his tracks, only to be greeted by Huang Zihai kneeling? Aha! That's too polite, isn't it? Didn't you say you'd kneel in public after the competition? What is it now? Admit defeat early? Chapter 22, If you hang out with Wang, you'll go to college. *******. The Southern God is awesome. It's not even if he can crush Suyu in math and Zhang Hao in physics, but he can also crush Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan in running? This is unbelievable. Just now, they all thought that Jiangnan was bound to lose and would be abused and make a fool of himself, but it turned out to be the opposite? No one would believe me if I said he wasn't a pig's foot. 66,666. Athletics. The many students of the senior class 4 all made continuous exclamations of surprise towards Jiangnan and secretly gave a thumbs up. Convinced. Thoroughly convinced. Including Suyu and Zhang Hao who were squeezed in the crowd. They were completely convinced by Jiangnan when it came to sports. As for Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan, they weren't here. After all, both fell at high speeds of motion. One of them even fainted on the spot. That's a lot of accidents. Although it is not a life-threatening, bone-breaking and tendon fracture, but the head is broken and bloody, bruised in many places is inevitable. As a gym teacher, Wang Darren took Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan to the school infirmary at the first opportunity. Nanjing. Awesome. Fatty Wang excitedly gave Jiangnan a punch and used the word awesome to express his admiration for Jiangnan. Originally, he thought that Jiangnan and Huang Zihai, Hu Dajuan bet, that is an egg against a stone, will lose. So, it was only earlier that he had objected strongly enough to stop it. Unstoppable and worried, but never expected. How could it end like this? Own brother. What a way to rise against the odds. The other side. Bai Yingying also looked at Jiangnan with adoring eyes, her eyes twinkling with little stars. Jiangnan, you're really great. This is the first time I've learned that you're so good at running. Words. She had thought she knew Gangnam well. She knew that Jiangnan was usually an ordinary and low-profile performer, but he was a good base with a lot of potential. But it's only now that I realize it. She doesn't know enough. Gangnam has not only potential, but also strength. Today was one of those days that shocked her and impressed her over and over again. That's a good base. There is only one word for it. Bull. Love it, love it. Just in this talking. Just sent Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan to the infirmary of the physical education teacher Wang Darren. And go and come back, not to mention that its footsteps are hurried. The face is somewhat heavy. See this. Jiangnan's heart thumped, and he hurriedly asked, Teacher, how about that Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan? Are they badly hurt? That said, it's not all on me. After all, it's not like I knew they were so bad at running that they all fell in front of me. But I didn't touch them. From the expression on Wang Darren's face, looks like things a little serious? To this, it was impossible for Jiangnan not to be nervous, although he wanted to teach Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson before, which was why he deliberately teased those two during the run. However, he really didn't want to maim his opponent to death. After all, they're all classmates. Can't have too much fun, can we? But fear not 10,000. Fear not. In case Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan have a long or short, that could be trouble. But, hearing Jiangnan's words, physical education teacher Wang Darren just laughed. Don't worry, Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan are both just slightly bruised. No big deal. But it's you kid who's quite something. You should know that Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan are both athletic specialists and are the top kind in the school. In the 1,000 meters, there have been a number of times where I've run under 3 minutes, and with a little more practice I might be able to make it to national level too. But you kid, actually finish them off straight away? Awesome indeed. I don't know how you practiced on a regular basis. I've been bringing you up for almost 3 years and I didn't even notice. Phew. Hearing that Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan didn't have much to do, Jiangnan's heart was immediately relieved and said, It's good that it's fine. It's good that it's fine. I'm afraid that they'll hiccup and look for trouble from me. As for this running, I just run blindly. I don't practice much on weekdays, so I can only be considered average. Average? No, it's not average anymore. Upon hearing this, Wang Darren immediately shook his head. Just now, I saw you running very easily, obviously leaving some energy left. If you go all out, running to 2 minutes and 40 seconds won't be a problem. You're usually like this without much practice. What if you had to train properly? You could say, you're definitely the best seed I've ever had as a student, and you won't have much of a problem at the national level as a whole in the future. In my opinion, you just don't take culture classes, just turn into a gym student and hang out with me. I'll make sure you kid goes to college." The words were spoken. Wang Darren wrapped an arm around Jiang Nan's shoulders, as if he was afraid that this precious lump would run away. Jiang Nan's expression stagnated slightly. Words, is he good? Maybe. After all, he had only used 60 or 70% of his strength before. But he didn't want to be a gym student. That teacher. Don't call me teacher, call me old one from now on. Wang Darren waved his hand with bravado and directly hooked shoulders with Jiang Nan as if he was an iron brother. Lao Wang. But don't what buts, you don't worry, have me to give you special training, plus you this gifted. Shanghai body yen body is not certain, but an adult body body is not run away. Without delay, I'll take you to your homeroom teacher right now and get the paperwork done that needs to be done. With those words, Wang Darren didn't care if Jiang Nan agreed or not, and directly dragged him away by force. By the looks of it, he's in a hurry. Nope, excited, I should say. After all, it is rare for him to meet such a good seedling, and from now on he will turn over his head to be the rhythm of the director. Only other students left behind, still standing there staring at each other. The gym teacher abducted Gangnam? What about them? Continuing physical testing? Or are you free to go? Chapter 23, the physics teacher Xia Hongwei on fire. Mr. Who? Tell you something, don't get too excited. Words. Your class Gangnam is something else. I've been teaching physics for so many years. I've never met a student with such talent and strength. He can definitely be called a legendary physics genius. A super learner. I'll take care of this student from now on, even if he doesn't do well in other subjects. With his current level of physics, he is fully capable of representing the school in the middle school physics competition. In fact, the preliminary rematch is not half the pressure on him, and in the final, if he performs well, he even has no problem taking a national first, and then he can completely add points to bail out even the top schools like Qingbei. It's not impossible. Office of the head teacher of class 4. There are 3 people sitting at the moment. One of them is class teacher Hui Fei, the second is math teacher Chao Tianyuan, and the third is physics teacher Xia Hongwei. And among them Xia Hongwei is dancing and spitting. Can be described as a completely non-stop rhythm. It's been held back too long. In the second afternoon physics class, when he discovered Jiang Nan, the physics genius, a blazing fire burned inside him. Only because he had classes, he held it back until now to come to Hui Fei to talk about it. He knows that Gangnam can't do well in other subjects, but that doesn't matter a bit. One trick pays off. With Jiang Nan's physics level, there is no need to take the college entrance examination and go directly to the path of competition guarantee. And ordinary a book are not considered, at least are handed over to the restoration of science, and even the kind of Qingbei. Sheesh, it's exciting to think about that scene. How long has it been since a student from Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School got into Qingbei? 5 years? 8 years? Or 10 years? For a long time anyway. The 3rd grade used to be pretty good, not to mention ranked first. It is also on a par with the 1st and 2nd middle schools, counting as a trio. That time, every year, the 3 middle schools can produce a lot of outstanding talents, and not a few of them have been admitted to Tsinghua University and North China. But these recent years, somehow, 3rd grade has been going downhill. Don't say Qingbei, not even a few of those who took the PTFE exam. It's gone down, it's really gone downhill. Jiangcheng 3 middle schools not only by the former rivals, a middle school and the 2nd middle school far away, but also by the 2 private Chuying and Lanpu beyond, only with 5, 6, 7 and 8 middle schools to compete for the top 5. Sheesh, what's the word for it? But now, Xia Hongwei will break the spell of no one can go to Tsinghua University, restarting the glory of the 3 schools. How could he not be thrilled and excited? He's thought it through. By all means let Jiang Nan go to the physics competition. As for the other subjects, they can be completely discarded. But, puzzling, he finished this impassioned speech. Hui Fei, who was Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, was not as surprised or excited as he had imagined. Not only Hui Fei, even Chao Tianyuan next to him was old and calm. To this, Xia Hongwei frowned and asked rhetorically, "What, Mr. Hu, could it be that you don't believe my words? Don't believe that Jiang Nan is really that powerful and think that I'm making this up? No, Mr. Xia, you're mistaken." Hui Fei smiled and waved her hand. "I definitely believe in your words. It's just that it's not very desirable for you to suggest that Jiang Nan give up other subjects and specialize in physics competitions. I think the physics competition Gangnam can be entered, but other subjects should not be abandoned after all." Mr. Hu, are you crazy? Not waiting for Hui Fei to finish her sentence, Xia Hongwei stood up and interrupted in a stern voice. "Jiang Nan is a physics genius, and it is the kind that is rare to see in 100 years. but in other subjects, he's average. So he has to put all his energy into physics and specialize in it, or it's a waste of talent. I've put my foot down, but you're going to distract him from his other classes? Is that how you teach? Is that how you serve as a classroom teacher? No wonder the school's reputation has been deteriorating in recent years, and there are fewer and fewer outstanding and top-notch students. Now it looks like there are fewer and fewer students who aren't excellent. Rather, it's that we can't find out, and even if we do, we're being held back by this pedagogical mindset of yours. If we don't let Jiangnan specialize in physics, you and I will both be the school's sinners. Sinners who destroyed a physics genius, deserving to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Unforgivable. Fire up. Xia Hongwei is really on fire. He was always known for being stereotypical and serious, and he didn't get angry easily, but when he did, he topped the Thunder battleship. Sheesh, that attack. There aren't really many people who can stand up to it. As the newly promoted homeroom teacher, Hui Fei instantly froze with her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open. Words. She has always been serious and dedicated in her teaching. How is it that the school has become a sinner? A sinner for destroying a physics genius who will be nailed to a pillar of shame. Why don't you let me finish my sentence? Ife who, hashtag $% hashtag. Pity. She couldn't even find a rebuttal. Although she was also a strong person, usually with a strong aura, and was privately called by her students as the 13th sister of Hungheng, the holy warrior, and even the life-snatching Demoness and the exterminator. But, compared to a veteran teacher like Xia Hongwei, she still got a bit of a gap. For a moment it was forced to mute and spew no bullets. Chao Tianyuan, who was also a senior teacher next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and smiled. Old Xie, mister, who didn't even finish his sentence. Why are you so angry? Not to mention, you shouldn't go to her if you're going to be angry. You should go to me, because long before you arrived, I'll just talk to Mr. Hu and Jiangnan will represent the school in next month's OU competition. So you're asking Jiangnan to give up other subjects and specialize in physics instead? I, Chao Tianyuan, am the first to say no. Old Chao, how come even you are old and confused? Jiangnan is a physics genius and must specialize in things. Hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, Xia Hongwei was furious and subconsciously was about to fire off a loud rebuke. However, I don't know what came to mind. His words came to an abrupt end before he could finish them. Then he asked rhetorically, Old Chao, what did you just say? You're going to let Jiangnan participate in the Olympic math competition? Chapter 24 Mr. Hu, tell you something, don't get too excited. That's right, Chao Tianyuan nodded and said with great certainty. At this point, teacher Hu has already promised. This, how could you? Xia Hongwei's eyes widened in surprise. Old Chao, Jiangnan is a physics genius, not a math genius. You're actually letting him participate in the Olympiad. Are you crazy? Realize that OU is harder than physics competitions. Of course, it's also more authoritative and has more gold. How many years has it been since anyone at the school went to the Olympiad? And then Chao Tianyuan tells Jiangnan to go? He was very skeptical. Is his own old friend old and confused? Do you want to refer it to a doctor for a visit? You're the one who's crazy. Chao Tianyuan blankly glanced at Xia Hongwei without any good humor. Who told you that Jiangnan is only physically powerful? To tell you the truth, he's not only a physics genius, he's a math genius, and he's not even bad at any of the other subjects. And, I'm still the first one to discover that he has this strength. Mr. Who is the second? And you can only rank third. How is this possible? Although I'm not Jiangnan's homeroom teacher and don't know too much about him, I do know that his grades in other subjects have always been average. It's only a middle level at best. How can he be a genius in physics and math and in other subjects? Wait, he wouldn't be. Suddenly, a very terrifying and unbelievable thought surfaced in Xia Hongwei's mind. Looks like, in the past, Gangnam's physics scores were also average. It was only today, in physics class, that he suddenly showed an anticlimactic strength that made him a hit. He hadn't thought much about it before, never realized until now. Physical stuff, but it's a gradual process. You can't become all-knowing all at once. So, the only explanation is, Gangnam has been playing pig in a poke in the past, and actually, he was good at physics a long time ago. Since the physics is so why not other subjects? You guessed it right. Jiangnan was deliberately hiding his strength in the past. Every test in every subject, he performed normally. His grades were at the passing line. In fact, he was controlling his scores. But actually, he's just super-schooled, and not just math, physics, but an all-around kind of thing, with math talent coming in first. Of course, without waiting for Xia Hongwei to get a clear picture, Chao Tianyuan concluded his guess with a single word and was pleased with himself. At those words, Xia Hongwei couldn't help but directly explode, almost even glaring out his eyes. Sure enough, it's true, that explains it. It all comes out. No wonder Jiangnan's physics scores were average before, but today he rose against the odds and hit the ground running. It turned out to be a deliberate concealment of strength, and even score control during the examination. This brain circuit is too damned amazing. Points control. That's legendary score control. He had once also heard that in certain powerful schools, there were students who were obviously very good, but did not want to be known, and deliberately controlled their scores during the exams. That kind of person. It's not a hit, it's a hit. Absolutely all good material for Clearfield North after the fact. But, he had never encountered it before. And now, he met, or even the students in his class. I really don't know whether to cry or to laugh. He was cheated so badly by that kid from Jiangnan in these 3 years. It's pathetic to think about. Thank you, Mr. C. Mr. C. You're actually dumbfounded at times? You criticized my old lady a while ago, but now you're just like a too little cutie. Now you're acting like a two-bit cutie. The other side. Huifei couldn't help but feel refreshed inwardly when she saw Xia Hongwei completely lose his temper. Even the veins in his neck were popping out. However, Xia Hongwei didn't know what came to his mind. And then suddenly his face was solemn as he looked at Chao Tianyuan and said in an unkind manner, "Old Chao, what did you just say? You said Jiangnan's math talent ranked first?" "That's right." Chao Tianyuan nodded with a smile. As Sagittarius Bull, the first person to discover Jiangnan's score control, he certainly thought that Jiangnan was the best at math. Not to mention, the morning's test scores are proof of that. OU simulation questions. Gangnam control score can get 90. Then if you go all out, what's the point? But, hear his words. Xia Hongwei instantly became angry and scolded Chao Tianyuan. "You're talking nonsense. Jiangnan is clearly the first in physics talent, and I've already verified it in class. This point is seen by all the students in class 4. You're the one who's talking nonsense. Jiangnan is the best at math. Physics at its best. Math. Physical." In a split second, the situation evolved in an unpredictable direction. Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, the two best friends, actually fought over arguing which subject Jiangnan was the most talented, rather like a big fight. To this, Huifei beside him looked dumbfounded. As for that, as Jiangnan's homeroom teacher and language teacher, how could I not know that Jiangnan had the strongest language talent? But the old lady didn't even ask. What are you two classroom teachers arguing about? But, that was just something she thought about in her mind. After all, just now, a single Xia Hongwei had made her unable to fight. She didn't want to fight two old curmudgeons at the same time. Instead, she also had to talk her way out of pulling the two apart. However, she was about to speak. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sharp knock sounded on the door. But before Huifei could agree, there was a thud. The office door was then violently pushed open, revealing the hooked-up figures of physical education teacher Wang Darren and Zhang Nan. Next, saw that Huifei was in her office. Physical education teacher Wang Darren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't care that Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei were there. Pointing at Jiangnan, "Teacher Hu, tell you something, don't get too excited." Chapter 25, who was really rat-faced and misguided. Don't get too excited? Huifei looked at Wang Darren suspiciously. "Teacher Wang, if I remember correctly, you should be giving our class a physical education lesson right now. Why are you here with me? And with Gangnam? Murphy, what did he do?" "No, Gangnam didn't commit a crime." Wang Darren shook his head back and forth, pulling Jiang Nan with him. "On the contrary, he's a good seedling I found. I brought him to you because I want you to do the paperwork for him and turn him into a sports student. And from today onwards, he'll be with me and won't be attending cultural classes in the future." Huifei, a few question marks over my head. I really don't know what kind of drama Darren Wang is pulling. Mr. Wang, are you kidding? With Jiangnan's sleeping godlike physique, he can be a gym student? Mr. Hu, I'm not kidding you. Wang Darren's face was solemn, and he said with extreme seriousness, "On today's physical test, Jiangnan easily won over Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, the two physical education students, in the 1,000-meter run. If he gives it his all, running 2:40 won't be a problem, and if he trains a bit more, he's at least 90% sure he'll be able to run the whole national level. Do you know what that means? By then, he'll be on Cheng Tian Etsy casually, and if he wins some more awards, he'll be on Hadian Yen Tian, etc." Wait a minute. Huifei opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, "Mr. Wang, is Jiangnan really that good in sports?" "Correction. It's not very impressive. It's very impressive. He's got a very good base, arguably even the best physique of any student I've ever had." Wang Darren's serious neck veins popped out as he said these words. To this, Huifei had to believe it even if she couldn't believe it anymore, and couldn't help but look at Jiangnan. "You, Wang Darren, teacher Hu, let's cut the small talk short. Just hurry up and go through the process of formalities for Jiangnan. In the future, if he follows me, I'll make sure he goes to college, so you don't have to worry about it. Ha, Mr. Wang can be really loud. How dare you let Jiangnan follow you? Wouldn't that be a waste of talent and a mistake? Hearing Wang Daren's words, without waiting for Hui Fei to take a stand, someone next to him couldn't help but speak out. It's physics teacher Xia Hongwei. Originally, he had wanted to argue with math teacher Chao Tianyuan about Jiangnan's strongest talent and fight to win or lose. Results available. It was interrupted by Wang Daren. You say it's okay for you to interrupt my argument, but you're going to turn my most valued student into a gym student? This is really, if you can tolerate it, you can't. The rhythm that grandma can endure and grandpa can't. At the same time, math teacher Chao Tianyuan also snorted at Wang Daren. Teacher Wang, what do you want Jiangnan to do with you? Starve for 9 meals in 3 days and occasionally get a steel rod? Since you're a gym teacher, be a good gym teacher and don't fool around with what you have. Daren Wang, a look of confusion. Did he just say something wrong? It doesn't look like it, does it? How did he offend Xia Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, causing these two to target him at the same time? And a waste of talent and a mistake? And 3 days of starvation and the occasional steel rod? He clearly found talent, tapped into it, and is going all out to develop it. Okay. That moment, Wang Daren was inwardly furious, but it went out the next second, for no other reason. Xia Hongwei is not only much older than himself, but also the deputy head of the school's physics team. Senior big shot. Chao Tianyuan was similar, being the deputy head of the math group, and in terms of seniority, he was even a little stronger than Xia Hongwei. These two, he a little gym teacher, can't really afford to mess with it. So, he didn't even write on the words of these two bigwigs and only looked at Hui Fei, the young homeroom teacher. Teacher Hu, I'm really not joking. Hurry up and do the formalities for Jiangnan. Doing the paperwork? Oh, doing a load of paperwork. If Gongnam, in the past, was suddenly found to have a talent for sports, convert him to a sports student, Hui Fei would naturally be 100% happy to do so. But now, Hui Fei smiled wanly, shook her head and refused. Teacher Wang, Jiangnan can't be a gym student because he, what, can't be a gym student? How come you can't be a gym student? Mr. Hu, please face up to your attitude. You have to take responsibility for your students instead of harming Gongnam. He's a very good sports prospect. As long as you turn into a physical education student, Qingti Ebi is randomly on the list, and even Shanghai Ebi Yenbi is not impossible. Doesn't this smell good? To know that this is at least a second grade, or do you have a grudge against him, so you have to hold him back and try to ruin his future on purpose? Didn't wait for Hui Fei to finish her sentence. Wang Daren then cut him off sternly. Nima, he had come here in high spirits, only to get such an answer. How could he be convinced? Almost instantly, he then scowled at Hui Fei. That fierce fury. It could not be said that it was not strong, as if it wanted to eat people, rather like a Li Kuei pressing people. Ha! Small sample. I can't afford to mess with Xia Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, but I can't suppress a newly promoted homeroom teacher like you? Hui Fei, #UN%*. Speechless. One moment she was criticized by Xia Hongwei for her attitude problem, only to be criticized by Wang Daren the next moment? Murphy, does she really think she's a soft touch? If the old lady doesn't get powerful, people won't know the origin of her titles such as Master Exterminator and Life-Snatching Demoness. But, before she could explode, someone else was already a step ahead right next to them, only to see that Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, who had originally been in a tit-for-tat battle, were surprisingly in agreement at the moment, working together to face the outside world. Ha! An adult ebon body dares to bring it up? It's just a regular second grade, even if it's the Shanghai body yen body, even though it's a book, it's only a slightly stronger one. So what? You should know that Jiangnan is a super genius who is about to go to the Olympiad in physics competition, and 9 times out of 10, he will be able to get a national first and can be directly guaranteed a place in Qingbei. This will break the spell of our third grade school where no student has taken Tsinghua University in the past 10 years, and restart the glory of the third grade school. But now you're making him switch to gym? It's so ratty and misguided. Uninformed. Chapter 26. Sure enough, the point control thing has been discovered? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In that instant, in the mind of physical education teacher Wang Daren, there was only these 3 questions of the soul echoing continuously. It's really, being criticized by Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei was dumbfounded. Can't stand up to the other side's strong firepower. Do you think he's angry? Of course I'm angry. After all, that's an adult ebon body. For the average athletic student, it's pretty good to get into both of those schools. Not to mention that he also moved out of the Shanghai Sports Yen Sports, which is the highest school in the country in terms of sports. Results available. But was Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei gave a harsh criticism, said Shanghai body yen body is only slightly stronger a book? Nima. Wang Daren only felt like his lungs were going to explode. He had been a physical education teacher for so long that he had dreamed of bringing up students who could get into Shanghai physical education yin physical education, but he hadn't. It was hard to come across a good seed, and it was very likely that he would realize his long-cherished dream in Gangnam. Results available. You guys are not only withholding Gangnam, still underestimating the Shanghai body? Really? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? If an uncle can tolerate it, so can an aunt. He almost exploded. But, next, then a pot of cold water was poured over his head. What? Jiangnan is going to participate in the Olympic math contest and physics contest, but also 9 times out of 10 will be able to get the national first. Is a super genius who can be directly guaranteed to be sent to Tsinghua University and North China, and can restart the glory of the 3 middle schools? Darren Wang? Clueless again. Is Gangnam's culture class so great? You know that's a double national one in OU in physical education. That's a lot more gold than the sports national one. In terms of sports, it is only Shanghai Sports Yen Sports. How can it be compared to the top schools like Qingbei? He had a mind to disbelieve. Available at. Looking at the serious faces of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, plus of Hu Yifei constantly blocking himself, he had to believe, even if he didn't want to, that it was 9 times out of 10 true. As it goes, its heart was cold. Cthulhu. The earth. Nah, it's not fair. If you gave Jiangnan such a good physique, why did you give him cultural talent? Is it easy for him to meet a good seed? It's really not easy. It's worth mentioning. In the past class, although there is Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, 2 people are not bad, but that is not he brought out, but a long time ago by other physical education teachers snatched away. For this, he didn't let people laugh at him much. Wang Darren can be really benevolent and honest excessively. A student in his own class actually worshipped someone else as a teacher? For a good while, he can't even hold his head up in school. I thought I could turn the tables on Gangnam this time. Results available. Hey, there are no words to speak of desolation. It's just so sad. Eventually, he didn't argue much more, and only gave Jiangnan a grudge-like look, as if to say, kid, you're so good at culture, why didn't you say so earlier? Really, gave me hope and gave me despair. The southern god has wronged me. Then, he walked away without looking back. Ride the wave and go home defeated. There was a slight hint of melancholy, despondency and sadness in its back. To this, Jiangnan felt a great deal of guilt. Can't blame him too much though. On the road after all, he repeatedly tried to say that he didn't intend to go along with sports, but Wang Darren didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. Instead, 1 mouthful of Jiangnan, 1 mouthful of Nanshan, 1 mouthful of old brother. That brother climbed hot. Sheesh. Originally, he also wanted to follow up and comfort Wang Darren with a few words. However, he just moved his body, and was immediately stopped by 3 teachers who were as broad as wolves. Gangnam? Not good. It feels murderous. Both the math teacher and the physics teacher, who had previously told him to come to the office after school, ended up bumping into each other now? Even, and add an extra difficult homeroom teacher? That's a lot of trouble to reckon with. Sure enough, as expected, only Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei all stared at Jiangnan with a look that was both sharp and rare. At once, Jiangnan couldn't help but shiver. 3 teachers? What's the meaning of your looks? Do you think I'm a rare by Xiaochun? Quiet. That moment, the office was a little awkwardly quiet. No one said anything. It seemed as if they were all trying to figure out how to open their mouths. Eventually, it was class teacher Hu Yifei, pinching her waist and staring meaningfully at Jiangnan, who was the first to speak. Classmate Jiangnan, be honest with your teacher. What's going on here? You're good at math. You're good at physics. And now you're good at sports. So what exactly are you not good at? Okay? No? There's some ambiguity in that word. How can a man say he can't? Not only should it work, but it should work. Sure, this was what Jiangnan was thinking inside. And actually, teacher, what are you talking about? What works or doesn't work? Why can't I understand? Jiangnan acted innocent, just because. Not until the last minute. He's trying to hang on a little longer. What? Aren't you going to show your cards yet? Now Mr. Chao and Mr. Xia are here. Just say it. Why do you control your marks on every test when you are clearly good in all subjects and can be considered an all-round schoolboy? Hu Yifei took a deep breath and stared closely at Jiangnan. She really wants to know. What the hell does Jiangnan think? Someone who is so good at what he does, but acts so low? If it wasn't for Chao Tianyuan's discerning eyes and purposely testing Jiangnan, she might still be kept in the dark, like a clown. One thought on this. She was both surprised and delighted, but angry, hated it with a passion. Chapter 27, letting me take first place in all of them. Is this forcing me to die? Sure enough, you've been caught out with your own score control? Hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiangnan's heart instantly thumped. As early as in math class, at the beginning of Chao Tianyuan constantly digging holes and burying mines for himself, He had his suspicions. And now, then it is thoroughly validated. And it's not just Chao Tianyuan who knows, even Hui Fei knows. Oh, and there's another one, Xia Hongwei? But, even so, getting him to admit it in public is impossible. After all, he can control points in more subjects than just language, math and physics, but also foreign languages, biology and chemistry. Listening to Hui Fei's tone, he knew that the other party was quite resentful in his heart, and that Chao Tianyuan was even more so. If he comes forward and admits it and is exposed, who knows what will happen then? Maybe every teacher calls him to the office. Those days, definitely not good. So, teacher, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. What does score control mean? It's a bit of a strange word. As long as he's dead set against it, then no one can do anything to him. Pretend? You're still pretending? Jiangnan, you really don't see the coffin. Don't die until you hit the Yellow River. And don't turn back until you hit the South Wall. I've already compared your grades on every test in every subject over the past year. Basically it's pretty much the same. They're all passing scores, so don't tell me it's a coincidence. Once or twice can be a coincidence. But what kind of a coincidence is a dozen times? And not in one subject, but in all subjects? Hui Fei was furious. By this time, Gangnam still won't admit it? Does she really think she's a cutie? No, she's pissed. She's really going to be pissed. That consequence. But it's serious. He couldn't help but make Jiangnan understand why he was called the extermination master. The life-snatching demoness. There was a click. At once, the ballpoint pen in his hand broke in two. Looking at the scene of Hui Fei's contained anger, Jiangnan could not help but be startled and almost did not take 2 steps back. Numb nuts. Mrs. Exterminator is angry. It's really hard to fool around with this. Jiangnan scratched his head, his eyes rolling, his heart turning 100 times as he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Ouch. Okay, Mr. Hu, don't be angry. If Jiangnan doesn't admit it, there must be his hardships within, so you shouldn't bother with him in general. Suddenly, Chao Tianyuan, the math teacher who stood on the sidelines watching the good show, stood out and rounded up Jiangnan. Gangnam, so are you. There are no outsiders here now, and everyone knows about your control points, so why hide it? Gangnam, remain silent, until we don't think of a good response. He's not hitching a ride on this one. Really think he's a cutie? What? One sings the red face, the other sings the white face. If I say you haven't discussed it before, the ghost won't believe it. Chao Tianyuan, in particular, looked serious and stereotypical at first glance, but there were quite a few tricks in his belly. He'd already learned that in math class. What are you all doing? Don't scare Gangnam. Right at this moment, physics teacher Xia Hongwei also couldn't help but stand out and speak out, rounding off the conversation while smiling. Jiangnan, you're a genius. There's no doubt about that. Of course, geniuses have unusual tempers. It's understandable that you don't want to be in the spotlight, so you do the test score control thing. But I hope more. You should show a little more pride, even a little more arrogance. After all, you are still young. The so-called people are not frivolous in vain, is not it? For example, today, you've been operating like a tiger in my physics class, and that's just fine. It's a real bloodbath. This thing, you can do more later. Words have meaning. The old man, and an unorthodox master. You want to fight Lubu? I just don't talk to you. I just let the wind and waves come and go. What can you do about it? To this, Hui Fei, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei glanced at each other and all saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This Gangnam, is it still true that you can't eat saltiness? Looks like, we can only figure out the killer. Jiangnan student, I won't tell you anything else. This control score thing, whether you admit it or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I know you're good at math. Believe. You should have heard what I told the gym teacher before. You should have no problem coming back with a random first place for me in next month's OU competition. Chao Tianyuan was the first to speak his mind. Sheesh, that's not a bad breath. Letting Gangnam come back with a random kokichi? Is this kunoichi that easy? Thousands of times harder than Guan Yunchang's 5 passes and 6 generals. Okay, unless one knows how to flash 5 consecutive whips. In the meantime, Xia Hongwei wasn't willing to lag behind, and smiled at Jiangnan. There's also the physics competition. You'll have to take part in it then as well. With the way you performed in class today, getting a national one won't be much of a problem. The other side. Hui Fei also coughed lightly and looked blearily at Jiangnan. I'm not asking for much. After all, there's no competition in the language. But as your homeroom teacher, next week the school will have the first monthly exam of the senior year. It shouldn't be too much to ask for you to get me the first place in the whole school and win some glory for your class, right? Gangnam, the headache is going to explode. Is he going to be forced to die if he gets a first in OU? A first in physical education. And a first in the whole school? Does he even want to lay low anymore? Not to mention whether to take the first place or not. It is not his decision, but it depends on the mood of the Golden Master, depending on the system to control the score of the task. Chapter 28, they're all unprofessionals. Can't afford to mess with them. Sensei, that's not good. What if I fail the test? Don't get your hopes up for me. Having said that, Jiang Nan did not reject the exams that the 3 teachers had mentioned. After all, he couldn't wait for more exams and competitions to earn more reward points. But that's a shot in the arm, too. After all, with the pissiness of the Go system, it would never let him get a perfect score, holding up the passing line, and definitely not getting first place. However, didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Then he was given a stern interruption. What if? No, there are no what ifs about this. Only to see Hui Fei's brows knit tightly, crossed her arms and said forcefully, with your level, it's absolutely no problem to take the first place in the whole school, unless you still want to control the score, and want to intentionally let go of the water. If that's true, don't blame me for making you look good afterward. You're making a monkey out of me, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. Don't you like to sleep in class? Believe it or not, I'm going to call your name in all the language classes from now on, so you won't be able to sleep well? Hui Fei, as the youngest female homeroom teacher in Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, and there are also a variety of titles such as Holy Warrior, Exterminator, Life-Threatening Female Devil, etc. Naturally not made of clay. The moment, she's got her aura all over the place. I don't believe I can't suppress a little doll in Jiangnan. Sensei, it's not nice of you to blackmail me with sleep. After all, you made a bet with me this morning that as long as I passed my math test, you'd never care if I slept again. A gentleman's word is a promise, and as a great and excellent people's teacher, you can't go back on your word. At those words, Jiang Nan immediately jumped up. It really caught him in a soft spot. He hate being disturbed while sleeping, hate being threatened even more. But its words just fell. Hui Fei then snorted. It's not true that I'm a great and excellent people's teacher, but you also said that it is a gentleman's word, a team of horses. But is the old lady a gentleman? Anyway, I'll see how you do on next week's test. If you can't satisfy me, I'll have my own ways to deal with you. My roll call in class is just one of them. I'll also have MS. Ciao, MS. Xia roll call you in math and physics class, even other subjects. I'll be checking in on them from time to time so you absolutely can't sleep. If that doesn't cure you, then I'll just have to take the last step, a home visit. This is a killer I don't want to use. After all, it's not good to bother your parents, but don't push me. Gangnam, #UN%%*. Speechless. Utterly speechless. Only women and small people are hard to raise in this world. This is not true at all. As a classroom teacher, Hui Fei is not only willing to gamble but unconvinced, going back on her word and even stealing from her family? If not being able to sleep was his weakness, then stealing from his family was his scales, the kind that would blow up if he touched them. What a lack of martial virtues. Sure enough, teachers are all in the same boat. Chao Tianyuan was like that, and now Hui Fei was like that. So Xia Hongwei was probably similar. Looking at Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei next to him, he looked at the meaningful smiles on these two people's faces. Jiang Nan then shook his head repeatedly. It's all the big boys. He can't afford to mess with the rhythm. Moment. Sorrowful colors spread across its face. Sure enough, it's not a good day to be on your own. Woe is me. Poor thing. The other side. Seeing Jiang Nan's deflated appearance, Hui Fei was smiling with her eyebrows, feeling physically and mentally relieved to the extreme. Oh, there was such a genius in her own class and she didn't know anything about it. So it could be said that she was tricked by Jiang Nan. How could she stand it? If she doesn't freak out, she really thought she was a sick cat. And now, on Gangnam she finally pulled one back. Nature, the smugness that filled his heart. Boy, you're still a bit young to fight with my mother. Next to them, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei were following pretty much the same mindset. They had already begun to envision and fantasize about the scene where Jiang Nan would kill and shine at the competition. It's just exciting. After all, this is the student they taught. Aha! Count on them to teach it, right? Jiang Nan didn't know how he left Hui Fei's office, but his head was dizzy anyway. Looks like, I've heard a lot of cockamamie talk in the background, but he had a sad face. What is the solution to the problem? The only other thing is the raffle. He had gotten a perfect score on all of his previous physical tests, and was considered to have completed the system's score control task, which would have rewarded him with points. Now, only take solace in this. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accurately completing the task of a full score on the physical test. This score control rewards +1 physical fitness, +1 pull-up skill, +1 running skill, +1 sports potential, and +100 points. System panel data updated as follows. Host, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Math, 9th grade. Foreign language, 9th grade. Skill, super memory and perception. Physique, 35. Points, 100. Current number of draws available, 1. Ding. The system detects that there are extra points for one draw, asking the host if he wants to draw now? Pump. This time, Jiangnan didn't half hesitate, lest go system get impatient with himself again and give him small shoes to wear. Ding. Lucky roulette. The lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a piece of vigorous chocolate. It has been deposited into the system item bar. Please check it out. Chapter 29, Brother, I hope you won't blame me, haha. Power chocolate? What the hell is this? Jiangnan was flabbergasted, feeling that he was becoming more and more confused about this system, especially this lottery. Before it was Yenlingua, now it's power chocolate. It seems to be all about food. Do you really think you're a foodie? Check the item bar. Jiangnan tapped the item bar in his mind. He'd like to see, what the hell is this power chocolate for? Ding. The item bar opens. Face Spirit Fruit +1, effect, improve appearance after taking it, making one's face value increase 10 times from the original base, reaching the point of flawlessness and aura. Vigorous Chocolate +1, effect, enhances physical fitness after taking it, permanently increasing it by 10% from the original. P.S. There will be slight side effects, such as belly hunger, and, Gangnam? Froze. What? What's all this? Power chocolate for physical strength? This makes Jiangnan cannot help but think of a certain very magical advertisement line. Hungry goods, hurry to have a. At first glance, it's really a good one, but the problem is, what the hell is a PS written on the back in a 10 times smaller font that says it will have mild side effects? The system produces. Isn't it a must-have? You actually have side effects? Hungry? Could it be that you need to replenish a lot of food? Is this to fulfill his title of King of Gastronomy? Of course, appetizer isn't a big deal. But what the hell is as well as in 100 times smaller font at the end? Who would dare to eat something so uncertain? Not to mention that his current physique is 35, which is already far beyond that of an ordinary person. And every time the score control is over, the system will most likely raise his physique directly. Which means, this vigorous chocolate was completely icing on the cake for Gangnam, something that was dispensable. So, beat him to death and he won't eat it. Originally, he still disliked Yenlingua and thought that Yenlingua was not useful, but now it seems, Yenling is really good. Not only does it enhance the face value tenfold, not the slightest side effect yet, waiting to come home later, be sure to give it a go. Back in the stadium, Fatty Wang, who was playing ball, was sharp-eyed and saw Jiangnan at the first time, so he hurriedly threw down the ball and ran over to Care. Nanshan, didn't Wang Darren take you to the homeroom teacher and say that he would turn you into a physical education student? Well, did it work out? Darren Wang returned a moment before you, but only said a word about free movement, and then left despondently and sadly. In the middle of this, it's not going to go wrong, is it? He really cares about Jiangnan. After all, in his opinion, it would definitely be a very good opportunity for Gangnam if he could turn into a sports student. Results available. Wang Darren came back with an unhappy face. Right now, Gangnam's face wasn't looking too good either. So, he's got some trepidation. Jiangnan naturally knew what his good friend meant, so he briefly talked about what happened in the office. Sure, what should be omitted is omitted. He didn't mention that Wang Darren's proposal was strongly rejected by Hui Fei, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. Instead, he said he wasn't interested in sports, so he turned down Wang Darren's kind offer. Sort of. Saving face for Wang Darren. After all, Wang Darren is really benevolent and honest, very different from Hui Fei, Chao Tianyuan. These teachers who don't talk about martial virtues. Such a good teacher shouldn't be taunted. What? What did you say, Nankin? Good man Wang wanted to take you as a disciple and turn you into a physical education student, and you actually gave a refusal? At those words, Fatty Wang was stunned. I thought I would have no problem getting into college and didn't need to rely on sports for extra credit, so naturally I declined. Jiang Nan said rightfully. Nanjin, you're really. Fatty Wang didn't even know what to say, and it eventually turned into a long sigh. Hey, what a great opportunity. It's like pie in the sky, you just need to pick it up for nothing, but you don't give a? Of course, that's understandable. After all, judging from your performance today in math class and physics class, you're not the same person you used to be, so maybe it's true that you can get into a good college, but not me. If only I could turn into a gym student, but unfortunately Darren Wang can't see me. What? Are you dying to be a gym student? Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes moved, not knowing what he had thought of, and he looked meaningfully at Fatty Wang. He hadn't thought of that before. After all, he had the system in place and was never worried about getting into college, score control or not. However, Fatty Wang is his only brother. That culture score is crummy as hell. Normally, at the end of the day, it's just a specialist's life. Even, none of them necessarily go to college. But if Fatty Wang can turn into a sports student, it won't be a problem to get into a good university. Besides, Fatty Wang was called fat though, but in reality it is not so much fat as it should be said that it is strong and well suited to the path of sports. Of course I want to. Fatty Wang nodded his head vigorously. Nanshin, you are enlightened. Math and physics are the first in the class, but I am not enlightened yet. If I take the college entrance exam normally, I'm sure I won't be able to get in. But if you can switch to sports, just take a national second and work on your 300s. A second degree is not far behind. If I can get the first state, or even make a dash for Shanghai Body Yen Body, I won't be much worse than Qingbei by then. Since you have the heart for it, you should give it a try. Maybe the good king will take you in. No way. Fatty Wang shook his head with a helpless face. In the past, the physical test 1000 meters. I ran for 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It's also excellent, but as long as it doesn't run 3 minutes, Darren Wang will never take it. It's hopeless. No, that's not necessarily true. Everything is possible. There's nothing you can't do. It's just a matter of whether you want to do it or not. If you believe me, eat this chocolate, get some energy, and then go to Darren Wang for a test, and I guarantee you can run in 3 minutes. With those words, Jiang Nan flipped his right hand and a black and white sandwich chocolate appeared in his palm. Then, it was handed to Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang slightly froze, then stared at Jiang Nan in surprise. South God. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Jiang Nan nodded vigorously. Very sure. Okay, then I'll listen to you and give it a go. Just in case I'm like you and suddenly explode with talent too. Fatty Wang appeared to be really ignited the flame in his heart, only to see him gritting his teeth. Took Jiang Nan's chocolate. The ball did not play. Turned around and ran in the direction that Wang Darren left. The winds are choppy and the water is cold. A strong man will not cough up and will return. This time it's really going to be a fight. To this, Jiang Nan smiled faintly and mumbled in his heart, brother, I hope you won't blame me, huh? Chapter 30, oh no, Bai Ying wants to squeeze me too? Chocolates for Fatty Wang. Naturally, it's the power chocolate that I just raffled off. For something with unknown side effects, Jiang Nan would never eat it until he knew what it was. So, just right for Fatty Wang. Brothers? That's what they're for, isn't it? Free mice. No need to use them. Not to mention, Fatty Wang does need it too. It's trying to take a sports path, but the 1000-meter physical test is 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Not to mention not far from 3 minutes. But actually, it is absolutely difficult to improve in a short period of time. However, eating power chocolate is a different story. It could instantly boost his physique by 10%, which was enough for Fatty Wang to burst into a 3-minute run. This not only fulfills the desire of Wang Fatty to turn a sports student, but also sends Wang Goodman a favorite disciple. A double whammy. Why not? As for a bit of side effects, that's not a problem, isn't it? The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth flashed with a hint of cunning. No longer thinking about Fatty Wang, easily turning toward the school entrance. Tomorrow is Sunday off, although gym class is not over yet. But, since it's a free-for-all, that won't stop him from going home early. Gong nam, hurry up, the bus is coming. Jiang Nan had not yet reached the bus stop, but just then, a sharp call came into his ears. Look up. It was a girl wearing a school uniform, but it was still hard to hide her proud figure, with long hair in a double ponytail, and a slightly rounded gooseneck face overflowing with a youthful, lively, sunny and sweet smile. If it's not schoolgirl Bai Ying, who could it be? Only Bai Ying was waving at him, and the No. 5 bus home was about to reach the platform. See this. Jiang Nan hurriedly ran over quickly. What? You're not home yet? Aren't we waiting for you? Several cars have passed. If you don't come, I'll take this one. Next time you go first and don't wait for me. It's not just to wait for you either, but I'm curious if good guy Wang has succeeded in helping you transfer to a gym student. After all, I'm a girl, and I also have a gossipy heart. He. Do you love to gossip too? That's something I didn't see. I thought you only loved studying. Love to study as I don't want to be told that I'm just good looking and can't compare to Qin Yuma's kind of school bully. It's just a pity that I've worked so hard and I'm still being pressed to death by Qin Yuma. Jiang Nan and Bai Ying chatted very lightly. At first glance, they seemed to know each other very well. That's true. After all, they're good friends, aren't they? Although in school, the two don't interact too much, giving the impression of normal friends, but that's just to avoid suspicion. High school? It's easy for people to get blindsided by a man and a woman being too close. Classmates will point it out, teachers will talk to it, and if it gets any worse, you'll have to call your parents, which is a lot of trouble. Actually, they are not, however, generally close. There are two major iron in the south of the river. One is Fatty Wang, 2 is by Ying. Even in the memories Jiangnan had gained from crossing over, he had known by Ying much earlier than Fatty Wang, just because they live in the same neighborhood. We were classmates when we were kids, but it wasn't really familiar before. Rather, after Jiangnan's enlightenment a year ago, even if Jiangnan is like a salted fish, the relationship between the two is rapidly improving. It was the first time that Jiangnan knew that Bai Ying also liked to gossip, so he briefly talked about the rejection of Wang Darren. To this, although Bai Ying was surprised, she wasn't really surprised. After all, Gangnam today, it was as if he was enlightened for the second time. Both math and physics are strong as hell, and even though the other subjects are still usual, it's not hard to get into college, and it's understandable that they don't turn into sports students. In the meantime, in a fit of gossip, both rushed to be among the first to get on the bus, but even so, there are no seats left on the bus either. Although there was still a while before the school let out, it was now considered the peak time for work, and there was quite a lot of foot traffic. This does not include after the two got on the car. There are countless workers swarmed, with the squeeze to chest like a plane like fire to describe, is not excessive, almost burst. Nature. Jiangnan reached out to protect Bai Ying. As it goes, the bus started going over all kinds of bumps. A brake. Wow. Everyone raged forward. An acceleration. Wow. Everyone drifted toward the back again. One time, many people were cursing in their hearts, but Bai Ying couldn't help but blush. Although she was quite tall, close to 5 feet 7 inches, Jiangnan was a head taller than her. So, inertia forward is Jiangnan's broad chest, inertia backward is Jiangnan's strong and powerful arm. In the middle of the more fluttering, rhythmic heartbeat. Sheesh, the subtlety of this atmosphere. Can't even put it into words. Anyway, something strange flooded through both of them. Luckily, they couldn't see the expressions on each other's faces, so that it wasn't much of an embarrassment. That's it. After about 20 minutes, the two got out of the car and walked together into a neighborhood that was on the older side, then went their separate ways. But, on the occasion of the separation, Bai Ying didn't know what came to her mind and suddenly turned around and said, Jiangnan, I'll look for you in the morning ha, tomorrow's the weekend. What did you want to see me for? Getting you to tutor me. Counseling? That's right, you're a school teacher. Do you need me to tutor you? So what if you're a school bully? Now you're not just a school bully, you're a school god, and I want to learn from you. But I want to sleep. Then I don't care. You're my die-hard friend. I've been pressured by Qin Yuma for 3 years. I'm getting desperate. Now that you're so good at math and physics, you have to help me so that I can surpass her. Can I refuse? Can't. The words were strong and landed on the ground, without giving Jiangnan a chance to retort. Bai Ying stepped on a brisk pace, hummed a little tune, and bounced away. Hey! In response, Jiangnan could only let out a long sigh. Forced by teachers at school. It's hard to come home from school, want to sleep on the weekend, but also to be squeezed by that chick Bai Ying. This day, it's just impossible to get by. Chapter 31, I'm so handsome, how can I keep a low profile as a salted fish? Mom and Dad, I'm home. Within a few minutes, Jiangnan returned home. His house was on the 3rd floor, a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, not really well decorated, but not bad either, and very cozy. Although this area is part of an older neighborhood, but none of the prices in River City are low. Nature. The house was not bought by Jiangnan's family, but the unit capitalized housing, allocated to his family, just because his parents were both skilled laborers in a flat, and it's the long-term kind. Ouch. Son, you're back, just in time. I made your favorite braised pork, and sweet and sour pork, just waiting for you to start. Seeing Jiangnan enter the door, Zhou Xiuqin, Zhang's mother, who was wearing an apron, immediately walked out from the kitchen with dishes. At the same time, slightly obese Zhang father Zhang Gaoyuan, also quickly out of the room. Towards Jiangnan waved and said, rarely do you still have a vacation to go home after your senior year. Come on, hurry up and accompany Dad to drink a cup. Drink. Just know how to drink. Nan is still in school. If you dare to bring him to drink, I'll break your dog's legs. Isn't it nice to have Nanami back? Happy my ass. You just want to find an excuse. I can warn you, if you dare to drink in front of Nan Nam, I will collect all your alcohol. Let you drink the northwest wind in the future. Hear that? Zhang Gaoyuan looked resentful. Hastily, he hid the wine in his arms. In the Zhang family, the big things are decided by Zhang father. The small things are decided by Zhang mother. And the size of the things is also decided by Zhang mother. Nature. Zhang Gaoyuan didn't dare to get tough with Zhou Xiuqin. See this? Jiangnan just smiled knowingly, though his mom and dad bickered occasionally, but he liked the atmosphere of his home, plain and real, making up for a lack of memory. This, and one of the reasons he's not in a hurry to change. Just be salty for the rest of your life. Looks pretty good too. Just a shame. I guess the salty fish won't go down next. Finish eating. Jungnan then went back to his room. If it were usual, this would be a break from lying under the covers catching up on dramas, playing games, reading novels, and going to bed. But this time, he did not immediately lie down under the covers. Instead, with a flip of his right hand, he took out the yen spirit fruit from the system item bar. It was a black and unattractive fruit, and Jungnan smashed his mouth and put it right in. This was the first time he had eaten something he got from the system lottery, and he had wanted to taste the flavor. But who knows? This stuff melts in your mouth. I can't taste anything. This doesn't seem to help, does it? Jungnan frowned slightly, wondering if he was being punked by the Go system, but immediately afterward his face began to itch. Looks like a little tough? It won't disfigure you, will it? Jungnan hurriedly took a mirror and looked at it. He already has a high face value. He doesn't need to become handsome again at all. He'd have to cry in the toilet if he was really disfigured. But, next, asterisk. Naya, awesome, strong. Seeing the person in the mirror, Jungnan instantly had a jolt and couldn't help but jump 3 feet in place. It's so shocking. Is that yourself in the mirror? Face like a crown of jade, eyes like a bright star, nose like a hanging gall, lips like grease, plus a kind of sprightly and uninhibited temperament. Ahem. These wonderful words above are not even enough to describe Gangnam's 1000% handsome, okay? Except for the word asterisk. He couldn't say anything else. Handsome beyond reason. The kind that can directly kill all the top male stars in the entertainment industry and capture the hearts of girls all over the world. Even he was heartened. I couldn't help but touch my face in the mirror. Sheesh, it's really white enough, smooth enough. Nuh. Aha. Seems like the wrong word again. He's not that self-absorbed. Actually, the mold is the same as before, with minor tweaks, but the effect is nothing short of amazing. Tenfold enhancement of face value. It's really not covered. Flawless and ethereal. It's also not true at all. Love it. With this handsome and compelling face, in the future, he would be able to own the world even if he was lying still. Sure, he is not a person who likes to eat by face, but to rely on strength. Low profile as a salty fish. Words. He's so handsome now. How else can you lay low and be a salty fish? This is a serious issue. Seeking answers. Online. Etc. Urgent. Early the next morning, a ray of sunlight had just shone into the room. Bai Yingying, however, had already arrived at Jungnan's house. Today she didn't wear the school uniform, but changed into a long light blue dress, as if she was a fairy in the sky. That schoolgirl word, describing Bai Yingying, is an understatement. To this, John's father and mother were bursting with smiles. His own son didn't do well in school, and he had no other skills, but he was a good match for the opposite sex. They did know Bai Yingying, after all. They were all in the same neighborhood and had more or less seen each other a few times. They knew that Bai Yingying had been beautiful since she was a child, and after she grew up, she was even more like a lotus flower. And Bai Yingying not only had the looks, but was also said to be an elementary school bully who did very well in school. Basically, the kind that just doesn't have any drawbacks. It's really someone else's kid. They hadn't discussed with people in private that it would be nice for anyone's family to have a daughter-in-law like Bai Yingying. Results available. Today Bai Yingying actually came to their house, looking for their worthless stupid roe deer? What a surprise. There is the style of a father and a mother. Sheesh. Both of them laughed their asses off and hurriedly killed the chickens and slaughtered the fish, preparing to fire and cook. Bai Yingying couldn't stand it by Jiang father and mother's enthusiasm, and seeing that Jiang Nan hadn't gotten up yet, she found a reason to rush into Jiang Nan's room. Jiang Nan, big lazybones, get up, heaven and earth. She really just wanted to wake up Gangnam. However, and she doesn't know it, Gangnam usually doesn't wear much clothing when he sleeps. Results, natural tragedy. Aha! Bai Yingying screamed on the spot. Bai Yingying, you female rascal. Gangnam, you sleep without clothes? What do I wear to bed? Sleeping without clothes. Gangnam, you're so changed. Wait, eat? Ah, you're not Gangnam. Who are you? Gangnam. Chapter 32, so he's the real school bully, and he's with the schoolgirl? Bai Yingying, open your 48K titanium alloy eyes and see clearly. Who am I if not Jiangnan? You are Gangnam? As in fake. How can that be? Where in Gangnam are you so handsome? Was I ugly before? That's not true. It's just, nothing just, look at my eyes, nose and mouth. Don't they look the same as before? Well, seems to be the same. Bai Yingying rubbed her eyes and carefully surveyed Jiangnan for a while, realizing that the person in front of her was indeed Jiangnan. But that's exactly why. The shock in her heart increased rather than decreased. Holy, what did you eat last night? Gangnam? Milk? Or is it papaya? We haven't seen each other for just one night, and you're so handsome. You really don't let people live. Bai Yingying couldn't help but reach out and touch Jiang Nan's face. The skin was as smooth as satin. And it's still white. No, it really gives you a feeling of love. Bai Yingying was getting jealous. In the past, as the school beauty, she was superb in terms of body, face, and skin. It's also one of the things she's most confident about. It was the only place she could overpower Qin Yuma. But now, compare with Gangnam. She appears to have nothing to offer. Does milk papaya beautify your face? That's something I didn't really know. I thought that stuff could only plump up and grow your body. Jiang Nan glanced at Bai Yingying's chest. Oh, somewhere. This big morning, really some top honestly, how the hell did you do that? Why did you change so much in one night? Teach me. What how? I'm naturally handsome alright. At most it's just a haircut. Jiang Nan pointed to his head. It was a reason he'd thought of long ago. Prevent your face from being so unbelievable that it startles people and makes it impossible for you to keep your head down and salty anymore. So, he went out last night on purpose to get a haircut. Aha! It's the current inches. I thought it would make me a lot uglier. But, he had made 1,000 calculations, but there was just one thing he hadn't counted on. After an inch cut, instead of getting uglier, he was 3 times sunnier and drier, and charmed the aunt at the barbershop. Hey, blunder. Growing too handsome is really a problem. Bai Yingying, we're not men and women. I'm going to get dressed. Can you stop looking and touching? Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean it. It was only at this point that Bai Yingying realized what she had just done, and hurriedly returned to cover her eyes with her hand. Her pretty face flushed red. Shame on you. It's really going to be a shame. Even if she broke into Jiang Nan's bedroom, she also looked at Jiang Nan naked, and even reached out in the, ahem. Bai Yingying, why are you still frozen here? What's the point of covering your eyes but opening a slit? Still looking? Get out. I need to get dressed. Phew. Bai Yingying ran away. Not for a moment. Jiang Nan got dressed and came to the living room, and Bai Yingying smiled at him inexplicably. Sheesh, the harumps are coming out. Gangnam, say, what are you doing here looking for me in the morning? What? You forgot. I told you yesterday to tutor me in math and physics. Gangnam, finished. Looks like there's no hiding. You're going to get squeezed on a weekend? What a life of balls. Just as the two were conversing, John's father and mother had already finished the meal and brought it out from the kitchen. Then, son of a, how did you, is this still our silly elk? No wonder Bai Yingying was so surprised to see Jiang Nan just now, because now John's father and mother were as well. If Jiang Nan's appearance was not still the same, Jiang's father and mother would not believe that this was actually their own son? Eventually, they can only credit an old saying, women's big 18. Ahem, it's the men who are big. His own son is growing up. Next, Jiang's father and mother and Jiang Nan Bai Yingying, family of 4 had a cozy meal. Then, Bai Yingying let Jiang Nan teach himself the questions. Jiang Nan, of course, was 100 times more than happy. He also wanted to play a few hits on the field to score. He had not played for several days, and there was even a serialized novel he was catching up on. The author of Song Dome Hidden, which seemed to have saved a lot of chapters. No more. How nice is a good night's sleep? But, this stupid elk still hasn't gotten the hang of it. People's girls are coming to the house to study with you and want to take you on, and you're still not happy about it. What a drag to hold up. You do this. How can you be worthy of someone? John's father and mother know that Bai Yingying has good grades and is an elementary school bully, and subconsciously think that Bai Yingying is tutoring Jiang Nan by pulling him to study, so they naturally smile. If Jiang Nan dared to say no, see if they don't break the bastard's legs. Eventually, under the oppression of the stick, Jiang Nan can only be obedient. Do not play games, do not read novels, do not sleep back to sleep, only counseling Bai Yingying, and that counseling, just all day. Weekend. It passed quickly. Monday, another school day. Bai Yingying once again came to Jiang Nan's house early in the morning, and then pulled Jiang Nan to take the car to school. To this, Jiang Nan didn't think much of it. John's father and mother were also very happy, but, when the two of them had just stepped off the bus and into the campus, there was an immediate buzz. The surrounding students, one by one, first cast their gazes at Bai Yingying, then landed on Jiang Nan's face. Look, is that the school beauty Bai Yingying? She actually came to school with a boy? Murphy, is that her boyfriend? This is too blatant. Love is forbidden in school. Isn't she afraid of the teachers? Wait, who is this guy? Oh my god, so handsome. How can there be someone so handsome in school? Which class is he in? I don't think I've seen him before. This is too handsome. A girl killer. Could he be the basketball god of senior class 5? Yi Zhiqiu, who has the reputation of being the school grass. Nonsense, he's not Yi Zhiqiu. Yes, I've seen Yi Zhiqiu, and although Yi Zhiqiu is also handsome, he's simply no match for this man. Doesn't that mean that this person is the real school bully of our school, and he's even with the schoolgirl? Chapter 33, Nan Shen becomes handsome, but Fatty Wang goes bald? Mud. Set up? Seeing the people around him mingling and talking, Jiang Nan only felt like in his heart, he was so handsome, he was already striking, plus next to him was Bai Yingying, a hotshot. Needless to say, soon he'll be the talk of the school. For others, it was begging to be done, but for Jiang Nan, who was accustomed to keeping a low profile, this was tantamount to putting him directly on the fire. Pathetic. However, Bai Yingying smiled smugly. Originally, when other girls saw Jiang Nan, it was as if they had been hit by Cupid's arrow and their hearts were moved. There were also a number of people who tried to come up and strike up a conversation. But, when Bai Yingying declared her sovereignty beside Jiang Nan, all those sisters stopped in their tracks in shame. Hey, schoolboys are schoolboys. A male god is a male god. It was a pity that it was not destined to be their cup of tea, but had long been dominated by Bai Yingying, the school flower. Woohoo! Hide in a corner and cry silently. To this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but have a headache, so he hurriedly accelerated his pace and led Bai Yingying straight to the classroom of the 4th class. But, when he just entered the door of the classroom, swish, 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 moment, the classroom that had been so rowdy was silent. All the students in the audience, one by one, stopped their hands and turned their eyes to Jiang Nan, dumbfounded. So handsome, this is what the girls had in mind. Really handsome, the boys had to admit it too. Who is this guy beside Bai Yingying? So damn handsome, handsome through the ceiling, to heaven's rhythm. It's not Bai Yingying's boyfriend, is it? Where's the schoolgirl looking for a boyfriend? Ooh, don't, that's the only goddess in my heart. It's actually been snatched away? But then again, this guy is so handsome that I can't actually hate him even though he stole a schoolgirl? Shame on yourself. The fire of gossip in the crowd burned brightly. Many people speculated that Jiang Nan was Bai Yingying's boyfriend, but they only had envy, not jealousy or hatred. Really, good looks can be all-encompassing. Being handsome means you can do whatever you want. This is not true at all. What? Don't even recognize me? Or do I have a flower on my face? I'm Gangnam, but with a different hairstyle, purely in person. Everyone disperse. Gangnam all the way. I've already heard too many arguments, and I got tired of them a long time ago. He didn't want to be gossiped about by his classmates again, and while the crowd's fire was still burning, he hastily touched his nose, introduced himself, and walked quickly to his seat. But, it's good that he didn't introduce it. This self-introduction was like a flame falling into hot oil, and the class instantly exploded. What? He's Gangnam? How is it possible that Gangnam would be this handsome? No, Jiang Nan is also quite handsome. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to be a class grass and become a southern god. But this guy is even more handsome? I bet even if the school grass Yi Jiqiu stood here, he would pale in comparison to him. If he's really Gangnam, that's just going to be heavenly. Could he become so much more handsome with a single haircut? Maybe we can also cut off our bangs and replace them with a flat head like Gangnam's. I wonder if we can become male gods. You're thinking about fart eating. Cut your bangs for a flat head. You'll just expose all the flaws in your face and turn into an ugly ghost. That's just it. Your face is too big. Gangnam is a good base. Can't compare. From today on, I'll never call him Gangnam again. Just Nam God. And a real male god at that. 666,666. Numerous students wildly praised Gangnam. Li Chanxian, Tang Dangdang and these girls were all mesmerized by Jiang Nan. And Su Yu, Zhang Hao and these boys also knelt down towards Jiang Nan. Even Qin Yu Ma, the class president of the school bully who didn't listen to anything outside the window and took learning as a meal, couldn't help but put down his pen and looked at Jiang Nan a few more times, drifting off into a trance for a long time. To this, Bai Yingying's heart was blossoming with joy. She was determined to surpass Qin Yu Ma, but she was dead set on being suppressed by the other party. But now she was finally able to even the score. After all, with her relationship with Gangnam, the scenery in Jiangnan is the same as her scenery, isn't it? The other side. Jiang Nan returned to his seat, so he paid no more attention to the crowd and only looked at Fatty Wang, who was wearing a large brimmed hat next to him with a bitter face. What? Fatty, you won't also not recognize me, right? Or is it? 2 days ago you went to the good man Wang and failed the test. You were not accepted by him and couldn't switch to gym student? It's not possible, is it? Jiang Nan's heart was filled with doubts. With Fatty Wang's base and the increase in power chocolate, he could definitely run into 3 minutes, and just run in 3 minutes. The good man Wang would surely take Fatty Wang, and then to his understanding of the big grinning character of Fatty Wang, seeing his own set the first time to report the good news is right. But now, what's wrong with Fatty Wang's lifelessness? Murphy, something wrong with power chocolate? Or did Fatty Wang not eat? No, the good king took me in. Fatty Wang raised his head and said towards Jiang Nan, that day, I looked for Goodman Wang to test, and Goodman Wang reluctantly agreed. But even though I put my best foot forward, I only ran for 3 minutes and 10 seconds, which didn't meet the standard. See this. The king's good man was very disappointed. I almost gave up too. But when I think of what you said to me, Nan Keen, that there is nothing that can't be done. It just depends on wanting to do it. I then begged the good man Wang to test me a second time, and guess how much I ran in 1,000 meters? How much? Jiang Nan also had a hint of curiosity. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. On the spot stunned Wang Good People. Wang Good People thought timing error, and gave me a third test. The result is 2 minutes and 45, so he immediately took me. The words were spoken. Fatty Wang grinned, clearly amused. That's great. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. It's good. Fatty Wang nodded his head vigorously. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Southern God. If I'm not wrong, the reason why I could run so well back there is because before the start of the run, I ate the piece of chocolate you gave me, so I could suddenly get the hang of it. We're brothers. No need for thanks. Jiang Nan shook his head, relieved in his heart. He had thought there had been a change of heart, but now it seemed there had not been, and the vigorous chocolate had been very effective. From 315, it improves to 245. This roll is absolutely counterintuitive. Not bad for something that came out of the system. However, and he didn't notice, Fatty Wang's face suddenly collapsed again. Nanshan, although we are brothers, but the thank you. After all, without the chocolate you gave me, I will not be able to turn into a physical education student. I will not be able to get into the university. Then after graduation, I will only be able to go to the construction site to move bricks. Just, when you gave me the chocolate, Nan Keen, you didn't say it had side effects. Do you know that after the incident, I almost fainted from hunger at the track and field, and managed to make it to the cafeteria, but I was half full after 10 bowls of rice, which made me the king of big eaters? Fatty Wang's face was filled with helplessness. After all, the scene of his crazy eating that day had shocked everyone in the cafeteria and scared all the girls in the neighborhood. With that amount of food he has, how can I find a date in the future? Oh, this favorable. Then there are disadvantages. As long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, hungry eat more is no big deal. Jiang Nan scratched his head, somewhat vainly. No big deal? Yes, it really isn't a big deal to eat more when you're hungry, and I've been known to have a big appetite for a long time anyway. But what about this hair loss? Suddenly, Fatty Wang took off his big brimmed hat on his head, and said tearlessly, after having a hard time eating enough, I didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief, but I found that all my hair had fallen out. What is this? Saitama-sensei? Bald and strong? Chapter 34, on the eve of the monthly exam, you guys study and I'll sleep. Fatty Wang was bitter in his heart. Do you know how he got through the last 2 days? Almost starving to death at the end of the physical test was just a small matter, and his black hair fell out in the time it took to eat a meal? That scene, it's scary to think about. He pissed himself on the spot, almost ting himself, and shivered thinking he had some terminal illness. You know he's only 18 years old. His wonderful life was just beginning, especially when 1 second you're basking in the joy of turning into an athletic student and thinking about the bright road ahead, but the next moment is despair? This blow, not to be outdone, he doesn't even know how he got home. When I got home, I didn't dare to tell anyone about it, so I just lay under the covers and stared at the ceiling, waiting to die. Eventually, or his dad found out. Seeing your son's hair fall out, his dad was also anxious, and hurriedly dragged him to the hospital to hang up the emergency room, do all kinds of physical examination filming and laboratory tests. Then, it's just a period of anxious waiting for results from the hospital. Although, the process doesn't take long, less than 2 days yet, but these 2 days are definitely the most difficult 2 days in one fatty's life, which can be described as days, seconds like years. He was prepared for the worst. Even the last wishes are written. For the last part of his life, he's going to go crazy, let loose, and have a good time. As for class today, classes are no longer possible. Beat him to death and he won't come. For that matter, his mom and dad agreed. As long as Fatty Wang is happy, whatever he wants to do next, his mom and dad will support him. But, this morning, when the hospital test reports came back, things have taken another 360-degree turn, just because, the report shows, Fatty Wang was healthy, very healthy, and could even be said to be healthy and excessive, as strong as a calf. Don't say cancer. There's not even a half dozen things wrong with it. To this, Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. The king's father and mother were also dumbfounded. The three were incredulous to find a doctor to confirm again and again, but the result is still the same. Fatty Wang is not sick. Even, the doctor told them not to worry about anything, not to waste hospital resources and delay others from seeing a doctor. In this statement, vaguely tinged with resentment, hear that. Fatty Wang was full of puzzlement. How could he be fine at all when his hair was clearly falling out abnormally? But, before he could think about it, the ushering in was his mom and dad's 18 dozen along the river. That's a wild hit. The chicken duster had snapped several times, not to mention that even a wrist-thick rolling pin had been found. Just because. Wan's father and mother decided that Fatty Wan was just playing a prank, and that it was Fatty Wang who didn't want to go to school and shaved his hair on purpose. After all, Fatty Wan's grades are crummy as hell, and he didn't complain much before that he'd rather go to the construction site to move bricks than go to school. With their understanding of Fatty Wang, it was very likely that their own son would do such a bastard thing. Nature. The fight was unrelenting. Violence whisked him from his home to school. Sheesh, that's called a tragedy. It could be on the front page of tomorrow's headlines in Jiangcheng. Sure, this beating was not without any benefits for Fatty Wang, at least it woke him up. He was finally convinced that he didn't have cancer. And as for his hair falling out, there must be another reason. And the reason for this, according to his guess, 9 times out of 10, it had something to do with the piece of chocolate that Jiangnan had given him to eat, including the belly hunger as well. After all, Gangnam had told him before that if he ate the chocolate, he could definitely run in 3 minutes. He didn't care much at the time, but now that I think about it, that chocolate does work amazingly well. It's not just as simple as replenishing your physical strength, it can even strengthen your physique and stimulate your talent. Chocolate is a success, and chocolate is a failure. The results are amazing, but the side effects are not insignificant. Stronger, but also bald? Pity his dark hair. Originally he had a big head and a big face, and used to be able to cover it with his hair and not look ugly. Now the hair is gone. Fatty Wang instantly became a big-headed doll. Sheesh, you can't even see anyone without a hat. Especially when he saw Jiangnan walk into the classroom with a handsome face while he had a shiny head and a gust of coldness on the top of his head. This comparison. It's not hard to be solid and wanna cry. Gangnam. Learning about the situation of Fatty Wang, he also felt a pang of speechlessness. Okay, he wisely didn't eat the vigorous chocolate. This system is the pits. It's not easy to draw a prize, but the prize actually has side effects. It's just that it makes people hungry, but it also makes them bald? Sheesh, luckily, we have Fatty Wang to cover for us. I also wonder if its hair will grow back later. Dude, we don't need to worry about the details. The point is that you switched to gym, didn't you? As for the hair and stuff, if it's gone, it's gone. It's almost summer anyway, so it's just cool. Jiangnan comforted Fatty Wang for a while, and that's over with. After all, the two were in a relationship. Fatty Wang was in a low mood, but he wouldn't really take Jiangnan how. He wasn't a person who was envious. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. The first period is a language class, only to see the class teacher Hui Fei walk into the classroom quickly with the textbook. Students, tomorrow we will have our first monthly exam of the semester, and even though it's only a monthly exam, it's very important, because this exam will be held to the standards of the GCSEs. The results will tell you exactly what your current level is, and tell you what knowledge you have mastered and what you haven't. I hope that you will revise hard and do well in your exams, not only to prove yourself but also for your class. Just got to class. Hui Fei then opened the door and said that tomorrow's monthly exam. It's worth mentioning, Hui Fei was able to become the youngest female homeroom teacher in the 3rd middle school, so naturally there was something within her skills. Simple words, both point out the importance of the monthly examination, but also give the people present a hard incentive to create a dream. Wow, wow, wow. In an instant, there was one in the room. All of them had solemn faces, raised their heads and backs, and concentrated on listening to the lecture. Even those scum in the back row, such as Fatty Wang, put away their small movements and studied as much as possible. After all, it's pretty nerve-wracking on the eve of a monthly exam. But there is only one exception. That's Gangnam. Just as soon as Hui Fei's words fell, Jiangnan nonchalantly plopped down on the table and huffed and puffed. To this, Hui Fei twitched inwardly. With her past temper, if another student dared to sleep in her class, she had long since utilized her stunts such as the bouncing one flash, the avalanche thunder fist, the enhanced version of the Qiankuan throw, and the lightning 9 consecutive bombs, without letting the other party know the origins of her nicknames such as Exterminator, Holy Warrior and Life Snatcher. She didn't even have the last name of Hu, however, for Gangnam. Instead, she held back hard. Turn a blind eye and pretend you didn't see it. Boy, just go to sleep, by all means. As long as you get me a first in the school tomorrow, I don't care if you sleep through the night. But, if you don't get first, I'll show you what a mother can do. Chapter 35. A group of middle-aged teenagers, on the contagiousness of sand sculpture? Jingle bells. Soon the language class was over. After school breaks, if it is usual, there must be a lot of students who play and scream. But today, very tacit understanding, are nailed to the seat to gnaw on books, do exercises, buried in hard work, no laughing and joking, even going to the bathroom is a trot there and a quick walk back, fear of wasting extra time, even the scum like Fatty Wang, who gets dizzy when he reads a book, stares at the textbook with big copper bell eyes, hoping to understand as much as possible so that he can cope with tomorrow's exam. This is a great phenomenon. Maybe it's the fact that he was successful in switching to a sports student, so now he's motivated, which is really honorable and admirable. However, being the king of dozing off in class and the king of dry food in the cafeteria. Instead, Gangnam slept from class to class. Aha! Sleep, keep sleeping. Quite literally, they don't stop sleeping until the end of the school day, just because he was just too tired. Yesterday was hardly a weekend, but it turned out to be a full day of being squeezed by that little ninny by Ying. His heart was not in it, but mom and dad are always supervising from outside the room. Sheesh, even an ox is exhausted. So, he had to make up for what he lost today, and didn't even feel like playing the game or reading the novel. That's it. The second session started again. It's math class. As in the previous language class, everyone else listened attentively while Jungnan was solemn. Then it's third period physics, fourth period biology, foreign language in the afternoon, chemistry, almost all classes. Jungnan all slept all the way through. Sheesh, the name of the god of sleep is well known. Aside from a lunch at noon and an occasional trip to the restroom, Jungnan had done almost nothing else this entire day. To this, the class looked green-eyed. What is this? We study and study, and you sleep and sleep? That's not even the point. The point is, you are salty to such an extent. Math and physics scores are still so good that they receive special attention from teachers Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. Anyone else who dared to sleep in math and physics class would have been punished by Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei for crying. But Gangnam sleeps in a different pattern. Neither teacher said anything. It's so unfair. Why don't you send a thunderbolt to kill him? There's the class teacher, Hui Fei, the foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang, the chemistry teacher, the poisonous yellow, the biology teacher. You guys are always inhumane, aren't you? Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei no matter understandable. After all, Gangnam's two classes are awesome. Both teachers were bowled over. But what about the other classes? In language, foreign language, chemistry, and biology, Gangnam seems to be pretty average, I guess. Results. You don't care? Is it giving up treatment for Gangnam? Still pretending to be biased. Because Jungnan is so handsome now, you all don't want to disturb him when he's sleeping? Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Especially Shirley Young. Teacher, you lecture on the lecture, but also from time to time steal a glance at Jungnan. Seems to be as amazing as heavenly beings as what the hell? Even, you dropped the chalk in your hand and didn't even notice? It's just too solid. The crowd instantly dropped 1,000,000 points of blood. In addition to Bai Ying and Fatty Wang, the other students in the class can really have mixed feelings and thoughts in their hearts. Jingle bells. Finally, all the daytime classes are over. It's dinner time again. And Jungnan yawned and woke up leisurely, seeing Bai Ying on the left actually still burying her head in her studies, and Fatty Wang on the right was also gripping a pencil. Jungnan sighed, ready to call the two to dinner. But, just then, Zhang Hao in the front row, however, suddenly walked over. Jungnan, I admit that I'm not as talented as you when it comes to physics. You're so good even when you sleep. But I haven't relaxed a moment in the past 2 days, and I'm sure I'll surpass you in tomorrow's test. At least in the subject of physics, I'll surpass you. I'm going to show the whole class that I'm the physics rep and I'm the strongest in physics. Only to see Zhang Hao's red face. He put down such a declaration towards Jungnan in public, and then ran away. Gangnam, you're the physics rep all right. I'm not trying to take your position. Why are you so hostile to me? It seems like you're better than me on every physics test. It's really sick. Jungnan only felt puzzled, but not before he slowed down. Another person clenched his fists and ran up to Jungnan. Jungnan, I also admit that I'm not as talented as you in math. After all, I've never seen you read a book, yet you took the first place test. But like Zhang Hao, I haven't wasted the slightest bit of time in the past 2 days, and I'm sure I'll surpass you in tomorrow's exam. I'll prove to the crowd that I'm the math rep and I'm the best at math. The speaker was Su Yu, math class representative, the same person who had previously questioned Gangnam's cheating. As the saying goes, sand sculpture is contagious. This is not true. It was just as well that Zhang Hao was acting like a middle-aged teenager, but it turned out that Su Yu was like that too? Even. It doesn't end there. Su Yu had just left with his front foot. Tang Dangdang also waved her showy fist at Jungnan and said, I'll surpass you in tomorrow's exam as well, because I'm the foreign language class representative, and I'm no worse than anyone else when it comes to foreign languages. This was followed by the language, chemistry, and biology class representatives, all saying similar things towards Jungnan one after another. Gangnam, what? It's ing breathless. He was really a little turned around. Zhang Hao and Suyu put down harsh words towards themselves, still barely comprehensible. After all, he had stolen the others' thunder in physics and math earlier, leaving those two with a bad taste in their mouths. Available at, what the hell is Sweetie Tang? Has she shown any talent in foreign languages? It doesn't look like it, not to mention the 3 divisions of language and incarnation. He's acted so ordinary in the past. Or is it? What did he forget when he slept too much? Perhaps, he really forgot something. Because, after the representatives of the various subjects left, even the class president Qin Yuma got up from his seat and came to Jiangnan. Class president, can't you also? Jiangnan, I hope that you won't hide your clumsiness in tomorrow's exam, but instead give it your all and test your true level. Qin Yuma looked at Jiangnan with a very serious face. Gangnam, I'm not hiding anything. No, you're definitely hiding something. Someone who's that good at math and physics would never be bad at any other subject. Gangnam, you must promise me that, because I want to beat you fair and square without you letting me. Gangnam. Chapter 36, The First Language. This is the wrong ing question? Jean, let your sister when did I let you? Can't figure out what these people are thinking. One by one, as if they were on gunpowder. They were trying to beat me here and there. Really, nothing to do on a full stomach. There is this effort. Wouldn't it smell good to go to the cafeteria early and dry out? Jiangnan smiled awkwardly at Qin Yuma and didn't squeak, dragging by Ying and Fatty Wang to run to the cafeteria. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. You can think what you want. What do I care? But, this indifferent scene of his fell in the eyes of the neighboring students, and the flames in the hearts of the crowd burned even brighter. Sheesh, Jiangnan was definitely not expecting it. The reason the crowd was so hostile to him, the class representatives of all subjects, including the class president Qin Yuma, wanted to defeat him purely because he slept too much in class, and the teachers turn a blind eye to it, favoring it too much, and it's really hard to balance the crowd. It's the mind of the school teacher. Obviously we're the best in all subjects, the ones the teachers value the most. Why should you steal the limelight? Obviously we're the ones who work the hardest. We don't dare to delay a minute. Why should we be surpassed by a sleepy king like you? Not willingly. Neither is it convincing. I'm sure we'll have to fight again to determine the winner. Only the heartless Fatty Wang didn't care about it, because he couldn't understand what the schoolboys were thinking. As for Bai Yingying, she puffed towards Jiangnan. These people are too much. They actually dared to place a war order against you. Even Qin Yuma. So you have to cheer up. Jiangnan, tomorrow's exam, must not let off steam, must destroy their prestige, step on their flames. Gangnam, ignoring Bai Yingying, to kill the momentum, to stomp on it? It is simple to say, but it can be done. It is actually quite simple, but it is not controlled by Jiangnan. If the system control score is still a pass, he can't just take the full test just to be competitive. He wouldn't do this kind of effortless thing, making all the fuss but not getting any system points. The next day, Tuesday, just had my morning study session. The homeroom teacher, Hui Fei, then came to hand out the passes. It's just the monthly exam though. However, Hui Fei had previously said that it would be in accordance with the college entrance examination model, so all 20 classes in the senior year were mixed and disrupted, and the students' seats were randomly assigned to each class by the computer. From this, the school really takes this test seriously. After a tight schedule, the students went off to find their respective test centers for reference. It's worth mentioning, before the start of the exam, Hui Fei also purposely called Jiangnan to the corridor, and repeatedly instructed him that he must go all out, and if he dared to control the score, he would be careful not to have a good time in the future. To this, Jiangnan coped very perfunctorily. Still the same, he's not going to do something that's a lot of work, even if you threaten me. Cough. This is a little difficult to do. The fish and the bear palm cannot be both. Headache. Forget it. Take one step at a time. Wait for the system control score mission to come out. But, this scene fell in the eyes of the students in the class. You, Zhang Hao, Tang sweetheart, these people's faces can be very unsightly. It's not enough that the math and physics teachers think highly of you, but now even the homeroom teacher is treating you special? Really? If you can tolerate it, you can't. This exam, we're not Ren until we pass you. The exams will begin. Just like the entrance exams, the first one is a language. It will last for 2.5 hours and will be worth 150 points. Very coincidental. Jiangnan's assigned seat was actually in this class, and the invigilator, surprisingly, was Hui Fei? Moment. Jiangnan's face fell. Mud. It's going down. Hui Fei is invigilating the exam and will definitely keep a close eye on himself. Then how can he control his marks? How can he let in water? Do you really want to make yourself do the laborious work? But, next, and he was surprised, just because, here it comes, the system mission is finally here. but in stark contrast to the usual tasks that leave him controlling scores at the passing line. This one is actually, ding, for this language test, please receive 150 points. Gangnam? What? 150 points? Could it be that the system has really changed sex? Starting with last week's physical, no longer do you have to let yourself control the score pass line, but instead get a perfect score? It was an unexpected pleasure, though he wasn't a show-off and didn't like to flaunt it, instead wanting to keep a low profile and live a small life. But, since the system requires it, then he can't do anything about it. He can't let go of the water again, so he can only barely get a 150, just in time. It would keep Hui Fei from getting into trouble with herself. There are disadvantages, but there are also advantages. Oh, soon the papers were handed out. When the other students had only just finished writing their names and test numbers and started to read the questions, John Nan had already answered them at a rapid pace. From basic multiple-choice questions, to ancient poetry appreciation, to literary analysis, to reading comprehension, too, he was so fast that he basically scanned the questions and knew the answers without much thought at all. Arguably, it's quicker eyes and quicker hands. The ballpoint pen in his hand is like a super pile driver, without stopping. Sheesh, the neighboring students are not paying attention. After all separated by a distance. But Hui Fei is extraordinarily important to Jiangnan, so from time to time she casts her eyes on him. And then, Hui Fei was stunned. So fast. This was Hui Fei's first thought. Don't you even have to look at the questions and think about them? Or is this test too easy? This was Hui Fei's second thought. Hold the curiosity. Hui Fei took a blank paper and invigilated the exam while secretly sizing it up. She'd like to see. How simple is this topic? So much so that Jiangnan didn't even have to think about it. Aha! Indeed, it's not difficult. The multiple-choice questions and poetry mimeographs in the front are no different from giving away points as long as students have a strong foundation. But when it comes to poetry appreciation, this one's a little difficult. In the second rhyme of the poem, Fengha attacked the United States to hold the disease Dumansi sends. Lu Gu A Meng. Although I lost the Spring City drunk on the period, down the curtain to cut all the uncut poems, because of the Ing Bank of 100 acres of Cymbidium, want to pick the Shangcliffs of the three Shiozi. The cranes in the wild are allowed to weave, and the monks in the mountains are not taught to cook. But the doctor shin about heavy pupils healthy, not afraid of the river flower dissatisfaction branch. Question: what disease does the author's best friend suffer from? Question: briefly summarize the thoughts and feelings expressed in this poem. Saw the question. Hui Fei couldn't help but have her eyelids flutter. Lu Gue Meng? Generally speaking, language poetry appreciation often choose more poems by authors such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, Bai Juyi. After all, these people are the most familiar. But this time, you chose Lu Guiming's? The average student has never heard of it, right? That's not even the point. The point is that the poem is a bit off. 2. The difficulty of this language test instantly ramps up, and it is expected that many students will not be able to, even if it will. It's not easy to get a perfect score. Putting it aside for now, Hui Fei continued to look back. Next, it's a literary analysis. Next, she froze in her expression. What? Who came up with this question? Are you sure this is for students? The beginning of the paper is easy, and it's understandable that poetry appreciation makes it a little more difficult. But what the hell is this literature? Original article here. You wanted to fish and met you in his apartment. He said to you, I want to fish and use silt, and I want to fish with you. You said to you wants to sell jade. You wants jade, and you wants to meet you in Yu's apartment. You met you in Yu's apartment and went beyond Yu's corner to sell their jade to you. But when it rained, the rain went beyond you. You said to you, I wanted to fish in the waters of you, but I met you in the rain. The first thing I want to do is to fish, and the second thing I want to do is to sell my jade. You were in Yu's apartment when it rained, and you sold her jade to you. When the rain healed, you walked alone to you and fished in Yu's silt. Question: what does lust mean? Question: what does strained mean? Question: what do you mean by over? Question: what does hunchbacked mean? Question: please tell us about your understanding of this article. Finally, please translate the entire text throughout. Put. Finish reading the text. Hui Fei directly spewed out a mouthful of anger. Her eyes danced wildly, and her entire body was nonchalant. Nima, this question team is sick. Or is this the wrong ing question? Chapter 37, Minds Broken. Abandoning exams in droves? Hui Fei is a language teacher and considers herself to be at a good level. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to serve as a classroom teacher. But even so, saw this you text. For a moment there was also a double take. She knew all of these words, of course, but combined together, it was a bit of a brainwinder and a head-scratcher. If you don't have a deep knowledge of ancient languages or don't have access to a dictionary for translating literary texts, You won't be able to do it even if you want to. Hard. It's just too hard. The question team definitely did it on purpose, difficulting those students and giving them a hard time. But is it necessary? The college entrance exam is not far away. If you crush my students' confidence, I will make you look good. Hui Fei thought viciously. She couldn't hold back this tantrum. As soon as the proctored exam was over, she had to kill the teaching team and find the person who made the questions to have a good theory about life. At the same time, while Hui Fei was lamenting the difficulty of the questions, many of the students in the classroom were scratching their hair furiously. It's not just this classroom. Rather, the entire school is being referenced as such. Just started the language test. A lot of people are having a good laugh. Hey, these questions are too easy. Look at my. A lot of people swish, 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 swish and finish the basic multiple choice questions as fast as possible. Aha! 12 points and you're there. Immediately followed by poetry mimeographed? Aha! This one's a little difficult, but it's okay. Not to say full marks. Most people are still okay with it. But, when it comes time to do poetry appreciation, a lot of people are just confused. This poem, haven't seen it, never even heard of the author. Sure, that's normal, too. After all, there are so many ancient poems and so many authors. How can everyone know and recognize them? But, what disease does the author's best friend suffer from? Don't know that either. After half a day's reading, I didn't even understand what the poem actually meant, let alone do the questions. Forget it. Skip it. It's only 7 or 8 points anyway. There will be a bit of a gap with the top students, but it's not much, and it's within acceptable limits. However, the idea just arose upon seeing the back of the text. Countless people were dumbfounded. Sure it's out of the literature for us? Never seen anything like it. A bunch of words with the same pronunciation put together. Who the hell knows what UUUs mean? Talk about your understanding of this article? What kind of understanding can a laborer have when he can't even read it? As for the translation, Nima, translate my ass. Many. No. It should be said that 99.9% of the people were stumped by the language. Only a constant scratching of ears, grinding of teeth and biting of pens. Staggering sighs could be heard coming out from one classroom to another. Mud. Cthulhu. Oh Earth. You strike the questioner with lightning. Is this for someone? Just now the poetry appreciation will not do it, also forget about it. After all, the score is not much, rounding up and down, but that's 18 points for the language. That's a lot of points. After all, the basic multiple choice questions are only 12 points. If you add to that the appreciation of poetry just now, all of a sudden 25 or 6 points are gone. Sheesh, that kills. Not to be outdone, realize that this is only the third part, and there are several more parts to come, including the essay, available at part 3. No, I should say it's hard enough from the second part on, and even harder when you get to the literature. Wouldn't it be harder further down the line? Many were stuck at poetry appreciation and literature, unable to move their pencils, but time went by, 2.5 hours, and half of it went in a flash? At once, many minds have broken down. Mud, this go paper, I won't take the test. I don't know who is the first who can't stand it, and directly put down the harsh words, and rubbed the test paper into a ball, threw it to the ground, and then stomped on it, and got up and ran towards the outside. This student, the test is still in progress, please return to your seat. You cannot hand in your papers or leave the examination room until the last 15 minutes, or you will be given a 0. Seeing this, Hui Fei hurriedly reminded him kindly. However, the student, didn't look back. A 0 is a 0. I lost my test paper, so what's the point of taking the test? Sheesh, it's a tough guy. Not only did he quit on the spot, but he even destroyed his test papers, especially the foot that stepped on. It is like a divine stroke. Seems to want to vent out its inner fire, and as he drives, there were a number of people who wanted to follow suit. Exam room mania. It's over. Hui Fei frowned. You know these are seniors. Only 100 days to go before the college entrance exam, but the result was a flurry of crashes by the test, which is definitely a rhythm that is going to be a big problem. She had wanted to wait until the invigilation was over before she went to argue with the faculty, but now she couldn't help herself. I wish I could just kill them. Another test paper slapped in the face of the questioner. Question the other person nicely. Are you proud of the fact that you've come up with good questions that are now driving your students to collapse? Just in time. Just then, the head of the language teaching and research team came to the corridor of class 4 and waved at Hui Fei through the window. Hui Fei then walked out quickly. Chapter 38. What kind of essay is this? Team leader, This paper is too hard. Even I'm stressed. Let alone those students. Walking to the corridor, without waiting for the head of the language group to speak, Hui Fei was the first to speak out, and was full of resentment. It is indeed difficult. That's what a lot of teachers have been telling me, which is why I'm here to tell you that you remind your students to put aside the ones they can't do and grab the ones that are behind them. Also, you emphasize this to everyone. What you can't do yourself no one else can. So don't rush, don't panic, adjust your mindset, and be sure to hold steady. Stabilize? It's hard to stabilize. After all, it would be fine if it was just one question that was difficult, but from the appreciation of poetry to the literature, all of them are very difficult. You tell me who came up with these questions. If they're not wrong, they're deliberately trying to undermine student confidence. This man, his heart is in the right place. Hui Fei was very upset with the questioner. Mistakes shouldn't. After all, it's not coming from the school, but from the city. Although this is ostensibly just a monthly exam, in reality, it could be considered a citywide joint exam. It's not just us, it's also schools like First and Second, Chuyin and Rampu, all taking this paper at the same time. I've urgently contacted the city's question team, but there's no reply from there yet. As for now, you pacify the students to take the test first. Having said that, the head of the language team then left. He still had to notify one examination center after another, so naturally it was impossible for him to spend too much time here. Words. Hui Fei's indignation was unabated in her heart, but there's nothing to be done about it. All that can be done now is to pacify the students. Class, everyone, don't be anxious and don't panic. Be steady. Isn't the test about a mindset? Realize that what you can't do, other students may not be able to do either. So everyone just skim it and finish the back first. No delays due to poetry appreciation and literature. And even more so, you can't do what that student just did and just quit the test because you can't do one or two questions. It's irresponsible to take the test, and irresponsible to yourselves. Re-enter the classroom. Hui Fei calmed the crowd as gently as possible. However, shucks, you really have your eyes open. Teacher, what do you mean what I can't do others can't do? This one next to me hasn't stopped writing since the exam started, and as I can see clearly with my pirated Sharingan eyes, he's done all of the poetry appreciation and literature. That writing screams. If they're not writing blindly, they're really good. Those questions would be so easy for him. It's really true that people die compared to people and goods are thrown away compared to goods. We're not on the same level as others at all. Hui Fei's words just fell. The fat man sitting next to Jiangnan then couldn't help but voice out his indignation, venting his dissatisfaction. But, the more he vented instead, the more he was angry. It's so unbalanced. It's especially solid when you can't do it yourself while someone else does it that easy. Plus Hui Fei's muddled words. Bang! Only a muffled thud was heard. This fat man directly slapped his hand on the table. Forget it, I'm not going to take the test, so 0 points is 0 points. Following the example of the ruthless one before him, he also crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it to the ground, ignoring Hui Fei's black face, and got up to leave. Hui Fei, Nima, what is this? The old lady just finished her sentence. And you come to punch me in the face? Don't I have to lose face? It is really tolerable. This violent temper of hers is going to surge up at once, straight to the sky. But, next, she pushed her anger down again, just because she suddenly noticed. That student just said that someone next to him had not stopped writing and had done both the poetry appreciation and the literature. And this guy, isn't that Gangnam from his own class? Is Gangnam really that good? It's just as well that she can do poetry appreciation, but she even did the literature that she doesn't even really understand? Although she had high hopes for Jiangnan before the exams began, in reality, that was more of a spur to Jiangnan. It was impossible to say that 100% believed in Jiangnan and thought that he could get the top spot in the whole school. After all, Gangnam control points is right, but she had never seen Jiangnan's true strength. And now, alright, the other students continue the exam. Don't be influenced by the two people just now. They gave up on themselves, but you guys persevered to the end. The only way to win is to persevere. Hui Fei calmed the student down a few more times, but, no matter how much she tried to appease, a broken mind is a broken mind, especially if someone led the way. And with that, several others turned their roles in and left angrily. Obviously, they all chose to score 0. Ha! I'd rather have 0 points than this. Hui Fei picked up these people's papers and looked at them, realizing that they were basically all of the white paper variety, and even the first few giveaway questions were done in a bullseye fashion. Needless to say, all the scum of the litter, just go away. Anyway, one tried one's best to persuade. You can't force someone to stay. She cares more about, is it true that Gangnam has done away with the literature? Although Jiangnan can control the score, and his strength is definitely there, it should be hard to make this literally, right? With a hint of curiosity, Hui Fei circled around on the pretext of inspecting the examination room and came behind Jiang Nan, looking at Jiang Nan's paper. Her intentions, it's to see if the Gangnamese language is made available at. As she glanced over, it froze instantly. Ha, what is this? Isn't it in the language? How? Writing an essay? It's still dense and looks like it's almost finished? It's only halfway through the exam, and you're almost done with the essay. Could it be that you didn't do the previous essays? And so on. That's not true. The little fat guy who went out earlier said that he watched you do all the poetry appreciation and literature. How can it be so fast? You do even if it's messy. It's also not possible to finish the essay quickly, even after doing the poetry appreciation and the literature, is it? After all, that's all words. Doesn't it take time to write thousands of words? Hui Fei was filled with disbelief. Other students have only just skimmed the language and haven't even started the modern appreciation in the back. But Gangnam is almost finished with his essay. This speed, it's just going against the grain. She really wanted to take a look at Jiang Nan's test paper to see how well Jiang Nan had done in the literature. Only that the essay was not on the same page as the literature, so she couldn't look at it for a while. And so on. What's this essay about? Suddenly, Hui Fei didn't know what she had discovered. Its eyes staring in disbelief. What kind of essay is this? Literary? Gangnam actually writes in the literary language? How is this possible? Chapter 39 Ingenuity. Watch me write in literary language. It's worth mentioning, this language test was really hard. It's also just the first dozen or so multiple choice questions and poetry mimeographs that are fairly normal for most people. But start with poetry appreciation. The difficulty factor then multiplies geometrically. The language is even harder to break. Almost no one can make it. As for the modern appreciation of the text that follows, Hui Fei briefly scanned it. It should be slightly better, but it's not that easy, and the difficulty factor is about the same as poetry appreciation. And the last face of the essay. That's a bit of an interesting composition. Nope, it's a little difficult. The essay question is as follows. There was a young man who traveled the long road of life, and by the time he reached a crossing, he had 7 backpacks of health, beauty, honesty, resourcefulness, talent, money and honor. The ferry sailed out with calm winds and waves, and I can't tell you how long it took before the winds picked up and the waves made the boat bob up and down in a treacherous way. The helmsman said, the boat is small and heavily loaded, so the guest must throw away a backpack to get through the difficulty. Seeing that the young man could not afford to lose any of them, the helmsman added, there is something to give up and something to take away, and there is something to lose and something to gain. The young man thought for a moment and threw honesty into the water. In the fable, honesty is abandoned. What does it make you think? Please write an essay on the topic of honesty. You can write about your experiences, feelings, opinions and beliefs, or you can write a story, a fable, and so on. This question doesn't seem difficult at first glance, but that's just at first glance. But in reality, it's a deeper meaning. It's not simple. That's not an easy essay. It's real uncomplicated. It's okay to get low scores, but if you can't push the envelope and instead have 1,000 different things, the scores won't be high enough. This was Hui Fei's subconscious thought. This moment, Hui Fei empathized. Just now she had the students do the back first. Now it seems that it's just smacking yourself in the face. If she had read the essay questions ahead of time, then she would never have said such a facepalm. Nima, what's all this? Are you sure this is an essay question for high school students? Even Hui Fei felt that it was difficult. So for these students, it was definitely a naked descending blow. That's true. The few people who had just left, as soon as they saw the essay question, were dumbfounded, and the thought that subconsciously sprang up in their minds was, who's going to tell me what this is and how to get into it? Poetry appreciation is hard, literature is hard, and now the essay questions, which take up a full 60 points, are so hard? Flop, on your knees. This exam, absolutely kneeling. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you play? 0 points is 0 points. I won't serve. There are a lot of people who hold this idea, so it's only natural that the number of people who walk away negatively is high. But, Gangnam, however, writes smoothly. It took just under half an hour. He then went through the 5 hurdles and got through all the previous questions, including the poetry appreciation and the literature. Then, just kill the essay. A look at the essay question. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth flicked up. Hey, Happy, is the essay question so simple? It doesn't feel very difficult. It's not even enough for little master to drink a pot. This was Jiang Nan's subconscious thought. This essay is non-propositional. So much can be associated with it. There are more directions for writing as long as it fits the topic. It's easy enough to hit 30 or 40 out of 60, but to get to 50, it depends on your essay writing skills. However, this time, the system's score control task was a perfect score. That means, Gangnam has to get 60 points for this essay. It's not so easy. After all, anyone who knows, it's easy for you to get a perfect score in math and science, as long as the formulas, solutions and answers are correct. But it's hard to get a perfect score in a language, especially the essay. Essays with perfect scores are even more rare, just because there's no precise scoring criteria for this, in the intention of new ideas, but also fit the theme at the same time. Your article also have to be shocking enough to make the reading teacher surprised, admiring, willing not to deduct you half a point in order to do. But this is for Gangnam. It's difficult, but that's about it. It takes just a little more effort. Jiangnan pondered a little for a few seconds. Then he suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, only because the plan was on his mind. Isn't there a passage in the front of the paper? That question is quite interesting. What would be the result if I were to write an essay in the literary language? I think I would get full marks 100%, right? Hey, it's done. Then, an essay that shocked the world, sobbed the gods, and made Hui Fei look at it with two dumbfounded eyes and a collapsed mind was freshly baked. Full text is available at Genin 26th year, A.D. 221. Guan Yu went to Maicheng, defeated and captured, refused to surrender, and was killed by Sun Quan. His mount, the Red Rabbit Horse, was given to Mahjong by Sun Quan. One day, Mahjong submitted a report that the Red Rabbit Horse had been on hunger strike for several days and would soon die. Sun Quan was shocked and hurriedly visited Bo Shi, a famous scholar in Jiangdong. This man was the descendant of Bo Lu, who was said to be proficient in horse language. Mahjong guided Bo Shi back to the house, to the trough, but saw the Red Rabbit Horse crouched on the ground, hissing more than. The people did not understand, but Bo He knew. Bo Shi dismissed the people, stroked his back and sighed. In the past, Chow Chow made turtle the life, the old steed in the stable. The ambition is in 1,000 miles. Martyrs in their twilight years, the heart is strong. I know that you missed the grace of General Guan, and I want to go from there to the ground. However, when Lu Fengxian White Gate Tower perished, also did not see you so dependent. Why today this kind of lightness of life will not live up to the will of 1,000 miles of June? Chapter 40, half an hour to go. You can't turn in your paper. It's the essay that Gangnam wrote. It was also the composition that made Hui Fei look dumbfounded. Nima, it's an exam now, the clinical kind, but you actually have time to write in prose? Hui Fei froze, a face of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Cthulhu, the earth, is this a human being? I'm a language teacher, graduating from a serious prestigious university with a master's degree. That level is not low at all. Thinking of the past, she didn't fail to write good essays herself, but compare it to Gangnam, the difference seems to be not a little bit. This blow, it's a little big, I have to say. Speechless, it's too demonic. Could it be that this is the true strength of the so-called score control god? The super schoolmaster, Jiangnan? I really don't know if I should cry or laugh. It's the latter, isn't it? After all, it's in your own class. It fooled her for 2 or 3 years, though. But, since Jiangnan really had such an impressive level, it was no big deal to be fooled by himself. Hey, Hui Fei had a silly grin on her face. Some might say, Gangnam is just using the literary language, but the content is not necessarily good or of a high standard. If there really was such a person, Hui Fei would not hesitate to spray a mouthful of salt vapor over. Bull ********. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. How many people can write in the written language in this day and age? Let's not talk about how the content is. Just the fact that Jiangnan writes hundreds of words of essays in the literary language is enough to prove that his strength is not to be underestimated. Not to mention that with her eyes, the content of this composition written by Jiangnan was not of the empty and uninteresting kind, but was full of intention and intriguing. To really put it into words, that is, Do Chi transformed into a horse, horrible as it is. Phew. The other side. Jiangnan was fully focused on writing the text all the time, and did not notice Hui Fei, who was standing behind him, until he wrote the last paragraph. Red Hair Horse sobbed and said, I tasted not to eat the Zhou chestnut of Bowie. Shuji's high righteousness. Jade can be broken but not to lose its whiteness. Bamboo can be broken but not to destroy its section. Soldiers die for a friend. People survive because of integrity. I am willing to eat wu corn and live in the world? When he finished speaking, he ambled to the ground and died. Bo Shi cried bitterly, said, things are like this, how can people be embarrassed? Later played in Sun Quan. Quan Herd also sobbed, I do not know the integrity of the Cloudlong so, now this loyal and righteous man for me. What face I see the world of the living. After Sun Quan sent a decree to bury Guan Yu and his son and Red Rabbit Horse, as the last paragraph falls, he let out a long breath. It's finally done. This took me at least 30% of my effort. I don't believe I can't get a perfect score. Laughing, the corner of Jiangnan's mouth curled up slightly. Hey, What a life of balls. Some people are trying to be famous and can't get it, and he can't even think about laying low. Externally, Hui Fei, Chao Tian Yuan, Xia Hongwei, and others pushed him, and internally, the system allowed him to get a perfect score. No way. Just have to go with the flow. Shouldn't surprise too many people. After all, this role is just too easy. I'm sure there are a lot of people who can get perfect scores. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Sweetie, Xin Yuma, they are all academics, and each one of them threatened to beat me. Not all of it. At least one or two of them got perfect scores, right? And the entire school was also full of experts. No less than 10 of them compared to Qin Yuma. One of them, called Qin Feng, is even the school bully of school bullies, and is definitely able to get full marks. Jiang Nan consoled himself internally for a while, then he put his pen away and prepared to get up and hand in his paper. See this. Hui Fei was stunned. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Turn in your papers when you're done. What? You're done? Well, done. You did both poetry appreciation and literature? It's all done. Even if you did, you should have checked it. What if you accidentally do it wrong? You should know that details determine success or failure. No need. How can I get such a simple question wrong? Don't worry, teacher. I didn't let go this time. Jiang Nan smiled with an innocent face. Afraid that Hui Fei wouldn't believe him and think that he was going to let go of the score control again, he made a point of explaining it. But, it's okay if he doesn't explain this explanation. Hui Fei instantly felt hurt by 1,000,000 points. Nima, how can you get such a simple question wrong? Take a look. Is that a human thing to say? Can't you see that many people in the classroom are scratching their heads, grinding their teeth, and even breaking down and abandoning the test? Can't you see that even the old lady has a stony face and won't feel pressured? But you say it's easy? Doesn't your conscience hurt? It's not just Hui Fei and the other students in the classroom who are taking exams, especially the few people sitting next to Jiang Nan. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, each and every one of them almost had a mouthful of blood stuck in their throats, unable to go up and down. It's so solid. There really is no comparison. Who the hell is this guy? Which class? Put away your magic powers. Our little hearts can't take it. No. I didn't even do the poetry appreciation or the literature, and I didn't even start the essay, but this guy finished it all? That's a fast hand. Faster than a 10,000-year-old golden bachelor, I guess. How do you practice? Speechless, Jiang Nan ignored Hui Fei, not to mention caring about the thoughts of the people around him, and took the paper to be put on the podium. However, wait, Jiang Nan, there are rules in the examination center. The only way to hand in your papers and leave is the last 15 minutes. It's not time yet, so you can't turn in your paper, let alone leave, or it's a 0. Just then, Hui Fei called out to Jiang Nan again. The reason is simple. The exam time hasn't arrived yet. She hadn't been paying attention just now. Only when she saw that Jiang Nan was about to hand in her paper did she look at the clock on the blackboard, only to realize that it was not yet 11 o'clock. 2.5 hours for language exams. It's from 9 to 11:30 in the morning. This means, Gangnam finished his paper half an hour early? And it's such a hard paper? Even Gangnam used the literary language and wrote an essay that shocked even her? It's just too incredible. Chapter 41, Weird things happen every year, but today they're especially weird. Nani? You can't turn in your paper before time is up? Hearing Hui Fei's words, Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. Some didn't respond, just because. The usual score control exams he took in 10 minutes or so and then huffed and puffed until it was over. And today, the system breaks down and lets him get a perfect score, especially full marks in languages. For this reason, he had made a point of writing a literary essay, which took a lot of time, thinking that the exam should almost be over. But the results aren't there yet? This time is going by way too slowly. Jiang Nan looked at the clock on top of the blackboard and realized that there was actually almost half an hour left until the last 15 minutes. It seems a bit long in the tooth. What to do? Walking is not an option. It was so hard for him to finish the test, and he was still waiting to get a perfect score and earn points so he could raffle them off afterwards. So, there's no way out. Come back to bed honestly. Jiang Nan skimmed his lips and retook his seat with the paper again, then yawned and slumped down on the table again. Aha! Sleeping. You. See this scene. Hui Fei only felt the corners of her mouth twitch wildly. This guy. It's really a bit of a beating. I'm invigilating an exam and you're sleeping again? Even if you're done, there's still so much time left. Can't you really check? Or are you really so confident that you can get full marks for getting all the questions right? Really? It's quite a rotten rhythm. Change it to someone else. She'd have popped a flash and huffed past it long ago. But since it's Gangnam, think about it. As long as he doesn't disturb the other students taking the test, sleeping is fine. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. But, is it true that Gangnam's sleep didn't disturb anyone in the neighborhood? Not necessarily. The children's shoes in front of them are fine, but the children's shoes on both sides of them with the back of them, that heart can be described as a mixture of flavors. Take a look at. Now that's the super schoolboy treatment. Such a difficult paper. That kid got it all done half an hour early, not to mention sleeping on his desk, and the invigilator didn't care? Really? It's so solid. Words. Who the hell is this kid? Could it be that he was the school's most powerful and famous? The so-called academic high school bully, Chin Fong? But, Chin Fong shouldn't be that handsome. Jiangnan's face value could be described as astounding, the kind that could kill all the boys into dregs. And although Chin Fong was famous, but that was because of his grades, not his face value. Otherwise Chin Fong would not only be a school bully, but also a school grass. So, this kid couldn't possibly be Chin Fong. If it wasn't Chin Fong, could it be the school's basketball god, Yi Zhiqiu, who was known as the No. 1 school grass? It's not right either. Yi Zhiqiu is handsome. However, its grades are said to be average, and it is by no means possible to have done all the language papers so quickly. So, this kid isn't Yi Zhiqiu either. Not to mention, Yi Zhiqiu is not as handsome as Jiangnan. Okay, really, it's hard to solve. This person's language level was strangely high, definitely comparable to Chin Fong, and his looks were extremely handsome, even surpassing Yi Zhiqiu. I heard the invigilator call twice before. It seems that this kid is called Jiang What South to. Jiangnan? It seems to be Gangnam, if I'm not mistaken. Available at. Which class? Do we have a guy like that in our school? How come I haven't heard that before? High level. Good looking. No reason not to be famous. Murphy. Is it that the laborer has been so engrossed in his studies lately that he is so insular that he has eyes to recognize a great god? Looks like. Gotta ask around afterward. It's a slap in the face that there are characters in these three that we, the good people who eat them, don't know about. Sheesh. Many of the students in the examination room have been pondering the identity of Jiangnan, so much so that they don't have the heart to do the questions. But this, Gangnam is unaware of this. Hui Fei didn't know either. Otherwise, even if she had made an exception just now, she would have asked Jiangnan to submit his paper and leave, so as not to hinder the crowd from taking the exam. Sure, she was certainly not expecting that, because the vast majority of her mind was on the thought that it would be nice to see Jiangnan's role, find out exactly how its full essay. I was just so surprised that I didn't even finish reading it before, and it's poetry appreciation and literature. Did I get it all right? Only, the role was crushed by Gangnam's head. She couldn't see it if she wanted to. Really, digging a hole for myself, while Gangnam was sleeping soundly. Hui Fei's heart is very tormented, looking at the blackboard clock seconds ticking slowly rotating. Still, it's the first time I've ever resented how slow time goes. It's just too slow. She didn't know how long she waited until the hands on the clock fell at 11:15. Then, hey, wake up! Hui Fei hurriedly shook Jiangnan. Teacher, are you done with the test? It's still not finished, but in the last 15 minutes, you can turn in your papers and go to dinner. Oh, yes. Jiangnan nodded at Hui Fei while rubbing his sleepy eyes, then got up and left the classroom. As for putting the rolls on the podium, that's not necessary, because as early as the first moment Jiangnan got up, the roll had already been taken away by Hui Fei. Jiangnan thought it was Hui Fei who came to collect the rolls, but it's Hui Fei who can't wait to see his roll. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they only felt that they were once again injured and lost 1,000,000 points of blood, and were zapped again. Nima, there's actually such a thing as a test center? Students sleep, and it's just as well that the invigilator doesn't care. It's clearly 15 minutes before the end of the exam, only just before you can hand in your papers, but the invigilator took it upon himself to wake the man up, tell him to hand in his papers and go to dinner, and even helped collect them? 666, 6666. Numerous students were too stunned to speak. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, that's beating them to death. Really, strange things happen every year, and this year is particularly eventful. When other candidates tried to hand in their papers early, the invigilator would repeatedly emphasize that they should check their papers a few more times. But here in Gangnam, it's the opposite. Needless to say, this one, Gangnam, is going to be famous soon. Chapter 42. As long as you don't go too far off topic, you must give full marks. As the originator, Hui Fei did not notice the small minds of the surrounding students and the complexity on that one face, just because she was looking at Gangnam's test papers. This. I can't believe it's alright. Awesome. So that's how the question was done. And this poetry appreciation. What a great answer. From the allusion to Xinyao's heavy pupils, it can be deduced that the author's best friend's illness is an eye disease, which is simply right on the money. This thought and feeling answer is even more subtle. One of them is to express the regret of not being able to meet up with friends, to write poems and drink wine together, and to enjoy the spring scenery. The second is to relieve a friend and express confidence in his ability to overcome his illness and his outlook for a better life in the future. Wonderful. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Not only is it layered, but it's simple and clear. Even if it's a reference answer, it can't be that accurate. This answer must be a perfect score. As soon as I saw Gangnam's test paper, Hui Fei was then completely shocked. It was then immersed and uncontrollable. From front to back, anything she would do and could determine the answer. Without exception, Jongnan got all of them 100% correct. Even she found it difficult to appreciate poetry. Jongnan also wrote out the answer very fluently, not to mention that it was also clearly organized without the slightest bit of extra words. What's the right word to use? It's totally more than a standard answer. One word more is too much. One word less is too little. Awesome. Truly a celestial being. This man is absolutely terrifying. Inhuman. Various words flashed through Hui Fei's mind, but none of them felt worthy of Jangnan's amazing talent, especially when she went further back and saw the literary analysis. Her eyes instantly widened in utter amazement. Nima, that's a wonderful answer. Desire, strained, over, hunchbacked actually means this. Asterisk. This translation is even better. It really makes people realize and open their eyes. Learned. That literary language is difficult for countless students. Before Hui Fei read, also two eyes confused. The whole text of a sound. Do not spend some time, really do not understand what the meaning. But Jongnan translated that smoothly. This is really the rhythm of the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past, while she, the wave of the past, is being knocked over on the beach. Jingle bells. The bell rang and exam time was over. But Hui Fei, who was the invigilator, stood next to Jongnan's table, holding the paper in her hand in silence. Needless to say, too intoxicated to hear the bell. Mr. Hu, the test is over. Collect the papers. Ha, oh, well. It wasn't until another invigilator sounded a reminder that Hui Fei came back to her senses and hurriedly called off the exam. Well, the exam is over. Don't even write. Just turn in your papers. The student in red in the back, please put your pen down. I'm going to have to register you if you write again. It's too serious. But it's a 0. Most of the class turned in their papers, but there are always those few who are not willing to take advantage of the last bit of turn-in time and are still rushing to write. It's already a violation of the exam rules. Hui Fei hurriedly walked over and called it off. Ah, is this the end? I've only just started writing my essay. Woo. The student who was called off by Hui Fei, looking at the large blank still on his paper, howled on the spot. That's called sadness. Tearful would be an understatement. See this scene. Many of the students in the neighborhood had their hearts in their mouths. Obviously it's all about empathy. To this, Hui Fei, although the heart has sympathy, but the examination is an examination. Since the time has come, the paper must be collected. And did not, because the student cried in pain to give extra time. Speaking of which, she also knew the classmate. If she remembered correctly, it was the next class 3's language arts representative. The good kind. It's hard to say about other subjects, but just in terms of language, the other party is definitely the number 1 in class 3 and a top 5 presence in the grade. Available at. She looked at the other roll. Sheesh, it was a miserable mess. Blank on poetry appreciation. Blank on literary analysis. And only a small portion of an essay? Lose at least 60 points for those 3 major blocks alone. It looks like it's going to be hard to pass. If even a student who is so good at languages can't pass, wouldn't it be worse for others? Think about it. Hui Fei's heart suddenly tightened. It seems that this language exam, our class will all have to roll over. I just don't know if Jin Yuma can pass. If even she can't, then the whole class is screwed. No. Gangnam has to be accepted. I just looked at the Gangnam paper and got basically everything right. It's the essay that I haven't looked at closely yet, but even if I don't count the essay, I'll pass. As for this composition, it will have to be watched and observed carefully. As long as it doesn't go too far off topic, I'll give it full marks. Wouldn't that be? He's likely to score 150 points? Hui Fei was stunned by her own thoughts. 150 points? Is that possible? In the entire third form, in the past 10 years, there has never been a student who could get a perfect score in a language test, right? After all, languages are not like other subjects. Whether it's math and foreign languages, or physics and chemistry, there are always some academics who get perfect scores. But language is never the answer, because in the essay 9 times out of 10, you will be deducted points. But this time, she hadn't read Jangnan's essay, but just looking at that written in literary format was stunning enough. If she is allowed to mark the papers, I hate to take a point off. For Hui Fei's thoughts, the person in question, Gangnam, was naturally unaware of this. He is now. It's drying out in the cafeteria. The school already knew that this exam was not easy and that the students had a hard time. so it specially ordered the cafeteria to add extra meals, braised pork, sweet and sour pork, and big chicken thighs. Sheesh, the first thing this cheapens is Gangnam. Hey, that smells good. Chapter 43, Gangnam? I've never heard of him. The language exams are over. There were no other exams in the morning. It's only 11:30 though. However, many students had already appeared one after another on the way to the cafeteria on campus. Most of them are alive and well. However, there were also nearly 1/3 of the students who looked miserable, as if they had lost their souls. Needless to say, anyone with that look is a senior. Hey, how did you do on the test? What else could it be? A punt. This time the language is just too hard. Hard as hell. Starting with poetry appreciation. I don't know all of them. I am also. The literary language simply cannot understand, not to mention. Even the back of the composition is not finished. Just these two pieces together. At least deducted 60 points. 100% cannot pass. Ha, no way. You've always been good at languages. Top 3 in your class. And you can't even pass? This can't be a deliberate attempt to play hard to get. Schoolboy drama. Performing Versailles? Versailles my ass. Don't say I'm only in the top 3 of the class. Even if I'm first in the class, I may not pass. Didn't you see the look on the face of Kai Kuan, the language representative of class 3? Eyes are red, so I guess I've been crying a lot. Hey, it's all the same. We even had several people in our test center who were only halfway through the test before they abandoned the test and left in droves, marking as 0. We also have people abandoning the exam at the exam center. Looks like everyone's jumping on the language. No, that's not necessarily true. We had a bull in the exam room who did all the poetry appreciation, and the literature. What? How is that possible? Yes, never. You can say he did the poetry appreciation even so, but that literary text, with my 18 years of language proficiency I can't understand it. How can anyone do it? It's true, that person really did it, and the speed is amazing. From the end of the examination there are still 40 to 50 minutes to finish the essay to hand in the paper. Can be said to shock the whole room. In the end, he couldn't hand in the paper due to the rules of the exam room, so he ended up sleeping on the table for half an hour. That's not the most surprising thing. Even more surprising is, he slept through the exam. The invigilator actually did not care, and just in the last 15 minutes, the invigilator reminded the man that he could hand in his paper for dinner and took the initiative to help him collect his paper. And then later, the invigilator stood there dumbfounded with that paper until the exam was over. In my experience as a master of expression analysis, I can conclude that not only did that person do the poetry appreciation, the literature and the language, but he got it right, so much so that he stunned the invigilator. No way. Never. How can anyone be so good that they can get the literature right, not to mention that they finish writing 40 to 50 minutes ahead of time to hand in their papers, and to get special treatment from the invigilator, to stun the invigilator, beat me to death. I'm not really lying about that, because I was sitting right behind that guy, and not only did I see it, but all the people who were in the class 4 exam room saw it, and they can all testify to it. And what did you say the man's name was? Is it called Chin Fong? If it's Chin Fong, who's been number 1 in the bully school for 3 years and has the reputation of being a super learner, maybe it really can. No, that person's name isn't Chin Fong. Who is it if not Chin Fong? Like, it's called Gangnam. Gangnam? Is there someone named Jiang Nan in our school, and also has such a high level of language skills that he can shock the invigilator? I would have believed it if it was Chin Fong, but as it turns out, I don't believe it even more when you say such an unfamiliar name. After all, if he was really that good, he would have been famous all over school long ago, instead of no one knowing about him until his senior year. Makes sense. You're talking too much to be believed, but that person is really called Jiangnan. If you don't believe me, you can just ask anyone who took the exam in class 4. Forget it, don't act. That is, recognized. There's no point in lying, just come clean. I hashtag you and percent at $%. There was quite a bit of talk about this exam on the road. At first it was assumed that all the seniors had pounced, so there was a lot of sighing and complaining. Later, then other voices appeared. There was a man sitting behind Gangnam, gave a recap of the scene that happened in the class 4 exam room and bragged about Gangnam. But the result is, no one in the neighborhood believed it. It was useless even if he wore out his lips and was red-eyed with anxiety. To this, the blaster was as speechless as he could be. I swear to God, everything I say is true, but why doesn't anyone believe me? The man, it's really called Gangnam. It's also extremely handsome, the kind that kills all the male stars. Just a shame. The more he explained, the more no one believed him. Oh, if there really was a person who was not only powerful in language, but also handsome through and through, how could they have never heard of him? After all, it's senior year, instead of senior year, whether it's grades, or face value, or whatever. Anyone who could have sprung up in a certain field would have been famous and well known all over campus a long time ago. At the same time, similar scenes took place all over campus. Discussing the language exams, there was a large crowd complaining that the paper was too difficult, but there were always one or two students who referenced in class 4 who would mention Jiangnan and say how great he was. However, not only did no one believe them, instead, they'll call them out for being dumbfounded by the test and having their heads up their asses. No matter how hard these people try to talk, hand-wring, or even argue with red faces, it is useless. After all, Gangnam? Never even heard of this guy. Some people, it's just big talkers, trying to clown around, yet everyone is not a cutie. They're not that easy to fool. Chapter 44: The Sorrows of a Group, and the Joys of a Single Person. Except for class 4, the rest of the senior class basically didn't know Gangnam. After all, in the past, Gangnam was too low-key. He also got the name of God of Sleep, God of Food and God of South in class 4. Who knows who Gangnam is when he's in the outer class? Nature. Some people say that Gangnam is awesome and handsome. It's a wonder they believed it. They all just laughed it off. But there were quite a few other class 4s on the road, and they heard the news, but they all looked at each other in disbelief, especially Zhang Hao, Su Yu, Tang Sweetie and Xiang Yi, several class 4 representatives of various subjects. Their faces changed at once. How come? Did Gangnam do well on the exam? To know before the start of the exam, they've all declared war with Jiangnan in public. This exam must defeat Gangnam. Results available. Failed the first exam. Even Kai Cohen, who is the best at languages in class 3 next door, cried on the test, and they certainly weren't any better. But, in the last second, when they saw that everyone else had failed the test, they were still thankful, thinking that Gangnam was bound to fail the test as well. So, the deer is not yet known. But the next, when they heard that someone had called Jiangnan's name, and also called the class 4 examination center, their faces changed drastically. Is there anyone else in school named Gangnam? I don't think so. Long and handsome, absolutely unique. Not to mention, if they remembered correctly, Jiangnan had been placed in class 4 for the exam, and these all matched up. Wouldn't that mean that Jiangnan did well on this exam? Maybe, if it was before, surely they, like other passers-by, would not believe this tidbit of information, or even scoff at it. But ever since Jiangnan had shown his amazing strength in both math and physics and slapped the crowd in the face, they wouldn't dare to disbelieve it. Mud. It's going to be the end of the beat. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian are a little better. After all, they declared war on Gangnam in math, physics and foreign languages respectively, which had little to do with languages. But to Yi, that girl, but you have to cry on the spot, just because she is the class 4 language representative. Previously, due to a momentary lack of anger at Gangnam for sleeping in class, coupled with the encouragement of other class reps, a coalition of class reps was formed. Yesterday, after the crowd had declared war on Jiangnan, she was also hot-headed and waved her showy fists to compete with Jiangnan. Results available. Leading the way to a disastrous Waterloo? At the very end of the exam, she gave herself an estimate of the score. Passing is impossible to pass. After all, she poetry appreciation, the literature did not do, and the composition is only half written. Think, 60 or 70 points up or down. I think, can't be much more. And just heard from a couple of people who took the test in class 4. Jiangnan not only did all the questions in the literature and other subjects, but also handed in the paper early, and even stunned the invigilator. It's the rhythm of going against the grain. 100 points is bottoming out, right? Perhaps. Can you go over 120? Or even higher? Full marks she hadn't dared to think about, nor would she. But one thing is certain. If what the person next to her was saying was true, Jiangnan had definitely done well on the exam, the kind that could kill her in seconds. Woo, how could you do this to me? I'm the class 4 language rep. Every language test, not to say the first in class 4, but it's only second to Chin Yuma's alright. Results available. Woo, women are made of water. Thinking about thinking. Xiang Yi then dropped tears without a fight. Sheesh, that's called pathetic. The passers-by in the neighborhood looked stunned. Asterisk. Is this necessary? Isn't it just that you didn't do well in language? Everyone fails the exams, and there are even a lot of people who abandon the exams, so you don't need to walk down the road crying. Girls will be girls, delicate and poorly tolerated. I also abandoned the exam and got a 0 on the spot, but I'm still walking with the wind in my sails, laughing and proud of the world. The passers-by didn't know about Mukaba's declaration of war with Anami, so they were speechless at Mukaba crying in pain. But Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Sweetness were a few, but they knew it well. To this, they can be very unpleasant to look at. It was only a language loss though, nothing to do with other disciplines, but they were, after all, an alliance. and could be said to be in one piece, rather like a feeling of empathy. Hopefully, the next exam, they were able to defeat Gangnam without any problems. Just, somehow, the kind of confidence that he had felt yesterday when he declared war had suddenly decreased so much that several people had a vague bad feeling in their hearts. Murphy, we will be defeated by Jiangnan alone? No, never. I, math, physics, am the strongest. Let's see me perform next. In the meantime, Bai Yingying, who is specially helping Jiangnan to spy on the enemy, happens to overhear the passerby's conversation and even sees Xiangye shedding tears. To this, she was the only one who was both sad and surprised and happy. The sad thing is that she didn't do well in languages either. This was not a big blow to Bai Yingying, who was often called a school bully and even wanted to surpass Qin Yuma. I was surprised to hear that Gangnam did well on the test. It was a bit more than she expected. After all, she only knew that Jiangnan was good at math and physics. She didn't know that Jiangnan was also good at languages. As for Hai, on the other hand, he saw Xiangyi crying in public, and it was obvious that he had done very badly on the exam, and in all probability, he could not compare to Jiangnan. Hey, this means someone she favors is going to win. Nature. Bai Yingying was overjoyed. But, hearing is believing. We still have to find Jiangnan to confirm exactly how. I don't know what came to mind. Bai Yingying accelerated her steps and quietly crossed over Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the others, flying towards the cafeteria. To the cafeteria, she didn't even bother to fight for her food, but instead, the first thing she did was to scan across the room, find Jiangnan, who was drying his food, and run over to him quickly. Gangnam, I knew you were here. Come on, how did you do on the language test this time? I heard someone say on the way that you've done all the poetry appreciation and literature. Isn't that true? Aha! Jiangnan nodded. So let's pair up the answers to the first question of poetry appreciation, which asks what disease the author's best friend suffers from, and what do you write about it? Eye disease. Eye disease? How do you know? Bai Yingying made a surprised sound. Apparently she did it differently. Jiangnan froze slightly and looked at Bai Yingying in disbelief. Haven't you heard the allusion to Xinyao's heavy pupils? This all clearly tells you that it's an eye disease. Did you not write it correctly? I wrote it wrong. It's so simple you can't even do it? Bai Yingying, #UN%*$. Solid. Old iron. Be a person. I'm on your side. Chapter 45 Cafeteria Surprise. Super Schoolboy? What about the literary language? It's one sound from start to finish. It feels like it's homophonic for the sake of homophonic, and it just straight up makes me dizzy. Can't figure out what it says. What about you? How did you translate it? That's easy too. It's not homophonic for the sake of being homophonic. It's supposed to be a homophonic text, telling a little story about whether to fish first, or to sell jade first, and wouldn't it be obvious just by looking at it? White Inga, #UN%. Once again, it's solid. Listen to, is that a human thing to say? If not on one side, you'll have to be pissed off and spit out blood. At the moment it was a good while before the exam was over. Many people came to the cafeteria one after another, and there were quite a few sitting near Gangnam. Since Jiangnan was handsome to the extreme and Bai Yingying was also very pretty, it could be described as a handsome man and pretty woman, a school herb and school flower, the absolute match kind, naturally attracting the attention of everyone in the neighborhood. But, at first, they were just giving frequent side glances towards Jiangnan and Bai Yingying due to their facial features. But immediately after, upon hearing Jiangnan's conversation with Bai Yingying, the two were heard discussing the language paper they had just finished, especially when Gangnam makes light of the situation, giving answers to poetry appreciation and translating the text orally. Wow! 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 Instantly, everyone in the neighborhood was stunned. What did they hear? Has anyone here done both poetry appreciation and literature? Even the full translation kind? How is that possible? They are also seniors who just finished their exams. I have first-hand experience of the difficulty of poetry appreciation and literature, but I still have a hard time with it. Those who can put pen to paper are almost non-existent. Even, in their opinion, no one will be able to make it for the entire senior year. But now, and yet someone made it? And you say it's easy, just look at it? Really? Almost subconsciously, they moved closer with their plates, listening carefully to Jiangnan's translation. Right or wrong? Listen first. It's just too intriguing. You wanted to go fishing and came to my house to find me and said, I want to go fishing on the mudflats of Yushui. Will you go with me? I said, I'm going to sell my jade, and Yu wants to buy my jade, so I have to go to his house. So I went with Yu to Yu's house, met him and wanted to sell him the jade. It was raining at this time. The heavy rain spread over Yu's house. I said to Yu, I had planned to go fishing on the mudflats of Yushui, but now that I have encountered heavy rain at your house, should I fish, or sell the jade? Yu and I were together at Yu's house to take shelter from the rain, and I sold the jade to Yu. When the rain stopped, Yu and I slowly walked out of Yu's house and went fishing on the mudflats of Yushui. As for understanding it, it's really just for you to write its moral. That's easy too. Things should be done in an organized manner, in a busy and orderly manner, so as to be efficient, otherwise sometimes it will lead to a big disaster. Gangnam not only translated the text, it also speaks directly to its moral. Finally, he added toward by Ying, that's what it means. See, isn't it simple? There are actually quite a few homophonic texts like this one, such as the history of Shirs eating the lion, the record of GG's striking the cock, and the sallow beaver insulting the officials. These are quite interesting. Of course, the most interesting would have to be E Descenti EE about a young man and woman's love story. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. There was one in the room that was dumbfounded, though they can't read the language and they don't know what it really means. But, Jiangnan's words sound so reasonable at first. Looks like it's really made the text? It's just too incredible. It's simply inhuman. Poetry appreciation and literature, which are difficult for countless people, are as simple as chopping a melon or cutting a vegetable in Jiangnan's mouth. Who is this man? Is it the school's top student, Qin Feng? But Qin Feng isn't that handsome alright. Or maybe it's the school's #1 schoolboy, Yi Zhiqiu? But Yi Zhiqiu's grades are generally good, right? The crowd just couldn't guess who Jiangnan was or which class he was from even if they thought about it. The only thing that could be known was that Jiangnan's strength was comparable to that of the school bully Qin Feng, and his looks were even better than that of the school grass Yi Zhiqiu. Could be a superb student with a combination of looks and talent. That's perfect. Love it. Moment. I wonder how many girls have fallen for it. As for the boys, while marveling and admiring, there was also envy and jealousy, and the inner heart was sour to the extreme. Is there actually such a good person in this world? Really, God is so unfair. At the same time, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian and Xian Yi also happened to come to the cafeteria and heard Jiang Nan's translation. At once, a few people had tears of sadness in their hearts, especially Yi. Just had a hard time stopping the tears on the road, but as soon as he heard Jiang Nan's reply, tears flowed again and he turned to run. It's really taking a hit. No comparison, no harm. Thanks to her, she swore in public yesterday that she would beat Jiang Nan in the language one, proving that she was the best and defending her position as the language class representative. But now I realize, compared to Gangnam, she was a rookie, scummy as hell, not at all in the same league alright. To this, Jiang Nan didn't care. After all, he hadn't taken Xiang Yi to heart in the first place. However, Bai Ying was momentarily crispy to the extreme. Sure enough, Jiang Nan really did it all. And that little ninny Xiang Yi, looking at the way she's crying, she's 100% failed the exam. No better than me. Let you look down on me, male. Gangnam, making a big fool of yourself now, are you? Chapter 46, has our school really been wiped out? The other side. Senior Language Team Office. An emergency meeting is being held at the moment. The atmosphere of the meeting was very somber, just because no one in the room looked too good. It's a wonder my face looks good. After all, the language test in the morning can be surprisingly difficult, so much so that the test center is restless, and there are even a number of students abandoning the test. It's already considered no small accident, if you can't respond in time, but something is going to happen. Language teachers, let's all talk. How do you feel about this language test? The language team leader, Wu Jiehao's gaze swept across the crowd present, his brows furrowed and his face very complicated. What feelings? What else is there to feel? I, as a language teacher, was dumbfounded when I read the paper, and it is still understandable that poetry appreciation is a bit difficult, but the language would be too tricky. I didn't realize it was homophonic until I looked it up after the fact, let alone the regular students. Anyway, the exam room I was in charge of was a total loss. I looked at the papers and none of them made it. I had that exam as well, and not to mention all the literature was left empty. I wasted too much time on it, resulting in an unfinished essay. Too bad. A lot of people can't finish their essays. For poetry appreciation and literature, 26 points are gone, and if the essay isn't finished, at least another 40 points will be deducted, and all three combined are close to 70 points. This means a large portion of the class couldn't pass. Many of the teachers in the room complained out loud. Obviously, while invigilating the exam, one had a lot of anger blocked in his heart. Hui Fei had wanted to mention something about Jiangnan, but was too overwhelmed by the various complaints to interject. I can say with certainty that except for a limited number of top students in each class, it will be difficult for other students to pass. If you're counting grade point averages, I'd guess in the 60s or 70s, the kind that could set a new school record for lowest. And I don't know who the roll is from. It's just too hard. It's clearly demoralizing to the students. To know that these are senior students, only 100 days left from the college entrance exams, should be more cheered up rather than deliberately suppressed. Once they let their hearts frustrated, it can be troublesome. It's even if that literature is too difficult. Even the essays are that difficult. How many students can handle it? There's not enough time to finish the essay first. I think even if I finish writing it, 9 times out of 10, it's still off topic, so it's unlikely that I'll get a high score. It's good that this chatterbox isn't open. Once it's open, there's really no end to the bitterness. After all, those were the students they had worked so hard to bring up. It wouldn't be easy for them to suffer a major blow. The essays are indeed quite difficult as well. Hearing the words of the crowd, the leader of the group, Wu Jiahao, couldn't help but nod his head, but then shook his head. But the hardest part is still the literary analysis. There are nearly 1,000 students in the senior year of our school. Can't any of them make it out of the literature? Guess not, because the school's number 1 academic bully, Qin Feng, was in my test center. I made a point of watching it, and even Qin Feng only wrote the poetry appreciation, and didn't move a single word of the literary text. Even a schoolmaster like Qin Feng is like this. Other students must be even more so. 100% won't know how to do it. The language is definitely all but gone. There's no doubt about that. After all, we teachers don't know it either. I don't know how the people in the question team got this question up here. Either they made a mistake or they've got their heads up their asses. I bet, other schools aside, there's no way a student at our school could have made it anyway, and if they did, then I wouldn't need to be a teacher. I'd just worship him. To be able to make this literary text proves that its level is definitely above mine. A teacher who has taught for 20 years. Not the genius of geniuses, the schoolboy of schoolboys. This kind of student is 1 in a million. I don't lose anything at all by worshipping it. A certain teacher was overly indignant and directly scolded the question team, not to mention the fact that he also made harsh remarks in public. Well, all be composed and keep your complaints to yourself. I've asked around, and although the roles come from the city, the teachers who put them out are, in fact, from the first and second middle schools. And it's said that people in both the first and second grade make literary texts, so it's impossible for people to get questions wrong. A brain show is even less likely. Blame only our school level is not enough, cannot compare with others. In the future, all the teachers work hard, and strive to teach more excellent students out. Cannot be 1 or 2 middle school to be looked down upon. The leader of the group, Wu Jiahao, spoke out to calm the many teachers. But, can hear it. Its words are full of helplessness and complexity. Just because. He contacted the city's question team when he learned that the questions on the paper were so difficult that many students had abandoned the exam. At first there was no reply. Later on, it was also by using quite a few contacts and resources that we learned that the teacher who produced the paper actually came from the old rivals of the 3 middle schools, the first and the second middle schools, and both the first and the second middle schools had students who could do it. This is really no comparison, no harm. Just now, he had asked several times whether any students in his school had made the text out of it. That is, he still had a slight illusion. But now, disillusionment. It really doesn't compare to others. Looks like 3rd grade is really gone. Let's just hope it gets better in the future. Hearing his words, the other teachers present instantly lowered their heads, obviously not feeling good in their hearts, including the teacher who was too agitated just now and gave harsh words. Iron sharpens iron. It really doesn't make sense to think that iron is strong when you're not hard yourself. Shame on you. What a shame. Students and teachers have always been one. Students are weak, meaning the teacher isn't much stronger. Really, it's so solid. But, just then, Hui Fei, who was standing at the back and couldn't interject, couldn't help herself and directly said in a loud voice, Team Leader Wu, all teachers, actually, we weren't a total loss, because I had students in my exam room who made it out of the literature. Chapter 47, Unbelievable. The language group teachers were shocked. Swish, swish, swish. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. There was one in the room, and all of them turned their heads, casting unbelievable gazes at Hui Fei. What did they hear? Your own school is not a total loss? A student made the homophonic text? How is that possible? One of the teachers has just said it. Even Qin Feng, the school's one academic bully and the class 1 student who occupies the top of the list in every exam, had his literary text empty there. But now, someone can actually make it? Mr. Hu, are you telling the truth? Did a student in your exam room really make a literary text? Also, are you sure he did the right thing? It's not like he's just scribbling to make up the word count and you're getting the wrong idea, is it? A lot of teachers can't believe it. After all, they've all accepted the concept of total annihilation, but now a variation pops up out of nowhere? Although, they would love to have such a variable. But hope is hope. Facts are facts, and the level of the third form is right there, and it really isn't very good. Especially the teacher who was too indignant before and gave a harsh word in public, directly shook his head and said, "Teacher who? Don't tease everyone. It's impossible for a student in our school to have made it. If there really is one, I'll go and worship him as a teacher right now." "Oh, so says, I'm taking on a grandson today?" Hui Fei subconsciously looked at that teacher. Brush. This statement was made. The faces of those present all changed. That's an out-of-character comment from Hui Fei. Some insults. After all, the same teacher who gave the tough talk, surname Yu, called Yu Wang Turtle, also known as Yu Lao San, because of its 20 years of teaching, seniority and high level, the kind that can be ranked third in the school language group. And Hui Fei has only been teaching for 3 or 4 years. Her qualifications are still shallow, and she is a latecomer. But she wants to accept her seniors as her disciples and grandchildren? Ahem. Group leader Wu Jiahao lightly coughed twice to ease the awkwardness of the scene, and said towards Hui Fei, "Teacher Hu, Teacher Yu was just too anxious, so he just spoke nonsense for a moment. So don't be sad. Sorry guys, slipped my tongue earlier." Hui Fei understood and turned the conversation around. "What I mean is that there are students in our class who have made the literary text, and I've matched the answers, and it's 100% correct. Even in terms of translation, I think that student translated it a little bit more accurately than our standard answer." Hui Fei's voice wasn't too loud, but at the moment it was very penetrating, the kind that covers every corner of the office. There was one in the room, and when they heard this, their eyes instantly widened, their mouths opened, and they froze. What did Hui Fei say? Did any candidate not only make a literary text, but even translated the translation more accurately than the standard answer? Is that a joke? But this occasion, I don't think Hui Fei is joking. How could such a genius exist in our school? Group leader Wu Jiahao was also shocked with his scalp numb, staring at Hui Fei with an incredulous deadpan stare. "Ms. You speak louder. Say it again. Someone really made it?" The other teachers also glanced sideways, looking at Hui Fei with bated breath, disbelief in their eyes, but also anticipation. "Really? I'm in charge of invigilating the exams, so it's bound to be true." Hui Fei took a deep breath, her words resounding. His literary translation is very precise. It can be said that one word too many, one word too few, impeccable kind, among other things. He did poetry appreciation as well and got it all right, even more than half an hour early, afraid the crowd wouldn't be able to hear. This time, Hui Fei purposely aggravated her tone. However, hear that. There are more people who don't believe it. "What? Mr. Hu, what did you say? He got the poetry appreciation, and the literature right, not to mention that he did it more than half an hour early? How is this possible? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Or maybe, you're looking at it wrong? How is that possible? Other people can't do it and waste too much time over it that they can't even finish their essays." But when it came to Hui Fei's mouth, not only did the student do all of them, but he did them over half an hour early, which is as unbelievable as the sky is the limit. It's no wonder the crowd was in disbelief. How could it not be? He's a student in my class. I watched him finish and I turned in the paper for him. He was going to hand in his paper 40 minutes or so early, but I wouldn't let him. After all, there is discipline in the exam room. You can't hand in your paper until the last 15 minutes or it will be treated as a 0. So, he then fell asleep on the table for half an hour. During the last 15 minutes, I made a point of waking him up, collecting his rolls, and sending him to dinner. This point, Mr. Lee, the chemistry team member who invigilates with me, can testify to that. He's just not here. I read that paper from cover to cover afterward, and I can confirm that all the questions before the essay were all correct. Wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. There was one in the audience. All rubbing stood up, and some even knocked over the teacups in their hands. Hui Fei had said all the words to this point, so it must not be a lie. But just because it wasn't a lie, it shocked them instead. You have to turn in your paper 40 or so minutes early? Slept for half an hour in the exam room? And all the questions before the essay are correct? Doesn't that mean that even if you don't want an essay you can pass, and 90 points just come to you? Has there ever been a bull like this in the past in the 3rd grade? It never seems to have been. It's incredible. It definitely refreshes their perceptions, and break 3rd grade records of sorts. Who is it? Numerous teachers stared at Hui Fei with wide eyes and dead eyes. Ms. Who? You directly said who that student is? Did you just say he was in your class? Is that Qin Yu Ma, or Xiang Yi? As I recall, those are the two who are the best at languages in your class, a class president and a class representative. But, no matter who it is, if he really gets full marks for the questions in front of him as you said, then it can definitely be said that he is a genius. No, I should say a wunderkind. In the language course, Chapter 48, 1 in a Million. Rarely seen in the last 1,000 years. Chin Yuma shouldn't be possible. I know this student. I remember coming to the exam room where I proctored. Though she is good, I have noticed that its literary language is the same as Qin Feng's. It is not done. Xiang Yi can't be either. That girl was in my exam room and she didn't even do the poetry appreciation, let alone the literature. Teacher who? Could it be a few other academics in your class? Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Bai Yingying, Tang Sweet. Without waiting for Hui Fei to answer, a teacher soon countered the speculations of those in front of him. Some say it's Su Yu, Zhang Hao, but the words came out. Then another teacher objected. After all, there are a lot of seniors though, but there are only a few top performers in each class. The teachers present more or less know each other and naturally pay extra attention when the other person is in the exam room they are invigilating. But, no exceptions. Any class 4 student whose name is called, none of them had made the literary text, and the only one who could even make an appreciation of poetry was Qin Yuma. Finally, the crowd's eyes were on Hui Fei again. To this, Hui Fei smiled bashfully. Indeed, the few you are talking about are not, but a student whose past performance was average, hovering only at the passing line, named Zhang Nan. Gangnam? Seems like I've never heard of it. Has he gotten average grades in the past? It shouldn't be possible to do all the literature if you're only hovering around the passing line. Unless he stumbled across this question before and knows the answer. And poetry appreciation as well. If that's the case, then we can't say he's good. We can only say he's just lucky. The crowd shook their heads. Apparently hearing the word Jiangnan was slightly disappointing. Was it possible for a student who had been mediocre for the past 3 years to suddenly hit the ground running and surpass Qin Feng in strength? A hit is possible, but that's the luck factor. But in terms of strength, it couldn't be compared to a schoolteacher like Qin Feng. Really, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, the words just fell from their mouths. Hui Fei then smiled and said meaningfully, "Teachers, I think you've misunderstood. Although Jiangnan was not well known in the past, it doesn't mean that his strength is not good. It's just that he is more low-key. Actually, he's good. Very good. Arguably even the best student in our class. He got both poetry appreciation and literature right. And you might question him as being lucky, by chance. But if I tell you that he writes his essays in the literary language, you shouldn't be able to question it. Brush, brush, brush." When these words came out, the room was filled with further shock, and the hearts of the people that had just fallen down were instantly raised again. What? What did you say, Mr. Who? He writes his essays in Mandarin? What kind of international joke are you making? How can any student write in the literary language? He doesn't have the skills even if he has the heart. Literary language. This isn't the old days. How can students use it for writing when they can't even read it now? And the 800-word kind? Unless he's a genius, a super genius, a schoolteacher, a super schoolteacher. 1 in a million, once in a century. The first feeling of the crowd was disbelief. After all, this is so counterintuitive. Writing in the literary language? Not to mention those students, even they, teachers who have been immersed in languages for decades, don't know how to do it. However, what I say is true, Hui Fei added with great certainty. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This made a mess today. It's a real shocker. Wave after wave. It's come to this. Hui Fei can't possibly lie. So 9 times out of 10 it's true? This. What kind of demon is it? The test is only 2.5 hours long. And the poetry appreciation and literature in front of it are so hard. But this kid, not only did you get it all right, but you wrote in the language. And you even turned in your paper early, which was incredible. No, I can't help it. This hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. Hurry up and find his papers and look at them. Yes. Find out and see if this is all true. And it's really the same as what Mr. Who said. Then I'll keep my word and immediately go to pay my respects. Numerous teachers were dumbfounded. Had to get a glimpse of the Gangnam test papers. After all, 10 years from teaching, none of them had ever encountered anything this strange. Originally, noon was the teacher's mealtime, and the reason for the gathering was just a small impromptu meeting. But now it is no longer as simple as having a small meeting to see how a composition written in the literary language is. If the writing is good, Yu Lao-san really wants to worship the master. As for dinner, eat whenever you want. Even if you don't eat it, you can't starve at one meal. Yes, then find it and look at it together. The group leader Wu Jiehao also cannot spoil the crowd's interest. Directly shot the board. Let the volume of Jiangnan transferred out. Although it was said before that this monthly test would follow the standards of the college entrance examination, it was not really a college entrance examination after all. Special events. Think of it as early marking. Many teachers acted together and soon found all the answer sheets that were in the Class 4 examination hall. Then, almost instantly, just saw Gangnam's answer sheet. A clarification is needed here. Answer sheets are sealed and will cover the candidate's information so that the name cannot be seen. But Gangnam's answer sheet is just too good to find. The first thing is to look at the words. Although Jiangnan didn't go all out and write words that shocked the world and sobbed the gods, he was also the kind of person who could make people's eyes light up and their hearts feel happy with his strokes, out of the blue. Next, it's just reading the literature. The vast majority of the answer sheets, where the literature is empty, are clean and untouched. Only Jiangnan's answer sheet, which made the answers and translated the entire text, was easily recognizable. And the most striking point, that's what an essay written in the literary language. Even if it's a little cutie, I can tell at a glance, right? But when the many teachers found Jiangnan's answer sheet and came together with great interest to look at the essay, time seemed to stand still and space seemed to freeze. Everyone remained motionless and didn't make the slightest sound for several long minutes. Eventually, I don't know who spoke first. Words. This is really a literary composition? The Death of Red Rabbit? That's an interesting title. The essay is also very interesting. The ideas were relevant. The language was fluent. And it was incredible to write such an essay in a limited amount of time. The colloquialisms and quotations are so easy to come by without the slightest sense of piling up. The lines are so clear and understandable. And the historical allusions are so well known, that even I have to bow down to them. Needless to say, this student called Jiangnan is definitely the genius of geniuses. The school bully of school bullies. Oh no, genius and schoolboy are not enough to describe him, but should be used to describe him as a god of learning, a devil of learning, a wizard, a ghost, a geek, one in a million, rare in the last 1,000 years. Chapter 49 Curiosity of Schoolmaster Qin Feng, Anger of School Grass Yi Jiqiu. Hey, have you heard? This senior morning language test is the hardest ever. It's estimated that there aren't many who can pass. There are even a lot of people who get halfway through the test and have a breakdown in their mindset and just abandon the test and get zeroed out. Seriously, is it that hard? Of course it's true. It's rumored that not a single person can do that literature. Not even Qin Feng, who has always reigned supreme at the top of the school, has done it. You can imagine how hard the question was. The hard as hell kind. Nearly 1,000 people in the senior class can be a total loss. No way. But I was eating in the cafeteria earlier. I heard a student there eloquently translating that text with a light touch, and say it's easy. It's a homophonic text about a short story about whether you fish first, or sell jade first. I'll go. That good? Wouldn't that surpass Qin Feng? Tell me quickly, who is this person? Male or female? Which schoolboy is it? Second, or third in his grade? Is a man. Long also thief handsome, can handsome on the sky, hanging school grass Yi Jiqiu kind, but not second in the grade. Not third, not even in the top 10 in the grade as we know it. So, he's a dark horse? I don't know if it was a dark horse or not, but he was great, and a lot of people in the cafeteria were dumbfounded at the time. If what you say is true, then this person is indeed powerful, and can even be called a super schoolmaster, at least in the language one. It is estimated that no one can compare with him. You have to know that in every exam in the previous senior year, Qin Feng of class 301 was the one who bagged the first place in every subject, but this time, he seems to have run into an opponent, and the first language is hanging by a thread. Not only is the school bully Qin Feng bumped into a rival, that school grass Yi Jiqiu is also. You are not aware of how handsome that person is, and I saw with my own eyes. The school flower by Ying is sitting next to it. I'm really curious who this person is. Gossip is human nature. No distinction is made between men and women. Just as the language group teachers were shocked, all parts of the campus are eating up the senior language exam, with many lamenting that the paper was difficult. But there's always that voice. There will be mention of a scene in the cafeteria at noon. Then, Jiangnan was then brainwashed by the crowd into a super school bully, the kind that could compete with veteran school bully Qin Feng. Even Yi Jiqiu was involved. Anyone who had seen Jiangnan thought that Yi Jiqiu, who had dominated the school's title of schoolmaster for 3 years, should be replaced. To this, the speaker has no intention of doing so, but the listener has a heart. As Qin Feng, who had dominated the school's #1 ranking from his freshman year to his senior year, both in terms of total scores and single subject scores, he had always had a confidence and pride that others couldn't imagine. Before that, he thought that no one in the entire third middle school was his rival, and he had the feeling that he would be on top of the world and have a view of all the mountains. Even the few so-called school bullies who ranked 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the school were all just scum in his eyes, just because, both individual subjects and total points, those guys are too far apart from him. Even if he only put in 8 points, no one could outperform him in any subject test. This invincibility, it will probably last until the end of the exam, but now, there seems to have been a bit of a mishap. At once, he came to be interested. Interesting, really interesting. that piece of literature on the morning test, but even I couldn't do anything about it. And yet someone actually did it? This man appears to be a dark horse after all? At first when he heard this news, Shin Feng didn't believe it, but as more and more people discussed this along the way and he heard more and more, he couldn't help but disbelieve it. Finally, my boring high school invincibility has rippled with a hint of internal flavor? Good thing. That's a good thing. I just don't know who that person is, to actually beat me in the language? Shin Feng felt a hint of curiosity towards Jiangnan in his heart. Of course, and that's about it. Even if Jiangnan made it out of the literature, he was confident that he wouldn't be able to run away with the title of number one in the single language subject. After all, he did pretty well on the other topics, especially the essay, which was well written and must have scored high, not to say full marks. Speaking of which, he was dying for a few variables like Gangnam to pop up every once in a while that could outsmart him in some way. Otherwise, this invincibility is so lonely too. It's sad that there is no rival for excellence. The other side, the school grass Yi Jiqiu, who was also mentioned by the gossips, thought very differently from Qin Feng. Before that, his mental state was similar to Qin Feng's. All of them are of the invincible kind, confident and proud. But the difference is, Qin Feng is invincible in strength, and Yi Jiqiu is unbeatable in face value. Yi Jiqiu was confident that it was impossible for anyone in the entire third middle school to beat himself in terms of face value. But now, appearance of a change? It was actually rumored that a school bully had appeared in the cafeteria, who was even more handsome in terms of face value and could beat himself, schoolboy or not. He didn't care. But better looking than yourself? He wouldn't be happy about that, especially when he heard that Jiangnan was accompanied by Bai Yingying. It was even more so when his eagle eyes lit up with a blazing fire of anger. Nima, Bai Yingying the only schoolgirl who could be on par with him. It's a good-looking, national treasure. From senior year, there were just a lot of rumors that he was most compatible with Bai Yingying. After all, one was the school bully and the other was the school flower, and he's also had his eye on Bai Yingying for a long time. Even secretly did not think of ways to contact with Bai Yingying. Only nearly 3 years have not made much progress. Available today, there was actually a boy who looked even more handsome than himself, appearing beside Bai Yingying. It's a wonder he's not angry and outraged. Good boy, dare to steal the girl I'm looking at? You're ing done. When I figure out who you are, I shall come to you. Chapter 50 Second Math Test. And this is the result? Brother is not in the jungle. The jungle, however, has a legend of brother. From the teachers down to the students, all parts of the campus are talking about Gangnam and the scene that took place in the cafeteria. However, as a talking point, Jiangnan, however, did not know about it, and even if he did, he would not care. Anyway, he should eat and sleep. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Dang Dang, Bai Yingying and these people, after eating, went back to the examination center to study. The language was a failure in the morning. They don't want to fail another math test this afternoon, hence the scramble to get back in the game. There's no use. Then only God knows. It's unlikely that Gangnam will go for a review anyway. Sleeping is not positive. Something is wrong with your head. Eat and sleep is the way to go. So, after he left the cafeteria, he went back to his dormitory and slept until 20 minutes before the exam, when he walked slowly back to the exam room. It's worth mentioning, if not you must be in the exam room 15 minutes early. He was trying to sleep in until the exam started. 3 p.m. The second math test began. The duration is 2 hours. Jiang Nan's Class 4 examination room. This time it was no longer Hui Fei who supervised the examination, but was replaced by 2 other teachers. After all, by the high school standards, to ensure fairness, every exam, invigilators are rotated. But, in these 2 invigilators, one of them is actually another acquaintance of Jiangnan. That is, the math teacher Chao Tianyuan. Old Chao, as soon as you see each other, the corner of Jiangnan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is it a coincidence that the language test in the morning was supervised by Hui Fei and the math test in the afternoon was supervised by Chao Tianyuan? Bull ****** coincidence. He was very skeptical. This is some people are uneasy, fearing that they will control the score again to take a passing test, so they have premeditatedly targeted themselves. Where's the trust that was promised? Didn't I promise you all? Really? No martial virtues. But, ding, for this math test, please earn 150 points. Here we go again. The moment before the test papers were handed out, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile when he heard the system's beep in his head. Sure enough, this system is degenerate. It's imperative that he has a hit on his hands. Since resistance is not possible, then we'll just have to accept it. Anyway, the language can already get a perfect score. It doesn't matter if the math gets another perfect score, just to cope with Chao Tianyuan's proctored exams, so that this old little man doesn't find himself in trouble again. Think about it. Jiangnan mopped his fists and wiped his palms with a relaxed face, ready to have a great time on the math test. Don't you want to see my strength? Then I'll just show my hand. I hope this math paper is a little harder. Don't be like the morning language paper and do it with no pressure. How boring is that? But, when he got the roll the next second, its brows, however, frowned slightly, and in its heart there was a pang of contempt. It was not easy for me to show my hand, but it turned out to be this? It's not because the rolls are too hard. Rather, that's too easy. First, there are the multiple choice questions. The first course was functions and derivatives. That was too easy for words to describe, and Gangnam chose it in seconds straight away. For the second number sequence, Gangnam is still a second choice. The third trigonometric function, second choice. The fourth geometric function is synthesized in seconds. The fifth course is a change in the equation of the trajectory of the moving point, chosen in seconds. The sixth course combines number and shape to determine the positional relationship between a straight line and a conic curve, again in seconds. Sheesh, these are all giveaways. Even if it's a little cutie, would have picked it too. It's all a no-brainer kind of thing to look at. Jiangnan felt that his IQ was really being rubbed hard on the ground. Nima, can't you come up with something a little more interesting that makes me think? Hey, forget it. Do it early and go to bed. It's not much fun. Jiangnan faced disappointment, the pen in his hand. Brush wildly right nonstop. Half a minute. 10 multiple choice questions taken care of. 1 minute. 5 fill-in-the-blank questions done. 3 minutes. The last 3 big questions also end. It's the kind where you answer a big question in a minute. From the start of the exam until now, a total of no more than 5 minutes. Jiangnan had directly made it to the last 3 questions of the paper? It's unbelievable. The other side. As the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan couldn't help but frown the moment he got the paper. But, unlike Gangnam who lamented that it was too easy, he frowned because the paper seemed to be much more difficult than in the past. You can tell by the multiple choice questions. Follow the usual pattern. Combining numbers and shapes to determine the relationship between a straight line and a conic curve should serve as the finale, which is the 10th multiple choice question. But now, and yet, it's the 6th course? This means, the next 4 multiple choice questions are all harder than this one. Wouldn't that mean that the overall difficulty of this math test is more than 2 or 3 times beyond what it has been in the past? What the hell is going on here? The people on the city's paperwork team are crazy, aren't they? During the morning invigilated language exams, the questions were so difficult that they caused many students to break down and abandon the exam. At the time he didn't care much. Instead, I lamented that the hearts and minds of students nowadays are really getting more and more fragile and can't withstand the blows. But now, he did understand somewhat. This paper in hand, although far less than the previous OU simulation questions he gave to class 4, but also by no means to be underestimated. It is estimated that the students will again be examined to cry out to the sky. Hopefully, there will be no test center turmoil like in the morning when many students broke down and abandoned the test. However, next, he blushed again, just because, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed his most valued student, Gangnam, actually flipped the paper and started working on a few big questions on the back. Is it that fast? Or is it? The questions were so difficult that even a genius like Gangnam wouldn't know how to do them and just skip doing the questions that followed? It can't be, even if the rolls are hard. Jiangnan was the one who could control the score of OU simulation questions to 90, so he shouldn't be overwhelmed by these questions. Hold on to the unanswered questions. Chao Tianyuan quietly came behind Jiangnan, but the next second, its pupils shrunk violently, and it was stunned. Chapter 51 A truly ruthless man who doesn't even need draft paper for a glance? How is that possible? Am I blind? Or am I dreaming? As a veteran math teacher, Chao Tianyuan had always been known for his old-fashioned attitude. But now he was stunned, just because Jiangnan had actually finished 2/3 of the paper, leaving only the last 3 big questions? How is that possible? He knew that Jiangnan was very good, and also thought to himself that although this paper was difficult, it wasn't hard enough to defeat Jiangnan. But the problem is, even if you're good, it can't be done that fast, either. It's not even 10 minutes since the test started. It's unbelievable. Chao Tianyuan pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, while his brain thoughts ran wildly. He wanted to see if Jiangnan had really done the right thing by doing it so quickly. Then, first question, correct. Second question, correct. Third question, still correct. As for the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions that follow, honestly, without a pen and paper in his hand, and based only on mental arithmetic, Chao Tianyuan couldn't really do it for a while. For this reason, he tossed it aside to ignore it, looked directly to the answer questions in the back, 1. It is known that the quadratic function f x equals x caret 2 plus bx plus cx and the solution set of the inequality f x dash 2x is 1. 3. 1. If the equation f x plus 6a equals 0 has two equal real roots, find the analytic formula of f x. 2. If the maximum value of f x is positive, find the range of values of the real number a. The answer written by Gangnam is solution, because the solution set of the inequality f x dash 2x is 1. 3. So x equals 1 and x equals 3 are two roots of the equation x caret 2 plus b plus 2, x plus c equals 0, a less than 0. Also because b plus 2 slash a equals minus 4, c slash a equals 3, so b equals dash 4a2 and c equals a. Also the equation f ax plus 6a equals 0 has two equal real roots. So, f x equals minus 1 divided by 5x squared minus 6 divided by 5x minus 3 divided by 5. 2f x equals x caret 2 dash 2, 2a plus 1, x plus 3 a sad face a caret 2 dash 4 a 1, slash a from 1, because it is less than 0. So the maximum value of f x is a caret 2 dash 4 a 1, slash a. It can be obtained that the range of values of the required real number a is dash infinity, minus 2 square root 3, u, minus 2 plus square root 3, 0. This. How can I describe it? The cause and effect is well thought out and there is no trace of delay. Watch the solution process. Chao Tianyuan was utterly dumbfounded. He can be sure Jiangnan got this question 100% right. No, that's not an easy question. It's already no less than a college entrance exam finale. But to Jiangnan, it was as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. And it didn't even seem to require any cerebral thinking. This is simply asterisk. Only these two words emerged in Chao Tianyuan's heart. He had thought that he knew Jiangnan well, but now he realized that he didn't know Jiangnan at all, although he has said it before. Gangnam may be able to get a national one in the Olympiad, but that more or less has motivation for Gangnam within it. But now, he really believes that Gangnam can take the national one now. This son, it's almost demonic. Chao Tianyuan could no longer think of any other words to describe Jiangnan's math talent. Only demon. In the meantime, as another invigilator was inspecting the examination room, he found Chao Tianyuan standing motionless behind Jiangnan, and with curiosity in his heart, he also walked over. Mr. Chao, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at this student? Murphy, you suspect him of cheating on the test? Cheating? How could he cheat? I'm admiring and learning. This kid's problem solving and speed of solving is enough to make people applaud. Oh, yeah, he's that good? To actually receive such an evaluation from you, Mr. Chao. Hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, the invigilator was still quite disbelieving and also stretched his neck to look at the Jiangnan test paper. But, next, this, how is this possible? It's only been a while since the exam. Others haven't even finished the multiple choice questions, but he's made it to the last two? The invigilator was also stunned. It was similar to Chao Tianyuan's mental state just now. Did it go right? It's not going to be a scribble, is it? He was stunned at Jiangnan's speed of answering the questions, but was skeptical about the accuracy of Jiangnan's answers. Sure, he's not a math teacher. There was no way to read it instantly like Chao Tianyuan. But, Chao Tianyuan nodded vigorously at him. It's not a scribble, but it's alright, with 100% accuracy. Wow. This statement was made. The invigilator immediately stared wide-eyed, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If it was not in the examination room, the need to maintain discipline, he could not help but to jump will be up. For crying out loud, asterisk. He could suspect Gangnam, yet he would not suspect Chao Tianyuan. After all, Chao Tianyuan was the deputy head of the school's math team, a senior big shot, the kind with super high math skills. Chao Tianyuan said Jiangnan did it all right. Then Gangnam must have done the right thing, but that's exactly why. That's why he was so surprised. Within 10 minutes of the test starting, Jiangnan had almost finished the entire math paper and was 100% correct. What kind of concept is that? A school teacher? A super schooler? No, that doesn't even begin to describe Gangnam, okay? At the very least, they're scholars, super scholars. And, he also noted one more thing. That's, Jiangnan actually answered directly on the answer card. The test paper and draft paper, all blank, even. When Jiangnan finished the penultimate major question, it took him only a few seconds to finish the final finale question, and then lifted his pen to make a solution directly on the answer card. The invigilator's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Stunned, dumbfounded and confused. Classmate, what the hell is this? Are you sure you're taking a math test? Didn't you say that the finale questions in math are all very difficult? But you actually know them by looking at them? Don't even use draft paper. Don't even need to act it out in advance. You're too damn ruthless, aren't you? You're clearly not taking math seriously. You don't care about the teachers who make the papers. You are so #UN% at UN%. Chapter 52. Terrifying as it is, this son is not a human being. The invigilator was speechless, mind blown. What do you mean? Sure? This is sure. Almost 20 years of teaching. What kind of math genius has he not seen? But those so-called geniuses were scum compared to Jiangnan, completely out of their league. It could be seen from the fact that within 10 minutes of the start of the exam, Jiangnan had directly made it to the last question on the paper. And, according to Chao Tianyuan, Gangnam is still solving problems correctly 100% of the time. Even the draft paper that was purposely handed out for the math test was of the clean, half-written variety. Realize that some of the students next to you have not even finished the multiple choice questions, yet they have already used up a piece of draft paper. Hiss. What kind of logical, spatial thinking does a person need to have in order to reach this point in Gangnam? In the meantime, Gangnam as a party, he didn't care about the shock of the two invigilators behind him, but just swish, 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 swish quickly. For him, these questions are so unchallenging. Just want to hurry up and get done and sleep is the way to go. But, make it to the last question of the paper. Instead, he stared slightly. Finally, I've come across a somewhat interesting question, and it seems that this paper, too, is not useless. Prior to this, Gangnam's review of the question was a second over, followed by an instantaneous answer in his mind. However, this last finale question, instead, he watched for several seconds. Available at the difficulty of this question. I don't know how much more than the previous ones. The original title is as follows. The function f(x) equals 1/square root 1 plus x plus 1/square root 1 plus a plus square root x plus 8 is known to belong to 0 plus infinity. 1. Find the monotonic interval of f(x) when a equals 8. 2. For any positive number a, prove that f(x) is greater than 1 but less than 2. Similar to the first question of the answer question, this last question was actually a function question as well. But, the difference is, monotonicity. Inequalities are involved here. It did feel a bit harder than the previous questions. But, for Gangnam, it's only slightly interesting. Difficult is the word. It couldn't have been in his head. Solution. When a equals 8, f(x) satface 1 plus square root x /square root 1 plus x plus 1/3. The derivation gives f(x) satface 1 dash square root x /2 square root x1 plus x caret 3. Thus when x belongs to 0, 1, f(x) is greater than or equal to 0. When x belongs to 1 plus infinity, f(x) is less than or equal to 0. So f(x) is monotonically increasing on 0, 1, and monotonically decreasing on 1 plus infinity. What do you mean by penning? That's the penny drop. When Jiang Nan wrote down the word solve, he did not pause again and directly made the first question. Sheesh. In one word, absolute. A certain invigilator behind him could no longer look at it, simply because he or she didn't teach math, and Jiangnan's problem-solving speed was just too fast for him to understand. But, and just as unreadable. Instead, it's quite a bit more muted. On the contrary, when Chao Tianyuan saw that Jiangnan had made the first question of the last question in an instant, his pupils once again shrunk violently, his expression moved, and his heart turned over even more. Nima, awesome, strong. Gangnam is really going against the grain. The invigilator next to him knew that the math finale was difficult, but didn't really know how difficult it was. However, Chao Tianyuan was aware of it. After all, he's a senior math teacher. While the question doesn't seem complicated at first glance, that's only at first glance. Actually, it's really, really hard. Even if he were to do this problem, he really couldn't solve it without expending 80% or 90% of his effort. It is not too much to say that this is the most difficult monthly exam finale he has ever encountered, the kind that can surpass the high school finale several times, and can even compete with the Olympics finale. And yet Gangnam did it without any effort? It's unbelievable. It's not a human being. It's inhuman. He no longer dared to treat Jiangnan as a student. Where is this still a student? He's obviously a senior professor of math, right? The kind he himself was far from. Available at. It didn't end there. Just as Chao Tianyuan was sighing, Jiangnan had already begun to do the second question and was still very fast. 1. First prove that f(x) is greater than 1, because 1/square root 1 plus x 1/1 plus x. So, f(x) satface 1 plus a plus b plus x plus a plus x plus bx plus abx /1 plus x 1 plus a 1 plus b. 2. Reprove that f(x) is less than 2. That is, a plus 8 is greater than 1 plus a, 1 plus b. That is, a plus b is less than 7. In summary, for any positive number a, x, there is f, x, greater than 1 but less than 2. Gangnam replied. Still, in one fell swoop, like a line, the second question was taken care of with a flick of the wrist. That is to say, Gangnam has finished his exams? See this. A certain invigilator at the back subconsciously looked at the clock on the blackboard and realized that it was only 9 minutes from the start of the exam at this moment. Only 9 minutes into the test? Not even 10 minutes. And Gangnam finished the whole paper? Scary as hell. This son is not a man. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to believe it even if he had been maimed and burned to ashes. Chapter 53, the hardest ever. Numerous children's shoes breaking down again? Li Ming is from the class of 301. Class 301, on the other hand, is the top class and the star class of the senior class in this third middle school, just because the class produced a superb student, a dominant school for 3 years. Every exam all single subject can be ranked first. The total score can be the second and third, thrown away a huge cut of the pride of the sky. Invincible Kauman Qinfeng. Qinfeng is awesome, there is no doubt about that. But the rest of the 301st class isn't weak either. There were many other students who were schoolmasters, and if they were singled out and put in another class, they would immediately come in first place. Only all of them were overshadowed by Qinfeng and Li Ming. It's one of those things. Li Ming is also great, especially in math. Although he was not as good as Qinfeng, he thought that he would not be weaker than others. So, before the math test starts, he can be confident. Although he didn't do well in language arts in the morning, he would definitely hold the ring for second in the school in math in the afternoon. However, when he got his math paper and scanned the questions all over it, he frowned. This role appears to have some difficulty? A connoisseur will know if there is one or not, though he hasn't put pen to paper yet, but just a glance, he could then tell that the paper seemed a bit difficult, and there were many questions that he couldn't immediately come up with an answer to, and after moving the pen, he got a better sense of the real difficulty of the role. The first 3 multiple choice questions were a little better. However, the difficulty increased tremendously from the 4th question's synthesis of geometric functions, and by the 5th question's change of equations for the trajectories of moving points. He was completely stuck and a bit confused. Is the paper that hard? In the usual math exams, the first 8 multiple choice questions can be giveaways. Only the last 2 are on the hard side. But today, is the 5th course that hard? Li Ming's eyebrows have been deeply locked. Enough to spend 2 minutes to do the 5th question. But, did not do it? Forget it. Skip it for now. Come back and try again when you're done with the back. As a king who has been through countless exams, Li Ming is naturally not stupid, and although he is unwilling, he knows the trade-off. He skipped right over question 5 and looked at question 6, which was about combining numbers and shapes to determine the positional relationship of conic curves. This question seems harder. Raoul didn't have a thought for a moment, did he? Li Ming directly gave a dumbfounded look. Remember when we used to take exams? Shouldn't all these kinds of questions go to the end for the finale? But today, the 6th multiple choice question? The difficulty of this. It's going against the grain. A bad premonition suddenly welled up inside Li Ming. This math test. It was estimated that like the language in the morning, it could be called the hardest ever. The kind that made people crash. Even if it was the school bully Qinfeng, when he saw this paper, he would feel very tricky and not get full marks, right? He looked again to the 7th question. It's still hard. Question 8. It's harder. Not that he couldn't do it. Rather, he needs to spend a lot of time and perform very complicated deductive calculations to solve it. But, that will result in him not having time to do the big questions that follow. Just like a language test in the morning and not having time to write an essay. If that's true, it's absolutely cool rhythm. Not to mention second in the keeper school. Even passing is a problem. The best way, just keep jumping back and do the easy ones first. Li Ming clenched his teeth fiercely, then jumped to the 9th question, the 10th question, and finally directly to the fill-in-the-blank question. Sheesh, tears of grief flowed. The restlessness inside him was overwhelming. He skipped over half of the multiple choice questions, so even if he got all the latter questions right, how many points would he get? Mama, is this a really hard role or what? Or am I just too good? Li Mingjin had a rhythm that made him want to cry, and even his right hand, which was holding the black water-based pen, began to tremble slightly. In the meantime, Li Ming's condition is not unique to the classroom. You know that Li Ming is a top expert in math. If he can't do it, won't others be even worse? See only, the people in the exam room were basically biting the end of their pens, scratching their hair, and racking their brains thinking about how the hell to solve this. Some people have wasted 2 sheets of draft paper just doing the first 3 multiple choice questions, and still don't know if the results are correct. In hell. Which one of the hell came up with the monthly exam papers? It's not even if the language was so hard in the morning, but now the math is so hard. Is it going against the grain? The laborer's mind can be broken again. Was it an unintentional insult? Or was it an intentional injury? If the college entrance exams are all this difficult, then what the hell is there for the laborers to take? Not to mention 1 or 2 books. There's no hope for even 3. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Mama, I don't want to take the test. I want to go home. Studying is too tiring. Why don't you go and move bricks? Again, there were quite a few people in the exam room who had their minds made up. One by one, his face was low, his eyes wanted to spit fire, and in his heart, he greeted all 18 generations of the person who issued the scroll. Li Ming would have been sad, but after he saw that the people around him were similar to himself, all of them frowning and bitter, he couldn't help but be relieved. Remember what the invigilator had said in the morning. Not by myself, neither will anyone else. I, Li Ming, am a math genius. If even I find it difficult, others must be even more incapable of doing it. As long as I don't rush and panic and keep my mind steady and do all I know how to do and get all the points I deserve. Even if it's not as good as Qin Feng, but second place in school math, inevitably still mine. Li Ming secretly admonished himself, exhaled deeply, suppressed his inner restlessness, and prepared to do the fill-in-the-blank questions first. But, just then, and he could hear the sound of a roll being turned over. At once, he was incredibly nervous again. How is that possible? It's only been less than 10 minutes into the exam, and someone has already started working on the big questions at the back? Is this a man or a ghost? A god or a devil? Or maybe it's a demon? Even if Qin Feng is here, he can't do it, right? Chapter 54, Crushing Questions. There's actually method 3? Li Ming subconsciously followed the sound. The one who found out that the one who flipped the papers was actually Gangnam, who was sitting next to him. To this, he had a look of dismay on his face, just because he didn't know Gangnam in the past. But in the morning language exam, Jiangnan answered the questions with amazing speed. Not only did he finish the paper 40 minutes or so ahead of time, but he also slept in public. But the invigilator didn't care, so he could make a big splash. Even, according to the grapevine, Jiangnan also translated the text. So, he had an impression of Gangnam. But, it's just an impression, too. After all, languages were not his best subject, and even if the other party was good, it had little to do with him. But now, the exam opened less than 10 minutes ago. Jiangnan then finished all the multiple choice questions and fill in the blanks of the math paper and turned the page to do the answer questions in the back? No way. Absolutely not. Fake. This must be fake. He's either scribbling all over the place or he doesn't know all of them and skips over the questions in front of him. Li Ming kept mumbling inwardly, looking for various reasons and excuses to paralyze himself as much as possible. It was understandable that Jiangnan was good at languages, but to be so good at math as well, killing him was unacceptable. On the math one, except for Qin Feng, the school will never have anyone to surpass itself again. But, the next scene. But he was shocked beyond words and could not calm down at all, only to see the water-based pen in Jiangnan's hand. He actually flew directly on the answer sheet and answered without stopping. That's not the point. The point is, I don't know when. Invigilator Chao Tianyuan unexpectedly came behind Jiangnan, staring at Jiangnan's answer sheet, very serious not to mention, but also vaguely with shock, excitement, complexity and so on. What does it mean? Murphy, the kid got it all right? How is that possible? That kid didn't even have time to look at the questions and think. He didn't even use draft paper, the kind that answers directly. If this can be done right, wouldn't the sun come out of the west and the men's soccer team win the World Cup? Almost instantly, Li Ming's brain went blank. He had a mind to disbelieve. Available next. When the other invigilator, too, came behind Jiangnan and looked surprised, he had to believe it. If Jiangnan was scribbling and filling in the blanks, the two invigilators would have called it off long ago. Not in this fashion. Especially, the two teachers were still hiding in the corner and talking quietly. Its voice was small, its decibels pressed low, but with his ears perked up, he still heard part of it. That's, Gangnam is doing all the right things. Even got the last answer question right. At once, his eyes were red and his mind was about to collapse. God, can someone tell me where this guy came from? I've never heard of this character in the past, but now he's not only great at languages, he's also so strong in math. Even if Qin Feng was here, he wouldn't be able to compare to him, right? Fake. I hope this is fake. This isn't a test, but I'm dreaming? Yeah, that's right. I'm just dreaming. I'll be fine when I wake up. The monthly exams definitely haven't started yet. In the meantime, the other side, some unknown invigilator. He was pulling Chao Tianyuan to hide in the corner and discussing quietly. Old Chao, you're the math master. In your place, could you finish this paper so quickly? I can't do it. Chao Tianyuan directly shook his head. So are you sure he's doing everything right? It's all right, both the solution, the process, and the answer can be flawless. Got that last finale question right too? Very right, there is not a single loophole. The kind that can be called perfect. Even the second question cannot even be solved by me. There is no thought. I also looked at his answer, and only then realized that the original question was solved in this way. The harvest is not shallow. Hiss. The invigilator sucked in a breath of cool air. In that case, isn't he even more powerful than you, old Chao? As much as I hate to admit it, it's true. Chao Tianyuan nodded with a complicated face. That's too horrible to be human. The invigilator sked and marveled. I just don't know what class he's in and what math teacher taught him. Chao Tianyuan's words stuttered and froze slightly. He subconsciously tried to say, this is actually a student in my class, available at. It seemed that when he was in class, Gangnam wasn't even listening much, basically dozing off too. So, did he teach Gangnam? Can't count. More accurately, gifted and self-taught? He was really bad at answering this invigilator's question, so he only vaguely avoided it and rejoined behind Jiangnan. Why are you back behind Gangnam again? Just because. Jiangnan had obviously finished the last question, but he suddenly realized that Jiangnan appeared to be writing something again. Murphy, which question did Gangnam get wrong? That's not true. He could have focused on it just now, for the final finale question. Though at first he too was confused in both eyes. The first question was fine, but the second was a real lack of thought. But it's still right for the answer. He can be sure. Jiangnan's solution to the problem. The process is very clear. Justified. The result should be 100% correct. But Gangnam is still revising? Did he look away? Chao Tianyuan subconsciously fixed his eyes on it. Next. Hiss. This. How is this possible? Chao Tianyuan instantly sucked in a breath of cool air, even to the point of staring out of his eyes, his brain buzzing. It's so shocking. It's incredible. What did he see? After Jiangnan finished the finale, he wrote, Method 3 again in the back margin? Chapter 55, Jiangnan, please be a person. Method 3? Chao Tianyuan rubbed his eyes hard. Found on. He really wasn't wrong. Jiangnan was actually using the third method, making a solution to the second question of the finale. As for why not Method 2? Because Method 2 has already been written. Just as he was whispering to the other invigilator, Jiangnan had already written the second solution. He looked dead at that second solution. Found on. The idea and process of this solution is very different from the first solution in the previous section, but the result can be proved just the same. It's really incredible. Grass. Chao Tianyuan's heart was so shocked that he could no longer say anything else, with the exception of the grass, a plant. Nima. The other students probably didn't even have a kind of solution to the problem, and even he, the teacher, was dumbfounded. Or it was only after watching Jiangnan's solution that it dawned on him. Results available. Gangnam, however, has 2 solutions to the problem. And it's alright? No. Not both. Instead, it's 3. Gangnam is already writing Method 3. Chao Tianyuan tightened his fists and hurriedly concentrated, looking towards Jiangnan's third solution. See only. Gangnam dribbled his pen like a fly. Swish, swish, swish. It was only a few breaths. Method 3 is also written. Quick. Incredibly fast. And the idea, the process, is again different from Method 1 and Method 2, but the conclusion is the same. True cow. It's even better than Red Bull. Chao Tianyuan only felt that his blood was boiling and rushing straight to the heavenly gate cover. It was going to explode in a rhythm. Too excited. It's more exciting than him getting married and going into a cave. It's so shocking. It was more shocking than the men's soccer team winning the World Cup. Jiangnan's first solution and the second solution, though very different, are somehow related. One is the conventional solution, also known as forward deduction, and the other is the unconventional solution, also known as backward deduction, a positive and a negative. This Chao Tianyuan could still accept, but what the hell is this third solution? Jiangnan actually changed the concept directly and used the geometric method of proof to solve the function proof problem. But the process is as clear as day. Eventually it was also shown that for any positive number x, there is f(x) greater than 1 but less than 2. An eye-opener. It's really an eye-opener. Chao Tianyuan only felt that a door to a new world within him was pushed open all of a sudden. Originally, although he was good at math, he was a senior expert, but in terms of level, he was still far from being a professor, and was stuck in a bottleneck, unable to go further. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nestled in high school for decades. But now, he suddenly realized that his bottleneck was broken, and that he could go further along in math. Sure, it's not easy to put into words. It's purely so much intuition, or inspiration. Anyway, he had gained too much from Jiangnan's 3 solutions, especially the third one. Exempt. Suddenly, a strange tone of voice issued, pulled Chao Tianyuan back from his impending brain hemorrhage. Coughing. Epiphany. It's Gangnam. Only to see it exhale and mutter, "This question is indeed a bit interesting. It took me a while. It's just a shame that this answer key is so small that there's no room for 3 solutions after only writing them down." Put. Jiang Nan's words were like a deep-sea torpedo, detonating on the spot. Chao Tianyuan behind him, as well as another invigilator teacher who just came over, all set off horrifying waves in their hearts. Gangnam, Gangnam, please be human. What do you mean it took a while? You've written so far. It's only been 10 minutes since the test started. That's if you use 2 more solutions for the last question. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken 10 minutes at all. What do you mean the answer key is too small and only has 3 solutions written on it? Murphy, you have more than 3 solutions to this problem? There's a 4th, a 5th? That invigilator couldn't listen anymore. He was worried about hearing anymore. It had to be shocked to the point of having a heart attack, not daring to pay attention to Jiangnan any longer and quietly leaving to look at the other students. As for Chao Tianyuan, his blood pressure, which had just been pulled back, almost rose again at once, and he really had a cerebral hemorrhage. Nima. He had just felt a breakthrough in his bottleneck and was rejoicing inwardly, and was still thinking of thanking Jiang Nan afterwards. But now, let's just forget about it. This kid, he's just not human. You know, I couldn't think of a single solution at first, even if you've just broken through the bottleneck. Also just learned your 3 solutions. And you, there are actually more solutions? It's too vicious. It's horrible. I can't compare to you, even if I improve. You're electric. You're the light. You are the only myth. Old age. Old age. I'm really old. I really don't know if it's a joy to be your math teacher or a sad, devastated one. Sensei, I'm done. Can I go to bed? Jiang Nan had already put down his pen, and noticing that Chao Tianyuan was right behind him, he couldn't help but turn his head to ask each other, questioning at the same time. Inside, its heart was a pang of contempt. Sure enough, it wouldn't be a coincidence if old Chao proctored the exam. Rather, it's a deliberate, intentional stare down. But, you have not let yourself go, and if you do it right, you will get full marks, so just keep an eye on it. What? Won't you check? Upon hearing this, Chao Tianyuan subconsciously voiced out a reminder. But, the words just came out. He then wanted to slap himself twice. Check? Check my ass. With Jiang Nan's strength, coupled with his own vision, he must have done everything right without a doubt. Check? No need to check. How can you get such a simple question wrong? If it's okay with you, I'm going to bed. Jiang Nan grinned at Chao Tianyuan and didn't care whether the latter agreed or not, so he just plopped down on the table and went to sleep. Ha! Lao Chao, let you stare at me on purpose. It's a wonder I give you a face. Chao Tianyuan, hashtag you and %. This guy, what a misfit. Chapter 56, God, why do we have to take the same exam as him? So angry. It's okay if you sleep in class on weekdays. Sleeping for exams even now? What is this? Naked bragging rights? I know you've done it all and got it right, but the other students are still full of misery and are taking the test now. The point is, you plopped down before I even gave my consent, so you don't give face, so why ask me more? Really, not being human. Forget it, you're so good, I can't control you either. Sleep if you want to. Looking at Jiang Nan, who was already lying on the table, Chao Tianyuan internally muttered, obviously very dissatisfied. But, and that's about it. With that, he turned and walked away. Pretend not to see it, or acquiesce. You go to sleep. As long as you don't disturb the other students' exams, I don't give a damn about you, and I can't care about you. However, Chao Tianyuan was helplessly walking away. Available at. Li Ming, who was next to him, was dumbfounded. What is this? Jiang Nan slept in public again, just like he did in the morning language test. But didn't the invigilator care? That's not even the point. The point is, he was close and just appeared to have heard something. Just now Gangnam seemed to be saying, done. How can you get such a simple question wrong? Nima, there's nothing wrong with my ears. It's only been 10 minutes since the test started, and the kid just finished a whole paper? What kind of draw speed is that? Gold singles for a million years don't compare favorably, and even said it was an easy topic? You told me. Where's the easy part in this question? Being a math genius and always able to get over 104. I can't even do the last 5 multiple choice questions well. Is the roll still easy? How is that possible? Li Ming felt like his worldview was collapsing. He was tempted to convince himself, it's a dream, it's all a lie, but it looks so real, and he pinched hard on his thighs. The pain made his eyes tear up. There is sentience. It's not a dream. He was tempted to say that Jiang Nan had definitely filled in the blanks indiscriminately, and that a person would never be able to finish such a difficult math paper in 10 minutes, not even using draft paper. But the attitude of the two invigilators, it seemed to acquiesce to Gangnam's statement again, especially Chao Tianyuan. He also knows that the senior math teacher, Chao Tianyuan, had looked at Gangnam's role for so long, but he hadn't said half a word of rebuttal, and even had a surprised look on his face. Needless to say, Gangnam definitely did the right thing. The more I think about it, Li Ming became more and more angry and couldn't calm down. Cthulhu, oh Earth, both are born with you. Why are they born with Liang? This exam room has me, Li Ming, so why bother popping up that kid again? And show in front of me. Simply, it's not personal. Li Ming wailed inwardly. I'll remember you. You're strong, but I won't be weak either. I'll do well on the exams and surpass you. Turn grief and anger into strength. Li Ming squeezed his fists in a death grip, cheered himself up, and composed himself as much as possible to answer the questions carefully. But, think simple, doing it is difficult. As soon as he answered the question, the image of Gangnam saying that the question was easy would come to his mind, and he couldn't get it out of his head. Look up and look again. Ha! Jungnan had fallen asleep on the table. There was also an occasional snort from his nose, very slight. The decibels are low, but he heard everything? What a pisser. You know, I didn't even make it to the 5th multiple choice question. But you slept so well after the exam? Words, do your mom and dad know you're such a show-off? And this god, don't you care if you don't send down a thunderbolt to kill this bastard with a hangman? And the invigilators, is this how you invigilate? Don't you care if someone disrespects the exam so much? You guys are too necrotic. It's too encompassing. This kid has connections. Back door. Right. Li Ming's inner activities were not normal. This exam, he reckons it's completely smashed, because it simply won't sink in. As much as possible, he went to be angry with the sleeping and snoring Gangnam. Sure, Li Ming is not a special case. Actually, there are many others who think similarly to him. All the students sitting next to Jungnan had a sad face, and their hearts were crying out for help. Why? People are so different? Why? We're going to take the same exam as Gangnam? The question paper was already so difficult that it made their minds crumble. But then Jungnan, the absolute king, came out beside them? Really, there's no harm without comparison. Solid. But what's even more solid is yet to come. A student sitting by the window couldn't take it anymore. His heart couldn't sink and he wanted to open the window to get some air. But he just did. A certain invigilator then came over and closed the window straight away, not to mention whispering admonitions towards the student. Don't open the window. It's breezy and a little chilly out there, and it wouldn't be good if you froze the other students in the classroom. Hear that? Many of the people in the neighborhood had their hearts touched, including Li Ming. Although he wanted to open the window to get some air and calm himself down, the teacher had said so let's just forget about it. After all, it's for our sake, isn't it? However, the next second, they were all dumbfounded. I just saw that the invigilator closed the window. It did not leave immediately. Instead, he took off his own jacket and tiptoed over. Jiangnan, who was sleeping on his back, Chapter 57, first floor up to the toilet, accidentally came to the 5th floor? Li Ming, numerous students. There was one in the room, and they were all speechless. Solid. It's just too solid. This invigilator's action is simply a divine remedy. Thanks to the fact that they were grateful for the other party's consideration for them in the last second, they felt warm and fuzzy inside. But the next, sheesh, is this for your own good? This is clearly for the good of Gangnam, isn't it? What do you mean by a breeze outside? A little cold? It is now March. Winter is long gone, and it's not the north. March in Jiangcheng can be described as a bright springtime, and what the hell does it have to do with cold? As for the breeze, and they can't wait to blow off some steam and refresh their minds. Sure, except for certain people who are sleeping on their desks. Is that the legendary connection? That kid is related to the invigilator, right? And shutting the windows, and draping them, and permitting them to sleep, and saying that the two are not related. The ghosts don't believe it. Having a backstage is awesome. The background is too deep to mess with. Moment. Jiangnan was then brainstormed by the people present as having a background, connections, and various other labels, and was listed as one of the characters that could not be messed with. Li Ming gritted his teeth and controlled himself as much as he could to not focus on Jiangnan, and instead composed himself to answer the questions on the exam. However, just then, several figures suddenly appeared outside the window. It attracted a lot of attention in the classroom. Li Ming also subconsciously cast a glance over. I saw several language teachers standing outside, craning their necks to look into the 304 exam room. Why did he know it was the language teacher? Because he's a top student. Most of the school teachers knew him, and naturally he knew those teachers more or less. Especially, one of them was still familiar with him. That's King Yu Turtle, nicknamed Yu Lao-san, just because. It's one of the teachers of the 301 class, also known as Li Ming's language teacher. With all these teachers showing up, especially when Yu Lao-san was seen also stretching his neck and staring into the classroom with wide eyes, Li Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Good thing. It's really good. So many teachers joined forces. It goes without saying. I'm sure you're here to inspect the exam room discipline. And through the window, the first thing that could be seen was Jiangnan, who was lying on the table, sleeping soundly. Oh, this time, Gangnam is definitely finished. After all, exam sleep. It's a 100% violation of the exam room discipline. But being caught by so many teachers, even if it's related to the invigilator, a relative is useless. A teacher, how can you compare it to so many teachers, especially Yu Lao-san, teaching in the school for 20 years, seniority deep, high level, and eyes have always been not mixed with sand. If it wants to punish Jiangnan, no one can block. It's not just Li Ming. There are still many students in the examination room, all eagerly hoping that these teachers will severely punish Jiangnan and take him away. Otherwise, the heart is clogged with resentment. However, immediately after, and they were filled with doubt. See only, Yu Lao-san and a group of other teachers, who had been standing outside the window looking in, but just didn't come in or leave? What the hell? Are you blind? That kid is so big and alive that he's huffing and puffing right under your noses and you can't even see him? Or is it? This window glass is one-sided? No way. The glass if one-sided. If you hide in your seat and play with your cell phone on weekdays by yourself, you won't get caught by the class teacher who inspects you so often. Many people in the examination room, including Li Ming, were confused by the several teachers outside the window. What is the reason for entering and not entering, and for leaving and not leaving? It's a lot of pressure to keep staring at us all the time. And, if you say you didn't notice the kid sleeping, but it seems you're all pointing at the kid and talking about how good he is. That look wasn't quite right. Not like rigorously angry, but like surprised? The many students were all puzzled. A few closer to the window. The heart is like 15 buckets of water. 7 up and 8 down. Imagine that. What would your thoughts be when you're taking a test and there are 5 or 6 teachers watching you out the window? Absolutely. It's a lot of pressure. Many of the students didn't even dare to raise their heads, and had their heads lowered to pretend to answer the questions. But in their hearts they were thinking, if you don't dispose of the sleeping brat, hurry up and leave. But, they are doomed to disappointment. A full moment passed. Yu Lao-san and these people still didn't enter the classroom and didn't leave. On the contrary, a few teachers were added. Aha! There are 8 or 9 of them. Even. Is there a trend for more to come? Simply horrible. At the same time, outside the window, a comical scene is happening at the moment. Ha! Mr. Liu, aren't you invigilating the exam on the 3rd floor? Why did you run to the 5th floor? Mr. Yu, I still remember you invigilating the exam on the 1st floor. Not the same as coming to the 5th floor? I had an accident. I was going to use the restroom, but I accidentally went to the wrong place. You can go wrong on the 1st floor to the 5th floor. That's too much wrong. Wouldn't it be heavenly to be wrong again? At that moment, Yu Lao-san's old face turned red. The reasons one subconsciously finds. It does seem a bit lame and untenable. Punch in the face. A naked slap in the face. Chapter 58. I exposed myself. I cheated. Give me 0 points. Well, big brothers don't laugh at second brothers. Conch lions don't laugh at muscles. So let's open up and talk. I'm sure all of you have come to see the supreme wizard who writes in the literary language. Suddenly, a teacher stepped up and rounded it off. Yes, that's him. I just don't know which one in there is Gangnam. I'm really curious about him. I can't believe I can't read it. Not to mention that he can write in the literary language. At that, the others chimed in. After all co-workers, that was just a joke. It was impossible to really let Yu Lao-san down. I asked Mr. Who before I came here, and said that Jiangnan sits in the 3rd row, 4th from the bottom, is 1 meter 8 tall, and has the most handsome looks. So I think the one who was sleeping on the table is the one. Someone pointed at Gangnam, who was sleeping, and it was the scene that Li Ming and the others had seen earlier. A group of teachers outside the window clearly saw Jiangnan sleeping, but instead of being angry, they looked surprised. Ha! Gangnam is sleeping? That's not right. It's only been 10 minutes since the test started and he's sleeping on his desk. Could it be that he's not very good at math? Some people have questions about Gangnam. But, next, what does it matter if you're not good at math? As long as you're good at languages, just the fact that he can write a composition in literary language that none of us can understand is proof enough. Even if he gets a 0 in math, with his talent and level of language arts, he'll have no problem bailing out straight away. In my opinion, it's best if he can't do any of his other subjects, so that he can focus on the language. Yu Lao-san made his point. It is better to be knowledgeable than to specialize. For a group of teachers who specialize in languages, if Jiangnan could reach the top in the language, it didn't matter if the other subjects didn't work. To this, those present agreed. Mr. Yu has a point. The man has a limited amount of energy, and since he's so gifted in languages, it's only normal that he's almost as good in other subjects. I'm afraid that I'll be good at this and that, but I won't be able to reach the top, and I'll end up falling into mediocrity. It's just a bit of a shame that I can't walk in and see what this absolute genius looks like up close. Well, it's a shame indeed. Hey everyone, look, the kid sitting on Gangnam's left-hand side. Is he taking a cheat sheet and cheating? Suddenly, someone spotted a cheating classmate. Next, yes, he is cheating. Hey, that student, what are you doing? I see you. Hurry up and put down what you're holding. I don't know who let out a yell first. Immediately after, swish, swish, swish. At once, one of these language teachers counted, and all of them rushed into the 304 exam room in a swarm. Sheesh, it was so hard to find a chance to see a supreme wizard up close. How could they let it go? Woo woo, I was wrong. Never again. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Almost instantly, that not-so-long-sighted classmate's body trembled and went limp directly under the table. Nima, he's just cheating, and he's actually attracted a dozen teachers like wolves and tigers rushing in from outside? It's a wonder he wasn't scared silly. It's not just him. Many people in the neighborhood were shocked. It was really a dozen teachers catching one person cheating, and it was not an amazing or overwhelming scene. It was supposed to be because the paper was too hard. There were quite a few people who got the smallest idea of cheating. But now, immediately, that thought died. But, the next move of this group of language teachers was as baffling to them as it was to them. See only, these dozen teachers rushed in. But, he did not go after the cheater first, but stared closely at the sleeping Jiang Nan instead. What's going on? Could it be that they didn't come in to catch cheating, but to punish the kid for violating the exam room discipline and sleeping? A lot of people flashed that thought. So did Li Ming, including the cheating one who looked confused. You're not here to arrest me. But him? No. You guys just yelled about cheating, not sleeping. Besides, if you guys really wanted to catch him sleeping, shouldn't you have woken him up in the first place? But now, what the hell is one tiptoeing around? The dozen or so language teachers, led by Yu Laosan, all surrounded Jiang Nan and looked, as if the latter had flowers on his face, but not half a word. I don't know if it's because I'm afraid of ruining the atmosphere of the exam room, still afraid of disturbing Gangnam's sleep. As usual it's the former, but numerous students thought it was more likely to be the latter. One time, the atmosphere in the exam room was very weird, scary and creepy. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was emitted, from a fat guy sitting next to Gangnam. He was seen slapping the table. I can't take it anymore. I'm exposing myself. I'm cheating. Give me a 0. Having said that, he scurried right off. It's just too much pressure. Sheesh, that's a tough one. 2. He had a meltdown in the morning on the language test, and now he's cheating and getting a 0 in math? Cheater? Li Ming? Numerous students? 2 invigilators? Teenage language teacher. Chapter 59, the exam ends. All the children choose frantically fleeing? Cheating and exposing yourself? That's a long time to live. The people in the room looked at each other in shock, especially the cheater who had just been named. He was a bit confused as to whether this was reality or a dream. Ming, these teachers came to arrest him in an aggressive manner. Results available. But you can't stop looking around Gangnam? Eventually, driving a fat guy next to you crazy? Put it this way, he got away with it? Does it count? It's not over yet, and the dozen or so teachers are still staring at it and haven't left, so it doesn't count for now, I guess. What a way to die. He wanted to be like that fat guy just now, dashing off and abandoning his exams, but he lacked so much throwback courage. The only thing left to do was to go limp. The body, mind, and spirit are suffering greatly both inside and outside. It's no better than the 10 tortures. Eventually, Chao Tianyuan couldn't stand it anymore and said towards the language group leader Wu Jiehao, "Old Wu, what are all you language teachers doing here with me? Don't you need to invigilate the exam? You're the leader of the group. Hurry up and take all your people away. Don't disturb the students taking exams in my exam room." WJH, #UN%*. A look of helplessness. He was the last to come. Seeing Yu Laosan and the others all enter class 304 and surround Jiangnan, he was also ready to come in and take a look. Results available. Half a foot is just getting in. And you were named by Chao Tianyuan? Really? Pity. Too bad. He didn't even look squarely at Gangnam's appearance. But, it's done. It's not good for him to come back in. After all, although he is the head of the language group, but Chao Tianyuan is also the deputy head of the math group. It is not good not to give face-to-face, and hastily retracted his foot, and called away Yu Laosan and a dozen other teachers. As soon as the crowd was gone, the exam room immediately quieted down and the atmosphere eased. But, Li Ming? Numerous students? Countless question marks over my head. Words. Teacher, you're just going to leave? Did you forget something? Jiangnan is sleeping so well under your noses. Don't you really care? No more. You guys just came in yelling about catching cheats, and the cheater is still sitting on the floor. And you won't deal with it? Or is it? Catching cheats is an excuse. Your real purpose is to see Gangnam? Zing heart. It's just too solid. Could it be that Jiangnam's background is so strong that all of you are too scared to deal with it? Or is Gangnam too strong, so that you can't dispose of it? Or maybe Gangnam is too handsome. Anyway, the crowd had mixed feelings. This math test was truly the most stifling test of their lives, even more so than the morning language test. The only one who felt relieved, perhaps only the cheater who had just been caught, had rushed to get up from the ground after the hijacking. It's a blessing in disguise. It seems that the teachers were blind and didn't notice him, and he was just scaring himself. Now, he can cheat safely and boldly. No one can spot him anyway. But, the relief lasted only 3 seconds. Chao Tianyuan then came over with a serious face, then collected his test paper and marked a big 0. Halo, falling from heaven to hell. Frightened, the surrounding students hastily lowered their heads on the table to answer the question seriously, but do not dare to have the small mind of cheating again. Actually, it's useless even if they cheat. Nima, it's math. It's not a language. Cheating means little more than copying a formula at best. Jingle bells. And I don't know how long it took. The bell finally rang and the exam was over. Same as the morning language test. Many of the students' answer sheets, which were left largely blank, were clearly unfinished. But, the difference is, this time the teacher let the paper be turned in. But there is no one howling, nor chi, but all long sigh of relief, hastily hand in the paper and run away. That's speed. A match for a rabbit in a frantic exodus. It seemed as if they were afraid of running slow and being overtaken by some horrible flooding beast in the classroom. Sure, there is no such thing as a flood beast, mostly because this exam is so depressing. The crowd just couldn't take it. Even if no more teachers ran in later to catch cheating, it was solid to watch Gangnam sleeping. They're dying for the test. But Gangnam was sleeping soundly. Really, the mind has to be broken. Even a math master like Li Ming did so, glaring at Jiangnan with a grudging glance and running away at a fast pace. He swore that he never wanted to go through such a depressing exam again, much less spend one more second with Jiangnan, and run with it one. Jiangnan also woke up leisurely. I'll go. Overslept? Jiangnan had a question mark on his face. This sleep can be really comfortable. Actually, even the end of the examination. Other people go, he did not know? He might even have slept the night away if he hadn't sensed that someone was harboring ill will towards him. Hey, this biological clock doesn't work. Looks like we'll have to take some time to regulate. Jiangnan rubbed his sleepy eyes and prepared to get up to go to the cafeteria to eat. Why do I have an extra piece of clothing on me? Just then, a certain unknown invigilator teacher came over with a smile. Classmate, you actually woke up from sleep. Give me the clothes. I was just afraid that you would catch a cold in your sleep, and I purposely draped them for you. Thank you. Thank you, teacher. Jiangnan hurriedly thanked the other party. In his heart, he thought, this teacher is really good. Much better than a certain old chow who did not speak of martial virtues. Chapter 60, Li Ming bawling. Stunned Siyu Zhanhao, Jiangnan glanced at Chao Tianyuan, who was in the process of collecting the scrolls, and realized that the old boy's face wasn't looking too good. It was a wonder that Chao Tianyuan's face could look good. He has always been known for his stereotypical seriousness, available today. And yet, they don't care about sleeping in the exam room in Gangnam. Even, there was so much going on in between. Enough for a dozen language teachers to break into their exam room to catch cheating, but actually to see Gangnam? It was also that Jiangnan had performed well this time and didn't control the points again, so a perfect score in math should be secure, so he wouldn't flip out. You kid, just go wild. I can't wait for you to get a little more wild. This is the look of young people. People are not frivolous in vain. Anyway, you are even more crazy, but also I teach out. Hey, it's kind of what I taught you. After Chao Tianyuan collected the rolls, he hummed a little tune and left. The other side. Jiangnan touched his nose. He appeared to sense the ill will of certain people. Don't ask him why, he can feel it. This was all worked out by him sleeping in class. As long as it's not against him, he sleeps through thunder and lightning, even when the sky is full of noise. Just like before the exam, so many teachers rushed in. I do not know how many students who want to cheat to scare silly. Only he slept sweetly, and did not even open his eyes a little. But when Li Ming's sultry eyes glared at him, he woke up immediately. Even even in his sleep. He was able to receive Hui Fei's lightning 9 consecutive bullets with only his body's instinctive reaction. This skill, not something you can normally have. Forget it, don't dwell on that much. Old Chow was originally not a man of martial virtue. I'm used to it all. What can you do to me if you are no longer harboring ill will? Jiang Nan left Chao Tianyuan behind. With that, he left the classroom and headed straight for the cafeteria. It's dry meal time. He's already late. Any slower and it's gone. But he just went downstairs. Bai Yingying then chased after her. Jiang Nan, why are you just coming out? This is not like you at all. Not like me? What am I supposed to look like then? You should have turned in your paper early. Bai Yingying rightfully said. You turned in the morning language test early. With your math prowess, I thought you would turn in this test early as well. Just after the exam I went to the cafeteria to look for you first, but it turned out to be a flop, so I had to return again. Gong Nam, there is no friend like Bai Yingying. Naturally, he wouldn't say he'd slept through it. Otherwise he'd be in the cafeteria drying dinner by now. What do you want with me? Looking for you to get the right answer. Of course, come on. How did you choose the multiple choice questions? Ka. Jiang Nan spoke the answer very fluently. There is no question that he has done that he can't remember. Oops, I chose the last 4 questions wrong. Bai Yingying was still excited just now, but once she heard what Jiang Nan said, her face immediately collapsed and she scratched her head in remorse. Finished? Even if I work this hard, I guess I won't be able to beat Qin Yuma again in this exam. What about the fill-in-the-blank questions? 1. Square root 3. 2. Minus 1/4. For crying out loud, I got 2 more wrong. Where's the short answer? Ooh, I got 2 wrong too, but I got the last one right. But that's thanks to you. You told me about a similar question 2 days ago, hahaha. Here the end. Bai Yingying turned sad again. Just because. The last puzzle was overcome by her. As for, why didn't she question that Jiang Nan's answer was wrong? Joke. Jiang Nan was so good at math. Could the answer be wrong? In the meantime, a similar scene is happening all over campus. There are a lot of people who have gathered to match answers. One of them, it's in the cafeteria. Hey, Lemming, you guys, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Sweet. I don't know if it's intentional or if it's just happenstance. Su Yu, Zhang Hao and Tang Sweetie from class 304 gathered together with Li Ming from class 301. Don't ask how they know each other. Not in the same class though. Several of Su Yu's people were class representatives, especially Su Yu, who was also the math class representative. Li Ming, on the other hand, was the school bully in math, second only to Qin Feng, and was known as the second in the school. They, the circle of schoolboys, more or less all of them have crossed paths. Li Ming, how did you do on your math test this time? It sucks. I guess it's only 50 or 60 points. What? 50 or 60 points? How is this possible? Hearing these words, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Dangdang were all stunned with an unbelievable look on their faces. You should know that several of them have deliberately gathered together, just to see how their respective math exams are, whether they can overpower Jiang Nan, and for this reason, they also purposely look for Li Ming to match the answers. After all, Li Ming is good at math. Talk to its right answer, to know more accurately how much you can score. But now, Li Ming said the test was 50 or 60 points. What's the point of being right? Su Yu hurriedly asked again. Li Ming, although I'm not convinced, I have to admit that you're better at math than I am. Even if this exam is difficult, it's not as bad as just 50 or 60 points. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Hao, Tang Dangdang, and a few other class representatives were also staring at Li Ming, their gazes filled with curiosity and incomprehension. If it's a normal exam, of course I'm confident that I'll never get more than 50 or 60 points, but this exam is so damn abnormal that I'm just starting the exam and my mind is broken. So, Li Ming's face was filled with helplessness. What do you mean? How is it not normal? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's few people became even more puzzled. You guys don't know. There's a tough guy sitting next to me. He's only been taking the test for 10 minutes or so, and he's done the whole paper. Seems to have gotten it all right, and then he's huffing and puffing. And the invigilator not only doesn't care, but also closes the window and drapes his clothes, as if he is afraid of freezing. Then even more than a dozen language teachers rushed in to see the mean guy under the pretext of catching cheating. Don't say I have a broken heart. There aren't many people in the entire exam room who don't have a broken heart. Couldn't settle down to take the test at all. As soon as I worked on the questions, the look of that ruthless man sleeping came before my eyes. You said, how is this even a test? I can't even concentrate. I'm lucky to get 50 or 60, maybe less. Woo woo, talking about talking. Li Ming howled directly. Men don't shed tears, just because they haven't gotten to the sad part. He had held his breath for over 2 hours from the start of the exam and could have continued to do so. Available at? Asked by Su Yu and the others. He couldn't hold his tongue any longer once the words were out of his mouth. To this, Su Yu and the others looked at each other, stunned. Chapter 61, Jiangnan. Why Jiangnan again? Hey, did you hear? On the math test, there was a mean guy who had only been on the test for 10 minutes before he was done sleeping on his desk. But the invigilator not only didn't care, but even made a point of shutting the window and draping himself, fearing that he would catch a cold. Holy, really, it's a lie. Of course it's true. It happened in exam room 304. Dozens of people witnessed it with their own eyes, cheating people to death. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Ming, the school bully in class 301. That ruthless man is sitting next to him here. Li University bully, don't you think so? In the cafeteria, a lot of people are talking about the Gangnam incident. It just so happened that Li Ming was there. Then a number of people turned their attention to it for confirmation. Li Ming was bawling his eyes out and couldn't speak at all, just subconsciously nodded his head. A nod is a default? See this. Everyone in the room was stunned. Nima, is that man so strong? Finishing a math paper in 10 minutes kills me. After all, this math test is very hard. In my opinion, he must be one of the scum, scribbling because he can't do it, and then sleeping on his desk, perhaps with the invigilator, so he gets preferential treatment. No, that guy wasn't just scribbling. Supposedly he really did it all and said the questions were so easy everyone heard him. Even the invigilator expressed acquiescence. I guess even if you don't get the full 150, it's at least a 140 or above kind of thing. Very strong. Hiss. Hear that? The crowd in the cafeteria sucked in a breath of cold air. 150? 140? 10 more minutes to do it? If that's true, this guy is going to be in heaven. After all, they could all be fresh from the battlefield, and they all felt the difficulty of this math test. Nima, even if it doesn't compare to the morning language, it's not much different. Definitely the hardest kind ever. A lot of people get stuck on the multiple choice questions, almost always doing half of them, masking half of them, and almost breaking down and abandoning the test. As for the later answer questions, especially the finale questions, they were left empty and without any thoughts. But now, and yet someone told them, there's a guy who does it in 10 minutes and gets a perfect score. That's too much. Doesn't he ever have to think? Just look at it? There were many who expressed disbelief. After all, this is just too much. Even novels don't dare to write like that. You don't say. That person really doesn't need to think. All the questions are just a look to know the answer, and then directly in the answer card to answer. Half of the draft paper is useless. Crowd, holy, this guy is too strong. Hurry up and tell us who he is. Male or female? From which class? Male. Long also thief treading horse handsome. From which class do not know. It is said that he is called Jiangnan. Swish swish swish. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. Gangnam? Why Gangnam again? I don't recognize this man, but the name is familiar. By the way, after the morning language exam, weren't there also rumors that Jiangnan did well in the language exam? I'm told he translated that text and turned it in 40 or 50 minutes early. Yes, that's him. And I'm telling you, he didn't do very well in language in the morning. He did very well, the kind that gets a perfect score. For this reason, when the math test was taken in the afternoon, a full dozen or so language teachers stopped invigilating the test and, under the guise of catching cheats, made a special trip to the 304 test center to see Jiangnan. That rack, not amazing. I'm told a lot of people who tried to cheat pissed themselves on the spot. There was even a fat guy who just couldn't take it anymore and just exposed himself as a cheater and walked away with a 0. Awesome. This one called Jiangnan is absolutely awesome. Needless to say, he's going to be famous soon. Wrong, he's already famous. Full marks in language, full marks in math again, but also 10 minutes to do. Sleeping in the examination room. The supervisor closed the window and cloaked. A dozen language teachers do not supervise the examination and go to the spectators. It is really a ruthless person. I wish I could see what he looks like. This kind of school bully of school bullies feels even more powerful than Li Ming in class 301. No, then Qin Feng. If I could have the honor of knowing, dabbling in his school spirit, I'm sure I could improve my grades quite a bit. Unlike the morning, this time the crowd heard Jiangnan's name, though there is still skepticism as well. But more people are starting to believe it. After all, empty holes don't come to life. With so many people spreading the word, there must be some basis in fact, not to mention that this isn't the first time I've heard of Gangnam Cow. And, next to it sits, Li Ming, the well-known college bully now. Li Ming had heard it all just now, but didn't refute a single word, clearly indicating acquiescence, enough to prove that the matter was true. One time, the crowd admired Jiangnan, the ruthless man, but, the few Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian and Xiang Yi who were gathered next to Li Ming, however, had very ugly faces. How come? Gangnam, again? It's just a matter of him doing well in language in the morning, but this time he did well in math too. Even getting a perfect score for 10 minutes? Is his math so strong? It's not in the same rhythm as us at all. Even if he misses and doesn't get a perfect score and only gets 140, that's still more than us by an unknown amount. Mud. It's going down. Woohoo. Again. Someone's crying. Even. Crying louder than Li Ming next to him, but no longer in the morning towards the leaves. Instead, it's Su Yu, the math class rep. It didn't matter if he didn't do well in language in the morning. It was Xiang Yi who declared war on Jiangnan in the language one anyway. At that time, although he had a heart, but more because of the alliance, a glory, a loss, sympathy to the leaf, available before the math starts. He wasn't saying he was confident, but he was also battle-hardened. And after the math test, he didn't do very well on the test, but he did his best, and 100 or more should not be a problem. As for exactly how much, we'll have to wait for the answers to be matched to find out. So, he purposely sought out Li Ming, the second in math. Results available. That's not the right answer yet. Li Ming just broke down and sobbed straight away. And next to that, rumors spread about Jiang Nan's unbelievable battle results. Sheesh. Moment. He also broke down. Woo woo. I'm the class 4 math rep. Every time I take a math test, even if I'm not number 1, I'm only second to class president Qin Yuma, okay? But now, and I'm the clown? Jiang Nan, if you're really so powerful, why didn't you show it earlier? Are you deliberately teasing me? It's too bad. Woo hoo hoo. Chapter 62. So he's werewolf Jiang Nan, the legendary super scholar? Li Ming howled. Su Yu was also crying. What level of heartbreak is it that would cause two major men to be so emotionally out of control? In public? Asterisk. Again? It seems that after the language test in the morning, someone also cried in public, and now it's the same after the math test? But in the morning it was girls crying, and now it's switched to two guys, and it's a living hell. One is the Lee University bully who ranks second in the school in math, and the other seems to be Su Yu, I think, who is also very good at math, enough to be ranked in the school's top 10, or even the top 5, kind of thing. TSK. Big news. Another big news. The tolerance of these schoolboys is also too bad. It's just that they didn't do well in the exam once. Do they need to be like this? Look at us. Few of us can pass, and we're still eating, blowing, and talking. Complaining about it is okay. Crying is out of the question. That's right. Death won't cry. Own pain. Only you know. The people in the surrounding area were unable to appreciate the suffocation in Li Ming's heart, as well as the desperate misery and powerlessness in Su Yu's heart. Instead, Xiang Yi could feel 5, 6, 7, 8. After all, she was the one who cried in the morning. In the language one, she had already lost to Jiangnan and felt despair. Zhang Hao, Tang Sweet several people, although also a little bit of rabbit dead fox sad feeling, but more is to celebrate. Luckily, they're not math reps. It is not math that challenges Gangnam. Instead, it's physics, foreign languages, chemistry, etc. Tomorrow, there is still hope for a fight. Physics, chemistry, foreign language, am the strongest in the class. I can definitely beat Gangnam tomorrow. Next, let's see what I can do. I will avenge you. Zhang Hao and the others secretly cheered themselves up. Aha! Hypnotize yourself as much as possible. Almost. And they really believe it. However, next, collective breakdown. Just because. Just then, there was a man and a woman walking into the cafeteria while talking and laughing. The male is so handsome that he can't be described in words. He can be described as flawless in aura, enough to kill all the top male stars in the entertainment circle and make everything in the world pale in comparison. The female, too, is tall, even wearing a school uniform. It is difficult to hide its proud body, and delicate features, fair skin, can make people look at a glance to fall in love with the kind. Needless to say, the former is Gangnam, the latter is Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying dragged Jiangnan on the road to match the answers, so she didn't arrive at the cafeteria until now. But, they just entered. Immediately there was a clamor. Look, the school beauty Bai Yingying is here. Ha, she actually came to the cafeteria to eat with a guy and was talking and laughing and being intimate? See, they're even holding hands? Asterisk. They can't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh my god, the school girl got a boyfriend? That's a shockingly big melon. Love is forbidden in school. Aren't they afraid of spreading the teacher's ears if they're so blatant? Master's youth is over. Wait, who is this guy? So handsome. Damn handsome. Even schoolmarm Yi Jiqiu can't compare, right? It's unbelievable. There's someone so handsome in our school. Why didn't we know before? You guys are out of the news. I've seen this person. He also ate with the school flower in the cafeteria at noon. And he also translated the literary text in the language exam in public. Oh, could it be that he's the dark horse that someone rumored at noon? The cafeteria schoolboy whose language is said to rival Qin Feng's and whose face value can beat Yi Zhiqiu's? Yes, that's him. Looks like he's really with the schoolgirl. No, isn't he Jiangnan? What Gangnam? You know? I don't recognize it, but the name I know. Didn't we just talk about him? He's the one who starts the test 10 minutes or so, finishes his math paper, and then sleeps on his desk unattended. Even the invigilator also closed the window and cloaked him. More than a dozen language teachers went to surround the ruthless Jiangnan. What? He's Gangnam? Ruthless Jiangnan? The legendary super scholar? If he's Jiangnan, then it just so happens to be right. At noon in the cafeteria, he did translate that despairing piece of literary text in public. His strength really isn't something to sneeze at. Perhaps he didn't just translate the text, but even really got full marks in the morning's language paper. It could be said to break the record that no one in the school, or even in the city, or in the province, has ever gotten a perfect score on a language test. The only thing that could have drawn so much awe from so many language teachers, who have gone to watch instead of proctoring. That's right, that should be it. The school cafeteria is where the gossip is concentrated. After all, no matter what grade or class they are in, they all gather here when it's time to eat. Just so, all the gossip about Jiangnan was passed out and consolidated in the first place. Then, Gangnam's identity was then exposed, and immediately after, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and almost everyone perked up, to the point that half of the cafeteria was about to explode. Ruthless Jiangnan, super school bully, long also thief horse handsome, more chaste to the school goddess, simply powerful. Why are there such wonderful people in the world? That said, if it was someone else who stole the school goddess in my heart, I would definitely go fight with him. But if it's Jiangnan, it seems like I can't hate him at all. I can't bring myself to hate either, only to wish that maybe he's the only one worthy of Colonel Flowers. Am I the only one who thinks that it should be the other way around? That the only person worthy of Gangnam is the schoolgirl? And me? I'd like to say, Jiangnan is not only handsome, can hang the school grass. Yi Zhiqiu, strength is even stronger. In the language and math too. Qin Feng, who can surpass the school's #1, can be called the school bully of school bullies and the god of boys. So in my opinion, it should be said that it's the schoolgirl who matches Jiangnan, not Jiangnan who matches the schoolgirl. That's a good point. No, it's Gangnam with Colonel Flowers. Shut up. It's the schoolgirl who matches up with Gangnam. Enough, all stop arguing. Don't care who matches who. Anyway, one of them is the only goddess in my heart, and the other is the newest male god in my heart. Together they are absolutely compatible. That's right, it's time for us to do what we should be doing, which is to worship, instead of arguing about meaningless ones. The boys and goddesses, here I come. I'm the first one. No one can take it from the laborers. Asterisk 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 off. Don't pull me. Grass. Chapter 63 by Yingying's Thought Diffusion. God's Brainstorming. The Other Side. Cafeteria Entrance. Gangnam, you're obviously so good. Why did you hide your strength in the past? By Yingying, who had just finished matching her math answers, suddenly asked a very puzzling question towards Jiangnan. I'm not hiding it. Jiangnan opened his eyes with a calm face. To this, Bai Yingying naturally scoffed. Still want to lie to me? You're good at math, physics, and languages. I'm sure it's the same for all the other subjects, the kind that can hang on to Qin Yuma. But before that, you hovered around the passing line on every test. This must be on purpose. Gangnam, that's a really tough question. Let him say what? That he's used to keeping a low profile and doesn't want too much attention? Or that he wanted to enjoy his high school years in peace? Also, he's not a fan of long AOTN and prefers to secretly get high? Or let's say the system requires him to control the score? He's helpless, too. Whichever answer. It's a whack-a-mole rhythm to say it. Bai Yingying perked up her ears, but after waiting for half a day without waiting for Jiangnan's explanation, she couldn't help but skim her lips. Jiangnan, are you like this because you don't want to strike me and hurt me? Gangnam? Several question marks popped up on its forehead. It didn't make sense why Bai Yingying suddenly said something like that. Bai Yingying, on the other hand, continued to feel sorry for herself. The fact that you didn't say anything means that you acquiesced. You really don't want to hurt me. I was called the schoolgirl even though I was okay looking, but I don't like the title at all and don't want to be a so-called vase. That's why I study so hard. This point, as my best friend, you must know. But no matter how hard I try, I still don't get top grades, though the class laughs and says I'm a schoolteacher. But I have the self-awareness that this schoolboy is a lot of water and is more of a comfort to me from the crowd. Gangnam? It was not good to strike up a conversation for the moment, and he chose not to speak. To put it nicely, I'm okay at everything. To put it badly, I'm not good at anything. Can't beat Suyu in math. Can't beat Zhang Hao in physics. Can't beat Xiang Yi in language. Can't beat Tang Sweetie in foreign language. As for the class president Qin Yuma, all of them are even more overwhelming to me. and my desire to surpass her is just wishful thinking. Jiangnan was silent. What's wrong with Bai Yingying today? It's not like the sunny and cheerful girl you usually know, always laughing. As the saying goes, a person's talent determines her ceiling. My talent is too far from Qin Yuma's. Even if I try harder, I can't win her. Not even Li Chanxian. So Chanxian is the study committee member and I'm not. But what about you? You spend all your classes sleeping, never see you study, yet your grades are so good. You can get a perfect score in language, a perfect score in math, not to mention physics. No one can beat you. From this, your talent for learning is strong beyond measure, but you just don't want to blow me off and hurt me. That's why you purposely hide your strength and take every test much worse than me, so that I can have fun and have a psychological comfort. Gangnam? Words to say, girl, you're thinking too much, aren't you? I really didn't control the points for you. That's a system requirement. That's a system requirement. In fact, my talent is also average, may not be able to compare to Yu. So in the past my grades were not good. Now although there is some progress, but it's just a matter of using my energy in private. Jiangnan hurriedly found an excuse to try to block Bai Yingying. Otherwise, the girl must be imagining things. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. It was then interrupted by Bai Yingying. So you're using your homework after school? That's not right. You were sleeping after school too. Not in the classroom, in the dormitory. What? Do you want to say that you study in your dorm room? I've asked Fatty Wang. He said that as soon as you returned to the dormitory, you slept or played games and read novels. You didn't touch a book at all. Gangnam, #UN%. This ninny came prepared. Did you ask Fatty Wang to find out? So is Fatty Wang. If you don't keep your mouth shut and dare to betray my every move in the dormitory to anyone, you deserve to be bald. Can I just say I'm at home? In urgency, Jiangnan hastily made up another excuse. But, what? You don't still want to talk about homeschooling, do you? Don't forget, I did visit you at your house last weekend and know how you are at home. Even if I don't know everything yet, with the way your parents like me, I'll be able to find out from them. Gangnam, #UN%. Aha! It's a masterpiece. Can't be fooled and can't be messed with. Any more conversation on this topic, and later on it's going to bring out his mom and dad, and that's definitely the end of the line. Just don't know. What the hell does this little girl want? It doesn't seem to be in the right state. Suddenly, Bai Yingying stopped in her footsteps, looked at Jiangnan with burning eyes, pursed her lips, and opened her mouth somewhat unnaturally. Jiangnan, tell me honestly, do you like me? So even though you're good, and you can get perfect scores and come in first, you deliberately hide your strength just so you don't blow me off, or hurt me, or pressure me, or even every time I do poorly on a test and come to you to vent, you console me with the fact that you did worse, to make me happy, to relax me? Gangnam froze. What? What's all this? The subjective reason for his own score control was clearly that he was used to keeping a low profile, and the objective reason was that the system required it. But when it comes to Bai Yingying's mouth, everything has changed. Do you like her? Don't want to show your strength? Strike her? Hurt her? To what extent has this mind been DJ'd to be able to brainstorm into Bai Yingying like this? Although, he himself also quite likes this sometimes naughty, sometimes forbidden fish, can be salty and sweet and romantic, does not make no fuss and no bull ********, can be fierce and milky, can tease and attack, and also good looking easy. But, I'm really not doing this for you, I can say. Is it that you think too much? I really didn't do it for. Jiangnan still wanted to struggle to explain a couple of things. However, am I thinking too much, or are you doing too much? Are you not doing it for me? Are you doing it for someone else? In 3 years of high school, there were only 2 people you were close to. One was me and the other was Fatty Wang. If you're not hiding your strength for my sake, could it be that you're still doing it for Fatty Wang's lump? Do you like guys? Even if you like guys, it can't be Fatty Wang. How heavy does that taste have to be? Gangnam, #%, What's in this woman's head? Watch too many idol dramas on weekdays? Or have you read too many doggone romance novels? Or maybe it's too deeply diabolized? And it's dirty. Didn't post an explanation at all. Gangnam, I actually know all about it. After all, I'm not too stupid to see everything, so you don't need to find all kinds of reasons to explain yourself to me. Besides, I didn't say you couldn't like me. To tell you the truth, I also like you. It's just that I want you to stop hiding your strength for me and instead show yourself as much as you can. Get perfect scores on your exams, be the top student in the college entrance exams, and become the king of all. Also known as, clad in golden armor and holy garments, with feet on 7 colored clouds. Chapter 64 Math Team Teacher Stun 2, The 4 Words Gaijin. Bai Yingying didn't say anything in the end, just because, talking about talking. She then lowered her head, her cheeks blushing behind her ears, warbling, "Aha! What is this? Confession?" Jiangnan was dumbfounded. It was really caught off guard and didn't react. "Sure enough, you're a pig's foot yourself. Not only is it long and handsome, and the schoolgirl confessed in public. What should I say? Is it a yes, or a yes? Words. He's got no experience in this area. Not to mention, Ying isn't exactly a confession, is it? You just want to be the king of all the world, clad in golden armor and holy garments, with 7 colored clouds on your feet? It's the rhythm of letting him die. It's killing me. Even if I could agree to it, I can't. Aha! Can't say yes even if you're beaten to death. What king? Doesn't it smell good when you live in peace? Jiang Nan's head was working frantically, pondering how to reverse Ying's divine brain replenishment. But, next, it wouldn't take him a headache to do this, just because. Nanshan, I'm Long Xiaotian, from class 309. May I ask which class you're from? Nanshan, I heard that you were able to get perfect scores in both language and math on today's test. Is that true? Nanshan, are you and the school girl together now? Did she chase you or did you chase her? Nanshan, from today onwards, you are the only idol in my heart, and I am your most loyal fan. Nankeen, do you still lack a pendant on your leg? Nankeen, please accept my knee. Southern God, please pass on a little of the light of the schoolmaster to me. Just then, there were dozens of students, swarming wildly towards Jiangnan and Ying, with one Southern God after another in their mouths. To this, Ying was stunned. At first she thought the men were coming for themselves. After all, she is the school flower. Or 3 years in a row the school cannot be shaken which, on weekdays, wherever they go, there are people to praise. But, turns out these people are more likely to be shouting about Gangnam? What? They all know Gangnam is awesome? Nope, that's not the point. The point is, and these people say she's with Gangnam? Moment. Ying's face became even redder. So annoying. You've only just pulled the window pane yourself, but the whole cafeteria knows so soon? That's too embarrassing. Ying was in a daze. Her face was red to flood with blood. She was really so shy. She didn't even know how to deal with so many people. But, nor does she need to cope with it. Just because, seeing surrounded by a crowd, some people could react much more than Ying. That's, Gangnam. Nima. What's all this fuss about? Why do they all call me Nanshan? As if they all know me, and say I'm a school bully. Am I that famous? No. I've been quiet all year. I don't think many people in the outside class know me. They seem to know that I'm going to get perfect scores in both language arts and math today. So could it be that the results are already out? It's not right either. It's not even the end of the exam. Marking isn't that fast. Or maybe it's because of Ying? Was I too close to her and misunderstood? Whatever. The wind is tight and ripping and whistling. So run first. Seeing so many people calling his name, Jiang Nan's body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. But in the next second, he reacted, then pulled Ying around and flew towards the outside of the cafeteria. Nima, it's horrible. It's wildly popular with so many people. He hasn't really experienced it yet. Gotta hold off on that. To this, the people at the back naturally chased after them. Nanshan, wait a minute. Please recognize, please pay attention. This afternoon, a beautiful sight at first glance in the school. There was a man and a woman running wildly in front of them, with dozens of students chasing after them wildly, and calling out the name of the Southern God. It caused countless sideways glances from people on the side of the road. The word Nanshan, from this point on it was kind of famous throughout the 3rd grade. Whether it was the freshman, sophomore, or junior year of high school, there were constantly people inquiring about who this so-called Southern God was. At the same time, with the crowd leaving after Jiang Nan and Ying, the cafeteria was instantly quite empty. Only Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian and Li Ming were left to look at each other in disbelief. And then they once again broke down in tears. Nima, haters being starstruck? And you yourself are gloomy? The difference, not to be outdone. It's all a bunch of poor babies. The other side, school math team office. An emergency meeting is being held at this very moment. As to why, much the same as the language group at noon. And also because this math exam paper was so hard, arguably the hardest ever. During the exam period, not many students crashed and abandoned the exam, but not many managed to do well. So, numerous teachers have gathered to come up with a response. But, unlike the noon language team meeting, although at first, many math teachers complained, it quickly changed to amazement. Just because, Chao Tianyuan snapped. Hui Fei was the newly promoted class teacher, and her words were not considered heavy in the language group, so no one had believed her after half a day of dawdling. But Chao Tianyuan could be different. Although he was only the deputy head of the math team, if we talk about his skills, he was 1 or 2 points stronger than the team leader, and he was a real big brother. just when other teachers were complaining that the paper was too difficult, and that almost all of the examiners had failed the exam, and that very few people could even pass. Chao Tianyuan directly said that some people were able to get a perfect score. Then, the crowd was instantly stunned. But the next second, just beaming and curious, "Old Chao, hurry up and tell me, who's so powerful to actually get a perfect score? Xin Feng, or Li Ming? Li Ming is not bad, but a perfect score on weekdays is okay. This time the paper is so difficult, he should be worse. Xin Feng can't do it either. He's here in my exam room. I've seen it. He didn't do the last 3 multiple choice questions, and he didn't do the last one of the short answer questions. It's not too good. So, who is this one who can get a perfect score? Are there any other students this good in our school? Ha, no need to guess. You won't. His name is Jiang Nan, a student in the class I'm leading. He's not really good at his regular exams, but it's not that he's not strong, but he likes to hide his clumsiness. But this time around, he's made his skills known. So, it took him only 10 minutes to finish the paper, without even using the draft paper, and he managed to get full marks. Having said that, Chao Tianyuan didn't give the crowd a chance to retort and question, and directly took out the Jiangnan rolls. What? 10 minutes to finish the paper for a perfect score? Is he that good? It's like going to heaven. Can't help it. Let me be the first to look at his roll. Chao Tianyuan just took out the roll. Immediately, one person snatched it up, while the others were not idle, all stretching their necks to watch. Soon, the office then erupted in a chorus of gasps. The first question is right. Second question right. The third question was right too. I can't believe I got all the multiple choice questions right. Awesome. Got all the fill-in-the-blanks questions right too. Just awesome. The answer questions are all right in front of me, so it looks like it's really going to be full marks. It's all about the finale. Asterisk 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 this finale question he actually used 3 solutions. Is he going against the heavens? You know, when I was invigilating the exam, I couldn't even get the second question of the finale question right after pondering it for hours, and yet he used 3 solutions and got them all right? Full marks? Is he really a perfect score? Definitely a record breaker and a credit to the school. Wizards, so to speak, of math. Old Chao is also powerful, actually cultivating such a good seedling without saying a word. Strong. 666, 666, 6666. Chapter 65 I really don't want to be famous. 7 points. Class 304. The vast majority of the students, as early as the first hour after dinner, returned to the classroom to bury their heads in the sand. It's not far to the high school entrance exam. Full stop. Not even 100 days. So, the classroom is a great atmosphere for learning. In addition, this is the monthly examination, and tomorrow there will be the science and foreign language. The people do not dare to have the slightest relaxation. Even a school dregs like Fatty Wang, holding the physical and chemical life outside, shaking his head and making a temporary effort. But, Jiangnan, however, didn't step on the spot to arrive at the classroom until a moment before the evening study session began. With him, there's also the academic schoolgirl, Bai Yingying. An accident? Or by chance? Almost subconsciously, many of the children's shoes in the class had looked up, meaningfully, at the two. Jiangnan and Bai Yingying came to the classroom together. It's not the first time either, but that's not the point. The point is, at this moment, Bai Yingying, that face can be really white and red, but also slightly lower head, eyes flashing to hide. Sheesh. At first glance, it looks like there's a problem with the rhythm. The gazes of the crowd constantly hovered over Jiangnan and Bai Yingying's faces, the fire of gossip burning in their hearts. Murphy, these two are in a relationship without telling anyone? Or even do anything bad? Quite possibly. After all, they are handsome men and women. Not only do they match in appearance, but they are both well connected in the class, as the crowd knows. But, it's still high school. Earlier or not earlier, you guys are too blatant, aren't you? Can't you just cover it up? Robbed our male, female, god not to mention, but also public show, envy death single dog. One time, many people couldn't sink their teeth into their books, their inner gossips fluttering, though they wouldn't have been able to sink their teeth into them in the first place. The other side. Jiangnan had just returned to his seat. Fatty Wang then directly came over a big shiny bald head. Nanshan, did you and schoolgirl White have that? Jiangnan, what do you mean? Pretend? You're still pretending? Fatty Wang lowered his voice. White school flower and I have the same exam room. The afternoon math test. She but with me to inquire about you in the dormitory quite a few things. Its meaning is self-evident. Plus you guys didn't come to the classroom until now. And look at the look on schoolmarm White's face. Between you. Gangnam? What's this Fatty Wang guy talking about? What's wrong with Bai Yingying's demeanor? Isn't it just a little red in the face? In your place, you were chased by dozens of fanatics and ran around campus a few times, and your cheeks didn't turn red? As for the rest, Nan just couldn't hear it. Nanjin, Nan, you're my own brother. Just reveal a little to me, old boy. Don't worry, although Schoolmarm White is the only goddess in my heart, but if you guys really get together, I'm biting my teeth and swallowing it in my stomach, and I won't oppose it 100%. After all, the fat is in the pot, and I promise to keep it to myself and never tell anyone, and I can even cover for you. Who made us brothers? I'll carry all the storms out there for you, so, just tell me. Fatty Wang stared with two bulging eyes, his face filled with curiosity, gossip and urgency. However, get out, Nan cursed without a good breath. Then he went straight to the table, but no sleep. Instead, he fished a cell phone out of his pocket, quickly tapped on a web page, and enjoyed a picture-filled. Ahem. It is a very entertaining novel written by Lookup Song Dome Hidden, Super Schoolboy, from Low-Key Control Points. As for Fatty Wang, he didn't even bother to hitch a ride, just because. It's not true that this guy is righteous, but that big mouth has always been out of bounds. If he did say something to the other side, there was no guarantee that by tomorrow, the whole school would know, even if he has nothing to do with Bai Yingying. But when the time comes, he couldn't explain it even if he had 100 mouths. After all, whenever there is gossip and scandal involving Bai Yingying, those good people often like to over-conjecture and interpret. Trouble comes out of the mouth. He really doesn't want to be famous. This scene in the afternoon of being wildly chased by dozens of people was too terrifying for him to ever want to experience again. Soon, the school bell rang. Evening study begins. Seeing that Nan didn't respond, although Fatty Wang's heart is not willing, but also had to be snappy and shrunk his big head back. Phew, the ears are clean. Nan secretly sighed in relief. But he's not done breathing this sigh of relief. Suddenly, a large group of math teachers, led by Chao Tianyuan, quietly appeared in the corridor outside the glass window. No one else noticed. However, Nan's 5 senses, 6 senses and 7 senses are sensitive and abnormal. Noticed it way back in the first place. At first, he assumed that these teachers were just walking around inspecting the study halls for discipline. As usual, didn't care much. You'll leave after a few looks anyway. However, the next move of these teachers, made him stiffen, and he inwardly exclaimed furiously, "Martyr, is it ever going to end? Can't you leave me alone for a while? I really don't want to be famous like this if God would give me a chance to start over." Those teachers did not leave immediately. Rather, all gathered outside the window near Gangnam, and he stared at Nan with a burning gaze, as if he had seen a rare treasure, and his mouth was still chattering. Old Chow, is he Nan? Worthy of being a wizard of our math together. This look is also to go against the heavens. 2 rays. Ahem. Smooth eyes. Well, not bad, but what a good seed. The revitalization of math in our 3rd grade school depends on him alone. Ha ha ha. It's got to be focused. Same with the group of language teachers in the afternoon. This group of math teachers, after correcting Nan's test papers, were amazed by him, regarded him as the meat and potatoes, and couldn't wait to see the real face of the mountain. Then, and there you have it. Evening study has just begun. Almost the entire math team showed up. To this, although Chao Tianyuan pretended to be serious on the surface, he was so happy inside that he almost couldn't hold it together. Ha, this is the student I taught. You guys, just go ahead and be envious. Chapter 66, the 3rd science test. It's too damn easy, isn't it? Have you ever seen a regular evening study session where a dozen teachers actually stand outside the window inspecting and not leaving? That gaze, more tigerish and aggressive? Before that, the class of 304 never experienced it. But today, they feel it practically. It doesn't matter if you have good grades as a schoolteacher. You can't get out of your head by immersing yourself in a sea of questions anyway. But with poor grades, such as Fatty Wang's name of holding books and studying hard, but actually playing soy sauce scum, that pressure can be described as a mountain. A number of students are sitting upright, not daring to make the slightest small movement, for fear of being caught by the teachers. Mentally, they all murmur, "Teacher, that's enough, almost, time to go inspect another class." However, things don't work out the way they're supposed to. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Numerous math teachers were still standing outside the window, pointing in tisk-king at someone in the class, with no intention of leaving. The scum are crying and despairing inside. They had heard about how many language teachers ran to see a certain schoolteacher instead of proctoring the afternoon math test, so much so that many of the children's shoes in that exam room couldn't handle the pressure and broke down, abandoning the exam without exposing themselves to cheating. Before, they only listened to it as a joke, did not care, but now, they can finally realize the inner feelings of those who exposed themselves as cheaters. A dozen teachers stared out the window and wouldn't leave. Sheesh, it's just as well that there's no ghost inside. Once there is a ghost inside, That's not a lot of pressure. Many of the students could barely resist voluntarily pulling out their pocket cell phones and dutifully offering them up. Teacher, I violated the school rules and discipline and brought my cell phone into the school. Please confiscate it and hurry up. Can't take it anymore. About to fall apart. Please give a way out. Woo woo. For some students in the class of 304, this evening's study session, doomed to be a nightmare. Flesh cut by a dull knife. Seek life, seek death. However, Jiang Nan, as the person concerned, only cursed a few times inwardly after realizing the purpose of Chao Tianyuan and the others coming, and then no longer paid attention to those math teachers, only to see him put his cell phone into his pocket, and do not read the novel, directly to the table a plop, huffing and puffing up. Look, feel free to look around. Big deal. I'll just sleep. I just don't believe it. You can still cut off a piece of my flesh. What's the saying? Let him be strong. The clear wind brushes the hillock. Let him be cross. The bright moon shines on the big river. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment is. The next day, Wednesday, 9 o'clock in the morning, the third science exam of the month begins. It's 2.5 hours long. Science includes physics and chemistry and belongs to the same paper. Physics accounts for 110 points, chemistry for 100 points and biology for 90 points, totaling 300 points. Ding! For this science exam, please get 300 points. No surprises. Moments before the papers were handed out, a system beep once again sounded in Zhang Nan's head. Same as the first language, and the second math. This third science, the system lets him get full marks. Oh, full marks? A perfect score is a perfect score. It's already famous anyway. Earning points is important. As soon as the test papers arrive, he then penned a quick reply. Physics first? Aha! Simple. And then chemistry? Aha! Still simple. Lastly, biology? It's too damn easy, isn't it? Even middle school. Ahem. Elementary school students can do it. Basically not half as difficult as the kind. The first part of the multiple choice questions, 21 in total. Gangnam is 3 seconds apiece. A minute to get all. The second part is non-selective with 10 questions. 4 in physics, 4 in chemistry and 2 in biology. Biology is the giveaway. Chemistry is also a giveaway. As for physics, it was only the last finale question that was remotely interesting and worth the 2 minutes of time. As shown in figure A, M, P and N are the 3 vertices of a right triangle. The angle between NM and MP is 37 degrees and a positive point charge of charge Q is fixed at the midpoint of MP. A rough insulated rod MN of length L equals 1M establishes the x-axis in the direction of MN. Take x equals 0 at point M. Today in the rod through a positively charged ball can be regarded as a point charge. Since the endpoint from the stationary release, the ball's gravitational potential energy and electric potential energy with the position x of the image shown in figure B, A, B, where the electric potential energy E1 equals 3 times 10 to the power of 0/5, E2 equals E0/3. It is known that the ball has a charge Q equals 8x10⁻⁷c and a mass m equals 1.0 kilograms, taken as sin 37 degree equals 0.6 and cos 37 degree equals 0.8, and the acceleration of gravity g equals 10m/s²2. 1. If the elastic force of the rod on the ball is exactly 0 when it slides down to the horizontal coordinate x in the diagram, find the charge Q of the positive point charge fixed at the midpoint. 2. Find the potential energy E0 of the ball at the horizontal coordinate x. 3. If the ball moves up the x-axis from point M with an initial velocity v0 equals 4 meters per second exactly to point N and then returns to point M, find the kinetic energy ECM of the ball when it returns to point M. The title is kind of interesting, but it's just a bit of fun. John Nan spent 10 seconds scanning the questions and then answered them on his answer card without thinking. As for the draft paper? Oh, that's a joke. As with the previous language and math, he didn't need any sketch paper for this science test. Even the legendary physics finale questions didn't require him to put much effort into rehearsing on draft paper. Solution 1. At x. According to the force analysis, KQQ/R2 equals m cos 37 degree, where, from the title, substituting the data gives, Q equals 6, 40x10⁻⁵c. 2. From the figure, the potential energy of the ball at x is equal to E0, which can be obtained from E equals Mercos 0 equals 1.92J. 3. Let the work done by the ball in overcoming the electric field force from M to N be W. From M to N there is M Gielson 0W plus E1 E2 equals 0-1/2 MV0⁻2. Solved by symmetry. Substituting the data to solve for N equals 2.976J. 1 and done. There was no half pause. John Nan then finished the physics finale. Sheesh, it's too easy. It's a total no-brainer. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Alone in the summit with the cold wind constantly blowing through. Chapter 67, 40 minutes and done early to bed again? At the same time, others who were in exam room 304, after getting the science paper, immediately, too, he sank down and began to bury his head in reviewing the questions and answering them, but soon felt the difficulty of the paper. Many people sucked in their breath. This monthly exam is torturous. The language is the toughest ever. The math is the toughest ever. And this science exam is no less difficult. If this is the college entrance examination, laborers estimate that all of them are going to collapse. A book do not want to. The second is hopeless. There was one in the room, all of them frowning, clenching their teeth, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Even Zhang Chang, the language representative of class 303, and Li Ming, the school bully of class 301 who was called the second best math teacher in the school, were worried when they looked at this science paper. Phew, it's hard. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The whole thing was hard to calm down. As the saying goes, math physics doesn't discriminate. It is a well-known fact that any student who is good at math will certainly not do poorly in physics, and vice versa. Before that, Li Ming claims to be second in the school in math. Nature. He's also good at physics together. Even if you don't rank in the top 5 of the school, you're still in the top 10. And the same goes for chemistry and biology. However, when he started the science paper, it's not like the previous math though, where you were only halfway through the multiple choice questions and you couldn't move an inch. But, it's no better. As soon as he made it to the physics non-selective questions, he was completely stumped. Having read the questions so many times he couldn't get started. Almost subconsciously, he glanced out of the corner of his eye to Gangnam next door. At this time, Jiang Nan has put down the paper, put down the pen. Good and calm on the table down? See this. Li Ming was instantly startled. This, how is that possible? He done sleeping again? How long has this been going on? Li Ming snapped his eyes to the clock on the blackboard and realized that the hands had landed at 9:40. 9:40? It's only been 40 minutes since the test started? Are you telling me you're done? Nima, this is going against the grain. The average science multiple choice question takes 45 to 60 minutes and should not be too long. But it's only been 40 minutes. The vast majority of the kids in the exam room hadn't finished the multiple choice questions yet and were still mulling them over. The only reason Li Ming was able to do the non-selective questions was because he had taken the trick of skipping the previous selective finale questions. Sheridan, there is a give and take. Although you give up 6 points, you can ensure that you are as fast as you can be and have plenty of time to do the questions that follow. But compare it to Gangnam. That can't be too damaging. No way. This is absolutely impossible. He can't be that good. Before the language he test good, even if math test good, also barely acceptable. How can even 40 minutes to do the science synthesis? This is absolutely false. Jesus, tell me this is fake. He must be all empty there. He's posturing. At this moment, it really killed Li Ming to accept the fact that Jiangnan had already finished his science paper. This is incredible, twisted his perception. However, instead, he stared wide-eyed and shocked to the core, trying not to accept, but also having to accept, that Jiangnan was truly done, just because. Jiangnan rolled over in his sleep. What a coincidence. Just laid out the corner of the answer key, and Li Ming had good eyesight and a good angle, and happened to be able to see clearly what was on Jiangnan's answer card. See only. That's actually the process of answering a physics finale question? Li Ming stared wide-eyed, carefully scanning each and every word there, and could be certain that it was the answering process without a doubt. Li Ming again hastily turned over his own paper and looked at the physics finale question, and was immediately confused. This question, it's just too hard. He won't. If it was left up to him, he would definitely have to give it up. But when he looked again at the answer process on Jiangnan's answer card, he quickly became clear. He's also a schoolteacher. Although you can't do the finals yourself, but the answer is still readable. He copied it and then checked the data, and he could be 100% sure that there was absolutely no mistake. This. Instantly, Li Ming's entire body trembled. Jiangnan, even traditionally the most difficult physics finale questions in the science exam are easily done. But the previous questions for it, not with chopping melon and cutting vegetables, generally simple, though pressed by Gangnam sleeping, he couldn't see. But predictably, Jiangnan has really finished the science exam. Even if it doesn't go wrong, most likely both will be right. What kind of monster is this? It's been mediocre for the past 3 years, but in the past 2 days it's come out of nowhere, without a bang. Toughest language test ever to be able to make it to bed 40 or 50 minutes early and supposedly get a perfect score. The toughest math test ever, even more so, took only 10 minutes to do, and again, it was said to get a perfect score. Now the science exam, which has the most questions and includes all 3 subjects of physics and chemistry, took only 40 minutes to finish? By the looks of it, even if it's not a perfect score, It must also be a high score without a doubt. Nima, this is going against the grain. This is not a school bully, but a more advanced school god than a school bully. A school devil. A ghostwriter born for exams, right? Li Ming only felt a wave of numbness in his scalp, and he almost stared his eyes out, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Just then, the invigilator passed by. Ahem. Certain students should take the test seriously and not look around or they will be dealt with for cheating. A reminder. Immediately, Li Ming was jolted awake. Li Ming subconsciously looked up and happened to meet the serious and unkind gaze of the invigilator. Li Ming's heart stuttered. Needless to say, it seemed that his peeking at Jiang Nan's answers had been discovered by the invigilator. Moment. Its face flushed. A deep shame welled up inside. He did what? Peeking at Gangnam answers? Even copied it? Doesn't this mean that he's cheating? At that moment, he couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. He really had no face to see anyone. If you are named by the invigilator. From then on he schooled Li Ming. Will immediately become the joke of the whole school, right? Woohoo! To cry. Chapter 68. You don't know him? He's a superb student. Again, students don't have a cheating mentality. And mindset is the most important thing. Yesterday's language and math were said to be so difficult that many students abandoned the test. Today's science exam might also be a little bit difficult, but I don't want to have to abandon the exam again. As long as everyone gives their best and takes the test at their true level, that's enough. I will not tell you that what you will not be able to do yourself no one else will be able to do, for that would be nothing but self-deception. And you guys don't need to compare yourselves to some creep who can do the whole paper in a couple minutes. Make your own. Don't rush. Don't panic. Be steady. Eventually, the invigilator did not name Li Ming, just a secret caution, and intentionally or unintentionally, he pointed to Jiang Nan, telling the people present not to compare themselves to Jiang Nan in case their minds broke down. Talking about, he gently folded and put away Jiang Nan's answer card, and although he didn't name Li Ming, he didn't give him another chance to plagiarize. As for sleeping on your desk for the Gangnam exam, the invigilator did not care. Even Jiang Nan was able to finish ahead of time, including the finale questions, and the invigilator was not surprised, just because. This invigilator was no one else. It was Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher of class 304. Hui Fei was able to supervise Jiang Nan's language. Chao Tianyuan was able to supervise Jiang Nan's math. Then Xia Hongwei's supervision of Jiang Nan's science is normal. For the strength of Gangnam, he knows best. Not to mention this ordinary monthly exam paper. Even if it was a competition paper, the other party could easily take it. To this, Li Ming let out a slight sigh of relief at the same time. The other students, however, looked rather strange, and even the atmosphere of the entire exam room became weird. Coming, again. Look, the man is sleeping again. The invigilator still doesn't care, and also said that there are perverts who finish their papers in a few minutes. This pervert refers to Gangnam. Right, it looks like Gangnam's science is awesome too? Otherwise they wouldn't be treated so favorably. Woo woo, solid. Why are people so different? Why do we have to be in the same exam room as that creep? Mama, I want to cry. I want to go home. Here's a non-human, always descending to strike. Many of the students intentionally or unintentionally cast their gazes towards the sleeping Jiang Nan with very complex expressions. Although there was the amazing performance of Jiang Nan in yesterday's language and math exams as a prelude, they had more or less accepted that Jiang Nan was the super schoolmaster, the school god, and even the school devil. But, see it again at this moment, they were still sour inside. Nima, I didn't even finish the multiple choice questions, and he's done sleeping again? Language, math, physics and chemistry. Doesn't he have a little bias? An all-powerful school demon? Unbelievable. So angry. Xia Hongwei does not deliberately point out as just this deliberately point out. Their hearts are even more bad taste. For those of you in the 304 exam room, this is destined. Another torturous exam. The doubling kind. Time flies. 2.5 hours. 0.9% passed in the blink of an eye. 11:15. It's here. Jiang Nan also opened his eyelids and woke up. He slept through his math test yesterday, but today he mentally timed it to exactly the right minute and second, while the other students were still scratching their ears, flailing their teeth, sweating coldly and gritting their teeth to answer the questions. Jiang Nan, however, braced himself and got up with it, handing the answer card to Xia Hongwei and turning to go out. That action, there wasn't a hint of dragging. It's a dashing mess. Sheesh, truly a model and exemplar for my generation. Awesome. It's him, again, or him, simply inhuman, to do the paper in 40 minutes, and then sleep for an hour and a half, and still awaken on time and hand in the paper ahead of schedule. You couldn't find a second person in the whole school who could pull off that maneuver. Gangnam, that's a name I can remember. Pretentious to the core. 66,666. the entire exam room. The atmosphere in that moment was once again eerie. Numerous students had mixed feelings inside. There's zinging, exasperation and resignation. There is also admiration and envy. Take Li Ming, for example. It is the latter. He had already lost the idea of comparing himself to Jiangnan. From the moment he saw Jiangnan's answer to the physics finale question, he knew it. Gangnam is not in the same class as him. That is someone who can be compared to the school's #1 school bully, Xin Feng. No, it is even more powerful than Xin Feng. Don't want to humiliate myself again. At the same time, Xia Hongwei got Jiangnan's answer key. He didn't read the chemical biology section, but just looking at the physical part, his national face, which was as serious as a 10,000-year-old glacier, instantly bloomed into a smile. Aha! Nice! These questions are correct. Got the finale right too. The physics portion will be a perfect score, no doubt. As for chemistry and biology, even physics got a perfect score, so I'm sure it won't be hard to get a perfect score in chemistry. Oh, not bad for someone I value. It's got the flavor of my day. The physics together in the 3rd grade. There is a successor. The other side. Jiangnan didn't care about Xia Hongwei's thoughts, much less the thoughts of the other students in the classroom. After handing in the rolls, they simply left. But he did not go straight to the cafeteria, but turned to the restroom. Having held his breath for a long time, he had to let off some steam first. However, just walked in. Then you meet an invigilator. Student, it's exam time. 15 minutes until the end. Why are you out? Gangnam, I turned in my paper early. Turn in your papers early? How can you turn in your paper early? That's not very responsible for yourself either. That invigilator's expression stared as he solemnly spoke out. No offense, just simply being a teacher. To this, Jiangnan smiled faintly. I finished it a long time ago. I'm guaranteed to get it all right, so I should be able to hand in my paper early. What? Long done? And promise to get it all right? How is this possible? Even Xin Feng in the classroom I'm invigilating wouldn't dare to say such big words. And you're actually blabbering about it? At those words, that invigilator was taken aback, and then his attitude took a sharp turn, and his tone was not very good. It's really, Jiangnan sounded too arrogant, almost subconsciously. He wanted to put on airs, pose his seniority, make analogies, and even cite scripture to properly educate Jiangnan. But Gangnam had finished draining the water and was walking fast. Go downstairs and head straight for the cafeteria. Dry rice is not positive. Something is wrong with your head. During the monthly exams, supposedly the cafeterias all have extra meals. How could he be bothered with this wayward teacher? However, this passerby teacher is also tenacious. Teaching and educating people do not stop until they achieve their goals, and immediately want to take steps to chase out. But his body just moved. He was yanked by the person next to him. I say, old Wang, there's still an exam to be invigilated. Why are you chasing after him? A little education. Of course, Mr. Roadrunner was righteous. Didn't you hear what he just said? Said he finished the science paper and got it all right. This kind of student who has no ability but talks big must be educated. Actually, what he says may be true. What? You think he's telling the truth? That's right. How is this possible? Old Zhang, you're in over your head, aren't you? It goes without saying that the difficulty of the science comprehensive this time is so great that even Xin Feng from class 301 couldn't possibly hand in his paper early and still get full marks. And you actually believe that kid can? He can indeed. Don't you recognize him? His name is Jiangnan, but he's a legendary superb student. What? Just like that? He's still a super schooler? It seems like you really don't know him, which is normal. After all, you're not a language teacher or a math teacher. What do you mean? Don't be in a hurry. Tell me clearly. How is that unknown kid the schoolmaster? Don't worry, you'll find out when the language and math scores come out for this monthly test. Guaranteed to be a big surprise. What? I'm sure it's the same with science. Chapter 69, Schoolboys and schoolgirls come one after another to find fault. School cafeteria. Except for 3 or 2 grocery-beating ants, there were basically no diners. After all, it's still early. Freshman and sophomore year of high school aren't even done yet. So, again, Gangnam was the first to rush to the cafeteria for a dry meal. Add marinated chicken thighs with crispy duck today. Jiangnan naturally did not polite, directly came to the trio, playing meals and swiping the card in one fell swoop, and then came to the old position by the window, comfortably feasted up. Words. It's a nice feeling that this nobody's chasing. Scenes like yesterday's, when dozens of people were shouting at the southern god, were so horrible that they couldn't even eat in peace. But he just moved his mouth for no time. Suddenly a figure came to stand in front of him. By Ying, or is it Fatty Wang? The faces of these two people instantly flashed in Jiangnan's mind, and then he raised his head to look over slightly, but the next second, his brow then furrowed, just because. The visitor was neither Bai Ying nor Fatty Wang. nor even anyone he knew. Murphy, another fanatic after his own heart? But it doesn't look, well, like it. Only to see that the visitor's face did not have the kind of fervor of seeing himself, but instead had the slightest hint of hostility. You're Gangnam from class 304? The visitor was the first to speak, his tone slightly icy. I am. Jiangnan subconsciously nodded his head. The other party questioned himself, so of course he had to answer. They say you're a dark horse, a super student, and that you did well in language arts and math yesterday. But is that true? Gangnam. That's a tough one to answer. Is he a dark horse? How can he be a horse when he's a man? As for the school teacher, he's clearly a score control demon. Okay, but Jiangnan doesn't open his mouth. The visitor didn't mind either, and only continued towards Jiangnan. It said that you finished yesterday's language test 40 to 50 minutes early, and that math test was even faster. Only 10 minutes. Of this I am not quite convinced, though the empty cave is not empty. There must be an exaggeration. This science exam is average in difficulty, but everyone else is still working on the questions, and even I just turned in my paper 13 minutes early, thinking I could be a little faster than you. But the results, you're still ahead of me in the cafeteria. Honestly, are you really all done? Gangnam. Inexplicable. Is this guy out of his mind? Say something. Are you done or not? So what if I finish it? So what if I don't? It shouldn't have anything to do with you, should it? It's relevant. Of course it's relevant. The visitor raised his eyebrows slightly, his face a little deeper. Many people have said in the past 2 days that you are a dark horse and can surpass me. Originally I didn't care, but since we ran into each other today, and since the science test just finished, if you've really done it all, why don't you come together and check your answers? I'd like to see. Are you a real dark horse or a fake one? Hopefully, you won't let me down. To the answer? That won't be necessary. Jiangnan directly shook his head and waved his hand. Yesterday, Bai Ying looked for him to answer the question. Okay, after all, the relationship is there. But today, this passerby is who? He didn't have the time for much more than that. However, hear that. The corner of the other party's mouth instantly spread a cold smile. What? Could it be that you haven't finished at all? That you're just bluffing and clowning around? Worried that a pair of answers will reveal themselves? If that's true, then you disappoint me too much. I thought I'd finally run into a rival this time that would spice up my boring high school career. Results available. Class, you're overthinking it. It's not that I didn't do it all, but I got all of it correct. There's no need to check the answers with you. This time, without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Jiangnan rolled his eyelids and directly interrupted. And I'm in the middle of my meal, so if there's nothing important, don't disturb me here. Please leave. Sheesh. A clay bodhisattva still had 3 points of fire, and Jiangnan would not spoil this passerby who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Gangnam, you. At those words, the other party's forehead veins popped. By the looks of it, he had the rhythm of wanting to lash out. Nima. Who is he? He is Qin Feng. It's the hottest character in the third form. Every exam, no matter single subject, or the total score, he dominated the list of first, can be called a super school bully. Even, more than one teacher has said, if anyone can break the shackles of the third middle school's inability to get into a prestigious Qingbei school, it will be him, Qin Feng, undoubtedly. Weekdays, he can be all high and mighty, reluctant to hit on people. After every test, it was others who vainly sought him out to correct the answers, and whether they were right or not, it depended on his mood. Available today. For the first time, he took the initiative to open his mouth and confront Jiangnan with the answer, and it was rejected outright? Even. And the other guy said he got all the science right? Wouldn't that be a perfect score? Joke. What a big joke. Even if it was him, Qin Feng, it was impossible for him to get a perfect score on this science exam, let alone Jiangnan. Oh, that's a lot of bull. That's not a bad slap in the face. It was hard to hold back even the best of tempers. But, next, he exhaled deeply again and pushed down his inner anger, his face regaining its calmness, as if nothing had happened. Jiangnan, I'll remember you. Although your tone is wild, I don't think that you really have that kind of arrogant strength. It's okay not to have the right answer. It won't take a day for the results to come out anyway. In time, it's only natural that certain people will be as they are. Seriously, before this, I really hoped that you would be qualified to be my opponent, but now it seems that you are not. Qin Feng coldly uttered a few words towards Jiangnan, then he held his head high, shook his hand, and turned around to leave. That way, rather like a big proud white goose, eyes over the top, full of disdain for Jiangnan. Gangnam, only speechless. This guy is really sick. Staggeringly, he suddenly came over to confront himself with the answer, and as soon as he refused, he just made a harsh comment. But, I don't even know you. Who the hell are you? Sick. Jiangnan once again cursed a mouthful. then they put it behind them and didn't want to pay attention to it. No matter if you're Roadrunner A or Roadrunner B, it doesn't smell as good as my dry rice, and I haven't even finished my chicken thighs yet. Jiang Nan reburied his head, wanting to settle the fight in flash before the others finished their exams and came to the cafeteria, in case stumble into unnecessary trouble again. But proof of Murphy's theorem, what you don't want to happen, often does. He had only taken a few bites of his chicken leg when another shadow landed on the table in front of him. Needless to say, still not by Ying or Fatty Wang. This, you can tell by the shadows. Jiang Nan looked up indignantly. Next, a frown once again. Indeed it wasn't by Ying, nor was it Fatty Wang, nor was it even a student in his own class. But this man he did recognize. Haven't dealt with it though, but he remembered correctly. The opponent should be from the 305th class next door. Last name is Yi, called Leaf. Knowing Autumn? Also one of the few people who used to look better than him in school and was called the school bully? Chapter 70, Get Lost or I'll Whip You. You're Gangnam? You're Yi Jiqiu? Oh, looks like you know me? It's right next door. And it's hard not to recognize you when you pass through our class 4 hallway every now and then. Gangnam is very nerdy at school. It has always been all about your own acreage. People and things that have nothing to do with you don't want to be bothered with. So, usually not in the same class as him. Jiang Nan really didn't necessarily recognize it. And even the school bully Qin Feng who had just left, he only knew his name but not his person. But Yi Jiqiu was the exception. After all, Jiang Nan thought he was born with a good skin. There really aren't many people who can be more handsome than him. Results available. There's one in the class next door. It's also one of the reasons why Gangnam used to go unnoticed and was a transparent person in the class. Imagine that. You don't do well in school, and you sleep in class, read novels, play games, and have no connection to talent. And although you're good looking, there's an even better looking schoolboy right next door. Nature. Few people will notice Gangnam. But Jiang Nan, however, knew Yi Jiqiu. It's not about envy, jealousy, just simply knowing. Since you know me, then I'm not hiding anything. A word of advice. You have to be self-aware. Some people who don't belong to you, don't presume to be able to catch up with them. Yi Jiqiu spoke viciously towards Jiang Nan. Gangnam? Kind of didn't turn a corner. What do you mean? Didn't get it. Just now that person also spoke indistinctly, as if he was sick. And it turned out that this Yi Jiqiu was too? When did our school get so many weirdos? Words. I didn't mess with you guys. And you're all coming here to talk to me? What's wrong with you if you're not sick? Why don't you say anything? Are you still not willing? Do you really want a toad to eat swan meat? Don't think it's a big deal that you're better looking than me now. But I was born with this. You were born with it. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't had a lot of cuts on that face. It's just a shame. A fake is a fake and will never make it to the top. And a toad is a toad and will never catch up with the white swan. Yi Jiqiu raised the corners of his mouth upwards and said heavily. Words. Yesterday it was rumored that there was a man in the cafeteria who was even more handsome than he was. And he didn't believe it at first. But now seeing Jiang Nan in person, he would have to believe it. More than handsome than him. It's just going to be awesome alright. Standing in front of Jiang Nan, a deep sense of inferiority couldn't help but well up within him. But he still convinced himself forcefully. He's the one who was born with an unbeatable face. As for Gangnam, must have moved the knife. Otherwise, how is it possible to show up all of a sudden when the last 2 or 3 years have been uneventful and you've never heard anything about it? Unwilling? Move the knife? Toad? White swan? I'm chasing your sister's white swan. Don't even ing know what you're talking about? Get thee out of here and don't bother me with my meal. Jiang Nan couldn't help but directly explode. Nima, does he really think he's easy to bully? He's low-key. Doesn't mean he's nice to mess with. He's not afraid of things, much less a shrinking violet. Anyone who dares to offend his dragon's whiskers again and again, beware of how to die. Gangnam, you. At those words, Yi Jiqiu was enraged. But Jiang Nan didn't give him a chance to speak. What do you mean? I'm having a good meal here. What do you mean by coming over and giving me a hard time? Asterisk 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 who are you? You're here, so get out of here and do what you have to do, or I'll whip you. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. If a man offends me, I will offend him. Considering active self-defense, eating at ease, and smoking people like this, Gangnam did it 100%. Gangnam, you. Yi Jiqiu even had his lungs exploding. Put. Just then, there was more of a snort from the back. It's by Ying. The first time she finished the exam, she ran to the cafeteria to look for Jiang Nan, only to hear Jiang Nan cursing. Words. This was the first time she had ever heard Jiang Nan curse. It's just too manly. She laughed subconsciously. But this laugh of hers was like pouring oil on the fire, directly igniting all of Yi Jiqiu's anger. Asterisk 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 who dares to laugh at me? Almost instantly, Yi Jiqiu just couldn't help but get mad. However, when he turned his head and saw that it was Bai Yingying, he gritted his teeth and stifled the word I. Then, fancy face-changing stunts are shown on the fly, that is, in the blink of an eye. The anger on his face 1 second disappeared without a trace the next, transforming into a signature smile. Ying-ik? What are you doing here? It's not even the end of the exam yet. Could it be that you turned in your papers early as well? That's too impressive. With your grades, surely you've done it all. Awesome. Just awesome. It just so happens that I turned in my paper early too. Why don't we have lunch together? Instead of eating in the cafeteria, I've got a way to take you out. Let's just go to that new Western restaurant across the street from the school. Sheesh, that's not a quick change of face. Before, he had been high and mighty in front of Jiangnan, but now he was currying favor with Bai Yingying with a smile on his face. That look, no different than a licking dog. But, Bai Yingying, however, didn't have a good attitude towards him. Yi Jiqiu, what are you doing here? I'm going to say this once, I have nothing to do with you, much less go out to dinner with you, so get out of here. Finish in one sentence. Bai Yingying then stopped paying attention to Yi Jiqiu and ran to Jiangnan. I knew it. You must have turned in your paper early. How was it? How did you do on the science exam this time? Gangnam, it's okay. Bai Yingying, what do you mean it's okay? A perfect score shouldn't be a problem. Jiangnan spoke casually. A perfect score, again, like in math? Bai Yingying's eyes widened. Her heart filled with shock. She knew Gangnam was awesome, but she didn't expect Jiangnan to be so powerful. Understatement. Nope. Is it a confident statement that you can get a perfect score in science? Cowhide class. Not bad for a man she had her eye on. Come on, hurry up and check your answers with me. I barely turned in my paper early today even though I overachieved, but I couldn't get a lot of questions. Let's see how much I can get this time. But I'm still eating? Eat while you're right. Can I say no? No. Bai Yingying spat her tongue out at Jiangnan, pouting and being cute, but her tone was very resolute. Aha! Although it is a schoolgirl, but more than that, I want to be a schoolteacher, so take grades a little extra seriously. Okay then. Can't argue with Bai Yingying. Jiangnan had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Physics multiple choice is AACCC, chemistry is BBBCC, biology is CCCC. Chapter 71, A True Goddess, only to be seen from afar but not to be played with. If Qin Feng is still here, probably going to be pissed off. What do you mean? Just now I condescended to give you an answer to your question and you were not happy with it left or right. But now, and you're having fun with Bai Yingying? Isn't that in the eye of the beholder? You're looking down on me, too. Sure, Qin Feng had already walked away. Naturally, I won't see this one coming, so it's impossible to die of gas. But, Qin Feng was too angry to do so. But, Yi Jiqiu, however, was instantly so angry that his eyes were ablaze with fire, and even his nostrils were quicker than a jet-setting old green train. Nima, he shamelessly tried to curry favor with Bai Yingying, but Bai Yingying didn't pay any attention to him at all while talking and laughing with Jiangnan. That's a facepalm, no less. Ying, that. Yi Jiqiu cheekily tried to interrupt the two, just because it was so hard for him to bear, watching the goddess he loved, with another boy. But, Yi Jiqiu, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to leave? Your grades aren't good again, so hurry up and go. Don't get in the way here and bother us with the answers. Also, don't ing in the future. I don't know you well, please call me by my full name. Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying was working on the answers with Jiangnan, although she did pretty well in physics, but she got a lot of questions wrong in chemistry, and she was not in a very good mood. But as a result, she had to be interrupted by Yi Jiqiu at once, and she freaked out a little. It didn't give Yi Jiqiu any good looks at all. Yi Jiqiu was completely speechless. Nima, when had he ever been so aggravated? His grades are no good, but with his good looks, he's been starstruck everywhere he's gone since his freshman year of high school. Not to mention that he was very good at basketball and was called the god of basketball in the third form, and could be considered the school's girl crush. Love letters received daily, not 100, but 80, available at. For those girls, he has always been dismissive. Consider yourself. Only Bai Yingying, the school flower, could match him, and he believed that he would definitely be able to chase Bai Yingying. Results available. And it ends like this? Bai Yingying even chatted with Jiangnan in front of herself, and even reprimanded herself in front of Jiangnan? Really? If you can tolerate it, you can't. An uncle can't tolerate an aunt. But, in front of Bai Yingying, better to bite the bullet and endure. Who made this his goddess? On weekdays Bai Yingying didn't even bother with him. At least a few more words were said today. In comparison, it's still an improvement. It would be nice to say a few more words, even if you will be scolded. It's not unavoidable. Think about it. He had the cheek to interject again. However, just then, Jiang Nan, however, stood up with his plate and said toward Bai Yingying, "Let's go. There are stragglers here. Change the place." "Yes." Bai Yingying nodded, followed by Gangnam straight away. Only Yi Zhiqiu was left standing alone, messy in the wind. To this, a slight smile flashed across Jiang Nan's eyes. Oh, he's not stupid. By now, how could one not understand the meaning of those harsh words that Yi Zhiqiu, before, had put down on himself? It was nothing more than a licking dog that came to find trouble with himself when he saw that Bai Yingying was close to him. But, is he a bully? Not only is he not to be messed with, but he holds a grudge. To give you only a silent slap is already being generous, not bothering with you and sparing you lightly. Yi Zhiqiu? Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying had already walked away, but Yi Zhiqiu was frozen in place with an iron face, unable to return to his senses. He, ignored again? Ignore, it may be nothing to others, but for Yi Zhiqiu, the schoolboy of the third high school, the god of basketball, and the center of attention at all times, it was equal to a slap in the face, and it's an abject slap in the face, to spit blood. Look, isn't that the school bully Yi Zhiqiu? Why is he standing there motionless? What's he going to do? What for I don't know, but what I do know is that he's not the school bully anymore, and now the school bully is someone else. Oh, someone else? Who? Yi Zhiqiu is already handsome enough. Could there be someone more handsome than him in our school? There wasn't in the past, but there is now. It's rumored that that person's name is Jiang. What's his name? And his face value can break through the sky. I've also heard about it. That Jiang Nan's looks can kill Yi Zhiqiu, and can be considered as a well-deserved school grass, and is also the super school bully that has been rumored in the past 2 days. So, Gangnam has a face and talent? That's right. It starts with the face and ends with the talent. If that's true, then Jiangnan is stronger than Yi Zhiqiu. The name of the schoolmarm is true to its name. 66,666. Past 11:30. A number of students then came to the cafeteria one after another, and Yi Zhiqiu was always the center of attention. Nature. The first time it attracted attention. Moment. Murmurs were heard in all directions, but unlike in the past when crowds touted it, now more people are comparing it to Gangnam. These. Yi Zhiqiu heard it all. At once, it's come back to life, and the anger inside was even greater. Gangnam? A good Gangnam? A tiny toad, yet with a post-apocalyptic knife face, not only steals my people, but also my name? I remember you. This revenge will be avenged. Yi Zhiqiu grit his teeth for a while, and his eyes burned with even more flames, his nails sinking into his flesh without realizing it. The other side. Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying changed places and sat down. Not for a moment. Then there was a sound of aggrieved crying. Ooh, bad Jiang Nan. I shouldn't have matched the answers with you. Even though you tutored me in physics and made me go over the top on this test, I got 3 questions wrong. Chemistry was even worse, with 5 wrong questions, and even the easiest biology, with 2 wrong questions. It's over. Failed science this time too. I guess it's only 240 points. Definitely can't compare to that Qin Yumo woman again. Listen, is that a human thing to say? 234 points in the science exam is something that the vast majority of students would not dare to hope for, because of the one book top line in previous years. It's just about 210 points in science. If this is the entrance exam, to be able to get a score like Bai Yingying's, as long as the language and math aren't too bad, then it's at least a book. But for Bai Yingying, 234 is too low. The world of schoolboys is something that schoolboys won't understand. At this time there were also quite a few senior students who had just finished their exams, sitting one after another not far from Bai Yingying. After all, the schoolgirl? Of course you have to sit next to each other closer. However, as soon as he heard these words from Bai Yingying, they all involuntarily and quietly moved away. It was said that Bai Yingying was not only the school flower, but also the school bully. In the past they didn't believe it, but now they finally believed it. That's a real goddess, only from a distance, just because they feel, from the bottom of their hearts, that they don't deserve it. Chapter 72, Visco System. You have a grudge against me. Ying, don't cry. There are so many people here. In fact, if you can take 234, you're already pretty good. Is 234 pretty good? Qin Yuma definitely scored higher than me. I lost to her again. You can't compare yourself to her. There are so many people in the school. At least 90% of them are not as good as you. What's the point of them being inferior to me? I've only heard of comparing the top to the bottom. Where does it say that the bottom is not as good as the top? One is worthy of contentment. I'm content, as long as I can beat Qin Yuma and prove that I'm not a vase, not just good looking. I'm content. I didn't even think about winning against you. Gangnam, that's not a good thing to say. Bai Yingying still wants to win him? How is that possible? After all, he's a genius with the Go system, being able to read at a glance. not forgetting anything, learning by example, having superb memory and enlightenment, and also improving the hidden attributes of various subjects from time to time, are almost reaching the ceiling. On learning efficiency, he's 1,000 times the man Bai Yingying is with his eyes closed. How can Bai Yingying win against him? Sure, except when he controls the score. Woo woo. Seeing that Jiangnan didn't say anything, Bai Yingying cried even more. It was like pear blossom with rain, so not let the heart pity, preferring Jiangnan's 2 lives, but when it came to coaxing people, there was not the slightest bit of experience, and there was nothing but embarrassment in capital letters on his face. Ying, what do you have to do to stop crying? I won't cry if I defeat Qin Yuma, but didn't you fail her this time? Then make sure you beat her next time. Then you'll win her next time. But I don't have the same talent as her. I don't have the same foundation as her. So even if I try harder, I can't win against her. Then give up? No, I'll never give up. What can I do if I don't give up? I want you to tutor me. Didn't I tutor you before? The time was too short before, and I couldn't absorb all of the ones you talked about. So I'd like to see you after school, and not just for math and physics, but for other subjects as well. Can I say no? Woohoo! That would wear me out. Woohoo! Okay, don't cry. Can't I promise? Oh yeah, Gangnam, you're the best. Hearing Jiangnan's promise, Bai Yingying immediately changed from cloudy to sunny, hugging Jiangnan's arm for a while with a joyful smile. As for the tears, there was a ghost's tear on her pretty face. Mud. Fooled. Jiangnan instantly boarded his face. Bai Yingying, honestly, were you pretending to cry just now? Woohoo! You. Jiangnan was furious. Woohoo! Bai Yingying wiped her tears with both hands. Well, I was wrong to doubt you. Jiangnan could be sure that Bai Yingying was just pretending to cry, aiming to squeeze him and make him sell hard labor. But it wasn't like he had a response. In the end, there was no choice but to behave. Because, no longer in position, something is about to go terribly wrong. At this moment, more and more people are eating. Not far away are sitting some people, can see and hear this side of the movement. If he doesn't coax Bai Yingying into it, probably not half an hour. Gangnam had to be famous all over the school again. By then all the good people will be spreading the word, surprise. A super bully appeared in the cafeteria and cried at the school flower Bai Yingying. Sheesh, the scene, it was horrible. The other side. As soon as Jiangnan bowed his head and admitted his mistake, the tears on Bai Yingying's face instantly disappeared again, and her pair of black eyes turned. Very spiritual. Jiangnan, I knew you were the best, so how about we go to the classroom to study after dinner? What? Studying? No sleep at noon? Didn't you just promise to tutor me? Yes, I promise, but that's a start? There's no time to lose, so of course we have to seize every second. I hashtag you and percent hashtag $. Everyone else took Bai Yingying as a goddess. What do they say about only being able to see from a distance? But in Jiangnan's eyes, this was not a goddess. It was clearly a torturing demon, alright. You said you. It's clear that you can eat on your face. Why do you favor grades? What's wrong with being a schoolgirl? Why do you still have to be a schoolteacher? This day, it's just impossible to get by. Eat, sleep and play. Bean's easy days came to an end. Jiangnan destined to escape the life of the old yellow cow. Subo. Pathetic. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 4th foreign language exam has officially begun. Exam room 304. Jiangnan sat in his seat exhausted in solace as if he had been crushed for 7 days and 7 nights. Ask him why he's like that. Oh, 3 hours. 3 whole hours. Do you know what he's been doing for the last 3 hours? That Bai Yingying is simply not human. The demands are endless. There are no words to describe the heartache involved. Ding. Please receive a score of 0 on this foreign language test. The moment before the test papers were handed out, that familiar system beep once again sounded in Jiangnan's mind. At first, Jiangnan didn't care much. Get the paper and start writing immediately. Listening has not yet been played, but he has already swish after the single-choice questions to finish. Fast hands. It's like being single for a million years. Just because. He wanted to hurry up and get the foreign language done, then lie down on his desk and sleep to get back the essence he had lost. But, wait, I heard right, didn't I? Asterisk. 0 points? Not 150? Although Jiangnan's brain was half a beat slower, he quickly realized that there was a change in the system's score control mission this time. Looks like the Go system let him score 0 on the control instead of getting a perfect score like he did on the previous 3 exams. Is the Go system up to no good again? Jiangnan hastily sank his heart and checked the system's mission panel in his mind and found that, sure enough, he didn't miss here. It is indeed 0 points, not 150. Nima. Jiangnan barely held back from spitting out blood. Almost. It's that close. He failed this test control score. Because Just the multiple choice questions he'd already finished had 15 points in hand, far more than the score control task. In time, 100% not getting points and rewards. No. Compared to the points reward, it seems like this is the time to worry more about the consequences of scoring 0 points for control. Mud. This time it's really going to be the end. Suddenly, Jiang Nan didn't know what he realized. His face suddenly changed, and inwardly spat madly. Foreign language control score of 0? Nima. This Go system definitely has a grudge against me. It's deliberately trying to get me killed and push me to the brink of extinction. You are controlling the subsystem. But what kind of person releases a score control quest like you do? The first 3 exams, language, math and science, gave me perfect scores of 150, 150 and 300. But when it comes to foreign languages, it's a 0? That score came out. What do you make the foreign language teacher think? What do you make the other students think? That hate value. It's definitely pulling out all the stops. It's over. Chapter 73, Foreign Language Teacher, I can only apologize to you haha. Ding. Detecting that the host is insulting the system hereby gives one warning to the host. Please correct the host immediately or the system will make an appropriate counterattack. Gangnam? Words. Seeing such a bizarre score control task, he was internally spitting on the system like crazy. Results. Warned by the system again? Sheesh. It's masterful. Can't afford to mess with it. Jiang Nan immediately put away all his inner dissatisfaction. In that case, then, foreign language teacher, I'll just have to be sorry the Go system told me to take a 0, so for the sake of that little bit of worthless rewards and points, I had no choice but to take a 0. Hey, what a life of balls. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly, so he had to erase the previously done multiple choice questions and rewrite them again. But, he did not answer directly on the answer key. Instead, for the first time, I took out my sketchbook. One thing to add here. For others, getting a 0 on a test is the easiest thing to do, as long as it's all blank. But for Gangnam, it has to take a little bit of work, just because he can't blank. For every controlled score exam, there was a prerequisite that he had to finish all the questions on the paper. For example, if he was previously told to control his score at the passing line, he would have to make sure that 90 points of the questions were correct, while the remaining 60 points would have to be done but wrong. This was also the reason why he had taken hundreds of score control exams, but no one had ever found out. Otherwise, you say you do 90 points every time, and those 90 points are correct, and even if you don't do the rest of the questions, that's 100% by correctness. Once or twice would be fine. A couple more times even if it's a little cute, knows there's a problem, and now the task is to get a 0 on the test. That means, Jiang Nan had to do the entire foreign language paper, but then get it all wrong and not score a single point. It does take a bit of work. It's the same as getting a perfect score on a test. He needs to know all the right answers first, but when it comes to answering, again, you have to circumvent the correct answer altogether. The multiple choice questions were okay. Just choose wrong and do wrong on purpose. However, be careful with the answer and essay sections. After all, this is something that if you write, even if it's poorly written, your teacher will more or less give you a little sympathy point. So, getting a 0 is real tough. The difficulty factor is still above a perfect score. Sure, for Gangnam, it's also just a little more work. He started by writing all the correct answers on the draft paper, while avoiding all of them on the answer card. As for the answers and essays, they are a pain in the ass, and 9 times out of 10 you get a point or 2 if you write in a foreign language. So, never write a word in a foreign language, but it can't be undone. Just change the language. Jiang Nan had a flash of light in his head, a smile flashed at the corner of his mouth, and he quickly finished writing his answer essay. But, whether the foreign language teacher can read it, that would be beyond his consideration. It's best if you can't read it. That's 100% a 0. Even if you read it, it's also a windfall, or 0 points. Oh yeah, perfect. Less than 10 minutes. He then finished the latter questions. Next, it's just sitting back and waiting for the listening to start. Since the freshman and sophomore years of high school also take foreign languages at the same time, so there was quite a delay. While others were still answering questions, Jiang Nan dozed off for a while longer before waiting for the senior hearing to play. Subsequently, M, hi Lucy, Thisa speet, W, hi, what's up? M, listen, I'm afraid I'll be a little late tonight. Remember I said I would pick you up at 6:00? Now I'm going. Jiang Nan translated as he listened, and wrote it all down on draft paper. Include the correct answer. The reason why. This is, after all, the first time the system has allowed a control score of 0. No sloppiness or carelessness. Of course, this is not a long time. Hearing 1 is over, and he was all done. Then, collecting his pen and paper, he plopped down on the table again and, like a few exams before, went straight to sleep. Perimeter students. Invigilator. Entire exam room. Here we go again. Watch. The kid went to bed early from another test. It's really solid. 13 are finished loading him. This exam. The invigilator was not Hui Fei, Chao Tian Yuan, Xia Hongwei, and other classroom teachers that Jiangnan was familiar with. But they also ignored Gangnam sleeping. After all, it's all school teachers. Although they didn't know Jiangnan, after 2 days of consecutive exams, they had more or less heard that there was such a strange student in exam 304, who could do it quickly every time he took the exam, whether he's really a schoolteacher or not, or scum as well. Anyway, the teachers in front of them turned a blind eye to it, and there were even those who closed the windows and draped themselves for it. It's also just a matter of turning a blind eye to this. Other students in the exam room. Inner sadness can be tearful. Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Do you get to do whatever you want just because you have good grades? Can you do whatever you want with a hard back end? It seems like, is still true. And Jiangnan is not only handsome through the sky, but also a super school bully. The background is even more unfathomable. Can't afford to mess with it. One in the neighborhood had reddened eyes with envy and purple chickens with jealousy, but there wasn't a single bit of hatred. At the same time, Li Ming, who was sitting next to Jiangnan, kept biting the tip of his pen, controlling himself as much as possible not to pay attention to Jiangnan. But, somehow, he can't help but look in the direction of Jiangnan. What are you looking at? Just to watch Gangnam sleep? Appearance is not. What he wanted to see was Jiangnan's answer key. In mathematics, he is a bully, known as the second in the school. Physics and chemistry and other science subjects are also not bad. But, in a foreign language, his grades are only average. It's also known as parochialism. This monthly exam paper was generally difficult, and he wasn't good at foreign languages in the first place. Now when I came across a paper that was more difficult than the foreign language exams of the past, I immediately felt Alexandria. Really, so many can't do it, especially the hearing, 80% of which he didn't understand, and swathes of which he left empty, though he was ashamed of cheating. Shameful, but he had already peeked at Jiangnan's answers once in the morning science test, and now there was always an urge deep inside that seemed to have a demon constantly tempting him. Look at it, son. Anyway, after the first time, it's no big deal to see it a second time. But, unfortunately, this time he peeked for a while, nor did he realize that Gangnam's answer sheet was showing. So, can't copy it? Just as he was about to control the desire and give up. But, just then, a piece of draft paper fell from Jiangnan's desk and happened to land under his feet. What is it? Li Ming subconsciously looked down. See only. It is densely filled with answers. There's a single choice, completions, reading comprehension, listening, and even the original listening text. Instantly, Li Ming froze with wide eyes. Copy, or not to copy? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Chapter 74, winning 5 kills by accident? Some gaps once opened, it would be hard to block again. So, while Jiangnan didn't notice that the draft paper had fallen, and the invigilator and the surrounding students didn't pay attention either, eventually, Li Ming still chose to plagiarize. Just once, and this will be the last time, just to prove to everyone that I'm not just good at math. Gave himself a reason. Li Ming then gathered his courage and copied the answers on Jiangnan's draft paper onto his answer sheet. Even the ones he had made before were all replaced with Jiangnan's whenever they were different. Swish, swish, swish. It's fast. It didn't take long to copy them all. Then when no one was looking, he quietly kicked Jiangnan's draft paper back under Jiangnan's desk. Sheesh, not bad for a schoolboy. IQ is not low and bold. Looking at the full of answer cards, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up inside Li Ming. Oh, it was the first time he had ever finished a foreign language paper. Just a shame. Essays still have to be made up. Jingle bells. I don't know how long it took, but the bell rang. Foreign language exams completed. It means that this monthly exam is also over. The crowd cheered. This time, Gangnam didn't turn in his papers early, because I was so tired at noon. My biological clock was once again disturbed and I accidentally overslept, and just opened his eyes. He then saw the draft paper under the table. Sleeping too dead. Actually do not even know the draft paper dropped, but also have to blame by Ying. Simply not a person. Jiangnan cursed, so he picked up the draft paper and kneaded it into a ball and put it in his pocket, got up and handed in his papers and walked out the door. As for Li Ming, from start to finish he didn't really care. Copy? No copying? It has nothing to do with him. To this, Li Ming was relieved. After Gangnam left, he also hurriedly handed in his papers and left, but walked in the opposite direction from Jiangnan, not knowing what he was avoiding. The other side. Jiangnan looked left and right, and after not seeing a certain terrifying figure, he hurriedly accelerated his pace and headed straight for the cafeteria. he was really afraid of Bai Yingying. Gotta duck. But, only halfway there, Bai Yingying then chased after him. Gangnam, wait for me. Bai Yingying shouted Jiang Nan's name with excitement on her face, her big gray eyes blinking and blinking. That look, I can't tell you how nice it is, pleasing to the eye. But when Jiang Nan saw it, his body immediately stiffened. Bai Yingying, why did you follow me again? What? You don't like me? Bai Yingying crossed her arms and coldly ventured out. Didn't. Jiang Nan subconsciously shook his head, but then I do not know what I realized, and hastily nodded again. Not, I do not like. Not, I like. Sheesh, that's a really bad answer. Say you don't like it? That's not possible. Say you like it? Jiang Nan hadn't thought about it either. It's really, put. Seeing this deflated appearance of Jiang Nan, Bai Yingying grinned, her eyes narrowing into small peach blossom crescents. Okay, I won't tease you. The monthly exam is over, and to thank you for tutoring me at noon, I'll treat you to dinner. Dinner? Really? Of course it's true. 18 dishes in the cafeteria. You can choose any one you want, eat whatever you want, and this lady will pay for it. Then I won't be polite. No problem. How did the king of dry rice in the cafeteria come to be? Of course it came from dry rice. As soon as dinner was mentioned, the inexplicable tension in Jiang Nan's heart instantly dissipated and relaxed. Oh, Bai Yingying, just as well I'm hungry. You're just waiting for the big bleed out. You dared to dig a hole for me at noon to squeeze me. Now I'll make you pay back 100 times over, and watch me eat you up. The meal, doomed to eat their hearts out. 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Nan squinted and giggled as he flossed his teeth, patted his belly, and returned to the classroom satisfied. As for Bai Yingying, instead, he followed with a bitter look on his face. That look, it's so sad to see. Don't ask her why she's like this. If you were to spend a week's worth of food on a single meal by Gangnam, would you be happy? It's still in the cafeteria for goodness sake. Be somewhere else. With Gangnam's stomach, she had to be eaten out of house and home. But, outsiders are not aware of the doorway. When Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying came to the classroom again stepping on the dot, the children's shoes in the class looked up again and stared meaningfully at the two of them. Solid hammer. These two are definitely in love and together, and did bad things. Otherwise, that Bai Yingying couldn't have been peachy red yesterday, her eyes dodging, and she also had a different face today? It looks like you're being bullied by Gangnam? One time, gossip is back in the air. Many boy shoes envied Jiang Nan for taking the school flower, while girl shoes envied Bai Yingying for taking the boy god. As for Fatty Wang, he was also the first to give a thumbs up towards Jiang Nan, the meaning of which was self-evident. But, Jiang Nan didn't bother with Fatty Wang. As soon as I sat down, I fumbled for my cell phone and ate and drank in preparation for a 5-kill game to kill some time. But, just then, class president Qin Yuma came over. Squad leader, what are you? Jiang Nan, how many points do you estimate you can get on this monthly exam? Should not be as much as you. Jiang Nan stammered. Now he figured it out. Women are tigers. Don't mess with them if you can. Bai Yingying has already stuck to her body and can't tear it off. But she can't provoke Qin Yuma again. But, for Gangnam's answer, Qin Yuma, however, shook her head grimly. Jiang Nan, don't lie to me. You definitely scored more than me on the exam this time. After all, it's been rumored throughout the school for the past 2 days that you can get perfect scores in both language arts and math by turning in your papers early. But I failed. The paper was too difficult this time, both in language and in math. And the most I could get out of a 150-point question was 90-something, which is almost 100 less than you. Although the science and foreign languages are a bit easier. I did average on the exams, so I guess I can't beat you. So, there's no way I'm going to beat you this time. Gangnam? That said, are language and math that hard? He doesn't feel it at all, although he had heard some of it from Bai Yingying earlier. In his opinion, even if it was difficult, a schoolmaster like Qin Yuma should not have a problem taking 123, right? Results available. Both doors in the 90s? Wouldn't that mean, all but yourself? Hey, no wonder before the monthly exam, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Sweet, Xiang Yi, all of these class representatives, all aggressively declared war with themselves and gave tough words, saying that they would defeat themselves, but from the end of the subjects to now. Instead, all of these people wilted like frosted eggplants, and none of them dared to dangle themselves in front of him. So, Jiang Nan subconsciously swept his gaze towards Su Yu, Zhang Hao and others sitting in the front row, but what he got was a flurry of evasion from those people, as if a cat saw a mouse, not daring to meet him eye to eye. Sheesh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Originally, he didn't even want to compete with these people, fight for victory or defeat, kill the wind, and step on the flames. Results available. An accidental regimentation of these people? Nope, no regimentation. Only 5 kills to be exact. because the foreign language is poor. Hey, what a life of balls. The opponent is too much of a rookie. Chapter 75. Am I the only one who thinks that Gangnam scored more than 600 points? Gangnam, you tell me honestly, how much can you actually score overall so that I can understand how big a gap there is between me and you? Shin Yuma stared at Jungnan with a burning gaze. Apparently, this time, she knew that she couldn't pass Jangnan's exam, but she didn't give in and wanted to know herself and her enemy and make another effort. At the time Shin Yuma asked this, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Sweetie and Xiang Yi, who were sitting in the front row, also subconsciously pricked up their ears to listen. They all know it by heart. This challenge to Jungnan was a 100% failure, and it's the kind that loses horribly. Two of them, Xiang Yi and Su Yu, had even cried bitterly in public yesterday on the road, in the cafeteria. But, being a schoolteacher, they all have the backbone of a schoolteacher to a greater or lesser extent. One failure is nothing. It's a long road ahead. There's always another chance. Of course, the prerequisite is to know exactly how high Gangnam's current level is, and to judge what are the chances of catching up. If it was really like the rumors, Jungnan could compare to Qin Feng, who was called a super learner. That, they must have just given up. Get down on your knees and sing your conquests. But, if Jungnan was just a cut or two stronger than them, then they couldn't help but fight again. Not until the last minute of high school. The deer is dead. Not yet known. The difference, it shouldn't be too big. My total score is 600. Even if it's more than you, it's not much more. To Shin Yuma's question, Jungnan didn't hide anything and confessed directly. He is 0 for foreign languages, so a total score of 600, no less. Hear that? Shin Yuma's pupils shrunk slightly, seemingly shocked at Jungnan's score, but he quickly recovered. 600 points? You managed to score 600 on such a difficult paper? Sure enough, you were just hiding your clumsiness in the past, and is this your true strength? Indeed, you're better than me, but I won't admit defeat. From today onwards, I will double my efforts, and when I take the next exam, I will definitely catch up with you. Shin Yuma waved her small fists at Jungnan, cheering herself up continuously, then turned around and left. That pace, that back, it's so indescribably firm and decisive. Gangnam is strong, but not so strong as to destroy her confidence. Because, she did average this time though, especially in language and math, and was 100% not as good as Jungnan, but as Gangnam said, she wasn't much less. Before she estimated the excess, 90-something in language, 90-something in math, something like 245 in science, and 123 in foreign languages. Added up, the total score is around 570. That is to say, she's only 30 points away from Gangnam. 30 points. Given some time, she will be able to catch up. It's the confidence, backbone and arrogance that she has as the president of Class 4, perennially occupying the top spot in her class and the top 10 in her school. But, the other side, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian and Xiang Yi didn't have the same confidence as Shin Yuma. When Jungnan said the total score was 600, one by one, their eyes were wide open, their faces changed wildly, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Imitation. It's like a devastating blow. 600 points? Nima, that's 600 points. This exam was as hard as hell. They couldn't even reach 500 points, but Gangnam was able to score 600 points. This gap, not to be outdone. Even that pride of heaven, the super school bully of class 301, Qin Feng, was probably at this level. Desperate. Completely desperate. They used to be called schoolboys though, but at best, they are competing in class 4, and they are still competing for the second, third, fourth, and fifth place in the class, and they don't even think about winning against Shin Yuma and becoming number 1 in the class, let alone defeating Qin Feng. Now that Jungnan could be compared to Qin Feng, it was tantamount to being a godlike figure, far beyond them by several notches. It's not even comparable to them, now that I think about it. Before the examination, they one by one declared war with Jungnan, and the harsh words that were given were so ridiculous, it's hard to see the shame and anger. Defeat Gangnam? Oh, in another life. No, it's next to next life. What you can do now, just hurry up and give up that unrealistic idea. If they weren't in the way of the crowd and their faces, they really wanted to collectively kneel down in front of Jungnan. Southern God, you're the real Southern God. We're wrong, please don't be an adult. Give up without a fight. Said perhaps so. Gangnam didn't do anything. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, these people who had been hostile to Jungnan, then all changed their minds and were completely convinced. But, what they don't know is this. From start to finish, Jungnan then didn't care much about them. As soon as Shin Yuma left, he continued to start the battle 5 kills, completely not putting Su Yu and the others in his mind. However, he was not taking it to heart. However, Bai Yingying had always remembered Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian Tian and Xiang Yi, declaring war on Jiangnan. Before, she had always been upset on behalf of Gangnam, but now, looking at Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the other people's prestige disappeared and their anger did not diminish. Inwardly, he was indescribably sour, especially when she saw her nemesis Qin Yuma, who was also ashamed of himself towards Jiangnan. She was instantly at her peak. The only beauty of Qin Yuma actually didn't despair, and actually wanted to challenge Jiangnan again, wanting to catch up with Jiangnan in the next exam. How is that possible? Am I the only one who thinks that Gangnam will never score more than 600 on this exam? Language, math and science. I've asked Jiangnan to check the answers, and I can be sure that 9 times out of 10, he got perfect scores. These 3 doors add up, just 600 points already. The last foreign language wasn't right though, but, even if he does poorly on the test, it can't be a 0, can it? Bai Yingying's head was full of question marks, filled with disbelief. According to the past scores of foreign language exams taken by Jiangnan, the passing line of 90 points is definitely there. If Jiangnan didn't hide his clumsiness but went all out, 100, 110, 120, even a perfect score Bai Yingying believed. It all adds up. The total score is at least 700. All of them exceeded Qin Yuma by an unknown amount, even if its talent was high and it worked hard, day and night, wasting sleep and food. It would not be able to catch up with Jiangnan. Bai Yingying mourned for Qin Yuma for 3 seconds. This woman. Brain fart. Jiangnan said 600 points. It's obvious that he's watering down and lying to you, and you're actually foolish enough to believe it. It appears that, so much for your intelligence. When we take the next exam, it won't be you catching up with Jiangnan, but me catching up with you. Giggle giggle giggle. The moment for defeating Qin Yuma. Bai Yingying could be described as full of mesmerizing confidence. She had Jiangnan to assist her, plus Qin Yuma's brain was not working. If she still could not win, there would be no God's justice. Chapter 76, Caught Playing the Same Game. Why are the results so different? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty, where's your big move? F4 doesn't open big there, and the high ground doesn't open big. You don't have a thought problem, do you? It's a huge pit. Evening self-study. Class 304. While the vast majority of children's shoes were concentrating on their studies, Gangnam was bathing in blood with his cell phone. Nope, I should say it's pissed off to the point of liver pain. Just because. Fatty Wang is just too pitiful. Almost. It's that close. He'll get the 5 kills. Results available. At the most critical moment, Fatty Wang, who was a teammate, dropped the ball. To this, Jiangnan almost spat out blood, but the words just fell from his lips. Fatty Wang then replied with pathos, "Brother Nan, I also want to open big, but the premise is that I have to have a cell phone to do so." Cell phone? Don't you have your cell phone? Could it have been robbed? Jiangnan twisted his head to look at Fatty Wang, almost did not hold back to burst, but the next second, its words stalled and its face froze. Jiangnan froze. Just because. Wasn't Fatty Wang's cell phone robbed? I don't know when. That class teacher Hui Fei, who was called the life-threatening female devil, actually appeared behind the two? The new cell phone that Fatty Wang begged his dad to buy because he had just turned into a sports student also reached Hui Fei. Even Fatty Wang had one of his ears grabbed by Hui Fei, but off the seat, half squatting in the air. It's not going up or down. It's not moving. It's like a fat cat being pinched for soft meat. A lamb to the slaughter. A fish on the chopping block. What's the word for it? See this. Jiangnan's heart instantly thumped. Mud. It's going down again. It hadn't been a long time since he had played the game, so much so that he had just gotten too absorbed and actually didn't notice Hui Fei's arrival. Results. Caught in the act? It didn't matter to him. Anyway, there was an agreement with Hui Fei before. As long as he got first place on the exam this time, he could play however he wanted. But Fatty Wang is expected to be cold, and Fatty Wang cooled off. Wouldn't he be out of fielding teammates then? No more teammates. It's no fun playing alone. Nope. And that's not all. It looks like he got a 0 in foreign language on this test, so he shouldn't get first in the school either, right? With Hui Fei's violent temper that didn't speak of martial arts, maybe she would settle scores with herself? Miserable. Think about it. Jiangnan threw an angry glance at Bai Yingying on the other side. Yingying, didn't I ask you to help keep an eye out? Why didn't you warn old Ben when he came? Smart people do both. His 6 senses and 7 senses were sensitive, and under normal circumstances, he would be able to detect any unfavorable factors approaching without falsehood. But he also didn't forget to ask Bai Yingying to look out. It's called just in case. Results available. Calculated or in vain. White Yingying didn't play a ding-dong role? That's just wooden. Bai Yingying. Under Jiangnan's gaze, its pretty face was slightly red, aggrieved and buried its head into its chest. Seriously, you can't really blame her for that. After all, she was bent on winning over Qin Yuma, so she was so absorbed in reading and doing problems just now that she didn't notice Hui Fei's arrival. Not to mention, who is Hui Fei? That's a life-threatening demoness that combines the Golden Saint, the 13 Sisters of Hung Heng, and the Exterminator in one. He possesses such stunts as the 9 appearances of the Divine Dragon, the Bouncing One Flash, the enhanced versions of the Avalanche Thunder Fist and the Chin Kuan Throw, and the Lightning 9 Flicks. A White Warbler can't really defend Hui Fei. Jiangnan, that's enough. And don't you look at Bai Yingying. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Not to mention playing the game yourself. You even dragged Wang Kaixian into it, and let Bai Yingying keep an eye out for you? You think this is your house? I told you. It's school. It's a late-night study. You're not allowed to have cell phones in school, let alone play games in class. Don't you know that? Why don't you put your cell phone away? If you corrupt the class, I'll hold you responsible. Hui Fei face her angry white. A hand dropped the hands of Fat Wang. Towards Jiangnan is a burst of harsh voice counting. And then there's no more. Neither pinched Gangnam's ear, and no confiscation of Gangnam's cell phone in public. Fatty Wang, peripheral students, class. All of them had question marks over their heads and inwardly they were speechless and spitting. Finished? That's it? Words. There's so much commotion over here. It caught the eye of everyone in the class. Among them, there were quite a few good people who saw Jiangnan playing the game being caught by Hui Fei and were about to gloat. Thoughts. This time it must be a clear-cut punishment. Confiscating the cell phone and giving a severe beating are just the lightest of all. Not to mention calling the parents and writing a 10,000 word review. Jiangnan is bound to be finished. But, the reality is, a 10,000 word review? No. Call the parents? And no. Not even confiscating his cell phone, but telling Gangnam to put it away and just verbally criticizing him a few times? Asterisk. You shouldn't be so biased even if you're your own son. The crowd was rooting for it, especially Fatty Wang. It just felt like an instant 10,000 points of damage, even though Gangnam is his brother. But on what grounds was it that when they played games together, he got his ears pinched and his cell phone taken away, while Gangnam was fine? Especially, that's his new cell phone. He was the one who soft-pedaled it down to his dad after he turned gym student, and it's not even warmed up yet. Teacher, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have been encouraged by Nanshin to play the game. Can you give me back my cell phone? A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. For the sake of the new cell phone, Fatty Wang also put up a fight, only to see him brazenly and apprehensively admit his mistake to Hui Fei, and directly sell Jiangnan. But, it turned out to be, Hui Fei immediately rebuked out at him. What's the matter? Student Wang Kaixian, not only did I catch you playing games in class, but you still want a cell phone? Don't you know the school rules, the classroom discipline? Or did you switch to sports and not care about discipline on the basis of the high chance of getting into the college entrance exams? It's okay to ask for a cell phone. Have your parents come and get it? It's just as well I want to talk to your parents. Although you are a sports student, your cultural background is too poor. If you want to go to a better undergraduate college, you have to work harder to get there. From now on, you will stay in school on weekends to make up for the lessons. As a teacher, I'm responsible for you, aren't I? Peripheral kids, #@UN%. Mr. Who? That's too double standard. Again, caught playing games. Why were the outcomes handled very differently? As for Fatty Wang, the whole thing went green, almost to the point of hugging and crying tears. Nanjin, I'm going to get killed by you. Cell phones were confiscated, not to mention calling parents? You know my parents' temper. It's definitely a two-pronged attack, with a thick wrist rolling pin to break. Not to mention, and I have to stay in school on the weekends to make up for it? Then simply let me die. Woo woo. Bai Yingying and the neighboring children's shoes all threw a sympathetic look towards Fatty Wang. This baby was too pitiful. But, Jiangnan, however, smiled slightly. Damn fatso, let you dare to betray me. You deserve it. Chapter 77, How could such a good student be cheaper than Hui Fei? There. In the future, whoever dares to play with their cell phones in class and gets caught by me will all end up the same as Wang Kaixian. One is cell phone confiscation. The second is to invite parents to come to school. As for Jiangnan, he's a special case, and don't think it's unfair. You guys can have the same grades as him if you can. It also seemed to have sensed that it had been handled unfairly, causing many in the class to become psychologically unbalanced. Hui Fei explained a little. Then, now continue with the evening study. The class monitor will control the discipline. Jiangnan, you come with me to the office. To the office? What for? Jiangnan's face was puzzled and his heart thumped. Didn't confiscate his cell phone. Obviously not for playing the game yourself. I wonder what Hui Fei is up to. But the homeroom teacher invited him by name, so he could only put his cell phone in his pocket and obediently get up to follow. He felt the gaze of an unknown number of people watching him as he made his way past the podium and toward the door, where there is no shortage of sourness, envy and jealousy. But Jiang Nan was completely unconcerned about this. Oh, sour envy and jealousy don't help. Got skills. You guys play yourselves, haha. Jiang Nan, you did well in the language test this month. Even though the paper hasn't been corrected yet, you should be number 1. It's average. I do it all randomly. You can get first place doing just about anything, so why did you always just give me a passing grade before? Gangnam, that's a question that's not easy to answer. Alright, I don't care about you for the previous ones, as long as you give me good exams in the future. I'm also true to my word. As long as you do well on your exams, I won't care if you sleep in class anymore. It's not even out of the question for you to bring your cell phone and play games, like tonight, but only if you can't go too far. It's okay for you to play alone. You can't corrupt the classroom culture or bring down the other students. After all, you're so gifted. You don't learn much, but not the others. With the college entrance exams not far away, they have to work 10 times 100 times harder to get into a good college. For example, Kaiser Wang, on the way to the office, Hui Fei once again assiduously talked towards Jiang Nan. Have to say, her nickname was not very nice, very square and violent, but she was really a good and reasonable teacher. However, Jiang Nan, bristled and was speechless for a while. Oh, reasonable? At first glance, it does. Not only was he allowed to sleep, but he was allowed to play games in class. But, what do you mean by adding a precondition? A big speech, spoken as if he were the sinner. But, its role is still there. Lida can't bring down the other students and named Fatty Wang. It dispelled the idea of Jiangnan playing games again in class. After all, without Fatty Wang's doggy teammate, what's the point of him playing single player by himself? Perhaps we have to upgrade Fatty Wang before we can do that. He's too low in rank right now, and even if he turns into an athletic student, he's really not doing well trying to get into a good college. Anyway, Bai Yingying's piece of cowhide has stuck, and she can't tear it off even if she wants to, so she has to be tutored from time to time. Dry. Tutoring 2 people at the same time has got to be. Level up Fatty Wang early so that we can plug the demoness and can play the game together. Jiang Nan thought darkly within himself. A sheep is also driven. 2 sheep are also put. He had already planned to level up Fatty Wang in the shortest possible time. Hey, how did he run into such a pig of a teammate as Fatty Wang? Can really worry about it. There are no words in the back. It didn't take long. The 2 then went to the office. But, this office, not Hui Fei's exclusive small office, but the language team's big office. And, when Gangnam walked in, it was found that a number of teachers were gathered inside at the moment. At the same time, as he entered the house, there was one teacher in the office. All of them looked at him in unison, their eyes very hot. Imitation. It's like looking at a precious national treasure, the giant panda. Almost subconsciously, Jiang Nan's legs tightened and his sweaty hairs stood on end. It's really, the gazes of these dozen or so big old men were too aggressive, and even if he had a good mind, he couldn't take it for a moment. Jiang Nan, don't be formal. This is Mr. Wu Jiahao Wu, who is also the head of the school's language team, while the others present are all senior language teachers in the school. Hui Fei gave Jiang Nan a brief introduction. Hello teachers. Jiang Nan greeted him moderately. Its words just fell. Ha! Hello Gangnam-san. Worthy of being a wizard in our language course. Not only is he handsome and strong, his character is even better. Well, not bad, Mr. Who really taught a good student. With Jiang Nan's classmates, our 3rd middle school's language together is bound to rise and create another glory. That's for sure. Seriously, Jiang Nan simply said hello, but the response to his, instead, it was enthusiastic compliments, praise, and thumbs up after thumbs up from a dozen language teachers. The leader of the group, Wu Jiahao, was not willing to lag behind, and hurriedly beckoned toward Jiang Nan, and even personally moved a stool for him. Come, Jiang Nan student, let's sit and chat. Gangnam, teacher, that's too much enthusiasm, can't fight it. Eventually, he didn't sit down either. After all, these teachers didn't sit down, and neither did Hui Fei, so how could he have the nerve to sit down? Jiang Nan just walked over to Wu Jiahao and swept his desk, on which lay the language answer cards for this monthly exam. One of the most prominent ones. Hers is his own? And the next second, Wu Jiahao then picked up his answer key and said with a smile on his face, Jiang Nan student, you did well in the language test. It is now the unanimous decision of all the teachers in the language group to give you a score of 150, which is a perfect score. This is a first in the history of teaching in the 3rd grade. That is to say, you broke the record that no one has ever gotten a perfect score on the language test in our 3rd grade school. Congratulations! Snap! Just as Wu Jiahao finished his sentence, a neat and loud applause rang out in the office. I can see that. They were all very excited and even thrilled. Although Jiangnan wasn't the student they taught, they were also witnesses, weren't they? In the meantime, Hui Fei's face was also overflowing with smiles. The pride in her eyes, the joy, couldn't be hidden in any way. But Jiangnan, however, was calm. After all, a perfect score in the language was something he expected, nothing unusual. To this, Wu Jiehao and the others looked even higher at Jiangnan. Not bad, not bad, at a young age, to be able to achieve glory added without pride. This heart can be considered rare. Again, the crowd gave Jiangnan another thumbs up. The eyes were even hotter. All of them are eager to take Jiangnan for themselves. In his heart, he exclaimed furiously, such a good student, how come he was assigned to class 4 and cheaped out on Hui Fei? Chapter 78, Teacher, please go to another class and inspect it. The moment, if I may use a phrase, that's a pack of hungry, rabid wolves were eyeing the fat meat in the mouth of a lioness. Gangnam is the fat piece of meat. Hui Fei is the lioness. The lioness is strong though, but it can't hold so many hungry wolves. Among them, that Yu Laosan, who was called one of the 4 evil wolves, was even dropping his harangue on the ground and was stupidly eager to move. Hui Fei, it doesn't feel good. These humble people, who are usually full of sass and are so quick to speak, appear to be trying to snatch food out of their mouths? Gangnam, a little confused. What kind of eyes are they looking at? Murphy, did he fall into the wolf's den? One time, the atmosphere in the office was extremely weird. Eventually, Wu Jiehao could not stand to watch, and hastily coughed lightly twice to break the weird atmosphere of the scene, and said towards the crowd, well, don't all freeze. The ones who should be marking continue to read the papers. Aim to have all the language papers for this monthly exam graded and scores tallied by this evening. Having said that, he took Jiangnan answer card and said toward Jiangnan again, Jiangnan student, this time I let Mr. Who bring you to the office. There is a matter to ask for. I hope you won't be stingy. Nice guy, not to mince words all the way out. See this. Next to her, Hui Fei was shocked and opened her mouth wide. Wu team leader. You can just talk to this kid directly. He's still a student. You don't need to be polite with him. No, Mr. Hu, you're wrong about that. Wu Jiehao glanced at Hui Fei and shook his head. Jiangnan is still a student even though she is not very old, but the attainments in the language together have been no less than you and I. Especially the depth of the study of the ancient texts and characters is more than we have ever had, and can be called a master. So, in that respect, we shouldn't treat him like a regular student. Not to mention, today we are trying to learn from him. And since we have a request, it's only right to be polite. Hui Fei, what's this called? She had been teaching dutifully for many years, but she had never seen Wu Jiehao being so polite to herself. Results available. His own student became Wu Jiehao's guest? And a master? Is there a master like in Gangnam? The moment, Jiangnan, who was the person in question, was not being confused, and that was by Wu Jiehao's politeness. Words. He really can't stand this soft knife work. Although Wu Jiehao had good intentions, but in comparison, he prefers Hui Fei's violent straightforwardness. Wu teacher, you don't praise me too much. Female devil, cough cough. Wu teacher is right. You don't need to be polite with me. What is it? Just say it directly. Okay, then I'll get right to it. Wu Jiehao handed Jiangnan the answer card in his hand. Look, this is your language answer card for this monthly exam. It's been corrected and we unanimously agreed to give you full marks. But giving you a perfect score is not a lie. But this composition you've written in the literary language is so subtle and interesting. A dozen of us teachers in the room spent most of the day trying to translate it completely. So, we had to call you the author. If you don't mind, how about giving us an annotated translation? What's the monthly exam for? It's when the teacher comes up with questions to test the students. But now, it is Jiangnan wrote a piece of literary composition. Anti the whole language teacher to be difficult? That's a hell of a thing to live with. Even a web novel wouldn't dare to write like that. But in reality it actually happened? And while Wu Jiehao was speaking, the surrounding language teachers who are pretending to correct the test papers cannot help but pick up a small notebook, quietly gathered over, waiting for Jiangnan to translate. That look, no different than a bunch of thirsty little dolls. This includes Hui Fei. Among them, Yu Laosan was the closest, fearing that he might have missed it. Sheesh. Thankfully, this is the language team office. There were all language teachers present, and no one else saw it, or else they would have been shocked out of their wits. Gangnam. Okay, so that's it? You should have said so. It caused him to be taken aback just now, thinking that Wu Jiehao had made some excessive demands on him. He had all but mentally prepared himself for rejection. But if it's just a translation, isn't that easy? The other side. Classroom 304. Bai Ying looked at the door from time to time, just because Jiangnan had been called away by Hui Fei for quite some time. and never came back. Jungnan was caught playing the game. But Mr. Who didn't punish him on the spot, so he shouldn't be punished again. But, how come it's not back yet? I seem to be a little empty inside when he's away. My brain is so foggy. What can I do if I can't read? It's a problem. Wait online. Urgent. But, there's no use rushing. Because, 1 hour, 2 hours, until the 3 evening study sessions were about to end, there had been no sign of Jungnan returning. Instead, a teacher passes by every now and then in the hallway outside the window. Not the same teacher. Not the same subject teacher either. When he came, he looked through the window in the direction where Jungnan was, and when he didn't see Jungnan, he lost his mind and left. But not for long. They came back to look for Gangnam again. That's it. Come and go. Come and go. 3 evening study sessions. I also wonder how many teachers have passed through class 304. Most don't recognize it, but of those that I can recognize, I can identify the teachers of physics, chemistry and biology. How similar is this scene to yesterday's evening study session? This time yesterday, there were also many teachers who stood guard outside the window of class 304, staring intently at Jungnan and King while halfway through the class. But the difference is, yesterday it was just the math teacher, available today, but it's the physical and chemical teachers combined. The reason for this, just because, they had just finished grading Jangnan's science paper in this monthly exam, and there wasn't a single mistake in it. That is to say, Gangnam scored 300 points out of 100. Full marks? That's a perfect score, although this is only a monthly exam, not a high school exam. However, in the entire history of teaching in the 3rd grade, there has never been a student who could get a perfect score in the science exam. This, waiting to break the 3rd grade record. Nature. Numerous teachers of physical and chemical students, all of whom are filled with amazement at Jungnan, can't wait to come and have a look. Just a shame, Jungnan has been out of his seat. They had to come and go and come, but neither of them saw Jungnan return, and they couldn't help but lose their minds. But, that's a pain in the ass for the class of 304. Same as last night, many of the students in the class were feeling the pressure of the mountain. Nope, is bigger than last night. After all, 3 subject teachers combined. It's not comparable to Math 1. Teacher, I'm so sick of these days, please go inspect another class. Really? Not again. Otherwise, we're going to crash again. Woo woo. Chapter 79, the results are out. Jungnan scored 150 points in the language. Class 4 crumbles or not. Gangnam doesn't know, but what he does know was about to collapse on his own. Earlier he had wondered if it would be easier to just translate the essay he had written. 3 minutes, then you can go back to class. Results available. But it was a slap in the face, just because, he's thinking too simply, let alone 3 minutes. Even if it was 30 minutes, 130 minutes, he couldn't manage the rhythm. These language teachers are so inquisitive that they can completely compete with Bai Yingying and can torture people to death. When translating essays in Gangnam, these language teachers, sitting on little benches with little notebooks, ask questions, verbatim, as if they were archaeological. For example, I have admired the high righteousness of Bo Yi and Shu Qi, who did not eat the chestnuts of Zhou. Jade can be broken but not to lose its whiteness. Bamboo can be broken but not to destroy its section. Soldiers die for the sake of a close friend, and people survive because of their integrity. I am willing to eat wu corn and live in the world? There are many illusions involved. No less than 50 questions were asked. Anyway, 3 minutes, another 3 minutes, 3 more minutes, until the end of the evening study session. He just managed to finish explaining the essay. One of them, Yu Lao-san, still wanted to ask a question. In the end, it was the leader of the group, Wu Jiahao, who couldn't stand to watch and interrupted Yu Lao-san, and suppressed the countless questions piling up in the bellies of the many teachers, allowing Jiang Nan to go back to rest first. To this point, Jiang Nan was as relieved as he could be and scattered. Nima, this is just a giant pit, the kind that pits people against each other. This group of language teachers, they are devils who eat people without spitting bones, 3 times more powerful than Hui Fei, the female devil. Sure enough, one should still keep a low profile. If it were before, it would never be like this. But now, couldn't be calmer if I tried. Eggs hurt. Blame it on the damn Go system. Day 2. The whole atmosphere of the school was a little tense, especially the senior class. The vast majority of students were apprehensive. Just because, the monthly exams are over, they are all waiting for the results to come in. Though they all expected it, they didn't do well on the test, but also wanted to know earlier how much I got on the test, where I ranked in my class, and where I ranked in my school. What is the highest score in the class and what is the highest score in the school? Who is first in class and who is first in school? This, it should be after every test. Consensus of all students, whether you have good grades or average grades. However, a lesson has passed. 2 sessions passed. The morning's lessons are over. The results of the monthly exams never came out. The crowd couldn't help but be a little disappointed. But in the last class of the afternoon, the grades are finally out. Class 304. This was supposed to be a gym class, but the short notice was commandeered by the classroom teacher. Then, jingle bells. Bam! Just as the class bell rang, Hui Fei stepped into the classroom with a clanging and chaotic pace, and walked into the classroom aggressively. Disclaimer up front, she was not wearing high heels, but the weight of those footsteps exceeded the high heels by an unknown amount, nearly drowning out the class bell. Moment. There is one in the class. All faces solemn, body tense, not even dare to breathe a breath. Needless to say, the monthly test results should be out, but the test was definitely not good. So much so that the life-threatening demoness is in a rage? Wait quietly, never mess with it. But, Hui Fei walked into the classroom and did not look at the crowd more than once, but only stared meaningfully and closely at Jiangnan in the back. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Hui Fei hadn't said anything, and she doesn't talk. The rest of the class naturally didn't dare to ask more questions. One time, the atmosphere in the classroom was so eerie and quiet that you could hear each other's heartbeats thumping. To this, Jiangnan's heart was also tightened. Had to secretly bow my head and pull the stunt. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. That's all. There was a full standstill. It was only then that Hui Fei shifted her gaze and took out the report card towards the crowd. The results of this monthly exam are out, but I don't need to say more. You all know how you did, right? Swish swish swish. Moment. Numerous students bowed their heads. Obviously, none of them did well on the exam. Shame on my heart and shame on my face. Honestly, I'm so ashamed of you guys. Although the questions on this monthly exam paper are generally on the difficult side, you guys don't have to test like this, do you? Take languages. Even if the poetry appreciation and literature section is difficult, that's still 150 total points. One by one, you guys can't even get 100 points, and not many of you even pass? The whole place was depressing. Many were on the verge of tears. Can't even get 100 points. Talk about them. Hopefully it will pass. Otherwise there would really be tears of sadness. But there is one thing to be happy about. That's the fact that no one has ever gotten a perfect score on a language test throughout the entire third grade. But this time, someone got a perfect 150, and it was in our class. Wow, wow, wow. This statement was made. A full house is a shock. What? Full marks? 150 points? Can anyone actually score 150 in a language test? Simply awesome. Who is this man? Murphy. Swish, swish, swish. Almost subconsciously, the crowd turned their attention to the Jiangnan location, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao and Tang Sui. If someone could really get a perfect score on the exam, it would be Gangnam, who had been rumored to be the most popular person in the past 2 days. Right? You guys were right in thinking that the only student in our class who scored more than 100 in language and broke the record of the third form, scoring a perfect 150, was Jiangnan. Hui Fei hammered away. Hiss. Moment. Many people in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. One was wide-eyed. Incredulously, he looked at Jiangnan. They've been ready for this for a long time. Especially Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the others had guessed as early as yesterday that Jiangnan would get a perfect score in the language test. But, getting official confirmation, the shock in their hearts was still half as great. The only exception is Bai Yingying. In language alone, I can't beat Gangnam, but his total score is only 600, so there's still hope for me to catch up. Qin Yumo was shocked while secretly clenching his fists and cheering himself up. It was the only belief she had left. As for Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the others, they had despaired yesterday and no longer had the courage to fight against Jiangnan anymore. What's left of them? The only thing you can do is look up and marvel at Gangnam. Nanshan deserves to be Nanshan. I didn't expect him to really get a perfect score on the language test. It's really awesome. A perfect score in language. I can't even think about it. My head was spinning when I saw that poetry appreciation and literature. But I didn't expect Gangnam to actually do it. And the essays are hard. But Gangnam even got a perfect score on his essay? It's unbelievable. He'll be my only idol from now on. 66,666. Chapter 80, Math and Science also scored full marks, but still not the first in the whole school? There. All be quiet and hear me out first. Not only did Gangnam get a perfect score in language, he got 150 in math and 300 in science, both of which were also perfect. Just as the class was shocked, Hui Fei knocked on the table again and threw out a king bomb. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with further astonishment. What? Full marks in math and science too? Except for Bai Yingying. Everyone in the room began to doubt their ears. They knew that Jiangnan was a hidden schoolmaster. They knew that Jiangnan had done well on the exam this time, and they knew that Jiangnan could possibly get a perfect score. but they never thought Gangnam will get perfect scores in language, math and science. After all, Gangnam could have said that last night. Its total score is something like 600. 600 points is high though, high enough for all of them to look up, but the total score on the monthly exam is 750. Gangnam's total score is 600. That means it's impossible to get that many perfect scores. But now, Hui Fei's words, however, confused them. Gangnam's total score is 600, while the language, math and science are all full marks, adding up to 600 already. What about foreign languages? Could it be that Gangnam got a 0 on his foreign language test? How is that possible? Gangnam is so good at languages, mathematics, physics and chemistry, and even if the foreign language is poor, it can't be 0 points. Not to mention, if they remember correctly, Gangnam's past grades have always belonged to the kind of up and down. All subjects are not high, but it seems to be able to pass. That is to say, Gangnam foreign language is at least 90 points? That. A sense of foreboding surged through the crowd, because Hui Fei couldn't have lied. There's no way Gangnam foreign language is a 0 either. Then excluding these impossibilities, the only possibility left is that Gangnam lied last night? Gangnam's total score is not 600, and most likely 700, or even higher? But why did Gangnam do that? Swish, swish, swish. Aside from Bai Yingying, the crowd all turned a kind of puzzled gaze toward Gangnam once again. As for class president Qin Yuma, his body trembled and his face went violently white as he looked at Gangnam with eyes full of complexity. It was shock, trepidation, despair and powerlessness, plus a dash of celebration, just because the others don't know why Gangnam lied. Instead, a realization came to her. Perhaps Gangnam is for her? If Gangnam hadn't said that the total score was 600 last night, but 700, she would probably have broken down long ago. But Gangnam didn't want to hit her too hard. So you lied? Gave her a little cushion? So much so that now that she had learned of Gangnam's true accomplishments, she was actually able to preserve a hint of celebration? In fact, she thinks too much. Everyone in the room was thinking too much. Gangnam didn't lie last night, but he didn't really have a chance to explain. Teacher, what's that Gangnam foreign language? Teacher, Gangnam scored full marks in languages, mathematics, physics and chemistry, so I'm sure he didn't do too badly in the foreign language exam, right? The test is definitely not bad. Not to say a perfect score, but passing is definitely not a problem. Should have passed 100. Doesn't its total score add up to 700 then? Asterisk 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 asterisk. 700? What an unbelievable score. We've never had such a high score in our school, have we? Teacher, with Gangnam's grades, he must be a one-trick pony. Even that class 1 Qin Feng, who has dominated the school for 3 years and has been called a super academic bully, can't compare to him this time, can he? Qin Feng definitely can't compare to Gangnam. In the past, Qin Feng's best score was only 645, and this time the paper is difficult, so he should be lower. So says, Gangnam exterminated Qin Feng this time? Fantastic, we finally have a super student in our class as well who can take first place in the whole school. Not bad for a southern god. 66,666. There was a burst of self-questioning from the crowd, followed by cheers and honor. One was happy to be there. It's cool to be high. However, what they don't realize is this. When they think they're extrapolating correctly, Gangnam, however, felt his scalp tingle. As for Hui Fei, her face was instantly gloomy and watery. Quiet. All be quiet. Once again, Hui Fei banged the table, but the class didn't quiet down until her hands were numb. Don't you guys guess? Instead of a perfect score of 100 or 90, Gangnam foreign language got a 0, so his total score was 600. Not a point more, not a point less, and he got second in the school. Wow, wow, wow. When this statement was made, the whole room once again, no shock there. Some are just stunned and frozen? That's right, frozen, even dumbfounded. One moment, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. What? Did they really hear right? Gangnam's full marks in language, math and science have added up to 600, but the total score is still 600? Just because its foreign language scored 0 points? How is that possible? In 3 years of high school, in the entire class, no one has ever gotten a 0 in a foreign language, right? The lowest is 10 or 20. Could it be that Gangnam foreign language turned in a blank answer sheet? On purpose? What? What's all the frothing for? Although Gangnam is only the second in the school, but after all, it's still the second in the school, and it's the best result in our class, isn't it? Why don't you all applaud and congratulate him and thank him for making our class proud? Seeing the crowd freeze and not move, Hui Fei couldn't help but knock the table hard. But the words honor our class came out word for word, as if they were coming out of my throat. Even the little cutie could also feel that its words contained great dissatisfaction and even anger. Gangnam, all present, that's not a good thing to say, it's just too magical. By Ying, Fatty Wang, Qin Yuma, Suyu and Zhang Hao all looked at Jiangnan with gazes out of unison. Just think, this man is really very showy. Teacher, then is the school's number one still Qin Feng? Yes. What's Qin Feng's total score? 602. Just 2 more points? That's right, just 2 more points. I don't know who, all of a sudden, mustered up the courage to ask 3 questions, and Hu Yifei cooperated by answering them directly, but the answer was followed by dead silence. Gangnam? As the one who started it, his face instantly darkened, and he swore that he really didn't mean it. If anyone wants to believe it, but the crowd in attendance. Hashtag UN %, hashtag asterisk, speechless spit, not on purpose, even the little cutie, wouldn't even believe it. You have 0 in foreign languages, and with language, math and science alone, you have a total score of 600, just 2 points less than Qin Feng, only 2 points, 150 marks for a foreign language paper. You'd get more than 2 points even if you didn't write the essay. Fill in the blanks, and just fill in the multiple choice ABCD nonsense, right? This is not. Are you being sarcastic on purpose? Or do you have a grudge against them? Deliberate slap in the face? But, that's a pretty good punch in the face. It's got an internal flavor. Chapter 81, This Unlucky Child. Why won't he listen to advice? The other side. On the same floor as class 304, but located at the other end of the hallway in class 301's classroom. At this moment, its homeroom teacher, Xiao Dewang, was also announcing the results of the monthly exams with a complicated look on his face. This time, our class didn't do as well as in the past, but it's understandable given that the question paper was harder. First in the school is still in our class. That's Qin Feng. He deserves credit for 105 in language arts, 108 in math, 259 in science, 130 in foreign language, and a total score of 602. Snap. Its words fell. The class then erupted in applause. This is a routine operation for the class after every test, from freshman to senior year. In every exam, Qin Feng was number 1 in the whole school. So, as soon as the homeroom teacher announces the results, the crowd would send applause to Qin Feng, both congratulations and a sense of pride. Although the first in the school is not himself, but his classmates, with honor, is not it? To this, Qin Feng, who was sitting in the first row, also had a calm face. After all, that would have been expected. No matter how he takes the test, he's been number 1 in the school for the past 3 years, and can shake off second by a wide margin, so he can call himself a one-trick pony. Even though this exam was harder and there were many accidents in the middle, there was even a kid named Jiang Nan who was rumored to be extremely likely to surpass himself. But, from start to finish, he didn't care much about Gangnam at all, especially after yesterday in the cafeteria. He took the initiative to match answers with Jiang Nan, but Jiang Nan arrogantly refused. He then doesn't consider Gangnam as a rival. In his opinion, Jiang Nan, even if he has some strength, but more than that, it's exaggerated and vapid. His opponent, it's always just him. As for Jiang Nan, that kid isn't worthy yet. But, next, Qin Feng's brows then furrowed slightly, just because, the class teacher, Xiao Dewang, didn't mention his name again after reading out his total score, but continued on. The second place in the class is Luo Min. He has 92 in language, 98 in math, 246 in science and 121 in foreign language, with a total score of 557, ranking 5th in the whole school, which is a great improvement and worthy of commendation. 9th in the class is Li Ming, 85 in language, 55 in math, 230 in science, 140 in foreign language, and a total score of 510. What does that grade say? Li Ming, your test this time was a bit unexpected. Language and science are fine, but math is your best. Even if the paper was hard this time, you shouldn't have scored only 55. That's way out of line. You need to reflect on that. But, foreign languages have always been your shortcoming. Weekday exams are often in the 90s but not 100. But this time, I can't believe you got a high score of 140, in which all the previous questions were full marks. With the only deduction of 10 points for the essay, the single subject grade was ranked first in the school, and the progress was so rapid and incredible that it deserves to be highlighted. Sometime later, you come up here and share your experience of rapid advancement with the group for everyone to learn from. Qin Feng? Something didn't feel right to him, but at first, what was wrong was not found again. Until, when the class teacher read out Li Ming's score, it was only then that he finally realized that it appeared as if Xiao Dewang had seemingly oversimplified his test scores when he announced them. If it passes, Xiao Dewang, in addition to read out his single subject scores, total scores, as well as the first place in the whole school, should also say that his scores in each single subject, are also the first in the whole school is right. Just like Li Ming's foreign language 140, ranked first in the whole school, available at. This time, Shadowin, however, didn't say anything. This means, even though he was top of the school in overall scores, he wasn't top of the school in any of the individual subject scores, in which the first place in the whole school in foreign language was taken by Li Ming, 140, a full 10 points more than him. What about languages, math and science? Who are they, respectively? 3 years, a full 3 years. His scores in every single subject dominated the school, and no one had ever been able to compete with him, let alone surpass him. But now, except for the fact that it's still number 1 overall, he's been robbed of his first place in a single subject? How is that possible? He didn't want to believe it, but with the facts in front of him, he had to believe them again. Teacher, tell me, on this test, am I only the top in the school for the total score and not for any of the individual subjects? Xin Feng, who had awakened, didn't wait for Xiao Wang to finish reading out the class scores, so he couldn't wait to ask the question out loud. Shadowin. Its expression was complicated and it didn't know how to answer. If you don't say it, it's a default. Tell me, teacher, what are the top single subjects in language, math and science? Shadowin. Its complex expression was still not good enough to answer. But, Xin Feng was also stubborn and stood up directly, staring at Xiao Wang with a deadly stare. Teacher, please tell me, how many firsts in each single subject are there, and who all took them? Cough cough. Xin Feng, you're already number 1 in total points, so it doesn't matter if you're number 1 in a single subject. Xiao Wang coughed and politely declined. No, from freshman year to now, I've always been number 1 in both overall scores and individual subjects, but this time, I lost all of my individual firsts, so I had to know. Xin Feng's attitude was very resolute. Even his eyes are red. Apparently it's a must-know. Otherwise, vow. There. Xin Feng, you'd better not ask. Study at ease. This monthly test is very difficult, especially in language and math. It's quite a bit harder than the high school entrance exam, but you still managed to get a 602. So as long as you keep working hard, you have a good chance of getting into Qingbei. Go for it. Xiao Wang shook his fist towards Xin Feng as a sign of encouragement, but just avoided the latter question. Available at. The more he does, the more anxious Xin Feng became, the redder his eyes became. Even a bad feeling welled up in its heart. No, teacher, is there something you're not telling me? Please, just tell me. Anyway, even if you don't tell me, I'll still know once the whole school scores come out, won't I? Shadowin. Hey, this unlucky kid, why won't you listen to me? It's for your own good that your teacher didn't tell you. I've been your homeroom teacher for 3 years, don't I know you? Good grades though. Every test bagged first place, but precisely because they have never met an opponent, so that the bones have developed a kind of arrogance, which can be described as reckless. Sure, this arrogance has both disadvantages and advantages. The benefit is, if you can stay alone until the college entrance exams, with this kind of forward-thinking arrogance, you might really be able to break the shackles of the entire third middle school for nearly a decade, and instead get into the prestigious Tsinghua University and North China University in one fell swoop. But, there are bad points too. Just like now, it's easy to take a hit on you when a dark horse or two comes out of nowhere and takes all the top spots in a single subject. One slip, your confidence is all but destroyed, and that's the end of it. Chapter 82, Xin Feng, who scored the first overall score, wanted to die, but Li Ming, who scored the first in foreign language, had fainted? Okay, since you must know, then I'll tell you. Exactly. You weren't even the first in a single subject on this monthly exam. The first of these foreign languages is Li Ming. As for the first place in language, math and science, they were all taken by Jiangnan from class 304. Eventually, Xiao Wang couldn't argue with Xin Feng and could only confess. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The class of 301 had a count of 1. All of them staring wide-eyed and sucking in mouthfuls and mouthfuls of cool air. That's amazingly big news. Gangnam? They didn't know each other in the past, but it's been 2 days. Rather, I've heard about it. Supposedly a dark horse. The language and math were all good, and even caused such a big sensation that it was estimated that it could be compared to Qin Feng's kind. But, in their opinion, it was only comparable to Qin Feng. Over? It's never going to happen. After all, in their hearts, Qin Feng is invincible. It's a myth that no one can break. But now, it's broken? Language, math and science. The first place in these 3 subjects was actually taken by Jiangnan alone? This is unbelievable. Qin Feng, who was the person in question, was the first to bear the brunt, instantly staggering his body and almost failing to catch his breath. Gangnam? It's actually Gangnam? The first of the 3 subjects was actually taken by Jiangnan alone? What's going on? Why is that? If the first of 3 subjects is taken by 3 separate people, he was barely able to take it. It's like Li Ming winning first place in a foreign language. He didn't say anything earlier. But why? Partial to one person? And it also happens to be Gangnam who has a grudge against him. Qin Feng, you shouldn't be too excited. Although Jiangnan is very powerful, his total score is not as good as yours after all. Xiao Duwang was afraid that Qin Feng suffered too great a blow, and hastened to speak out to comfort it a few words. But its words were not finished. It was then interrupted by Qin Feng. Teacher, what are the scores for all 3 subjects in Gangnam? This. What? Can't you say that too? It's not that you can't talk about it. It's just that. Xiao Duwang looked complicated and wanted to say something. Since I can talk, then tell me. Teacher, don't worry. It's just one failure. I can handle it. Qin Feng clenched his fists and cheered himself up. That. Ugh. He got perfect scores in all 3 subjects. Full. Hearing this, Qin Feng almost stared his eyes out in disbelief. Old. Teacher, you said Jiangnan He, language 150, math 150, science 300? Exactly. And what was his total score? 600 total points, second in the school, and he's 2 points behind you. So, you're really good. Qin Feng? Frozen position with a million question marks over his head. He suddenly felt, can't seem to do the math myself? 150 in language, 150 in math, and 300 in science, which adds up to a total of exactly 600 points. Yes, it's true that it's 2 points less than him is also true. But, why did he always feel something was wrong? Looks like, this monthly exam has 4 subjects, right? In addition to language, math and science, there are foreign languages? Teacher? Qin Feng stared dead at Xiao Duwang above the podium. What about the foreign language? Jiangnan foreign language test how much? He scored 0 in foreign language. 0. 0 points? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. How can Gangnam foreign language be a 0? Someone who can get perfect scores in language, math, and science can't get a 0 in a foreign language, even if it's bad, right? That's right, it's a 0. So did he miss the test, or did he blank it? He neither missed the test nor blanked it. He did the whole paper but got it all wrong, so 0 points. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. As long as he did it, even if it's scribbled, it's impossible to get 0 points only. Multiple choice questions will always touch a few correctly, and essays will always get a few points. Don't say that Qin Feng didn't believe Xiao Duwang's words. There's one present that counts. All of them don't believe it. 150 marks for a foreign language paper. If you can't do the multiple choice questions, choose B or C for all of them. If you can't write the essay, use all the words you can write. And if you can't, copy a few sentences from the reading comprehension in front of you. High scores are impossible, but 20 or 30 points, there's always something, right? But the problem is, Jiangnan's foreign language is really 0 points. He chose all the wrong multiple choice questions. None of the fill-in-the-blank words are correct. As for the essay, he wrote it in ancient Greek. The foreign language teacher can't read it. Qin Feng? Students present? There's one or the other, and they're all confused. Qin Feng is even a white face. Simply cannot stand. Directly flop sound. Fell to sit on the position. Almost. It's that close. He's about to rush the blood and spit it out. He's not stupid. It was naturally impossible to believe that Jiangnan really couldn't do well in foreign languages, and even if he did all the work on one paper, he would still score 0 points. On the contrary, he could 100% conclude that Jiangnan was doing it on purpose, deliberately avoiding all the correct answers. This so-called monthly examination was simply a child's playground for Jiangnan. Simple to the extreme. If it's willing, it's entirely possible to get a perfect score in a foreign language as well. Getting the 4 Grand Slams? 750 total? Think about it. Qin Feng was about to cry out. Thanks to him, he had looked down on Jiangnan before, but it's only now that I realize it. It was clear that Gangnam was looking down on him. Yesterday in the cafeteria when he approached Jiangnan to correct the answers to the science synthesis, Jiangnan said it was not necessary and said it's all done correctly. At that time, he laughed at Jiangnan for being too arrogant, but now he realized that it was clearly his own ignorance. Perhaps, is that why Jiangnan purposely scored 0 on the last foreign language in order to humiliate himself? Total score 600. Exactly 2 points less than yourself. Just to tell yourself that you're 2? The moment. Qin Feng wanted to die, and in the same frame of mind as him, there was Li Ming. In terms of who in the audience knew the true level of Jiangnan's foreign language the most, it was definitely Li Ming. After all, it was by copying all of Gangnam's draft paper that he scored 140 points and ranked first in the school. That is, the essay was not copied, because Gangnam didn't write it. He was deducted 10 points. Original. That should be something to be happy about. Finally, he proved to the crowd that he wasn't just good at math, he was no slouch at foreign languages either. But, At the moment he was anything but happy, just because his score is too high. He would have been happy if he had copied only 112, but copied 104 and became the first in the school. What's the point of being happy? You know, even Chin Fong only got 130. And what does he have to do to take 140? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Once he is detected, he will surely be finished. Aha! No need to wait for once either. Because, next thing you know, there's trouble. Xiao Duwang saw that everyone in the class, including Chin Fong, was frustrated with their confidence, so he couldn't help but hurry to change the topic. Well, people shouldn't be surprised that people in other classes think they're good just because they got 3 firsts in a single subject. In fact, our class isn't bad at all. Chin Fong will leave it at that. Let's just say that Li Ming, a student who failed to play well in math, made rapid progress in foreign language and won first place. Next, we'll let him come up to the stage to share his experience in learning a foreign language. Everyone applaud. Heaven and earth. Xiao Duwang didn't suspect Li Ming of cheating. He just didn't want the crowd to get too lost. He didn't want the crowd, including Chin Fong, to dwell in the shadow of defeat and find it difficult to come back to their senses. So, it was only then that Li Ming was ordered to come up to the stage and share. Purpose. It's trying to set an example and boost everyone's morale. But, hear his words. Li Ming, however, was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his eyes went white, and before he could even stand up, he directly fainted to death. Chin Fong? Shadowan? Numerous students. Moment. The whole room was in a state of shock. Chapter 83, points reward all arrived. One more 10 consecutive draws. Soon. And Gangnam was on fire. A complete and utter blaze. The kind that no one in the entire 3rd grade knows about. Not just the seniors, but the sophomores and freshmen, plus all the teachers, and the cleaning lady, and the janitor. Before that, they only heard about it, by hearsay, and knew that there was such a dark horse as Jiangnan, the super student in the cafeteria. And now, when the monthly test scores, the school-wide rankings come out, TSK. This is too awesome, isn't it? 0 on a foreign language test, but perfect scores in all languages, math and science, and ranked 2nd in the school? Who doesn't know that on this exam, foreign language is the easiest, language and math are the hardest, and science is not easy at all. But this kid, he scored 0 on the easy ones, and scored perfect on the hard ones instead? Needless to say, it was definitely intentional. With only 3 scores, it's only 2 points less than Chin Fong, who is the number 1 in the whole school. What does that make Chin Fong think? Not very lethal, but extremely insulting. If I were Chin Fong and saw this score, I'd probably want to die. It's just too shabby. There may be a feud between them. I saw them confront each other in the cafeteria yesterday. Naked face, crying with laughter. After class, a murmur rang throughout the campus. Both marveled at the bullseye of Gangnam. Silence also fell on Chin Feng's pity. There were even some good people who brainstormed a tit-for-tat grudge match between the 2 schoolboys. Have to say, that sounds kinda hot and cool. A person who has been dominating the school for 3 years and has been number 1 in every exam can be said to be high up in the world, like a dragon, available today, only to be slaughtered by a piker against all odds? It's just like a fictional plot. It's got an internal flavor. To this, there was no one who had a harder time wanting to die than Chin Fong. I can't even go out to meet people when I'm hiding in the classroom. The mind is broken. But, he doesn't know that. On the other hand, as the protagonist of this dragon slaying, Jiangnan did not take him, Chin Fong, seriously from start to finish. Heaven and earth. Jiangnan really didn't mean to hit him in the face, not to mention mocking him for being so too. Accident. It was purely accidental. If you really want to blame it, you can only blame it on a certain Go system. After all, score control tasks are issued by the Go system. Jiangnan had to accept it obediently for the sake of the pitiful points and rewards, and just completed it by hand. And at the moment, he was checking the system when the outside world was already alarmed and even the internet was talking about it. Ding! Super Invincible Learning Demon Control Subsystem. Host, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Math, 9th grade. Foreign language, 9th grade. Physical, level 9. Chemistry, 9th grade. Creature, level 9. Skill, superb memory and perception. Effect, 1 eye, never forget. Sight 1. Side effect, the user needs to consume mental energy, which needs to be replenished by sleep. Physique, 35, 24 for normal people. Points, 0. Current number of draws available, 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately completing the task of scoring full marks in the language of this monthly exam. Rewarding +1 physical fitness, +1 language foundation, +1 language potential, and +100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately completing the task of scoring a perfect math score on this monthly exam. rewarding +1 physical fitness, +1 math foundation, +1 math potential, and +100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately completing the task of scoring full marks in this monthly science exam. Rewarding physical fitness +3, physics foundation +1, physics potential +1, chemistry foundation +1, chemistry potential +1, biology foundation +1, biology potential +1, and points +300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately completing the task of scoring 0 points in foreign language in this monthly exam. Rewarding +1 physical fitness, +1 foreign language foundation, +1 foreign language potential, and +100 points. Ding! In view of the host's good completion of this score control task, the system hereby rewards the host with an additional 400 points and upgrades the host's skills, doubling his super memory and enlightenment. Gangnam! Upon hearing the constant beeping in his head, he couldn't help but freeze. This Go system is really a sex change. Those first rewards are fine, whether it is the improvement of physical quality or not, or the increase of the foundation and potential of language, mathematics, physics and chemistry. These are regular rewards. It was all within Gangnam's expectations, but the last one, the system actually gave an extra bonus, and it's easily 400 points? That's the equivalent of completing 4 score control missions, not to mention the skill upgrades. Sheesh. One word. Cool. Previously, Jongnan still had some slight dissatisfaction with the system in his heart, but at this moment, it instantly vanished into thin air. This dog's system. Nope. It's this great system that's so damn cute. Daddy loves you. Ding. System panel updated with the following data. Host name, Jongnan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Math, 9th grade. Foreign language, 9th grade. Physical, level 9. Chemistry, 9th grade. Creature, level 9. Remarks, incredibly deep foundation in all subjects. Unlimited potential. Skill, extra strong memory and perception. Effect, 1 eye, 1 memory. Sight 1. Side effect, requires consumption of the host's mental energy, which needs to be replenished by sleep. Physique, 41. Points, 1000. Current number of draws available, 10. Hint, the host can make 10 consecutive draws for a higher probability of winning. Item bar, empty. Ha ha ha. Seeing the skills item in the system data panel, the previous superior memory and gnosis had become extra strong. Jongnan couldn't help but be delighted. Super strong. Extra strong? It's just one word, but it's a world of difference. Ultra, as the name suggests, means more awesome than one can imagine, but with a bit of moderation. Extra strong, higher than super strong, means that it has reached an unimaginable pinnacle, too powerful to describe. This is evident from the fact that a glance of 10 lines becomes 100 lines, and a lift of 1 becomes a lift of 10. Sheesh. Awesome. Even the so-called typewriter copier, the so-called quantum reading memory, is nothing more than that, is it? It's the word 10 in a row on the back. It made the corners of Jangnan's mouth twitch. Nice guy. So, it's here waiting for me. No wonder the system unprecedentedly rewarded him with 400 points. It was clearly for him to gather up to 1000 and do a 10 consecutive draw? Really? There is impurity of heart. Hopefully, it increases the probability of winning. Better yet, pop the big one and get something good out of it. Ding. Detected that the host has extra points for 10 consecutive draws. Asking the host if he wants to draw now? Smoke me. Ding. Lucky roulette. 10 consecutive draws begin. Ding. Abandon umbrella ear wine. 0 Baba. Abandon ear. Chapter 84, Math Critique. Some happy, some sad. Ding. Congratulations on winning. +1 to each subject base. Ding. Congratulations on winning. +1 potential in each subject. Ding. Congratulations on winning the lottery and obtaining a Yenling fruit. It has been deposited into the system item bar. Please check it out host. Ding. Congratulations on winning the lottery and obtaining the vigorous chocolate. It has been deposited into the system item bar. Please check it out host. Ding. Congratulations on winning the prize and obtaining the skill ancient texts. Ding. Congratulations on winning the skill word passage. Ding. Congratulations on winning the prize and obtaining the skill OU general explanation. Ding. Congratulations on winning the prize and obtaining the skill object competition general explanation. Ding. Congratulations on winning the prize and obtaining the skill transformation competition general explanation. Ding. Congratulations on winning the prize and obtaining the skill raw competition general explanation. Gangnam, #%UN and ##*. 10 winning voices sounded in succession in his head. But, his face had gone black. Would have thought, 10 consecutive draws can pop big. Results available. But this? Indeed. The system is right. Drawing 10 in a row increases the probability of winning. It's not all winners. Not one thanks to patronage. But, what? 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 For others, these bonus skills are good, but for Gangnam, but it's like a chicken rib. His foundation in all subjects is already incredibly deep and his potential is unlimited. So what's the point of asking you for a +1 bonus? So is that Yen Lingua. This face of his, all have been orally perfect. It can be said that people will love it. Flowers will bloom, cars will have flat tires, beer will open the cap, and birds will go nuts. Sheesh, could he be any more handsome? Even if it could be more handsome, he won't eat it either. After all, being cut down by a bunch of rabid fans is not a good feeling at all. It's better to keep a low profile. The dog's head stays alive. Power chocolate goes without saying. This kind of thing that would make people go bald. Except for giving it to Fatty Wang, he would never eat it to death. As for skills such as Ancient General Explanation, Word General Explanation and OU General Explanation, there is a little bit of novelty, though, but, he languages, mathematics, physics, chemistry and other subjects. Long ago, he reached the 9th level of the most complete high school, even if you didn't have those skills before, but he can use the language to write essays, and he can answer the most difficult questions in math in seconds, as well as all the external physics and chemistry. So, wouldn't these skills didn't make a difference? Holding out is just icing on the cake. Sheesh. Pit. This 10 draw is just a giant pit. Curse of the Go system to give birth to a son without farts. The next day. Jingle bells. The first bell rang. It's math class. Only to see Chao Tianyuan walking into the classroom with a smile on his face. Before that, Chao Tianyuan is a meticulous academic. Classes are all serious. It is not too much to say that it is an old-fashioned. But now, instead, a smile was piled on its face. I don't know. Thought he was the laughing Buddha reincarnated. The reason why, or because of Gangnam. As a cool academic math teacher, there are 2 points. It's something he's been pursuing diligently. For one thing, he wanted to break his own limits, to look higher and go farther along in math. Secondly, he wants to teach a student who is better than he is and achieve what he has not been able to achieve. And now, both of which he saw the light of day. In the math test at the monthly exam 2 days ago, when he saw Jiangnan answering the finale question with 3 methods, he couldn't help but be greatly inspired and felt like he had pushed open an inner door, also known as the limit, the shackle. And, he can be sure, Gangnam is much better than him, although Gangnam hadn't accomplished much in math yet, but he believes, sometime in the future, Jiangnan will surely be able to shock the world in the field of mathematics. Nature. The unsmiling Chao Tianyuan of the past disappeared. In his place was the current Chao Tianyuan, a middle-aged man with a constant smile on his face. Sure, he actually wasn't used to it at first, but it's been 2 days. The entire math group of teachers, all of them knew Jiangnan and knew that Jiangnan was the genius he had taught. That boasts a lot, and he got used to laughing. You should all know the math results of this monthly test. The one who got the first place is Jiangnan, scored a perfect 150, also the first in the whole school. Everyone should learn from him. As for the second, it's Qin Yuma, 98 points, tied for third in the whole school with Luo Min from class 301, just behind Qin Feng's 108. That's a good grade. Not great, but definitely not bad. After all, this paper was very difficult. Keep it up. Fifth is Suyu, 90 points, just passing. This score, for you, Suyu, should be a little on the low side. After all, you are the best at math. I looked at your answer key, and you did okay on the front. The basics were fine, but on the back, you wrote only the beginning and not the end of all the questions, scoring only a little bit of step points. Although the questions in the back are a bit difficult, but with your strength, you shouldn't be unable to complete a single question. So, you have to cheer. I don't expect you to reach that height of Jiangnan, but I'm sure you can still do better on the exam. Fourth is Bai Yingying, 85, not passing. To be honest, 85 is not a passing grade, but I think that Bai Yingying has a lot of upside, just because she's the only one in the class other than Gangnam who got the last finale question right. It's just that the foundation isn't very strong, and I got a lot of the easier questions in front of me wrong instead, so I didn't score well. But I believe, as long as Bai Yingying students continue to work hard and be pragmatic about the fundamentals, next time they take the test, they will definitely do better. After the monthly exam, classes are centered on fractions and lectures. Chao Tianyuan was no exception. After handing out answer cards, he then commented on the achievements of each person in the class, whether they were making progress or regressing, and encouraged or criticized them individually. To this, the class has been a source of joy for some and sorrow for others. The vast majority of people are sad, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and so on. Their scores were really a far cry from Jiangnan's, and they were not in the same class at all, even if it was known yesterday, but now it's being pointed out again. still feeling solid. The only one who was happy was Bai Yingying. Although she once again failed Qin Yuma and even Su Yu, Chao Tianyuan praised her. It's really the first time. Moment. She was as energetic as if she had shot chicken blood, and the thought of defeating Qin Yuma in her heart could be said to be even more sufficient. If it wasn't for the fact that this was still a class, she really wanted to pull Jiangnan and milk him to death. Once. Gangnam only tutored her once. Her progress in math has been tremendous. If only it had come a few more times. Wouldn't that be heavenly? Hey, Qin Yuma Qin Yuma. Then wait, there's Gangnam helping me. I'll pass you on the next test. Ingeborg. Chapter 85, what? I like the foreign language teacher. Shirley Yang? A similar scene occurred in the second period physics class, the third period chemistry class, and the fourth period biology class. Each lesson is critiqued by the teacher, and a review. The bottom line is a solid piece of work. Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Xiang Yi and the others. That face could be described as a wonderful one. Wanting to live and die. Only Jiangnan. Ahem. That's a good sleep. Math teacher Chao Tianyuan doesn't care about him. Physics teacher Xia Hongwei doesn't care about him. The chemistry teacher, Poisonous Life Yellow, doesn't care about him either. Biology teacher Betting on Dawn is even more so. Especially the latter two. Although before that, they didn't care much about Gangnam either. But that was due to the fact that they had given up on Gangnam's treatment. And now, that's a good student. You can get a perfect score in chemistry, biology. Worthy of being taught by me, old Huan, Lao Tang. This son has the qualifications of a high school student. The two teachers sighed out an exclamation while teaching the class, their gazes even casting to Jiang Nan, who was sleeping on the table. From time to time, numerous students in the class, all fainted. The good old days of Gangnam are so damn good. Until, 5th period foreign language class. It was only then that change finally came. It was very different from Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, Poisonous Life Huang and Pawn Lessons class with a smiling face. Foreign language teacher Shirley Yang is a face of grudges into the classroom, and the first class is open to talk about the test paper. No critique score at all, even the little cutie. All can feel it. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, including Gangnam. There's a lot of rain in the mountains. Fruity. As soon as the foreign language class is over, Shirley Yang then stepped on her high heels and walked to Jiang Nan with a thump. Thump, thump. Jiang Nan, you come out with me. Teacher, what's the point of going out? Go to the office. Our team leader wants to see you about something. The group leader wants to see me? What's the matter? You'll see when you get there. I don't think I made any mistakes in class. You didn't make any mistakes in class, but what about the test? Gangnam, coming. Finally, he didn't do any resistance. He directly got up and obediently followed Shirley Yang out of the classroom. After all, he was the one who couldn't treat people right in the first place. Come to the foreign language team office. The two just entered. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, there were a dozen foreign language teachers who turned their heads to look at the two, and that gaze could be really meaningful. To this, Jiangnan was cheeky, but Shirley kept her head down and pursed her lips, and I don't know because of what. Come to the head of the foreign language group. It was a middle-aged man, just like Chao Tianyuan in the past, wearing glasses with a slight hint of antiquity. So you're the super learner, Gangnam? Super school bully? Teacher, that's too much to describe me. I'm not a school bully. Don't be modest. You're definitely the only one who can get perfect scores in language, math and science at the same time, ever in the history of the 3rd grade. If that's not a school bully, then the others, they're not even scum, are they? Gangnam, total feeling. This leader of the group had something to say, and it was not easy to answer. By the way, Gangnam, what do you think of your foreign language teacher? Shirley Yang, MS. Yang? Ha, MS. Yang? She is. Very good good person, good looking. We all like her. So, it's precisely because you like her that you purposely scored a 0 on a foreign language test when you could have scored a perfect score, with the purpose, to attract MS. Yang's attention. Is that right? Gangnam. What's this about? He likes Shirley Yang, so he got 0 on purpose? That's a new brainwave, isn't it? Although, Shirley Yang is not very old and very pretty, and Hui Fei is also known as the 2 golden flowers among the teachers in the 3 middle schools. I don't know how many students have that in their hearts on weekdays, but, Gangnam is very pure. Well, he never had that one. Old. Teacher, you misunderstand. What I said about liking is just purely a student's liking for a teacher. As for this foreign language exam 0 points, that's purely because I didn't do well. Oh, did you really fail the test? It has to be true, but I'll work on it next time. Alright, Jiangnan, you don't need to defend yourself. Li Ming has already explained it all. He just copied your draft paper. That's why he scored 140 points and got the first place in the whole school in the single subject of foreign language. Gangnam? The head is a bit confused. Li Ming? Where did this guy come from? You copied your own draft paper and got first in the school? How does he not know? What? Could it be that you don't recognize Li Ming? No, don't recognize it. Jiangnan shook his head. Words. He really doesn't know any Li Ming. That's Li Ming from class 301, also a student of mine. He sat next to you in this monthly exam. Originally, his weekday foreign language scores were only average, but on this exam, he scored 140 points, with perfect scores on all the previous questions, except for the essay, which was deducted by 10 points. But when his homeroom teacher asked him to come up on stage to share his experience in foreign language improvement, he fainted with nervousness. When asked afterward, he dropped it all. He said, "Your sketchbook paper fell on the floor," and he copied it without holding back for a moment, the only exception being the essay. This means, you're doing well in foreign languages. On this foreign language test, you obviously did it all on the draft paper and got it all right. Except for the essay. You'll at least get 142, even full marks, as in other subjects. But on the answer key, you purposely avoided all the correct answers and used ancient Greek in your essay. I can't think of any other reason for you to do this if not to attract Mr. Yang's attention. The moment the head of the foreign language team transformed into Sherlock Holmes, a famous detective's smile on his face as he spoke eloquently. Gangnam? He had a question mark on his face. Teacher, what are you reasoning? I am jumping into the yellow river cannot wash the rhythm. And Li Ming, that's like a pig opponent. It's okay that you copied my draft paper, but you actually came to your senses afterward and played the confessional? Really? It's okay to harm yourself. You want to screw me over again? Alright, Jiangnan, go back. Don't worry, we'll keep your secret about the fact that you scored perfect scores in all other subjects but 0 in foreign language in order to attract Mr. Yang's attention. After all, it's not your fault. Puberty? It's normal to have such a germ of thought. And Ms. Yang is not only pretty, but she also wears high heels and cool clothes in class on weekdays. After the fact, I'll make her correct it. As a teacher, can't you dress too fashionably? As for you, academics are still the main focus at the moment. Remember, next time you take the test, what kind of strength you have, what kind of score you get, but don't score 0 again. When your senior year is over, the teacher will leave you alone if you fall in love or something. Till then, if there's still fate, it's not impossible for you and Mr. Young. After all, teacher-student love? There are quite a few examples now. Chapter 86. Once again, the whole school is on fire. Gangnam, Shirley Young, both had embarrassment written all over their faces, especially foreign language teacher Shirley Yang. Her face was blushing to the extreme, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiangnan. I should have known that the group leader was going to say something like that to Gangnam. She wouldn't have brought Gangnam over. Although Jiangnan is very handsome and his grades are very good, he deliberately scored 0 points in order to attract his attention. This maneuver is childish though, but it's also quite interesting and quite moving. Available at. She is a teacher after all. It's many years older than Gangnam, okay? How can she? What about falling in love with one of your own students? Woo woo, to be laughed at and have no face. Shirley Young instantly became all shy, but the foreign language teachers in the neighborhood, one by one, could not help but bend over and laugh. Ha ha ha, how romantic. It's still our teacher Yang who has charisma. Without even realizing it, he was able to make this newly promoted super school bully fall in love with him. Although this monthly exam, Jiangnan scored full marks in all the other subjects but only 0 marks in foreign language, making our foreign language group endure a lot of bragging and blank stares from the language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology groups. But, just by Ms. Yang's charm, enough for us to blow it in front of the other groups. Interesting. Go now. Oh, that is, Jiangnan was incredibly strong. This exam language, math and science were all perfect scores, breaking the historical record of the 3rd middle school, and even the entire Jiangcheng. Foreign language is 0 points though, yet it has the same full strength, even if this is just a monthly test. However, its difficulty is only higher than that of the entrance examination. That is to say, Jiangnan already has the potential to be a top student in the college entrance examination, and in all likelihood, he will be able to get into a prestigious school like Qingbei. So, it was only when the head of the foreign language group spoke kindly to Jiangnan that the many foreign language teachers had poked fun at Jiangnan and Shirley Yang, to switch to other students. If you dare to have a crush on a teacher and make the boring move of getting a 0 on a test to get the teacher's attention, you'd have been criticized by the school long ago. Gangnam, he doesn't even know how he left the foreign language group. Anyway, rare and confused. What did the head of the foreign language team say? And what are those foreign language teachers laughing at? He doesn't know. All he knows is, all those foreign language teachers were brain-dead crazy, and one of them looked at himself in a particularly strange way. And he didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Even. This madness is also contagious. When he returned to the classroom, everyone in the class looked at him strangely with admiration as well. Many of the boys gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up, including Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others who didn't deal with Jiang Nan. As for Fatty Wang, the fat on his face smiled into folds and directly gave Jiang Nan a bear hug of encouragement. Only the white warbler, a pouty face. There was a chill in the gaze that looked toward Jiang Nan. Once Jiang Nan returned to his seat, even though he didn't even touch by Ying, he couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Ying, what's going on here? Have they all gone mad? I don't know. Go ask someone else. Ask Fatty Wang. I'm going to study seriously. Don't bother me. Gangnam. It's not right. This is just not right. The crowd was not right, and neither was by Ying. That. Ying, what happened in the class during my absence? Did everyone and you misunderstand something? It feels like a different group of people. Misunderstanding? People don't have misunderstanding. Neither do I. You dare to say that you don't like Shirley Yang, the foreign language teacher? Not like. Don't like it? Then why did you purposely get a 0 in foreign language when you could have gotten a perfect score? Gangnam. This is another fatal problem. There is no answer. After all, he scored 0 on the foreign language test. It was a score control task issued by the system. He couldn't sell the system. Ying, you've got it all wrong. In all honesty, I really didn't get a 0 because I liked the foreign language teacher. I was just doing that purely for fun. I didn't want to get a perfect score. Really? Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. Could be a message from the foreign language team office. Says you were supposed to get a perfect score on this foreign language test. Just like language, math, and science. Even you wrote out the correct answer on your draft paper and made Li Ming, who sits next to you, copy it for first place in the school. But you deliberately wrote it all wrong in order to attract Ms. Yang's attention and got a 0 on the test. Now, I guess the whole school knows. You like Mr. Young. Gangnam. Speechless. Utterly speechless. No wonder the class was looking at themselves strangely. So it is. But, what did the head of the foreign language team say before? Didn't you say you'd keep his secret? Results available. Just left the office myself. The whole school knows? Nima. This is just a giant pit. He knew the students loved to gossip, but he didn't realize that the group of foreign language teachers gossiped far more than the students. You're saying it's just as well that you guys misunderstood yourselves, but you're purposely making a big deal out of it so that everyone gets the wrong idea? You guys are really stooping to being teachers. Time to become a screenwriter, or an entertainment reporter for a gossip weekly. The 6th class is language, but Hui Fei was not in a good mood. Just because. Come to the road. She's met more than one foreign language teacher bragging to herself about how Shirley Yang, who is on par with her students. Once again, it is forbidden to fall in love in school, let alone have a crush on a teacher and deliberately play smart and get a 0 on a test to get the teacher's attention. It's simply very childish behavior. You must take this as a warning and put all your heart into your studies to get good grades in the college entrance exams. Only then will you be worthy of your parents, worthy of yourselves, and have no regrets in the future. Gangnam. Who's he messing with? This is simply the rhythm of lying down and getting shot. Teacher, can we still have fun? Opened the door a gavel. He couldn't even sleep in this language class. It always felt like there were some unkind gazes that hovered over his head from time to time, sending chills all over his body. It was hard to get through to the end of class. Hui Fei slapped Jiangnan's desk again. Jiangnan, don't sleep, come out with me. Several leaders of the math, physics, chemistry and biology groups are looking for you. Chapter 87, is this an Olympiad question? It's too easy, isn't it? Gangnam was called away again? Is that how the schoolboys eat? Last class it was the foreign language team leader who was invited, and now it's the math, physics, chemistry and biology team leaders? Looking at Jiang Nan being pulled away by Hui Fei just after class, the many students in the class were surprised again. Nima, that's a lot of section leaders. If you are not teaching in your own class, it's hard to see any of them on a normal day. Available today. Jiang Nan, but see all one after another? How can I say strong? The other side. Jiang Nan followed Hui Fei out of the classroom and came to the office. Ahem, not the office, but the faculty office. Just walked in the door. Jiang Nan then saw a number of teachers sitting inside. 4 of them were familiar to him. For example, math teacher Chao Tianyuan, physics teacher Xia Hongwei, chemistry teacher Poisonous Life Huang and biology teacher Betting on Class Tang. But, there were 4 others he didn't recognize. Needless to say, that must be the leader of the 4 subjects of math, physics, chemistry and biology. Team leaders, I've brought you people. Oh, Mr. Gangnam is here? Almost instantly, the 8 teachers in the room stood up in unison, full of enthusiasm. Luckily there are no other students here, otherwise it must have been a big surprise. Nima. Students have always treated their teachers with respect. When have I ever seen a group of teachers treating a student with such courtesy? And these aren't even regular teachers. They are all subject leaders, the kind that carry a lot of weight in the school, second only to the principal and the head teacher. But, as the person involved, Jiangnan was calm and recognized the teachers present by bowing towards them. Follows. Jiangnan followed Huifei and sat down. Immediately after, Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the math team who was the oldest brother, then opened the door and said, Jiangnan student, we're not going to sell you short. We called you over today because we want to feel your bottom. Feeling me out? Jiangnan froze, then dumbfounded. Didn't this monthly exam just finish? How come it's time to touch the bottom again? Not the same. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head. Several of your classroom teachers, at the same time, recommended to the group for you to represent the school to participate in the next Olympiad, as well as physics and other competitions, though you've already proved your strength by getting perfect scores in both math and science on this monthly exam. But monthly exams are, after all, just regular exams, and competitions such as OU and physics ask questions that are very different from monthly exams. To this end, the school has a special competition team, the kind that doesn't train much on weekdays, and you're the only one who counts as a temporary selection. Despite Mr. Chow and Mr. Xia's assurances, it's still necessary for the school to feel you out. Understood. Jiangnan nodded. Before, both Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei had mentioned to him that he should go to the competition and casually come back with a country one. He was intimidated at the time. There's no way to say no, only yes. Unthinkable. This month's exams just ended and we're about to compete? Zhou Lingfeng took out a test paper and placed it in front of Jiangnan. Forget about other subjects for now. This is the OU competition questions I specially prepared, so you can test it right here on the spot. The words were spoken. A flicker of weirdness flashed in its eyes. Just because. This is no ordinary competition paper. Instead, he searched his brain and racked his brains to get the actual questions for the competition. Every course inside. All of them are more than several times harder than the GCSE finals. Nope. It should be said that it's not at all in the same order of magnitude. Even when placed in a real OU competition, the difficulty of this paper, too, is definitely upper class. For ordinary students, it is difficult to even find the ideas, let alone do it right. No different from the skybook. It's a miracle if you can make one or two. And as for finishing the whole paper, it's a pipe dream, even if the weekday grades are good. Even if you get a perfect score on every test in math, when you come across this OU question, you are also bound to falter. Fruity. As soon as I saw the roll, Jiangnan's brows then couldn't help but furrow. See this. Zhou Lingfeng sneaked a glance at Chao Tianyuan who was sitting next to him, and a smile flashed across his face inadvertently. Ha, Lao Chao. Ah, Lao Chao. Let you keep bragging in front of me about this great student you've taught, saying there's no high school math problem it can't do, saying you've learned a lot too, all praising it to the skies. And now, I can't wait to teach you how to behave. But, would it be too much for myself? Jiangnan just got first in the school, with perfect scores in language, math and science, just at the right time of the year. It would not be good to be overwhelmed by this paper of mine, to be struck down, and to keep a shadow in its heart. Zhou Lingfeng was first a bit secretly pleased, but immediately afterward, he showed worry, and his heart had a trace of regret and guilt. But, Chao Tianyuan, however, looked frank. It was as if he did not feel Zhou Lingfeng's gaze. It seems that, it's full of confidence in Gangnam. Believe in Gangnams as much as he does. There's also Xia Hongwei and Huifei. As for the others, after all, they didn't know Jiangnan very well yet, so like Zhou Lingfeng, they didn't have a clue in their hearts. There, either that or let's get out of here. Doing problems requires quiet thinking. Let's not disturb Jiangnan here. Suddenly, Zhou Lingfeng opened his mouth and proposed. Words. He's already made the rolls hard. It didn't want another group of people surrounding Jiangnan, causing it great psychological pressure. To this, the teachers present agreed. Yes, get out together. Leave him here in peace and do the questions. Just wait 2 hours and then we'll come back in. The words were spoken. The crowd then got up and wanted to leave. But, just then, Jiangnan, who had just finished sweeping the paper at a glance, suddenly spoke. Is this an OU competition question? It's too simple, right? Wow, wow, wow. This statement was made. It was like a bolt from the blue. Suddenly it exploded in the hearts of the people. The one who bore the brunt was Zhou Lingfeng. What's Gangnam talking about? He said this OU question is too easy? Nima, that's a lot of big talk. You have to know that every question in this paper can be carefully selected by him, rather deliberately difficult. If he hadn't read the answers, He really wouldn't have been able to do it right away if he really had to do it on the spot. The word's simple. And where to begin? Jiangnan-san, you haven't even started doing it yet, and it's still a blank paper, so you shouldn't say such big words, right? Almost subconsciously, Zhou Lingfeng uttered a rebuke. But Jiangnan, however, replied in a serious manner. It's indeed very simple. One look and you know the answer. What's the point of doing it? Chapter 88, no paper and pen. Just oral math in seconds? Hiss. Instantly, those present sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the math team, was so shocked that he put his hand over his chest and was almost sent straight down. Nima. He vomited his way through getting the real questions for the competition. But Gangnam said it was simple, that he knew the answer by looking at it, and that there was no need to do it at all? Sheesh, that's not a wild mouthful. Let's not talk about how good Gangnam really is, just on the ability to talk big. In his decades of teaching, Jiangnan was definitely the strongest one he had encountered. Originally, he still took Jiangnan seriously. After all, on this monthly exam, Jiangnan scored a perfect score in math, beating the super bully Qin Feng who had been occupying first place in the school. And there was also a strong recommendation from the deputy group leader, Chao Tianyuan. But, hearing these words from Jiangnan, he instantly became somewhat displeased with Jiangnan. Well, you said these questions are easy to read, so what would you say the answer to this one is? Zhou Lingfeng asked, pointing at the first multiple-choice question. The smallest of the distances from an integer point, a point whose vertical and horizontal coordinates are integers, on the plane to the line y is equal to 5 divided by 3x plus 4 divided by 5 is a. Square root 34/170, b. Square root 34/85, c. 1/20th, d. 1/30th. This is the minimum value of the distance from a point to a straight line. At first glance it doesn't seem that difficult, but that's just at first glance. If you really want to come up with an answer, it's absolutely impossible to do that without consuming a small half sheet of draft paper. However, Jiangnan neither took the paper nor moved his pen, just glanced at it and spoke directly. Answer B. Hiss. Zhou Lingfeng once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Just because. Right. Did Gangnam pick the right answer? Have you done this question before? Zhou Lingfeng stared in disbelief. No. Jiangnan directly shook his head. Then why are you so fast? Didn't I just say that? It's a simple question. You'll know the answer just by looking at it. There's no need to do it at all. Zhou Lingfeng almost spat out a mouthful of backblood. You can't be blindly blinded by chance. Tell me about the process? Given the coordinates of the whole point, m, n, its distance to the line 25 times minus 15y plus 12 is equal to 0 as d equals 25m15 and plus 12 slash square root, 25 caret 2 plus, minus 15, caret 2, equals 5m3n, plus 12 slash 5 square root 34. Since m, nes, 5m3n, is a multiple of 5, the absolute value of the sum of 5m3n, equals minus 10 and 12 is minimized to 2 only when m equals n equals minus 1. Therefore, the minimum value sought is square root 34/85. The answer is B. This, Zhou Lingfeng froze once again. The questions are from him. Naturally, you've seen the answers beforehand, including the solution. So, he can be sure. Gangnam's got the process right. 100% correct, not to mention quite streamlined. Fighting Qi transformed into a horse, terrifying as it was. Not only him, but the physics, chemistry and biology team leaders next to him were also stunned. It was only Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei and Hu Yifei who were still calm. After all, they had some understanding of Jiangnan, especially the physics teacher Xia Hongwei, although this was touching the bottom of Jiangnan's math, but he had a burst of laughter in his heart, just because it was a scene he was all too familiar with. He had also given Gangnam questions in class before, and it's all a lot harder, the kind that the average student simply can't do. But Jiangnan didn't even need to do the math, and as soon as his question came out, Jiangnan stood on his seat and answered in seconds. Old-time images resurface, but the person who got punched in the face changed. As an aside, Xia Hongwei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. As for Chao Tianyuan, the serious expression on his face had long since disappeared, and instead, he couldn't help but flash a hint of smugness. It secretly glanced at Zhou Lingfeng. You think I don't know your little trick of coming up with questions? Only I don't care. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any more of your little tricks are all paper tigers that will shatter in one blow. No way. That's absolutely impossible. These are all OU competition questions. How can you even think about it and just do the math? Zhou Lingfeng was still incredulous and pointed at Jiangnan again for the second question. Which one do you think is the choice for this question? C. 3 square root 3. What about the third course? C. 3 to the power of 999. What about the fourth course? A. 2 roses are overpriced. The last finale? D. Lug sinks. Zhou Lingfeng. Teachers present. Everyone was dumbfounded. No paper or pens. Completely oral second answers. That's not even the point. The point is that you can tell from Zhou Lingfeng's reaction that Jiangnan got all of these questions right. Zhou Lingfeng felt like he was going crazy. Was it a dream? But, he pinched himself. Nima, it ing hurts. This isn't even a dream. Available at. It's not a dream. Is there really such a genius in the world? Or is it? Gangnam is cheating? Zhou Lingfeng twisted his head to look at Chao Tianyuan. Old Chao, tell me honestly, did you not show this paper to Jiangnan ahead of time and gave him the answers so that he would know? Old Chao, are you stupid? Chao Tianyuan scolded in a bad mood. This volume is your temporary out. As if it is a baby bump. On this one, have not given me a look. How can I give Jiangnan to see? Also right. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Indeed, he's the only one who knows about this role. How did Chao Tianyuan get it? So, you've been giving him special training during the week? You've been giving him all the competition questions for the last 20 years? Chao Tianyuan, straight up speechless. It would have been nice if he had given Gangnam special training, but the problem is, Jiangnan didn't even listen to his lessons. So where was the special training? Jiangnan, just give our team leader Zhou a detailed explanation of the problem-solving process, lest he suspects this and that. Chao Tianyuan directly kicked the ball to Jiangnan. Jiangnan nodded and pointed to the second question. From the figure, let BD equals T. Then OD equals square root 3T1. Thus B, square root 3T1, T, satisfies the equation x caret 2 y caret 2 equals 1, which can be obtained as equals square root 3. So the area of the equilateral triangle, ABC, is 3 square root 3. A question just ended. Gangnam pointed to the next question again. The question asks for the sum of the coefficients of the two terms of the expansion using each interval descending, which can be associated with the unit root of 1. Use the special value method. A 0 plus a 3 plus a 1998 equals 3 caret 999. So choose C. This last question is even easier. Straight to elimination. Y equals sinks is not a periodic function, as a casual graph will show, which eliminates option A. The least positive period of y equals cos is 2 pi and is a decreasing function on 0, pi slash 2. Excluding B. Y equals ctgx is a decreasing function on 0, pi slash 2. Eliminating C. That leaves D. Lug sinks. At the end. 7329. 088. 72. Chapter 89. Jiangnan's math is so deep that it can be directly bailed out. 5 multiple choice questions are taught. Zhou Lingfeng, the math team leader, had been completely dumbfounded. The 3 leaders of the physics, chemistry and biology groups were also shocked beyond words, including Poisonous Life Huang and Ponchop Tang. They know Gangnam is awesome. This is evident from the perfect score in math and science on the Gangnam monthly exam. But, they never expected it. How could Jiangnan be so powerful? Zhou Lingfeng's elaborate OU competition questions. Surprisingly, Jiangnan answered directly by oral math in seconds and got all the answers right, and even told the process of solving the problem? That thought process is not clear. That logic is not well thought out. Change it to someone else. Even Qin Feng, the school bully who ranked first in the monthly exam, couldn't do it without half an hour, let alone do it right. Even if Zhou Lingfeng, the leader of the group, was personally on it, before looking at the answers, couldn't get it right either. But what about Gangnam? A minute or 2 or 3 minutes? Anyway, the questions were done as fast as they could be done. Accuracy is also as high as it gets. This last question uses the method of elimination, which seems to be speculative, doesn't it? What if there are multiple full items, and I don't know who, and an ill-timed question? But, no need for Gangnam to explain. There was also no need for Chao Tianyuan to open his mouth. Zhou Lingfeng then replied directly. This is the essence of the competition. There are some topics that can only be done one step at a time, and must be pushed to the last step in order to know the answer. If you try to take advantage of it, you're playing with fire. But there are also topics that, if pushed step by step, are bound to take a lot of time and cost more than they are worth. On the contrary, it's incredibly efficient if you can trick it, as long as you grab certain key information. Focus. It depends on whether you have a solid grasp of the knowledge points, how fast your brain spins, and whether you can apply it flexibly. Competitions are different from regular exams. You can't get a high score by burying your head in the sand. The only way to score high in place is to think outside the box and out of the box. Just get a handle on it. As the leader of the group, Zhou Lingfeng was naturally at a high level. An explanation. Then he easily blocked out the teacher's words just now. A contest? Regardless of black or white cats, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. A trick? That doesn't exist. To this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Jiangnan, on the other hand, raised his eyelids and pointed at the paper. Teacher, the question's at the back of this. Do I need to say anything else? If you can, you might as well write the answer. Zhou Lingfeng handed Jiangnan a pen, followed by fill in the blanks and solve the questions. He knew the answer a little better. Next to these who do not know, Jiangnan then directly dictate. It can be the same as listening to heavenly books, especially the answer to the question. The solution process is very complex. Even if he knows the answer, do not need to look at the eyes. Just use your ears to listen to the brain for a moment for fear that it is also difficult to react. Aha! Jiangnan nodded. Then he took the pen and wrote quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The strokes fly like a flowing river. That speed, it's not to be taken lightly. For just a moment, the crowd watched in awe. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes grew wider and wider. His brain was already spinning, and he had to take out the answers to compare. First question, yes. Question 2, yes. Question 3, yes. Fill in the blanks. Alright, answer the first question. Right again. Answer question number 2. Still right. The last question. Right too? This. The entire competition paper? Multiple choice. Fill in the blanks and answers totaling 15 questions. And he actually got all of them right? And he puts down his pen like a fly. He doesn't even use draft paper. He doesn't seem to need to think at all. He just goes with the flow? Was it 10 minutes from start to finish? Looks like. No, right? My god. How good is this Gangnam's math? Unfathomable and deep? 10,000 times stronger than me? Ah! Zhou Lingfeng was utterly and completely shocked, almost turning into a berserk gorilla and roaring up to the sky. This side of Gangnam stopped writing as soon as he did. He then excitedly cupped Jiangnan's hand. Jiangnan student, I officially invite you to join our OU competition group. With your math skills, I can be sure that 100% of you will get provincial 1 into summer camp, then get a national first, into the national team, then do not even need to take the college entrance examination, as long as the province has a quota, can be guaranteed to Qingbei and other top institutions of learning. There are guaranteed places in every province, but the last 10 years, third form never got one at all, just because the third form has not produced any outstanding students who have won state 1 in the Olympiad. It's just a matter of saving 1 or 2 at the end of the day. Nature. The province and the city can't afford to waste slots for the third grade, but this year, the third middle school even produced such a genius as Jiangnan. As long as he won the national first, then the guaranteed place will be 100% available. Nature. Zhou Lingfeng was thrilled to the core. Granted, Gangnam wasn't taught by him, but in his lifetime, he would have no regrets in his life if he could see such a miracle come out of the third grade math team. To this, the physics team leader next to him couldn't stand to watch, and rushed over to dismantle Zhou Lingfeng and Jiangnan. I say, Cho, what are you doing? But we agreed before that we'd let Jiangnan do the competition papers for each subject. Now he hasn't even done his physics yet. Why are you letting him join your OU team? Why old Li? Are you jealous? Zhou Lingfeng pulled Jiangnan's hand and didn't let go. With a smug look on his face, Jiangnan has this kind of math skills. It's already enough to win the prize for guaranteed admission. Why do you need to do other subjects? You're out of your depth here. Old Zhou, what if Jiangnan's physics level is higher than his math? The physics team leader argued his case. That's it. And chemistry, too. Let him try it. The same goes for us raw creatures. The chemistry team leader and biology team leader next to him were not willing to be left behind, and hastened to speak out in agreement. The moment. The 4 main group leaders. For the fight for Gangnam. It's quite a big fight. To this, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei just watched the show and smiled without saying anything. Only Hui Fei hurriedly stood out to persuade. Team leader Zhou, I think the 3 team leaders are right. Since they are all prepared, let all of them let Jiangnan do their work and feel the bottom thoroughly. For Hui Fei, the better Jiangnan performed in all subjects, the happier and more honorable she would be. After all, she's Gangnam's homeroom teacher. Nature. She couldn't wait for Jiangnan to do all the papers once, brightening the titanium alloy. Dog eyes of the 4 group leaders present. Since Mr. Who said so, then fine, just do it. Anyway, it has become imperative for Gangnam to join the OU. Eventually, Zhou Lingfeng had to let go of Jiangnan, but he wasn't flustered and nervous either. After all, Jiangnan's level of math had confirmed that it was like a bottomless abyss, with no top or bottom in sight. The speed and accuracy of that question was unheard of, and he was the best in the world. He just doesn't believe it. Its physics can still outperform math. As for chemistry and biology, even less so. Chapter 90, even if the title is wrong, Jiangnan won't be wrong. Swish, 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 only a blink of an eye. The physics, chemistry and biology team leaders then placed the long-prepared competition papers in front of Jiangnan. But, as a party, Jiangnan, however, looked at the 3 rolls with some confusion. Such an easy question? You want him to do it too? It's not a waste of time, is it? That. Teachers, this third period class is about to start this afternoon. I should go to class, right? Gangnam got up to leave. But, he just moved. It was then held down by a couple of team leaders. Classes? What's the point of taking classes when you're at this level? There's no need. Just stay with the questions. Not to mention, don't think we don't know. You even sleep through exams, let alone classes. Gangnam. He wasn't there for class, but simply wanted an excuse to bolt and go back to bed. Results available. It's not good to skip class, is it? After all, I'm still a student and have to be disciplined. No, what discipline? That binds the others fine, but not you. In my capacity as head of the math team and head of the OU competition team, I've guaranteed you that as long as you are involved in the math side of things, you won't have to take any other classes from now on. Of course, if you're tired and want to go to bed, listen to the lesson. Still, Zhou Lingfeng said with a big wave of his hand with great certainty, Hu Fei, Xia Hongwei, poisonous life yellow, betting on class dawn. The four looked at each other, simultaneously speechless. Nima, what's this all about? It's not true that Gangnam is great at math, but the other subjects are not weak at all. Okay, I can't believe you won't let him take our class. How can this be tolerated? Team leader Zhou, that's a bit much, isn't it? Jiangnan is good at math, but he's even better at languages. And while I did suggest that he could take part in more competitions, that's just a way for him to brush up on his prizes and make a name for himself for the school. In fact, our language team has long been unanimous in recommending that it would be better for Gangnam to specialize in languages in the future. Hui Fei was the first to voice a rebuttal. Just based on that literary composition Jiangnan had written earlier, it was enough to prove that his level was not the slightest bit weaker in math. Only, there are no Olympiads in languages. There's no way to get a prize to bail out. So, it was only then that she agreed and supported Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei's recommendation for Jiangnan to participate in the math and physics competitions. Results available. So much for entering a contest. Zhou Lingfeng still wants to steal someone from himself? If you can tolerate it, you can't. Even if Zhou Lingfeng was the head of the math team, with a higher position and seniority than her, she still had to put up a fight. In the meantime, the three leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were not shy. Let Jiangnan do the physics, chemistry, biology, paper first. If his physics, chemistry, biology level can be the same as math, then we can vouch for that too. In the future, Gangnam only needs to join the physics, chemistry, biology competition team, and he doesn't need to take classes anymore. Zhou Lingfeng, ### Yuan%? Its eyes were wider than bull's eyes. Nima, don't you know that math is the foundation of all subjects? And even though they're both team leaders, I'm the big brother? How dare you steal from me? You're tired of living, aren't you? Gangnam has yet to make a question, but a big infighting is about to begin. Eventually, it was Chao Tianyuan, who was watching the show, who talked the crowd away. Stop arguing. Let Jiangnan do the questions first. Yes, do the questions first. Afterward vesting. Afterward, when the time comes, it's just a matter of comparing who has the stronger wrist. Jiangnan, hurry up. You should do this physics competition question first. Make sure you give it your best shot. And this chemistry paper, if you can get a perfect score, I'll be the one to bail you out of school from now on. I have to do this biology paper too. The three group leaders were all staring at Jiangnan with deadpan anticipation. But, Jiangnan glanced at the paper and, like before, did not immediately take a pen, but frowned and thought for a moment. Jiangnan, how does it feel? This materialized life is definitely not as interesting as math, right? If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Zhou Lingfeng shifted next to him and opened his mouth. But, he hadn't finished his sentence. It was then interrupted by a couple of other group leaders. Old Zhou, you're not being martial. What do you mean physical and chemical students aren't as interesting as math? Obviously math is the most boring. So shut up. Right now Jiangnan is thinking about answering the question. If you're fine, get the hell out of here and don't bother him here. Zhou Lingfeng. Okay. It's hard for one person to fight three. The leader of this group has endured for the time being. Anyway, you'll find out later. The best in Jiangnan is definitely math. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to compete with me. Crowd. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes passed. Jiangnan never put pen to paper. But, 3 minutes to go. Jiangnan then took the physics paper and spoke directly. Multiple choice. Bakba. Fill in the blanks. Light source. Trigonometry. 0. 10 milligrams. 1. 8,424. At first glance, I heard this. The physics team leaders all froze momentarily. It was only after Xia Hongwei's reminder that he reacted in a hurry and took out his pre-prepared answers to compare. In the meantime, Zhou Lingfeng couldn't help but come over to look as well. CBCBD. Light source. Prism. 0, 10 milligrams, 1, 8,424. The fill-in-the-blanks questions as described by Gangnam are correct, exactly like the standard answers, but the multiple-choice questions are, haha, oldly look at that. The last answer to this multiple-choice question is D, and Jiangnan chose A, so he's wrong. Zhou Lingfeng immediately burst out in joy. It seems that Jiangnan is still more suitable for my math course. There is no need to argue. Normally, the student did the question wrong, definitely not happy as a teacher. But at the moment, Jiangnan answered with a mistake. Zhou Lingfeng, however, was overjoyed and excited to the core. It's also really weird. However, Jiangnan, however, instantly frowned slightly. How is that possible? This last physics multiple choice question is so simple. It is just a synthesis of mechanics, magnetic field plus conservation of energy, applying 7 or 8 common formulas. How could it be wrong? In the meantime, several other teachers rushed to look closer, and the next second, Xia Hongwei then elbowed Oldly, the physics team leader, and pointed at the last multiple choice question on the paper. Oldly, you've got the wrong question, right? This question has the same AD option? C only. Those 4 options are A. 32, M plus M, gu/R. B. 16, M plus M, UG2/R. C. 16, M plus M, gu2/R. D. 32, M plus M, UG/R. Options A and D are actually the exact same answer even though the gu and UG order is different. So, Gangnam's not the right option? Just a wrong title? I told you. Jiangnan touched the tip of his nose and couldn't help but shake his head. How could he choose wrongly for such a simple question? The only possibility, that is, when he saw that the first answer was right, he didn't bother with the later options and just picked them. But who wants? Will there be 2 answers the same? But the problem is, it's a multiple choice question. To this, Xia Hongwei was a bit dissatisfied. I say Oldly, how can you test Jiangnan with a paper that has wrong questions? It's a good thing I saw it. Otherwise, someone would have really thought that Gangnam's physics grades weren't as good as math? Sorry old Shay, it was indeed my fault for making a mistake with the question. Upon hearing this, the physics team leader apologized and slapped his head loudly, but with a smile piled on his face, he looked at Zhou Lingfeng and said, Old Zhou, you see, Jiangnan's physics level is equally not weak. In just 3 minutes, he did the whole paper, not to mention that even if the questions were wrong, he couldn't be wrong. Chapter 91, Demon, please take away the divine power. I can't take it anymore. Zhou Lingfeng, Nima, and he didn't take advantage? Humph, this is just a multiple choice fill-in-the-blanks question. There are still answer questions in the back that I haven't done yet? Zhou Lingfeng snorted coldly in his nose, a grit of teeth. He is now looking forward to. Jiangnan can give him a breath of fresh air. The back of the answer to the question on the wrong so a little bit. It doesn't need to be all wrong either. Just don't get a perfect score. Otherwise, with the temper of the physics team leader, adding another Xia Hongwei, he was bound to compete with him for Jiangnan. But, Gangnam really is a math genius. If you specialize in math, your future success will be unlimited. So how can you waste time on other subjects? However, things don't work out the way they're supposed to. He was doomed to disappointment. See only, Jiangnan wasn't idle either. And just in the time it took them to say a couple words, he had already taken a pen and made a paper. 11. Somewhere on the horizontal ground, 2 spheres A and B are thrown at the same rate v0 with different angles of projection, and they have the same range. Knowing that ball A travels through the air for a time t, find the time tb that ball B travels through the air with a gravitational acceleration of magnitude g, disregarding air resistance. 15. When looking at the sun from the blue star, for the long angle 0 equals 53 degrees of the sun's diameter, take the length I equals 110 kilometers at latitude 1 degree on the surface of the blue star, and the acceleration of gravity at the surface of the blue star g equals 10 m/s²2. The period of the rotation of the blue star equals 365 days. Try to calculate the ratio of the densities of the blue star and the sun using only the above data, assuming that both the sun and the blue star are spheres of uniformly distributed mass. 11 to 15. There are a total of 5 answer questions. It covers almost all the knowledge of high school. As for the difficulty, exceeded the previous monthly exams by an unknown number of times, just because Chao Tianyuan had not seldom been in front of Zhou Lingfeng, bragging about Jiangnan's great math, and similarly, Xia Hongwei had not seldom been in front of his Oldly, bragging about Jiangnan's amazing physical strength. And this test, Ben was trying to feel out Gangnam. Nature, he's going to pull out all the stops. After all, if a paper is scored full marks by Gangnam, it means a mapping failure. For example, the previous monthly exam. For example, the math contest question just now. That would be an abject slap in the face to the teacher of the paper. As Gangnam began to work on the problem, the head of the physics team was also filled with apprehension. both hoping that Jiangnan would get all of them right, proving that he was an unearthly physics genius, but also realizing that the chances of that were also too low. However, that thought had only just popped into his head. Swish, 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 only the sound of pen on paper could be heard. Jiangnan seemed to have penciled in the first answer question without even reading the question, and immediately after, it's the second course, the third course, even made the last one? From start to finish, not even 2 or 3 minutes, right? As a party, Jiangnan finished his physics paper in the shortest time possible, but didn't stop there, instead doing another chemistry paper. Swish, 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 3 minutes passed, the chemistry paper is done. Follows, another biology paper. This time it was even shorter, a minute or two straight away. Physics team leader, chemistry team leader, biology team leader. The three of them looked dumbfounded and completely froze. What just happened? In just 10 minutes, Jiangnan actually finished all the physics, chemistry and biology competition papers? How is that possible? That's too fast. It's like a ghost. Even if you copied the answers, it's not that fast. Not to mention doing it right. 3 team leaders, Jiangnan is done. Read the papers. Seeing that the three froze there without moving, it was Hui Fei who couldn't help but speak out to remind them. Moment. The 3 team leaders returned to their senses and hurriedly took the answers and compared them to the test questions Jiangnan had done. First, the physical side. To solve the first question, the answer written by Gangnam is TB equals square root 4v0 caret 2 dash tag caret 2 slash g. Solve the last question. The answer written by Gangnam is P slash PS equals 392. And the correct answer, sheesh, exactly the same? The physics team leader was stunned. He looked at the answering process again in disbelief. But Jiangnan's answer process can only be described in 8 words. Streamlined, perfect, and flawless. Full marks? Old Lee spat out those 2 words in horror. Thanks to him, he had just decided that the possibility of Jiangnan getting it all right was too low, but he had just turned his head and was slapped in the face. This strength, it's too strong, isn't it? Even he has to kneel and sing the rhythm of conquest practicing for nearly 40 years. He had never seen such a physical genius. To say that Jiangnan was a ruthless and cold answering machine was to insult Jiangnan's speed and accuracy in doing questions. Jiangnan, have you done all these questions, and knew the process and answers earlier? Old Lee subconsciously couldn't help but ask. But, next, and he regretted it. After all, even if Gangnam had done it a long time ago and knew the process and the answers, he couldn't have done it so quickly and so accurately. Not to mention, he was the one who came up with this question, and he was the only one who knew about it, so how could Jiangnan have done it in advance? I haven't done any of these questions. They're too easy. They're not even close to the usual homework. I don't even have the desire to do them. Jiangnan replied very flatly. Physics team leader, you hear that? Is this human language? He specially carefully selected the whole. Even his own can be difficult to defeat the competition paper, to the mouth of Jiangnan, but is too simple. Then the usual homework, did not want to do the desire? Its green eyes, glancing at Xia Hongwei next to him, could hardly help but spit blood and vomit. Old Shay, is all the homework you assign on weekdays this horrible? Harder than my contest questions? Xia Hongwei, glancing at Jiangnan, he was very speechless. That said, he was also the one who had come up with a few competition finale questions earlier when he was making things difficult for Jiangnan in class. But the usual, he didn't really have an assignment like that, okay? Not to mention, even if he's out, when did Gangnam ever hand in his homework? Asterisk. Just then, 2 exclamations of surprise came from the side in quick succession, from the chemistry team leader and the biology team leader, only to see them all holding their papers and staring at Jiangnan incredulously. You also scored full marks in chemistry, biology, a perfect score in chemistry, a perfect score in biology, plus math and physics up front. That is, full marks in all 4 subjects. Nima, it's a competition paper, not your usual monthly exam paper. Gangnam actually scored full marks, and it's amazing how fast it does the questions. All done in not even half an hour? It's unbelievable. Moment. Several of the team leaders were stunned. Even the air in the entire faculty office froze. Only Hui Fei, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei are still calm. The others are as if they have seen a ghost. Schoolboy, super schoolboy, don't you have a dinky bias? You're all so powerful in Coco, all unfathomable and deep. It's going to make things difficult for us. Oh you, physics, chemistry and biology, these 4 competitions, how do you expect us to rob you and compete for you? Demon, please take away the avatar. Can't take it anymore. Chapter 92, Mathematics, Physics, Chemistry and Biology. I'll participate in all 4 competitions. Jiangnan, I still say that you're the strongest in math. You should join our Olympic mathematics competition team, and when you get a national one, you'll be able to easily get a guaranteed admission and have a bright future. It was hard to come back. Zhou Lingfeng immediately pulled over Jiang Nan's arm. He swore, no one should try to steal this genius of Gangnam from him. Even if Jesus came, it wouldn't help. But, the words just fell from his lips. Old Li, the head of the physics team, then spoke up. Old Zhou, who said Jiang Nan is the strongest in math. Can't you see he got a perfect score in physics too? In my opinion, he's better in physics. He should join the physics competition group and get the same guarantee for national one. And me chemistry. I could see just now that it took Gangnam almost 10 minutes to do math, and 5 or 6 minutes to do physics. But to do me chemistry, it was only 2 or 3 minutes. This speed alone proves everything. Jiang Nan is better at chemistry and should be in the chemistry competition group. No, if we're talking about speed, when Jiang Nan did my biology paper, it only took him a minute or two alright. So, he creature is the strongest. I highly recommend that he be in the biology competition team. Put your mother's ass on the line. It's math that is the foundation of all subjects. In terms of gold content, the OU competition is much higher than other subjects. So what does Gangnam participate in if not the OU? Old Chow. It's true that math is the foundation of all subjects, but it's nothing more than that. Physics, on the other hand, is sublimation. Take the path of physics before you can explore the stars and the sea and the future of the universe. So, all the more reason for Gangnam to join the physics competition group. Old Li, you're equally. Physics can explore the stars and oceans, but that's too vague. Instead, chemistry is relevant to life. If Jiang Nan takes chemistry as his path, he will surely become an expert and a master in the future, and will be able to make a great contribution to improving the living environment and quality of life for mankind. So, I suggested he join the chemistry competition team. Ha! No, none of you are right. What foundation? What universe? What life? To know that all men are born and die, and that the greatest concern of man is to be born and die, and then to add who I am. In my opinion, Jiang Nan should just join the biology competition group and become a biologist in the future. Until then, get out. Biology is nothing but a minor subject. How can it compare to my math? It's just a self-defeating exercise. Physics has a bigger future. Chemistry is number one. Crazy. The 4 group leaders instantly went crazy. In order to grab Jiang Nan, they can make every effort, and even burst into foul language, just short of a big fight. Teacher's face? Yuck. At this point, there's no such thing as saving face. It would be fine if Jiang Nan was just a general schoolteacher. Math has always been the most important subject, and again OU carries the highest weight of the 4 competitions. As for physics, it's a close second, but chemistry and biology, it is in no way comparable to the first 2. But now, Jiang Nan was not an ordinary schoolmaster, but a genius among geniuses, even a wizard, a ghost, a geek. No matter which subject Gangnam chose, he was bound to become a top expert in that subject in the future, the kind that could achieve great things, for the glory of your discipline. The moment, the chemistry and biology leaders were not shy about putting up a fight, and they're going to spell. Jiang Nan's chemistry teacher, Poisonous Life Huang, and biology teacher, Betting Class Tang, naturally assisted with all their might. However, Zhou Lingfeng, the math team leader, and Lao Li, the physics team leader, were also helped by Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. One time, 8 teachers, tit for tat, it almost lifted the ceiling of the faculty office. Gangnam, as the person in question, he was speechless for a moment. Eventually, these guys aren't arguing with anyone. It was Hu Yifei again who stepped forward and rounded off the scene. Several group leaders, teachers, I think the matter of which subject competition group to join and which competition to participate in must still be decided by Jiang Nan. Well, that makes sense. Well then, it's up to Gangnam. Whichever subject he chooses, none of the others can oppose it, much less stop it. Agreed. Instantly, everyone stared at Jiang Nan in unison. Since all 4 subjects and all 4 papers were at odds with each other, they had no choice but to let Jiang Nan choose for himself. Gangnam. Ha, did you finally think of me? Speaking of which, I'm in a bit of a bind, too. As a lord with a score control system, he naturally wanted the more opportunities to take the exam, the better. After all, the only thing that matters is the exam. He is the one who has the control of the submission in order to complete it and ultimately earn points and rewards. But, at the same time he was distressed. Is it too much to expect that all these teachers in the audience think that he can easily get the national one? No, take it or leave it country one. It's not up to him either. He'd have to look at the system quests. Although the system had recently changed its nature and had repeatedly given him perfect scores on his exams, who knew if it would suddenly jerk up and give him a 0 just like the previous foreign language exam? Once the system is pumped up, let's not talk about Kokosaichi. We're lucky if we don't go round robin in time. It's hard for him to answer to the crowd. This one is a bit of a head-scratcher. It's hard to get. But, just then, a beep sounded in its head. Ding! The quest has appeared, asking the host to participate in the 4-subject competition of math, physics, chemistry and biology at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Nan couldn't help but directly explode. This, something's not right. The system actually pops up with quests out of nowhere? And that mission, very different from the score control tasks of the past. Is it obvious that you're trying to help him make a choice? It's a system. It's almost as if it's come to life. He was also supposed to be weighing in on the math and physics contest choices, but the system is telling him to take them all? As it is, he could only go along with the donkey and accept it reluctantly. At the same time, hearing Jiang Nan's sudden outburst of foul language, the faces of the surrounding teachers stared and were startled at the same time. They thought Gangnam was going to give up. After all, they argued about it just now, but none of them asked Jiang Nan for his opinion. At once, the crowd had pacified Gangnam. Zhou Lingfeng, Jiang Nan student, what's wrong? Are you having a hard time? It can be told to me directly. Physics group oldly, Jiang Nan students, this mind is the most important. You must be stable. Chemistry team leader, we want you to enter the competition, and it's for your own good. It will save you a lot of trouble. Biology team leader, as long as you can get the award, the college entrance examination will certainly add points not to mention, and even can directly guarantee the Gangnam. Aha! What about me? I'm not doing anything. You guys are making too much of a fuss. But, now that you've all said that, I could only go along with it. Teachers, I have no difficulty. You don't need to argue. I personally decided. Mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology. I'll participate in all 4 competitions. Chapter 93, which one do you choose? The schoolgirl or the weed? What? You participate in all the math, physics, chemistry and biology competitions? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is 2. This time, it was the turn of the teachers present to explode. It was really Jiang Nan's words that were too shocking. Nima, counting things to be born. That's a full 4-door race. The entire 3rd grade ever. At most, only one person entered all 3 competitions at the same time, but ended up doing poorly on all 3 due to lack of energy. So, normally, it is best for one person to enter only one competition. As the saying goes, it is better to have a wide range than no contest, even if it's a great school teacher. That's just 2 doors. Those who take all 3 at the same time can be few and far between. As for attending the 4 gates, never even heard of it at all. But now, and yet Jiang Nan took the initiative to threaten to participate in the 4 gates? Is it going to break the 3rd grade record? Jiang Nan, think about it. Entering 4 competitions at the same time will divert a lot of your energy, and maybe the results will be counterproductive. Chao Tianyuan looked at Jiang Nan and said, not to mention that the preliminary rounds of the physics and chemistry competitions have been scheduled on the same day. Personally, I'd suggest that you just take another one of physics and chemistry along with the math competition. Old Chao is right. Xia Hongwei also hurriedly nodded his head and said towards Jiang Nan, my suggestion is that you just take part in the math and physics competitions, and if you really have the energy, just add a soy sauce biology at most. After all, biology is the easiest. With your talent and strength, it's not too difficult to take 3 exams, but 4 is. Old Xie, on what basis did you suggest that Jiang Nan take math, physics, and biology and leave me out of chemistry? In my opinion, Gangnam would be better off taking math, chemistry and biology, and as for physics, no test. Biology team leader, a moment of speechlessness. His bio was actually said to be saucy. Biology competitions are also said to be the easiest competitions, although, that counts as a fact. But you guys come right out and say it. That would be insulting, wouldn't it? But, seeing as how you're all willing to let Gangnam bring the biology competition on, I'll hold my tongue. Seeing that several teachers were about to argue again, Jiang Nan hurriedly interrupted with his voice, alright, teachers, I've thought it over. I'll participate in all 4 competitions. I hope you'll agree. For him, winning awards in competitions is only secondary. The point is, the system broke the mold and released the quest. He's the one who has to participate to get the reward for the mission. Gangnam Yu. Ugh, now that you mention it. Join them all. Just join them all. We'll report it to you right away. You go back and get ready. Next Monday is the math competition. Wednesday is physics and chemistry. And Friday is biology. Given Gangnam's toughness and the fact that it has shown strength in all subjects to win the competition, none of the teachers present wanted Jiang Nan to leave their own school behind. But no one could compete with anyone. Eventually, they had to say yes. Consistently, Gangnam is allowed to take 4 competitions at the same time. It's kind of setting a precedent for the 3rd grade. Nope, It's probably a precedent for the entire river city. All the dust has settled. Gangnam can finally go. And just as he left, several group leaders surrounded Hui Fei. Little Hu, you're very good. Although you haven't been teaching for a few years, it's amazing that the class has managed to produce such a talented dark horse. Needless to say, the star class of the senior class this year is yours, and the teacher of the year goes to you. We'll turn around and apply to the school for you, and we hope you keep up the good work and produce more outstanding students. As the saying goes, a mother is as good as her son. The same. Teachers also rise in the ranks by virtue of their students' past. As the youngest female teacher in the school, Hui Fei is the only female senior class teacher, but her weight in the school is not heavy. After all, her seniority is too shallow. But now, several group leaders were present. No one dared to underestimate Hui Fei's junior anymore. Even, they can't help but curry favor. After all, who made it possible for a genius as excellent as Zhang Nan to appear in Hui Fei's class? While they didn't, upon hearing this, Hui Fei was proud in her heart, but her mouth was modest. LOL, it's all luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, hereby issuing a reward. Gangnam, on the way to class, he heard a system beep ringing in his head, not without a pang of breathlessness. Words, what did I accomplish? Ding! The host has completed the task of participating in 4 subject competitions at the same time, and is hereby rewarded with +1 to the host's comprehensive foundation in math, physics, chemistry and biology, +1 to his comprehensive potential, and +100 points. Gangnam? A question mark over his head. He can be sure, the system has really changed sex lately. Nope. In more accurate terms, it should be upgraded. If the past sub-control system was 1 and 0, then the present is sub-control system 2 and 0. Let's leave the rest for now. Light a humanization. The current system would be far from what it used to be. I just don't know if that's good or bad. Should. It's good. Right. After all, we don't want to face a cold machine, do we? It would be good to have more of these tasks and not limit them to just the exam score control kind. Neither the subject base nor the potential for advancement is helpful, though, but 100 points is still useful. Not to mention that the quest is easy to complete and the points are as good as nothing. In one word, awesome. Jiangnan stepped back into the classroom at a relaxed pace. At this point, the third period of the afternoon has ended, just in time for the end of class. After a long and hectic day, Gangnam was about to plop down on the table for a good rest, but just as he sat down in his seat, found on envelopes, chocolates, milk tea, love candies. There's actually a lot of them on the table. It's not just the table, it's in the drawer, too. Full, almost stacked. Who sent this box of toilet paper? At the same time, everyone in the class cast strange glances toward Jiangnan. Boys are sour and so are girls. Bai Yingying, in particular, glanced at Jiangnan with an exasperated puff of air before turning her head away and no longer caring. Gangnam, what did I do? How come Bai Yingying's jealousy has spilled over again? With a belly full of unanswered questions, Jiangnan looked at Fatty Wang on the other side. Fatty, tell me, what's going on here? What else could be going on? Nanjing, you're already a school-wide hit. Both the newest super school bully, the kind that can disgust the old school bully Qin Feng to death. It's the invincible school grass again, with a face value so unbelievable that it can hang on to the veteran school grass in the next class. Yi Zhiqiu, ever since you left last class, girls from outside the class have been coming in and stuffing love letters in your drawer. Stuffing gifts, and when the drawer is full, it's just sitting on the table. That rack, you are not seeing it. I couldn't stop it if I wanted to. I can't help it. As a brother I can only send you a box of toilet paper. I hope you're good. Realize that you are in charge. On one side is my goddess, the white big schoolgirl. On the other side is the extravagant weed of the red lights. Which one do you choose? Fatty Wang said very seriously and solemnly. Gangnam, at #UN%. Chapter 94, Challenge from Yi Zhiqiu. What? The extravagant weed of the lights? What's that got to do with you? And when did we become owners? White Yingying? Haven't accepted it well myself. Dead Fatty. I'm already red enough. Don't you dare spread gossip about me again, or I won't spare you. And take your draws back. I don't need them. And fix these chocolates and stuff. Jiangnan glared at Fatty Wang without any good humor. So says, you're choosing the white schoolgirl? I'm counting on you to know what you're doing. Schoolgirl White is the only goddess in my heart. Since you're together, you must never fail her. Otherwise, I can't spare you either. As for these weeds and stuff, just let me take some losses and give you a regiment. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Wang grinned wildly with his 8 large incisors. Gangnam. Okay, him and Bai Yingying. It really doesn't seem to be explained. Forget it. I won't explain it if I can't. Love it or hate it. Whatever. Jiangnan asked Fatty Wang to help clear the table while stretching his legs, so he was ready to sleep. But, just then, Suddenly a large group of people entered the classroom aggressively and came straight to Jiangnan. The one who took the lead was no one else but Yi Ziqiu, who had met with Jiangnan in the cafeteria before and was in the next 305 class. To this, the class of 304 was amazed. As the saying goes, those who come are not good. Even the little cutie could also tell that this Yi Ziqiu had brought people to find Jiangnan in trouble. But, never heard of a crossover between those two. At best, it's a Nijin schoolboy, and the other is a veteran schoolboy. Murphy, because of this? Why? You wanted to see me about something? Jiangnan rolled his eyes and was also puzzled. However, Yi Ziqiu glanced at Bai Yingying, who was sitting next to her, and then looked at the envelopes, chocolates, and milk tea piled up on Jiangnan's table before finally shifting her gaze to Jiangnan. Jiangnan, I came today to challenge you. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. What did they hear? Yi Ziqiu declared in public that he would challenge Jiangnan? Because of what? Could it be that Jiangnan had recently risen to fame and had snatched Yi Ziqiu's schoolboy throne, and the latter was unwilling to do so? This should be the only explanation. After all, except for this, it's really hard for them to think about it. Yi Ziqiu and Jiangnan will cross paths, and it is true. Yi Ziqiu was just jealous, indignant and resentful. Before that, he is the deserved school grass of the whole 3 middle schools, is the hottest character in the students of the 3 middle schools, especially the most popular with the girls. Wherever he goes, he is the center of attention. But now, it's changed. Everything's changed. His face is good, but Gangnam is even more anticlimactic. If I may use a phrase, that is, the two are not even in the same league. Said Gangnam hanged him, it's all in his face. So much so that all the glory that had previously gathered on him had all come to Jiangnan in these not 2 days' work. For example, the pile of love letters, chocolates, milk tea and candies on Gangnam's table, which belonged to him. He used to get these gifts every single day. But these days, it dwindled and eventually all but disappeared. When he had it, he didn't even look at it, didn't care for it, and threw it away as soon as he received it. But now, when he didn't, inwardly, he was filled with resentment again. Gangnam. It's all Gangnam. It was Gangnam who took away everything that belonged to him. Even the school goddess Bai Yingying, whom he had longed for but had been begging for, had been snatched away by Jiangnan. This breath, he couldn't swallow it anyway. So, he brought someone with him today, and declared in public. He wanted to challenge Jiangnan. He wanted to trample Jiangnan under his feet, to prove to the entire school that he was the strongest, to prove to Bai Yingying that he was the only one worthy of the other. However, Class 304 after a moment of surprise, a sigh of derision ensued. Ha ha ha, but it's going to be a real laugh. Yi Ziqiu actually wants to challenge Jiangnan? This is literally the funniest joke I've ever heard. In terms of face value, Jiangnan's face is flawless, leaving behind Yi Ziqiu by who knows how many streets. Compared to grades, Jiangnan is the second in the whole school even if he intentionally scored 0 points in foreign language. And you, Yi Ziqiu, are the oldest? These ridicules had a line that counted, and all of them supported Jiangnan while pointing directly at Yi Ziqiu, scolding the latter so much that he couldn't raise his head. If you really want to ask who all is talking, that's really hard to say. Anyway, there were a lot of people from Class 304 who opened their mouths, even including Suyu, Zhang Hao and the others. Although Suyu and Zhang Hao had some conflicts with Jiangnan before, and were not convinced by the latter, they had even declared war as well. But, ever since the results of the Jiangnan monthly exam came out, they then had no more half-hearted disdain for Jiangnan. Instead, Jiangnan had become a god in their hearts, though the mouth hasn't said it yet. But in the heart, they could already be considered half of Jiangnan's little fans, and had already surrendered and admitted defeat. Heartily, the world of schoolboys, it's that simple. You are only a little more powerful than me, so I am naturally unwilling to do so, but you are countless times more powerful than me, so I have to learn from you. Not to mention, Gangnam is in the same class as them, and Yi Ziqiu is next door, an out-of-class person. From the point of view of class honor, they were also bound to support Gangnam while being united. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and being a traitor? To this, the group of people that Yi Ziqiu had brought with him were all made red-faced and speechless by the waves of laughter and sarcasm. They had the heart to defend Yi Ziqiu, but the words came to my lips, and there's nothing to say. After all, the crowd's sarcasm was not without merit. A high school student? What's the challenge? Fighting? That's not possible. A fight over here, turn around and get kicked out of school, kill 800 enemies. You certainly can't do anything that will cost you $1,000. That leaves only comparing grades. But compared to grades, even if 10 Yi Ziqiu were added together, they wouldn't be a match for the super academic Jiangnan. Language, math and science are all perfect scores. Foreign language deliberately 0 points. This is still a person can be out of the test? Blundering. They appear to have come in too sloppy. Didn't think of a countermeasure beforehand? Hold it for a full half-minute. Only then did Yi Zhiqiu scarlet his eyes and stare at Jiangnan dead in the face. Jiangnan, I want to compete with you in basketball. Wow. The class was once again abuzz with this statement. Yi Zhiqiu, as students, since this is a challenge, shouldn't the first thing we think of be our grades? That's right, how can you do that? Who in the whole school doesn't know that you're on the varsity basketball team? The best thing you can do is to play basketball, and you've won a lot of matches. That's not fair. Yi Zhiqiu, if you have the ability, compare your grades with Jiangnan. Language, mathematics, biology, chemistry, and biology. Pick any one you want. Class 304 has spoken for Gangnam. Many of the girls who had already developed a favorable impression of Jiangnan even stood up and directly rebuked towards Yi Zhiqiu. As for Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying, the two closest ones, the spittle was going to splash Yi Zhiqiu's face. Chapter 95, Gangnam's little fangirl fanboy's fighting power. Yi Zhiqiu, surrounded by the crowd. He was full of desolation and speechlessness. Nima, who is he? He's the school bully. Yi Zhiqiu, not only is he handsome, but he is also an excellent basketball player, and is known as the god of basketball in the 3rd grade, even if he doesn't get great grades. But before that, how dare anyone in the entire school disrespect him? Especially the girls, all of them a bunch of shameful to please him. Few dare to speak loudly in front of him. But now what? He was actually surrounded by a group of people? There is no shortage of girls among them. Even those girls' voices are louder than the boys, spitting in his face as if he loved him as much as he loved him before and hated him as much as he hated him now. And among them was his beloved Bai Yingying. This moment, he almost had a heart attack. It's really too much of a sense of fallout, hard to accept. But, in the end, he didn't break down, but transformed all the humiliation, all of it into anger towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan, why don't you say something? Don't you dare to compete with me in basketball? Basketball, it's just more than playing basketball. After all, in terms of studying he was definitely inferior to Gangnam, but basketball is what he does best. Jiangnan, on the other hand, had never heard of his playing basketball well. Challenge? Of course we must use our strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Even if the people around him objected, even if Bai Yingying and the other girls fought for Jiangnan, he bit the bullet. It is also known as shameless. To this, Jiangnan just spread his hands. Dare? Of course I dare. But why should I agree to your pick? Gangnam's dictionary. The word dare never existed, but he was afraid of trouble. Not to mention, you said challenge me, but do I have to accept it? Almost subconsciously, he was ready to reject it outright. However, ding, cowardly hosts are not good hosts. A new quest is issued. Please accept the challenge. Gangnam, okay, that's a real slap in the face. He was just about to refuse. As a result, the system released the quest. And there was a note about how cowardly hosts are not good hosts? What does that mean? Blame him for being too low before? Do we have to force him to flaunt it? This dog system, 100% sneakily upgraded, is much more interesting than before. Although Jiangnan really didn't want to accept Yi Zhiqiu's challenge, he could only accept it since there was a system mission. After all, you can't take points for nothing. Only to see Jiangnan shrugged his shoulders and said with a helpless face, originally, I didn't want to agree, but you have said the words to this point, and you have to force me to make a move. So, I'll just go along with what you want. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu hastily nodded his head. Good, then it'll be 6 p.m. We won't see you at the basketball court. Having said that, he then led the men away quickly. It seemed as if he was afraid that Jiangnan would back out. To this, Jiangnan was indifferent. However, the students present in class 304 were collectively shocked. Promise? Jiangnan actually agreed to Yi Zhiqiu's challenge? And it's still basketball? It's true that Gangnam's grades are impressive, but I've never seen him play basketball. It's true that I haven't seen it before. How can he agree to it? You know Yi Zhiqiu is the basketball god of the 3rd middle school. The people in the class showed concern. Fatty Wang even came directly to Jiangnan. Southern god, are you sure? Will it be too careless? Although I've also long been displeased with that Yi Zhiqiu, who just knows how to wear a white face and spin around in front of the white school flower. But in terms of basketball, you're probably no match for him. At the same time, Bai Yingying also came over, her pretty face full of worry. Jiangnan, why don't you not go in the afternoon? When the time comes, I'll tell Yi Zhiqiu to give up the challenge. Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying, the two of them knew Gangnam best, but it is precisely because of the understanding. Instead, they didn't have the slightest confidence in Jiangnan. After all, playing basketball is a skill. If you want to be great, you have to practice hard. But what about Gangnam? They haven't even seen Gangnam touch the ball, have they? How does this compare to Yi Zhiqiu? It's impossible to say you're not worried. But, as a party, Jiang Nan, however, had a bashful face. Fatty, Ing, don't worry, it's just a small basketball, it's easy. Jiang Nan comforted the two for a few sentences, then yawned and went to sleep on the table, tired for a long time. To make up for it, at the same time, the sound of rewards arriving also rang in its head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, hereby rewarding the host with +1 basketball skill, +1 basketball potential, and +100 points. Gangnam. The last class of the afternoon is a self-study. Jiang Nan naturally spent his time dreaming. That's soothing like nothing else. Not a care in the world for the concerns and anxieties of the class. As for the sensation he caused throughout the school by agreeing to Yi Zhiqiu's basketball challenge, he cared even less. Soon, and the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was only 10 minutes before the end of the last class. But, at this time the basketball court is 3 circles inside, 3 outside, and 3 more in the center, which can be said to be surrounded by people. They were all here to watch Jiang Nan and Yi Zhiqiu compete. No, precisely, more like come to give a shout out to Gangnam. After all, it was mostly girls, little fans of Gangnam, only to see them all holding banners with words like, "Go Gangnam, Gangnam is the most handsome." Sheesh, see this scene. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't mention how heartbroken he was. After all, it was all supposed to be his. All the shouts and cheers were his too, available at, when a Gangnam came out of nowhere. It's all changed. Thanks to that, he had someone make a fool of himself and spread the news throughout the school last period after Gangnam agreed to the challenge. But the results, drawing mostly supporters of Gangnam? And the support for him is none for the girls except for the boys who like to play basketball. It's really a success or a failure. It's a damn face-reading society. Captain, don't worry, I've already inquired for you. In his 3 years of high school, that kid Jiang Nan even touched the ball only a handful of times, let alone played. I'm pretty sure he's never going to be a match for you with one hand. You'll abuse him later, even if he's handsome and has good grades. So what, if he can't play basketball, does he still call himself a man? Once you beat him and abuse him, you'll definitely be the most popular person in school again. I can't wait to see Jiang Nan's miserable appearance. It's so cool and exciting just thinking about it. Gangnam had not yet arrived at the basketball court. The few members of the varsity basketball team next to them were constantly cheering for Yi Zhiqiu. Hear that? Yi Zhiqiu was always a little bit relieved. But the next second, when Jiang Nan brought Fatty Wang and Bai Ying and walked slowly into the basketball court, he couldn't be relieved. See only, a big basketball court. Immediately there was a monstrous clamor, all from class 304 kids, and little fan girls who adore Gangnam, and little fanboys who love to learn. Nanjin, go for it, you're the best. Nanjin, love you, you're just too handsome. Nanjin, I want to give you a monkey. Southern God, that ugly bastard actually dared to challenge you as well. You must teach him a good lesson. Nanshin, make that scum understand that as a school bully, you're all powerful and can him up even in basketball. Chapter 96, 1 for shooting, 2 for confrontation? Yi Zhiqiu, okay, Gangnam's little fangirl is fighting too hard. On cheering, his people are in no way comparable, but he was not going to give in. The other side, Jiang Nan couldn't help but be shocked at the fact that he actually had so many little fangirls, and little fanboys. Sheesh, blame it on being too good. You can't hide it even if you keep a low profile. Hey, it's sad. Seeing Jiang Nan's few people come into the field, Yi Zhiqiu took the lead while holding the basketball. Jiang Nan, I didn't think you'd really dare to come. Why would I be afraid to come if I promised? Jiang Nan looked at Yi Zhiqiu like an idiot. Good boy, you have guts, but more than basketball, just having guts is useless. You have to rely on real skills. If I were you, I'd just give up and beg for mercy. Then I might even let you off the hook. Otherwise, I can't tell you how much I'm going to abuse you later. Yi Zhiqiu spoke viciously towards Jiang Nan, said he was making Gangnam give up, but actually, it's clearly anti-radicalization. Ha, keep that to yourself. Jiang Nan glanced at Yi Zhiqiu contemptuously. Speak directly, how do you want to compare? I'm still in a hurry to go eat. You, at those words, Yi Zhiqiu could be said to be furious. Nima, Jiang Nan clearly didn't put him in his eyes. This is really intolerable. Since you're in a hurry to get killed, don't blame me. Yi Zhiqiu would have liked to compete with Jiang Nan in a verbal battle, pressing on the momentum, counting the pre-match warm-up. But the results, how dare Gangnam want to just skip it? The ratio is simple. One is shooting and the other is playing against it. Let's start with shooting. 10 balls each, and see who scores more 3-pointers wins. How about that? Yi Zhiqiu had long thought of the rules of the match, so he spoke without thinking. The first shot, but instead of shooting 2-pointers, it's 3-pointers, just because. 2-point shots are too easy, there's no pressure, and he can't wow the crowd even if he wins. This not what he wanted. This challenge, not only was he trying to defeat Jiangnan, but he was also trying to put on a hard show in front of the entire school to bring himself back to the top. Nature. He's going to go for the harder 3-point shot, and on the 3-point shot, that is his specialty. I believe Jiangnan will lose very miserable. He could already fantasize about the wonderful picture of himself scoring 6 or 7 out of 10 later on, while Jiangnan didn't score a single goal. In time, one of the girls in the neighborhood counts, must be re-enchanted himself. Mouth will no longer call Jiangnan name, but Yi Jiqiu. As for the second confrontation, it's more of a solo show for him. On ball skills, he was always first in the school. After winning the first match, winning the second confrontation match would completely knock Jiangnan off the pedestal, so that the latter would never be able to turn over again in front of the entire school. Beyond that, he harbors other little thoughts. You can't make physical contact with the ball. The only thing is in the confrontation. It was only then that he was able to reveal Gangnam's true colors. Fong can let the crowd know. That knife face, even if a moment again good, but also then their own pure natural. Then shooting? Could be. Jiangnan didn't care about what or how to compare, and only looked at Yi Jiqiu indifferently. You go first, otherwise, if I make a move, you'll have to lose your courage. You. At those words, Yi Jiqiu could be said to be furious. Arrogant. It's just too arrogant. Much more arrogant than he used to be. Really, if you can tolerate it, you can't. If an uncle can tolerate it, so can an aunt. But, eventually he relented. It did not reject Gangnam's offer. After all, it's in his favor. It's always easier to pitch first, and he had practiced for a while before Jiangnan arrived. Just as his hand was still feeling good, since Gangnam wants to lose, he certainly wouldn't concede, much less show any mercy. After dribbling the ball for a bit, he stepped up to the 3-point line, then looked for his hand, and was ready to shoot. As for Gangnam, on the other hand, he directly retreated to the side of Fatty Wang and by Ying outside the field, not even looking at Yi Jiqiu at all. Anyway, no matter how many Yi Jiqiu throws in, he also thought to himself that he would not lose. But, Fatty Wang and Bai Ying don't have such a good mindset as he does, even though Jiangnan said he was bound to win before he came. Nanshan, you must not underestimate Yi Jiqiu. That kid, I know, shoots 3-pointers at a very high rate. 10 at least can score 5 or 6, or even 7. Fatty is right. Jiangnan, you can't take it lightly. I heard Yi Jiqiu is really good at shooting. Both Fatty Wang and Bai Ying reminded Jiangnan, although they know Gangnam is awesome too. But the awesome thing is learning, not basketball. Between the two, the difference is just too great. They really didn't want to see Jiangnan being ravaged. But, Jiangnan, however, was a calm horse. You guys see when I would do something I'm not sure of? Don't worry. Aha! Fatty Wang and Bai Ying nodded their heads. However, the worry in the eyes of the two men did not diminish in the slightest. Just don't want to pressure Gangnam. Then he forced himself to keep his mouth shut. Exempt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just then, there was a sighing and booming from all around. Just because Yi Jiqiu, in the court, has made his first 3-pointer and it was perfectly airborne into the net. It was worthy of being the bearer of the varsity basketball team, and was called the existence of the god of basketball in the 3rd middle school. That's a high enough goal percentage. For sure, almost subconsciously, many people around the room applauded it. Sure, mostly boys. As for the girls, they still strongly support Gangnam. But, even so, it was also enough to give Yi Jiqiu confidence. Originally he was a little nervous. After all, this match was crucial for him and he could not afford to lose. But, after throwing in the first goal, he instantly relaxed and took a series of shots with confidence, hitting all 3 in a row. Only the 5th ball, with slightly weaker force, hit the basket while bouncing right off. But no one present laughed at Yi Jiqiu. After all, 4 of 5 from 3-point range, the strength was already very impressive. In the entire 3rd middle school, apart from Yi Jiqiu, they had never seen a second person do it, and couldn't spray. Can't see it. He's really something. No wonder you dared to challenge me. See this scene. Jiangnan also couldn't help but sigh. After all, not everyone has the same external aids as he does. Yi Jiqiu's performance is really good now. Hear him. Next to her, Bai Ying could be even more nervous. Jiangnan, Yi Jiqiu scored 4 out of 5. Can you still win against him? What? You don't believe me? Jiangnan knocked Bai Ying on the forehead. He was saddened by the fact that his words were questioned again and again, or by those around him. But, heaven and earth, he just casually knocked Bai Ying's forehead. Almost subconscious behavior. There are no other ideas. However, for the surrounding crowd, it was like a 1,000-ton bomb that exploded on the spot with a loud bang. Chapter 97, breaking the record of 10 into 8. Can Gangnam still make a miracle? Surprise! Look, what is Gangnam doing? He actually knocked Bai Ying's forehead? Could it be that he's really with the schoolgirl? Ooh, how could this happen? It's the first time I've ever liked a boy so much, but as a result, it's actually been taken by the schoolgirl first? Dying. So angry. Wait, you girls have it backwards, right? The ones who should be angry should be us boys. By this schoolflower is the object of all of our crushes, and yet she was taken down by Jiangnan. Nonsense. What do you mean by Ying was taken down by Jiangnan? It was clearly her who took down Jiangnan. That sounds ambiguous. Something doesn't feel right. Whatever. No matter which one of them takes who, I'll still love Gangnam. Gangnam, you're so handsome. Jiangnan is handsome, but Bai Ying isn't ugly at all. Okay. Even if the schoolflower is cheaper than Jiangnan, she is still the only goddess in our hearts. Goddess, you are the most beautiful. Eater, %Yuan at #Yuan%. This drawing seems a little weird. Isn't there a shooting contest going on in the arena? Now the focus. Shouldn't that be the result of Yi Zhiqiu's shot? Available at. Just because of a small action by Gangnam, everyone's attention changed. No longer paying attention to Yi Zhiqiu, but all on Jiang Nan and Bai Ying. The murmur was a clamor that could be heard to the heavens. Even if Yi Zhiqiu played well and shot accurately, the voices that could applaud him were silenced. Yi Zhiqiu, %Yuan at #Yuan%. He was almost spitting blood. Just now, he was secretly happy when he made 4 out of 5 throws. But now, he couldn't wait to raise his sword and fight with Jiangnan. But in the end, he forced himself to not pay attention to Jiangnan's side as much as possible, and also dismissed the comments of the people around him as farts, while exhaling deeply and proceeding with the back 5 shots. The other side, hearing the murmurings of the people in the neighborhood, Bai Ying's pretty face swished red. She didn't expect Jiangnan to actually make such intimate gestures to herself in public. It appears that, does Gangnam really like himself? While not saying it with your mouth, you directly proved our relationship with your actions and declared your sovereignty in public? Oinking, so shy. Fatty Wang, %Yuan at #Yuan%. Glancing at Jiangnan and Bai Ying, he was complicated for a moment. One is his own brother. One is his own goddess. The two were together and making ambiguous gestures in public. Should he be happy? Happy? Or happy? In the past, when the three of them walked together, it was him, Jiangnan and Bai Ying. Now it's Jiangnan, Bai Ying, and then him? Looks like he's become a light bulb. Redundant? Okay. Redundancy is redundancy. Who made Gangnam his brother? Exempt. Awesome. Scored again? Again. 5 and 4, that adds up to 10 and 8? That breaks the all-time record for third-grade basketball, doesn't it? Awesome. Just then, another gasp rang out around the neighborhood, and the crowd's attention returned to the basketball court once again, just because Yi Zhiqiu had already thrown the last ball. Before that he was 5 and 4, and the 6th, 7th and 8th goals were scored, but not much attention was paid to them, so much so that he was out of form and missed the 9th. As for that last shot, before casting, Yi Zhiqiu then made plans in his heart not to enter. After all, he's really got a bit of a broken heart. Not to mention, 7 of 10 from 3-point range, which has been his best in the past, is enough to win this matchup. Results available, and I don't know if he's really skilled, or is God all in his favor. A shot he'd given up on, thrown out, spun around the basket a couple times, and it actually ended up going in? Unexpected joy. It was a surprise. Instantly, several people on the varsity team cheered for Yi Zhiqiu, as well as quite a few boys who love to play basketball as well. After all, 3-point field goals, 8 out of 10. Even professional basketball players wouldn't dare to say they can shoot that well, but Yi Zhiqiu did. True to his name, he is the basketball god of the 3rd grade. To this, Yi Zhiqiu was also filled with complacency. 8. He didn't even dare to think about it. Weekday training, he's only 6 out of 10, and he's lucky to score 7. But today he scored a record 8. Needless to say, he's 100% sure to win. It's not just him who thinks so, and a few from the varsity team, and everyone in the room who could play basketball, thought so. Even the little fangirl fanboys who were bent on supporting Jiangnan and cheering for him were suddenly flustered. Gangnam must make 9 3-pointers if they want to win, but it's hard to do from that distance, isn't it? Don't say 9. Even 8 holds are difficult. If they were allowed to throw, it would be a matter of luck if they could score 1 or 2, and probably not even 1. Na Jiangnan, can he work miracles? Everyone in the room was bottomless, including Bai Ying and Wang Fatty, as well as the crowd in class 304. This way, Yi Zhiqiu took the ball and walked towards Jiangnan with a smug look on his face. I've finished shooting. Playing generally, 10 3-pointers actually only scored 8. Now it's up to you. I've heard that you're very good at studying. This monthly exam, you got perfect scores in a number of subjects. I wonder if you'll be able to shoot perfect scores in this shooting, too, and score 10 out of 10? Talking at the same time, before Yi Zhiqiu even approached, he directly threw the basketball at Jiangnan with force, as if he wanted to give the latter a downward spiral. To this, Bai Yingying was all startled and instinctively stepped back, but Jiangnan immediately blocked in front of her. Then, wow, only to see him lightly stretch out a hand. He easily caught the basketball, not to mention that he directly held the ball with his 5 fingers. Ha! You did play average. It's just 10 and 8, just you wait and see. In response to Yi Jiqiu's dismounted words and that precise style pretense, Jiangnan only smiled faintly, followed by, he sauntered over to the 3-point line, but instead of shooting right away, it was left and right, dribbling the ball a little bit on the ground to get a feel for it. Then, he made a motion to get ready to shoot. At this point, the people in the surrounding area, all of them were holding their breath. Only swish, 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 and cast their eyes on Jiangnan. They all want to know, this first goal of Jiangnan's, can it go in or not? If it could, it meant that Gangnam might be good with the ball, but if it couldn't, it was going to lose half of it straight away. Even Yi Jiqiu clenched his fists and stared at Jiangnan with wide eyes while not making the slightest little move. However, to their dismay, Jiangnan made a shooting motion though, but it's also just making shooting motions, the ball in its hand. Still no pitch. Instead, he suddenly thought of something and actually put the ball back in and took 2 steps back? Yi Jiqiu? Onlookers. Chapter 98, a patterned basketball method that amazed the crowd. Surprise! The crowd was shocked. Can't really understand Gangnam's intentions. After all, 3-point shooting. Everyone else hates to stand close to the 3-point line. For example, Yi Jiqiu just now. It's close to just stepping off the line and shooting. But what about Gangnam? Actually walking backwards, 2 steps away from the 3-point line? It's all the way to the quarterback, right? Who is it looking down on? Did you deliberately hit Yi Jiqiu in the face just now? But, you can punch me in the face if you want to. That's if you throw the ball in. There wasn't much hope of the shot going in, and now it's 2 steps away. So the odds of it going in are even lower, right? To this, Yi Jiqiu was first surprised for a while, but then let out a cold laugh. Ha, want to pretend? Then you have to have the ability to do so. Don't, at that time, lift a stone but smash your own feet. He has determined. Gangnam is just claptrap, so far away. To his death, he didn't believe that Jiangnan could vote in. The other side, as a party, the crowd was heard exclaiming. Jiangnan was also helpless. Words. He likes to keep a low profile and doesn't want to show off like this. But there's no way. Who let just now? The system released another oddball quest to come? Ding. For this shot, please ask the host to obtain 40 points. P.S. If the host can perform a fancy shot and completely defeat Yi Jiqiu, shaking up the entire arena, the reward points can be doubled. Gangnam. There are really no words. Since the system has been upgraded, its tawdry maneuvering just keeps getting better and better. In fact, he had long guessed that the system might release a score control quest. After all, this challenge was what the system had told him to accept. But he never expected. It's just as well that the system has issued a score control mission. I can't believe you want him to get 40 points? Even more PS for him to make fancy shots? 10 balls. If it's just 3-pointers, even if they all go in, it's only 30 points. So how can you get 40? The only way he could do that was to take 2 steps back, stand outside the 4-point line, and shoot 10 fours. Hey, it's so hard to keep a low profile. He had been prepared to directly throw a 10 and 10 and simply win over Yi Jiqiu and forget about it. Results available. The system had to make him pretend, but for that doubled points reward, he had to reluctantly do the same, taking 2 steps back and standing outside the quarterback, immediately following. He didn't even jump, just casually throwing the ball out of his hand, but the ball cut a perfect arc in the air. Swish fell into the basket. Whoa, it's in. The ball is in. It's just bull. A shot from this far and it went in? That's no longer a 3-pointer. It's a 4-pointer, isn't it? It's perfect. Worthy of being Jiangnan, worthy of being the Southern God, worthy of being a superb scholar who combines both face value and talent. Senior Jiangnan, you're too good. Senior Jiangnan, you're just too handsome. Senior Jiangnan, go for it, keep it up. You must be the best. Just 5 more 4-pointers and you'll beat that clown Yi Jiqiu. Moment. A burst of screams and shouts erupted from all around, all from Jiangnan's little fangirls and fans. Originally, they didn't have much confidence in Jiangnan's victory over Yi Jiqiu, and they were still very anxious and apprehensive just now, but now it was as if they were burning with fire, and their confidence was about to burst. That Bai Yingying jumped straight up in excitement. Fatty Wang was also greatly surprised, then laughed so hard that his mouth split open, and rushed to pick up the ball for Jiangnan. As for those varsity members, each one of them stared wide-eyed. as if they were in a state of living hell. And Yi Jiqiu saw the scene, also rubbed his eyes incredulously. How is that possible? Almost 3 years of high school. He hadn't heard that Gangnam had a good shot. He had expected that Jiangnan was deliberately playing the game and clamoring for attention, and would lift a stone to hit his own feet. Results available. To actually throw such a perfect 4-point shot? Strength? Or was it luck? It can't be strength. It's definitely luck. Yes, luck. Just luck. How else could he have thrown such a perfect 4-point shot so casually? Yi Jiqiu had a burst of self-assurance in his heart. However, just then, Jiangnan, however, muttered to himself with slight dissatisfaction. Hey, it's off by 0.01 centimeters. It didn't land in the net hollow. Yi Jiqiu, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Nima, is that a human thing to say? He thought it was a perfect 4-point play. When it comes to Gangnam's mouth, he's actually disgusted? Jiangnan, don't be too complacent. You were just lucky just now. I don't believe you can still throw in the second ball. Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but speak viciously towards Jiangnan. Luck? Then you can watch. Just now it was just a test run, counting it as an appetizer. Next, I'll make sure it all falls hollow. Jiangnan smiled faintly at Yi Jiqiu and took 2 more steps back after taking the ball from Fatty Wang. Didn't even wait for the crowd to react. Then, just like earlier, he casually threw the basketball. Swish, into the net again. And still more perfect hollow falls. I go to. Is this still human? He's actually taken 2 more steps back. He's almost at the midfield line. And he still scores a perfect goal? He didn't even aim at it. There was no jumping motion either. It was thrown completely at random? It's just bull. Worthy of the Southern God. Style is unbeatable. Love it, love it. There's one in the neighborhood that counts. All of them instantly became Jiangnan fans. If 1 goal can be luck, 2 goals can never be luck. Bai Yingying and Wang Fatty were already completely mesmerized and confident in Jiangnan, and their faces were blossoming with joy. Only leaves no autumn. Its face could be described as difficult to see. But, it's only 2 goals. After all, getting him to admit defeat was impossible. Although all the goals Gangnam scored were 4-pointers. But the comparison was 3-pointers. And even if Jiangnan scored 6 in a row, he wouldn't recognize it unless Jiangnan could score 9. However, Gangnam's next move, but it directly shook him speechless, only to see that Jiangnan, after receiving the ball, actually took 2 steps backward once again, directly to the midfield line. The Southern God actually took 2 more steps back? Straight to the center field line? He's not going to take 2 steps back for every pitch, is he? Is that still a shot? That's clearly a fancy show technique. That's a little too confident, isn't it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Beat me to death. So far apart. He can throw in. The crowd was shocked. But it's just because it's so shocking. So much so that many of those who play basketball began to be unconvinced, always feeling that Gangnam was too high on confidence. However, whether they are convinced or not, Gangnam had thrown the ball from the center field line with the same aim as before, without aiming or jumping. Swish! Once again, the ball went in. And again, it was a perfect hollow drop. Chapter 99, you want to fight with me for the second time? Crowd, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. See this scene. The crowd was already shocked and speechless. The only thing they could do was to have stars in their eyes. In addition to worship, Gangnam. It's the god of their hearts, bar none. And, this is far from over. Next, it's totally a solo performance show for Gangnam. The only thing the crowd could do was stare in awe. Watching the uncharacteristically handsome man in the center of the court is a long way from the rim. But, pitching hits. And yet it's still 100%. Anyway, as soon as the ball arrived, Jiangnan took 2 steps back, then threw the ball without aiming or jumping. By the 9th pitch, the distance is too far. Gangnam had to fling the throw with one hand, but the ball still went in. All onlookers %UN hashtag at hashtag UN. Numb. They are completely numb. Gangnam is an emotionless shooting machine. Solid hammer. 9 pitches and 9 entries, and they're all 4-point goals. The ending of this match was obvious. Jiangnan had gained an absolute victory. For the 10th ball, Gangnam no longer has the need to vote again. But he still took the basketball from Fatty Wang and backed up to the other side of the rim at the baseline. Hiss! Everyone in the surrounding area held their breath and stared at this scene with deadly intensity, as if they all wanted to witness a miracle. Throw the ball from this side of the rim to the other side of the rim. Can you still hit it in the center of the air? It can't be. After all, it's just too far. It's a full 28 meters, not counting the height of the rim. But, Jiangnan didn't hesitate much, still grasping the ball with one hand, then flinging it hard. Swish! Very crisp sound into the net. And the last goal went in? It's no longer luck. It's not skill. It's a miracle. A true miracle. A record breaker. Bull by. There's no other adjective left. Only two words are awesome. Gangnam, he's the real basketball god. The people around them, one by one, all jumped up in excitement, and together they cheered wildly for Jungnan. Not only girls, but boys as well. Not only students, but also a number of teachers. Not only those who originally supported Jungnan, but also those who originally disliked Jungnan and stood against him. At this moment, they've all become Gangnam fans. Bai Yingying had long since run to Jungnan's side, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at Jungnan adoringly, her eyes popping out little stars. Fatty Wang even couldn't help but directly give Jungnan a bear hug, and if Jungnan hadn't pushed him away, he wouldn't have been willing to let go. Nima, he's a veteran basketball fan, played basketball for years long ago. Whenever he could, he would ask someone to play, but until today, did he realize that the real basketball megagod, who had been hiding from him all this time, was his iron brother? His mouth was laughing in a way that was comparable to a bloody mouth, the kind that really cracked open and couldn't even be closed. In one word, awesome. 4 words, happy, pain in the ass. But, some people are happy and some people are sad. There was much rejoicing, but so do the sad ones. That's today's challenger, Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu's face, redder than a monkey's ass by 3 points, almost couldn't catch his breath and went straight over. Gas. He was so angry. There are really no words to describe it. He had wanted to use his own strengths to attack the enemy's shortcomings, and had purposely gathered so many people around him, wanting to stomp on Jungnan severely in public. Results available. 1,000 calculations. He just didn't count on it. Jungnan's shooting skills are simply unbelievable. Start at the 4-point line and take 2 steps back for every shot, all the way to the bottom of the rim on the other side. Is it humanly possible? Even a machine can't do that, right? The moment he was about to question the world. Jungnan, how the hell did you do that? Yi Zhiqiu stared blankly at Jungnan. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Jungnan looked at Yi Zhiqiu blandly. It's actually very simple. As long as you're better at math and physics, it would be possible to combine the force, angle, wind and air resistance to come up with a formula. Wouldn't it be nice to get another basketball generation in the world of schoolboys? It's that simple. He didn't even open up with the help of the system. Straightforward use of the most basic math and physics is enough to achieve a 100% shooting percentage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately completing the mission. And we hereby double the reward for the host's basketball skill +3, potential +3, and points +300. Ha! Hear the alert in your head that the reward has arrived. Jungnan couldn't help but grin. The system. It's just getting cuter and cuter. Basketball skills and potential don't matter, but 300 points. And yet it smells really good. Originally, he had thought that doubling the reward would be doubling it, but it turned out to be tripling it. From 100 points on a regular day, it has increased to 300 points, which is a record-breaking first. It was not in vain that he had worked hard on his fancy shooting. Not bad, not bad. So it is. Hearing Jungnan's words, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly came to a realization. He had swiped a similar video on a certain soundtrack with a small security guard mocking the janitor for not being able to shoot. In the beginning, it's true that the cleaners won't. Tried many times without scoring a single shot. Just as the little security guard laughed out loud, the janitor, however, measured the length, width, height, size and weight of the court, the rim, the basket, the basketball, etc., and ultimately translated it into a formula to become a 3-point sharpshooter. He had thought that this was just a virtual plot story, but he didn't realize that it actually existed in reality, and it happened to Gangnam? This is unbelievable. No, one could say it's a miracle. How about that? Now you should admit defeat. I did lose the first pitch. Yi Zhiqiu's face darkened a bit, but immediately afterward, his words changed. However, Jungnan, don't be too complacent. This second confrontation, I will definitely win against you. What? You still want to compete with me? At those words, Jungnan could not help but be surprised. The shot just now, he was killing Yi Zhiqiu in seconds with absolute strength. I thought Yi Zhiqiu would directly admit defeat, but as a result, this person actually wanted to compete with him in the second match? That resilience. That's pretty good. Losing a shot like that and not having a complete meltdown? Then, of course we're going to compete. We had a deal before. 1 for shooting, 2 for matchups, and we're only halfway through the game, so how can we not compete? Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth and said with great certainty, shooting is but a part of basketball. Just now is only a warm-up. If we talk about confrontation, I will definitely not lose. Bai Yingying, Fatty Wang, all surrounding onlookers, all of them were speechless. Apparently, for Yi Zhiqiu's insistence, they were all surprised. Change it to someone else. After seeing Gangnam's god-awful shooting and scoring, he should have surrendered and admitted defeat immediately. but Yi Jiqiu conceded defeat. But then also, is this a head iron, trying to lose again and again? Or is it a hidden killer trying to get back in the game? Chapter 100 Raising to the 9th level, Becoming the God of Basketball. Is Yi Jiqiu stupid? Of course not. Not only is he not stupid, he's smart. But, it's also because he's smart. That's why they insisted on comparing the second game against knowing that Gangnam's shot was unbeatable. After all, shooting unbeatable is shooting unbeatable. And the matchups are not only about competing for shots on the scoreboard, but also about looking at individual ball handling fundamentals. Gangnam also said, it's only possible to hit 100% of the shots because it translates the shot into a mathematical physics formula. But, there's no formula for ball control. That competition was totally about playing basketball. And Yi Jiqiu thought to himself that in the entire third middle school, if he said his basketball level was second, no one would dare to say first. Even if it was Zhang Nan, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Not to mention, there were so many people around the perimeter. If he just concedes defeat without a way to get back in the game, he'll never get back on his feet again. So, he had to turn his back on it. Since you must compete, then I'll fulfill you. Just say it directly. How is this second match going to be? Zhang Nan waved his hand and said indifferently. Some people insist on being abused. He couldn't very well refuse. Think of it as swiping heads. Maybe the system will even issue quests and send him points. This time we won't be competing as individuals but as a group. After all, basketball is a team sport. How about you and I each pick 2 teammates and have a 3-on-3? Whoever gets 30 points first wins? Words to say, Yi Jiqiu was really not stupid at all. Although he guessed that Zhang Nan's ball control wasn't necessarily good, he didn't even dare to go one-on-one with Zhang Nan just in case, and opt for 3-on-3. This reduces Gangnam's personal influence. He was also afraid that Zhang Nan would not agree, even saying things like group exercise. It's just shameless. Yes, Zhang Nan was indifferent. 1-on-1 is fine, 3-on-3 is fine. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Okay, now that you've agreed, let's hurry up and find your teammates. The match starts in 3 minutes. Having said that, Yi Jiqiu then opened up his teammates to go. First hand yes, second hand no. There are a lot of guys who can play basketball throughout the 3rd grade, and almost all of the boys can play a few times, but not many of them actually play well, basically on varsity. And naturally, he was the first to pick helpers from the varsity team that were second only to him, and as for the ones he didn't pick, he had to take precautions ahead of time to prevent them from helping Zhang Nan. After all, he's still captain of the varsity basketball team, isn't he? In time, his side plus himself equals 3 strong men. As for Zhang Nan's side, even if Zhang Nan was powerful, but his teammates were dragging him down, he was bound to lose. I have to say, he envisioned it well. Only, that's totally unnecessary, because Zhang Nan simply did not intend to pick his teammates, nor did he intend to go 3-on-3, but he was ready to go 1-on-3. Ding! For this competition, please ask the host to take the score 30-0. P.S. If the host can perform 15 kinds of fancy dunks and rock the house, the bonus points can be doubled. Hear the beeps in your head. A small smile appeared on Zhang Nan's face once again. He had guessed that the system would release a quest, and it was true. The one that gave him points had come again. Just make him do 15 fancy dunks? That's a bit of a problem. After all, a dunk is not a shot. The latter he could easily do by using his knowledge of math and physics to derive the formula. But this fancy dunk, he's not very good at it. It appears that the only thing left to do is to open up. It's just pity for my points. Hey, ding! Super Invincible Learning Demon Control Subsystem. Host, Zhang Nan. Gender, male. Language, 9th grade. Basketball, level 4, can be upgraded. Consumes 100 points for each level. Currently up to level 9. Skill, extra strong memory. Physique, 41. Points, 500. Current number of draws available, 5. Gangnam, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN%. Okay. Speechless spit. This system is awesome. Really awesome. As long as you have points, you can be upgraded, whether it is in subjects such as languages, mathematics, physics, chemistry, or various abilities such as basketball, soccer, table tennis, and so on. Only, he rarely checked out skills like basketball before, not to mention giving it an upgrade. After all, the points he used to upgrade his mainstream subjects were not enough, and it was hard for him to upgrade his mainstream subjects to the point where they could not be upgraded at the high school level, and all the extra points were used for the lottery. And this time it was hard to check the basketball rating and actually found that it had reached level 4. It was supposed to be a happy event. After all, he relied solely on his personal physical qualities, plus the formulaic shooting method he had just used, as well as a little bit of ball control skills. He's at a level of basketball right now that would be difficult for the average person to reach. But if he wanted to raise it to the highest 9 levels, yet it still needs 500 points, and he happens to have only 500 points. This, coincidence? Or is the system intentionally accurate? Is that what it takes to make him points poor? With his knowledge of the Go system, 9 times out of 10 it's the latter. But, spitting is spitting. Leveling up is still needed. After all, he'll have to earn points again by virtue of its completion. Give me the basketball straight up to 9. Nan issued the order in his head. Ding! Basketball level up is complete. A total of 500 points were consumed. The system panel data is updated as follows. Super Invincible Learning Demon Control Subsystem. Hostname, Nan. Gender, male. Basketball, level 9, highest level so far. Points, 0. Current number of draws available, 0. The rest of the data Gangnam didn't look at. He only looked at the basketball and point draw changes. At the same time, a lot of knowledge and skills about basketball suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he had been enlightened. E.g., 999 plus shooting tips, 999 plus dunking tips, 999 plus ball handling tips, 999 plus crossing tips. There is a lot of knowledge, and the kind that the body can adapt to in synchronization. Fantastic. Moment. Nan then felt that he had incarnated himself into the god of basketball. A veritable, omnipotent kind of thing. Don't say 15 fancy dunks, even if it's 100 or 1,000. He's not bothered. If he were to have another shooting contest like the one he just had, he would never just know how to shoot stupidly in place. Ha! Yi Jichio. I've put in a lot of effort to earn some points from you, so don't blame me later, ha! After all, you asked for it. Chapter 101, against the 3 of you, I alone am sufficient. 3 minutes later, it's still the same basketball court. Yi Jichio had already found 2 teammates, but Nan was delighted at the sight, just because the 2 teammates who followed Yi Jichio, he actually knew, were Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan from the same class? Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. He hadn't seen it in days. Last week these 2 had to bet themselves a 1,000-meter run in gym class, but ended up falling on their faces, not to mention getting down on their knees in public and being polite. Then, these 2 were taken to the school infirmary. But, once you go, you don't come back. Didn't show up for class for almost a week. Didn't even take the monthly exam. Available today. These 2 showed up again? And formed a basketball team with Yi Jichio? What do you mean? Is he going to take revenge on himself? Well, that depends on whether or not you have the skills. For the 3 people, Yi Jichio, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, who were walking aggressively, Nan did not care at all. But, Fatty Wang immediately scolded. Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan, what do you mean? Today is Yi Jichio's challenge to Nan. Do you guys want to get involved too? You should know that Yi Jichio is from class 5. Even if you don't help someone from your own class, you shouldn't help someone from outside your class, right? Fatty Wang, you are wrong about that. Even though we're from class 4, we're also on the varsity basketball team. Yi Jichio is our captain, and now that the captain is going to PK with someone, how can we not help? Not to mention, the PKs are still Gangnam? Huang Sihai narrowed his eyes and stared at Nan dead in the face. This is an enemies meeting. So did Hu Dajuan. Originally they were still out here recuperating. No plans to go back to school for a while. It's really, I lost so badly last time, I had no face. But when they heard their captain Yi Jichio challenge Nan to play basketball, they all ran back at once. Purpose. Naturally, he wanted to see Nan make a fool of himself, but they didn't make it to the previous shootout and didn't make it to the basketball court until just now. But it's better to come early than late. Although they were late, they happened to run into Yi Jichio, who was looking for teammates to deal with Nan together. At once, 2 people signed up enthusiastically. As for Yi Jichio, he was originally looking for the 2 strongest teammates, so he was naturally happy to accept Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. After all, these 2 are athletic students. Not only is he physically strong, but he's also a very good basketball player, second only to him in strength on the varsity team. Not to mention, these 2 also have a grudge against Nan. Shame on you. Fatty Wang couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Bai Ying also beamed with righteous indignation. Many of the class 4 people present were also very dissatisfied with Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan's behavior, and they cursed the 2 of them for selling out the class. But, Nan, however, reached out and pulled Fatty Wang, and pacified Bai Ying in the class 4 crowd. It's fine, let them unite is all. It's just the right time to get together and settle it together. Treat the enemy. He's not going to be merciful. Anyway, abusing Yi Jichio alone is also abuse. Plus Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan is also abuse. Why not? Ha! What a mouthful. Yi Jichio also stared dead at Nan. It's about to start. My people have been chosen. Where are yours? Isn't that where my people are? Right here. Who? Yi Jichio's head popped up with 2 question marks. Then he turned his head to look at Fatty Wang and Bai Ying beside Jiangnan in disbelief. You can't be saying that the two of them are your teammates, right? There were only 6 of them in the field at the moment. The field was crowded though, and not one of them stood in nature. Yi Jiqiu could only think of Fatty Wang and Bai Ying. Fatty Wang was still understandable, with his stocky build, no less than the 3 of them, but what the hell was Bai Ying? Bai Ying is a soft girl. Is Gangnam unable to find anyone? You're actually dragging Bai Ying into a team? Or is this a Gangnam plot? It's just that he concluded that he liked Bai Ying and didn't dare to hurt her, trying to get himself tied up later? Facts. Yi Jiqiu brainstormed too much. Only Jiang Nan pointed a finger at himself. No, against the 3 of you, I'm sufficient alone. Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan. What did they hear? Jiang Nan is prepared to take on all 3 of them by himself? How wild is that statement? Are you out of your mind? Even if Jiang Nan was good at basketball, he would instantly become a sheep when surrounded by the 3 of them, right? It's not just them. Even Fatty Wang and Bai Ying were stunned, especially Fatty Wang. He thought that although his basketball skills were not very strong, they were by no means poor, and the reason why he stood on the court was that he was ready to deal with Yi Jiqiu together with Jiangnan. Results available. Jiangnan actually doesn't need him? Jiangnan, would you be too gullible? Bai Ying also couldn't help but remind. Although you've already won 1 game, it's too risky to go 1-on-3 now, isn't it? It's good to have confidence, but blind confidence is just plain conceited. As the saying goes, when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Although she doesn't know anything about basketball, and yet it is known. Basketball matchups are 1-on-1, 3-on-3 or 5-on-5. Where have you ever heard of 1-on-3? Don't worry, there's no rashness, just dealing with their 3 crooked guys. They really don't need any help. Fatty, taking Ying out and wait. I'll finish them off in 3 minutes at most and then go eat. Jiangnan smiled. Let Fatty take Bai Ying out. Seeing that he had said his words to this point, both Fatty Wang and Bai Ying had no choice but to obediently walk towards the field. To this, Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, all 3 of them, their faces were all cloudy for a while. They were really pissed off. Nima, they've seen arrogance, but I've never seen such arrogance. Who is Yi Jiqiu? Although he lost in the shooting before, but his basketball skills are recognized as the first in the whole school. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan a little worse, but not weak at all. Not to mention, they have a striker, a center and a defender, which can be called the strongest combination and a great partner. And Gangnam, how dare you say that you're going to take out all 3 of them by yourself? How is that possible? You think you're a basketball god? You're a great shot. It's not too much of a stretch to say that he's a shooting god. But what's the point of shooting even if you're good at it when it's 3-on-1 and you don't have the slightest chance to shoot? Winning. This was a common thought in Yi Jiqiu's 3 hearts. Jiangnan, you asked for it, don't cry if we shave your head later. Yi Jiqiu spoke viciously. Jiangnan, do you remember the embarrassment you made me last week? Today, I will take revenge and win back what I lost. Huang Sihai followed closely behind with harsh words. Jiangnan, suffer. Hu Dajuan wasn't willing to show weakness either, glaring at Jiangnan with a death glare. Jiangnan, cut the crap. Hurry up and start. Settle the fight in 3 minutes. I'm still waiting to go eat. Yi Jiqiu, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Huang Sihai, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Hu Dajuan, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Chapter 102, Body Front Change. Big one-handed windmill dunk. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. Armor light opens to the sun with golden scales. The moment. Basketball court in the 3rd grade. It really seems like a dueling field, about to start an evenly matched, miserable and magnificent fight. One of the parties is Gangnam. On the other side were Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. The surrounding area was filled with people who were eating. There are a lot of eaters though, but none dared to speak. Whether it was the little fanboys and fangirls who supported Jiangnan or the lapdogs who supported Yi Jiqiu, they all held their breath and didn't dare to make the slightest little move, just because. This second confrontation is about to begin. To be fair and just, Yi Jiqiu also purposely found a member of the basketball varsity team who was familiar with him to be the referee for this confrontation. To this, Fatty Wang and Bai Ying were both disgruntled, but Gangnam didn't care. They're just clowns. Even if they want to make a scene, how big a wave can they make? With the referee's whistle blowing, a basketball was thrown high into the sky by its. It's the rules of the game. First both sides will make a grab for the ball. But, even a blind man can see that, although that ball was thrown high, it was also thrown crookedly, directly away from Jiangnan's side, while flying towards Yi Jiqiu's head. Favoritism. That's just outright favoritism. Yi Jiqiu smiled. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan also laughed. It was all expected of them. After all, the referee is their man. only Yi Jiqiu jumped up high, ready to grab the ball into his hands, and then took 3 steps across the basket to exterminate Jiangnan. Oh, he must make Jiangnan understand. Pitching is awesome, doesn't mean playing great. This time, he must have a clean slate. But, next, and he was dumbfounded. It was clear that his hands were only an inch from the basketball in the air, but that inch became an eternity. Swish, it seemed like a wind was blowing. Yi Jiqiu subconsciously blinked. Available at. When he opened again, the ball in front of you is actually gone? Where's the ball? Where does the ball go? It's obviously right above my head. How come it's gone? Yi Jiqiu really had trouble reacting. But just then, ka-ching, only a goal was heard. At the same time, everyone in the neighborhood began to shout, scream, and shout wildly, their voices shaking the sky and the earth. Oh yeah, Gangnam scored. That referee was obviously being biased, but Gangnam still grabbed the ball and made a 3-step layup and dunked it. Bullseye. This is definitely bullseye. Why does he move so handsomely and jump so high? Did you guys see that? He's dunking. No one at our school has ever been able to dunk a basketball, right? Yi Jiqiu couldn't do it, but Jiangnan actually did, and it moves beautifully, effortlessly and naturally. It's a feast for the eyes. If it wasn't for Yi Jiqiu's guys still standing there stupidly, I would have thought this was watching ANB live. Jiangnan is definitely no worse than an ANB star. 66,666. There's one present that counts. Almost all of them were in a high-pitched frenzy for Gangnam. Even a few members of the varsity basketball team. They had supported their captain Yi Jiqiu, but at this moment, no one dared to spray Jiangnan either. Just because. It's a masterpiece. It's impossible to spray. That perfect dunk alone bowled them over. Anyone who plays basketball, who doesn't have dunking dreams? They all dream of being like NBA stars, standing under the rim and dunking with one easy jump. But, a dream is a dream after all. In reality, they simply can't do it. Not tall enough, not bouncy enough. The only thing left is an honest shot that still lacks accuracy. Available at. Gangnam did it in high school? It's almost like bold biker class. Tough as nails. Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan. Everyone around them was reveling in Jiangnan, but the 3 of them were still standing mute and unresponsive. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? They didn't see anything. All you hear is goals? Or is it a snap? It's really like the scene in Shaolin Soccer where the Tofu Kong team faces the Shaolin Soccer team, and Star kicks several balls in, and the opponents are still confused. Until Jiangnan took the ball and walked over to Yi Jiqiu's trio. You guys should stop calling 2 people over. Make it 5. Otherwise all 3 of you won't have enough to play with, and if I do get a 0, that won't be good. Yi Jiqiu, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Huang Sihai, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Hu Dajuan, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. How harsh were Jiangnan's words? One of them is the king of basketball in the school, and the other 2 are also the elite backbone of the varsity team. Trio, arguably the strongest combatant of the 3. But in Gangnam's mouth, it's like a weak chicken boy? Nima, if you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Jiangnan, just let it go. That shot just now was purely an accident. We won't give you another chance. Yi Jiqiu gritted his teeth. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan also hurriedly agreed. Next, we'll go all out and won't let you score a single goal. Ugh, why bother? Jiangnan shook his head while throwing the ball in his hand to the referee to help serve himself a ball. As for Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, they looked at each other, a hint of hostility flashing through their eyes, before blocking Jiangnan's attack route side by side. This, like a barrel formation, they swear, never let Gangnam pass. Even, the trio would work together, would steal the ball at the first opportunity, and then wouldn't even give Gangnam a chance to touch the ball. But, the ideal is rich, reality is bone dry. The referee gives the ball to Gangnam. This time, he wasn't playing around with names. After all, there were so many people watching, and Jiangnan, after receiving the ball, looked at the 3 Yi Jiqiu. The corner of his mouth flashed a trace of teasing, and then, a body front left/right change of direction. Yi Jiqiu and the 3 of them all thought that Jiangnan was going to break through from the left, and their bodies all subconsciously shifted to the left. But, Jiangnan, however, suddenly turned the ball to his right hand, followed by a quick flash of his body, breaking through directly from the right, immediately following. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Jiangnan had then come under the rim, and then he leaps up for a beautifully perfect one-armed windmill dunk, a standard 360. Ka-ching, the ball went in again. Asterisk. That dunking position. It's awesome. See? Rotate 360 degrees. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the hardest move of all dunks. The one-handed windmill dunk. Apart from ABN, there aren't many ballplayers who can make that dunk. Gangnam is just too good. He's like a basketball god. Exciting enough to be exciting. 66,666. The people on the sidelines had a field day, and they were all abuzz. Although Jiangnan's little fangirls were excited, exclaiming and shouting. It was only because Jiangnan's movements were too handsome. The boys who knew basketball, on the other hand, knew deep down how hard it was for Gangnam to make this one-armed windmill dunk, unless it's a pro. Otherwise almost no one can do it. Available at Gangnam, however, did, and it moves with such panache and perfection. To know, Gangnam is still just a high school student, and Gangnam wasn't exactly tall, although there is 1.8 m, but it is only 1.8 m. For the professional basketball players who are often more than 1.9 m, or even 2 meters, Jiangnan height is simply not enough to see. However, Jiangnan, did the perfect dunking maneuver that many professional players are difficult to do. Sheesh, not to be outdone. It's amazing. The other side. Yi Zhiqiu was confused. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were also confused. The three of them. You didn't even stop Jiangnan? This, Gangnam's ball control was too high. The passing maneuver is too perfect too. And a dunk? Feelings. It's not in the same league as them at all. Chapter 103, Fancy Dunk Individual Show. Death dunk to rim busting? As much as it's hard to admit it. But it's true. The outsiders see what's going on. The insiders see what's going on. Jiangnan's left-right change of direction breakthrough maneuver alone was enough to prove that Jiangnan's basketball level was surprisingly high. As for the one-armed windmill dunk, not to mention, that's the super difficult dunking maneuver that they dream of accomplishing, but can't even dream of finishing. But it was easy for Jiangnan? There was just a moment. All three of them seemed to see Jakajan standing in front of them, dribbling the basketball while holding out his finger to himself and saying, "Boy, none of you can do it. Gangnam, when did you learn to play soccer?" Suddenly, Huang Xihai asked in disbelief. Earlier in the game shooting, neither he nor Hu Dajuan were there. So, he hadn't seen the strength of Gangnam's shot, as far as he remembered. Jiangnan shouldn't be able to play ball. At least, 3 years in the same class in high school, he basically never saw Gangnam play ball. But now, Jiangnan is actually so powerful? Jiangnan took the ball and walked towards the serving area while replying blandly, "I was born to do it. Do you believe me?" Huang Xihai directly shook his head. "Impossible. Basketball is a technical job. To play well, you have to train often. How can someone be born with it? Nothing is impossible. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Come on. The 2 goals just now were just a warm-up. Now that the warm-up is over, let's get on with it." Coming to the center serving area, Gangnam tossed the ball to the referee again to help serve. So much for the 3-on-3 rule in domestic basketball. Whoever wins, serves. So, if Jiangnan kept winning, Yi Zhiqiu's trio might not even have a chance to serve. To this, naturally, they can't stand it. Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan, we must go all out next. Although Jiangnan is very powerful, but after all, he is only one person, whereas there are 3 of us, so we can surely finish him off. The captain is right. 3 ignorant cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Even if he is stronger, we can still win. Well, the comeback starts with this ball. As long as we can steal him, then it's our turn to perform. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan all boosted each other's morale and set their tactics for a counterattack. However, it's the same as before. The ideal is rich, the reality is very bone-chilling. This next shot was not the beginning of Yi Zhiqiu's trio's comeback, but the beginning of their nightmare. Just because, Gangnam warmed up and finished. Upcoming, it's his fancy dunk show routine. See only, after Jiangnan received the ball for the 3rd time, he brought the ball quickly to Yi Zhiqiu's trio, facing the airtight block of the 3. Jiangnan just smiled slightly, then a set of through the flower butterfly step. It is easy to Yi Zhiqiu 3 people fooled around, then 3 steps across the basket, then a tomahawk dunk. Ka-ching, the ball went in again. It was already Gangnam's 3rd dunk of the opening half, and each dunking motion is very different. Sure, there's also the same thing. That's all equally perfect. Bull-bye. The people outside the arena were already shocked beyond words, unable to think of any adjectives to describe Jiangnan at all. Only, in his heart, he silently said the word Nubizi, and immediately after, they don't even bother to say the word bully. See only, the 4th serve is back on. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan still did their best to block Jiangnan and even expected a steal. But, Gangnam stepped on a dreamy foot, then he easily passed the 3. Then a hanging arm dunk. The 4th ball went in again. With that, the 5th serve begins, and Gangnam vanishes over the top for another airborne dunk. The 6th serve begins. Gangnam Euro steps over the top and reuses a double crotch dunk that is more difficult than a big one-handed windmill dunk. The 7th serve begins. Jiangnan dribbled over the back and reused a spinning 720-degree dunk that was harder than a double crotch dunk. The 8th serve begins. Gangnam. Backward leaping dunk. 9th. Gangnam. 360 plus double crotch dunk. Wonderful. Exciting. Well, those words can't even begin to describe the millionth part of Gangnam's dunk show. The people outside the arena went from being shocked at the beginning, to having their blood boiling and shouting wildly to the sky, and eventually transformed into numbness. Nima, is this still human? A pair of threes. For others that's 1,000 times harder. But for Jiangnan, it couldn't be simpler. And, with each serve, Gangnam used a different pass, and a different dunk. And, there is no hardest, only harder. It's unbelievable how many super difficult dunks one person can use. When Gangnam finished snapping the 14th ball, everyone outside the arena was numb and frozen. Yi Jiqiu also froze. Huan Sihai and Hu Dajuan also froze. All stood frozen in place, not moving. Nima, what about the promised revenge? What happened to the promise to save face? What about the promise to abuse and cry and beat up Gangnam? Thanks to them, they had fantasized about shaving Gangnam's head before, but it turned out that they were the ones who got shaved. Huan Sihai and Hu Dajuan even hurried over from outside the school in order to make a fool out of Jiangnan. Results available. It is they themselves who make a fool of themselves. Even compared to the last time the whole class made a fool of themselves in gym class, this time it had escalated to a whole school fool of themselves, especially Yi Jiqiu. In order to defeat Gangnam, he could think of a lot of tricks in advance, such as shooting and confrontation. But the results, he's clearly giving away his head, actually, and he's come up with a lot of dirty tricks. For example, the referee is his guy. He had been greeted ahead of time and told to favor himself as much as possible and to trip up Gangnam when he served. But, not only did it not help a bit, instead, this referee has become a little Gangnam fan. Whenever Jiangnan finished snapping a ball, he didn't even need to be greeted by Jiangnan, so he just picked up the ball and served again. It's also worth mentioning, he was more thinking of a losing move before, and a killer move. That's basketball as a competitive sport. In the midst of a confrontation, it is inevitable that mistakes will be made. That is, deliberately laying down a heavy hand to injure the opponent. He had expected that there was something wrong with Jiangnan's face, not purely natural but a knife face, so he was prepared to take the opportunity to poke at Jiangnan's true colors through physical contact during the confrontation. But, okay, this killer app went straight to nothing, just because Gangnam has crossed the line of scrimmage 14 times and sacked the ball 14 times, yet he hadn't even touched the corner of Jiangnan's coat, let alone touching someone and getting his face. Jiangnan's ball control skills, crossing skills, and dunking skills had been perfected, making him completely despair. Then, he just stayed there, not moving. Leave it to Gangnam to make his 15th and final dunk, because it's over for whoever scores 31st. See only. Jiangnan received the ball and once again quickly dribbled to the trio of Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. But, none of the three moved much. To this, Jiangnan didn't care either. Straight up for his 15th dunk. This time, he didn't use the overly elaborate fancy dunks anymore, instead opting for the simplest of death dunks. Death throws. In terms of difficulty, in terms of skill, they are not as good as the spinning 720 dunk or the 360 plus collapse dunk. But, it is, however, the most practical. The emphasis is on the word violence. When you jump high enough, far enough, and strong enough to use the death snap again, it can be so shocking that it destroys your opponent's entire confidence on the spot, so that he or she never dares to touch the ball again. For example, now, seeing Yi Jiqiu's trio not moving, instead of taking advantage of the opportunity to dribble through, Jiangnan dribbled back a few more steps and then took a charge. That moment, Jiangnan carried the ball as if it were flying. It flew over Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, and flew over the heads of the three of them to the rebound, which was 3 meters high from the ground. Next, Jiangnan grabbed the ball with both hands and tried his best to foul the basketball into the basket. Bang! A loud bang came out. See only. That basketball made of ZK microfiber actually exploded right into the basket, and burst into pieces at the same time, and the basketball board made of tempered glass. Gangnam is still holding onto the basket, but the glass crumbs have shattered all over the place, extremely similar to bigger pearls fall on a jade plate. SP, consecutive days of 10,000. Hands are wasted. Pathetic. Chapter 104, shocked. The girls went crazy. Quiet. Deadly silence. There were thousands of people standing on the large basketball court, from freshmen to seniors, from students to teachers, watching Gangnam hanging from the basket, and the scene where the basketball blows up and the rim bursts into flames. All of them were so shocked that their eyes bulged out, their mouths opened wide, and they were completely speechless. It was quiet for a good 30 seconds, the kind where you can't hear a pin drop, and then, holy, Grasshopper. Oh my god. Oh my god. What did I just see? Make sure I'm not dreaming this, right? Not fantasizing? But even if it's a fantasy, it can't be so real. Death dunk. That's a death dunk. There aren't many people in the whole history of ABN who can do that. It's like a shark possessed. No, even a big shark possessed can't do what Gangnam did. Not only did he dunk the rim, he even blew up the basketball. How strong is this force? Art. There are no other words to describe it, except the words violent art, which are simply perfect. I can't. I'm going to get mesmerized and faint. Brilliant. Bullseye. I would like to call Gangnam the god of basketball. With his strength, even if he enters ABN, he is still a deserved king. The existence of the strongest god. Iconic. Exemplary. Model. The miracle of the third grade. Heaven's pride. Omnipotence. After a moment of silence, what followed were earth-shattering screams, cheers, and clapping, frantic to the point of insanity. The kind where people were doing their best to muffle their throats and clap their hands. This scene, how can I describe it? There's no way to describe it. There has simply never been a similar picture in basketball, comparable to a Michael Jackson concert in music. Sheesh, the bottom man went all crazy. There are even those who are so excited that they can't stand it and just faint. A full half hour had passed. That clamor has only weakened a little, and Jiangnan let go of the basket and landed easily, patting the dust and walking towards Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying outside the court. When he passed by the trio of Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, he didn't even look at them. He didn't bother with the three again, just because. He's already punished these three. Believe. Just his last death-defying foul was enough to keep those three from ever touching the ball again in their lives. Off-site, Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying also stayed still. It looks like they were also shaken up. It wasn't until Jiangnan approached that they barely regained their senses, then hurriedly greeted them with excitement. But the people around them, however, reacted much faster than they did. Wow, Senior Jiangnan, you're so handsome. Senior Jiangnan, the way you dunked the ball just now was so beautiful. My heart melted just watching it. Senpai, you used so much force that you broke the ball and the rim. Your hand isn't hurt, is it? Let me take a look. Senior, even though I'm a girl, I love basketball. Can you teach me how to play? Senior, I want to worship. Senior, why are you so good? Not only are you a school bully, but you're also a basketball god. Just perfect. Senior, what kind of girls do you like? Senior, can I chase you? Senior, I want to give you a monkey. Without waiting for Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying to react, Jiangnan had already been surrounded by a large group of little fangirls, booing more than he could count. That red expression, that fiery gaze, seemed to set Jiangnan's entire being on fire. Sheesh, girls are sensual creatures. If you think she's high-strung, reserved, rejecting and not easy to approach, that's just because you're not attracted to her enough. But people like Gangnam, in terms of face value, it was flawless and aura-inducing. In terms of grades, that can hang the school bully. The school god can be said to be the general existence of the school devil. And now, one more title for the god of basketball. Aha! Except perfect. Still perfect. There is no dingbat flaw at all. Moment. He then became the best boy god in the hearts of all the girls present. The boyfriend, naturally being frantically courted and confessed. Some of the bold ones couldn't help but lean directly towards Jiangnan, and even offered a large number of kisses. And outside the girls, there was also a large group of boys around. All love basketball, including the varsity guys. Now, Jiangnan had completely convinced them, becoming the only idol in their hearts. Nature. They also want to get close to Gangnam. Just a shame. In terms of craziness, girls are the king of the bum. They tried to get closer, but they couldn't squeeze in at all. As for Fatty Wang and Bai Yingying, they were directly squeezed to the outermost periphery, and the two of them stomped their feet repeatedly in anger. To this, Gangnam as a party, the only thing left to do was to skim, filled with helplessness inside. Words. He really didn't mean to act like it. The reason for the 15 fancy dunks was just to complete the system mission and get the point reward. In fact, he really didn't want to come across as too good. He really wanted to lay low. But why? Would it be so hard to realize? A random perfect score on a test makes you a superschooler. A random game of basketball and he's being hailed as a god again. Really, the time is also the destiny. Luckily, there are still system bonus points that can be consoling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately completing the fancy dunk mission and taking the score 30-0. Hereby doubly rewarding the host with +5 basketball skills, +5 potential, and +500 points. Awesome. Hear the beep in your head. Jiangnan accidentally exploded directly into foul language. It's like a surprise. When I completed the shooting mission before, it said that I doubled the reward, but it was just a double increase and I got 300 points. And now, When he completed the dunking mission and said he doubled the reward, he just quadrupled it and got 500 points. This amounts to the points he just consumed. Made it all back again. This too, Zero-Go system is really user-friendly enough. Simply love it. One time, Jungnan silently praised the system. Then, it took him a lot of effort to squeeze out of the circle of wolf-like fanboy papers. As it goes, pulling Fatty Wang in by inging, he ran. Cafeteria. Here I come. Chapter 105, Unbelievable. The whole basketball world is shaken up. Gangnam snuck out. Nature. The crowd that packed the basketball court, and had to be dispersed unwillingly. In the end, only Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were left, still frozen in place, staring stupidly at the broken rim and a pile of glass slag on the burst basketball. It took a long time to get over it. It had even begun to question life. What for? No reason. It's a hallucination. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. It's all an illusion. What do you want? Don't be like that. I really want to play ball. It's all an illusion. It doesn't scare me. Aha. 30:0? What's going on? Do they really play basketball? Do they really have the guts to play basketball anymore? Are they even comparable to Gangnam? Above, through and through is the problem. Clownish, insouciant, and looking as if they were three dogs or words that could not be more aptly used to describe them. In the meantime, the game on the basketball court is over. But the legend of Gangnam has only just begun. Hey, have you heard? Yi Jiqiu from class 305 challenged Jongnan from class 304 this afternoon. Yi Jiqiu? That's the former school bully? And Jongnan should be the current school bully and super school bully. That's right. What are they challenging? Basketball. What? Basketball? Then wouldn't Yi Jiqiu win? After all, he's a member of the varsity team and has the title of king of basketball, while Jungnan is good at studying. It's too unfair. No, you're wrong. It's Jungnan who won, and it was a one-sided spike. The scene was brilliant. There were a lot of people who had gathered at the basketball court earlier though, but compare that to the thousands of students and faculty across the university. It's only a small part of it. But a star can start a prairie fire, almost as fast as a thunderbolt. This small group of people spread the legend of Gangnam to every corner of the campus, from freshman to sophomore to junior, from students to teachers, almost everyone knew about it. In the beginning, there are still quite a few people who find it hard to believe. After all, it wasn't in person. But after the good people took the video of Jangnan shooting and dunking and passed it to campus forums, QW groups and jitterbug crowd, just have to believe it. And then, that is, the whole school is abuzz. Asterisk. What the hell is this? He's standing outside the 4-point line shooting 4-pointers, not to mention taking 2 steps back for every shot he takes, eventually backing up to the baseline. But the random shots are going in? So far, so precise, so accurate. Even A&B's strongest marksman Curry can't do it. This is definitely a record breaker. I'd like to call him the strongest basketball shooter in the universe. The most wonderful thing has to be the fancy dunks. Just now I counted. There are 15 kinds of super difficult dunks. Even A&B's strongest dunk king Cardi also has to be inferior. Incredible. Just incredible. The movement is so graceful it's almost unbelievable. Just one glance is enough to make one's blood boil. Holy, is this even human? How can he jump so high, so far, with so much power? A handful of death-defying fouls that even shattered the rim basketball. It's just not human. If you guys weren't all spreading the word, it would kill me to believe that these videos are actually real. The teacher asked me why I was kneeling in class. I clicked on the video to give it to the teacher. The teacher watched it and yelled, and then he took my cell phone. I would like to call Gangnam the god of students. Not only is he handsome and has good grades, he's even so good at basketball. From now on, there will be only one idol for me, the Southern God. He's been my only boyfriend ever since. Late study on this day. All the students and faculty blew up. Gangnam. He instantly became the student god in the eyes of all the students and the star of the 3 middle schools in the eyes of all the teachers. Aha! There was only one teacher exception. That's Darren Wang, the physical education teacher of class 304. When he saw the video of Jangnan's shooting and dunking, he was shocked and almost screamed as well though. But very different from others. After the shock, Wang Darren is the face of pity, bitterness, sadness, grief, and even tears flowing. It wasn't until he found the ergwotu he treasured for years and blew 7 or 8 bottles furiously in one gulp that he calmed down a bit. Don't ask him why he's so crazy. Only odd. Gangnam is just too good. The excellence is a bit much. So much for saying you're only good at basketball. With that shooting prowess, that dunking caliber. If you turn into a sports student, you can go to any of the Yin Sports and Shanghai Sports, Or you can go directly to the provincial team's professional team. Can 100% become a national level athlete and then sweep the ABCs and even go out to the ABNs to make a name for the country. But, the question is, Gangnam is more than just good at basketball. It's a better cultural score. Language, mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology, all have the strength of full marks. The same 100% can become the top student in the college entrance examination, and even directly guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. The future must be the bull in the scientific community. Sheesh, compare this with, basketball genius is going to carry quite a bit less weight. It would be just as well if Jiangnan was interested in switching to a sports student. He would fight for it even if he had to fight with all his might. But, he'd tried it before. Gangnam doesn't seem to have any intention of switching sports students. Hey, it's like having a stunning beauty standing in front of you, but you can only look at it and can't think of anything else. You said, isn't that irritating? Wang Darren is really sad and wants to die. The only thing to do is get drunk. Pathetic. But, Wang Darren knows the reason and knows that even if Jiangnan is strong in basketball, it is difficult to take the road of professional basketball. But, the rest of the outside world doesn't know that. Just this day, the entire basketball world in the eastern states shook. First of all, it was Coach Wang of the basketball provincial team of Binhai province, where Jiang Chang was located, who was drinking water and was directly shocked and sprayed as soon as he swiped the video of Jiang Nan shooting and dunking on Douyin. Is this video real? It's not a composite or a special effect, is it? But, it doesn't look like it either. The compositing could not have been so smooth and realistic. As for special effects, he stared at it with wide 28K titanium eyes, watching it over and over again for ages, but saw no signs of special effects at all. Unbelievable he is. Also got a tech to verify it. The answer you get is, the video is real. No compositing, no special effects, just shot on the spot with a cell phone. Hiss. Really? Is this true? Can someone actually practice shooting, dunking, and dribbling over people to such an incredible degree? Nima, this skill, this strength, can completely hang with all the athletes of the provincial team, including myself. No, compare me to the guy in the video. It's a total insult to the other side. Moment. This Coach Wang just couldn't sit still. Immediately, he summoned everyone on the provincial team and used all his contacts to start investigating Jiangnan's identity, background, and the location where the video took place. He vowed to be the first to find the man in the video and then sign him high into the provincial team. Having the same reaction as this Coach Wang, there are also provincial teams and professional clubs in all the neighboring provinces. Even the nationals are alarmed. A certain little giant who retired from ABN for many years and is serving as the head of the Basketball Association, watched the video of Jiangnan's shooting and dunking, and was even more excited and speechless. A full half hour had passed. Only then did he speak slowly toward those around him. Incredible. This is unbelievable. This man's basketball prowess can be described as the #1 in the world. Even when I was at my peak, I wasn't 1/10 as good as him. It's the future of basketball in our country. Even if it costs more, he must be found. Only he can lead us to the world. Chapter 106, Start of the Olympiad Competition. 4-point shot 10 and 10. 15 super duper fancy dunks. This day, because of Gangnam's amazing performance, the whole third grade was abuzz. Even the entire basketball world is abuzz. All the provincial teams, professional teams, national teams, and even the head of the Basketball Association, as if they were crazy, have used all their human and material resources and financial resources to secretly search for Jiangnan. But, as a party, Jiangnan, however, knew nothing about it. Sure, even knowing that, he wouldn't care. The gym teacher, Darren Wang, guessed correctly that he was unlikely to tend to sports and move towards basketball. After all, it's just his occasional pastime. He didn't want to be some ball player, or even a superstar, surrounded by a large group of people wherever he went every day. Sheesh, those days, it's scary to think about. In comparison, it's better for him to keep his head down and live his life, taking more exams when you have the chance, completing more point control tasks, and earning more point rewards is the way to go. Like the next few days, Jiangnan was just straight up meticulous, playing games in class, reading novels, sleeping on the table after class, not even dare to go to the toilet, for fear of being blocked in the toilet by some fanatical female fans of the foreign class. By Sunday vacation, he even fled home at the first opportunity. Even Bai Yingying didn't catch up. Pissed off, the latter stomped his feet. Only, you can't escape from a monk. You can't escape from a temple. Eventually, he still hadn't dodged Bai Yingying, just because. The latter went straight to his house. Under the threat of Zhang's father and mother's sticks, he could only obediently submit, and the original rest time was again spent tutoring Bai Yingying for tuition. The time is fast approaching the following Monday. the day the Olympiad math competition begins. It also means that Jiang Nan was finally able to escape the bandit nest that was third middle school and avoid by inging that little nimp suppression. This year's OU competition is at the first school. In fact, every year in the first grade. After all, of the 10 high schools in River City, whether it is faculty or student strength, no one middle school is no one, and can be considered the key high school among the key high schools. Every year the high school exams, on the number of people who get into major universities alone, it's more than a few times more than the third grade. Not to mention, the last decade, all of the first high schools have students who can get into Qingbei, sometimes even more than one. Nature, this big race, it must be placed in the first school, no doubt about it. Early this morning, the participants from the third form then arrived at the school gate and traveled together on the bus to the first form to compete. In charge of leading the team is math teacher Chao Tianyuan. The participants, on the other hand, were 10, except for Gongnam. There are also Qin Feng and Luo Min from class 1, Yihan from class 2, Shunlang from class 3 and Qin Yuma from class 4. Anyway, all of them are top students in the Math 1 section of the third grade, the kind that was in the top 10 of the school on every math test. There was supposed to be another Li Ming on math scores. In the past, Li Ming has been ranked second in the school. Even with the extra Jiangnan, Li Ming could still be considered third, a little better than Luo Min, Qin Yuma, and the others. But, last monthly exam, Li Ming confidence destroyed, until now have not recovered, not to mention, and its foreign language subject is also suspected of plagiarism, although the school did not expel him, but there should be less punishment, at the moment still in self-reflection. So, Li Ming couldn't come to the Olympiad, and the spot that originally belonged to him, it happens to be topped by Gongnam, all the way. The atmosphere in the bus was a little weird. Qin Feng sat alone in the corner, his icy gaze staring at Jiang Nan from time to time, but he never opened his mouth to speak. It goes without saying, he could be holding a lot of pent-up anger inside. He got first place in the school in the last monthly exam though, but Gongnam was actually only 2 points less than him, even with the premise of intentionally scoring 0 points in foreign languages. That punch in the face with a thud. Since then, his past prestige is no longer, and has become a stepping stone to the rise of Jiangnan. Accompaniment, as if a joke. Sheesh, God knows what he's been through these past few days. Lust for life, lust for death, fire and ice. But, today's OU competition, yet it was a great opportunity for him to flip the script. He swore, this time he must get good grades and surpass Jiangnan, proving to everyone that he was the best person in the third grade. Jiangnan swept a glance at Qin Feng with his afterglow, again not saying anything, but he could probably guess what was on the other party's mind. Oh, Qin Feng all but revealed his hostility on his face, if he hadn't already guessed. That's the same as two little cuties. What's the difference? But, guessing is guessing, but he didn't take the other guy seriously either. There's that gambling effort. Might as well close your eyes and sleep and have a good dream. So, he slept quite well on the way. As for the other contestants, among them, Qin Yuma had been brushing up on the questions without wasting a single moment, making people feel a bit cold and arrogant. As for Luo Min, Yi Han and Shen Lang, they had been chatting, but their faces and topics were somewhat heavy. I heard that a lot of very powerful people this year. Last week's monthly exam so difficult, but the same paper, but a total score of 600 actually have 7 or 8. One of them called Lu Fan, more test out of the high score of 678, simply against the sky. It's not just the first middle school, there's also a Du Jiang in the second middle school who scored 672, which is fully over 100 points more than me. Zhuing Xiaji scored 668 points, Ranpu Mengchuan scored 666 points, and Su Yun from the 4th grade. Last week's monthly exams in the 3rd grade, it was just a small monthly test though. However, the paper, instead, it was provided by the city, and all 10 high schools in River City tested at the same time. So, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a 10-school unified examination, only that it does not count the scores of the 10 schools in each subject, as well as the ranking of the total scores. But, the rankings aren't tallied though, but Jiangcheng is not too small, not too big. So many days down, the crowd had more or less gotten wind of the top scores of several other high schools. No exceptions, the kind that can rub 3rd grade schools hard on the ground. The highest score in the 3rd form was Qin Feng with 602, but the others' first place finishers were all above 660, and there were 2 more above 670. Even, the 2nd and 3rd places in other people's schools all crushed Qin Feng. Sheesh, there really is no comparison. On overall strength, 3rd form is worse than 1, 2, 4 and Shuing. Lanpu do not know how much. No wonder the crowd face bad. Alas, if we go by this score estimate, this Olympiad, we're in for a rough ride. 9 times out of 10, as in previous years, we're just making up the numbers and winning the prize is basically impossible. That's right, let's just get heads together. Doomed to be eliminated. Except for Chin Fong. Of course, he should have no problem in the preliminary rounds. It's just a matter of whether or not he can get a better ranking in the rematch. Oh yeah, and Gangnam. Jiangnan's math score on the last monthly exam was a perfect score. Even if it's Lu Fan in the first middle school, Du Jiang in the second middle school, Chuang Xiaji, Lan Pu Meng Chuan, they're greatly inferior, right? Chapter 107, Control Score 88. I'm not going to go round robin, am I? There are 3 rounds of the Olympiad. A preliminary round, also known as the city tournament. The second round of repechage, also known as the provincial competition. 3 final rounds, also called summer camp. For the people in the room, the provincials and summer camps were, basically, extravagant and completely impossible. After all, for nearly a decade, participants organized by the third form, most of them faltered in the preliminary rounds, with only a few or two making it to the repechage. But at the end of the day, it's just the bottom of the provincial 2, or 1, and you can't get into the provincial team. You can't go to summer camp. So, Luo Min, Yi Han and Shen Lang, etc., naturally didn't look too good. After all, this was very humiliating. But, the gazes they looked at Chin Fong were, however, slightly awe-inspiring. If nothing else, Chin Fong should be able to represent his school to kill the rematch. If you play well, you might be able to get Provincial 1 and get 20 extra points on the high school entrance exam. But even so, Chin Fong also had a hard time defeating the ruthless ones in the first, second, fourth, Chuang and Lan Pu. After all, the power gap was there. This was evident in last week's monthly test scores. The only exception, it's Gangnam. At the moment, Jiangnan was sleeping soundly. However, other than Chin Fong and Chin Yuma, the gazes of the others looking at Jiangnan were filled with fire. Whether or not this OU competition can win glory for the 3 middle schools and whether or not it can kill for them, it is still up to Jiangnan. For Gangnam, they really didn't have any semblance of a bottom in their hearts. It wasn't that he was worried that Jiangnan wouldn't be able to enter the rematch, but he didn't know what kind of score Jiangnan could actually get, would like to come to. It's at least Province 1, right? Maybe even likely to make the provincial team and go to summer camp? Then, competing with the pride of every province in the country? Can you get a state one? I don't know. There's no bottom. There. It's reached the first school. For the test later, everyone must relax their minds. No need to be nervous. Just try to do your best. As long as you get your best score, even if you don't pass the preliminary rounds, it's not something to be ashamed of. Of course, certain people should never be let off the hook either. It's not good when you can obviously take 99, but you only pass, and you're eliminated in the preliminary rounds under carelessness. The bus pulled into the parking lot of the first school. Before getting out of the car, Chao Tianyuan gave the crowd a final psychological counseling. Heaven and earth. He was really just looking at Luo Min, Yi Han and Shen Lang and the others with gloomy faces, so he was just comforting and consoling. However, Romaine, Yi Han, Shen Lang, the crowd looked at each other, unable to speak. Sheesh, took a hit. Although they knew they were making up the numbers, they certainly couldn't get a good score in the preliminary rounds and had trouble getting through. But, teacher, you shouldn't be so blunt. And, we know Gangnam is awesome. Available at. You don't have to just say that Gangnam can take 99. It's not very insulting. It's extremely lethal, especially for Chin Fong. He had just set his attention to the fact that in this competition, he had to beat Jiangnan. He had to turn the tables. But teacher, for you to say something like that, isn't it obvious that you don't think highly of me? Ha, what's 99? I'm going to get a perfect score on this test. Chin Fong secretly clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, he glanced at Jiangnan with hostility, the meaning of which was self-evident, that he wanted to compete with it. To this, Jiangnan, who had just been woken up, only rubbed his sleepy eyes, and when he didn't see it, he took the lead and got off. Chin Fong, ha, ignore me? Well, I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Chin Feng's heart was filled with wariness. Although he had lost to Jiangnan once, he would never lose this time. After all, competitions are not like monthly exams. The monthly exam questions are difficult, but after all, they are not OU questions, which can be solved in a very different way. Jiangnan could get a perfect score in math on the monthly exam, but he couldn't even pass the competition, and even 20 or 30 points were normal. But yet it was very well prepared. Early in his freshman year of high school, he then made a plan that in the future, he must get a provincial first in OU, or even a national first, to get extra points for the college entrance examination. 3 years of work in one. He just doesn't believe it. Jiangnan, a kid who had suddenly risen to prominence, could still win. The other side. Chao Tianyuan looked at Jiangnan's back. there is always some concern in the back of your mind. Just now, while he was comforting the crowd, he also reminded Jiang Nan very clearly that he must exert his full strength. Just don't know, is this kid listening? He couldn't know more about Jiang Nan's strength. After all, it was specifically tested last time. This preliminary round was child's play for Jiang Nan, the kind where 9 times out of 10 he could get a perfect score. But he always had a bad feeling about it. This kid isn't going to play point control in a race, is he? But don't ever. The competition is divided into 3 rounds, and today is just the preliminary round. If the control score is too low and you can't even pass the preliminary round, you won't have a chance to get into the rematch. In comparison, although Qin Feng was high-minded and not very much to his liking, but that was the kind of mentality a high school student should have. If you have strength, you should show it. When it's time to be competitive, it's time to be competitive. Otherwise, what makes a teenager? The crowd got out of the car, led by a group of people. First, you enter a very large conference hall. Enter the lobby of. In addition to the students and faculty of the 3rd high school, there were 9 other high schools, as well as students and faculty from the counties below who came to compete. It's here. There will be a brief opening ceremony. Scheduling of exam room exams follows. It was a quick process, just half an hour, and didn't waste too much of the participating students' energy. There are 20 examination centers for this competition, 30 or so people per exam room, that is to say, this OU competition. In total, more than 600 students from River City competed. There are a lot of people, but the vast majority of them, like Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, and others in the 3rd grade, were making up the numbers. These guys were okay at math in their own schools though, top 10 in their grades at the very least. But, in this talent-packed Olympiad, and yet it's not enough. After all, there are only 30 spots to advance in the preliminary round. In previous years, at least 2/3 of these 30 places were taken up by 1st, 2nd, Chuing and Lanpu, 1 or 2 from each of the 3rd and 4th forms. The remaining 5 or 6 are divided among the 5, 6, 7, 8 middle schools, and the 4 county schools below. Sheesh, competitive pressures are not uncommon. 9:30, the OU competition has officially begun. The exam will take 2.5 hours. The total score is 100 points, and Gangnam was assigned to exam room number 4. The moment before the test papers were handed out, the beep of the system's score control task once again sounded in his head. Ding! For this OU exam, please get a score of 88. 88 points? I can't believe it's not a perfect score? A trace of bitterness flashed faintly in Jiang Nan's eyes. With a control score of 88, this task wasn't difficult for him. One could even say it was a breeze. But the problem is, those teachers in the 3rd grade, but we all want him to get a perfect score. Just now, before getting off the bus, Chao Tianyuan had purposely reminded himself not to deliberately let go of the water. But now, Lao Chao, Lao Chao, you can't really blame me for that. It's not that I don't want to get a perfect score, but the system requires it, and for the sake of rewards and points, I can't help it, haha. Hopefully, it's not going to be a round robin, it's just going to be eliminated. Chapter 108. Such a simple question. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know how to do it, right? Soon, the roles were handed out. There are 10 questions in total. 8 fill-in-the-blank questions of 8 points each for a total of 64 points. 2 answer questions. Question 9 has 2 questions totaling 16 points and question 10 has only 1 question totaling 20 points. Gangnam is going to control the score by 88 points. The easiest way to get through all the questions without leaving a single gap is 8 points were deducted for intentionally filling in a fill-in-the-blank question incorrectly, and then 4 points were deducted for writing the first question of question 9 incorrectly. Aha! Perfect. Jiang Nan settled on the idea and was ready to start work. Let's start with the first question. If the real numbers x, y, are known to satisfy x2 y 2 y 2 equals 1, then the minimum value of 2x2 plus y 2 is. Gangnam, looking at the title, he couldn't help but laugh. Nima, is it that simple? Solution 1. Because x2 x y 2 y 2 equals 1. So, x plus y, x2y, equals 1. Let x plus y equals m and x2y equals n. At this point, mn equals 1. At this point x equals 2m plus n, /3 and y equals mn, /3. Then 2x2 plus y 2 equals 1 /9, 9m 2 plus 3 and 2 plus 6mn, equals 1 /9, 9m squared plus 3 divided by m squared plus 6, is greater than or equal to 2 plus 2 square root 3, /3, holds when and only when m equals, and n equals. Solution 2. From the known can draw an ellipse and a hyperbola. Prove that the two are tangent. Then you can get the answer. 2 plus 2 square root 3, /3. All without thinking too much about it. Jiang Nan then instantly thought of 2 solutions. The first of these is the conventional solution. which is nothing more than transforming the equation and setting up another equation to find the minimum value. The second, on the other hand, is a shift in thinking that transforms a function question into a hyperbola tangent to a circle question. Sheesh, it couldn't be simpler. Jongnan filled in the answers and went on to the second question. It took a few seconds, immediately following the third question. Fourth question. Question 8. It is known that n is an isometric series satisfying A1, 3, A4, 12. The series Bn satisfies B1, 4, B4, 20, and Bn. N is an isoparametric series. Find the general formula for the series n and Bn. Find the sum of the first n terms of the series Bn. Gangnam. Okay. It's so breathless and spiteful. Less than a minute. He then made it to the 8th fill-in-the-blank question in one breath. And take a look at the question. Almost instinctively he was about to write the answer. Sheesh, it's just too easy. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know how to do a question just like that, right? Anyone who reads books on weekdays, 9 times out of 10, they'll do it. But hey, the bias is to complete the score control task. Can't get it all right. It's pathetic. Eventually, Jongnan clenched his teeth fiercely and resisted the urge to write the correct answer, instead filling in a hard wrong answer. Then, roll a flip. Then he went off to do the last 2 questions. That is, questions 9 and 10. Question 9 is still very simple. It is a trigonometric function. The first question is to find the range of values of an angle A, and the second question is to find the maximum and minimum values of the function. 1 minute. Jongnan then finished that question, and the reason it took so long, it was purely a matter of him having to get the first question wrong, even so wrong that he couldn't score a point, and he didn't want the markers to see at a glance that he'd done it wrong on purpose. So, it only took a minute. Otherwise, give him half a minute, just like the last question. It's only half a minute. He then took care of it, and that's when the radio hanging in the corner of the classroom is staggering a few times. We will now begin to read out the discipline of the examination room of the Olympic mathematical contest. 1. The length of the examination is 2.5 hours. 2. 6. Candidates are not allowed to leave their seats or go to the toilet during the examination unless they hand in their papers early. Gangnam? What? Can I turn in my paper early? Really? That was unexpected. He had thought that this competition was like the monthly exams in that he couldn't turn in his paper early unless he waited until the last 15 minutes. It's not like he's ready to pack up his desk and go to bed. Results available. The announcements say that you can't leave your seat to go to the bathroom, but it is possible to turn in your paper early and leave once you have done so. So, Jongnan slipped the pen into his pocket and got right up. This candidate, didn't you just hear the announcement? You can't leave your seat to go to the restroom during the exam. Not to mention that this is just the beginning of the exam. What's wrong with you? Wasn't it settled beforehand? An invigilator called out to Jongnan in a very serious manner. Teacher, take it easy. Jongnan waved his hand and said bashfully, I've listened to all the contents of the broadcast. I didn't want to go to the restroom. So what do you want? I'm done. Turn in early. Invigilator. He was a little confused with question marks hanging over his head. What did Gangnam say? Did he hear right? Can't you see the pens in the hands of the other students in the exam room, which seem to weigh 1,000 pounds and are completely unable to write? Can't you see the 30 or so people in the exam room, the vast majority of whom are gritting their teeth and scratching their ears? Even I, the invigilator, have only barely managed to get through the first question and have yet to find the solution. But you say it's all done? Said to turn in your papers? Are you 1,000 times better than me? No, even if it's 100,000 times beyond me. And don't even think about finishing the roll so quickly. This candidate, I want you to take every test seriously and take responsibility for your own performance. If you're not ready or don't want to take the test, don't come and waste your spot and time. But now that you're here, you should give it your all. Even if the questions are hard, so hard that you can't do any of them, you shouldn't give up just after the test starts. At least write a little step by step, so that you don't get 0 points, right? This invigilator's tone was rather unpleasant, just because he had already concluded that Jongnan had not already finished the paper, but that his level was too poor, but the paper was difficult, so he simply abandoned the examination. However, what? Is that a hard topic? No, it couldn't be simpler. It's easy to look at, and while I can't get a perfect score, it's not like I'm going to get a 0. Anyway, 87 or 88 is still there. Jongnan replied very seriously. Meh, 87 8 points? The invigilator had a sneer on his face. This student, you're really big talker. You actually want to score 87 8 points on the exam? Be aware of, this is not an unusual test. It's an Olympiad. Although it's only the preliminary round, the difficulty isn't low. The first place in previous years was just 87 or 88 points. Not to mention that I just looked at the paper, and the overall difficulty this year is quite a bit higher than previous years. Pre-estimate. First place will hold up to 85 or 6 points. If you can take the test for 87 or 88, doesn't that mean that you're the number one in this year's preliminary competition? Chapter 109, The Shock of the Exam Supervisor. Gangnam? Nani? How can you say it's difficult with this topic? Still harder than previous years? He couldn't have misheard me, could he? I got 88 on my own control score, and I was expecting a round robin in all likelihood, and I was outright eliminated. But when it comes to the invigilator's mouth, it's unbelievable. Not only won't you be eliminated, but you're even number one? If that's true, that OU competition is too watered down, isn't it? The hundreds of people who participated in that contest were too good to be true, weren't they? Hey, I really don't want to be number one, Jungnan sighed, his heart complicated. Ha, you really don't want to? I don't think it's going to work even if you wanted to. Handing in the paper in less than 3 minutes. If it's not a 0, I'll write my Wong name backwards. The invigilator scoffed at Jungnan. Not half as good as you are, but you're blowing smoke. Which school are you from? Juncheng 3rd Middle School. Oh, so it's from the 3rd grade. No wonder it's so. Got it. The invigilators all understood. Originally he wanted to seize Jungnan not to let go. A good reprimand to come. But now, upon learning that Jungnan was from the 3rd grade, then he lost his mind at once. Just because. 3rd grade? It's long gone over the years. 9 times out of 10, people come to a competition to make up the numbers, and it's normal to turn in a question you can't do. There's no way to compete with their first school. Alright, off you go. The invigilator let Jungnan leave with a big wave of his hand. As for Jangnan's paper, he casually picked it up and threw it at the podium as if it were draft paper. If he normally invigilated exams and came across students who handed in their papers early, he would take a look at their papers. But Gangnam, okay, he had no desire to look at it at all, because he was pretty sure that the other party had absolutely blanked out on a roll, and at best, he just casually glanced at it and skimmed over it. But it's not even if he doesn't glance at this, and a glance, it froze instantly. Ha, I can't believe this isn't a white paper. Done. He actually did it all? No way. This is absolutely impossible. How long has it been since the test started? The broadcast just ended. It's only been 3 minutes. How can he possibly finish? The only explanation. He's the one who's scribbling and ghostwriting. Yes, he's just scribbling to try to fool people. Available. That's nice handwriting he has. It's clean, neat up and down. Doesn't seem like he's scribbling? With skepticism and disbelief, the invigilator picked up Jiangnan's roll and scrutinized it carefully. Aha! He was the invigilator though, but he hadn't even found the solution to the first question, so naturally he couldn't verify whether Jiangnan's answer was correct. After all, fill-in-the-blank questions have only answers, not processes. But there is a process for the last 2 answer questions, and although the invigilator was not a professional math teacher, the level of proficiency was not too high, but it was not low either. Not being able to do it is one thing, but give him the solution, the process and the answer. Of course he could read it. So, next, this, clear thinking, clear process, not a single loophole at all. No surprises, he got it right? But this is the finale question. It's one of the hardest questions on that paper. In previous years it could be difficult for 99% of the students, and this year it seems to be a little more difficult. And he actually got it right? How is this possible? He even did the finale. Doesn't that mean that 9 times out of 10, he got all these previous questions right as well? He said he could score 87 or 88 on the test. Is that true? Nima, but it's only been a few minutes since the test started. What kind of answering speed is this? Even if it's a ruthless answering machine, it can't be this fast. The invigilator looked at Jungnan's paper in shock. Although it wasn't yet known how many points Jungnan would end up scoring, it was certain that it definitely wouldn't be low. After all, someone who can even get the finals right. Previous question. It should be easy for it. The moment he finally realized that Jungnan had not been bragging just now, and was perhaps really stating a fact. He finally realized that the other party wasn't the poor student he thought he was, but a counterintuitive school bully. No, not a school teacher. Rather, it's the god of learning. After all, even if Gangnam got all the previous questions wrong, he was able to get the finale right in such a short time. It's also not comparable to the average schoolboy. It appears that this OU competition is different from the past. For the past 10 years, the first place in the preliminary rounds has come from our Juncheng First High School. But this year, perhaps it's going to change hands. And the third form, finally rising? The invigilator thought with great complexity. If he didn't have to continue invigilating the exam, he really wanted to immediately take Jiangnan's paper and go to the office to find the answers and match them up to see how many points Jungnan could actually score. Even if The other guy wasn't one of his students. It's not even a first-grade student. However, he was filled with curiosity and appreciation for Jiangnan. That's a good student. In retrospect, the conversation he just had with me can be described as unassuming and very good. And seems to be good-looking too. Aha! What a great student. In the meantime, Qin Feng, who was located in examination room 1, was looking at this Olympiad paper and thinking hard. Its forehead, cold sweat had begun to seep out, for no other reason. It's just that the paper is so hard. It was harder than any competition question he had ever done before. Almost at the first fill-in-the-blank question, he was stuck. If the real numbers x, y, are known to satisfy x2 y 2 y 2 equals 1, then the minimum value of 2x2 plus y 2 is, at first glance, it's not a difficult question. Very common function problem to find the minimum value. On a normal day he had done not 1,000, but 800, but that's just at first glance. Really do it, but it was very strenuous and even a bit of an inch. Eventually, it took him a full 10 minutes to write the answer, 2 plus 2 square root 3/3 with difficulty. Answers, he could be sure it was right, and he wasn't happy about it at all, just because. It took him 10 minutes. 10 minutes for one question, 100 or so for 10, and you can barely still finish the paper. But the problem is, this is just the first question, one of the easiest on that paper, and it only gets harder as you go on. At this rate, how can he actually finish the roll? How can he actually get a perfect score on the test? Almost instantly, and he crumbled a little inside. No, I'm going to insist. I must insist. I'm going to get a perfect score. I'm going to beat Gangnam, and I'm going to prove that I'm the best student in the 3rd grade. I must. Pick up the pace and give it all you've got. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, secretly cheered himself up, and continued to act out the second fill-in-the-blank question. But, okay, it's nice to think about it, but the reality is bone-chilling. Once again, it's stuck. He tried to crack that OU with all he had learned, but without a doubt, it was very tough. It's hard to get to him, and his mind is really going to break. Don't say speed up, that's only going to get slower and slower. Slow as a snail. By the time he managed to make the second question, half an hour had passed silently. Chapter 110, The Best of Versailles Competition Scene. Even Qin Feng did so. The other participants in the 3rd form were even worse. Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shen Lang, a few people, looked at the paper and wanted to cry. They almost couldn't even do the first question. Can't compare. It's really not comparable. This OU stuff is really not for ordinary people. Even if they could rank in the top 10 of their grade in Math 1 subject in the 3rd grade, it really wasn't enough here. Although, they were mentally prepared before they came. But now, the blow was not insignificant. So did Qin Yuma, the class president of class 304. This little girl, who was very little talkative on weekdays, spent almost her entire mind on her studies. In addition to study, Bai Ying often jokingly called take study as a meal. The words, it's not fake at all. After all, on the bus ride in, she was still brushing up. Its purpose was similar to Qin Feng's, although she was not as extreme as Qin Feng, who thought that she was the best in the world and that no one could surpass her. And once there was such a person, she immediately became shady, crazy, and full of hostility. But, she also wants to do well on her exams. She wants to prove herself too. However, facts. A person's talent is important. Even if she tried harder, she couldn't compare to Gangnam. Slightly desperate inside, the other side, in one of the offices of Jiangcheng First Middle School, from the 10 high schools in Jiangcheng, as well as the high schools in the following counties, all the leading teachers who participated in the Olympic mathematics competition gathered here, waiting for the end of the exam. Sure, the waiting process is boring. They're certainly not idle, chatting, riffing and bragging. Anyone, even though everyone in the room was a teacher. The same was not true. That said, last week the city unified out of that monthly examination paper. Our first high school total maximum score of only 678. On the 600 points only 17 or 18. The highest math is only 142. Actually not even a perfect score. Simply disgraceful. Our second middle school is similar. The highest score is only 672. Only 15 or 16 on 600. The highest score in math is only 141. It's really not as good as one session. Who says it's not? We, Shuing, can't even compare to your first and second middle schools. Our highest score is 668, and our highest score in math is only 140. Again, no one can get a perfect score. Hey, old Zhang, don't sigh. All of our highest scores in Lanpu are only 666. The highest in math is only 139. Last time we took the monthly exam, it was our school that did the worst. In that case, the strength of everyone's school is average this year, and I don't know how many people can get into Qingbei. I don't think there will be many, just 1 or 2 at the end of the day. Our first middle school, Lu Fan, can definitely get in. We're sure it's okay for Du Jianjian in the 2nd grade. 2. 9 times out of 10, our Chuang Xiaopol can. There is a lot of hope for our Mengchuan from Rampu. I heard there's a Su Yun in the 4th grade too. What about 3rd grade? There doesn't seem to be anyone in the 3rd form. So let's leave it at that for now. Where there are people, there is a jungle. Where there is a jungle, there must be a fight. This is not true at all. The 1st middle school, the 2nd middle school, Chuang and Lanpu, as the 4 strongest high schools in Zhengcheng at present, occupied the absolute right to speak. However, hearing them in this conversation, teachers from other schools in the neighborhood can be green in the face. Nima, what's this? Is this self-effacing and sighing? This is clearly the scene of the strongest Versailles competition. It's clearly a deliberate strike. First of all, the few teachers in the 5, 6, 7 and 8 middle schools in Zhengcheng were directly trembling and did not dare to speak at all. No way. The strength gap is there. Same role. People's highest total scores are 660-70 points, and there are more than a dozen above 600 points. In their school, not a single one of them could reach 600 points, and the highest score was only 567. The same is true for the subject of light theory math. People didn't get a perfect score, but they got over 140, while they didn't even get a 100. This gap, not to be outdone. It's not even in the same league. Nature, they didn't get a chance to talk. Even if they had the chance, they didn't have the courage to speak up, and they all did. The dozen or so teachers from the lower counties were even more afraid to interrupt, and the only thing they could do was to drink boiled water furiously. Slightly better is the 4th grade teacher. After all, the 4th form is second only to the previous 4 schools in terms of strength, and is the kind of school that can compete with the 3rd form for 5th place. And there is a superb student in the 4th grade this year. It's called Su Yun, although it couldn't compare to Lu Fan from the 1st middle school, Du Jiang from the 2nd middle school, Xia Ji from Chuang and Mengchuan from Lanpu. But the last monthly test also took 638, and the math test was 120, the kind that can hang on to Qin Feng in the 3rd middle school. So, he couldn't interject though either, but it's also fairly natural. In particular, its gaze was thrown towards Chao Tianyuan in the 3rd form from time to time, and there was quite a hint of smugness on his face. The so-called skinny camel is bigger than the horse. It's been a few years. The 4th and 3rd middle schools have been battling for 5th in River City, but after all, the 3rd high school is a very old high school, and even though it has been getting worse and worse in the last decade, and has been left far behind by the 1st and 2nd high schools, it has always been vaguely pressed by the 4th high school, and resides in the 5th. But this year, there's a Su Yun in the 4th grade. Perhaps, River City's 5th is about to change hands. Nature. Teachers in the 4th grade have a glow on their faces, but, no matter how much he stared at Chao Tianyuan, the latter sat there leisurely and calmly. Ha! Is he nervous? Is he afraid of losing face? If it had been before, maybe it would have been. After all, no. One Qin Feng of his own school really couldn't compare to Su Yun of No. For middle school, and even more so to Lu Fan of No. One middle school and a few others. But, now the 3rd middle school except for Qin Feng. But there's still the killer app of Gangnam hidden. The last monthly exam on the total score. Jiangnan only 600 points. Perhaps not even into the eyes of 1 or 2 middle school teachers. But don't forget, Jiangnan was in a situation where he had intentionally scored 0 points in a foreign language and still had 600 points in his total score. If their foreign language is not a 0, get a passing score of 90 at random, then it's all close to 700 total points. Not to mention, Gangnam foreign language also has full strength. Oh, how can Su Yun from the 4th form compare? How can Lu Fan of the 1st middle school, Du Jiang of the 2nd middle school, Chuang Xia Ji, and Mengchuan of Lanpu be compared? You guys just blow it. What's the use even if you blow through the sky? The highest score in math was a mere 142, and you dare to bring it out in front of me? This Olympiad, although the paper is very difficult, but as long as Jiangnan does not intentionally control the score of the test is poor. To get a perfect score is easy. A citywide first must also be inevitable. In time, you will naturally know who is the ultimate king. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 111. How come you guys are so good? Jingle bells. 2.5 hours later, as the bell rang, the exam was finally over, and the next second, a wail then uniformly came from the 20 examination rooms. Needless to say, it's all the students who didn't do well. Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shen Lang from the 3rd middle school all handed in their papers with a face of frustration, then quickly fled the examination room. Qin Yumo was pretty much the same, even though she was usually strong. Today she was once again struck so deeply that she almost cried out, and the same as her. There are many others on campus. This time the exam. How come it's so hard? I've been exposed to some competition questions in the past, and while they're also difficult, it's not like I don't know a single question. Anyways, I'm one of the top 10 in my own school, and I often get perfect scores on my math exams. But today, the score will probably be in the single digits, and I can't even face going back to the office. Ooh, teacher, I'm sorry, do not say for the school glory. It is simply a disgrace to the school. This competition killed me, no longer participate. Several boys came out of the examination hall and hid under a big tree, wiping their tears hard. That infectiousness, not to be outdone. One time, the number of people crying in the neighborhood is unknown. It woke up Jiangnan, who had been lying in the lawn under the tree, sunbathing and sleeping for half a day. What? People are dying at the end of the world? What's with all the wailing and mourning here? Jiangnan opened his eyes and suddenly saw this amazing scene, and could not help but be a little confused, especially when one of them he still knew. It's even more confusing. Qin Feng, why are you crying too? Jiangnan, why are you here? Qin Feng was infected by the people around him and also subconsciously shed a few tears, but he ended up bumping into Jiangnan. At once, he exclaimed, this disgrace is going to grandma's house. After all, Jiangnan was his enemy. It's the one he hates the most. I'm always there. Jiangnan got up from the grass and propped himself up. I've been sleeping here for a long time, just waiting for you guys to come back after the exam. What? You slept here for a long time? How is that possible? Didn't you take the test? Qin Feng wiped away his tears with an incredulous look on his face. I participated. Just turned in early. What? You were able to turn in a paper this hard early? Don't tell me you managed to get full marks again? Full marks, no. I guess it's like 87 or 88. You should have won this time. So don't cry. Heaven and earth. This last sentence. Jiangnan just wanted to comfort Qin Feng, although the other party had been very hostile and he was also very unfavorable to Qin Feng. But, it's a school after all. He couldn't just see people crying and be sad and not care. However, wow. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer, and just like the people around him, he directly wailed. This, Jiangnan was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? You're going to cry when you win. Murphy was crying tears of joy, but not so much. Jiangnan was really hard to understand. Of course he couldn't understand, just because. Qin Feng was not crying with joy, but the blow he had received was too heavy and beyond his tolerance, so he cried out. Before the exam, on the way here, he was all battle-hardened and confident to come. He swore, we must beat Gangnam this time. If Jiangnan scored 99 points, he was going to score a perfect score so that he could show the crowd that he was the strongest person. Results available. Don't say perfect score. He doesn't even know if he'll pass. But Gangnam managed to score 87 or 88 points, and it was still the kind of paper that was handed in long in advance. No comparison, no harm. This, how could he not be saddened? Plus those words from Jiangnan just now, he just felt like a clown. A man has tears in his eyes. It's only because we haven't gotten to the heartbreak. The moment, he was genuinely sad. Even the desire to die is there. Until Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, Qin Yuma and the other three kinds of people all gathered. He didn't take back his tears. Shame on you, naked disgrace. From this moment on, the condescending persona that he, Qin Feng, had managed to build up only after dominating the school for nearly 3 years was considered to have completely collapsed, just because the crowd saw his tears. But, however, no one mocked him, not even those who gloated. Instead they all had a look of empathy. They could all understand Qin Feng. After all, they all cried just now too. Only Jiangnan looked confused. Qin Feng cried, and the corners of Luo Min's, Yi Han's and Shen Lang's eyes seemed to have tears hanging from them as well. There was also Qin Yuma with red eyes. What's going on here? Class president. I just turned in my paper early and slept here. Why are you all crying one by one? That's normal. After all, we're not you. Qin Yuma wiped her tears and stared at Jiangnan in a very complicated manner. You're strong. Even if you don't get a perfect score on this exam, it's certainly not bad, and you even handed in your paper early. But not us. Even if you stick it out to the end, you won't get a high score. I, for example, only made 4 fill-in-the-blank questions, and I didn't write any of the later ones, and I can't write them. They're just too hard. Gangnam, what the hell? Qin Yuma only did 4 fill-in-the-blank questions? Wouldn't that mean it's only 32 points? The level is too bad. It's such a simple question that I thought everyone could do it and get full marks. Results available. Qin Yuma actually doesn't know how to do it? Holding back for 2.5 hours and making just 4 questions? There was also Luo Min, Yi Han and Shen Lang and others as well. Looking at the way these people nodded their heads in succession when they heard Qin Yuma's words, they knew that none of them were any better. Sheesh. At this moment, Jiangnan really wanted to curse. MMP. Class president. You guys are all academics. But how come you're such rookies now? Even if it's a water release, it's not like this. And Chin Feng, you have always been the first in the school. How come you wilted when it comes to the Olympiad? I've done all I can to suppress my scores, not letting myself get it all right, thinking I'd let you win once and forget it. Results available. And you're so indisputable? It seems, what that invigilator said earlier was not true at all. Even though he himself had only scored 88 points, it was already very high for Chin Feng, Chin Yuma and the others. No surprises. Is he or she likely to be number one again? Why again? Looks like it's the first time I've ever gotten first place, right? If a single grade on a previous monthly exam doesn't count, hopefully, it won't cause too much of a stir. Otherwise I'm really going to have a hard time with this. After all, it's a tough day to be hounded by a bunch of people. Chapter 112, he's just an ordinary student in my class. Noon that day, after the exams, the participating students basically went back to their respective schools together by bus. So did Jiangnan and the others. But, Chao Tianyuan, however, stayed behind. Just because, to be fair, any lead teacher who is in the city and closer to the first school needs to be involved in grading papers together. And at the moment, it's the same big office as before, including Chao Tianyuan. A group of teachers were just quickly grading the OU papers they had just finished. There were a lot of roles though, over 600, but there are a lot of teachers. Nature, it's fast. This class isn't very good. I've changed so many copies, and not even one of them is in the 80s. Not even a few passes. My site isn't doing too well either. Only one got up to 80, and only 3 or 4 passed. Most of the others were in the 20s or 30s, or even just a couple of teens, and it's too much of a patchwork. That's normal. After all, the OU is supposed to be a test to identify true geniuses from ordinary people. It may not be easy to tell the difference on a regular day, but this OU is like a demon spotting mirror, making them immediately visible. Those who have strength can always score high even if the paper is difficult, but those who are weaker are expected to have a miserable test, and it's already good enough to get 3 or 4 questions right. Well, that's right. According to the results of previous years, as long as you can go up to 70 points, you can advance to represent the city to go to the provincial competition, and if you can go up to 80 points, you can hope to get a place in the provincial competition with awards. And this year the paper for this preliminary round is much more difficult, so I guess that score is going to be quite a bit lower. And if there aren't enough people, you might just have to pass to get into the repêchage. Pass and you're in the repêchage, not very useful. The reason for the increased difficulty this year, the aim is to pick out the really good students so that they can represent the city and go to the province to get rankings and prizes. If the light passing power, even if he can go to the rematch, it's just a head count. It doesn't make much sense. They were grading papers and chatting at the same time. It took almost half an hour. The papers were finally corrected. Next, it's all about tallying rankings and scores. But, just then, one of the correcting teachers, however, was holding a corrected paper with a strange look on his face. There's something wrong with this roll. Wrong? How is it wrong? Did you do too well on the test and get a perfect score? Not a perfect score. He only scored 88. 88. That's pretty good too. My highest score here was only 84, and the only one who made it to 80. I'm up to 84 here too. I only top out at 82 here. The highest I can get here is 82. In that case, this person who scored 88 is the first in the preliminary round of this Olympiad? It's indeed not right. I remember that the first in last year's preliminary round only scored 87 points, and this year's paper is even more difficult, but this candidate actually managed to score 88. It's simply a miracle. Indeed, it is true that people with strength can always score high marks even if the paper is difficult. This saying is not true at all. Hurry up and find out what the name of this student who came first in the exam is and what school he comes from. That goes without saying. It's either Lu Fan from the first middle school, Du Jiang from the second middle school, or Chuing Xiaji, Lanpu Mengchuan. Apart from the above 4, the others are by no means possible. And what if a dark horse pops up? Meh, no what ifs. There are indeed no what ifs. The OU is not like a regular exam, and without a certain amount of talent, as well as years and years of research and accumulation, it's never going to happen overnight and pop up out of nowhere. The crowd spoke to you and to me, and had curiously come together to see who the candidate was. Only the 4 teachers of the first middle school, the second middle school, Chuing and Lanpu, did not immediately gather around, but just looked at each other, a hint of confidence flooding each other's faces. Apparently, they all think, this highest score is from your own school. After all, the only one who had the strength to do this was the super academic Kirinja from his own school, who was able to score 88 points. However, next, hey, this candidate is not from the first grade. What? The teacher of the first middle school's face immediately changed. Isn't it our Lu Fan from the first middle school? Could it be Du Jiang from the second middle school? No. Is that our Chuyan Xiaji? Neither. It would have to be our own Meng Chuan from Rampart. None of them. This person is called Jiangnan. The school written is Jiangcheng Third Middle School. He comes from the third middle school? What? Jiangcheng Third Middle School. How can this be possible? How can third middle school have the strength to take first place in this preliminary Olympiad? Teachers from the 4 major schools, first middle school, second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu, were all wide-eyed and stunned. It's not just them. 4th and 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th grade teachers too. After all, it's well known, the 3rd grade is really gone. In past years, participation in the Olympiad has been a headcount, with basically no 2 people advancing to the repechage, let alone taking first place. But this year, I can't believe I won first place? It's really incredible. Murphy, 3rd grade is on the rise this year? I haven't heard. The last monthly examination paper was a joint special effort by the teachers of the 1st and 2nd forms. Difficulty, purpose, just trying to feel out the schools. Afterwards, all the other schools had asked each other about it, and there were cowboys in both the 1st and 2nd middle schools who had scored a staggering 670 points, with Chuang and Lanpu following close behind. Then there's the 4th grade, and the 3rd school, still ranked behind the 4th school. Supposedly the highest score was only 602, which is not at all comparable to the top 5 schools. Very much an up and down kind of thing. But now, bucking the odds on this OU contest? Or is it? Last monthly exam. 3rd form is deliberately hiding its strength? Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, there was one teacher present, all of them casting their gazes on Xiao Tianyuan of the 3rd middle school. What? Just you first, second, Shuing, and Lanpu can take the first place in this preliminary round, but I can't in 3rd? At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan's face did not look too good. He was really exasperated by the words of those people just now. What do you mean the 3rd grade doesn't have the strength to take first place in the preliminary round? Think of the year before the 3rd grade didn't fall. Taking first place in 3rd form is the normal right. The 2nd middle school, Shuing and Lanpu can't even compare to the 3rd middle school. And even the 1st middle school is vaguely overshadowed. The teachers in the room were momentarily speechless. Old Chow, you know, we don't mean that. We're just surprised by this Jiangnan. He was able to score 88 points and take first place. Obviously his strength is amazing, but we've never heard of it before. Could it be that he's a genius that you're secretly and specially cultivating in your 3rd middle school? It's not true to say that the geniuses are specially cultivated. Gangnam is just a mediocre, ordinary student in the class I'm taking. The previous grades were average, not good or bad. It's just that I played pretty well on my monthly test last week, scored 600 points and came in 2nd in the school. That's all. Can't compare to your 1st middle school Lu Fan, 2nd middle school Du Jiang, Shuing Xia Ji, and Lanpu Meng Chuan. Chapter 113, this role is really off the mark. First school teacher. Teachers in the 2nd grade. Mr. Shuin, Mr. Rampart. The 4 were speechless and spat out, momentarily dumbfounded. Listen, is what Xiao Tianyuan said still human? The best pretender is Lao Chao in Jiangcheng 3rd middle school. What do you mean by mediocre? What do you mean by ordinary? 9 times out of 10, those who can win first place in the preliminary round of the OU have the strength to make it to Provincial 1 in the repechage. Even. Play well then. You can also make the provincial team and compete in the finals. Can you describe it as odd and ordinary? He also said that he couldn't compare to Lu Fan in the 1st middle school, Du Jiang in the 2nd middle school, Shuing Xiaji and Lanpu Meng Chuan. Acid. It's just too acidic. It's simply a case of eyes wide open. OU competitions are not like regular exams. The latter difference of 3, 5 or 8 points. There is no way to measure each other's strengths and weaknesses. This time you win. Perhaps the next time he won. But, in the Olympiad, for every point difference in grades, there is also a point difference in strength. Not to mention, Gangnam's 88 points were 4 more than the 2nd and 3rd 84 and 6 more than the 4th and 5th 82. Nima. Thanks to the 4 of them, they were confidently bragging for half a day before. But it turned out that Xiao Tianyuan had picked the peach? This face. It's a real shame. It's not right. Something is indeed wrong. Suddenly, a teacher interrupted the crowd's embarrassment, pointing at Jiang Nan's role and saying, "There's something very wrong with this role. There's a problem." How? You've all seen the last answer question. Of course I've seen it. It's a number sequence problem. It's very difficult. Did he make a mistake somewhere? No, it wasn't done wrong, but it was done right, and it was done with a clear idea and a clear process, and you can't find any holes in it. What? He got it right? Yes, he got all the points. 20? That's right, he's got all 20 points. How is this possible? This question is just a series, but since it can be used as a finale, its difficulty factor is not generally large. It is almost impossible to do all the right things, and in previous years' competitions, the finale question has never been able to get full marks. The many teachers present were shocked. It's incredible. After all, the paper they had all read, and the questions they knew would be difficult to do, even for themselves, just because. Finale questions. What is a finale question? Isn't it just for making things difficult for students? Isn't that for demerit points? Aren't they here to feel out the true strength of the students? The finale of the preliminary round of the River City Olympiad. It has always been very difficult. Almost no one gets a perfect score. Instead, points are usually given in steps. How much you score is tied to your strength, and it's clear whether you're a genius or not, and to what extent. But now, this finale question was actually attacked by Gangnam? How strong is Gangnam in math? There's no bottom at all. That's the problem. The teacher holding Jiangnan's paper continued. Since he was able to conquer the last number series finale question, there is no doubt about his strength, especially his deep knowledge of number series. I'm afraid even us math teachers can't compete. But have you looked at fill-in-the-blank question 8? Naturally, I had a look at that. It was also a series question to find the generalized formula with the sum of the first n terms of the series. That's right, it's the formula for finding the generalized term and the sum of the n terms. But Gangnam did it all wrong and deducted 8 points. What? He did it wrong? How is this possible? How could he have done it wrong? Even though that was the last fill-in-the-blank question and it was difficult, it doesn't compare to this number sequence finale. Okay, although the focus of the test is different, but since he even managed to get all the finale questions right, it makes no sense that he should be able to do the 8th question as well. The crowd was very puzzled with question marks hanging over their heads. You're a runner who can't walk. You can do one of the difficult ones but not the easy ones? How is that possible? Unless it's a mistake. But is it possible? Very unreasonable indeed. And it doesn't make sense in more ways than one. The teacher who was holding Jiangnan's paper said once again, the first answer question, I think you should know it as well. There are 2 questions in total, and although they are not causally linked to each other, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the first question, although difficult, is much simpler than the second. After all, there are only 4 points. But this Gangnam, obviously, I even got the second question right and got 12 points. But I got the first question wrong and got 4 points deducted? Numerous teachers, %UN #UN%. Okay, totally unable to spit. This is really against their perception. Was it another mistake? Wouldn't the probability be a little too small for a paper with 2 similar blunders in quick succession? No one in the room was a cutie. They can all be teachers, and most of them are still math teachers. Just by virtue of the fact that Gangnam was able to get all of the finale questions correct and get all of the second questions of the first answer question correct as well, it is enough to prove that Jiangnan's mathematical strength was absolutely amazing. Not to say I got a perfect score, but it was never just an 88, available at. Jiangnan only scored 88 points? It's really so wrong. In the first middle school, the second middle school, Chuing and Lanpu and other teachers, their brows were all wrinkled in one piece. How could they not understand? Sure, except for Chao Tianyuan. This kid Jiangnan, he really did control the score again. Chao Tianyuan shook his head and smiled without saying anything. With his understanding of Jiangnan's terrifying strength, just this kind of paper for the preliminary round, it would 100% get full marks. Results available. And yet it only took 88 points. Also getting the hard ones right and the easy ones wrong. Even though Jiangnan hit it well, he didn't even need to look at the question and knew that the former controlled the score as early as when he was informed of his score. Only, he sees through it but just doesn't want to point it out. After all, those present were just some teachers from Jiangcheng. This OU first. It's only the first in the preliminary round. There's no rush. When Gangnam takes first place in the repechage and shocks math teachers across the province, he'll stand up and explain. Jiangnan was just trying his luck in a small way. Not scoring full points means he didn't go all out. He was just controlling the points on purpose. It's more fun, isn't it? Perhaps. Some of the people in the room guessed as much. After all, they're all human beings, and none of them are vegetarians. Nothing but. You can't believe it and you don't want to admit it. But it doesn't matter if you don't believe it or admit it. You will have to believe and admit it when Gangnam wins the provincial championship for the 3rd grade. In time, you will naturally know. Once again, our 3rd grade school is on its feet. What first middle school? Second middle school? Chuing, Lanpu. What Lu Fan? Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Mengchuan. In front of my 3rd form Gangnam, all are vegetables. Ha 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 ha. Chao Tianyuan had a batch of secret pleasure in his heart. Who made all these people look down on the 3rd grade? Not even looking at the 3rd grade. You guys. And today? Chapter 114, is it strange that Gangnam came first in the exam? the results of the preliminary rounds of the Olympiad are in. Maximum score 88. It's also number 1 in the city, taken for Tricenter Gangnam. Going down the list are Lufan from the first middle school and Dujung from the second middle school, who scored 84 points. Juing Xiaoji and Lanpu Mengchuan, who scored 82 points, and they are the top 5 in the competition. This competition, in order to select the really awesome and excellent people to represent Jiangqing to compete in the province. That's why the paper was extraordinarily difficult, so much so that the only ones who made it to 80 were the 5 of them. There were 10 that went up to 70. There were 14 that went up to 60. A total of more than 600 references, and those who passed were actually only this measly 29. As for the rest, none of them passed. Most of them were like Qin Yuma, hovering around 20 to 30 points, and a small number of them were only in the teens. Sheesh, how tragic. It is true to say that OU is a fixer-upper. Not the genius of geniuses can't play something like this that isn't played by people. And of those 29 passers, the first school occupies 8, the second center occupies 7, Chuing occupies 6, Blue Pool occupies 5. The 4 schools combined amounted to a staggering 26, more than 5/6 of the passing number. Worthy of Jiangqing up and down dozens of high schools and the king of the bomb. Its strength can be seen from this, directly to the other schools, including the 4th middle school, including the pressure to raise their heads. But, this year, the 3rd grade did make an exception, just because. The number of passers in the 3rd form is small though, one and only one is Gangnam. But, Gangnam is number 1 in the city. With that alone, it kills the whole scene. When that score is posted, all the teachers and students in the first high school were stunned. What? In previous years, the first place in the preliminary OU competition has come from their first school, but not this year, and it was taken by the 3rd school instead? How is that possible? When did 3rd grade become so powerful? Who is this Gangnam? Where did it come from? How come I've never heard of it? But you can beat the super genius of the 1st grade, Lu Fan? At the same time, schools such as 2nd middle school, Shuing, and Lanpu, all of which had a similar scene, were incredulous, especially Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaoji and Meng Chuan, the 4 geniuses who thought they could win the first place in the preliminary round of the Olympiad. When they heard that this first place was actually taken by Jiangnan of the 3rd middle school, that mood, predictably, not too well. Lufan, 3rd middle school? Jiangnan? I've never heard of it, but it's amazing that it can score 4 points more than me. Ha, that's interesting. When we wait for the rematch, we have to get to know each other. Du Jiang, I had thought that the opponents of this Olympiad, only Lu Fan, Xiaoji and Meng Chuan, but it turned out to be a halfway kill. Ha, but I will not admit defeat. Xiaoji, the preliminary round is just testing the waters. The real fight hasn't even started yet. Wait until the rematch and then we'll go head to head. Meng Chuan, see you next week in the rematch. The moment. Gangnam can be famous in the city, the whole river city. Few people are unaware of the name of Gangnam. But, when that news came back to the 3rd grade, the 3rd center, however, did not make much of a ripple. What? Gangnam won the first place in the preliminary round of the Olympiad? Is that weird? That's the Southern God, the real super schoolboy, the god of basketball, not to mention the first place in the preliminary round. Even if he wins the first place in the rematch and the first place in the final round, it's not impossible. Okay, that's right, it's nothing to be surprised about, not to mention the fact that he only scored 88. Even if it was a perfect score, it's perfectly normal. First in the preliminary round is just the beginning. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the first in the rematch is also him. It's rumored that he's not only going to be in the Olympiad, but he's going to be in the physics and chemistry competitions on Wednesday, as well as the biology competition on Friday, and I think he's going to come in first place 9 times out of 10. It's the student god. Anything goes, have to say. The more times a person is shocked, the greater the tolerance, the greater the acceptance. The mentality of the teachers and students of the entire 3rd middle school is now much better than before, and Jiangnan really didn't feel half strange and surprised to win the first place in the preliminary round of the Olympiad. To say that there was truly strangeness and surprise, it wasn't directed at Jiangnan, but rather at Qin Feng from class 301. Before Gangnam, Qin Feng could have been called a super learner, but this time when the OU results came out, Qin Feng actually scored only 59 points, 1 point short of passing? Crowd. It's really a big surprise. The original, Qin Feng wasn't as strong as he had imagined, but before, he was just a monkey calling the shots without a tiger in the mountain. But actually, the gap from the true masters was quite obvious. Qin Feng and Jiangnan, it's not in the same league at all. To this, Qin Feng could be described as frustrated to the extreme. In a deserted corner, he cried once more. He knew he didn't do well in this competition, and he didn't even necessarily pass, and it turned out that he did. This blow, not to be outdone. It's really hard to accept. And Gangnam? The other guy said he'd get 87 or 88 on the test. The result happened to be 88 points. If he wasn't wrong, Jongnan shouldn't have used his full strength because the latter was handing in his papers early. It would be fine if it was just a few minutes early. No one else knows. However, he was well aware of it, as he had made a point of inquiring afterward, and it appeared that Jongnan had turned in his papers not long after the exams had begun. Sheesh, you handed in your exam shortly after it started and easily scored 88 points, beating out all your rivals to become number one in the city? Really? No comparison, no harm. The moment, he truly felt despair. Jiangnan was a huge mountain stretching across the sky in front of him that he would never be able to climb over. And he's not going to turn it over. Some of them is destined to be admired. You can try to rise above it, but if you can't, you'll just have to meekly accept reality and conform. Previously, he had wanted to compete with Jiangnan in the OU field, but now he had completely lost that mind. He doesn't even want to participate in OU, even if he makes it to the rematch. For the total number of those who passed was 29, but the city would choose the top 30 to go to the province for a rematch, and with 59 points, he happened to be the 30th. But that doesn't make any sense at all. The other side, as a party, Jiangnan was equally unconcerned about winning first place in the city, and anyway, it was time to eat, drink, and sleep. The only thing that was worth his interest was perhaps only the system rewards that he would receive after completing the score control mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this score control mission. Bonus physical fitness +1, OU foundation +1, OU potential +1, points +100. Chapter 115, Physics competition begins. 2 days later, Wednesday, the fallout from the Olympiad is still fresh. A new race has begun. Today there were not one, but two physics competitions and chemistry competitions. As for the location, still at River City First High School. After all, it's the No. 1 key high school in terms of overall strength. Almost all of the competitions were wrapped up by the first middle school, and even the second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu, couldn't get any better. So, as with the previous Olympiad, the third grade participants had to ride the bus in front of the school again early in the morning. And the participants were likewise 10 in number. Even the vast majority are the same as they were 3 days ago. Jiangnan, Qin Feng and Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang and Qin Yuma. Only 4 others have new faces. As the saying goes, math and physics are not separate. People who are good at math are never bad at physics. Besides Jiangnan, Qin Feng, Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang and Qin Yuma were in the top 10 in every school exam. Even with a slight bias, physics is not weak. So, they both entered both competitions. Sure, they are not physically weak is not weak, but it's just one of the reasons to enter. In fact, there is a second reason. That's why there's no one in the third form. From the previous 2 days of the Olympiad, it can be seen that Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang and Qin Yuma, these people, although the results in the 3 middle schools are not bad, the next exam is the top 10 in the grade. But it's also just nice. There was still quite a gap between them and the true masters of the first and second middle schools, Shuing and Lanpu. Even Qin Feng, it's not even in the top 10 with people. This is evident from the previous monthly test scores. People on the first 600 points on 17 or 18, the second 600 points on the 15 or 16, Shuing and Lanpu less, but also 8 or 9 at the bottom. Qin Feng's 602 points. It really doesn't qualify as top-notch where people are concerned. As for Qin Yuma, Luo Min, these people, more only barely counted as medium to high, difficult to call the school bully, and the reason they are competing, except for personal wishes. In fact, there is also the will of the schools. That's swollen faces make up the numbers. After all, the third grade was once glorious. It can compete with the first school. It even nearly crushed the first grade. It's gone down now, but a loser is not a loser. For the Olympiad, there were dozens of participants in each of the first and second middle schools, and the same for the physics competition. So the number of participants in the third middle school couldn't be too small. Into single digits, could it? Even if no one else is. Make it 10, 2. Otherwise, third grade would really fall off the map. Only, even if you get 10 people together, you're basically just making up the numbers, and there's not much chance of getting a place or a prize. It's hard to even advance to the rematch. The crowd knew it by heart. Previously, only one Qin Feng had any hope, but now, having seen the true strength of schools such as first middle school and second middle school, Qin Feng actually had little hope of advancing. It's just like OU. Even if you can advance, it's a dangling, very barely there kind of thing that doesn't make much sense. Just as fortunately, a Gangnam popped up this year. It's a great way to back up the crowd, and it's a great way to honor the third grade. Jiangnan, today's physics competition is the same as the previous OU. Full marks of 100, time 2.5 hours. You just give me a first place test. It should be no problem. You don't know. Yesterday that old Chow guy had something to blow in the office. I couldn't stand to watch. The teacher leading the team this time was Xia Hongwei, and as soon as he got into the car, he instructed Jiangnan very solemnly. I'll try. Jiangnan just smiled faintly. Didn't put words in my mouth. After all, exactly how much you take depends on the mood of the system. I can't do anything about it, but I think we should have no problem advancing, but whether we can take first place, that's really unknown. Soon, the group then arrived at the first school. Then it's the same process as the previous OU competition. Simple opening ceremony and arrangement of examination rooms. But the difference is, last time they came quietly. The people often talk about Lu Fan in the first middle school, Du Jiang in the second middle school, Shuing Xia Ji, and Lan Pu Meng Chuan. Anymore, it's Su Yun from the fourth grade, and the third form, didn't care at all. But today, it is said that Sanjung Jiangnan has the qualifications of a scholar? What's with the talent of the top student? It's just that he took the first place in the preliminary round of the Olympiad. He's not that great. Why don't you take a first in the preliminary Olympiad too? I heard that the previous monthly exam paper, Jiangnan only took 600, although it's not bad, but I can't say it's that strong. It might just be good at math to take the first place in the city. But today is a physics competition, and I've been studying physics competition questions for many years, so I'm confident that I can overwhelm Jiangnan. Then we'll see. Inside the conference hall, many students are gathered together. However, what was talked about in the mouth was no longer Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji and those people, but all the Jiangnan of the third middle school, just because the news of what happened in Jiangnan had spread thoroughly. But at the same time, whether it's the first, second, or Chuing, the students of Lanpu are all holding their breath in their hearts, especially the students of the first school. In past years, the first place finishers in the preliminary OU competition have come from the first school, but this year, Lu Fan, the super school bully of the first middle school, was actually not number one, but was instead overwhelmed by a third middle school. This, not to mention Lu Fan, the person in question. No one can be convinced as long as they're in the first grade. One middle school is blessed. It's the best school in the whole River City. Whether it's the faculty, the teaching facilities, or the strength of the students, it's a proper first. And what's a third form? 10 years ago it would have been a hit. 10 years later, the third grade is not even worth mentioning. They had decided that this time, they had to pocket the first place in the city in the physics competition. As for Jiangnan, 100% to stomp it out. It is the only way to wipe the slate clean. At the same time, the students of the second middle school, Shuing, Lanpu, and even the fourth middle school were all pretty much in the same mindset. They've lost to the first school in past years and that's fine. I can't believe I lost to the third grade this year. This breath. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. To this, Jiangnan didn't really care. After all, he didn't take those people seriously at all, much less see them as opponents. The purpose of his participation in the contest, only to earn points for completing tasks. This is not. Before the contest begins, the system mission came once again. Ding! For this physics competition, please get 88 points. Chapter 116, all know the answer by physical instincts alone. What's with the 88 points again? Or is it, all 4 of these contests let me control the score 88? If that's true, there's a benefit. At least it won't be too inviting. After all, it can't all be number 1. Jiangnan secretly pondered. With that, he picked up the physics paper and scanned it. 5 multiple choice questions. Each question is worth 6 points, for a total of 30 points. 5 fill-in-the-blank questions. Each question is worth 6 points, for a total of 30 points. 2 answer questions. Each question is worth 20 points, for a total of 40 points. And he needs to control his score at 88, and the easiest way to do that is to, well, get a multiple choice and fill in the blank question wrong. Aha! Perfect. Having settled on the idea, Jiangnan went straight to work. First question. As shown in the figure, a light rope with a coefficient of strength h is fixed to the ceiling at its upper end and a small ball of mass m is attached to its lower end, with the equilibrium position 0 of the ball as the coordinate origin. The positive direction of the x-axis faces downward, and if the origin of the coordinates is taken to be the 0 point of the potential energy of the system, then the total potential energy of the system when the ball is located at the position with coordinates x0 is a 1/2 xo caret 2 xo, b 1/2k xo plus mg k caret 2 xo, c 1/2k xo plus mg k caret 2, d 1/2 xo caret 2. Gong Nam, somewhat speechless, just because He always felt that the questioner was insulting his intelligence. Such a simple question. Is it really necessary to take the test? And it's still a so-called contest? Almost without even thinking, he chose B. As for multiple choice, it's clearly not multi-choice. And the solution process? What's the point of a problem-solving process? There can't really be anyone who can't even do a question like this. Can there? If it does, then you can only go to the hospital and get checked out to see if there is a problem with your IQ. One question sifted through, almost in the blink of an eye. Jungnan then finished the 5 multiple-choice questions. Aha! Okay. Appears to have made an extra course. In order to control the score 88, he had to erase the last multiple-choice question again and deliberately fill in the wrong answer. Then, it's just 4 fill-in-the-blank questions. Likewise, he was almost out of physical instinct. In one fell swoop, I got all the fill-in-the-blank questions right, so much so that he had to do the same thing he did earlier, in turn erasing a question and replacing it with the wrong answer. Hey, it's a damn instinct. Blame it on the fact that his physics level is just too high and his physics base is just too strong. It's faintly sad. But, get that 12 points taken care of. The last 2 answer questions can be good. 11 questions, 20 points. As shown in the figure, a rectangular flat plate of mass m and sufficient length is resting on a smooth horizontal floor. The left end of a flat plate is connected to a horizontal light spring with a coefficient of strength h. The other end of the spring is fixed to a wall. Above the plate there is a small object of mass m. At the moment 1 is equal to 0. The plate is stationary, and the small block starts moving to the right at a certain speed. It is known that the sliding friction factor between the small object and the flat plate is mu, and the magnitude of the acceleration of gravity is g. 1. Prove that the motion of the plate is simple harmonic motion during the sliding of the small block to the right relative to the plate, and find the amplitude and frequency, period, of the simple harmonic motion. 2. If the plate starts moving from the moment t equals 0 to a quarter of a cycle just as the small object comes to rest relative to the plate for the first time, find 1. The value of the initial velocity of the small object. 2. The heat produced by the flat plate during a quarter cycle of motion. Jungnan looked closely for 3 seconds. Then you start solving the problem straight away. Don't even need draft paper. Just because. This question looks long, but simple couldn't be simpler. It's just a matter of examining friction, simple harmonic motion, and conservation of energy and such. Can't say it's old-fashioned. Let's just say it's all been done to death. Solution. 1. During the slide of the small block to the right relative to the flat plate, the flat plate is subjected to a sliding friction force of F equals mu mg, direction to the right. For a flat plate, by Newton's second law we have Fkx equals ma, where x is the elongation of the spring and a is the acceleration of the plate, positive to the right. Let x equals x/k. From equation we get kx equals na, available at 2. There was hardly a pause. He then took the 2 questions on that question in one breath. As it goes, it's the last question. Have to say, this finale is faintly something. No more than those before. A glance at the answer is as good as a gift. Even for the cuties. All picked up. And this 12th question. Jungnan thought about it for a little while then. Then he had a thought. Half a minute passed. Right in close. Gangnam got up and turned in his papers. Gangnam? The invigilator looked at the name on the paper and his brows instantly furrowed to a piece. You're that third middle school Jungnan who took first place in the city at the OU competition 2 days ago? It's only a few minutes into the test now. Why can't you do it? Just hand in your papers and abandon the test? For Gangnam. This invigilator of the first middle school naturally knew about it. After all, Jungnan's name has been spreading a lot in the past 2 days. But, Gangnam OU is awesome. Doesn't mean its physics are awesome too. As for the so-called scholar's position, it is even more laughable. Most people in the first middle school do not believe in it, and naturally he does not believe in it either. Especially now that the physics competition has only just begun and Gangnam is about to hand in his papers. It's clear proof. It's not even necessary to have not read the papers. He could then conclude. Jungnan was a scum in physics. In a 100-point paper with 12 questions, Jungnan scored 0 in 9 out of 10 cases and couldn't do a single question, also known as abandonment of the examination. To this, Jungnan frowned slightly and put down, "Teacher, I didn't abstain from the exam. I just finished and turned in my paper early." Having said that, he then went straight away. There's another chemistry competition up in the afternoon. It's a nice, sunny day. In the time he had, he also wanted to go to the lawn to sunbathe, rest, and nourish his energy. Arrogant and unaware. I'd like to see you. How many points you can get. The invigilator was already not very impressed with Jungnan, and this time, he was even more disgusted. However, when he picked up Jangnan's paper to inspect it, he froze instantly just like a certain invigilator before him. I can't believe it's not a white paper. Is he really done? How is that possible? It's only been a few minutes since the test started. He can't be that fast even if he's filling in the blanks and scribbling. Besides, doesn't look like scribbling? Ha, it really wasn't scribbling. He got the first question right, and the second, well, and the third. Chapter 117, no. 1 in material competition. From the third form again? Is the object competition paper easy? Ha, joke. It's not like competitions or common exams. How can it be easy? Can't you see how many people in the same exam room are scratching their heads and can't write at all? It's not just the same exam room in Gangnam. In the other 19 examination rooms, the pens in the hands of the vast majority of people were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Especially those who have participated in OU competitions before have mixed feelings and almost break down. Nima, it's okay that OU was hard before. Failing the test is in the past. Is it so hard to compete now? It's clearly bullying, downgrading and undermining people's confidence. Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, and Qin Yuma, several people in the third middle school, have silently given up in their hearts. They swear, even if they are killed, nor will they be back for a third race, just because. It's simply not something they can do. Even Qin Feng. It was also a struggle to face this physics paper. The other side. Jiang Nan left the exam room and ran to the restroom first, only to run into an acquaintance head-on. Hey, this student, why you? Your name is Gangnam, right? The one from third middle school. Are you here at our school again for the physics competition? But it's not right. This object competition just started a few minutes ago. Why did you come to the restroom? Did you finish and hand in your papers again? It was no one else who spoke. It was the same invigilator, surnamed Wang, from the Jiangnan Examination Center when he participated in the OU competition before. He had been very unimpressed with Gangnam, thinking that Jiangnan just didn't have half the skills and just knew how to blow smoke. He almost taught Jiangnan a lesson. However, upon seeing Gangnam's test paper, a sea change in attitude was issued at once. Jiangnan naturally remembered this teacher as well, so he nodded. That's right, after I finished, I naturally turned it in early. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This invigilator couldn't help but burst out, staring at Jiangnan incredulously. You wrote and handed in your paper after a few minutes of writing in OU last time, and ended up getting 88 points in first place, but don't ever tell me that this time you'll be able to get first place again? I don't know if I can take first place. After all, it's not like I have a perfect score, only 88 like before. What? Another 88 points? The invigilator's eyes widened in disbelief. 88 points in one contest is understandable. How is it possible to score 88 points in two contests as well? An accident? Or is it intentional? Point control? It was too much for him to imagine or believe. After all, it's a competition. It's not a regular exam. He had heard that there were some real geniuses, ghostly schoolmasters, who liked to play the score control routine. But, that's just in the common exam. And yet, I've never heard that the competition can also control the score. In that case, in this physics competition, you'll be first again in 9 out of 10 cases. Third middle school has taught good students. What? 88 can get first place too? Jiang Nan cocked his head. For such a simple question, not to mention full marks, there should be many who get more than 90. 90 points or more would be a lot. Invigilator teacher old face into a ball. You can think too much. The physics competition in previous years, there has never been someone can be on the 90 points. The highest only 83.4 only. Asterisk 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 83.4? Lower than OU? This time, it was Jiang Nan's turn to be surprised. The direction was so off that it almost fertilized the other side. He couldn't really understand it. Such a simple physics question. In the past years, no one can get 90 points. A bunch of idiots, right? What did you expect? The invigilator dodged Jiang Nan's attack while saying in a bad mood. On the whole, physical competition really isn't as difficult as OU, but its last finale question, which no one has been able to do in the past years, holds up a little bit of formula points. Nature. Its highest score would be just 83.4. Although I didn't supervise the physical competition today, I have heard before that in order to select people to impact the resumption of Provincial 1, this time the physical competition is more difficult than in previous years, and I think the maximum score will be a little lower. Words from the back. Jiangnan wasn't in the mood to listen. He really didn't want to get a first place in anything laborious. As long as he could advance into the rematch, finish the job, and get more chances to control the score, he would be satisfied. As for that so-called first place, it's simply trouble. Whoever wants it. But why? The old thief just won't leave him alone? Really? No fear of God-like opponents. Fear a pig-like enemy. Such a simple physics question. If he only scored 88 and ended up first, he really had to look down on those blown-up so-called schoolboys like Lu Fan in the first middle school and Du Jiang in the second middle school. 2.5 hours later, the physics competition was over. Candidates from all schools walked out of the exam room with their heads hanging down, as they had done in the previous OU competition. But, this time Jiangnan learned his lesson. After eating and drinking, purposefully finding a secluded lawn to sleep and sunbathe, even if those people cried loudly, they couldn't disturb him. He didn't need to go back to school anyway, because there's a chemistry competition in the afternoon. He's got it all figured out. Have to sleep in one breath until the chemistry competition starts. Sheesh. In one word, awesome. The other side. An office in a middle school. Physics teachers from various schools have gathered here to quickly correct the physics competition papers that have just been taken. Among them, Xia Hongwei was naturally included, and specifically responsible for it. It's the most senior physics teacher in the first high school. Fong Qijian. Team leader Fong. The results are out. Is it out? Then just announce it to everyone. Let's see how each school did on their exams. Fong Qijian pressed his neck and said in a very atmospheric manner, but a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Just because, in past years, the object competition has been the strongest in his first school. 30 places for promotion. He, a middle school, will occupy nearly half. Can be described as the scenery is infinite. I think this year is also the same. In the meantime, physics teachers from the 3 schools, second middle school, Shuing and Lampu, also waited with nervous anticipation. After all, they have all taught some of the best students this year, even if it's not quite as good as the first school overall. Yet there are hopes of winning the title. Only Xia Hongwei of the 3rd middle school sat in the corner in a calm and relaxed manner, smiling without saying a word, just like a bystander. For this competition, there were 5 on 80, 10 on 70, and 15 on 60, adding up to a total of 30, which happens to be the number of spots to advance to the repechage. It's in here. The first school occupies 13, the second 6, Chuyin 5, Rampo 4, the fourth 2, and the third 1. By the numbers, the first school has the best results, the second school is next, Chuyin and Lanpu are third, then the fourth school, and the third school is at the bottom. But what? Fong Qijian had just revealed a smile full of relief, but immediately frowned, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. The first place is not our first school. What? Upon hearing this, Fong Qijian rubbed his head and stood up. It's not our first middle school. Could it be the second middle school? No. Is that our Chuyin? Chu Ying's teacher rushed forward and asked. Neither. Then it's just us, Lampu, and I think the one who got first place is Meng Chuan. He's always been good at physics, always scoring full marks, including the last monthly exam. Rampart's physics teacher laughed. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. No, none of that. It's from the 3rd grade. What? From the 3rd grade again? Fong Qijian and the 2nd middle school, Shuing, Lanpu. Several teachers were all stunned. Before the first in OU was their 3rd middle school. How can the first in physical competition still be their 3rd middle school? Ha! Who says the first in physical competition can't be our 3rd grade? At this time, Xia Hongwei squinted his eyes, carried his hands behind his back, and leisurely stood out. If I'm not wrong, this first place, it's our school's Jiangnan again, isn't it? Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, one of the teachers in the room counted, and all of them turned their gazes to the one holding the report card. See only. Although the latter was also unwilling to believe it, he had to nod his head. No, that's right, it's Jiangnan from your 3rd form. Chapter 118. It's him, again. Who took the first place in chemistry competition? Fong Qijian. Teachers in the 2nd grade, Mr. Shuyin, Mr. Rampart, as well as the others present. They were all stunned. Object competition first. I can't believe it's 3rd grade again and it's Gangnam again? Is there any law at all? Is there a law? Why? How many years has the Sanzhongdu style been weakened? At least 10 years or more. 3rd grade hasn't won a competition, has it? Not to mention a double first in the OU in physics competitions. That's a rare occurrence in the history of all 3 schools, right? All of them were only first in the preliminary round, just the city championship. But since they were able to get first, they were able to advance to the rematch. There may not be much hope for a provincial crown, but ranking a province 1 is absolutely fine. After all, as per past experience, the city crown must have the level of a provincial one. It even makes it to the provincial team for the final round. With a little bit of luck, if you can get a Kakusai Ichi Kakusai too, Gangnam can all just bail out. Even if you can't get a guaranteed transfer, but the college entrance examination plus 20 has been completely without the slightest suspense. Sheesh, so to speak. 3rd grade is really going to take off this year. Jiangnan also really has the qualifications of a high school student. The crowd had a hard time accepting it for a while. After all, before the exam started, they could all be confident in their school students, while singing the praises of the 3rd grade. Results available, only to be slapped in the face. Only Xia Hongwei was happy in his heart at the moment. Oh, finally, it was his turn to raise his eyebrows. In one word, awesome. If he wasn't still concerned about his status as a teacher and wasn't in a position to be too unrestrained, he would have wanted to just laugh out loud 3 times. Gangnam. Sure enough, it gave him a facelift. When he goes back, he can also brag in front of the crowd, especially Chao Tianyuan, that old boy. But his joy did not last long. When he saw Gangnam's score on the report card, its mind can't help but crumble a little. 88 points? Gangnam actually only scored 88 points? It's also number 1, which is a full 4 points more than 84, which is second or third. But with Jungnan's strength, it's entirely possible to get a perfect score on the exam, and it's never right that it's only 88 points. The only explanation, it's that kid who's controlling the score on purpose. Really, not being human. Forget it, barely. I'll let you off the hook once on the basis that you got first place and can advance to the rematch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The chemistry competition is about to start again. This time the third grade entry was also 10. But it is no longer Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang and Qin Yuma, that few, but all replaced with new faces. Even Qin Feng didn't participate anymore. It's just too much to eat. A few of them finished the physics competition in the morning and went straight back to the third form without stopping for a moment in the first form. Only Gangnam, a breath of sleep. Then he was found by Chu Yang, the leading teacher of the chemistry competition in the third middle school, who was also the head of the chemistry team, and sent to the examination room to take the test. It's worth mentioning, all the other contestants went to the test center on their own. The only one who was there was Jiang Nan, who was personally sent to the examination room by the lead teacher and watched with an expectant face as Jiang Nan walked in. Sheesh, that moment. The over 100-year-old head of the chemistry team in the third form was on the verge of a smile on his face folds. Can you not smile? Gangnam got first place in the previous Olympiad, not only to the 3 middle school glory, but also let the lead teacher and other schools' teachers raised eyebrows a bit. The morning physics competition was no different. It is said that the moment the results came out, the teacher leading the team, Xia Hongwei, was out of this world and in the limelight, and those old rivals of the first and second middle schools, Shu Ying and Lan Pu, were gray and collectively dumbfounded. Now, it was finally his turn. Chu Yang, with Jiang Nan's chemistry prowess, it wouldn't be a bit of a problem to take first place in the preliminary round of the chemistry competition. In time, it's his moment to perform. One thought. He just stood in front of the exam room giggling more than a little. However, less than 2 minutes, he turned his head without looking. Surprisingly, I found someone was looking at him with idiotic eyes. Gangnam? You, didn't you just go in? How did you get out? You're not going to give me a waiver. Never. I was waiting for you to come in first place, to honor the school, and so I could raise my eyebrows. The moment. Xu Yang was really in a hurry. In order to come to the light of the south of the river, he was the head of the chemistry team, but he purposely dropped everything and instead brought his team to the first grade to participate in the chemistry competition. But now, the dream was only half done, and Jiang Nan wanted to puncture it. How could he stand it? Who said I ditched the exam? Jiang Nan looked at the lead teacher as if he were an idiot. I'm done. Can't I turn in my paper early? Don, turn in your papers early? It's only been 2 minutes. I know you're good at chemistry too, and you're a fast problem solver, but this is too fast. Xu Yang's old face was seized in one piece. Fast? It's okay. Jiang Nan waved his hand. He really didn't think he was that fast. After all, the process is the same as the previous OU in physical competition. The system tasks are score control 88. He just need to plan where to deduct 12 points first, and the rest of the questions are just normal play. So, can you take first place? I don't know if I can take first place, but with 88 points anyway, there shouldn't be much of a problem advancing. Xu Yang was furious. You obviously have the strength to get a perfect score, but you only get 88 and you say it with such justification. Sheesh, there was no one else but Gangnam. But, forget it. According to the results of the chemical competition in previous years, the highest score was only 80 or so, and Jiang Nan's 88 points should be able to take first place. Not to mention, he was also 88 in OU in physical education. As long as it advances, the focus is still on the rematch and taking the provincial crown. 2.5 hours later, chemistry competition exams are over. Xu Yang arranged for the third form participants to return to school first. Sure, Gangnam is not one of them, because the latter had long since finished their exams and left. As for Chu Yang, he came to the office of the chemistry team of the first middle school to participate in the correction of the papers of this chemistry competition. Soon, papers are corrected and grades are posted. First place, Gangnam, 88 points. Second place, Lu Fan, 87 points. Third place, Du Jiangyi, 87 points. Fourth place, Summer poll, 87 points. 5th place, Meng Chuan, 87 points. Watching Jiangnan in the 3rd grade actually scored another 88 and took 1st place in the chemical competition by 1 point. Chu Yang in the 3rd middle school could not help but laugh, even laughed out loud, a little openly. But the 1st middle school, the 2nd middle school, Shu Ying and a few teachers in Lanpu. For a time, the corner of the eyes wildly twitching and trembling. It's him, it's him, it's him again. Gangnam from the 3rd grade, took the 1st place in chemistry competition? Nima, this is going against the grain. What's going on? Why does our school lose again and again? Or to the same school and the same people? Gangnam, is he our nemesis? One person winning the first of 3 competitions at the same time and becoming the Triple Crown champion. This is still the first case in the whole Zhangcheng, right? Simply unbelievable. Chapter 119, the biggest row in the history of biology competitions. Hey, have you heard? This year, there is a genius in the 3rd middle school. A real genius. The kind that can crush the 2 key prestigious schools of the 1st middle school and the 2nd middle school, as well as the 2 top private high schools of Chuing and Lanpu. You're talking about Gangnam, right? That's right, it's Gangnam. You know that too? Of course I know. In the Olympiad, physics and chemistry competitions held these days, he scored 88 points and won 3 first places, being called the Triple Crown King. It's all over all the high schools in River City now. It's even in the papers, on the internet, news and TV. Looks like he's famous. That must be famous. After all, it's the first of the 3 competitions. Zhangcheng has never seen such a genius before. Genius indeed. Awesome batch. Before this, Lu Fan of the 1st middle school, Du Jiang of the 2nd middle school, Chuing Xiaji and Lanpu Mengchuan all have the strength to take Qingbei, and this year's top student of the college entrance examination in Zhangcheng, in all probability, will be produced from among the 4 of them. But now, there is still a Jiangnan to be added. If that's true, won't the 3rd form be on the rise as well? Definitely rising. Although the overall strength is not yet comparable to the 1st and 2nd middle schools, but the potential does not need to be underestimated. After all, it's evident that even the 1st and 2nd schools can't produce a 3 competition first, but the 3rd school can. In less than half a day's time, the news that Jiangnan had won the 1st place in the 3 competitions had spread throughout Zhangcheng. Then, Gangnam then caught fire. The big fire. Special fire kind. If you say before, Gangnam is still only famous in the 3rd grade, online, and to a small extent in forums and other places. And now, 10 years of hard work and no one asked for it, but the world knows about it once it's done. As long as one is from Zhangcheng, as long as one is not out of touch with society, there is no one who does not know the name of Jiangnan. Because, the news of Gangnam is all over the school. Many news outlets are also covering the story. After all, this is the Olympics. For big media, a district preliminary is not too important. But for the local media in Zhangcheng, this is already big news. Especially the 3 competing firsts. Totally makes their front page. Even, there were many media people, all of whom scrambled to come to the 3rd middle school to find Jiangnan, wanting to give him a column interview. Only, these people were stopped by the school. The reason is, Jiangnan will have to participate in the biology competition on Friday, and even more later, he will have to go to the province to participate in the rematch of the competition in various subjects, and strive to get good grades, so as to win honor for the school and glory for the city of Zhangcheng. So, not available to be interviewed at this time. I hope you won't disturb Gangnam's studies. Sure, that's what the school says to the public. Those media people have to believe it even if they don't. After all, the school is closed. They can't break in even if they want to. As for the inward argument, okay, now in the entire 3rd middle school, there were almost few people who didn't know that Zhang Nan spent his weekday classes sleeping. Learning? That's a joke. And interrupting studies is the joke of jokes. It's more like it to say disturbing sleep. And it is true. Since the news of the 1st in physical competition and the 1st in chemical competition spread back to 3rd middle school, the threshold of class 304 had been trampled. Outside classes of admiring students is only 1. More still, teachers of physical and chemical subjects, plus 1 more math. Right, and some of the school's leaders. What teaching office? Political education office. What director? Deputy director? All came to visit Jiangnan one after another. Even the principal of the school didn't miss a beat. Messing with Jiangnan was so overwhelming that he almost exploded. Eventually, he's wooden. The only way to do that is to offer a killer. From today onwards, no one should come and disturb my sleep, or else don't blame me for letting go of the water in the later contests. Sheesh. This statement was made. The group leaders of the 4 subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, Zhou Lingfeng, Old Li, Xu Yang, and the others were immediately shocked and anxious. Gangnam is in high demand right now. They are still waiting for it to go to the province to swipe the prize. If Gangnam gives up the ghost, what's wrong with that? The biology team leader, in particular, was impatient. After all, Jungnan had already taken first place in the preliminary rounds of 3 competitions, and the only one that hadn't started yet was the biology competition. If Jungnan let go of the water and messed up the biology competition on Friday, his biology group would have to be laughed to death. To this, almost immediately, the 4 people jointly found the principal Gu Tianhang and asked him to order that no one is allowed to disturb Jungnan's sleep, cough and study. Then, and there's the present scene, all the media people were blocked outside the school gates. No one can reach Gangnam. As for Jungnan, you can sleep comfortably, cough and learn, and in addition to studying, it's all about checking system rewards and points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the object competition and control points quest. Bonus physical fitness +1, physical race base +1, physical race potential +1, points +100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the chemical competition control score task. Bonus physical fitness +1, chemical competitive base +1, chemical competitive potential +1, points +100. 2 days later, Friday, the biology competition begins. The test site is still set up in the first school. This day, it should be one of the most lively and highly publicized days in the first middle school. More lively and more talked about than the OU, physics and chemistry competitions of the previous days. At the same time, it's also the last decade in River City. For the first time, the biology competition was so rowdy. As you know, Olympic math, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions are held every year, but in past years, the crowd has always focused only on the first 3 competitions, and the biology competitions have had a weak presence, so weak that few people have paid attention to them. But this year, it is diametrically opposed. The reason for this is still because of Gangnam. The crowd wanted to know, can Gangnam break the record again by also getting first place in this bio race while becoming a quadruple champion? For this reason, many media people in the River City are well prepared. The raw competition hasn't started yet. They then set up their camera cams and collectively stood guard outside the first school, waiting for the first news. Shaky wave info. Look everyone, the candidates from the 10 high schools in Jiangcheng, as well as the 16 high schools in the following counties, have all entered the examination room, and the raw competition has officially begun. Jiangcheng Daily, according to statistics, the candidates, as many as 628 people, while the promotion quota is only 30 choose one. Visible competition is fierce. New Leaf Live, of course, today's most popular, but also the number of 3 middle school Jiangnan. I guess a lot of people want to know. Watch New Leaf Live to see if Gangnam wins this contest. Normal opening line. It doesn't attract much of an audience. There are very few people interacting online. However, next, Shaky Wave Info, ********, River City Journal, ********, New Leaf News, ********, all the media, all shocked and dumbfounded, just because someone actually came out of the exam room, and it's not someone else. Exactly what is the favorite of the favorites right now? The one who is on everyone's radar. The Gangnam of the third form? Chapter 120, The Pride of Heaven. Only I, the Southern God, the rise of Jiangcheng Third Middle School. Nima, it's a 2.5-hour test. How long has it been now? Less than 5 minutes, right? And Gangnam has come out? This, even if they killed them, they didn't believe that Jiangnan was done. Even if Jiangnan was even more powerful. And the only explanation, it was Gangnam who abandoned the exam and walked right out. But this, is that possible? Jiangnan is the first of the 3 competitions, a genius with the qualifications of a scholar. Even if the biology is worse, it is impossible to abandon the examination. Or is it? Is this biology competition too hard? It's also unlikely. Raw competition is difficult again, and how hard can it be to beat the OU? The physical and chemical competition? With a belly full of doubts, all the media people present, with cameras and microphones in hand, swarmed around Jiangnan. At this point, it's all about who's faster. Whoever is fast makes the headlines. So much so that a number of people have tripped and fallen, and I don't know if it was an accident, or is someone deliberately tripping. Anyway, finally, a female reporter from Jiangcheng Daily, Tang Chichi, grabbed the first position and took the microphone to Jiangnan. Hello Mr. Jiangnan, this student competition has just started and you're out. May I ask if it's because the paper is too difficult? The roles are too hard. Where do I start? Surrounded by so many people, Jiangnan was dumbfounded. Tang Chichi, wasn't it because it was too hard that you just abandoned the exam and that's why it came out so quickly? Jiangnan, of course not. Such a simple topic. How can there be any difficulty to speak of? As for abandoning the exam, it's even more impossible. I finished it before handing in my paper early. What? You were done turning in your paper early? Crap, how can that be? It's only been 5 minutes since the test started. 5 minutes? Was it that long? By the way, I went to the bathroom before I came out and was delayed for a while. Tang Chi-Chi. Listen, is that even human? None of them could believe that Jungnan could finish the biology competition paper after spending only 5 minutes. But Gangnam said, the reason it took 5 minutes, just for going to the bathroom, that, it's time to do the questions. How long has it been? 4 minutes? 3 minutes? Or is it shorter? How can you do it all in such a short time? Even if you can't even read the questions, right? So how do you think you did on the test? Can you take the first place as well as OU? Physics and chemistry? I don't know if we can take first place, but with 88 points, we should have no problem advancing anyway. What? 88 points again? Didn't you get 88 points in OU? Physics and chemistry? How come they're all the same? Is there a rule that you can't have the same score? That's not true, since there aren't any. No? Well, please move over and get out of my way. I have to get back to school. Tang Chi-Chi. All the media people in the neighborhood. The crowd was speechless. Yeah, oh, Jungnan was indeed right. I have never heard that the test scores for OU, physical competition, chemical competition and biological competition, cannot be the same. Just, the same person. The probability of getting the same score on all 4 subjects is too low. No, this is no ordinary exam. It's the Olympics, for subjects with the same score. Isn't that harder than winning the lottery? Ruling out accident as an impossibility, then the only explanation left is that Jungnan did it on purpose. Whether it's the OU, the physical competition, the chemical competition, or the biological competition, it's all about intentionally getting the same score. 88? Also known as control points? Asterisk. He's actually controlling the score? One thought. Tang Chi-Chi directly couldn't help but burst out. It's not just her. There were quite a few other media people around. Shivering Waves, and a few reporters from New Leaf as well. Nah, I'm uneducated. A line, there are no other words, could describe their feelings at the moment, just because they all realized something at the same time. If Jungnan was really deliberately controlling the score, wouldn't that mean that his true strength was, well, unfathomable? After all, this is not a common test score control. Instead, it's a race to control the score, still not controlling low scores. Instead, it's 88, a higher score like that. Unless Jungnan each section, all of them have the strength to score 95 or more, or even a perfect score, in order to control the score at 88 so easily and accurately, right? Surprise! That's a lot of scary stuff. Waiting now, waiting for the results of the biology competition to come out. If Gangnam really scored 88, that would prove that it's 100% score control. If that were true, it's expected to shake the whole city. Jungnan struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, and without even daring to look back, he panicked and ran. Nima, being surrounded by so many people is just too scary. He never wanted to go through it again, and just want to rush back to school, back in class 304, back in your seat. The only place to be is there. It's where his quiet place is. You can sleep in peace, unattended and undisturbed. But, what he doesn't know is this. At this moment, even if he escaped back to 304, it could not stop the outside world from paying attention to him, as well as frantically pursuing him, just because he would have been on fire, and now is on fire, because of the conversation he just had with Tang Chi-Chi. It had been synchronized and seen by everyone in the city through the 3 live streams of Shivering Waves, River City and New Leaf. The original 3 live streams didn't have a lot of viewers, but the moment Jungnan appeared, the audience has then multiplied, and when Jungnan conversed with Tang Chi-Chi, the audience of the 3 live streams increased steeply, and the interactions were bursting at the seams. Gangnam, he's Gangnam from the 3rd grade, so damn handsome, and his grades are so good. First in the 3 competitions, properly someone else's kid. It's only been a few minutes since the exam started. Did he hand in his paper early again? What do you mean again? You don't know. His previous OU, physics and chemistry competitions were all handed in within minutes of starting the exam, and then he got an 88 on both? That's right. This is too much. That's not impressive. I'm from the 3rd middle school. I'll break the news to you guys. Jungnan is the god of the students. He can crush question answering machines. Any question is child's play in front of him. In that case, this raw competition, in just a few minutes, he really managed to score 88 points? That's a must. He's the face of our 3rd grade, the pride of heaven, only I, the southern god, the so-called biology competition. That's child's play. Looks like the 3rd grade is really on the rise. Sure to rise. In the meantime, 3 centers, This happened to be after school hours, and yet not a single teacher or student was skulking around outside, just because. Principal Gutenhanger himself gave the word. All students and faculty stayed in their classrooms to watch the live stream, and waiting for this moment. See only. School announcements are turned up to the max. Quickly, quickly, all classes, all students, hidden cell phones hurry to pull out. Walk a wave of formation. The pride of the sky. Only I South God. Jiangqing 3rd Middle School Rise. Shaky Wave Info Live. River City Journal Live. New Leaf News Live. Almost simultaneously, both were brushed aside. The pride of heaven. Only I. Nanshan. Jiangqing 3rd Middle School Rises. The pride of heaven. Only I. Nanshan. Jiangqing 3rd Middle School Rises. Jiangcheng Daily Editor-in-Chief hurriedly called Tang Chichi. Quickly, the person ran away. Hurry to catch up. Then ask. The editor-in-chief of Shivering Waves Information also called his own reporter at the same time. Are you a soft eater? You can't even grab a woman. Hurry up and rush up and talk to Jiangnan Online. New Leaf News Editor-in-Chief, don't freeze. One word. Punch. Dislike the mic for me. Grab the headlines. Chapter 121 for competitive firsts. Birth of a national idol. Gangnam is on fire. Big fire, special fire. Not only in Jiangcheng, but the kind that is famous all over the internet. Because the contents of the 3 live streams of Shivering Waves, River City, and New Leaf had been shared out while causing the entire internet to go crazy. The same fire, there is the Jiangcheng 3 Middle School, the old school with more than 70 years of history. The 3rd school schoolmaster, a rare sight for 100 years. The face of the 3rd form is Jiangnan, the pride of heaven. Only I, the southern god, 3rd grade rising, the most handsome high school student on the internet. Contests are due in 5 minutes, and the ruthless examiner 1 kills all answering machines. The first of the 3 competitions, the talent of the scholar. Add another score control bigot, and so on. These resounding titles have become online segments. Just play Shakeology. Few people nowadays don't recognize Gangnam. At the same time, the crowd was curious. Together with the effort to go to the restroom, Jiangnan spent only 5 minutes to finish the biology competition paper. Results. Is it true what it says? It's 88 points. For this reason, even after the exams were over, all the media people still blocked the entrance of the 1st middle school in a swarm, and did not want to leave for a long time, and they are on the air. The number of people online all exceeded 10,000, and 100,000 at the peak. Even though Gangnam had already run away, these viewers still flocked to stare at the live broadcast, just to see the final results. Until 3 hours later, the answer is revealed. In an office somewhere in the 1st school. At the moment it's full of people, all teachers, but it's not just all biology teachers, it's also the math, physics and chemistry teachers from the 1st school. The former is quickly grading raw competition papers, and those latter, then it is all agonizingly waiting for the results. They all want to know, after taking 1st place in OU, physical and chemical competitions, is Gangnam still able to take 1st place in biological competitions? Soon, the results are in. The head of the biology team at the 1st high school nervously took the report card and scanned it up with a shaky hand. Next, its eyelids fluttered and it almost fainted. See only. At the top of the list, the word Jiangnan was clearly there. And the score, it also happens to be 88 points. Not a penny more, not a penny less. He stepped all over Lu Fan from the 1st middle school, Du Jiang from the 2nd middle school, Xia Ji from Chuing and Meng Chuan from Lanpu. Oh my god, 88 points? He's really 88 points. And it was a paper that was done in a few minutes. It's obvious that he is deliberately controlling his score, and he only scored 88 when he clearly had a perfect score. It's an insult to the questioner. This head of the biology team in the 1st high school was almost exasperated. Honestly, if there were no outsiders here, he would have wanted to change the score just because it was unbearable. But unfortunately, there are a lot of outsiders here. To be fair, the papers were marked by biology teachers from various schools. In addition to teachers from the 1st school, there were also teachers from other schools and even a biology team leader from the 3rd school. Under this premise, there is no way to fake it. Eventually, he also had to bite the bullet and post the results. Then, lost. Our school lost again. 88 points. He's really in 1st place again. The first of the 4 competitions is unprecedented in River City, and the scores are the same. Typical score control maniac. Lu Fan obviously also has the qualifications of a scholar, and he scores perfect marks in his weekday exams. So why did he repeatedly lose to Jiangnan? So did Du Jiang from our school, who clearly could have shocked the 1st place, but lost to him. There's also our school Xia Ji, that's also the pride of heaven, a super schoolmaster. Why can't he pass Jiangnan? If we have Chuan, why do we have Nan? Why do we need an extra Jiangnan in the 3rd form when we have Meng Chuan from our school? the moment the results are announced. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade schools, and teachers from the counties below are fine, and it doesn't hurt their interests or reputations anyway, but all the teachers present in the 1st, 2nd, Shuing and Lanpu were all sad. Before that, 4 of their schools. It's the top ace school in Zhangcheng. It was Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, and Meng Chuan, whom they had trained, who were the most popular candidates to win the competition. These 4, all of them have the qualifications of high school students. 9 times out of 10, they get into the top schools in Qingbei, with the East Evil, West Poison, South Emperor, North Beggar, each occupying one side. Each other first to describe, is not too much, but now, OU, crushed by Gangnam. Things are competing in being crushed by Gangnam. The chemical competition, crushed by Jiangnan. Raw competition, crushed by Gangnam. As the city's 4 best high schools, as the hottest 4 genius schoolmasters, they lost one after another to the fallen 3rd middle school, to an unheard of Jiangnan. How does that make these teachers feel? Shame on you. It's all lost to Grandma's house. Perhaps the only person in the room who rejoiced was the biology team leader from the 3rd form. That old face. The folds opened up with a smile, showing 32 large white teeth. At the same time, the other side. As soon as the results of the student competition are announced, several media outlets blocking the entrance of the 1st middle school, as well as the countless viewers who had been guarding the live broadcast, were immediately sensationalized. It's true. It's even true. He said 88 points and it turned out to be 88 points. That's too accurate. Other students estimate their scores on weekdays, but only roughly, not a single point like this? Needless to say, it's definitely a score control maniac without a doubt. This is like a heavenly show. Awesome. After 5 minutes of exams, the first of 4 competitions, with a control score of 88, I would call him the strongest high school student ever. He's still so handsome, and even though he only showed his face for a moment, it melted my heart to see him. Handsome and talented. Are all young people so good nowadays? How can we live? Loved, and he's been my idol ever since, but it's really someone else's child. To be able to produce such a powerful student, that Jiangcheng No. 3 middle school, it's not easy either. When my kids go to high school in a couple of years, they're going to be sent to the 3rd grade, too, never again to the 1st or 2nd grade. Shuing Lanpu also do not send. Private school, tuition high frightening not to mention, but also no one compared to Jiangnan. This call, what a wave. Gangnam instantly became the object of universal admiration. Incidentally, Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School is also liked by countless parents in Jiangcheng, thinking of sending their own dolls to study in the future. Before that, the 1st and 2nd middle schools are the ones they are most enthusiastic about, because these 2 schools have produced the most top scorers in the college entrance examination. Those with wealthy and rich families were mostly sent to the 2 private aristocratic schools, Shuing and Lanpu. But it was changed by Jiangnan alone. Beyond that, the basketball world, which has absolutely nothing to do with the academic world of exams, is causing a huge stir at the moment. When the previous video of Jiangnan shooting and dunking was posted online, it drew the attention of several bigwigs in the basketball world. This includes the coaches of the provincial teams and even the head of the basketball association. That video is headless and unlabeled. They searched for a long time, but they couldn't find the location where the video took place, much less the person, Gangnam. But now, they finally found it. So it's in Jiangcheng. Is his name Jiangnan? Binhai provincial team's coach Wang saw this live broadcast. Instant excitement inexplicable. Completely unable to sit down. Forced towards the assistant a wave. Drop everything. Hurry to go to Jiangcheng with me to find people. Next door to the provincial team's Ma coach. Finally found. It turns out that he is a student of the Marina Jiangcheng 3 middle school. Fast. Drive. Oh no. Drive too slow. Buy me the earliest airplane ticket. Fly to Binhai first, then transfer high-speed train to Jiangcheng. Must grab the Binhai provincial team's old king before the heavy money to sign Jiangnan down. Head of a professional club, this kind of basketball talent, no matter how much money it costs, must be signed into our team. Then next year's ABC finals, the champion must be ours. Basketball Association head Little Giant, that who? Hurry up and bring my private plane over to Marina Jiangcheng 3 middle school. Chapter 122, if you can't beat them, you can only draw them in. Gangnam is on fire. The online Nanshan slogans were in waves and brought up 3 centers. A lot of people in Jiangcheng are spreading the word. Jiangnan must be Jiangcheng's top student in this year's college entrance exam. And the 3 middle schools have risen, not only to reproduce the glory of the year, and even to exceed the glory of the year. To this, as arch rivals of the 1st, 2nd, Shuing and Lanpu, can be instantly anxious, although they know, The overall level of the third grade is just that at the moment. Except for Gangnam, there's simply no second man who can fight. Competition in 4 subjects: mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology. The only other person in the third grade who took first place in the 4 competitions and was able to advance to the rematch was Jongnan, and there wasn't much left at all. On OU, although Chin Fong had also advanced, he was just a hangman, and going there was just making up the numbers. It didn't make much sense. The same is true for the competition of things, of chemistry and of life. But even so, whether it is the first or the second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu, do not dare to have the slightest underestimation of the third middle school. After all, who knows if it will be as rumored. Is this the beginning of the rise of the third grade? No, the third grade used to be very powerful. As the oldest high school in River City, it's only third form though. However, it is capable of overpowering the second school and far surpassing the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th schools. As for the rising stars like Shuing and Lanpu, it was even harder to look up to them, even as the leader. The key high school among the key high schools, that is, the first high school, was almost overtaken by the third high school. That time, the third grade was a momentous occasion. It's so hard to watch its decline go down now. The first school is without its strongest rival. In the second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu also did not have that heavy boulder on their heads, so they could develop rapidly. Nature. None of them want to see the third form rise again. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, they also have to snuff it out. This is not. There are no volumes of cases, and things do not go on overnight. That very night, both the first and second middle schools, Shuing and Lanpu, have urgently convened a discussion meeting. An office in a middle school gathered all the teachers of the senior class, responsible for chairing the meeting. Its director of instruction Zhou Hua, the math team leader Zhang Qing, physics team leader Fang Qizhi, language team leader Chen Zai, and chemistry, foreign language, and biology team leaders were all present. Beyond that, and the one with the highest authority, the principal of the first school, Gong Sun Li, was also in the audience. Sheesh, that's a lineup, no less. Tell us all about it. What should we do now? In past years, the math, physics, chemistry, and biology 4-subject competitions have been the specialty of our first high school. First in every subject. Not to say that all of them came from our first school, but at least 2 or 3 of them were taken by me. But this year, I can't believe it was taken by the third grade, and it was taken by the same person? This is a real slap in the face. A naked slap in the face. Now the people are saying that our first school is in decline and the third school is on the rise. If you ask me, we don't need to be so mobilized. That third middle school has been in decline for many years. How can it rise up with just one person? Not to mention, I've already inquired. The last time the monthly exams were mapped out, that Jiangnan did only score 600 points, and could rank second in the third middle school. But when put into our first middle school, we can't even enter the top 15, missing Lu Fan by more than 70 points. He might just be lucky in this competition. Luck? One first place at a time is luck. Being first twice could also be luck, but now it's 4 times number 1. This is no longer explained by the word luck, but real strength. He really has the qualifications of a top student, even far more than Lu Fan in our first middle school. It's true that he has strength, but to say that he can surpass Lu Fan and have the qualifications of the top scholar, I don't believe it. After all, he scored 600 points in the last monthly exam, while Lu Fan was 678 points, a difference of 78 points. This senior high school student cannot just look at the results of the 4 subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology, but the overall results. So, Principal Gongsun Li couldn't help but slap the table and stood up, a pair of tiger eyes sweeping across the 4 directions. Many of you, at first glance, have been sitting in the office for a long time and are too comfortable and closed off. Take it at face value just based on hearsay or what people deliberately put out there. Yes, last monthly exam, on the same paper, Jiangnan did score only 600 points, 78 points less than Lu Fan from our school. But again, do you realize that he had 600 points on the premise that he intentionally got a 0 on a foreign language test? Swish, swish, swish. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. There was one in the room, and all of them couldn't sit still. What? He got a 0 on foreign language on purpose and 600? How is this possible? You know foreign languages are 150 points. The total score is only 750. If you remove foreign languages, then won't he get perfect scores in the rest of the subjects? Unbelievable. It's really incredible. 0 marks in foreign languages, full marks in languages, mathematics, physics and chemistry. What's the concept? Since the restoration of the college entrance examination, Zhangcheng has never produced such amazing results, right? Granted, this is only a monthly exam, not a high school exam, But who in the room didn't understand? The last monthly examination paper, which was jointly produced by the teachers of the first and second middle schools, was still far more difficult than the advanced level examination. Purpose. It's all about feeling out the high schools in River City. Both suppress other schools. Again, it highlights their first and second schools, so to speak. Last monthly test scores. It's perfectly analogous to high school grades. Positively so. It was only then that they insisted that the Lu Fan their school had produced would be the top scholar of the college entrance exams in the near future. After all, it scored 678 points, for more than Du Jiang in the second grade and nearly 10 more than Chuing in Lanpu. As for the third center, not seen as an opponent by them at all. But now, a Gangnam out of nowhere? 0 points in a foreign language but 600 total points? They don't think. A genius who can get perfect scores in languages, mathematics, physics and chemistry, and even get first place in the 4 competitions, would be a foreign language idiot. Even if its foreign language is poor and far inferior to other subjects, it is still easy to get a passing grade. Pass 90 points. Add another 600 points. That's a total score of 690. This could totally hang Lu Fan 678 by 630 and above. A 1-point difference is a grade apart, let alone a dozen points apart. Sheesh. Needless to say, Jiangnan must be a high school student without a doubt. It's not like you can't even compete for the top spot in the provincial exams. Ahem. Just then, Director of Instruction Zhou Hua coughed twice lightly and rounded off the conversation. Now everyone knows, Jiangnan is really extraordinary. Not only is he first in the 4 competitions, but he also scored full marks in all the languages, mathematics, physics and chemistry in the last monthly exam. Let's not talk about the physical, chemical and biological first, but let's talk about the language and math. The math on the last monthly test was hard. Our school's Lu Fan got the highest score and it was only 142. But what about people? That's a perfect score. As for the language, that's more than enough. Its difficulty is still above the math. On that literary language, there are not many people will. Composition is also very difficult to write. Lu Fan only took 138, but people are still full marks. Full marks in languages. Have you ever heard of them? As far as I know, the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire Binhai province, cannot find a second person in the last 10 years. So, we have to pay attention to him. Otherwise, even with just him alone, it's possible to change the landscape of Jiangcheng. There, nothing else will be said. Principal Gongsun Li spoke again. Director Zhou and I have decided to tighten the learning culture of the first middle school next, and give Lu Fan and other top students to do a blitz at the same time, and also to bring Gangnam together as much as possible. After all, the third middle school has declined. Whether it is the teacher's strength, or the teaching environment, are far less than our first middle school. To the level of Gangnam, there's not a lot of help that the third grade can give him, but we're different in first grade. As long as he's willing to come, not only can we give them a high scholarship, but we can also focus them on their strengths and help them go even further. And there are guaranteed places in our school, so if he gets a provincial one in the competition, he can be directly guaranteed a place. None of it is what the third grade can offer. Chapter 123, Jiangnan. This person, we are bound to get. Mr. Chun, this matter is in your hands. You can start with both Gangnam personally, and his parents at home, as long as it can be fought over, even if it costs more. Tomorrow, Saturday, sooner rather than later, you'll run to his school and then to his house. I can hear your good news soon. Account for the end of the mission. Gongsun Li then left the office. To this, many people in the room had mixed feelings. What a surprise. A large one middle school. Thousands of students. Actually no one can compare to Jiangnan, and ultimately had to pull it together. As for Chen Zhe, the language team leader who was named by Gongsun Li, his face instantly collapsed. Speaking of which, why is it me who is going off? Director Zhou, why don't you arrange someone else? Zhou Hua, old son has named you. You have to go even if you go. You have to go even if you don't go. Who made you question it just now? Don't you not believe in Jiangnan's strength? It's just as well to go and meet it in person. Maybe you can really pull it together. Shenze, tears streaming down my face. No words of desolation. The other teachers, on the other hand, bowed their heads and smiled. A similar scene. It also happened at River City too. Gu Hongyi, the principal of the second middle school, shook his head helplessly. I have to admit, we really don't have any students in the second middle school that can compare to Jiangnan of the third middle school. Even Du Jiang is quite a bit worse. It would be just as well if Gangnam was only the first of the 4 competitions. Contests are important though, but the most important thing is the entrance exam. Even if he gets a 4-contested provincial one, it's a lot of pressure on our second school, but it's not fatal. But I've already inquired. Jiangnan not only has the strength of the 4 competing provinces, but also the strength of the high school entrance exam. Even, it's not a high school student from Jiangcheng, and probably the top high school student in the entire province of Marina, and the nation as a whole, because, the last monthly exam paper, he actually scored 600 points in a foreign language with a 0, and perfect scores in all languages, mathematics, physics and chemistry, and foreign language he also got a 0 on purpose, though the 3rd grade didn't proclaim it in public. But from what I've been hearing, Ali Ming scored 140 points on the foreign language exam just because he copied Jiang Nan's draft paper, ranking first in the school for a single subject, a few points more than Du Jiang. This means, if Gangnam doesn't intentionally hide it, he could have scored at least 740 on that monthly paper. This kind of heaven-defying strength, even for those key experimental high schools in the provincial city of Marina, you won't be able to find the second person. Indeed, that 3rd grade is just too chicken, to have such a good student and yet keep it hidden and covered up, not letting out half the news until then. Apparently, it's just to use it as a killer, to hit it out of the park and beat us all at the final high school entrance exam. If it really comes to that point, we had a hard time stomping down the 3rd middle school before, perhaps we will be overturned by it again. It's dangerous, how hard we've worked to get to this point, although compared to the 1st middle school is still a little worse, but the 2nd in Jiangcheng has sat stable. Can never let the 3rd middle school to ride on our head again? Must think of a good countermeasure. Strict waiting. It's still a while before the entrance exams. Perhaps, we can move on this Jiangnan student and pull him into our 2nd grade class. That's an idea. Anything is possible until the last minute. If we can really pull Jiangnan to our 2nd middle school, with his strength of 4 competitions that can win the provincial first, and the high school entrance exam that can win the provincial championship, it can't be said that it will help our 2nd middle school much. It can even make our 2nd middle school surpass the 1st middle school in one fell swoop, becoming the No. 1 in Jiangcheng and gaining a great reputation. The participating teachers have come up with ideas. Obviously, they all move to pull in Jiangnan's favor. Granted, it's not very bright behavior, but there's no way around it, just because Jiangnan was simply too strong. I hadn't heard the name before and didn't know much about it, except that it shined in 4 races, so much so that they had to inquire privately to investigate. However, it's a shock not to find out. With that difficult monthly exam paper, the highest score in their 2nd grade was Du Jiang, who scored 674 points. But what about Gangnam? 0 marks on foreign languages on purpose and full marks in language, mathematics, physics and chemistry. The total score is only 600 though, but it has a strength of 740 or more. I can't blame 2nd middle school for not being strong. I can't say that Du Jiang isn't powerful. I can only say that this Jiangnan is just too anticlimactic. That strength, it is simply above all candidates, even if it is a key experimental high school among the key ones in the province, or a university-affiliated high school. It is commonly known as a Big Four-like school. Every year the high school exams, even if those schools don't go to Qingbei, you can count them on your fingers, but it's hard to match Gangnam. To this, what can they do about the 2nd grade? The test is absolutely impossible to pass. In addition to pulling the strings, guess there's no second way to go. If it's all said and done, let's do it. Principal Gu Hongyi directly shot the board. His eyes swept across the 4 directions and said, "Everyone here, who among you is going to be in charge of this matter?" Teachers present, eyes on the ground, all bowed their heads and kept quiet. Oh, it is one thing to make this recommendation, but action is another thing. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. After all, this hustling business, it's hard work and it's humiliating. It would be fine if it was just freshman and sophomore year, and it would be fine if Gangnam wasn't really famous, but the problem is, it was now senior year, less than 100 days before the college entrance exam, and Jiangnan's fame was already skyrocketing. If we go to pull the strings at this time, will Gangnam agree? Even if Jiangnan agrees, will the 3 middle schools agree? Anyway, it's not a good job. Seeing that the crowd did not speak, Gu Hongyi's face darkened, and he had to name that. Lao Luo, why don't you go? Luo Qingji, why me? You're the director of enrollment. If you don't go, who will? Luo Qingji, that's a lot to take in. He is the enrollment office, yes. He is responsible for enrolling students in the school on weekdays, or having students transfer. But that was all because other people tried to find ways to make connections and send favors to him, begging to send their children to the 2nd middle school. And when did he need to ask his dad to sue his grandma to reach out to a student to get him to transfer in? How about, I'll go ask around and see if he has a cell phone. If he has a phone, and then call and ask him? Luo Qingyi asked with a sheepish face. No, Gu Hongyi's tiger eyes glared, and he directly rebuffed. When you go to inquire clearly, then the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold. Why don't you just buy the most expensive and newest cell phone you can find? Go to Gangnam. and give it to him? To show good faith, you can also buy more things. What expensive cigarettes and alcohol to visit his parents at their door and convince them as much as you can, for which you can fulfill all their demands. As long as his parents agree to Jiangnan's transfer, then we've succeeded, and it's useless for the third middle school to try to stop it at that time. Luo Qingji, don't worry, all expenses are reimbursed. Luo Qingji, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN%. There's nothing to say. What is this about money? It's simply embarrassing. Okay, he's a director of admissions, and he has to stoop so low as to give something to a student's home? At the same time, the other side. The coping strategies of Chuing and Lanpu are much more concise, although they are in line with those of the first and second centers, only to see the two principals in the meeting directly slap the board. Tomorrow, you guys first go to the third middle school to see if you can convince Jiangnan to transfer over and deal with Gu Tianhuang. If it doesn't work, instead, go straight to Gangnam's house and visit his parents. It's rumored that his family is average, and our school has nothing else but money. As long as he agrees to transfer, all other conditions aside, the scholarship is as much as it takes. Anyway, this person, Jiangnan, we are bound to win. SP, too tired to go out in the car today, and I'm screwed for the night, so I'm begging for comfort. Chapter 124, 10 doubles of talent in the world. Jiangnan takes 12 doubles. Gangnam, it has become the meat and potatoes. It's the one that all the high schools in River City are fighting over. This statement is set aside for the moment. Let's start by going back to the third center. After the raw competition results are in, as Gangnam's alma mater, all the teachers and students of the third grade were so jubilant to the extreme that they were close to celebrating with fireworks. Sheesh, long face, just too long face. Before that, whether it is a teacher or a student in the third middle school, in the first middle school, the second middle school, Chuang and Lanpu in front of, always have to be a head shorter. After all, the strength is always inferior to others is not. But now, they can finally hold their heads up. I can proudly tell people that I am from the third grade. In 4 words, that's a raised eyebrow. Old Chow, Old Xie, Old Huang, Old Tang, as well as Mr. Hu and Mr. Yang, you all deserve a lot of credit for being able to teach such outstanding students like Jiangnan and win glory for the school. It's great. Principal Gu Tianhang first summoned Jiangnan's classroom teachers and praised them one by one, especially classroom teacher Hu Yifei. Originally she was very junior. In front of all the teachers present, they were juniors. But now, the water rises. In more vulgar terms, that's just a matter of soaring to the top, and with outstanding teacher secured. How far away can that title be? Sheesh. The more Gu Tianhuang thought about it, the happier he became. And I don't know what suddenly came to mind. He probed at Hu Yifei and said, Teacher Hu, you're Jiangnan's homeroom teacher. You should know him best. Tell me, what does Jiangnan usually like? Like what? Hearing this, Hu Yifei was astonished. Principal, why are you asking this? Gu Tianhuang laughed. Jiangnan just took the first place in the 4 competitions and won glory for our school. Shouldn't the school recognize him and give him something he likes? Hu Yifei, Chao Tian Yuan, Xia Hongwei. The whole room of teachers was speechless. It's normal for schools to recognize students, but it's the first time a school has given a gift to a student, right? And to think this is the student they taught, and it was a relief. Hu Yifei pondered for a while and said, that, Jiangnan specifically likes what? I really don't know. But, aside from sleeping, Gangnam likes to play games and read novels, so maybe we can start with that. Do you play games and read novels? Gu Tianhong's eyes lit up and he directly clapped. In that case, let's give him a cell phone. I'll leave this task to you. Hu, you go and check which phone is the best for playing games and the most convenient for reading novels right now. Buy it for me at night, and when I have the chance tomorrow, I'll personally give it to Jiangnan. Hu Yifei. Words. What she wanted was to give Gangnam a game console, the kind you play at home, or a novel, the paper kind. Results available. But Gutenberg just gives away cell phones? It's very costly, alright. Not to mention, it's a school. Although there were a lot of students who had sneakily brought cell phones, including Gangnam, it wasn't explicitly allowed after all. As for playing games and reading novels, they are strictly forbidden. But you're good. What's the point of not only giving away a cell phone, but also picking the one that's the best for playing games and the most convenient for reading novels? Do you want Gangnam to play openly? Doesn't that make it self-defeating? There. The matter is settled. And, it is better to be happy alone than to be happy together. In order to celebrate Jiangnan's good result of winning the first place in the 4 competitions, tonight, the entire senior class will have one less evening study session, so I think the students will be very happy. Gu Tianhuang continued to speak with another smile. Hu Yifei, Chao Tian Yuan, Xia Hongwei, numerous teachers. Okay, this old principal is really letting himself go. Should they be persuaded, or not to persuade? Forget it, it's better not to advise. After all happy not. Ha 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 ha. The meeting was adjourned. Hui Fei then went to buy a cell phone with a complicated face, while Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, among others, left shaking their heads, when the news of one less evening study session, over the radio, reached every corner of the school. At once, all the seniors were ecstatic. All of them exclaimed that the school is really humanized, and all of them remembered the good things about Gangnam and thanked Gangnam. Bull bye. Gangnam is just awesome. Though in the math, physics, chemistry, and biology 4-course competition, we have a small number of people from the third form who have advanced this time, far less than the first form, the second form, Chuing and Lanpu. But just the reputation of being the first of the Jiangnan 4 competitions is enough to take them down to the dregs in seconds. What East evil, West poison, South emperor, North beggar? What Lufan do Jiang Xiaopol Mengshuan? In front of our middle avatar South god, that is the younger brother, plus a piece of all don't want to enemy. That's right, in the words of a metaphysical novel, that would be called suppressing an era with only one hand, and I am invincible in all examinations. No, it should be more domineering to describe it in terms of I am the Coyote, when I kill all enemies in the world. Wrong. It should be who is claiming invincibility, which one dares to say undefeated. Test to the world, no one dares to claim respect. Who is the peak at the end of the road of learning? Once you see the southern god's path becomes empty. With Jiangnan in the 3rd grade, the papers are no longer difficult. 10 buckets of talent and learning in the world. Jiangnan alone occupies 12 buckets, and the world still owes him 2 buckets. Ha 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 ha. Exaggerated. It's still only the preliminary round. It's too early to use those words to describe it. When the Southern God gets the first place in the 4 competitions in the rematch as well, then it will be true to its name. No, not at all. With Nanshan's strength, taking the first place of the 4 competitions in the rematch would be nothing more than a matter of time. That's right, not to mention the rematch. Even if it's the finals, I wouldn't be surprised if the Southern God got first place in the 4 competitions. When that happens, our school will definitely be able to go to the next level and trample all of the first and second middle schools under our feet. We can follow suit and raise our eyebrows. And when we go out in the future, who will dare to mock me for being from the 3rd grade? Well, to learn from the Southern God, on the evening study hall, in various classrooms in the 3rd grade, one by one, they were basically bragging about the Gangnam War. That tone, that look, seemed to be millions of times more excited than Jiangnan, the person in question. A good evening study. It is as if it has become a free discussion class. If it's a weekday, it would have been given a stern reprimand, warning, and banned by the class disciplinarian, or the inspecting teacher. But today, the men lost their voices at the same time and didn't listen. It is exactly what the principal, Mr. Gutenberg, said. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. The 3rd form has a rare moment of rising in the limelight, and the benefits of rejoicing with the students and building student pride outweigh the disadvantages. But what the crowd doesn't know is this, as the focus and center of the conversation, Party Gangnam. At this moment, however, he was sitting in his seat, painstakingly explaining the topic to Bai Yingying. Chapter 125, Gangnam, I'm sorry, we apologize. Ouch, why are you so stupid? Can't even answer such a simple question? This ancient verse is the author expressing his inner longing, not dreaming. Remember, playing off of a dream. It's the same as going crazy with alcohol. He's not really crazy. He's just too sad inside. Get it? Get it. Kind of get it. Bai Yingying was scolded, but she was not angry at all. Instead, she was happy, and took a math paper. Change 1. What about this math question? That's an even easier question. It's just a matter of high orbital and low speed size cycle. Just understand that linear velocity, angular velocity and acceleration, either increase or decrease at the same time. Understand that, and the answer will be obvious at a glance. Jiangnan gritted his teeth and spoke with hatred. No way. He was bitter in his heart. There are exams during the day. I have to tutor Bai Yingying in the evening. There's really no break. It's a match for a mule that only knows how to work. Bias. He can't complain yet. After all, this is what Heart's Mercy promised before. He was now just hoping that he could hurry up Bai Yingying's grades. Then he could also relax and take it easy earlier. Ooh, I see. The answer to that question is B. As the celestial rotation cycle gradually slows down, people in the future will come to launch synchronized satellites at higher altitudes than they do now. That's right. Jiangnan nodded. Finally, you're getting the hang of it. Hey, move on to the next question and check out this physics. I can see that. Bai Yingying is really good at studying. These days Gangnam is going to compete. So she did not interrupt. But I didn't forget to mark all the topics that I didn't understand in my daily life. And now I'm asking Gangnam for advice one by one. From the language, to math, physics, chemistry, that problem is varied. But Jiangnan all but easily explained it to it. Well, it's not bad, compared to before, you've still improved that much, keep up the good work. Eventually, Jiangnan encouraged towards Bai Yingying. To this, Bai Yingying's big, beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon, smiling sweetly, Jiangnan, this is all because of you. Jingle bells, end of the second evening study session. The senior class ends today. After all, it can be one section less. As usual, Jiangnan was the first to get up and leave the seat, calling on Fatty Wang, ready to go back to the dormitory to wash up and sleep, but didn't wait for him to get out of the classroom. It was then blocked by several people. That's Math Class Representative Su Yu, Physics Class Representative Zhang Hao, Foreign Language Class Representative Tang Sui, Language Class Representative Xiang Yi, as well as class representatives of subjects such as chemistry and biology. Previously, although they were not considered to have a grudge against Jiangnan, they were more or less unconvinced and there was a disconnect. And now, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, what do you want to do? Fatty Wang put together a big face, staring dead at the crowd in front of him, quite a kind of a word on the air. Aha! Since converting to a sports student, day after day to withstand the physical education teacher Wang Darren the devilish training, this fat body is more and more sturdy and sturdy. The aura is also getting stronger and stronger. The courage is also bigger. It's not quite as good as Gangnam, though. However, standing in front of Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Dang Dang, those people, it was also quite majestic and majestic, putting pressure on people. It's huge, just what he said before. As a brother, he's going to shield Gangnam from the outside wind and rain. But there's no chance of that today, just because, whether it was Su Yu Zhang Hao, or Tang Sweetie Xiang Yi, these people were not here to pick a fight when they blocked Jiangnan. Rather, Gangnam, I'm sorry, we were wrong. Before we were displeased with you and even made things difficult for you. That was our jealousy at work. In fact, you are really awesome, a super student, a genius among geniuses, and the pride of our class 4 people. Here today, we are all together to apologize to you, and hope that you will be generous and laugh it off. From today, you are the only idol in our hearts. Nanshin, we want to learn from you. The words were spoken. Su Yu, Zhang Hao gave Jiangnan a bow. Toward Yi, Tang Tian also gave Jiangnan a bow, and the class reps for chemistry and biology as well, all with a solemn face, and bent 90 degrees, from the heart, and full of true sincerity of the kind. Swish, swish, swish. See this scene. Fatty Wang froze slightly, so did everyone else in the classroom who didn't leave, but the next second, they all recovered and beamed, just because, this was unexpected but reasonable. After all, they were all in the same class, and there was no unresolved hatred, not to mention that there wasn't much of a grudge gap per se, not to mention, now that the strength of the first of Jiangnan's 4 competitions was here, it had become the idol of the entire 3rd middle school, and even the entire population. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, these class representatives bowed their heads and apologized to Jiangnan. That was more than normal, though at first glance it loses face, but there were dozens of people in the class, and none of them laughed at them. On the contrary, both threw glances of praise at them, even thumbs up. The only thing I feel awkward about, perhaps the only person involved is Gangnam. The moment, he was really confused. Don't you guys look like that? They're all the same age, and I can't stand it a bit to apologize for making such a big salute to me. It's still the same as before. It's best if you guys ignore me and treat me like air. Don't get too obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. Jiangnan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say, only to roar madly in his heart. Words. He really didn't know how to react to this, especially, this side hasn't looked up yet. When 2 more people came along over there, he was so embarrassed he had cancer. See only, immediately after Su Yu, Zhang Hao and the others bowed their heads. The 2 major pricks in the class, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, also summoned up the courage to come in front of Jiangnan and followed suit by bowing their heads, bending over, and bowing 90 degrees. Jiangnan, we're wrong. I hope you accept our apology. Otherwise, we will never get up. Gangnam, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN%. MMP. You apologize when you apologize. Don't make such a big deal out of it, okay? I'm not dead yet here. It feels like it's all going to my grave. Chapter 126, Old Principal's Passion. I can't stand it. Day 2, Saturday, but high school is still a class. Class 304. Morning study was as usual. The crowd was memorizing textbooks and words, and the atmosphere of learning was strong. However, Bai Yingying looked at the empty seat next to her from time to time, wondering why Jiangnan didn't come to class today. On weekdays, although Jiangnan came to sleep, but at least the people still came. But today, not even the people are coming? Until morning study is almost over, the Gangnam position is still empty. To this, Bai Yingying often wanders off absent-mindedly. Where is this guy going again? Not still holed up in your dorm sleeping, are you? But Fatty Wang said Jiangnan got up a long time ago? Did you go back to sleep? Hey, go find him later. This is the boys' dormitory. I can't seem to get in. Annoying. Just as Bai Yingying was torn up inside, what she doesn't know is that Jiangnan at the moment is sitting in the principal's office drinking tea. The vice principal, the director of the teaching department, the team leaders of each subject, and Hui Fei were all just standing by. Among them, Hui Fei wanted to say something several times, not wanting to spoil Jiangnan's stink, but had to hold her tongue. No way. Teachers present, she was the least senior and in the lowest position. And even though she was Jiangnan's homeroom teacher, she didn't get to speak, not to mention her. Even those directors and team leaders, who had never had the chance to open their mouths to speak, only giggled and accompanied them, just because Principal Gutenberg was shushing Jiangnan in a continuous stream. As for time, aha, it's been almost an hour. Anyway, I don't see Principal Ku meaning to end it. Mr. Jiangnan, this is the first time we've officially met. Speaking of which, it's a dereliction of duty on my part as the principal. I haven't even been able to talk to you in all the time you've been studying in the 3rd grade, so I really need to talk this time. How's it going? Studying here isn't so bad, is it? Is it stressful during the week? It's definitely not stressful for you to study. It's all about the other aspects. Is there anything you're not happy with? If there is, you tell me directly, and I'll immediately have someone rectify what should be rectified, and I'll immediately have someone change what should be changed. There is a way. It's learning to live both. Make sure you relax and don't stress about anything. You can be just as casual, relaxed and free at school as you are at home. Not to mention that this is supposed to be your home. That wasn't bad tea just now, was it? This is the Bilyuakun that I've treasured for many years. I don't even bother to drink it on weekdays, and it's only when you're here that I drink a little bit of it. You have to come to my office more often in the future, and it would be excellent for us to drink tea and savor life together. Ha! You're done drinking already. Ha! Come on, I'll give you a refill. Of course, if you want something else you can have it. I also have Mao Jian, silver needle and black tea. Or maybe want a drink? You young people should love drinks a little more, whether it is coffee, or milk tea. I'll have someone to buy. A smile piled up on Headmaster Gutenberg's face. Aha! That attitude. Sincere couldn't be more sincere. Humble couldn't be more humble. Not at all like a principal. To this, Hui Fei, who was standing on the side, only felt creepy and goosebumps all over her body. Sheesh, it's really hard to watch. No eyes. That was the most dignified principal on weekdays. Her old-timer, someone she respected. But now, okay, forgive her for falling out of her 3 senses. In the meantime, Jiangnan also looked stiff and felt uncomfortable. Thank you, principal. No need for coffee drinks, just tea. It's just not appropriate for you to pour it for me. I'll do it myself. Although he didn't know how old Gutenhang was, but it looks like, should be in his early 50s, maybe even a little bigger. And, that's a head of a school. But pouring tea for yourself is so inappropriate and degrading. However, Gu Tianhong but still smiled. Ha ha ha, there is nothing inappropriate. I and you, although there is a gap in age, but today we met at first sight, can be called confidants. As the saying goes, it's enough to have a confidant in life. But I've lived most of my life, but it wasn't until today that I met you. Jiangnan, just in time to be happy. Not to mention pouring a cup of tea, even if you asked me to go up a mountain of knives, down a sea of fire, and into a frying pan. That's no big deal. Come on, let's drink tea instead of wine, and we will have to drink 300 cups at a time. Make sure you have a drink today. Hui Fei, teachers in the crowd. Principal, are you still the same old principal I know? You've lost all your integrity. Gangnam, as a party, he had nothing to say. This old principal, he's just too enthusiastic. Enthusiastic, so that he really can't stand it. It's not that I haven't thought about leaving, only he mentioned it several times, but was pulled back by the old principal, and then kibitzed until now. Eventually, he just couldn't take it anymore. That school principal, if there's nothing else, let's just finish this drink and forget about it. After all, I'm a student and have classes to attend. Wait for next time. Next time I have time, I'll have a drink. Weekdays, Gangnam doesn't even like classes very much. Even in class, he spent his time sleeping. But now, he really wanted to immediately go back to the classroom, return to his seat, take 3 or 5 textbooks, and gnaw on them a few hundred times, which was also better than being here with this old principal to call him brother and brother, and to be a confidant of each other's strong. Awkward. Very embarrassing. The many teachers present, all smiled awkwardly. Only the old principal was oblivious and just said with a look of regret, "In that case, let's call it a day." Come as often as you can when you have time. The door to my office here is always open for you. If you're tired of studying, come to my place to drink tea, watch TV and rest. Okay. Finally able to walk, Jungnan was as if he had been pardoned. Pick up the cup of tea. Also do not care what flavor is bilyuakun. Directly a drink, and then take off to go. But, just then, as if Principal Gu suddenly remembered something, he hastily slapped his head. Wait a minute, Mr. Jungnan, look at me. When I'm old, my memory is poor. I forgot to give you something. You just took first place in 4 competitions and brought great honor to the school. And there's nothing the school can do to reward you. This Dahua Mate X3 cell phone, said to be the best phone on the market, playing games smoothly and reading novels conveniently. Take it as your reward for this competition. This, not so good. Looking at the cell phone the old principal handed over, Jungnan was slightly confused. This cell phone he knows. It's said to be nearly $20,000. It was fully 10 times more expensive than the one he was using, and that quality was naturally much better. Definitely not as laggy playing games. Read novels too. But, taking things from people for no reason. Gangnam has never done that before. Not to mention, aren't cell phones not allowed in school? Not to mention playing games and reading novels. He had brought his cell phone with him, and played games and read novels, but they were sneaky. But now, however, the old principal didn't care whether Jungnan agreed or not, so he was able to shove the cell phone directly into his hand. This is the school's reward for you. Just take it. There's nothing wrong with it. Just remember, 3rd grade is your home. And if you lack anything else, just mention it to me or to your teacher. What we can fulfill, we will certainly fulfill you. Even the ones that can't be satisfied, we'll find a way to satisfy you. 2. Just stay here and study in peace. Chapter 127 Poachers, are they really here? Gangnam, Hu Ifei, teachers present, both were taken aback by the enthusiasm of the ancient principal. Gangnam, you're finally here. Near the end of class, Jungnan finally returned to the classroom, while Bai Yingying immediately leaned over in delight. In the meantime, Fatty Wang also came over his head. Nanshan, didn't you get up a long time ago? Why didn't you come until now? You are not. Just now our white schoolgirl has been chattering about you. If you do not come, she is going to go to the dormitory to look for you to go. Shut up, fat ass. Without waiting for Fatty Wang to finish his sentence, Bai Yingying let out a rebuke, blocking his later words. At the same time, Bai Yingying's face was a little red. After all, it's in the classroom. There are so many more people around. If others knew that she was planning to go to the boys' dormitory to look for Jungnan, what would happen? Gangnam, what have you been doing this morning? Bai Yingying hurriedly changed the topic. And for nothing. It was old Ben who took me to the principal's office and then had a few cups of tea with him. Well, the principal was nice and gave me a cell phone and said I could play games and read novels to relax. Bai Yingying, Fatty Wang, the two were a little confused. What? Gangnam went to the principal's office? And had tea with the principal? That's nothing. After all, with Gangnam's reputation, he is fully qualified. But the problem is it true that the principal gave you a new cell phone? Schools may strictly prohibit students from bringing cell phones, let alone playing games and reading novels to relax. This old principal is crazy, isn't he? But, next, they have to believe it even if they don't. See only, Jungnan held it in his hand. It was a brand new silver cell phone. It's actually true. The principal really gave you a cell phone. Bai Yingying only felt that there was something wrong with her cognition. Thanks to her before she was still worried about what happened to Jungnan. All morning are missing, but also want to go to the dormitory to find Jungnan. The result of Jungnan ran to the principal's office to take advantage of the go. As for Fatty Wang, more than that, his eyes almost fell to the floor. Cthulhu, oh Earth, why is this so unjust? The principal actually gave you a cell phone, and also gave us such a high-end and expensive cell phone for you to play games and read novels. But woo. Fatty Wang is going to cry. There really is no comparison. Recalling that he had also bought a new cell phone before, he ended up being caught by Hui Fei just playing with it during the evening study session. Instead, he not only had his cell phone confiscated, but his parents were called, and he received a fat beating afterward in a bout of 18 beatings along the river. And Gangnam, it was fine at the time. Now even the principal is giving away cell phones straight away. It's really the same person with a different life. Even if Gangnam is his brother, the excitement was a little too much for him, and he wanted to cry. No, Gangnam got a new cell phone? So his old cell phone, won't I be able to use it? Bare your teeth. The other side. Principal's office. Gangnam left. The teachers who were there are almost gone. However, Hui Fei didn't leave immediately, but looked at Gu Tianhuang in puzzlement. Principal, I know, Jungnan is very good. This time, he took the first place in the 4 competitions, and fought for the school's honor. But, and you needn't whisper politely to him like that. This tea and cell phone delivery is not even a problem. You also said that no matter what he asks for, the school will be able to fulfill it. After all, he's just a student. It's not good for the school when the wind kicks up like that. Although Gangnam was in the class she was in. Gangnam excellent. She was also happy and had a glow on her face. However, she still couldn't accept the excessively attentive and even fawning behavior of the principal, Gu Tianhang. But, however, Gu Tianhang's eyes flashed with a hint of shrewdness, showing a hint of smugness on his face as he said towards Hui Fei, "Little Hu, you haven't been teaching at third middle school for long. You don't understand the third middle school situation. It's not easy for our school to produce a student like Jiangnan. It's really not easy. To think that back in the day, the third grade had its glory days, at its peak, not to mention the second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu. Even the first middle school was almost stepped on by us, but in the end, they were envied by the first, second, Shuing and Lanpu, and were strangled by their combined efforts. I still remember the year. Our school has produced several outstanding prospects. They all have the strength to get into Clearwater. Results available. Haven't waited for high school yet. One by one, they were then privately scooped up by schools such as first, second, Shuin and Lanpu. In the end, it became a success for the first, second, Shuin and Ranpu, while we, the third school, suffered a great loss of energy. In that year's college entrance exam, they all had more than one person who got into Qingbei, while our school had none. So much so that in the later middle school exams, the vast majority of the best students went to the first, second, Shuing and Lanpu, and the ones who came to attend our third middle school were few and far between. The results are obvious. When the student's foundation is poor, our school loses at the starting line, and naturally, we can't test them even more in the first middle school. Naturally, we lost our third grade, and the more the third school declines, the less basic the students recruited will be, the less they will be able to compete with the first and second schools. But this year, by some miracle, a Gangnam has come out, and this is our chance for a resurgence in the third grade. So, whatever, tie Gangnam to the school. 2. Even if I give up this old face of mine, it is also important for him to feel that the school cares for him and that he feels a sense of belonging to the school, and it must not be allowed that the first, second, Shuin and Lampu, scoop up Gangnam again. The words were spoken. Ancient Sky Hang secretly clenched his fists. Obviously, he was not a man without modesty, nor was he a man who liked to stoop to the level of a low, undignified man. But, for school, there was nothing he could do about it. So it is. Hui Fei nodded her head in realization, but then shook her head. This first middle school, second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu, they are all prestigious schools now after all. Not to mention it's almost senior year. I don't suppose they're going to pull that underhanded stunt of poaching again like they did back then? She hadn't experienced the sudden decline of the third form from its peak, so she couldn't empathize. In her thoughts, if it's just after the midterms and enrollment has just started, then it's understandable that they're stealing from each other for quality students. But it's almost time for the entrance exams. Robbing people shouldn't be a problem. After all, schools are all about faces. But, her words had just fallen. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Principal, there was a call from the security office over at the front of the school that several cars were coming in. It's the directors and teachers of several schools in the first, second, Shuing and Lanpu, all looking for Jiangnan. Hui Fei, this, digger, really? And the digs are still her students. Are those schools really shameless? Chapter 128. Not only do you not want billion, but you don't want to talk about martial virtues. You heard me, didn't you? This speaks of the devil. So says, it's not a good idea to harm people, but it's not a good idea to guard against them. So don't think too well of them. Think of the year. They'll do anything to get at us in the third grade, and they're doing the same now, and sooner than expected. It's only been a day, and then they all came to the door. With a look of determination, Gu Tianhong said toward the door, "Tell the security guard to stop it for me. No matter what, those people should not be allowed into the school, much less have access to Gangnam." Reporter, headmaster, it's not too good if you just stop them hard. After all, they're all in first grade. Second, Gu Tianshan, there's nothing wrong with it. Jiangnan is a student of our school. Can't they just look for him whenever they want? Well, then, the messenger came and went in a hurry. Gu Tianhang and Hui Fei were about to sigh in relief. But, ring ring ring, Gu Tianhang's cell phone suddenly rang. It's out of the cell phone to see. The face immediately a black. Did not pick up, directly hang up, and cell phone off. Just because. Remarks are from Mr. Gu Hongyi, the principal of the second middle school. No need to guess. The guy from the second grade is this guy. However, jingle bells, Gu Tianhang's cell phone had just been turned off when the landline located next to Huifei suddenly rang again. Ha! The cell phone is turned off. So you call my office? This group of people, don't they really want to lose a little face? Who? Help me rip out the phone line. Gu Tianshang intended to play the rascal to the end. How many years has it been since the third grade school produced an outstanding talent like Gangnam? It's not just the four competing for first place. It even has the talent of a high school student. This is the only chance for the third grade to rise. Anyway, he doesn't even allow anyone else to grab it. Don't allow what happened back then to happen again. To this, Huifei also frowned, showing a hint of coldness on her face. Her heart was on fire, and she ripped off the phone line. Nima. Thanks to her, she had just assumed that the other side were all prestigious schools and wouldn't be able to pull off anything too underhanded. But now it is understood. Turns out she was too young to understand the heart of man. This first middle school, second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu, are really shameless, actually digging into her head? But, this side of the phone line has just been unplugged. The messenger from earlier went and returned. Principal, it's bad. The security guards say they can't stop them. They're all coming in, and came straight to your office, saying they wanted to question why you blocked them from going to Jiangnan. Hiss. Ancient Heavenly Hang's face darkened as he sucked in a breath of cool air. And the next second, ha, question me? And they have the nerve to question me? Little Wang, since you can't stop it, don't stop it. You take them all to the conference room. Gu Tianhong was furious, and the kind of furious, directly beckoning towards Huifei. Xiao Hu, let's go. Since we can't hide away, let's go meet them together. I'd like to see how they take people from us. These people are looking for death. Huifei followed in synchronization with a fierce look on her face, the anger in her heart, not a bit lower than Gutenberg. Even the fountain pen in its hand was vaguely deformed. But soon the two were dumbfounded. Just because, whether it's the first school, the second school, Shuing, or Lanpu, they are all aggressive and prepared. That preparation, no less. Although only one person, Chen Zhe, the head of the language team, came to the first middle school, Shuing and Lanpu both came with 4 or 5 people. As for the second center, not only did Principal Gu Hongyi come in person, even got help. That's a professor of ancient languages at the Key Provincial University, Marina University, Prof. Harayuku Hara. Sheesh, no wonder security couldn't stop it. This former professor is not simple. That is the first person in the ancient literature industry in Binhai. Is in the whole country are only a handful of big names. Even though Butenhanger was the principal of the third grade, but in front of this original professor, it wasn't enough either. As for Huifei, she froze even more directly, because she's the language student, and graduated from the University of Marina. This former professor was not only her senior, but also one of her mentors during her college years. Nature, what little fire she had was gone. You can't have a seizure if you want to. The only thing you can do is curse in your mind. First middle school, second middle school, Shuing, Lanpu, not only are you shameless, you're even less martial, especially in the second grade, MMP, class 304. The first class is a foreign language, but only just got to class. Huifei then came to call with a complicated face. Jiangnan, come out for a moment. To the amazement of Shirley Yang, the foreign language teacher, and the whole class, Jiangnan was called away again. Why do you say again? All the way. Huifei, the female teacher with a fiery personality and old-fashioned methods, who was known as a life-threatening female devil, had a very unpleasant face and opened her mouth from time to time, as if she wanted to say something to Jiangnan. But, again, I want to say something. It kept bringing Gangnam to the principal's office again. She didn't utter a word either. It seems that, are you being facetious? But, she couldn't get in the way. But Gu Tianshang, who was the principal of the third middle school, didn't care so much. Upon seeing Jiangnan's arrival, Gu Tianhang took Jiangnan's hand with a hand. His expression was so sad that he was almost about to burst into tears. Gangnam-san, there you are at last. Please, save our third grade. Third middle school is your alma mater. Third middle school is your home. And you are the hope of third middle school. The hope of all the teachers in third middle school. You must not abandon us. Gangnam. He didn't realize what had happened to the ancient principal after he left his office. Nature. For Gu Tianhang's sudden move. It's nothing but cluelessness. Headmaster, calm down. Have a talk. How come third grade needs to rely on me to save it? Jiangnan classmate. I'm not hiding anything. I'm telling you the truth. You should also know. Our third middle school has not developed well in recent years, and we have been pressured by the first middle school, the second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu. But now you've captured the first place in the 4 competitions, and you're even more qualified as a senior high school student, and you're the hope to make the third grade rise again. That's why the school takes you so seriously. And that's why I gave you a cell phone this morning and told you to ask for anything. Even, I've already talked to a couple of leaders at the school. In view of the fact that you, Jiangnan, have excellent grades and have won honor for the school is prepared to give you another 20,000 yuan award and make up for the scholarships for the 3 years that you have been enrolled here. Not only that, when you get into a good university, like Qingbei or something like that, the school will reward you with another $100,000 at once. Also will hang your picture in the Hall of Fame in the school for later students to study. But, now people are coming from the first, second, Shuyin and Ranpu, trying to poach you to attend their schools. And, they may have offered you a little more. After all, they're all better at the bottom than the 3rd grade. But I lay out my old face to plead with you here. How about if you can stay in the 3rd grade? You stay in the 3rd grade. And if you can stay in the 3rd grade, you don't change schools? Chapter 129, Sleeping and Playing with Cell Phones in Class. Whatever you want. There's not a lot of mind tricks. It's the simple plea of an old school principle. The moment. Gu Tianhong did not have the high and mighty, the seriousness and curmudgeonliness of being a principal in the eyes of others. By the looks of it, it's really under a lot of pressure. Near the end of the road. What to say? He said it all. It was close to directly kneeling to Jiangnan. Gangnam. As a party, he was really a bit confused. Is he so hot? First, second, Chuyin and Ranpu are all here? And even offered such a high condition that it pushed Gu Tianshang, the titular principal, into such a situation, begging and pleading with yourself again? But the problem is, he's never thought about changing schools. Has he? It's not like 3rd middle school has done anything wrong. Why would he want to change schools? Just for the money? Having money is naturally good. After all, his family wasn't rich. But, he's not really a money grubber. After all, he, a son of destiny with a system, even if he didn't have money now, would he lack money in the future? Not to mention, if he wants to make money, with the ink in his belly right now, there's not much more, but just a few tens of thousands of dollars could easily be earned. Like tutoring people, doing tutoring, he inquired about, easily a couple hundred an hour. Thousands more will do. Only, he was lazy and didn't do it. And, though the family is not a great wealth now, but they were also well clothed. Their parents were in good health. Their jobs were easy, and they got along well. Plain and simple. Pretty good. He hadn't experienced it in his last life. A rare possession in this life. He didn't really want to change right away. As for making money to improve his family's situation and give his parents a better life, it wouldn't be too late to wait until he went to college. So, he just became a salted fish. Principal, forget about hanging my picture in the celebrity hallway. It's too ostentatious for my liking. As far as scholarships and whatnot, you're on your own. So if there's nothing else, I'll go back and continue with my classes. Zhang Nan spoke with a calm face, though it wasn't stated outright. But the attitude couldn't be more obvious. After all, go back to class. It means he has no intention of changing schools. To this, of course Gu Tianhong could hear it. Available at, just as heard. Only then did this old principal burst into tears of excitement, trembling all over. Zhang Nan student, thank you, really thank you too much. Your great kindness. Our 3rd middle school has no teeth to forget. With Jiangnan's current strength, the 4 competing provinces are certainly stable, and even the 4 competing countries will not be a problem. If you participate in the college entrance examination, it is 100% Zhengqing's top student of the college entrance examination, which is the top student of Binhai's college entrance examination. Even if it's the whole country, it's hard to even come close to matching Gangnam. Although, Gangnam is just a man. 3rd grade may have produced only 1 talent this year in Gangnam. As for Qinfeng, those people are quite a bit worse. It is difficult to get into Qingbei, while there are multiple people in the 1st middle school, the 2nd middle school, available at. A 4 competition province 1 would be enough to equal 1 Qingbei. And as for a 4 competition country 1, it would be equivalent to several Qingbei, coupled with the city, province, and even the name of the national college entrance examination. Even if a middle school, 2 middle schools and other exams on the 10, or even a dozen Qingbei, 3 middle schools record is bound to be the first. After all, there are not many soldiers, and it's in the essence. People's main concern is always number 1. As for the second, few can remember. And as long as Jiangnan can make the 3 middle school brilliant this time, so that the people realize that the 3 middle school rise, the back will naturally have a steady stream of high-quality students in the middle school examination choose to come to the 3 middle school to study. Until then, 3rd grade schools can then really rise to the top. To this, next to her, Hui Fei's face also instantly changed for the better, letting out a long breath, the stone in her heart completely put down. Laughing, the smile was very wide, although she knew that with Jiangnan's strength, it was not something that a teacher could teach, but purely a talent decision. But, Gangnam came from her class after all. When Jiangnan gets the first place in the 4 competing provinces, the first place in the country, and even the first place in the college entrance exams, she can also have great honor, can't she? One man gets a government position. That's probably what was said. Class 304 was the first class she ever had, but that first class produced a top student. Sheesh, who'll dare to think she's a female homeroom teacher from now on? Headmaster, don't say things like thank you. After all, I've been studying here for so long. 3rd grade is not only my alma mater, it's also half of my home, so how can I leave home suddenly? Not to mention, I've already familiarized myself with this place and the people and things here, and I sleep peacefully on weekdays, so if I really had to change to an unfamiliar environment, it would certainly be very uncomfortable, wouldn't it? Nothing but. I hope the homeroom teacher will agree to one condition, which is to stop staring at me in class from now on. It feels really creepy to have you staring at me whenever I'm sound asleep. Hui Fei was dumbfounded. Okay, no more staring at you. In the future, let you sleep however you want, okay? So can I play with my cell phone? The principal has given you a cell phone, so you can still play with it however you want, as long as it doesn't disturb the other students in class. Gangnam, that's what you said. Hui Fei, I said so. The principal can testify. Then I'm going back to bed. Having obtained Hui Fei's assurance, Jiangnan smiled contentedly, and then he was about to hit the road back home. But, Gu Dianheng stopped him again. Gangnam-san, it's going to take a bit longer. At this moment several teachers from the 1st, 2nd, Shuin and Lanpu, as well as a professor of ancient literature from the Provincial Marina University, Professor Harayuku Hara, are staying in the conference room next door. They all said they couldn't see you and wouldn't stay here today, so I also wanted to trouble you. In that case, let's meet, just so we can talk to them to avoid trouble. Jiangnan nodded, not caring about it. The conference room next door. The moment, many people are waiting anxiously inside, and the moment Gu Tianheng, Hui Fei pushed the door in with Jiangnan. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, everyone got up and surrounded towards Jiangnan. Running at the front of the pack was an old man in his 60s with gray hair. He is Harayuku, professor of ancient languages at Marina University in the provincial capital. It's also the 2nd high school principal, Gu Hongyi, who hired the help. After all, the status was here, and no one present dared to compete with the original professor, including people from other schools. Ha ha ha, you're Gangnam's classmate, right? My name is Harayuku, from the provincial city of Marina. I was startled last night when I received from Gu an essay written in prose, The Death of the Red Rabbit, the essence of the intention of the article, the line of writing, I can really see unheard of. Unheard of? Even if I have studied it intensely for decades, I cannot write such a subtle article. To this end, I left early in the morning to rush to Jiangchang, just to learn from you face to face. I hope you won't be stingy with your advice. Chapter 130, Bailout Recommendation. I don't need it and I don't want it. Have to say, 2nd grade Gu Hongyi is really meticulous. Not bad for a principal. Again, investigating Gangnam. But he is more detailed and has put more effort into his investigation of Jiangnan than Icheng, Shuing and the Ranpu people. Not only did he know that Jiangnan's last monthly exam had a total score of 600 when he intentionally scored 0 points in the foreign language, he had even gotten a sample of Jiangnan's answer sheet on purpose. But other schools don't know that. And just as well, all the other schools only had some team leaders, directors, and at best, vice principals and the like. And he, not only did the soldiers split in two, and killed it himself, he also sought out Harayuku, an expert professor in the world of ancient literature. It shows how much he valued Jiangnan, as well as the strength of the 2nd secondary school. The connections in the 2nd secondary school are really much stronger than the 3rd secondary school. After all, it took so long for even Gangnam to write that essay. However, the 3rd high school was just the language team teachers who were amazed by it, but did not contact a professor of ancient languages like Harayuku. You're welcome, this old gentleman. That's just an essay I wrote out on the fly. It can't be bad, but it's just average. Gangnam shook his head at Harayuku. Heaven and earth. He wasn't lying at all. The Death of the Red Rabbit was indeed a work of whim, and since it was an impromptu play, the standard was naturally just that. If he really put his mind to it, he could, at a whim, write dozens of better essays. But, hear his words. Professor Harayuku, however, shook his head repeatedly. Little friend, you're too modest. Just based on that essay of yours, it wouldn't be too much to describe you as a generation of literary heroes. After all, even the old man me, exhausting my life's learning, could not write such an amazing essay. Jiangnan waved his hand. Don't. If you say that, I'll be proud. It's better to keep a low profile as a person. Prof. Harayuku, no, that's where you're thinking wrong. For others it's true that you should keep a low profile when it's time to keep a low profile, but for you it's time to be proud. As the saying goes, one is not frivolous but wasted. You are not very old now, and yet you have the skill in ancient languages that puts countless old men like me to shame. Even if you're proud and frivolous, that's the way it should be. After all, it's all your capital. In front of everyone, Haruyuku has a high regard for Gangnam. To know, before Gangnam came in, he can be a pain in the ass to other people, but now, he was like a different person. It follows from this, how much he valued Gangnam. To this, except for the people coming from the second high school, the few from the other schools, that were both surprised and worried, couldn't help but rush forward. Professor Hara, don't just chat with your fellow Jiangnan students alone. Don't forget that there's us. Jiangnan student, introduce yourself. I'm Chen Zhe, the head of the language team in the first middle school. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of the first middle school. I hope you can transfer to my first middle school to study. For this reason, the first school can offer you not only a high scholarship, but also a guaranteed place. In time, even if you don't take the entrance exam, how about all of them can go directly to Qingbei? The opening is a king bomb. To know, for the average high school student, a guaranteed spot is worth a lot of money. It's a lot harder to get that, and the average high school simply can't offer it. For example, in the second school, Chuing and Lanpu, even if they produce students who can bail out, they can't bail out directly, just because none of them qualify. As for the third form, even less so. Only the first middle school, which has been ranked first in Jiangqing for 10 consecutive years, has a guaranteed place. But now, as long as Gangnam agrees to transfer to another school, it will be given to him directly. Suffice it to say, the importance of Gangnam in the first center. Sure, this was something Chen Zhe was forced to do. Before coming, he was also thinking of talking slowly, just like doing business, increasing his chips step by step to convince Jiangnan. Results available. Before he even entered the door of the third middle school, he collided with the people from the second middle school, Chuing and Lanpu, not to mention that the latter three came from positions higher than his, at least at the level of director, especially in the second middle school. Even Gu Hongyi, the principal, invited the provincial city of Harajuku professor. Sheesh, he ahead of the language team in the first school. It's not really enough to look at here, not even to speak up. So, he can only seize the opportunity to offer guaranteed admission as a magic weapon, hoping to impress Jiangnan. But the words just fell from his lips. Little Chen, you have guaranteed places in your first middle school. Don't we have any in our second middle school? Only to see the principal of the second middle school, Gu Hongyi, suddenly stood out. Jiangnan student, I'm the principal of the second middle school. Gu Hongyi, don't listen to Chen Zhe. It's better to go to the first middle school than to come to my second middle school. As far as scholarships are concerned, my second high school gives just as much as the first, and I've invited Professor Hara. Just now, Professor Hara also said that you have deep attainments in ancient literature, and it's not too much to call you a contemporary literary hero. That's why on the way here, I've already discussed with Professor Hara that as long as you come to my second middle school, you'll be able to write a letter of recommendation for you in Professor Hara's name. When the time comes, the Ancient Literature Department of Binhai University in the provincial capital, or the Ancient Literature Department of Qingbei University, how about you choose any one of them? Sheesh, another king bomb, or from a principal, there are guaranteed places in the first school. It's the only one in the whole River City. No other school has it. This is the advantage of the first school, and it's Chen Zhe's killer app. But second grade is impossible to bail out. But Haruyuku, the first person in the ancient literature of Marina, the renowned ancient literature of the whole country, has the qualification to recommend by virtue of the original professor's status. As long as it's promised to write a letter of recommendation, Gangnam can go to all the ancient literature departments of all the universities in the country. It's Gu Hongyi's killer. To this, Chen Zhe's face in the first middle school went black. Nima. Originally, his status was not as good as Gu Hongyi's, and as a result, he used the killer, and Gu Hongyi also used the killer. Moment. His advantage was gone. What's the point of arguing? However, Chen Zhe's face darkened further. It's also not as dark as the faces of Gutenberg and Hui Fei. Nima, you first and second schools are so shameless. Jiangnan is a student of our third middle school, but you came to the doorstep of the third middle school to rob people, not to mention bidding on the spot, and scholarships, and guaranteed transportation. Is there any king's law? Gu Tianhang and Hui Fei cursed the ancestors of Chen Zhe in the first middle school and Gu Hongyi in the second middle school in their hearts. But it's also just a mental curse. After all, they really don't have a chip on their shoulder. The only hope now rested solely on Jiangnan. Although before coming here, Jiangnan had promised that he would remain in the third middle school and not transfer to another school. But in the face of a middle school, The second middle school offered such attractive conditions. Gu Tianhang and Huifei heart not bottom. See only. Both of them tensed their bodies and looked at Jiang Nan with an apprehensive expression, fearing that Jiang Nan would agree to the other. At the same time, so did Chen Zhe and Gu Hongyi. All of them were staring at Jiang Nan, waiting for the latter's answer. The same goes for Chuyin and Ranpu's comers. None of them can take a guaranteed spot. If Gangnam promised the first, or the second school, then they would have come here today for nothing, and they wouldn't even have the chance to open their mouths to bid. But, in the end, Jiang Nan only shook his head. Mr. Chen, Principal Gu, Professor Hara, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need or want a guaranteed recommendation or anything. You're better off leaving it to the first and second graders. And, I haven't considered changing schools. If there is nothing else, all of you, please return. Don't come and disturb my studies. Chapter 131, Huifei wants a home visit. Shinza, first middle school. Hong Gu, second middle school. Mr. Shuyin, Mr. Rampart, Haroyuku. The crowd froze. It was not that they had not expected Jiang Nan to refuse, but they had never expected Jiang Nan to refuse so dryly. After all, that's a guaranteed spot with a letter of recommendation. It's a straight pass to Qingbei. For high school students, thousands of dollars are easy to come by, but a place is hard to find. Teachers of all subjects in the three middle schools believe that with Jiang Nan's strength, 100% can be guaranteed, but have not been mentioned to be guaranteed. For what? Wasn't it because the third grade didn't have a guaranteed bid? It's naturally bad to mention that you can't hold it. Don't say third form. Even Shuing and Lanpu are not qualified. That's why after the first and second middle schools offered to bail out, each of them hid to the side, not daring to speak. Results available. Jiang Nan didn't have a single heartbeat and rejected it outright. This is unbelievable. Including Gu Tianhang and Huifei froze. Although they all hoped that Jiang Nan would stay in the third middle school and not transfer to another school, they really didn't have a clue in their hearts before that. But now, rather reassuring. Well, I've heard that not only are you strong in ancient literature, but you're also good in other subjects. And you just took first place in the 4 competitions in Jiangcheng 2 days ago, so maybe you don't really need my letter of recommendation. With your strength, even if you take the college entrance exam properly, you won't have much of a problem getting into Marina or Qingbei. So, I respect your choice. But, Professor Haruyuku was the first to come back to his senses, letting out a light sigh as he turned toward Jiang Nan. I hope that after the college entrance exam, no matter which university you choose to go to, it would be best if you still choose ancient languages. Modern society is moving faster and faster, and more of the old ancestral stuff is lost. Math, physics, chemistry, biology and other science subjects are important though, but the ancient language contains the essence of the Eastern civilization, cohesion of the wisdom of the ancient sages, but the young people who can be interested in it, and explore and learn from it, are fewer and fewer. Even if they do, most of them have average talent and can't learn to comprehend many profound things. Once all of us old guys are in the dirt, a lot of that ancient stuff will be lost. In severe cases, it can cause a break. Even that has broken down in many ways. But Jiang Nan, little friend, you, yet the most gifted in ancient languages I have ever seen. If you specialize in ancient literature in the future, you will surely become a mainstay of the ancient literature world, or even a great man of the generation. Professor Haruyuku spoke in a serious tone towards Inami. He had a great love for the ancient languages, to which he devoted his life. But, that's not nearly enough, subject to the talent factor, or otherwise. Although Prof. Haruyuku was the first person in the ancient literature of Marina, he did not record higher results, which is a pity. However, instead, he saw hope in Gangnam. A high school student who was only 18 years old had this ancient writing skill that was not weaker than his own. His talent is evident. If you spend another 10, 20, 30 years studying and settling down on the ancient texts together, the future of Gangnam, it's not impossible to say that it's the first person in the ancient literature world. Thank you, Professor Hara. I'll take your suggestion under advisement. In response to what Prof. Haruyuku said, Gangnam did not immediately agree, but he did not deny his refusal either. Just because it's still early, there's still some time left before the entrance exam. Before that, he just wanted to live a peaceful life, keep his head down, be a salted fish, and enjoy life. As to which subject he will choose and which path he will take in the future, that is something that will happen after the entrance examination. Now, it can be done without much thought, and, it seemed, he didn't have to think about it. After all, he is the son of Heaven's Fortune who has the system of learning and controlling magic, and he is good at everything, including language, mathematics, biology, and even other things. Do you need to choose which path and specialize in which subject in the future? Being a man, all of them, of course, learn all the subjects and reach the top of all of them. Otherwise, How can I face myself who has been relived, and how can I face the bullseye system's golden finger? But that kind of talk seems arrogant if you say it. The people in the room probably wouldn't believe it. Naturally, he didn't bother to say anything. Then, whether it was Chen Zhe from the first middle school, or Gu Hongyi from the second middle school, or the teachers from Chuing and Lanpu, there was a tacit understanding that they didn't persuade Jiangnan to transfer to another school or anything, as if the scene of robbing people just now hadn't happened. After all, Jiangnan, the party in question, had said his words to this point, and they really couldn't be bothered to advise them that it will only backfire and repel Gangnam. But will they give up so easily? That it's also impossible. If you can't force it, there's always a roundabout way. This is an afterthought. Next, Jiangnan had wanted to leave, but he didn't make the walk either. Chen Zhe, Gu Hongyi and the others didn't say anything more though. But Prof. Harayuku had traveled all the way from the provincial capital just to discuss ancient languages with Jiangnan. Nature wouldn't let Gangnam go just like that. There's no way around it. After all, people's age is here, and is not a bad person. Jiangnan can only chat with each other. And this chat, it's just a morning gone by. It wasn't until the crowd was starving that Prof. Harayuku was reluctant to say goodbye and leave. Little friend Jiangnan, you are young, but your skills in ancient literature are 3 times better than mine. Truly a strange person. It's just a pity that it's getting late today, and it's not good for me to keep delaying your lessons, so I'll just have to take my leave. I'll come back to visit another time when it's convenient. Also, if you have the opportunity to come to the provincial city Binhai University in the future, you can be the first to notify the old man. Professor Harayuku was gone, but before he left, he exchanged phone numbers with Gangnam. It follows from this, he really thinks highly of Gangnam. At the same time, Jiangnan had more respect for such a respected academic elder. The other side, Chen Zhe, the language team leader of the first middle school, Gu Hongyi, the principal of the second middle school, and the teachers of Chuing and Lanpu also left. At first glance, they all seem to have given up on pulling Gangnam together. But once the crowd is gone, the principal of the third middle school, Gu Tianhan's face, however, remained deep and heavy as he muttered to himself, I'm sure these people will never stop there, and will probably think of other ways to get Jiangnan to transfer to another school. Principal, what do you mean? Hui Fei frowned. She felt the same way. But Gangnam has all but made it clear that he won't be transferring schools. She couldn't think of any other way for people from schools like first, second, and so on to get Gangnam to change schools. I don't mean anything. Soldiers come and go. Here's another assignment for you. It's Saturday, and after classes this afternoon, the seniors will be on vacation as well. When the time comes, you'll personally send Jiangnan on a trip home and make a side trip to do a home visit to talk more with his parents. Remember, don't go empty-handed. Buy more gifts. The attitude must be sincere and more caring for the elderly. And personally hand over the $20,000 bonus I promised to Jiangnan, as well as the $10,000 scholarship to backfill his scholarship for the past 3 years, to his parents, and explain how much the school values Jiangnan. Yes, Chapter 132, which school are you guys from to dig up my son again? This afternoon, Hui Fei is very busy. I was busy buying gifts for my home visit to Gangnam's house. That's right, she's just buying gifts. Very funny to say the least. Usually it's the parents of students who give some gifts when they meet their teachers. But here in Gangnam, it's the other way around. As a classroom teacher, Hui Fei, in order to please Jiangnan's parents, this is a cigarette wine, and some medicinal herb supplements, large and small filled the trunk. Spent a lot of money. Sheesh, being a woman, and to be a classroom teacher at a young age, Hui Fei was naturally not stupid. The principal, Gu Tianhong, didn't say so explicitly though, but the meaning is self-evident. First middle school, second middle school, Chuing and Lanpu, that group of people, touched the nail on Jiangnan itself, but certainly will not easily give up. In all probability, will still hit the idea of Jiangnan's parents. Nature, and she can't do nothing about it. After getting things ready, school's out for the evening. Jiangnan and Bai Yingying had just walked out of the classroom when Hui Fei blocked in front of the two of them. Jiangnan, go, I'll send you home. Teacher, you send me home? As a party involved, Jiangnan was slightly confused. As for Bai Yingying, she was even more confused, and numerous other students in the class as well. They had long guessed that Jiangnan was not only handsome and had good grades, but his background was definitely not simple. It proved to be true. I can't believe that even the homeroom teacher had to personally send Jiangnan home. Sheesh, say it's all right with each other. Sweetie, don't even believe it. Don't freeze, I'm going to your house for a home visit. And by the way, I'm going to give your parents the reward that the principal promised you along with it. Naturally, I need you to lead the way. Hurry, 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 my car is in front of the school. Grab it. Hu Yifei urged repeatedly, just because. Her heart was in a hurry. After all, those people in the first and second middle schools have long since left the third middle school. Who can tell if they will have arrived at Zheng Nan's home? To this, Zheng Nan was indifferent. Couldn't be better to have a ride back. It's just the white warbler. Seemingly able to guess Zheng Nan's thoughts, Hu Yifei spoke directly. I know you guys live close. Let's go together. Gangnam. By Ying. Numerous students in the class. In a fit of giggles, Zheng Nan and Bai Ying rode in Hu Yifei's car together and then left the school. Words to say, Hu Yifei was in a hurry for a good reason. The moment. The destination she was about to go to was in the middle of a good show. The kind where you're not singing yet. No, can't say that at the moment. Instead, it's been this whole day. There's been no let-up in the Gangnam household. People from schools such as 1st, 2nd, Chuin and Lanpu were rejected outright by Zheng Nan in 3rd. But, they really didn't give up. One leaves the 3rd grade. They ostensibly went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers, but behind their backs, they turned to come to Zheng Nan's house. Sure, the exceptions are the principal of the 2nd school, Mr. Gu Hongyi, and Prof. Haroyuku. The latter had to go back to the provincial city of Binhai. The former naturally had to go to see them off, and they naturally didn't have time to come to Zheng Nan's house. But, the cunning Gu Hongyi was not without arrangements. Warda Neighborhood, Building 4, Unit 1, 302. Chuang Enrollment Office Director Fong Chang, with his assistant took the lead to the downstairs, then opened the trunk, carrying out a large bag of gift boxes, then hurried to go upstairs. Sheesh. As the director of the enrollment office of the best private high school in Zhangchang, he was an official in big and small ways. Weekdays, it's all about the parents of the students trying to give him gifts in order to send their kids to Chuin. But it's completely reversed. But, he didn't feel depressed at all. On the contrary, he's still a little excited. Before, in the 3rd middle school, all his cards were no match for a guaranteed place in the 1st middle school of others and a letter of recommendation from the 2nd middle school. So much so that he didn't digress into a single sentence. But, now he was the first one to come to Zheng Nan's house, and pull in the Gangnam parents. Far easier than pulling in Gangnam himself. The latter, after all, have not yet entered society, do not know the cruelty of society, do not know the most valuable thing in the world. But Gangnam's parents must have known. Nothing more than, 1. Money, and the last thing Chuing needs is money. In this regard, he can have a much more advantageous position than the 1st and 2nd middle schools, and only the same private high school, Ranpu, can match. But, he was about to prepare to go upstairs when he unexpectedly glimpsed a very familiar figure suddenly appearing not far behind him. The moment. The last thing he wanted to see was an acquaintance. For this reason, he hastened to quicken his pace. But, the person behind was not slow, directly jogging to catch up. Gu, isn't this Director Fong of Chuing? What are you doing leaving so fast? You didn't just meet me this morning and now you don't recognize me, did you? Hearing voices, Fong Chang's heart instantly thumped. He had come fast enough on his own, just trying to catch a head start, but I didn't expect it. The other guy is not a bit later than himself either. And, chanting what comes, if it was the 1st school, the 2nd school came to the people even if it was against the students' parents. He money open road, the most advantageous. But the person who came was Qian Daio. Just listen to the name. The other side has money too. No, precisely. It's the money that makes the big difference. The school has money. That would be Rampart High School, which is the same private school as Chuin and has been a tit-for-tat for many years. And, Qian Diyu is just like him, also director of admissions. Could be really. It's not a grievance. Qian Daio also brought his assistant, and his hands were also holding large bags. Followed up and said, I say Director Fong, you are holding so many things in your hands. Are you here to give gifts? That's right. Since he couldn't avoid it, Fong Chang only had to answer stiffly, I have a relative here. This is not someone's family has a happy event. I purposely send something over. Director Qian, how about you? I'm the same, visiting family and friends. Qian Daio laughed and said very frankly, Ha, visiting family and friends? Director Qian, how come I've never heard that you have family and friends in this neighborhood as well? Fong Chang scoffed at Qian Diyu. Director Fong, although you and I are familiar with each other, we are not in the same school after all, so how can you know about all of my friends and family? Qian Diyu gave Fong Chang a cold stare. So tell me, what floor are your friends and family on? A hint of anger appeared on Fong Chang's face. What floor are your relatives on again? A hint of shade flashed in Qian Diyu's eyes. I'm on the 3rd floor. Coincidentally, I'm also on the 3rd floor. Gee, you wouldn't say that your family and friends' last name is Zhang, would you? Why? Is your relative's last name Zhang too? Exactly. That's a real coincidence. It looks like you and I are still related to the same person. So the two of us are also related. Relatives? Ha, give a. Fong Chang was completely and utterly furious. Directly towards Qian Dio exploded foul language. Old Qian, let's not beat a dead horse. You Lanpu want to rob Jiangnan with us dreaming. Qian Dio laughed in exasperation. Old Fong, since the words have been said to this point, then I also do not hide the cover. Jiangnan this person. We Lanpu is imperative. You please go back. Back to you mother asterisk. Fong Cheng cracked. We are also imperative to Jiangnan. And I was here first. It's you who will return. Jie, it's impossible for me to return. Since you're unwilling to give up, let's go up together. Qian Dio waved the things in his hand. Later on, let's see how thick our bottom is. Whoever wins will get Jiangnan? No problem. Unable to shake off the dog pile, Fong Chang could only agree. The two are kind of an old rivalry. The moment. No one will give in. See only, two people even if the hand carried heavy, but walking with the wind, that speed, can participate in the 100-meter race walk, straight to the third floor in one breath. Then they all couldn't wait to scramble to the door first. Purpose. It's natural to want to be the first to show your face, trying to get the first favor of Gangnam's parents. But, ding dong, the door opened. It was a woman who opened the door. But the woman wasn't surprised at all by the arrival of Fong Chang and Qian Dio, and only subconsciously asked, "What? Which school are you guys from to dig up my son again?" Chapter 133, a teacher in the first grade can't even get in? Fong Chang, Qian Dio, the two were instantly confused. What? Weren't they the first to come? Before that, there are other school teachers here too? Hello, I'm Fong Chang, the director of Chuing Middle School's admission office. I believe you're Jiangnan classmate's mother. MS. Zhou Xiuqin Zhou. I am indeed here for Jiangnan this time. I'm Qian Dio, the director of the enrollment office of Lanpu Middle School, and I didn't bring anything good with me this time. Just a few yellow crane loose cigarettes and 2 bottles of Mount Hai wine. Please accept them. I was here first. MS. Zhou. I also brought cigarettes and wine. And some tonic. You take my. First. No. Collect mine first. Well. Don't even argue. Come in first. Zhou Xiuqin looked at the gifts in the hands of Fong Chang and Qian Dio. The smile on his face could not be hidden at all. Jiang Gaoyuan. Chuing and Lanpu's teacher also came. You pour 4 more cups of water. Jiang Father Jiang Gaoyuan. What? 4 more? But we can't even sit down at home. Zhou Xiuqin. Can't sit down also have to sit. All brought something to the. Can't turn away the door. Jiang Gaoyuan. What? Said is also reasonable. Zhou Xiuqin. If you can't, move the mahjong table out. Jiang Gaoyuan. It's not good to move the mahjong table. It's Saturday. My son will be back soon. If he sees it. Zhou Xiuqin. It's okay. It will take a while for Nan to come back. Wait for people to leave and then hide it. Fong Chang. Qian Dio. The two hadn't even entered yet and were already completely confused. What? What did they hear? Can't even sit down at Gangnam's house? Even the mahjong table? How many people are here? Even if they weren't the first ones to come. But it shouldn't be too late. After all, they left the 3rd grade school in a hurry to get here. Think about it. Neither of them had time to hand Zhou Xiuqin the things in their hands before they stretched their necks to look into the living room. But in the next second, simultaneous giggles. See only, the living room was really crowded. I know teachers from 5, 6, 7, and 8 middle schools alone, but those aren't very competitive. But the one sitting in the middle is actually Luo Qingji, the director of the enrollment office of the 2nd middle school. That's a lot of competitiveness. Nima. No wonder he didn't see Luo Qingji in the 2nd middle school before, but only saw Gu Hongyi, the principal of the 2nd middle school. The original. People are split in 2. A secret way out of an open doorway? The principal went to the school to find Jiang Nan, and the director of the admissions office came to Jiang Nan's house to find Jiang's father and mother. It's almost like it's not martial arts. Fong Chang and Qian Dio were so angry that they almost spat out blood. They had already lost a game in the 3rd grade, and now they had just come to Jiang Nan's house and ended up losing another game. Advantage. It's gone. The other side. Not long after Fong Chang and Qian Dio entered the house, another person sneakily appeared downstairs in Jiang Nan's house. No, sneaky isn't quite right. After all, it's not like he's a thief, but a teacher. And from River City First High School, he was Chen Zai, the head of the language team in the 1st middle school, who was named by Gong Sun Li, the principal of the 1st middle school, as being responsible for pulling Jiangnan together. But, same as Fong Chang and Chen Diyu, even if he is a teacher in the 1st grade, but I've had a nosedive in the 3rd grade before, even when he offered the killer offer, which was the only guaranteed place in the 1st middle school, it was rejected by Jiangnan. Even, all the limelight has been stolen by the 2nd high school. According to his temperament, I want to throw up my sleeves and just quit. Principal Gong Sun Li's mission is out there. He had to harden his heart and came back to the Jiangnan house. Then, hesitantly, he went upstairs, finally rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Soon the door opened. The previous image reappeared, and Zhang's mother, Zhou Xiuqin, opened the door, again without a trace of surprise, only subconsciously asking, "Which school are you from again? Also here to dig up my son? I can't believe I'm not the first." Chen Zai's eyebrows instantly frowned, and a bad premonition welled up inside. "That, you are Jiangnan's mother, right? I'm Chen Zai, a teacher in the first middle school. Indeed, I'm here to discuss something with you, to see if Jiangnan can transfer to the first middle school." First grade? Zhou Xiuqin's eyes lit up slightly. Although 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 middle schools, plus 2 major private schools, Shuing and Lanpu, have come to dig their own son. To this, she'd seen it all before. But, I heard Chen Zai say that he was from the first middle school. She was still slightly agitated. After all, that's a first grade school, the best high school in River City, bar none. Other people's children, who are trying to get into the first school, but their grades don't work, they are all passed over. But the family's own silly elk. I can't believe I can get a teacher from the first high school to come to my door and dig in. This, put in the old days, but she couldn't even dream of it. But saw it with my own eyes. That's not even the point. The point is, together with the first high school Chen Zai, that Jiangqing 10 high schools, one without falling, all came to the people. Finally all together. Almost can't help it. A smug smile spread across Zhou Xiuqin's face, but the next second, when she saw that Chen Zai's hands were empty, and the left and right behind him were also empty, she frowned again. "What? You came alone? And didn't bring anything with you?" Shenze. Aha! Momentarily speechless. "Nima, what's that supposed to mean? Can't I come alone? Does it still have to be a group of people? And bring something? Are you implying that I'm giving a gift?" But the teacher of the first high school, or the head of the language group, size is also an official. "Come to you actually want to send gifts?" Switch to his old temperament. Maybe it's about to go straight into a rage. But when he thought of the principal's mission, he had to hold back his fire and said with a thick skin, "That, I did come alone, and came in a hurry after all. So, people's schools come with at least 2 people, and all carrying big bags, and you came alone, not to mention empty-handed. What's the matter? Are you looking down on my son?" Zhou Xiuqin showed a hint of contempt on her face. "I'm not coveting your things, it's just that your sincerity doesn't work. Even though you're a teacher from the first middle school, please go back. My son can't afford your school." Having said that, there was a thud. Zhou Xiuqin then closed the door. "Chinza, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. Nima, what did he encounter? Is he dreaming? Just because you're here alone and don't have anything in your hand, you're not even allowed in? Are you the teacher or am I the teacher? No. I'm here on behalf of first grade. Can't you even look at Jiangqing First High School?" Moment. Chen Zai stood in front of Jiangnan's house for a while in a mess, almost skeptical. "SP, end of 5 shifts. Thanks for the great support, haha. Staying up all night is bad. Kill yourself. Try to adjust your routine. He. Chapter 134, Blowing Up the Neighborhood Homeowners Group. Perhaps Zhou Xiuqin just closed the door too loudly, alarmed its next-door neighbor for many years, Wang De's sister. But as soon as big sister Wang opened the door and came out, she was surprised to see the messy Chen Zai. Aren't you that teacher Chun from the first middle school? Could it be that you're a relative of the Jiangnan family?" No, you're mistaken. Recognize a mistake? I may recognize mistakes in others, but I definitely won't recognize mistakes in you. Mr. Chun, have you forgotten? My son Wang Chang is in your class. Aren't you his homeroom teacher? I even went to your house to drop something off at your house back in the day to get my son into your class, lol. You've really misidentified me. I'm not a teacher in the first middle school. I'm not a relative of the Jiangnan family, and I don't remember Wang Chang. Bye. In his most embarrassing and humiliating time, he was actually recognized, but of course Chen Zai would not admit it, only waving his hands to cover his head in a hurry, and immediately went downstairs and slipped away. Sheesh, he swore in the name of God. This life. He is dead set on not coming to this neighborhood. It's useless even if the principal presses him. Nima, can't get in without something. What's going on here? To this. Next door. MS. Wang also froze, looked at Chen Zai's back. Really not? But it clearly seems like it? No, I'm going to ask for clarification. If your heart is moved, you will act immediately. Ding dong. She rang the doorbell of Jiangnan's house directly. Who is it this time? Soon. Zhou Xiuqin's voice came out, but as soon as she opened the door and realized it wasn't the new teacher, she was stunned. Big Sister Wang. Why you? Big Sister Wang pointed at Chen Zai who had just come downstairs and said, Sister Zhou, who is that person? How come he stood in front of your house for half a day and didn't knock on the door? And when he saw me, he just left? Hey, you ask that. He knocked on the door. I just didn't let him in. Sister Wang, why? Why else? Zhou Xiuqin skimmed her lips and said, he's a teacher from the first middle school, running alone to my house without saying anything, and empty-handed. No gifts, clearly no sincerity. Why would I let him in? Just for not bringing anything. And you shut him out? You know that's a teacher in the first grade. It's my son's homeroom teacher, and it seems that he's also the head of the language team, which has some authority in the first grade. Big Sister Wan was instantly a bit messy. She said so. One can certainly not be wrong. That man just now was her son's homeroom teacher, Chen Zhe. Now it's true, but the point is, a teacher in a first grade school can't get into his neighbor's house because he doesn't have anything with him? Thinking back then, she hadn't bowed to Chen Zhe a lot in order to send her son into the first middle school, right? There really is no comparison. But, hear her words. Zhou Xiuqin, however, was unmoved. Isn't it just a small first middle school language team leader? Although first middle school is good. Second middle school, Shuing and Lanpu are not much worse. Now in the second grade, Shuing and Lanpu are at the very least the director of admissions office on the doorstep, and with a bunch of stuff. That 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 middle schools are even more directors of instruction, vice principal level, are sitting in my house at the moment. Not to mention that there's no room in my house when it's already full. And even if there was, I wouldn't want that first grade teacher in the door, empty-handed and insincere. In a fit of brokenness, Zhou Xiuqin closed the door. She's an ordinary woman. If it were the past, surely they wouldn't be so contemptuous of a first grade teacher. But today, the truth is that there are so many teachers who come to her door that they are stepping over the threshold of her house and keep relying on her. In terms of position, in terms of weight, in terms of the number of people, in terms of gifts, none of them are comparable to Chen Zhe in the first middle school. Sister Wang, wide-eyed, he almost lost his breath. This, is it still the Zhou Xiuqin she knows? Or was it the same low-key neighbor she remembered? The first school teacher couldn't see it. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 middle schools came with a bunch of directors, vice principals, and even 2 of the top private aristocratic schools, Shuing and Lanpu, all of which relied on Jiangnan's house. Sheesh, Versailles, naked Versailles. Weekdays are only available to swipe online. But today, and yet you see it in your own neighbor? It was hard for Wang to catch her breath, and she hurried home to drink a cup of cool water to suppress the shock. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and clicked on the Huada district head of household group to share this amazing melon with others. Just now, Zhou Xiuqin's house in Unit 302 of Building 4, Block 1 is a big deal. It is said that 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 middle schools have come to the teacher, and all are the director of teaching and vice principal, all with gifts to visit the door, and all sit in her home did not leave. There are also 2 aristocratic schools, Shuing and Lanpu, who have come, both directors of admissions. I've seen it more firsthand. A language team leader in the first high school was simply kicked out and not even let in the door because he didn't bring a gift. Warden neighborhood head of household group. Basically everyone who lives in the neighborhood is in there. There's gossip and stuff in there on weekdays. And now, swish, 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 it instantly blew up. This, really? Is Sister Zhou's tune already this high? First grade teachers aren't even allowed in without a gift? I guess it's true. I'm just skulking around the neighborhood, and I just saw quite a few strangers driving down to the 4th building and carrying gifts up the stairs. So it turns out they went to Sister Zhou's house. Why? Who let people have a good son? Haven't you guys heard the great name of Jiangnan these days? Gangnam? Just that Gangnam who was number 1 in the 4 competitions. Yes, it's that Gangnam, the name of Jiangnan in these days, but the rumor is spreading. It is said to be the genius of the genius, the school bully of the school bully. Those of us who have children in the family, there is no one who doesn't know him. How? That Jiangnan, is Sister Zhou his son? That's right, it's Sister Zhou his son. Amazing, this is earth-shattering news. There's actually a genius in our Huada neighborhood? More than a genius. It is said that Jiangnan has the senior high school scholar's qualifications. It won't be long before he will go to Qingbei to study. This is definitely the only one in our neighborhood. No wonder so many schools have people coming in and giving gifts. 9 times out of 10 they're here to poach. What does digging mean? In layman's terms, it's just like poaching, the same as a company stealing people. Whichever school snatches Jiangnan over will be famous, and this year's college entrance exam top student will be theirs. So it is. Ugh, it's all about other people's kids. I can't. I'm going to check it out. With so many school teachers coming, my son happens to be taking the midterm this year, so I'm going early to mix it up. There's no harm in knowing your teacher. Count me in. Why don't you just come along? And me, let's go. Chapter 135, Scholarship 100, 000. Crazy? Gangnam's house. The living room. A dozen people filled 2 tables. At the moment it was wide-eyed and very awkward. Eventually, still, Luo Qingji, the representative of the second middle school, took the lead and spoke toward Chuing Fongchang and Lanpu Chendayo, as well as the teachers of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th middle schools, saying, Old Fong, Old Qian, and all of you, as the saying goes, first come first served. I came the earliest, why don't you guys go back first and let me talk to Jiangnan's parents? Ha, first come, first served isn't appropriate here, is it? If I may say so, since everyone is here, why don't we open up the windows of heaven? Let's just lay out the benefits and see which school Jiangnan's parents, ultimately, choose. How about it? Fong Chang spoke meaningfully. Qiandayo, Old Fong is right. Bidding on the same stage, the highest bidder wins. It depends on who has strong capital. You guys. Luo Qingji couldn't help but be furious. He was the first to arrive and originally had the most advantage. As a result, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th grade schools also came to play a part in it. So much so that there was a lot of delay. Jiangnan's parents have been busy entertaining. He didn't even have a chance to open his mouth. Sure, he wasn't worried about the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th middle school stealing someone from him. After all, he's got a reputation as a second schooler. The strength is far beyond the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th centers. He had full confidence that as long as Jiangnan's parents weren't stupid, then the first choice would definitely be his second middle school. But, when Chuyin and Ranpu arrive, he can't sit still. Although these 2 schools are only private schools, their strength is just second to the second high school, and they are called aristocratic schools. They have money. This is not comparable to the second high school. It's also just as well that Chen Zhe from the 1st grade was kicked out without entering, or else he would have been under even more pressure. Well, since you must fight, then let's just fight it out on the spot. Luo Qingji took a deep breath and said towards Jiangnan's parents, I'm sure the 2 of you know why we're here. Your son Gangnam is very good, so good that there is no place for him to show his skills in the 3rd form. After all, 3rd middle school is just ordinary in Jiangcheng, whether it's the faculty, the teaching environment, or anything else. But we're different in the 2nd grade. In any aspect, the 2nd middle school is enough to hang on to the 3rd middle school. So I hope your son will come to the 2nd middle school. I can provide him with the best teachers, the best learning environment and room and board. What do you think? Ha, is that all? Fong Chang sneered and said towards Jiangnan's parents, both of you, it's far better for Jiangnan to go to the 2nd middle school than to come to my Chuing. You should all know that I, Chuing, am the best private school in Jiangcheng, as well as an aristocratic school. Both the teaching and learning environment, as well as the food and accommodation, are better than the 2nd school. On top of that, we'll give Jiangnan a scholarship of $10,000 a year. What do you guys think? Ha, I don't think so. Who told you that Chuing is the best aristocratic school in Jiangcheng? It's obvious that I, Lan Pu, am number 1. Without waiting for Jiangnan's parents to reply, Qian Daio took the lead and stood out, saying towards Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin, both of you, what Chuing can offer, I, Lan Pu, can do the same, and they're only 10,000 scholarships. I'm offering 15,000 at Blueprint, so you guys just let Gangnam come and attend Blueprint. I'm offering a $20,000 scholarship to my 2nd high school. Luo Qingji stretched out 2 fingers, gritting his teeth and roaring, 25,000 for me Chuing. I, Ran Pu, offer 30,000. Luo Qingji, I'm offering 35,000 in the 2nd middle school, and I purposely bought a 10,000 cell phone for Jiangnan. But Jiangnan hasn't come back yet, so I'll ask the 2 of you to help me receive it first. As he spoke, Luo Qingji took out a box containing a new version of the fruit cell phone and handed it to Jiangnan's parents. This was previously explained by the principal of the 2nd high school, Gu Hongyi. Originally, he wanted to wait for Gangnam to return before giving it, but now that he was being pushed too hard by Fong Chang and Chen Daio, he had to take it out early and buy people's hearts. Anyway, he came this time. Must take down the Gangnam parents, and as long as Gangnam's parents agreed, then Gangnam will be fine, and the 3rd center will have nothing to say. The only ones who are a pain in the ass are Chuing and Ranpu. The other side, Jiangnan's parents were originally calm, but hearing Luo Qingji, Fong Chang and Qian Daio 3 people bid in succession, raising the scholarship to 35,000. Moment, neither one could lighten up, though they are not money-minded people either, but 35,000 could be the equivalent of most of their salary, not to mention a $10,000 cell phone. Sheesh, other people's children read. Not only do you have to pay tuition, fees, etc., but you also have to pay thousands of dollars a year in living expenses. But with my own kids, the school not only waives everything, but also gives $35,000 in scholarships straight away. And several of the best schools in Jiangcheng made personal visits, fighting for their sons. Hey, that's a lot of pride. What a great word. But, even better is yet to come. Old Luo, you've really come prepared. Fang Cheng, two eyes with a green light, not willing to show weakness, but I Chuing is not vegetarian. Jiangnan parents, as long as you let Jiangnan come to my Chuing, we give 50,000 per year scholarship. Qian Daio gritted his teeth. Lan Pu, will give 70,000. Fang Chang, $75,000. Qian Daio, $80,000. 85,000. 100,000. Ran Pu, give 100,000. Qian Daio directly slapped the table and roared to the sky. Fang Chang, Luo Qingji, both of them frowned and silenced themselves or not, though they were both bound for Gongnam. But 100,000 scholarships, this is not an insignificant amount. Sure, it's not that the school can't afford it, it's that they can't do it. They have to ask for permission. Almost heart to heart, both of them got up in a hurry and walked to the side, fumbling for their cell phones to make a call. At the same time, Zhang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin both went weak in their legs. Nima, $100,000. That's as much as they make in a year, and it's a two-person kind of thing. Results available. That's all the scholarships Gangnam gets in a year? It's just a shame. Jiangnan is already a senior and can only take it once at most. It would be better if he could take it 3 times if he was still a senior. On the other side, several teachers from the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th middle schools were all wide-eyed and staring at each other, though they have known it for a long time. He himself should not be able to compete with the first 2 centers, Chuing and Lan Pu, but only with a glimmer of hope to take their chances. But, it was only when I got to the scene that I realized, don't say a glimmer of hope, it's simply desperate. They completely became air, the kind that couldn't interject, only feeling that the second middle school, Chuing and Lan Pu were all crazy. Gangnam is awesome, but even more awesome. It's not like it's $100,000 scholarship. Realize this is high school, not college. Even for universities, such as the prestigious schools like Qingbei, the maximum scholarship is only $50,000 a year, right? Chapter 136, is this a human being's work? The other side. Qiandayu can be considered to be complacent at this moment. A high price of $100,000 was shouted in one breath. Is he crazy? Of course not. $100,000 is a lot for other high schools, but Blue Pool is a private, aristocratic school, and there is no shortage of money. In the ranking of the 10 high schools in River City, No. 1 middle school is literally number 1, followed by No. 2 middle school, with Chuyin and Lanpu tied for 3rd. Let's not talk about when we're going to dry hump 1 or 2 centers. For Lanpu to develop, the most urgent thing at the moment is to stomp down Chuying, which is also a private high school, and to do that, just need the best students. Increasing the rate of advancement is one aspect of the program, and creating role model students led by key stars is another. As long as Jiangnan can become the top student in the big exam in the near future, it doesn't even need to be the provincial top student, it just needs to be the city top student. Then Lanpu taking out 100,000 won't be a loss at all. If Gangnam can really become the provincial scholar, then don't say 100,000, even if it doubled again, he would be willing. In ancient terms, it's also called buying a horse's bones for $1,000. Sooner or later he'll be able to make it back from someone else. Anyway, as long as we can squash the 2nd grade in Chuing first. As for these drama watchers in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th grade, he didn't care at all. The facts were going exactly as he had expected. Whether it was Luo Qingji from the 2nd middle school or Fangcheng from Chuing, their faces were very frustrated after making the call. Obviously, $100,000 in scholarships. It's all a bit much for them, especially Luo Qingji. The 2nd middle school is a public school. Scholarships and other things have to follow the process. Not he said 100,000 can give 100,000. This, too much over and out of order. As for Fangcheng, although Chuing was also a private school and was not short of money, he did not have the intention of continuing to bid against Qiandayu. After all, look at Qiandayu like that. It's clear that it's a must-have. Keep bidding. It's only going to get higher and higher, and it's hard for him to win. See this. Qiandayu laughed, patted his big belly, and looked at Zhang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin with great ambition. Both of you, now you can see that our school is full of sincerity. $100,000 in scholarships, no other school can afford it. And as for the 3rd grade, it's even more impossible. And I can make the call. In addition to the scholarship, all other expenses for Gangnam study in Ranpu, such as food and accommodation, are completely free. What do you think? Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin looked at each other after hearing this. It's really quite intentional. But Jiang Nan hadn't come back, so it wasn't easy for them to make a decision. What to do? Mr. Jiang, Ms. Zhou. Seeing that Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin didn't react, Xian Dao couldn't help but speak out again to remind them. The conditions proposed by our school are definitely the best in the whole Jiangchang, so you guys just agree to it. And all you have to do is nod your heads, and I'll take care of the rest. I'll take care of the Gangnam transfer and all that. Jiang Gaoyuan looked at Zhou Xiuqin. Child's mom, you're in charge of everything at home. What do you say? What can I say? Zhou Xiuqin is, after all, a woman. Also cannot get the idea. Or, we call the South to ask? Okay, hurry up and hit one. Negotiate it. Zhou Xiuqin then fumbled for her cell phone and prepared to make a call. But, just then, ka-ching! Suddenly, the gate opened. With that a large crowd poured in. A lot really, such as living next door to Wang Daisy, as well as upstairs and downstairs and other buildings in the district heads of household. Or before the owners of the community group heard the news, rushed over to see the fun. See this. The room froze momentarily. Zhou Xiuqin spoke out even more subconsciously. Big Sister Wang, Big Sister Zhang, Big Aunt Lu, how did you all get in? Sister Zhou, your family Jiangnan is not famous. Today came a lot of 1 or 2 middle school. Chuing Lanpu teacher? We all want to come and get to know each other. So, hey. Big Sister Wang narrowed her eyes and compensated with a smile. Yeah. It's rare that so many teachers come. We all want to come and get to know each other. After all, the family baby is about to go to high school. That said, I've never seen so many teachers at once, and they're the unsolicited kind. People not only take the initiative to the door, but also sent a gift. Lu. Just at the door I also vaguely heard the scholarship. I heard it too. They are talking about scholarships in order to grab Gangnam. Like giving 100,000 a year. Awesome. Jiangnan is really awesome. That of course. Also do not look at people's results. That is the first of the 4 competitions. And even more so the high school entrance examination. TSK. Sister Zhou has given birth to a good son. It's enviable. The heads of households behind them chimed in. Obviously, the men had been eavesdropping outside the door for a long time. Only squeezed in until now. Hear these. Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin were so comfortable in their hearts that they were almost ready to raise their eyebrows and sing and laugh. Take a look. So many neighbors are patting themselves on the back. Although the relationship is usually good, but my family's conditions are ordinary. When has it ever been praised by so many people? And today, definitely the longest face in their family. Not only did a whole bunch of teachers come to the door, but dozens of neighbors flocked in for a round of ass-kissing. But the next second, Zhou Xiuqin was again puzzled. That's not right. I remember I closed the door. How could you guys come in? Murphy, are these people crowding the door? It can't be. It's a security door. Solid. Mom, I opened the door. Just then, someone else from the back spoke up and gave Zhou Xiuqin the answer. And that was the rightful owner of the day. See only. Jiangnan pushed his way through the crowd. Sheesh, what's this called? Didn't even get in to open a door myself. Only to be squashed out of sight by a large group of older women. Don't look at all these people praising themselves, but in reality, it's all about getting acquainted with these individual teachers inside. Nan, you're back. Seeing Jiangnan, Zhou Xiuqin hurriedly ran over with joy. You're back just in time. Your father and I just want to call you Lu. These teachers in order to fight for you are almost fighting. Especially the teachers at Blue Pool. They said that as long as you transfer to Blue Pool, not only will tuition and fees, accommodation fees, and food fees be waived, but they'll also give you a $100,000 scholarship a year. So what do you think? Hiss. This statement was made. The neighbors present sucked in their breath. Sure enough, it's 100,000. Although they had just hidden outside the door and vaguely heard it, they still couldn't help but be surprised when it was confirmed at this moment. However, Jiangnan frowned. Mom, our family doesn't lack money, right? Let's take a look first. Zhou Xiuqin, the lack of money is not a lack of money, but people bid high. I'm not indecisive? Jiang Gaoyuan also walked up. Son, since you're back, then this is your idea. Dad, Mom, we'll talk about this later. Jiangnan shook his head. My homeroom teacher is also here, but she's blocked outside the door. Why don't we fetch her in first? Hu Ifei, good job. Finally thinking of the old lady. It's not even if you don't help me when I carry so many things. The doorway is still blocked by dozens of people. Sheesh, listening to the people inside the door bidding against each other while I can't do anything about it outside the door. Is this ing human? Chapter 137, you've trapped me. I'll guard against you. What? Your homeroom teacher is here? Then, of course, we have to get the people in. Then, Big Sister Wang, please make way. Blocking the door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin were shocked at the same time and hurriedly cleared the way to bring Huifei in. Aha! It's not just people, it's stuff. Again, cigarettes, alcohol, and herbal supplements. Compared to Luo Qingji, Fong Chang, Qian Daiyou and others before, it was only a little more. To this, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin were happy. They already had a lot of respect for Huifei, the child-smashing class teacher, and now they were even more enthusiastic. Take a look. Other people's children read. It's all about parents giving things to the classroom teachers. You can read on your own, but it's the other way around. It's the homeroom teacher who brings things for herself. Although not as much as Qian Daiyu's scholarship of 100,000 for that opening, it doesn't look cheap at all. But, the other side. Huifei's mind really crumbled a bit when she walked through the door. Sheesh, nice guy. Look no further. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 middle schools, plus Chuing and Lanpu. Except for the first middle school. Basically all arrived. Nope, first grade is coming too. Just at the door, she heard someone say that a Chen Zhe had also come to the first middle school, only to be kicked out before entering the door. Oh, or the principal got it right. These people, they're so shameless. Mr. Luo, Mr. Feng, Mr. Qian, and the rest of you. Jiangnan is a student of my third middle school. It's not too good for you to blatantly come and poach people with your stuff. A couple of them, in particular, just left the third grade in the afternoon, and here they are at my student's house. Those who know respectfully refer to you as teachers. Those who don't think you're headhunters for some company. That's a lot to do to steal someone. Huifei's temper was also up. Just walked in the door, so I didn't have a good attitude towards many teachers. To this, most of the teachers in the room looked at each other, such as 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and other thin-skinned, all rose red, wanting to dig a hole in the ground. After all, this is something they did not do right, especially when it was bumped by Huifei, a positive. Only Qian Daiyou saw that the matter was about to come to fruition, but was interrupted by Huifei's arrival. So naturally, he was upset and directly disliked. Teacher Hu, I don't like to hear this from you. What do you mean robbing people by any means necessary? As the saying goes, everyone loves talent. And even though Jiangnan is a student of your third middle school, he also has the right to re-choose his school. We're just here to fight for it. It shouldn't be too much. Is it not too much? Your Lampo Munchuan's grades are good, and he has hopes of getting into Qingbei. Is it okay if I go and dig him into the third middle school? Ha, as long as you can dig it, we at Lanpu naturally have no problem with it. I'm afraid that you three middle schools won't be able to afford the price. After all, Mengchuan's scholarship in Lanpu is not much, but it's still 10,000 a year, plus free room and board. Huifei was extremely angry. If a tree doesn't want its skin, it will die. But people who are shameless are invincible. All the other teachers look ashamed when they see themselves coming. But Qian Daiyou is still so righteous? Eventually, neither one can afford to be anxious. The only way to do so was to drop their gazes onto Jiang father, Jiang mother and Jiang Nan, their eyes showing a hint of longing, hoping that the three would take a stand. Jiang Gaoyuan scratched his head and looked at Jiang mother. Zhou Xiuqin, on the other hand, took Jiang Nan's hand. Nan, I'm still saying the same thing. You make the decision on this. Whether you stay in the third grade, transfer to Lamport, or any other school, it's fine with your dad and me. Is it really okay? Jiang Nan looked at his mom. Lanpu offered $100,000. You guys won't be disappointed if I stay in the third grade? Of course I'm not disappointed. It's just money, isn't it? Zhou Xiuqin bristled. Although our family is not rich, we are not money-minded. If you choose to remain in the third middle school, your father and I will definitely support you 100%. Not to mention it's good to stay in the third grade. After all, it's not long before the big exam, so you won't have to move around and affect your performance in the big exam. Jiang Gaoyuan also looked at Jiang Nan. Your mom is right. The big exam is the focus. Money is trivial. Both. Then I'll stay in third grade. Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at Huifei in a harmless manner. Anyway, there are scholarships in the third middle school. Although it's not as good as people's 100,000, it shouldn't be too little. Right, Mr. Huifei, a speechless, somewhat confused face. Harmless to humans and animals? Yuck. Where is this human and harmless? This is clearly outright blackmail plus sitting on the fence. Originally in school, the principal, in order to beg Jiangnan to stay in the third middle school, had long promised a 20,000 reward for taking the first place in the 4 competitions this time, plus a 10,000 scholarship, for a total of $30,000, not counting cell phones. But now, that doesn't seem to be enough money. After all, others can offer up to $100,000 for Ranpu. even if it's less. It can't be too much less, can it? Obviously. It was a favor that Gangnam had secured for his parents. But, Hui Fei was also a decisive person. Although her stomach was full of harboring anger, she did not make the slightest hesitation and directly said towards Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin, Jiang Nan is right. In view of his good behavior and excellent grades at school, the school has given him a cell phone worth nearly $20,000, and specially asked me to bring some gifts to visit you too. Also brought 3, for both of you. Bringing $50,000 is not as good as some outsiders, but it's the best sincerity we have in the 3rd grade. Among other things, when the Jiangnan Grand Exam gets good results, such as the city and province's top student or something like that, the school will award another one-time reward of $100,000. Jiangnan pitched Hui Fei. It made it necessary to temporarily raise it to 50,000 scholarships, but Hui Fei is no slouch either. Principal of the original 3 middle schools, Mr. Gutian Hang, said, as long as Jiangnan scores well on the big exam and can get on the Qingbei scoreline, he will be rewarded with a one-time award of $100,000. However, Hui Fei said that if Jiangnan could take the city and province's first prize, he would be rewarded with $100,000, which is considered to be raising the bar. Sheesh, it's well known. It's easy to go to Qingbei, but it's hard to take the city and province top prizes. She was also taking a precaution ahead of time so that she wouldn't make a mess of things then. Although with Jiangnan's strength, it wasn't difficult to get the city and province's first prize. Who knew if it would let go of the water? After all, Gangnam is a score control freak. It can't be left undefended. But, Jiang father and mother naturally didn't know the twists and turns. The two heard Hui Fei's words and were instantly happy. Well. 3rd grade is good. 3rd grade is really good. It seems that my Nanan staying in Sanjung is 100% right. Thanks to the school. Thanks to Mr. Hu. 50,000 is not as much as 100,000 though, but there's quite a bit more. It's equivalent to a year's income for one of them. Sort of a surprise. Not to mention, as long as Jiangnan wins the city and provincial top prize in the big exam, there is also 100,000 reward, which is more sincere than Lanpu. As for whether or not Gangnam will be able to get the city and province's top prize, that's not on their radar. Just kidding. Now that his son's reputation is well known and he is already recognized as a scholarly talent, how could he fail the exam? Chapter 138 Preparation for the Provincial Competition. Eventually, Xian Deyu is gone. Gangnam has made his choice in public. There was nothing he could do about it, even if he was resentful. It's not just him. Luo Qingji of the 2nd middle school, Chu Yingfang Chang, and the teachers of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th middle schools, all left together. Pulling Gangnam together was a complete failure. 5, 6, 7, 8 in the middle is okay. But the 2nd, 4th, Chuing and Lanpu, what they should do now is to hurry back to think about the response. And as soon as they teachers leave, there was no point for Wang De's sister and these neighbors to stay any longer, and they respectfully escorted these teachers away. Only Hui Fei stayed behind. As a classroom teacher, she still held the task of home visit to communicate more with Zhang's father and mother to deepen their relationship, so naturally it was impossible for her to leave so soon. Not to mention, Zhang's father and mother are also passionate people. This class is coming. How can you let it go without eating? This is not. Zhou Xiuqin personally cooked and made a big meal, treating Hui Fei well. The dining room table. Hui Fei took out an envelope from her bag containing a brand new $30,000 and handed it to Jiangnan's parents. It was promised as a good reward. It was supposed to be 50,000, but she had only taken 30,000 before she came, so she had no choice but to take the remaining 20,000 and give it back afterwards. P.S. Still have to report back to Gutenberg. To this, John's father and mother were again overjoyed. Obviously, he didn't expect Hui Fei to actually bring money over. Only 30,000 though, but it's cash alright, not unlike those teachers before them, who called for a high price, but it was a verbal check and not a solid one. In addition to that, Hui Fei brought 3 honorary banners specially awarded to Jiangnan by the school, respectively, Light of the 3rd Middle School, Exam Star, King of the Race, though this was only awarded in the name of the 3rd form, but whether it was Jiang father Jiang Gaoyuan or Jiang mother Zhou Xiuqin, they were all excited to the extreme for a moment. Hiya, still this is wow. I say, Mr. Hu, you have brought such honor to the South. If you had taken it out earlier, where would those teachers have anything to do with it? Light of the 3rd form, Star of examinations, King of competitions, these 12 words are definitely worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Kids dad, stop eating, hurry up and take a shortcut and nail these 3 brocade banners outside the door for the neighbors to see. Under Zhou Xiuqin's instructions, Jiang Gaoyuan hurriedly took out the hammer and nails, then carried a stool and ran to the door for a while. Knock, knock, Knock. Soon. 3 banners of honor are nailed down. Sheesh. Zhang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin looked at the golden 12 words, and their hearts did not calm down for half a day with excitement. There are few rewards more valuable to a student's parents than this kind of honor given by the school. Have to say, Ginger is still hot. Can be the principal of the 3 middle schools? Gu Tianhang. This means of pondering the hearts of people. Not ordinary people can have. At least, Hui Fei just couldn't figure it out. With these 3 banners, she's completely grounded and never has to worry about other school teachers coming back to poach her. Words to say, that's something Gangnam didn't expect either. After dinner, Hui Fei then excused herself and left to return to school. With that, he reported everything that had happened in the Jiangnan family to the principal. Ancient heavenly suspension. Ha, I knew it. Those schools are badass, and one of them sure doesn't give up that easily. It's a good thing I arranged this. Look, I've considered it correctly. When dealing with them in the future, you must not be careless, and you must not be afraid to speculate on them with the worst possible malice. The principal of the 3rd middle school, Gu Tianhang, said proudly, almost. It's that close. Otherwise there's a good chance of repeating the mistakes of the past. Hui Fei, headmaster. Although I stabilized the Jiangnan family, I took the liberty of raising the 30,000 scholarship to 50,000, which is quite a burden for the school. Gu Tianjun, it's fine. Isn't it just an extra 20,000? As long as we can stabilize Jiangnan, it's all worth it. Aha! Hui Fei nodded. But I'm still a little worried. That Blue Pool Middle School is just too shameless. In order to poach Gangnam, he went out of his way to offer a 1-year scholarship to $100,000 and waived all other fees. Although this time they came back with no success, who knows if they will make a comeback and stab them in the back again. And 1-2 in Chuyin as well. Even though Gangnam repeatedly promised that he would stay in the 3rd grade. But there's no guarantee that the Jiangnan family won't be moved if they offer more favorable conditions. There's an old saying, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that can't be dug. Before that, Hui Fei was less than convinced. But, after seeing the tactics of Chuing and Lanpu in the 1st and 2nd, which had the consistency of sticky candy, she had to be worried. But, Gu Tianhang, however, was much more relaxed. Nothing, there's no need to think about that much for now. Jiangnan is your student. We have to trust him. And since he's promised over and over again, he shouldn't go back on his word. And, although money is important, it's not everything. And between people, there are feelings in addition to interests. Aren't you $20,000 short? This way, I'll authorize you $20,000 later, and you'll send it to the Jiangnan family first thing in the morning, and take the opportunity to contact them again. It fell on a weekend and his parents were home, so as long as the relationship was maintained, it wasn't a big problem. Understood. At the same time, the other side, while Hui Fei was reporting with Gu Tianhang, the 1st, 2nd and 4th forms, as well as Chuing and Lanpu, also met urgently to discuss countermeasures. It's actually largely consistent. Since pulling Jiangnan failed, there was only one way left for them to do it other than to continue pulling him again. An office in a middle school. Principal Gongsun Li glared angrily at Chun Zhe, but didn't blame him much, and only spoke solemnly toward the people below. Since we can't draw them in, the only thing left to do is to prepare for war. Starting today, everyone in the room get your asses in gear, especially the leaders of the 4 groups of math, physics, chemistry and biology. Each of you will set up another competition special training group for the top few who are the best in each subject in our school. For example, our number 1 school teacher, Lu Fan. It's now half a month until the rematch of the 4-subject competition. For this half of the month, you are asking for people, money, and venues. I have one request. No matter what methods you use, you must raise the level of competition for Lu Fan and the others a few more notches. Not to say that we will beat Gangnam in all the rematches, but at least we can't let it take another 4 bids for Province 1. 2nd Middle School Office. Principal Gu Hongyi was disappointed in Luo Qingji, but again, not overly accusatory. Only immediately issued an order to the entire school's teachers. Starting today, pour every resource into cultivating Du Jiang and the others, and strive to snipe Jiangnan and take first place in the 4 competitions provincial tournament. Principal of the 4th Middle School, do your best to cultivate Su Yun. Blitz 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 and blitz blitz again. Cram and cram and cram again. Half a month later, the 4th competition provincial competition will compete with Jiangnan. Principal Chuing, in half a month. It's all up to the summer poll. Rampart Principal, pinning hopes on manhwa. Chapter 139. Don't talk, can't take the test. Then the only thing to do is to pull together. But what if you can't pull it together? That's the only way to fight to the death. The moment. The 1, 2, 4 middle schools, plus Chuing and Lanpu, were all surprisingly tacitly in agreement, and had gone all out to cultivate one person, or a few. wanted to be at the 4 competitive provincials in half a month, a duel to the death with the 3rd form. It is unlikely that all 4 gates will beat Gangnam at the same time. However, they didn't all try to outsmart Gangnam either, and just one person, one subject to win over Jiangnan, they would be satisfied. To this, Gangnam, who was staying at home, didn't know. Even knowing that, he wouldn't care. Anyway, it's time to eat, drink, play and sleep, whether you have meetings or prepare for war. Ding! Super Invincible Learning Demon Control Subsystem. Host, Jiangnan. Language, 9th grade. Skills, extra strong memory and perception. Physique, 45. Points, 900. Current number of draws available, 9, PS, 100 points short of 10 consecutive draws for a higher probability of winning. Late night, Jiangnan lay under the covers. Looking at the system panel in his head, he couldn't help but smile. Previously, after the shooting and dunking competition with Yi Jiqiu, he had only 41 physique and 500 points. However, after completing the math, physics, chemistry, and biology 4-subject competition, he was +1 to his physique to the point of reaching 45 respectively, and the points are also +100 respectively, while reaching 900 points, only 100 points away from the 10 consecutive draws. Other benefits aside, just those 2 points, it is the most intuitive manifestation after every time he controls the score. Physical increase, that's more than enough. A normal person's physique averaged no more than 24, but he was a full 45, almost double that. Don't underestimate the doubling. Physique, it's an acronym for physical fitness. It includes all aspects of one's strength, speed, endurance, sensitivity and flexibility. Take the speed comparison alone. It takes a normal person 13 to 17 seconds to run 100 meters, and the world record is close to 9 seconds for the fastest. With Jiangnan's physique that was nearly double that of an ordinary person, at this moment, even if he couldn't surpass the world record, it wasn't much worse. Sheesh, scary as hell. As for points, again, that's more than enough. What 1, 2, 4, Shuing and Ranpu, Jiangnan did not put in mind from the beginning to the end. All he could think about was, the 4 competition rematch can come in a hurry. By then he'll have accomplished 4 more point control missions. Physical ability +4. This is the most intuitive benefit. Points can be +400 as well. Then he can do another 10 in a row. Unknown. What's the best thing you can draw then? Day 2. Sunday. Vacation. Rest. As usual, Gangnam wanted to sleep in, but Bai Yingying also ran to Jiangnan's house early in the morning, as usual, so that Jiangnan's counseling came. But, she was early though, but someone beat her to it. As soon as she entered, Bai Yingying was dumbfounded. Class teacher? Old teacher, you didn't go back last night, but spent the night at Jiangnan's house? That's right. Earlier than Bai Yingying was Hu Yifei. Yesterday she also came back along with Hu Yifei's car. Only she didn't come to Jiangnan's house and got out of the car in front of the neighborhood, so she didn't see that wonderful scene. But that's not the point. The point is it's only 7 or 8 o'clock. Hu Yifei, however, was sitting in the living room with Jiangnan's parents eating breakfast and chatting away. Extremely cordial. This, how is that possible? You just got here? I came yesterday. Will I come back today? The only explanation. It's Hu Yifei who spent the night at Gangnam's house. Think about it. Bai Yingying instantly cackled. To know, even her, neither has ever spent the night at Gangnam's house, but Hu Yifei did. Either Hu Yifei is a relative of Jiangnan's family, but she has never heard of it. Other than that, Murphy, Bai Yingying had a very bad feeling in her heart, and the words teacher-student love even popped up in her mind, though she didn't want to think in that direction, but she just couldn't help it. After all, Hu Yifei is a teacher though, but not a few years older than himself, and Hu Yifei is also very good-looking. Not only was she known as the life-threatening demoness at school, but she was also nicknamed the spicy schoolteacher. It's also the perfect goddess if you can temper your temper a little, or if you don't read its 4 best tricks. Even Bai Yingying herself couldn't win by 3 points. At once, a wave of stress washed over her. Gangnam likes Mr. Who? Mr. Who likes Gangnam? What's going on? In the past she had watched out for many people in her class, such as the whiny study committee member Li Chanchan. Just worry about these people stealing Gangnam from her. For this reason, she went out of her way to stand by Gangnam, often intentionally or not, while declaring her sovereignty and letting many people know what to do. Results available. Fireproofing your girlfriends. In the end, you didn't defend yourself against Hu Yifei, the class teacher? Panic. Bai Yingying's entire body was shaking. The aggrieved are on the verge of tears. Sheesh. It is true to say that once a person undergoes ideological diabolization, he tends to go further and further down the path of diabolization. Bai Yingying's divine brainstorming was getting more and more wonderful. In fact, the reason Hu Yifei is here early in the morning, it was just a matter of delivering the remaining 20 000 rewards to Jiangnan's parents and exchanging ideas to deepen their relationship. It's got to do with teacher-student relationships. Spend the night? How is that possible? I just got here to give something to Gangnam's parents. As if she could guess Bai Yingying's thoughts, Hui Fei directly voiced her veto. Words. Bai Yingying breathed a slight sigh of relief. No overnights would be nice. Otherwise, she would have lost a lot of money. Just a quick pat on her little chest. However, next, she immediately tensed up again. Just because. Hui Fei again suddenly stared at her closely and said with a suspicious face, Bai Yingying, that said, how did you also come to Jiangnan's house so early? Could it be that there is a relationship between you and Jiangnan? No. That. Old. Teacher. I have nothing to do with Jiangnan. I came here to let Jiangnan give me tutoring. This point uncle and aunt can testify. I come every week at this time. Then, you guys talk first, I'll go find Jiangnan. Flustered with a flurry of explanations, Bai Yingying only felt her entire body tighten up and her entire tongue lolled. Followed by, hurriedly, he ran into Jiangnan's room. Sheesh, it's almost scary. It's just horrible. After all, that's a homeroom teacher, or the notorious Demonis. If he decides that he had sex with Gangnam and writes it down in his book, he'll be screwed in the future. But, run into the Gangnam room. She hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Next, Bai Yingying almost subconsciously screamed. Careless. Gangnam has a problem with sleeping without clothes. She got a good look last time, and this time, there is no exception. However, she immediately covered her mouth. Even if she was so shocked that her eyes almost fell out, she did not dare to make half a sound, lest she be heard by the homeroom teacher outside. And even when Jiangnan looked at her in surprise, with another dive she pounced on the bed Gangnam. Then, death-gagged Gangnam. Don't talk, Gangnam. What's in front of you? It's pressing me. Chapter 140, Classmate, are you interested in going pro basketball? There were no words that day. Day 2, Monday, need to go to school again. Bai Yingying once again came to call Jiangnan early in the morning, as if nothing had happened to the two yesterday. But, someone or it's her earlier, and still Hui Fei. To this, while Bai Yingying was greatly embarrassed inwardly, she also once again thought wildly, fearing that there was a relationship between Hui Fei and Jiangnan. But, facts, she's thinking too much. Hui Fei was only being so attentive in order to draw Jiangnan in and make a good relationship with Jiangnan's parents, sending money yesterday, and then specially driving to pick Jiangnan up from school today. Aha! And by the way, bring Bai Yingying there too. As for the rest, nothing. Car. Hui Fei, Jiangnan, yesterday I made a deal with your parents. From now on, when you go to school on vacation, you'll go with me, and I'll drive to pick you up and drop you off. Well, there's also Bai Yingying. Jiangnan, teacher, is this bad? Hui Fei, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm your homeroom teacher. It's only right that I pick you up and drop you off at school. Gangnam, but you have a lot of work to do day in and day out. Don't say things like daycare. Hui Fei solemnly said towards Jiangnan. Picking you up and dropping you off at school is nothing more than a side trip for me, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. Not to mention, it's not like I don't have another agenda. It's just a way of pulling you in, hoping you don't transfer to another school, and a way of making your studies a little easier. Half a month from now will be the 4 competitions rematch, and there are less than 3 months to go before the big test, so if you really want to honor me, try to go all out and get your true grades on the test. Well, then, Jiangnan smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. After all, Hui Fei was so honest, he didn't have much to say. But, Hui Fei took the initiative to speak again. Jiangnan, last time the 4-subject competition was 88 points. You're controlling the score on purpose, right? Would you believe me if I said no? Jiangnan didn't admit it, but asked a rhetorical question. Unbelievable. Hui Fei directly shook her head. Tell me the truth from your teacher. Just how terrifying are you? Is it true that on all exams, you can control the score and take as many as you want, including competitions? Even if you want to charge full points, that's fine too? Gangnam, pretty much. Hiss. Hui Fei sucked in a breath of cool air, though there was early speculation. But after all, this is the first time it has been confirmed. Points control. It's just as well to be able to control your score on a regular exam. Even the race that is often called a nightmare can control points, and do so at will. If you want to control 88 points, you're 88 points. Full marks for wanting to control it. Just full marks. It's just horrible. Hui Fei's entire body was covered in goosebumps. On the contrary, Bai Yingying, who was sitting at the back, had a calm face from beginning to end, as if this was all a matter of course. What's so strange about that? Jiangnan was someone she had her eye on. You can control the score of the competition easily, can't you? Yeah. Hey. Soon, the car pulled into the school. Many people in class 304 were once again shocked when they saw Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying coming down from the homeroom teacher's car. Previously, it was Hu Yifei who had sent Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying home, and now she had brought the two to school. Sheesh, solid hammer. Gangnam is related to Hu Yifei. There's also Bai Yingying's connection to Jiang Nan. But, they were envious though, and yet there was no semblance of jealousy. After all, the Southern God? It's normal to have a relationship with the homeroom teacher, and it's normal to have a relationship with the schoolgirl, even if it's all normal at the same time. Otherwise, what is it to be called the proud son of heaven, the only one who is a Southern God? Truly a model, an exemplar, an icon for my generation. Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying arrived at the classroom. I saw that the first class was about to start, but just then, another person came to class 4. Jiang Nan, please come with me for a moment. This time it wasn't Hu Yifei, but the head of the academic affairs office. A few people came to the principal's office. They all asked for you by name. Holy, someone is looking for Gangnam again? Still in the principal's office? This comes from, it's obviously not easy. By the looks of it, Gangnam doesn't need classes again. Outside of the sight of everyone, Jiang Nan followed the head of the academic affairs office and then left the classroom once more. Estimate. It's not coming back anytime soon. For others, come Monday they want to because the bitter days of class are once again upon us. But for Gangnam, that was the beginning of tea breaks everywhere. Principal's office. Many people are gathering at this moment, except for the principal, Gutenberg. All the leaders with positions in the 3 middle schools, big and small, came, but none of them were idle, and both were greeting guests. There are 3 guests. All of them were of the stout, far above average kind. The tallest one was even 2 meters 2 or 3, half a body taller than everyone present, giving a great sense of oppression. It's no one else. It was Wang Ming, once the #1 basketball player in the country and the current head of the Basketball Association, who is known as the Little Giant. As for the other 2, one of them is the coach of the Marina basketball provincial team. It's also called Wang, and it's called Dodgy Wang. Its second is the coach of the provincial basketball team in the province next door. Surname Ma, name is Ma Xiaohu. These 3 are, arguably, the most influential trio in domestic basketball right now. Little Giant Wang Ming goes without saying. That's the head of the Basketball Association. Once was even the first person in the domestic basketball industry, even in the foreign ABN, have broken out a great reputation. Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu, on the other hand, have brought out 2 of the strongest provincial teams in the country, both claiming to be ace coaches. The basketball world has little to do with the education world, though, but with the influence of these 3 people, even Gu Tianhuang, the principal, had to be received with caution. It's also just as well that they arrived in low-key and secret. If it's public, at the moment the entire 3rd grade doesn't have to go to class. The whole school must be abuzz. It didn't take long. Jiang Nan then followed the director of academic affairs to the office, but didn't wait for Gutenberg to introduce it. Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu then directly greeted them. However, Wang Ming was the fastest and took only 2 steps to the door. Looking at Jiang Nan excitedly, he said, "This student, you are Jiang Nan, right? I've finally met you. May I ask if you're interested in going pro basketball? I am Wang Ming, serving as the head of the Basketball Association, and would like to invite to join the national team and my basketball club. How about it?" Dodgy Wang, Ma Xiaohu, Gangnam. Chapter 141 The Lure of Tens of Millions of Annual Salary. Jiang Nan was a bit confused, his head full of question marks. Before he came he thought it was people from the 1st, 2nd, Chuyin and Ranpu who were trying to dig him up again. He'd already thought of something to say. Results available. Not those guys? Instead, they came to dig themselves into playing basketball? It was unexpected. The other side, Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu, on the other hand, were frantically spitting inside. One of them had rushed over from the provincial city to find someone, while the other had come from the next provincial city with the same purpose. Both of them wanted to pull Jiang Nan into the gang and join their team. Both are trying to stay 1 step ahead of the other. Results available. I bumped into Wang Ming just after arriving at the 3rd grade. Sheesh. The moment they saw Wang Ming, the 2 of them thumped inwardly and said something bad. Needless to say, Little Giant Wang Ming is also here to steal the show, but not before it is said and done. They always have a glimmer of hope, but now, that's a dashed hope. Although they are both basketball provincial coaches and have brought out 2 of the strongest provincial teams, Little Giant Wang Ming is the head of the Basketball Association and represents the national team. And the basketball club formed by Wang Ming is not to be underestimated. It is the only club that can stand alongside their provincial team. How can they compete? Gangnam-san, my last name is Wang, and it's Dodgy Wang. It's the coach of our Marina basketball provincial team, who also wants to invite you to join our Marina basketball provincial team. This treatment, Give you the absolute top of the country, annual salary of 10 million to start. What do you think? Although he felt that there was not much hope, after Wang Ming, Wang Daji still immediately introduced himself, and open your mouth for a $10 million a year salary. Sheesh, it's a straight-up fight to the death with money. To know the domestic provincial team stars, the annual salary is mostly between 200 to 500,000 yuan. Well-known can reach 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, and the top ones can reach over $1 million, but there are only a handful of such players in the country. As for making tens of millions of dollars a year, that's not nothing. There's one person in the country and it's $20 million, but that was the kind of player who had gone out of the country and played in the King of ABN, second only to Ming Wang, the little giant. The only way. It's what qualifies you for a $20 million sky-high salary. Beyond that, the second highest salary is only $8 million, the third $7 million, and the fourth even only $5 million, a difference of several times. But now, Wang Daji opened his mouth for millions, and it's starting, obviously. The importance he attached to Jiangnan had reached a point that could not be described in words, the kind that rivaled Wang Ming's. For a newcomer who has yet to set foot in the basketball world, this is treatment that is definitely the ceiling of ceilings. Hear that? The teachers present in the third grade were stunned, including Gutenhang, the principal. Nima, that's $10 million a year. Those of them who are teachers will never make that much money even in their lifetime, or even several lifetimes. After all, they make a couple thousand a month. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars a year in salary. I had heard that playing basketball made money, but now they realized that playing basketball was not making money, but robbing money. $10 million a year in wages. Wouldn't that be over $1 billion in 10 years? Sheesh, there really is no comparison. Although Jiangnan was only a high school student, he would be a billionaire in the near future. To this, Jiangnan, who was a party to the incident, was also stunned. Don't see that he doesn't care about money on a regular basis. 2 days ago, Jian Daiyu of Lanpu offered a scholarship of $100,000, but he didn't care at all. But, that's just not giving enough money. 100,000 and 10 million are not the same concept. The latter is something that ordinary people can't struggle for in a lifetime. Even in his 2 lives, Jiangnan had never seen that much money, except on TV. It would be an absolute lie to say that there wasn't a little bit of heartbreak. However, what made him even more ticked off was yet to come. Over here, Wang Daji just finished his sentence. Over there, Ma Xiaohu again rushed out. Jiangnan students, my name is Ma Xiaohu, is next door to the Jianghai basketball provincial team coach. You go to the Binhai provincial team is not as good as to come to our Jianghai provincial team. Old Wang but give you $10 million a year. I directly give 15 million, and as long as you get certain results in the ABC League, you can also add another 5 million. How about it? 15 million? Add another 5 million. That's 20 million? 20 million. That's the highest salary for a basketball player in the country. Sheesh, it can only be described in 2 words. That's bull-bye. Principal Gu Tianhong has long been wide-eyed, unable to stand, breathing even more breathless. It's over. It's over. For competing provinces in one, the first prize winner of the grand examination is going to be lost. Our hope for the rise of the third form is going to be snatched away. This was the only thought left in Gu Tianhuang's mind, though long before Jiangnan arrived, he had known that these 3 were also here to dig up people. But, he still told the dean of faculty to call someone, just because, he still had confidence in Jiangnan. 2 days ago, first middle school, second middle school, Chuang and Lanpu also offered high prices and even took out guaranteed places, but Gangnam were indifferent. Think, it will be the same today, but now, he has a load of confidence left. The guaranteed place in Qingbei is precious, but can it be compared to an annual salary of $20 million? I don't know, maybe it can, maybe it can't. After all, although there are many students who get into Tsinghua University every year, most of them graduate with an annual salary of just a few $100,000. Mixed up and miserable, not even a couple $100,000. Sure, it also doesn't rule out brilliant people who become billionaires, but, that was a long time ago. Anyway, even though Gutenhang was the head of a school and a veteran educator, his desire for money was not considered great. But if he were to think differently, if he were to stand in Gangnam's shoes, there's a good chance he'd go for the 20 million. You can't blame him for that. I remember a post like this on a website. Which one do you choose? A letter of acceptance from Qingbei or $10 million? More than half of the respondents chose 10 million. After all, there are too many people with degrees and knowledge and diplomas. The number of people who might make $10 million is far and few between. Not to mention, before Gangnam, it's not $10 million, it's $10 million a year, or even $15 million, $20 million, even if it's a little cutie. would have chosen the latter too. And it doesn't stop there. After Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu had made their offer, little giant Wang Ming stood in front of Jiang Nan again and said with a solemn face, "Joining the national team and playing for the country is an obligation, and it may not be much money, but if you join my club at the same time, I'll give you a guaranteed annual salary of $30 million, and I can tell you very clearly that the $30 million is just the beginning, not the end. And besides money, I can also help you with the most systematic training. My ultimate goal is to help you get out of the country and fight in ABN again and fulfill my unfulfilled dream from back in the day, as well as leading our country's basketball to be number 1 in the world." Chapter 142, Money, Status, Honor. I really don't care much. Daji Wang, Ma Xiaohu. The moment Wang Ming's words fell, the two were directly stunned. They knew they couldn't compete with Wang Ming, but also never expected Wang Ming would actually offer $30 million, which already breaks the highest standard for top domestic players. Unique. It can only be described as unique. And this is only the beginning, not the end. Listening to Wang Ming's tone, he might give higher afterward. This is Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu's provincial team cannot afford to pay the salary. Directly let the two despair. But they were then relieved. Small temples can't afford the real Buddha, and shallow waters can't support the dragon. Can't say Wang Ming gave too much. And it could only be said that Jiangnan was so strong that it was beyond the reach of their provincial team. For other basketball players, being able to go from obscurity to straight to the provincial team, that was absolutely heavenly. But with Jiangnan's strength, it does seem a bit condescending to be on the provincial team. Even the pro teams are nothing more than springboards. Just now, little giant Wang Ming also said that he was going to help Jiangnan go out of the country, fight in ABN, and become number 1 in the world. For Jiangnan, as long as there are no surprises, its future is bound to be starry and infinite. At the same time, the other side, hearing Wang Ming's words, the people in the 3 centers present were almost shocked to the point of fainting. It stems from 2 sources. One of them was that Wang Ming had actually opened the bidding to $30 million, a figure that was absolutely unimaginable to them. As for the second, it was that they all had a premonition that the hope of the rise of the third form, which was so hard to come by, was probably gone. No one can resist the lure of $30 million a year. None of them old schoolers can. As for Gangnam, probably even less so. It's over. This time it's really over. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. You just defended first, second, Shuin and Rampo from steals, only to lose to a basketball player? But it's a real tearjerker. This was the collective thought of the third-grade teachers in the room. As for Headmaster Gu Tianhuang, it was even as if he had aged dozens of years, instantly becoming old. How many years? How many years has he struggled? The mess that was third middle school, he had been struggling to hold on to it until now, and it was hard to see hope from Jiangnan. But now, hope is about to turn into despair. But Jiangnan's next words, however, caused him to regain his luster and almost jump up in excitement. Have to say, $30 million a year is tempting to me. Jiangnan looked at the small giant Wang Ming and smiled, but then shook his head. I might have to decline your kind offer though, because I've never thought about going down the professional basketball path. For me, playing basketball is nothing more than a hobby. It's okay to play occasionally. If I were to play for the rest of my life, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. There was one in the audience, all of them staring at Jiangnan with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Rejected? Jiangnan actually refused tiny giant Wang Ming's solicitation? How is that possible? You know that's $30 million a year. It's more of a sunny path that leads out of the country and into ABN, the kind that countless people dream about. Even if 1 million people here were faced with such an offer, it is expected that none of them would hesitate and just agree. Ku Jiangnan, it's actually the 1,000,001? A direct and decisive refusal? Daji Wang, Ma Xiaohu, the ace coaches of these 2 provincial teams had been shocked beyond words, as if they had only just recognized Jiangnan as a person. The small giant Wang Ming was also a big body stiff. His big eyes stared, slightly reacting, just because. This is so surprising. Not only because Jiangnan had rejected his good intentions, but also because of that explanation Jiangnan had given. Basketball is just a hobby? Just the occasional hit? How is that possible? Before coming here, he could have watched the video of Gangnam's 4-point shot and fancy dunk no less than 1,000 times. It's 100% certain that it was all shot on location without a hint of compositing or special effects. With Gangnam's ball skills, even at his peak, he was nowhere near as good. Think, not 1 in a million of the great wizards, plus years and years of hard training, rain or shine and cannot be obtained. But now, Gangnam actually said he's just a playa? It's almost like a naked pretender. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a mixture of flavors in his heart. almost asking himself rhetorically if he would still play basketball. Past. He's pretty confident in his basketball prowess, but now it fell directly into doubt. That, Gangnam-san. I hope you're not kidding. Wang Ming forcefully suppressed the suspicion in his heart and stared at Jiang Nan. I watched your video, and I can confirm that you are very talented in basketball, and your shooting and dunking is even more out of this world, even ABN, and there are few who can match you. As long as you choose the professional basketball path, that future achievement is definitely of the unlimited kind. It may not take long for you to become the brightest rising star in our basketball world, and if you are drafted to ABN, you will be the undisputed king in the future. In time, money, honor, status, all of this will be at your fingertips. Not only that, more than anything, you'll be the pride of the country and the object of admiration for all basketball lovers around the world. Don't you care about any of this? What do people live for? Basically, it's what Wang Ming said above. Almost no one can resist the lure of money, honor, status, and the adoration of countless fans. However, hear that. Jiang Nan, however, just smiled bashfully. Seriously, apart from national pride, everything else, for the current me, I really don't care much. I just want to be a salty fish now, take normal classes and exams until the end of high school, and then go around to Qingbei. So, the only thing I can say about your offer is that I'm sorry. Wang Ming, Daji Wang, Ma Xiaohu, all speechless. Being a young man of 17 or 18, he would actually not care about money, honor, or status. This is really an odd one. And, why do they seem to smell the pretentiousness again? Just want to be a salty fish, and then go to Qingbei at the end of high school for a change? You become a salted fish and you can still go to Qingbei? Do you think your talent for reading is the same as your talent for basketball? That you're 1 in a million? Ha! It seems to be true. It seems that they still learned about the location of Gangnam from the news report that Gangnam won the first place in the 4 competitions. So, Gangnam is gifted in reading, and no weaker than basketball? Surprise! Chapter 143, the Olympiad competition begins. Going to the provincial city. Wang Ming is gone. Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu also left, quietly riding the wave, and quietly defeated. Except for Jiangnan and a few teachers who were leaders in the 3rd middle school. Then no one else knew they had come. They don't want that either. But he really couldn't persuade Jiangnan. There was nothing he could do. But, all left their respective phone numbers for Gangnam. And re-emphasize, if Gangnam changes his mind and has a desire to go down the pro basketball path, feel free to contact them. Whether it's the Marina provincial team or the next province over, or the national team and professional clubs, its doors are all open for Gangnam at any time. And the treatment is only higher than what was offered before. To this, Jiangnan couldn't push back, and only a vague promise. But, he can be sure, shouldn't have gone down the pro basketball road himself. Not that he really wasn't interested in money, honor, or status, but he couldn't possibly give up everything else for basketball, just as he wouldn't have given up other subjects such as math, physics, chemistry and biology for the sake of languages before. System in hand, I have it in heaven. He's going to do it, but he's omniscient. Sure, that's for later. As for now, let's just enjoy the last part of high school first. To this, many of the teachers in the 3rd grade, including the principal, Gudi and Hang, were so happy that they almost set off cannons to celebrate. Almost. Just a little bit. The hopes of the 3rd form were then scooped up. Results did nothing on his own. Jiangnan instead took the initiative to stay behind. This was a heavenly surprise. Something unimaginable to Gu Tianhuang and the others. At the same time, they also couldn't help but admire Jiangnan. After all, not everyone can remain unmoved in the face of such a great temptation. And even they cannot. But Gangnam, I can't believe I did it. It's nothing short of a miracle. Jiangnan students, on behalf of all the teachers in the 3rd grade, thank you for staying. You are our pride. Principal Gu Tianhong held 1,000 words in his heart, which eventually turned into a bow plus a thank you to Jiangnan. At the same time, all the other teachers did the same, bowing toward Jiangnan to thank him. Luckily it was in the principal's office and no one else saw it, otherwise it would have been a shock. The principal, the vice principal, the head of the faculty, and other powerful members of the school are bending over towards the students? This is unbelievable. Enough to make a big difference. But, it turned out to be about a Gangnam. That would be perfectly normal. Ha ha ha. The next days, Jiangnan lived a very leisurely life. They continue to sleep in class and play games and read novels after class, as long as it doesn't bother anyone else. That is, from the classroom teacher to the principal, they are allowed to do so. As for the evening study, he'll give Bai Yingying a tutorial or two. When he had time, he was invited to his office by the principal, Gudi and Hang, to drink tea and have a chat. As far as going home on weekends and going to school on Mondays, not only has the school flower Bai Yingying as a companion, but also Hui Fei, the homeroom teacher, is personally transported by car. Sheesh, happy as a god. The crowd in the third form looked so envious. Sure, and only envy. Who made Gangnam so good? Everyone in class 304, including the teachers, worshipped Jiangnan as the god of learning, and whatever Jiangnan did, that was what was expected and right. As for the entire school, there was even a long-lasting idolizing frenzy to look up to Gangnam. As for Wang Ming, Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu, they did not come back after quietly leaving. But they are not coming back. But then came the heads of several other professional basketball teams who quietly came to the third grade to recruit Gangnam, but without exception, they were all rejected by Jiangnan. That's all. A wobble. Half a month has passed. It's the day of the Olympiad repêchage. The repêchage is also a provincial competition. Nature. It's not a test in the city. Instead, they traveled to the provincial city of Marina. The order of competition is the same as the previous preliminary rounds. First up is the OU. Then there is the physical and chemical competition. Finally, there is the raw competition. And today, it's the day the OUA resumption kicks off, early in the morning. On top of the send-off from Principal Gu Tianhong and the others, Zhang Nan then followed Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the math team, to the first middle school. That's right, it's the first school. Instead of traveling directly to the provincial capital, just because Zhangcheng every year can participate in the rematch of the personnel, are unified by the city organization, take the bus together to the provincial capital. After all, it's not just about honoring your respective school, it's also for the glory of Zhangcheng, isn't it? The word municipal is an apt description. Noteworthy, although there are 30 slots available for entries each year. This year, however, there were only 29 entries. One of them occupies 8, 7 from the second high school, Chuying 6, Rampart 5, 2 in the fourth form, 1 in the third form. As for the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th high schools, as well as the schools in the counties below, not a single one advanced to the rematch. Originally there were 2 in the third grade. Besides Jiangnan, there was also a Qinfeng. Last time in the preliminary round of the Olympiad, Qinfeng happened to be 30th even though he only scored 59 points and did not pass. So, Qinfeng was also qualified to compete. Only, it's felt pointless and gave up voluntarily. So much so that Gangnam was the only one competing in the third grade. Actually, not only OU, but also physics, chemistry and biology competitions. All of the 3 middle schools have only Jiangnan as a participant. The others, even though they possessed the qualifications to advance, had suffered too much of a blow last time and had all given up just like Qinfeng. Contests are not something they play, whether it was Qinfeng, or Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, Qin Yuma and these, all of them only prepared for the big exam wholeheartedly. This is an afterthought for now. When Zhang Nan and Zhou Lingfeng arrived at No. 1 middle school, the participants from the other schools had basically arrived as well. But, Gangnam mostly didn't recognize and didn't care. Only one person has appeared. It took him by surprise. Fatty Wang, why are you here? That's right, it's Wang Kaixian Wang Fatty. Only to see Fatty Wang standing in front of the bus that Jiangnan was about to board and waving hard at it with a big smile. Nanshan, it looks like you just haven't been paying attention to me lately. Just focusing on going back and forth with big schoolgirl bye. It's true that when you have a woman, you forget about your brother. A few days ago the school had a selection for sports students, and I accidentally beat Yi Jiqiu, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan and the others to win first place by a slim margin. So, today I'm representing the 3rd middle school, going to the provincial city to take the physical education exam. And like you, I'm meeting here. Was there a big surprise? Fatty Wang put his arm around Jiangnan's shoulders and said with a smile. It seemed to be complaining that Jiangnan wasn't paying attention to him. Actually, this is the result of his deliberate concealment. It was to surprise Gangnam. But, Jiangnan was surprised but not amazed. After all, for Fatty Wang's physical fitness, he still believes it, especially on top of the increase in vigorous chocolate. Fatty Wang's physique had also exceeded the norm. Okay, then we'll get in the car together. Jiangnan calmly pulled Fatty Wang onto the bus. Zhangcheng was not far from the provincial capital of Binhai, but it wasn't close either. Almost a 2-hour drive. The road was accompanied by Fatty Wang. It doesn't look like it's going to be lonely. At least, being able to hack together. Chapter 144, what? You guys love playing games too? There are 2 buses going to the province this time. A big one and a small one. There are so many students, they all take the big ones. If there are fewer teachers, they sit in the smaller ones. This way, Jiangnan pulled Fatty Wang into the car and was about to find a good location to hack together. But, swish, 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 in just an instant, dozens of people raised their heads at the same time, their gazes all dead set on Jiangnan and Fatty Wang. No, Gangnam to be exact. Aha! It's a scene of deja vu. If Jiangnan remembered correctly, that's how Qin Feng looked at himself in the car the last time he participated in the preliminary round of the Olympiad. I can't say it's exactly the same, only identical. It's all with that. What should I say? It's the jealous, angry, resentful, hate-filled, gnashing of teeth and warlike kind. Anyway, very complicated, but unlike last time. Before, there was only Qin Feng, and now, yet there were 28 of them. 5 or 6 of them were even the focus of the focus, their eyes blazing, staring at Jiangnan. One time, the atmosphere in the bus was very weird. Even if it is not the target of the fat Wang, are the first time to feel, subconsciously tense the whole body, staring at, but, Jiangnan, who was the party involved, but seemed to be unaware of it. His face was as usual, and he very calmly found an empty seat and sat down. Fatty, come here, hurry up and open a game. Nan Keen, it's not a good idea to start now. Fatty Wang sat next to Jiangnan, but his nerves did not slacken in the slightest, sweeping the surroundings with his gaze and whispering, these people are hostile to you. We have to be on guard. No need. Jiangnan shook his head and skimmed his mouth disdainfully. A group of defeated men. Even if they are hostile again, what can they do? Not to mention the fact that there is a teacher following you. Just based on this physical quality of yours right now, it's not much of a problem to take on 5 of them, and if I were to do it, it would be easy to directly dry out 30 of them. So, don't mind them, as long as their eyes don't get tired. Look as much as they like. Let's play our game and get a king first. Words to say, Jiangnan could understand these people very well. After all, last OU preliminary round. It's not like he accidentally won first place himself and ate over all these so-called prides. It's perfectly normal to be hostile to yourself. But, he didn't give these people the slightest bit of thought. After all, he only scored 88 last time and got first place, so you can imagine how much of a rookie these guys are. Now it's like a bunch of ants hating on an elephant. Does the elephant care about the ants? How is that possible? Elephants can't even see ants. Okay, Fatty Wang. What a good point Nanjing made. He couldn't even refute it. Both. Then ignore it altogether. Come on. I'll go with Zhuangzhou. I'll get 5 kills today. I'll go with Liu Bei. Remember to zoom in. Don't worry. Watch me. Whoa, the enemy is coming. Wave after wave. Hurry up and charge. Hurry up and zoom in. Push up. About to be on the king. Next, Jiangnan and Fatty Wang were both immersed in the game. Aha! The mood was a little manic. After all, both are one step away from being kings. You can't let your hands go at school on weekdays, but now on the bus, it's all open for fun. Especially Fatty Wang. That was like playing chicken blood. At the moment everything in the neighborhood had nothing to do with him. As for Jiangnan, okay, he hadn't cared about everything around him in the first place. To this, many of the people in the neighborhood were green in the face, especially 5 of them, all secretly clenched their fists, so angry that they didn't even realize that their nails were sinking into their flesh. They are, Lu Fan from the 1st middle school, Du Jiang from the 2nd middle school, Xia Ji from Chuing, Meng Chuan from Lanpu, and Su Yun from the 4th middle school. Maybe Gangnam didn't know them. The 5 of them, however, were more than familiar with Jiangnan, just because, this half of the month, Gangnam's picture was taped to their table and hung by the wall of their bed, visible with their eyes open and closed. They were dreaming of defeating Jiangnan in this provincial tournament in order to wipe out their former shame. After all, before Gangnam appeared, it was clear that they were the hottest schoolboys in Jiangcheng, representing the 1st, 2nd, Chuing, Lanpu and 4th middle schools respectively, and the favorites to win the previous 4 competitions. But just when they had their chests full, but suddenly a Jiangnan was killed. He actually defeated all 4 of them at the same time and won the first of the 4 competitions, while making them the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng. This breath, not to mention that the 1st and 2nd middle schools can't tolerate it, and the few of them involved can't tolerate it even more. For this reason, under the full special training of their respective schools, they haven't been working hard this half of the month. It's almost a day and night kind of thing. Even eating and going to the bathroom is brushing up and brushing up and brushing up. Results available. They were actually ignored by Jiangnan? Can't you feel our hostility? Or do you really not care about us? You're actually in the mood to play games with someone at such a tense moment? Really? If you can tolerate it, you can't. If Uncle can tolerate it, Uncle Grandma can't tolerate it. Almost simultaneously, they rose up in anger and walked towards Gangnam. Jiangnan, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Fan. I'm from the 1st middle school, and this time in the Olympic mathematics repeat match, I will definitely defeat you and take back all the glory that belongs to me. My name is Du Jiang. I'm from the 2nd middle school, and in this rematch, I'll never give you another chance to surpass me. Instead, I'll step on you so hard that you'll understand what it means to be a genius. My name is Xia Ji, From Chuing, I was 6 points less than you in the last preliminary round, but in this rematch, I will surpass you by 6 points. My name is Meng Chuan, from Lanpu, and from today onwards, you will always remember this name, because I will defeat you, not only in OU, but also in the physical competition afterward. My name is Su Yun. I'm from the 4th middle school. I was not happy to lose last time, but in this rematch, I will beat you without a doubt. In front of all of Tabasco, one by one, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, all walked up to Zhang Nan and made a domineering declaration. The scene. It was rather like the previous scene in Class 304 where Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and many other class representatives declared war on Zhang Nan. Sheesh, just for a moment. The atmosphere in the bus is then stagnant to the extreme, simply because they were filled with the boundless battle intent of Lu Fan and the other 5. Many people in the surrounding area were a bit breathless, however, as being the subject of a declaration of war. At the moment, Zhang Nan was oblivious, just because he and Fatty Wang were fighting with someone in the game to the most intense moment, and they simply couldn't hear the sound from outside, until, after a long time. Oh yeah, martyr, finally a king. It's not easy, Fatty, good match, Master Green Knot. At the moment when the bus reached the finish line, even as old and stable as Zhang Nan, he couldn't help but jump up, clapping and cheering, happy beyond belief, even twisted and bounced a few times, because, with the cooperation of Fatty Wang, he finally pushed the enemy high ground and got his first king segment in the history of the game. But when he came back to his senses, but then you look over and see 5 people around the perimeter? Almost subconsciously, a sentence popped out of Zhang Nan's mouth. What? You guys love playing games too? Chapter 145, Powerful Chocolate reappears. Lu Fan, Du, Summer Pole, Meng Chuan, Su Yun. The 5 people's faces stiffened, and they were so angry that they almost spat out blood. We love to play games? Your sister. You're the one who loves to play games. Your whole ING family loves games. How can we waste our time on games when we're all academics, competing for first place in competitions and studying hard for it, day and night and day? Only you. It's ING inhuman. It's just as well that you can win the first of 4 competitions. How can you be so obsessed with playing games? And, do you know how long we've been standing here? Do you realize we just gave you a declaration of war? You didn't hear a ING word of it, did you? Ignoring us like we're arrogant? Gong nam. Good. You're good. In 1, Lu Fan was so enraged that he almost couldn't hold back from punching Zhang Nan hard in the face. But, the last vestige of sanity told him, fighting is not allowed. As a schoolboy, as a learned and civilized person, you shouldn't use your fists against your enemies. Instead, the enemy should be defeated ruthlessly in the area where he excels the most, so that his face will be disgraced and he will never be able to lift his head again. Gong nam. I'm telling you very seriously now. Listen to me carefully. You will definitely regret it soon. No, that's this afternoon. I'm going to beat you in this Olympiad rematch. I'll prove that I'm the number 1 in Zhangcheng. And as for you, you're nothing more than a fleeting clown. Lu Fan reddened his face and put down harsh words one after another towards Zhang Nan, then got off the car without looking back. It's not just him. There's also Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun. Zhang Nan, you're just too arrogant. Don't think you're a big deal because you took first place in the 4 competitions before. That was all just the preliminary rounds. The preliminary round, which is only a screening, has many unexpected factors and cannot accurately measure the strength of the candidates. But not today's rematch. This time, you'll never come in first again, because there can be no more accidents, no more happenstance, even, not to mention number 1, even us. You won't be able to defeat any of us. You're nothing more than a hot chicken. How can the students taught in that crappy school, 3rd middle school, be compared to us? Just you wait. We're the strongest in the 2nd grade. In front of Chuing, the 3rd grade is a poor man's slum. It is rumored that we, the Blue Pool, even went to pull you in, and even offered 100,000 scholarships. But I don't think you're worthy. 3rd form will always rank behind 4th form. The group of people despised Zhang Nan and vented their anger at being ignored just now, and then they left. To this, Zhang Nan was dumbfounded. What have I done to deserve this? Did you kill your whole family? Or did you dig up your ancestors' graves? Why are you so angry with me? And, call it arrogance? What's so arrogant about me? I just asked you guys if you love games and you got cocky? You're not a bunch of brainiacs, are you? Words. Although Lu Fan, Du Jiang and these people had a bad attitude towards themselves, their hostility was deep and they even pointed their noses at them. But somehow, Zhang Nan actually wasn't the least bit angry. Perhaps, it's because I just got a king and I'm too happy. Also, it's because the group is so brain dead, there's really no point in counting with it. But, On the side of the fat Wang cannot help it, directly cursed, asterisk 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 asterisk. You are a group of crazy dogs. Open your mouth to bite people, believe it or not I tear your mouth. Fatty Wang was really annoyed. Nima, Jung Nan is his brother. You're not the kind of people who can pick a fight with a bunch of chicks. It's just as well that you guys ran fast. Otherwise, I'm going to have to you over. Nanshan, you shouldn't have spoiled them. These people just need to be beaten up. As early as when I got on the bus, I saw that they weren't used to it. When the physical education exams are over, I'm going to go and smack them. Fatty don't need it. I'll take care of my own business. You'd better go and take your exams. Look at the good man Wang coming. Zhang Nan pushed Fatty Wang out of the car. The leading teacher for the physical education exam was Wang Darren, already waving at Fatty Wang from a short distance away. To this, although Fatty Wang's heart was not willing, but they also had to walk towards the good king in a hurry. The provincial sports test, for Fatty Wang, is equivalent to other people participating in the Olympic Games rematch, and is very important. But, he's just gone. Zhang Nan didn't know what came to mind and suddenly tapped his head. Right, Fatty, this is for you. The words were spoken. He hurriedly caught up with Fatty Wang, and fished something out of his pocket and secretly slipped it over. This, when Fatty Wang hit his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrunk, just because. It was a black and white sandwich chocolate, vigorous chocolate. The system produces. It's what Gangnam got when he drew 10 in a row earlier, but he hadn't been eating it, and wouldn't have eaten it to death, except that he'd forgotten about it, and hadn't thought about it until just now. Fatty Wang was surprised and delighted. The shock is that this chocolate is his nightmare. Before, in order to become a sports student, Zhang Nan gave him a piece of it, and as a result, he ran 2 minutes and 45 minutes in the 1,000-meter test, which can be said to have broken the record ever set in the 3rd middle school. Sheesh, from that alone, power chocolate is an absolute delight. Only, its side effects are not insignificant. He was almost starved afterward, not to mention that his head of dark, thick hair, fell out. Almost, it's that close, and he was scared to death. Thought I had some kind of terminal illness. There were a lot of oops jokes made about it. Nature, goodbye power chocolate. It would be strange if Fatty Wang wasn't shocked. But, next, he smiled again, joyfully taking the chocolates and placing them in his inner pocket as if they were hidden treasure. While the stuff has side effects, not only does it make you belly hungry and bald, it's even better at making you stronger. For Fatty Wang, definitely a good thing with more pros than cons. Although he is now the first in the 3rd form physically, with the exception of Gangnam, claiming first class, but in the upcoming provincial sports exam, he doesn't have much of a chance of winning. After all, previously tested at school, his 1,000-meter run was a little short of 2 minutes and 40, and his 800-meter was 2 minutes and a few seconds. This score is good though, already over the standard for a Division III athlete, but whether it can reach the 2nd level is unknown and needs to depend on the clinical outburst. As for the 1st level, it is far from enough, but with this vigorous chocolate it's a different story. Fatty Wang really felt the strong and incomparable efficacy of having suffered from this thing, enough to let his physique rise 2 more grades. In time, don't say Division II athlete, it's a Division I athlete, and it's 100% solid. Even, he's confident he'll make another run up the ladder. So, it's a wonder he's not a treasure. Nanjin, no, Nan, you're my own brother. Later I'll go and shave my hair before I eat and drink enough to conquer the province, and the first place in this physical examination will be mine. In time, Nan, you're the king in the competition. I'm the king in the physical exam. We're a double combination. Invincible. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 146, Repeated Provocations. Fatty Wang is gone. Walked away majestically. Rather like a dragon-slaying warrior, only with less black hair on his head. More than an inch. But, it won't take long. That little bit of inch will disappear as well. Once again, a shiny bald head. To this, Fatty Wang didn't care. As long as he can win the provincial physical examination championship. Bald head is bald head. It doesn't affect his face value much anyway. Just get used to it. This way, the participants from River City all got out of the car, then walk into the Marina University, because it is the organizer of this OUA rematch. Not only the OU, but also the physical, chemical and biological competitions that follow, all at Marina University. After all, it's the #1 ranked university in Marina. It is both a 211 and 985 major university, even in the country. Marina University is also ranked. It's not uncommon to be able to host a 4-competition rematch at the same time. Soon, the crowd then came to a large conference hall. It was the same process as the previous preliminary rounds, a simple opening ceremony, followed by the allocation of examination rooms and then the examination. It's not much to go on. The only thing worth mentioning, there are a lot of people who participate in the OUAA repechage. Really a lot. although Jiangcheng only has 30 places, and even more only 29 came, but the big cities close to the provincial capital, the participants are at least more than 50, and Binhai is not to mention. People have more places than the whole Jiangcheng participation in a single school. Anyway, to the naked eye, it was all heads, filling the conference hall. The 30 to 40 people from Jiangcheng, on the other hand, were merely occupying a small corner of the conference hall. Obviously, in this OU rematch, the River City participants don't carry a lot of weight. That's true. Don't look at the Jiangcheng First Middle School, Second Middle School, Chuying and Lanpu. These schools you compete with each other. Very intense. But, that's just a nest egg. Put in the coastal. This big stage is really not enough to see. At best, it is only in the middle of the 15 cities in the coastal sea, in the middle of the road, and can be ranked as 6 or 7. It's not so much in the middle of nowhere, but it's not much better. Nature, they had to stay in the corner, but even so, they're not being consistent either. The ground is small enough. However, it is still intentionally divided into 6 camps. They are first, second, Chuying, Lanpu, fourth, plus third. The number of people in the third form is the lowest. There were only 2 people, Zhang Nan and the lead teacher Zhou Lingfeng. One time, quite a feeling of isolation. But, neither Zhang Nan nor Zhou Lingfeng had any unhappiness about this, but instead had a flat face. Zhang Nan was not caring at all, not to mention the first high school, the second high school. These people, even if the other surrounding cities, and even the provincial city, he did not put in the eyes. As for Zhou Lingfeng, a fine light appeared in a pair of squinting eyes. Again, not caring about being isolated. After all, he had a real sense of Jiang Nan's terrifying strength in OU, not to say the best in the world, but also unrivaled in the world. This kind of rematch would be 1,000 times harder for others, but for Jiang Nan, it was a complete walk in the park. Upper Province won for sure. Making the provincial team is also a must. Soon it will be representing Marina in the summer camp, and it will be easy to get a national one in the finals. The only thing worth his consideration. I just don't know if Gangnam can win the title and become no. One in the country while getting a national first. So, at the moment these people in the first, second, Chuying, Rampu and fourth schools are as isolated as you like. Ha, you're still isolating me? Unknown. I didn't even look at you guys. After all, you people, whether it is Lu Fan, Du Jiang or Xia Ji, Meng Chuan also, there is a Su Yun. Hold up to death is the level of the first province, or the bottom of the kind. Compared to Gangnam, there is a world apart. I don't even want to play with you guys, have to say, since knowing Jiang Nan's strength, Zhou Lingfeng, the leader of the group, had also been bred to be hard on his eyes. Before that, for the third form to produce a competition provincial one, it's definitely something that should be posted on the red list and celebrated in a big way. After all, that means 20 extra points for the big test, and the last 10 years, it took a padded provincial one to come out of the third form as well, and the entire Jiangcheng, every year, there are only 2 or 3 bottom of the provincial one, can enter the provincial team is almost nothing, but now, the so-called province one he couldn't even look at. Gangnam, the exams will start soon. Let me tell you the rules of the rematch. Unlike the preliminary rounds held by the city, this rematch is divided into 3 rounds, 1 today and 2 tomorrow. The questions and scores are the same as the preliminary round. All 3 rounds are measured in percent, but they are considerably more difficult, and one round is harder than the other. Those of them who fail the first round, no matter how many, will be eliminated and won't be able to participate in the second round tomorrow. The second round is then ranked by results, with the top 80 being Province 1, 200 being Province 2, and the rest being Province 3. The Provincial 3 only have awards that don't involve extra points on the big exams, so they're only gimmicks that don't do much. The only way to get to Provincial 2 is to add 10 points to the big exam, while to Provincial 1, you get 20 points, but these, it's not even close to you. With your strength, you'll 100% make it to the third round. And the third round is to give another ranking to the candidates who won the provincial one and take the top 30 into the provincial team. And by making the provincial team, you are a finalist for the summer camp, after which you can compete in the national OU finals. Before the exam starts, Zhou Lingfeng explained the rules of the competition to Jiangnan. The race system is actually quite simple. It's about flunking one round, discharging provincial 1, provincial 2 and provincial 3 in the second round, and then picking members of the provincial team in the third round. To this, Jiangnan nodded. He really didn't know this before. Then, soon, the opening ceremony was over and the examination rooms were allocated. Each of them got their passes, left the conference hall, looked for the examination room in advance, and then went to the cafeteria to eat and wait for the afternoon examination. The start time of the exam is 1 p.m., but it's only 12:30. The participating candidates had then gathered outside the examination room. Jiangnan was assigned to exam room number 4. When he arrived with his fill of food and drink, there were already several acquaintances waiting. Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, the 5 people who were very hostile to Jiangnan. Not one of them was left behind. This made Gangnam think for a moment that these people are in the same exam room as yourself, but actually, he's overthinking it. One of them, Su Yun, was indeed in the same exam room as him, but not the other 4. And the reason why all of these people had gathered here was merely waiting for Jiangnan and provoking him. Jiangnan, you're finally here. The rematch is about to begin. Are you ready to be defeated? The rematch is in 3 rounds. You don't want to be eliminated in the first round. We all still want to take our time with you. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 147, is the teacher deliberately letting in water? Gangnam. It's really a bit speechless. These people aren't really idiots, are they? I've stopped bothering with you guys over and over again, but you guys are getting an inch and provoking me over and over again? Provocations can be, but only if you've got to have that money first. Last preliminary round. The kind that even a cutie. I thought you were all going to get perfect scores when you looked at all the questions. Results available. It's less than my 88 points. With this kind of spicy chicken strength, where did you get the confidence to win against me? Did Jesus give it? Or is it from God? But it's no use even if you have Jesus and God to give you confidence now. I'll stomp it all to pieces later. Just because. The old man is going to be furious. Elephants don't care about ants, but a bunch of ants hanging around in front of an elephant all the time will annoy the elephant. And the elephant in the room is annoyed. Talk about a thunderous kick. Jiangnan had already decided that for the exam later, if the task control score released by the system was too low, even if he didn't want the points reward, he still wanted to take the 100 and stomp on the confidence of these people like Lu Fan. This, definitely a first for Gangnam. For the first time he tried to get a perfect score. But, just then, ding, the system releases the score control task 1. This OUA rematch, a round to ask the host to get 60 points. The system's voice sounded in Jiangnan's head. Gangnam. It froze instantly. This, is the system transgender again? The exams haven't even started yet, and the mission was released early? It's okay for you to post missions. I just wanted to get a perfect score in the first round so that I could kill Lu Fan and the others. And you're asking me to get a 60? 60 points. That's a passing grade. It is also the lowest score for a round of advancement. Follow the rules. If you don't get 60 in the first round, you're straight out of the program and can't participate in the second round. But even if he took 60 and could advance to the second round, that would still be the minimum score. So I guess he would be laughed to death by Lu Fan's group. For the system, Jiangnan was truly speechless and spat. The next second, though, he immediately smiled again. Just because. Ding. The system releases the score control task 2. This Olympic mathematics repeat tournament. The second round invites the host to obtain 88 points. Ding. The system releases score control task 3. This Olympic mathematics repeat. 3 rounds please ask the host to get 99 points. Gangnam. Okay. Needless to say, the Go system was being naughty again. It's not like the mission was not finished at once, causing myself to misunderstand it. If you get 88 in the second round and 99 in the third, then there's nothing wrong with getting 60 in the first round. After all, 1 round is all that is needed to ensure your advancement. It doesn't make a difference whether you get 60 or a perfect score. As for Lu Fan, Du Jiang and the others would playfully laugh and mock. So go ahead and mock. Don't let you guys get carried away. How is a second and third will good for a slap in the face? The system is really bad. Soon, the first round of exams is about to begin. Everyone enters the examination room. Gangnam too. As for Lu Fan, Du Jiang and the others, he didn't pay any attention to it. Anyway, it was just a matter of letting these jumping clowns wave for a little longer, just as if they were watching the show. But, seeing that Jiangnan didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, but they couldn't help but laugh, smiling with great satisfaction, just because they thought Jiangnan was afraid. So don't dare make a sound. And this, it's also a sign of weakness. So much so that they became even more confident, and they glanced at Jiangnan disdainfully before walking towards their own examination rooms. Jingle bells. The bell rang and the exam officially began. All the candidates sat in their seats while the invigilators started distributing the question papers one by one. Gangnam got the roll. A quick sweep first took 10 seconds. Aha! It seems to be slightly more complicated than the city's previous preliminary paper, but it's still not the same as hard. Gangnam was confident. Just this kind of roll. He could have gotten a perfect score with his eyes closed. But, the system requires that only 60 be taken. Then he'll just have to tighten up. 8 fill-in-the-blank questions of 8 points each for a total of 64 points. 2 answer questions. 9 for 16 points and 10 for 20 points. To control the score 60, the easiest way to do this is to get 5 fill-in-the-blanks questions correct, plus 1 final answer question. Okay, very perfect program. After settling on the idea, Jongnan then moved straight to the pen. Let's start with the first question. The set A equals xx plus x6 equals 0, B equals xax plus 1 equals 0, and if B, A, then A equals underscore 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 2. The question. At first glance it seems simple, and upon closer inspection, well, it's still pretty simple, almost in the blink of an eye. Jongnan then wrote out the answer. 11, 0. Moving on to the second question. 50 students did 2 experiments in physics and chemistry, and it is known that 40 did the physics experiment correctly, 31 did the chemistry experiment correctly, and 4 did both experiments incorrectly. So underscore 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 did both experiments correctly. This question, it's still easy. Jongnan still instantly wrote out the answer. 25 people. The third question follows. The set A, xx, 3 or x, 3, B, xx, 1 or x, 4, then A, B, underscore 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 underscore. Gangnam. Okay, once again, I'm speechless and spitting. Although he knew the paper was easy and not difficult, these questions were too easy and not difficult, right? Such a simple question. Is there anyone who can't do it? I don't think so. It's just a matter of looking at it, isn't it? If you don't see the answer at first glance, then you can only say that this IQ, is a little too low. XX, 3 or X, 4. Jongnan instantly filled in the answer on the test paper again. The latter will not be said. The simplicity is not worth it. Gangnam can do it. It's all about controlling your hand and not doing it all in one sitting while intentionally filling in 3 wrong questions. Hey, this OCD almost came back. It needs to be changed. As for question 9, which is also the first answer question, again there is no difficulty to speak of, just 3 variables, but Gangnam had to avoid all the scoring, otherwise he would have failed in controlling the score. Until the last question. It is known that the line L, Y, tan, x, 22, intersects the ellipse x, 9y, 9 at points A and B. If, is the angle of inclination of L and the length of AB is not less than the length of the short axis, find the range of values of, usually used as a finale question, definitely the hardest of the roles. But, this question really isn't that difficult. One can only say that there is something wrong with the caliber of the paper's instructor. Also, was the paper writer intentionally letting it slip? After all, it's only the first round, isn't it? Those who don't pass will be eliminated. So the questions are not too hard so that most people can pass. Otherwise they're all out. What's the point of playing in the second round then? Chapter 148. Are all these questions right? Do they really exist? Solve. Associate the equation of L with the equation of an ellipse. Eliminate the y. Got. 1, 9 tan 2, x 2, 362 tan 2, x, 72 ta, n, 9, 0, 6 tan 2, 6, ob, tan, x2, x1, tan, 22, 1, 9 tan, 1, 9 tan, from up, 2, get tan, 213, tan, 333, 5, the range of values of, the range of values for, 0, 6, 6, this is a really easy question. With a good grasp of the string length formula and the flexibility to use it, you can almost do it with your eyes closed. For example, Gangnam, it took less than half a minute. Then, took another minute to double check. After all, fear not, fear not. Control score 60. More or less will deduct points, not to mention, if you accidentally miss and do not reach 60, then it will be over. He was still waiting for the second and third rounds to ruthlessly hit Lu Fan's group in the face, but he could not afford to turn over in the gutter. Humph, messing with the old man over and over again. If I don't let you know why the flowers are red like that, wouldn't I really be a teenage mutant ninja turtle then? Bunch of little yakuza. Just wait. It's worth mentioning, the OU preliminary rounds are often 2.5 hours long. However, each round of the rematch is 3.5 hours long. Although the number of questions was the same, it was a full hour longer, and was obviously considerably more difficult. But, Gangnam did it in less than 10 minutes. It's even all checked out. Then he got up and turned in his paper. Unlike a regular exam, there is nothing about not being able to turn in your paper before the time is up. After all, if it won't do, you won't do it no matter how hard you think about it. Instead of staying in your seat and suffering for hours, you can give up and leave and still take the pressure off the invigilator. Sure, turn in early and leave early. It takes the pressure off the invigilator though, but in the eyes of the invigilator, those who turn in their papers early are basically hopeless. Take Gangnam for example. Nice guy. Others turn in their papers early. It's only half an hour at the end of the day. but now it had only been less than 10 minutes since the exam started, and Jiang Nan had handed in his papers. What is this? No effort at all. Just give up? It's also too unmotivated. This student, do you not know how to do any of the questions? Did you give up in less than 10 minutes? If you had known that, you shouldn't have come to the exam, wasting your city's quota, not to mention the labor and resources. Gangnam, how do you turn in your paper every time by yourself? The invigilator is going to count himself out? Forget it. And you didn't look at my rolls, so I'm not going to get into it with you. Teacher, I seem to have eaten a bad stomach at noon. I don't feel too well. I need to go to the toilet. So, see you later. Finding an excuse, Jiang Nan directly flashed away. But, it's also just fooling the ghosts. In the eyes of the invigilator, Jiang Nan is the strength is not good. A question will not stay. Pure soy sauce. Also, just want to go to the bathroom and smoke. It's all the usual student routine. But, that said, Gangnam really isn't playing a set. Smoking and stuff he does though, but that stuff was bad for his health, and he'd still smoked it in his last life, but he hadn't even touched it in this one. At the same time, the moment Gangnam left the exam room, the vast majority of the candidates in the classroom looked up at Jiang Nan, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. After all, eligible to compete in the OU repeat, none of them are top students from cities across the province. All of them hold a goal to get a ranking, at least the second in the province, and can add 10 points to the big exam. So, even if the topic is difficult, it's hard to get to the point where they have to cry about it. They're chomping at the bit, too. But Gangnam turned in his papers less than 10 minutes after the exam started. This is really unheard of. Even in the entire history of the Marina Olympiad, it is the first time, right? But, they then bowed their heads, continue to indulge in the nightmare of solving the problem. Jiang Nan handing in the paper is Jiang Nan's business. It has nothing to do with them. Just one less competitor. Only one person was still staring at Jiang Nan's distant back and not letting go, and that was Su Yun from Jiangcheng No. 4 middle school. He was the only one of the candidates from Jiangcheng who had been assigned to the same examination center as Jiang Nan, and before the test starts, he also gave a stern word towards Jiang Nan in public. Nature. He paid extra attention to Gangnam, and as Jiang Nan handed in his papers and left, he had a mix of emotions in his mind for a while. How? Should we be happy? That's for sure. After all, Jiang Nan was the opponent that he wanted to defeat, and now that Jiang Nan had abandoned the examination and left, he was 100% eliminated from the first round and could not advance to the second round, so of course he would be happy. But, on a happy note, a hint of admiration also secretly arose in his heart. Admire Gangnam's courage. How dare you abandon the exam as soon as it opens in the provincial capital, in Binhai, under the watchful eyes of so many people? In fact, he also entertained the slightest idea of abandoning the exam, just because. This role is just too hard. Nima, it's just going against the grain. As early as the roll arrived and he opened it, the first moment he saw it, something felt very wrong. The set A equals, XX plus X6 equals 0, B equals, XAX plus 1 equals 0, and if B, A, then A equals ____ 2. This is the first question, but how he couldn't quite read it. Think about it for a long time. He couldn't even get started and had to skip it. The second question he did read. 50 students did physics, chemistry, known, then ___ did both experiments correctly. This is the problem of solving cubic equations. It's not hard to read, but it's not easy to make it. He put his best foot forward and racked his brain before he struggled to solve the answer, but not before he could rejoice. When he saw the third question, the set A, XX, 3 or X, 3, B, XX, 1 or X, 4, then A, B, _____. Su Yun, what the hell is this? It's not right. It's so wrong. That said, he really hadn't come across a question like this before. There's no solution at all. Skip again. Moving on to questions 4, 5, and 6. Okay, one is more difficult than the other. Not to mention the solution to the problem. He can't even read the questions. Directly want to vomit blood. For a moment, he fell into the deepest level of suspicion. Are all these questions right? Do these topics really exist? Can anyone really do a topic like this? He is at least a school bully. The first in Jiangcheng No. 4 middle school. In the entire Jiangcheng, although ranked a little lower than Lu Fan in the first middle school, Du Jiang in the second middle school, Zhuang Xiaji and Lan Pumeng Chuan. But, he was also confident that he could compete with those guys for a while. But now, look at this role. He rather felt like an elementary school student reading a high school question. It's just reading from the sky. A look of confusion. Really? He's all set to test for autism. Is this Olympiad paper so difficult? The city's preliminary rounds were hard enough before, and he usually scored a perfect score in math, but last time he only scored over 70. But now, one comparison with this rematch role, that preliminary paper is Sozi, not at all on the same level. He's going crazy from the torture, almost subconsciously. The idea of abandoning the exam popped into its head. A paper only did one question, the other cannot do. This is not abandon the examination, what else can do? But he immediately squashed the thought again. You can't abandon an exam. He didn't have the kind of courage that Gangnam had. After all, so many people are watching. It's all about schoolboys, and he's got a face for it. Moreover, he was carrying the hopes of the 4th middle school on his back. If he abandoned the exam, how could he explain to his teachers and the school? Gangnam, Gangnam, I'm impressed that you dared to abandon the exam, but I wasn't going to ditch the test no matter what. Even if I couldn't do it, I was going to stick it out to the end. There's still more than 3 hours left. Persistence is victory. Even if I'm eliminated in one round, I can at least win you a handful of times. It's the weekend. It's a vacation. I'm going to bed. Chapter 149, he abandoned the exam and turned in a white paper? Actually, there was more than one person who had similar thoughts to Su Yun. Lu Fan in the 1st middle school, Du Jiang in the 2nd middle school, Zhuang Xiaji and Lan Pu Mengchuan. Although they are not as bad as Su Yun, who can only do one question, and then they can't move an inch, but they are not much better. But none of them gave up. Just think about sticking it out to the end. No matter what, they had to defeat Jiangnan. Only, will it end up being what it's supposed to be? That's the unknown. All that can be known at this point is, more than 3 hours, it was really hard, the kind that would kill you. Even with the strongest battle spirit, you were worn down to the point of vomiting blood. It's not as good as Jiangnan. After handing in the rolls, it was back to the bus for a break. One word, cool, a wobble. More than 3 hours passed. Jingle bells, the first round of OU exams is over. Candidates hand in their papers and walk out of the classroom one by one. Several leading teachers from Jiangchang, including Zhou Lingfeng of the 3rd middle school, have been waiting outside the examination room early. When Lu Fan from the 1st middle school, Du Jiang from the 2nd middle school, Zhuang Xiaji, Lan Pu Mengchuan and Su Yun walked out, one by one, their respective teachers greeted them and nervously inquired, how was it? How did you do on the test this time? Lu Fan, Du, Summer Pole, Mengchuan. The four looked at each other. None of them spoke, just looked frustrated and hung their heads. Obviously, both failed the exam. As for the 4th center, Su Yun, he even cried out with a wow sound. Ooh, teacher, I'm sorry for your trust. I'm sorry for the school's cultivation. I'm definitely out of the round. As he spoke, he wiped his tears furiously, but no matter how he wiped them, they could not be controlled but swished and flowed. It's been repressed for too long. 3.5 hours. You know what he did for 3.5 hours? A question. He really only knows how to do one question. The remaining 9 questions were as if he was reading a heavenly book. Not to mention making them, he couldn't even read the questions. But he didn't have the kind of Jiangnan's courage to abandon the exam. He could only stay in his seat, pretending to be serious and froze in both eyes. It's too bad. It's really too bad. Among the pressures, there are no words to describe it, only tears that won't stop. And he cried this. Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, and Mengchuan also had faces that were relieved, and although they didn't cry, their eyes were reddened. To this, teachers from the 1st, 2nd, Shuing, Lanpu and 4th middle schools all hastily patted a few people on the shoulders to comfort them. Well, go back to the car and rest first. You can't all be blamed for not doing well on the test. If it was in previous years, with your strengths, you would have been provincial 2 at the very least, and a rush might have been provincial 1. But this year's OU, which is really difficult and exceeds previous years by an unknown amount, is unprecedented. As for the reason for this, I can also tell you that everyone knows that the OU competition is divided into a preliminary round, a rematch and a final round. And after the finals, there will be an international Olympiad, which will be competed by teams of top Olympiad students from countries all over the world. And that's the top priority, representing national honor. The last 20 years, for the first 15 years, our country has been the rightful king of international Olympiads. The national team had won is 12 gold and 3 silver excellent results, competed 90 times. The results are 80 gold and 10 silver. In other words, the weakest player on our national team has a 3/4 chance of winning the gold medal. But in the last 5 years, we haven't won a single gold medal, not even a few silver medals. Keep it up, we're about to become an international laughingstock. So, it's what makes this year's Olympiad, whether it's a preliminary or a repechage, so hard. The purpose goes without saying. It's all about training and screening a group of real OU geniuses so that they can represent the country abroad. If not, then it's better to have no one. Let's just say, You guys aren't having much luck. Lu Fan, Du, Summer Pole, Meng Chuan, Su Yun. Okay, so it is. And they said, he himself is also a first-class school bully in Jiangcheng anyway, and he has the possibility of getting into Qingbei University. How can you falter in the first round of the OU repechage? Especially Su Yun, who actually made only one question. This is unbelievable. But, as it was, the role was deliberately made more difficult. Then it's possible. After all, although they are the schoolboys of Jiangcheng, it was also just a mere claim to fame in Jiangcheng. Even though they have the strength to get into Qingbei, they are not specialized in playing OU. They participate in the OU more to get a provincial 1 or 2, while they can get extra points in the big exams in the future. If you hadn't started studying OU and specializing in OU from middle school, it would be hard to make the provincial team, and even harder to get national 1. As for foreign competitions, they've never even heard of it. Too far away. Thinking this way, a few people were instantly in a much better mood, but the other side, Zhou Lingfeng of the 3rd middle school, however, frowned slightly. You all came out. How come Jiangnan hasn't come out yet? There were a total of 29 participants from Jiangcheng. At this moment there were already 28 people all present, but only Jiangnan is missing? That made him, the lead teacher, anxious, but his words had just fallen. Then someone immediately snorted out a laugh from the side. Ha! Are you still waiting for Gangnam? He turned in his papers and came out a long time ago. No, to be precise, as soon as the examination began, he abandoned it and left. Abandoned the exam? Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingfeng frowned slightly, but then stretched and shook his head. With Jiangnan's strength, even if this paper is even more difficult, getting a perfect score won't be a problem. So, it's impossible to abandon an exam. He's probably done turning in his paper early. Ha! You're too blindly optimistic. Teacher, have you ever seen someone finish a paper with a perfect score in less than 10 minutes after the start of the exam? Su Yun, who was still crying just now, suddenly wiped away her tears and said with a sneer, I'm in the same exam room with him, but I personally saw him open the exam for less than 10 minutes, and then he gave up the exam and turned in his paper. I did poorly on the test, but I was able to get at least one question right, but he got 0 out of 10. Ha ha ha. This world, there are always those people. It's clear that you're miserable in your current state, but when one sees someone worse off than oneself, one is happy. Such was the case with Su Yun. It's not just him. There was also Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji and Meng Chuan. Although their exams were better than Su Yun's, they fell far short of expectations, and it was unknown whether they would be able to advance. Originally, they were all worried that they wouldn't be able to win against Jiangnan this time, so the harsh words they had put out before would be a slap in the face. But now, relieved, completely relieved. Although I did not do well on the test myself, certain people did even worse. It took less than 10 minutes to abandon the exam and hand in the paper. What's that if not a 0? Perhaps. The fact that Jiangnan was able to take the first place in the 4 competitions before was more of a matter of luck than anything else, and it just happened to run into a question that it knew how to do. And now this rematch has upped the ante. Just straight to the original form. One question won't do. Abstaining from exams and turning in blanks is simply ridiculous. Chapter 150, Gangnam, are you controlling points again? I told you so. Jiangnan took first place in the 4 competitions last time. But it was just luck and there were many unexpected factors. The preliminary round is just a preliminary round after all. Compared to the rematch, that's easier by more than a little bit. There's no way to measure a person's exact strength. And taking a high test doesn't necessarily mean it's strong. I didn't play well in this rematch either, but I still have 40 or 50 points, so maybe I can pass. Ha! I'm at least 60% to 70% sure of advancing to the second round. Not comparable to someone who abandoned the exam and turned in a blank paper. Thanks to the fact that there were so many other schools that went to him before and offered him a high price, and he still didn't want to do it, pretending to be noble. And it's a good thing he doesn't want to, or else he'd be losing money at whatever school he goes to. Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji and Meng Chuan, a few of them, suddenly turned from sadness to joy and sneered out right after Su Yun. To put it bluntly, it's just pride at work, and jealousy. It's not just them, the students. Even their leading teacher's eyes flashed with a hint of color as he looked at Zhou Lingfeng with a smile on his face. Old Zhou, don't take these little kids' words to heart. They're just unconvinced, and in my opinion, your school's Jiangnan still has some skills. That's right, to be able to take the first place in the preliminary round of the 4 competitions. If you don't have the skills, it's absolutely impossible. Of course, then again, this rematch is not like the preliminary round. Not to mention that, as you know, the difficulty has been purposely increased from above in order to select the truly outstanding talents in OU. Although this is only the first round, in reality, its difficulty is no less than the second round in previous years. So, It's normal for Gangnam to abstain from exams and turn in blanks. Didn't Soo-yoon just say that at our school? He all but made one question and will be eliminated in one round. You should know that Soo-yoon. This kid also has strength. Before the monthly exam was over 630, which can be quite a bit higher than Chin Fong, who was number 1 in your school. But this time it's just like that. Hey, to put it bluntly, none of them are OU material, so it's better to be honest and take the big test that's coming up soon. Perhaps this competition Jiangnan lost is not a bad thing. Young people, it is good to suffer a little loss. As the saying goes, the more frustrated you are, the more courageous you are. Keep up the good work. The competition suffered a loss. As long as you don't get depressed, you will definitely be able to play better in the future exams, and maybe you will really be able to get the number 1 spot in the city. In time, you guys are really getting rich in the 3rd grade. The lead teachers of the 1st, 2nd, Chuing and Lanpu, and even the 4th middle schools, all wobbled and opened their mouths. At first glance it seems to be comforting, but that's just what it sounds like at first glance. And actually, it was estimated that even the little cutie could hear the thick sarcasm in these people's words, as well as the pleasure of falling on their faces. Sure, also understandable. After all, the wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. Prior to this, Jiang Nan was really too outstanding. His performance was too dazzling. It would have been just as well if he was originally a genius, but it was also the kind that suddenly rose to prominence with a bang. Describing Jiang Nan as a one-man show that changed the landscape of Jiangcheng High School was not an overstatement. Originally, the 3rd grade school was just an old school that had fallen into disrepair, the kind that they had left far behind. But just because of Gangnam's appearance, the 3rd middle school also instantly among the hottest and most famous schools in Jiangcheng. How can they not red-eyed? Not jealous? For this reason, whether it is the 1st, 2nd, 4th, or Chuing Lanpu, they have all tried to find ways and means to pull Jiangnan in a lowly manner. Even the principal and vice-chancellor personally came to the door. The scholarship breaks through the sky. The sincerity is full to the extreme. Results available. Jiangnan actually refused them all. Sheesh. Personal mastery. The psychology of righteousness. Typical selfishness. Since you can't get it, you'll have to destroy it. Now Jiangnan abandoned the exam to get 0 points. Just gave them the opportunity to not ruthlessly despise some strange, even. And that's just the beginning. Wait for the news of Jiangnan's round trip to get back to Jiangcheng. In time, it must be the 5 major factions besieging the top of the light. 1, 2, 4, plus Chuing and Lanpu. 100% will sing hard about Jiangnan, and use this to suppress the 3 middle schools. The mall is like a battlefield, even among schools that teach and educate. It's not about right or wrong, it's purely about different positions. But, hear the words. Zhou Lingfeng's face was not half as frustrated. On the contrary, with the same sneer hanging on its face, it disdainfully swept its eyes at the several teachers of the 1st and 2nd middle school and Chuing Lanpu, as well as Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and these other students who had just made their voices heard. Ha, you guys don't talk in absolutes. Until the results are in, anything is possible. Yes, I've never seen anyone in the past hand in a paper for a perfect score less than 10 minutes after starting the exam, but Gangnam is different. Since he dared to hand in the paper early, he never abandoned the test for a 0, but in all probability did it for a perfect score. If you don't believe me, we'll see when the results come out tonight. Having said that, Zhou Lingfeng turned around and left. He still had to go to Jiangnan and was too lazy to pay attention to these people. In a nutshell, he was confident enough in Jiangnan's strength that it would not be easily changed by a few words from an outsider. But his performance fell in the eyes of these surrounding teachers of the 1st and 2nd middle schools, but it was merely the last of the stubbornness. Hey, this old Joe is still in that temper, dying to save face. How come he's not willing to recognize reality? This Soo-yoon all witnessed Jiang Nan abstaining from the exam and handing in a blank paper, but he still said that Jiang Nan would get a perfect score. TSK, isn't that a fool's errand? For Zhou Lingfeng's words, the crowd snorted and put on a laugh. At the same time, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, these people also shook their heads, obviously all determined that Jiang Nan must test 0 points undoubtedly. As for whether Soo-yoon would lie, it's not on their radar. Go, students, go eat. By the time we're done with dinner, the results will be pretty much out, and we'll know which of you will advance by then. And, let's see if Gangnam is a 0 or a perfect score. When it came to mealtime, everyone went to eat, but they all had a tacit understanding not to call Zhou Lingfeng and Jiang Nan. Obviously, isolated those two again. But, being isolated is being isolated. Zhou Lingfeng didn't care anyway. As for Jiang Nan, he cared even less. The moment. He's sleeping soundly, but he was soon woken up by Zhou Lingfeng who had found him. Jiang Nan, so you slept here. Caused me to look for a long time. I heard that you started the exam less than 10 minutes before handing in the paper early. How is it? Are you sure to get full marks? Gangnam, rubbing his sleepy eyes, slightly confused. Teacher, do you trust me that much? Will you not beat me up if I say I don't have a perfect score? I don't think so. After all, teachers are not allowed to hit their students. Jiangnan, say something. Seeing that Jiangnan didn't move, Zhou Lingfeng hurriedly urged. Although he believed in Jiangnan's strength and even boasted about it just now, his inner apprehension was always a bit. Teacher, don't worry. As you said, as long as I pass, I'll be able to move on to the next round. Then I'm sure I'll be fine. Jiangnan didn't say that he could get full marks, and only gave Zhou Lingfeng a vague answer. But Zhou Lingfeng wasn't stupid either. As soon as he heard this, his heart immediately stuttered and a bad feeling welled up. It wasn't that he was worried that Jiangnan wouldn't be able to advance. After all, Jiangnan's strength was there. It's okay to advance this thing, even if you mess up the test. Not to mention, Gangnam also said no problem. But what made him anxious was that Jiangnan's advancement was no problem. But from what he heard, a perfect score was probably out of the question. Gangnam, you tell me honestly, did you control your marks again on this exam? Chapter 151. What the hell kind of score is this? Why did Zhou Ling Summit ask Jiangnan if he was controlling the score? None of it. With Jiangnan's strength, even if this first round of papers was even harder, he would definitely be able to get full marks. If there are no full points, that's definitely an intentional watering down of score control. And Gangnam was already a repeat offender in controlling points. Before the city's 4 contests, Jiangnan's 4 subjects were all 88 points. 1 point no more, 1 point no less. The whole River City. Who wouldn't guess that Gangnam is controlling the score? Even the media covered it. Sure, those people were mostly just guessing without empirical evidence. But Zhou Lingfeng was very clear. After all, he's the head of the 3rd grade math team. Chao Tianyuan, who was the first to discover and prove that Jiangnan liked to control points, was the vice leader of the group and his deputy. Since Gangnam is on fire, Chao Tianyuan had not seldom bragged in front of him that he had discerning eyes and said that Jiangnan was a score control maniac. He's got calluses on his ears. Only, just listening before, not directly associated with this piece. But now look at Jiangnan. Needless to say, 9 times out of 10, they're controlling the score. Jiangnan, I know that you are very strong, to the point that you have long since exceeded the realm of an ordinary genius academician, but it's the provincials now, so you can't afford to be careless. Even if you want to control the score, you should control a little more, such as 80 or 90 points, but don't control the passing line. After all, fear not, in case you don't have enough points, you'll be in the gutter and you'll be eliminated in the first round. Zhou Lingfeng said worriedly. Although Jiangnan had shown amazing strength and created a number of miracles, he also trusted Jiangnan very much. But there's a saying on the internet, Nazwa no Daiwayutri. He was really worried that Jiangnan had gotten himself killed. Don't worry teacher, I promise I'll make it to the second round. I'm hungry, time to go eat. Jiangnan couldn't explain to Zhou Lingfeng that the control score of 60 was a system requirement, so the only way to change the subject was to eat. To this, Zhou Lingfeng had no choice. Okay, I still believe you when you say you'll make it to the second round, but from the second round on, it's best not to control points. After all, when it comes to the second round, you can't just pass and advance, but you need to be ranked by your grades from highest to lowest. There are 80 places in Province 1 though, but this competition brings together participants from across the province. The neighboring cities are just. This provincial city is a place of hidden tigers and dragons. There is no shortage of real competition experts, all from junior high school, and even elementary school, the kind of study of Olympic mathematics. You're often a point or two short of a couple, if not a dozen places, and the slightest mishap can be the end of it. Understood. Jiangnan nodded. There was no dwelling on this issue with Zhou Lingfeng. No score control? That's impossible. Where would he get the point bonus without controlling the points? As for the accident, that's basically impossible. The system had already released the 3rd round of score control tasks, which meant that if you scored 88 points in the second round of the exam, you would definitely be able to advance. Otherwise, that's a broken system. 7 o'clock in the evening, Marina University Conference Hall. Once again, participants from all over the world have gathered. Not so much for the meeting. Instead, they waited for the results of the afternoon competition to be announced. Dozens of them from Jiangqing still continued to nestle in that corner, and stared straight at the big screen. The 4 people in the first middle school, Lu Fan, Du Jiang in the second middle school, Zhuang Xiaji and Lan Pumeng Chuan were the most expectant, nervous and anxious, just because they consider themselves to be the strongest and most likely to pass the second round, but are unsure. As for the 4th center, Su Yun, he has the self-awareness to have given up, but he remained glued to the screen as well, not so much to see his own score as to see Gangnam's 0. Originally, he did badly on the test, only got one question right, and that's 8 points. Even if you can give some step points for the later answer questions, it's only like 10 points or so at the end of the day. Originally, he was also one of the favorites to win the title in Jiangcheng, and was the best student in the 4th middle school, but when this score came out, needless to say, he will surely be kicked out of the favorites and will no longer be in the same bracket as Lu Fan, Du Jiang and others, but will become a big joke. But it would be different if there was a Gangnam pad. He couldn't have done any worse on the test. Can it be worse than Gangnam 0 points? He could already fantasize about the scene when the results came out later. Jiangnan scored 0 points on the exam and was at the bottom of the province. Think. Very interesting, isn't it? For this reason, he even sat closer to Jiangnan. He waited to see the results so that he could despise Gangnam in the first place, so that he could deflect the fact that he had not done well on the exam. In the meantime, a few teachers from 1, 2, 4 and Shuing Lampu also laughed and looked at Zhou Lingfeng from the 3rd middle school from time to time. Oh, it goes without saying. It's all about wanting to see the latter joke. Earlier, Zhou Lingfeng was still arguing that Jiangnan could still get full marks after abandoning the exam and handing in the paper in less than 10 minutes. And now, about to get hit hard in the face. I'm sure it would be a very quick thing to do. But, from start to finish, Zhou Lingfeng then ignored the gazes of these people and just stared intently at the big screen, waiting quietly. In the meantime, Jiang Nan also ignored the unkindness of someone beside him, while holding stinky tofu in his left hand, his little thumb hooked on the characteristic big salami, and his right hand holding the flavored shrimp. Originally he didn't even want to come. After all, you know your own grades. Come or go. It's 60 points, not a point more, not a point less. But Zhou Lingfeng had gone so far as to tempt him with food in order to get him to come over, so he could only reluctantly comply. Have to say, this Binhai is worthy of being a provincial city. The snacks are really good. Whether it's stinky tofu, special big salami, or flavored shrimp, they are all colorful and delicious, even though he'd already had dinner. But 3 or 5 servings of the same is no problem. Not out of your own pocket anyway. As for the big flavor, oh, it's not like he's the one who smoked it anyway. It's some guy sitting next to him. So what's he got to do with it? Got skills. Just stay away from yourself, haha. Jiang Nan enjoyed his food while squinting at Su Yun, who was sitting closer and closer but covering his nose with his hand. Inside, he laughed as softly as he could. Small sample. You still want to see me laugh? If I don't crave you, I'll smoke you first. Soon, %Yuan hashtag at hashtag Yuan%. Words to say, he really can't stand it anymore. The stinky tofu in Jiang Nan's hands was too stinky, and the big salami and flavored shrimp were too flavorful. The former made him want to cry and the latter made him so harried he couldn't concentrate. Luckily, as he was about to break down, the big screen on the board lit up and the competition results finally came out. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, apart from Jiang Nan, there was one in the room that counted, and all of them cast their gazes over. See only, instead of zeros, the bottom few rows had clear 2s, presumably as a consolation prize, not wanting to make the candidates look too bad. And with it, in the top 2 rows of the list are all perfect scores. Can be quite a bit. There were probably a couple dozen of them. There are even more in the 80s and 90s. A dense mass. Obviously, this provincials is a real sleeper, with so many people scoring 2 points on the test, as well as Lu Fan, Zhang Hao and the Jiangcheng schoolmasters like Xia Ji and Meng Chuan, all still worrying about whether or not they could pass. I can't believe so many people are still getting 80s and 90s, even full marks. The strength of these people is evident, but they're not even the brightest. The site moved down slightly. In the center of the list, there was a very striking achievement that attracted everyone's attention. Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, Jiangnan 60 points? For the first time, a score with a question mark appears on the competition score sheet. It's not first or last, but it's more striking and puzzling than either of those. Please ask, what the hell is this score with a question mark? Chapter 152, 2 or 4 Chulan. All wiped out? Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School? Is there such a school in Jiangcheng? Gangnam 60 points? Who is this Jiangnan and why does he carry so many question marks after his score? Never seen it before? There's no such example before. If it's a ING 60, then it's a 60. If it's not a 60, then it's not a 60. Where's the question mark? Can't figure it out. Don't understand it. Instantly, the hall was abuzz with talk. It was the dozen or so perfect score recipients in the top row of the original form that were the most notable. But now, I can't believe they were stolen by a 60? This is unbelievable. In the meantime, Su Yun, who was sitting next to Jiangnan, jumped up directly, trembling and pointing at Jiangnan in disbelief. You actually scored 60 points? How is that possible? How is this possible? I was in the same exam room as you, and I clearly saw you abandon the exam and hand it in after a few minutes. There's no way you could even finish a question in that short amount of time. It should be a 0. But now, you actually got a 60? Fake. This must be fake. I'm dreaming. Soo-yun was going crazy. Nima, what's going on? He was all ready. As long as the results came out, he would immediately spit at Jiangnan and despise him fiercely. Results available. And yet he was shown this? He couldn't believe his eyes. Rubbed. No change? Rub harder. The score still hasn't changed on the screen? Pop. He slapped himself directly to see if this is dreaming. But the result really hurts. Put. Seeing this scene, Jiangnan was directly amused and almost didn't spit out the crayfish in his mouth. That, I said, isn't it just 60 points? No need to be so surprised. It's nice that I turned in my paper early, but who told you I was abstaining? You're the one who's overthinking it. And, didn't you have your heart set on defeating me before? I thought you could get 100 on such an easy paper, but what's with the 8? This is too much of a dish, isn't it? Jiangnan was puzzled. With such a simple question, it's obvious that the teacher who wrote the paper is deliberately letting the water down, in order not to eliminate people. He could have gotten a perfect score even with his eyes closed, but for the sake of the system mission, he had to do his best to control his score. He was also thinking that he would let these Soo-yun guys be happy for a while and wait until later to slowly punch his face. Results available. This Soo-yun actually only scored 8 points? It's not a countdown though, but apart from the 2 points in the bottom rows, it was the 8 points where Soo-yun's row was located, and Soo-yun was the first, so he could see it at a glance. It's simply watery. It's just so watered down. Even before the exam started, he dared to say in front of himself that he would surely beat himself? That the 3rd grade will always be behind the 4th grade? Sheesh, it's a disgrace. Woo, you liar and bully. I don't want to live. I'm going to hang myself. Hearing Jiangnan's nakedly mocking words, coupled with disdainful eyes, Soo-yun directly wow cry. It's true that after spending too much time in the greenhouse, the mind is too fragile and suddenly it can't handle the change from great joy to great sorrow. Gangnam, nothing but speechlessness. You can't hold back when you haven't said anything yourself, so what's the point of playing? Sure enough, a grasshopper is a grasshopper, wasting your expression. In the meantime, the other side, the teacher, Zhou Lingfeng, also saw Jiangnan's results, and then tens of thousands of grass mud horses instantly raced past in his heart. Nima, it's not an adjective, it's a verb. Zhou Lingfeng was really scared out of his wits. He had guessed that Jiangnan might not have a high control score, but he never guessed that Jiangnan actually controlled the score at 60. Which is really the passing line. Not a penny more, not a penny less. It was too close. It was just too close. If he was not mistaken, on the results list, Jiangnan was the only one with 60 points inside the nearly 1,000 candidates, right? And with 3 question marks after it? What is this? Is it close enough to reach 60 points to advance to the next round? Or maybe it means something else? I'm not human, but you're a real dog. Zhou Lingfeng silently spat out a sentence in his heart and gave Jiangnan a sorrowful look. Forget it. It's good to get to the next round. But the second round, you really don't want to play like this. This old life of mine, I really can't help you to be scared like this. Zhou Lingfeng sighed lightly and didn't bother with Jiangnan much. After all, he had heard that the more talented this person was, the worse his temperament was, and that he liked to eat softly but not hard. He would be screwed if he said too much and disturbed Jiangnan's control points, giving him a hard time. This first round only passes the smallest of things. It's the second and third rounds in the back that are the key of the key. As long as Gangnam can make Provincial 1 in the second round and Provincial 3 in the third round, whatever its score control will do. As for the bullishness he had bragged out earlier, saying that Jiangnan would get a perfect score in 9 out of 10 cases, let's consider it a slap in the face. Anyway, no one would laugh at him at the moment. See only, the teachers in the first grade are a little better, but the second and fourth middle schools, as well as Chuing and Lanpu's teachers, that face can be described as an ugly batch, just because, they're all gone. A true, complete and utter total loss. 2 of the fourth form entries, including Su Yun, one with 2 points and the other with 8 points, were simply abysmal. Blue pool entries were 5. The result was 3 2s and an 8. As for Meng Chuan, who was called the number 1 person in Lanpu, although it was not as bad as Su Yun's test of 8 points, it was only 48 points, which was still far from passing. Chuyin is pretty much the same. There were 6 entries and 5 were no more than 8 points, and Xia Ji, who was called the first person in Chuing, scored a little more than Meng Chuan, 54 points, also failed. In the same vein is the second middle school, entry 7, except for Du Jianjian, who was called the first person in the second grade, who scored 58 points. The rest of them were all below 8 points. Sheesh, that score, it doesn't make sense at all. It's also just a little bit better in the first grade. Although there were 8 participants and 7 of them were eliminated, at least one person passed, and that was Lu Fan. Lu Fan, not bad for a first-grade genius. Before Jiangnan, it had been called the first in Jiangcheng. With the talent of the scholar, 100% can get the existence of Qingbei. He was the only person in the first grade who passed to advance to the second round, and his score wasn't low, 64 points. That means, in that previous paper, he got 6 multiple-choice questions right, plus the first short answer question. So, the teachers of the first school are still slightly relieved. Total count. The name of his first high school was preserved, unlike the second and fourth high schools in Shuanglanpu, which had lost their faces after a few teachers. At the moment it was a complete lack of lift. Thanks to them, they had previously thought of speaking out to taunt Zhou Lingfeng as soon as Jiangnan's 0-point score came out. But now, okay, what a slap in the face. They mocked Zhou Lingfeng? Oh, it's more like being mocked in turn. Although Jiangnan had only scored 60 points, far from the perfect score Zhou Lingfeng had said, it was not low enough. At least it could be much more than Du Jiang of the second middle school, Shuang Xiaji, Lanpu Mengchuan and Su Yun of the fourth middle school. Hey, the fallen trees will be rustling, and there are no words to speak of desolation. There's nothing to say. Just want to dig a hole in the ground and rush in. Chapter 153, teaching me how to be a human being. How can you be worthy? How come? I was 50 to 60% sure I'd pass, but I only got 58. 2 points short? 2 points. I'm 2 points away from passing. Why don't you add it to my score? And Gangnam Ken again? He's got 3 question marks after 60, and in all likelihood he's only got 58. But the markers added it to him? It's so unfair. This exam is shady. I'm not convinced. Woo woo, another waif cried. It's Du Jiang from Jiangcheng Second Middle School. It is also the strongest contender for the top prize in the Jiangcheng Grand Entrance Examination, and can be compared to the existence of a school bully in the first middle school. Lu Fan. Previously after the exam, he knew he didn't do well on the exam, but like Lu Fan, he thought the probability of passing was still quite high. Results available. Reality backhanded him. Competitions are almost never single-scored. After all, there aren't many questions, just 10. The multiple-choice questions are 8 points, and the answer questions that follow are basically plus or minus 2 points for getting one small step right or one small step wrong. So, Gangnam was either 62 points and for some reason was deducted 2 points. That's why 60 points carries a question mark. But that's unlikely, and the biggest possibility is that it was only 58 points, but the markers somehow added 2 points to it. It was Du Jiang's subconscious guess, but it's just as well not to guess. That guess. His heart was filled with great aggravation. On what grounds? Why should Gangnam be able to add from 58 to 60 points and he can't? Isn't that just plain bullying? Moment. He was as snotty and tearful as Su Yun in the 4th grade, crying so sadly that he could not wipe it off. As for going to the markers for theories, it's impossible. He doesn't have the guts or the qualifications. All one can do is complain. In the meantime, Shuang Xiaji and Lanpu Mengchuan, the two are not much better. The moment they see their scores are like a thunderbolt. Immediately outside the scorched, the heart welled up deep frustration. Defeated. They lost completely and utterly. TU's 58 points could still find a reason to struggle a bit, but they're 154, 148, so far from passing that there's absolutely no reason for it. Let's just say, they are not as strong. Can't beat that, really can't beat that. Jiang Nan could rub them hard on the ground even with 58 points, let alone 60. Sure enough, he's still got the power. 60 points, just barely advancing, but after all, it's advancing. A provincial third can't run away. I, on the other hand, am nothing more than a clown, tantamount to a wasted trip and a waste of time. Perhaps, I should never have come. OU, math. Although it's the foundation of all subjects, my dream is to be a chemist. There's no need to be that good at math at all, and OU is even less desirable. My dream is bioengineering. Again, there's no need for OU. It's not worth it for that extra credit. The only thing we should be working on is the big test. Both Xiaji and Mengchuan said to themselves, sure, it's just a way to make a point. If the two of them were really absolute geniuses, even if one preferred chemistry and the other biology, they would 100% have gotten their math fundamentals down and dived into the OU. After all, math is not only the foundation of all subjects, it's even more important to add points to the big test. It is not necessary to obtain Country 1 and Country 2, but just obtaining Province 1 and Province 2 will add a lot of gold to them. In the future, they will be able to be prioritized when applying to universities, such as Qingbei and other top schools, and the Provincial 1 and 2 of the chemical and biological competitions don't carry as much weight, unless the national one, but that's hard too, positively so. They're the ones who come to OU, but they're not aiming too high, even though it usually takes a lot of time. You can just take a Province 2 and keep your money. take a province 1 and make a big profit, before coming to the rematch. With their results in the preliminary rounds, both think that it is not a big problem to get a province 2, and good luck to rush the province 1, but now, they suddenly feel like nothing. OU is really hard, the very people can learn, but for the sake of the schoolboy's dignity, they had to find some reason to say that the only thing they had to work towards was the big test. Sure, it's good enough to have that self-awareness, unlike some people. At the moment, his face was being filled with boundless arrogance. That was Lu Fan, who scored 64 points. The who? Gangnam? Right. I can't believe you got a 60. I was expecting a 0. But, it makes no difference to me whether you get a 0 or a 60. You've already lost anyway. Remember what I said before? I'm the strongest. I'm the number 1 in Zhongcheng. As for you, it's just luck. And now is the proof. Speaking of which, I really have to thank the markers. Your score came with a question mark, so I guess it would have been only 58 points strong, but the markers added it to you. But it's because the teacher added you up that it gives me another chance to keep crushing you in the second round. Ha ha ha, that's just how painful it is to think about. I can't wait for the second round of exams tomorrow. I'll teach you how to behave then. After Lu Fan saw that Jiang Nan passed, although he was also surprised, when he saw that he actually scored 64 points on the test, which was a full 4 points more than Jiang Nan, he suddenly laughed in an exaggerated manner. The depression before coming immediately disappeared. What's the word for it? Sure enough, he's the strongest. He's the veritable number 1 in Zhongcheng. As for Gangnam, it's just a hot chick who got lucky. The moment. He had a smug expression on his face, slanting his eyes and glaring at Jiang Nan with a stark provocation in his gaze. Ha! Jiang Nan didn't get angry. He just felt that this person was very funny. Lu Fan. Right. Such a simple paper. Yet you only scored 64 points. And you're actually so arrogant? Can't you see there's a whole bunch of 80s and 90s up there? And dozens of 100s? If you can be like them, not to mention taking 100, but just a 90-something, I'll still think highly of you. But now, teach me to be a man. And you deserve it? Gangnam's mentality. Not quite the same as his peers. After all, he was a man of 2 lives. In his eyes, whether it was Lu Fan, Du Jiang or Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, they were all just children. Just because they got slightly better grades, they were spoiled and never experienced the social beatings at all. It can be disregarded. He still doesn't want to count it. But this person, Lu Fan, was indeed a bit annoying, and the other party's desire to perform was just too strong. But it would have been fine if it had scored a perfect score, but it turned out to be a 64, which is just a lower middle level. So where did it get the courage to show off? SP, finally finished writing. Off to bed. Chapter 154, You're a genius. I'm a loser. I can't beat you. Gangnam, you. At those words, Lu Fan was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. He was pushed to the limit by everyone around him because of his good grades. Being number 1 in Jiangcheng for 3 years in a row. Wherever he went, he was what he called someone else's kid, the best super schooler. Even the school teacher, the principal, had to speak to him gently, never criticizing him in the slightest. When have you ever been disliked so much? For the first time. It was definitely the first time in his life. Despised by Gangnam. But, Gangnam's words, he didn't really have a good retort. After all, his 64 points couldn't really be compared to the 80, 90, or even 100-point bigwigs on the achievement list. What? You have something to say? Jiang Nan glanced at Lu Fan, his eyes showing disdain. Wait until you can take 100 before you talk. Or else, just don't get in my face. He didn't give Lu Fan half a good look. Some people are just spoiled. If you don't knock on the door, you will be so proud of yourself that even heaven and earth can only be ranked second and third. Put. This time Lu Fan really wanted to vomit blood, but the next second, he covered his chest again with death and glared angrily at Jiang Nan. Do you think it's that easy to take the test 100? If it's a weekday exam, it's just a weekday exam. It's an OU, and it's a repechage. It's hard. Is it hard? Jiang Nan skimmed the score list. I don't think it's difficult. Isn't there a whole lot of 100s here? Lu Fan was disliked and really couldn't say anything. Jiang Nan, do you really not understand? Or are you pretending to be crazy to deliberately amuse yourself? Yes, there are a lot of people up there who take 100, but you don't look at the schools they come from? It's either a provincial key experimental high school or a high school affiliated with a top university, known as the 4 most prestigious schools in existence. Those who can get in there are all geniuses among geniuses, and schoolmasters among schoolmasters, and whether it's the teacher's resources or the family's resources, it's not comparable to ordinary people, right? As good as I am at math, the OU piece is just brushing up on the problems and doing them since high school, and it took 3 years to brush up and do all the OU questions from the last decade or so. But what about them? At the very least, They have all been exposed to OU since middle school and have participated in a number of OU competitions. There are also some great ones who have even specialized in OU since elementary school, just to get into the provincial team to get state one. With their strength, it's only normal to get a perfect score on this first round of exams, so how can I compare to them? All of this is sort of common sense. The OU thing, it's really not for the average person to play. Taking out just about any question requires a unique solution, or mindset. If you don't start cultivating this way of thinking at a young age, it's hard to change when you grow up thinking in a stereotypical way. So, even a schoolteacher like Lu Fan, because of the late exposure to OU, there's no way to compare it to the people at the 4 top schools above. For Lu Fan, he would be satisfied if he could take Provincial 1 and get 20 extra points for the big exam, and then Provincial 2. Anyway, as long as he wins the award, he'll only make a profit. But for the top OU talent at the Big 4, Provincial 1 is just the beginning. They all aim to make the provincial team, compete in the finals, and compete with the nation's OU geniuses. Then, that's Kokichi, or even make the national team. Just because, being able to take National 1, in addition to the extra 20 points on the big exam, gives you priority admission to many top universities. If the school has a place, there is an OU National 1+. None of the big exams are needed, and you can bail out straight away. If you can make the national team, it's not only 100% guaranteed, but it's the top colleges at your disposal. And after entering college, not only is the tuition free, but there are also high scholarships, and you can learn from the best tutors and professors in China, and participate in the most top engineering research, so your future achievements are unlimited. Arguably, for the really awesome ones, OU is an open road to advancement that shortens learning time and gets you to success as quickly as possible. To know, there are so many contestants here, but not all of them are seniors. Sure, none of the participants from Jiangcheng were seniors, as the sophomore and freshman strength levels were too poor, but many of the students in the room who came from the 4 most prestigious schools and were able to score perfect scores were actually just sophomores, or even freshmen in high school. They had no intention of going to high school for 3 years. Instead, they get National 1 through OU, make the national team, and then go straight to guaranteed college, and then to research labs. Some 1 in a million genius. They're the ones who bailed out of Qingbei their freshman and sophomore years of high school, did a year of college, and then jumped right into graduate school and doctoral programs. It's also in the news media's online coverage, often in their early 20s, or even less than that. They have already graduated from graduate school and doctoral programs, by the way. Normally, finished college 22, 34, finishing graduate school is 25, 67, finish your Ph.D., all on 30. As for the postdoc, that's invariably 30 plus or even 40. So it is. Jiangnan nodded. That said, he didn't really know any of this. After all, it wasn't like he'd ever played OU before, not in his last life. But, Jiangnan didn't know what came to his mind and squinted at Lu Fan again. That means you admit that you're not powerful. Just a little more questions, many of which you've brushed up on more than once, and you still only got a 64? What the do you mean? Lu Fan sniffed angrily. It's really, Jiangnan's words sounded too aggravating. He had explained himself so clearly, but Jiangnan actually despised his low score over and over again? I didn't mean anything by it. I just suddenly think you're even more of a rookie, when you've obviously done all the questions and only got so far on the test. Nima, is that how you interpret it? Lu Fan's cheeks turned red, and he clenched his fists in defense with a dead hand. Yes, I have brushed up on a lot of questions, but they were all just similar. It's not like they're exactly the same. This thing misses the mark by a mile, Muse by 1,000 miles. Okay. Not to mention that even if the test is the original question, but the OU problem-solving process is so complicated, who can guarantee that if you do it once, you won't get it wrong a second time? Besides, even if I only scored 64 points, I'm nowhere near those people at the 4 top schools. But what about you? You only got a 60, okay? You're even worse than me. You're just a scumbag. Who are you to judge me? Yes, I'm not qualified. Ha! Jiangnan grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Okay. Looking at Lu Fan's reddened face while being furious, the anger in Jiangnan's heart was finished. So, I'm not going to worry about it. Greet Zhou Lingfeng, pack up your things and get ready to leave. But, he wanted to just walk away. How could Lu Fan be willing? Jiangnan, are you being perfunctory? Jiangnan smiled. No, you clearly have. You despise me and mock me even more in your heart. Yes or no? Jiangnan shook his head. It's really not. Don't lie. You can't hide it from me. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Jiangnan, do you dare to bet with me in the second round to see who scores higher on the exam? Don't dare. Jiangnan directly shook his head, but the smile on his face remained unabated. You're a genius. I'm a scum. I can't compare to you. You. Once again, Lu Fan wanted to vomit blood. His lungs were about to explode. But Jiang Nan didn't take the move. And there was nothing he could do about the other party. But he always had the feeling that Jiang Nan despised him, and that he despised him from the bottom of his heart. Even if Jiang Nan admitted that he was a genius and the other party was a scum who had no business commenting on him. Chapter 155, Gambling? Then let's gamble. But Jiang Nan's smile on his face, coupled with that mouthful of big white teeth, really made people angry in any way. He then felt. Jiang Nan smiled a very hypocritical and disgusting smile that made his stomach cramp up and want to vomit. Needless to say, every word Jiang Nan had just said, every word, had to be heard in reverse, all nakedly mocking him. Sure, it's not an illusion. That's what Jiang Nan had originally thought. After all, he hadn't cared about Lu Fan and these people from the beginning. And when he learned that Lu Fan actually dishes to unrivaled, he then, it's even more unreadable. Only, Lu Fan had to be unforgiving and pester him to death, as if he wouldn't be comfortable without a severe beating. No way, that would only make this guy whole. Well, and don't you yuan me. It's so annoying to talk and not be able to speak, but to pester me about it. I'll just ask you one thing. Do you believe there is a Deja Altman in this world? Jiang Nan looked meaningfully at Lu Fan and said, Deja Altman? Lu Fan stuttered and mumbled at his words. What? What are you talking about? Aren't we going to make a bet? What's with all this talk about Deja Ultraman? Not very understandable though, but Lu Fan still subconsciously nodded. I suppose, there's still something, after all, many people have said. Alright, as you feel like it. Jiang Nan grinned, smiling somewhat unkindly. In that case, since you must bet with me, then I will. Like you said, just bet on the second round to see who scores higher and see who advances to the third round. But if you lose, how about yelling out 3 times in public that you're a Deja Ultraman as soon as the results come in? Lu Fan froze again. I don't understand. What's the bet? Shouting out 3 times in public that you're Deja Ultraman? Probably get laughed at, right? Will you be taken for a mental patient? It's just a matter of being here in the provincial city. If his classmates spread the news back to his own school, how can he still be a human being? Then his persona of a high school bully is bound to crumble. You'll never be able to hold your head up again. Lu Fan almost subconsciously wanted to refuse, but immediately clenched his teeth again and held back hard. If he loses, the consequences can be unimaginable. But what if he wins? Then not only did he defeat Jiang Nan and reclaim the honor that belonged to him, proving that he was the number 1 in Jiangchang, but he would also make Jiang Nan the laughingstock of the entire 3rd middle school. In time, he'll get some more publicity. It was estimated that everyone in the entire Jiangchang, and even the entire network, would laugh at Jiang Nan. Not to mention, if he refuses, doesn't that mean you're inferior to Gangnam? Meaning he's scared? No, how can he be afraid? Nima, but he just won a game. Okay, while he scored 64 points in the first round, Gangnam scored only 60, and that was with a question mark. Actually less. Needless to say, its strength is just that. It's definitely worse by the second round. So, yes, Gangnam, I'll bet. But how about if you lose? You also have to yell out in public that you're a Deja Ultraman, and that you'll let me videotape it? Lu Fan gritted his teeth and spoke viciously. The wine is strong. He wasn't drinking, but he was getting angry. He couldn't believe that he had dominated Jiangcheng for so many years, and was even more amazingly talented at math. The OU was difficult, but he had been studying it for 3 years, and he didn't even know how many problems he had brushed up in those 3 years. Not to mention, the last half a month, the entire resources of the first school were poured into him, giving him special training and special training and special training. He feels that his OU level has improved a lot, except for the students of the 4 most prestigious schools in the province. There's really no one else like him, including Gangnam. So, he promised, even added a line to the bet video. When the time came, he would make sure to have a 360-degree, deathless HD camera to record Gangnam's awkward side. Then, bring it back to River City. Publicize it in the 1st and 3rd grade. You can even break the story to the news media. Isn't Gangnam hot these days? All the major media in Jiangcheng are scrambling to collect Jiang Nan's information and report on it, and he's coming to deliver a snowball's worth. Think, those media outlets will be happy, I guess. Only since then, the persona of Jiang Nan, the school bully and the top student in the grade exam, has become a mental patient. It's exciting to think about. Okay, video is fine. It's not like I'm the one who lost anyway. But for the record, willing to gamble, you can't back out when the time comes. You know there are so many other people out there. Everyone is here. Help be a witness, and then we can take a few more pictures of Lu Fan. Think of it as a little lesson for him, lest he be spoiled at a young age. Not capable of much, but always thinking he's number 1 in the world. Jiangnan spoke in a fatally indifferent manner. That muzzle. It's really a bit old-fashioned. It seems that the second round hasn't even been compared. But then Lu Fan had already lost, as if he had already lost. To this, Lu Fan instantly tensed up. For some reason, a bad feeling welled up in his heart, as if he would really lose, just because Jiang Nan was simply too confident. It wasn't that he hadn't considered that Gangnam would control the score. After all, prior to this, there were rumors that Gangnam intentionally controlled the scores, such as 88 points for all 4 competing preliminary rounds. But this rematch score control is something he can't really think about. And a round of exactly 60 points. Almost. It was that close to being eliminated. I don't think Gangnam is that high, not to mention Gangnam. Even those geniuses among geniuses in the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city. The existence of those who could score a perfect score on the exam. It's also impossible to control points in a rematch and be so accurate and risky when you say you're controlling points. Not to mention, he's all but promised 1, 2, 3 and 4 middle schools, plus Chu Yinglinpu. So many teachers and students are watching. It's not good to back out again, is it? Gangnam. We'll see. Tomorrow, in the second round, I'll definitely win you. And then we'll see who's giving who lessons. Ha, teacher, let's go. A cold grunt. Lu Fan then pulled his teacher away. The word is out. Just watch the battle to the death tomorrow. But, just in case, until then, he couldn't help but use his homework and have his own teacher give him another night of surprise. Mr. Zhou, let's go too. At the same time, Jiang Nan also called away Zhou Lingfeng. Eat up. It's time to go to bed. Certainly not sleeping on a bus. Instead, it's a hotel, and you still have to find it. However, Zhou Lingfeng hastily pulled him back. Wait, let me ask first, do you have the confidence to win the test against Lu Fan in the second round? What? You don't believe me, teacher? It's not that I don't believe. After all, you strength I know, but I'm not afraid that you still have to control the score. But you don't know how many points Lu Fan will test. In case the control of the score is 2 little words. Zhou Lingfeng had a slight hint of worry in his heart. Although he believed Jiangnan 99%, he was not afraid of the unexpected. If in case Jiangnan controlled the score 60 again, then not only would he lose to Lu Fan, he wouldn't even be able to enter the first province. In time, Jiangnan's face must have been swept away. The gold standard of the third form will also be smashed. Even though he was worried that if he reminded him too much, he would upset Jiangnan, he still wanted to remind him one more time. After all, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Since ancient times, there's never a shortage of gutter genius. But Jiangnan, however, had no worries. Teacher, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Even if I won't test too high in the next round, I'll have no problem advancing to the third round, and I'll have even less of a problem winning against Lu Fan. The system task is to score 88 on the second round of the test, 99 on the third round of the test. That means 88 points to advance in the second round is unquestionable. As for whether or not he could win against Lu Fan, is that even a question? For that kind of scum, even a simple question like the first round has only 64 points. How strong can the second round be? Zhou Lingfeng. Okay, he's got nothing to say. There is nothing but helplessness. Just because, listening to Gangnam's tone, 9 times out of 10, he would still be controlling points. All he could do was pray. Okay, just have it in your mind, knowing that you will advance. I had earlier booked a luxury hotel for you, so you can rest well at night. If there's anything at all, feel free to call me. Chapter 156. Did the teacher release the water again? The next day, 8:30 in the morning. The second round is back on. There were nearly 1,000 participants in the first round, but 1/3 of them all folded and were eliminated. And now there are still 500 to 600 left. Don't think that's a lot of 500 or 600 people. You have to know that Binhai is a big province for college entrance exams, and there are 500,000 freshmen in senior high school every year at the bottom of the list. That is to say, 500,000 high school seniors. Only these 500 or 600 killed their way through to the second round of this Olympiad repechage. Not to mention, freshman and sophomore contestants haven't been counted. The brutality of the Olympiad is evident. And those 500 or 600 people aren't the ultimate winners either. If you don't make the top 280 inches the second round and don't get Province 2, even being ranked in Province 3 won't help. Provincial 3 is a consolation prize. It doesn't make much sense to not add points to the high school entrance exam. The only way to add 10 points to the college entrance exam is to get to Province 2, so that the hard work of the past few years has not been in vain. As for the top 80 Province 1, that's basically for Big 4 students. Very few students from other schools make it to Provincial 1, let alone the fact that this year's paper is considerably more difficult. So, for Lu Fan of Jiangqing First Middle School, long before the exams start, he then didn't hold out any hope of saving one. Even there is not much hope of even holding a provincial second. After all, he only scored 64 points in the first round, and although he was not at the bottom of the 500 or 600 candidates, he was not far behind. His only goal is to do his best to take more exams, and he is bound to defeat Jiangnan, even if it's only 1 point more than Gangnam. He's all about winning. For this reason, he didn't have a bad night last night. As for staying up all night and having low energy, that does have a point. But before the exams started, he made a point of watching a bit of the heady super scholars and came back full circle. Now, he was full of energy and warlike, not to say 100%, but at least 70 to 80% certainty of winning Gangnam in this round. However, when the roles are handed out, Lu Fan immediately frowned tightly. These questions, it's a lot harder than the last round again, especially the last 2 questions. I can't believe I've never brushed up on anything like them before. There's just no way to start. Suddenly there was a bad feeling. It welled up in Lu Fan's mind. He's probably going to lose. But, next, he shook his head again in quick succession. No, I can't let the bet get in my head. I just need to give my full attention to the questions. As for the last 2 questions, if you haven't brushed them, you haven't brushed them. Big deal. Round up and don't. It's only 36 points anyway. All I had to do was get the first 8 fill-in-the-blank questions right, and that was 64, the same as the round score. Think, surely we can win against Gangnam. Lu Fan thought secretly in his heart. 64 points. It's not high though, but this is, after all, the second round, which is quite a bit more difficult than the first round. But one round has won Jiangnan. There is no reason why the second round cannot win. Made an effort to adjust his mind. Lu Fan then began to answer the questions. Then, first question. It is known that A, B, and C are opposite sides of the 3 interior angles A, B, and C of ABC, 2, B, Sina, Sin, C, B, Sink, and A, 2, the maximum value of the area of ABC is underscore 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 underscore. This one's a little hard, but Lu Fan had swiped a similar one before, so as long as it took a little time, it would definitely be fine. Sure enough, 20 minutes or so passed. He then made the first question, and then the second question. It took him over half an hour to make it too. After all, although he is not a professional OU student, but in order to win awards and extra points, it can be said that brushing countless problems, really not cover. Although it was not as good as the top students of the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city, he was indeed an academic bully without a doubt. Followed by the third question. It took about 40 minutes, and he attacked as well. Phew, Lu Fan let out a light breath. Moving his neck in his seat to loosen his muscles, he was mildly pleased. Oh, it's the second round of a rematch, but he has overcome 3 consecutive problems. Have to say, there was a bit of a heartbeat. However, when he looked at the fourth question, let X, Y satisfy the constraints. X, Y, 0, X, Y, 1, X, Y, 3, then Z, X, 2Y has the range of values underscore 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 underscore. Lu Fan, it froze instantly, just because. That's a bit of a weird question. It doesn't seem that hard at first glance, but he searched his mind's memory and didn't find any similar questions. This kind of he didn't seem to have done. Mud, it's over. Lu Fan secretly said something bad and immediately panicked in his heart. No, be steady, don't panic. I haven't swiped a similar one, but it's not impossible to do it on my own. Even if I can't do it, it's just this one question, and with 8 points deducted, I still have 56 points. But that kid Jiangnan, he only scored 60 points in the first round too. I don't believe he can still keep it in the second round. As long as he gets one question wrong, or even multiple questions wrong, then the one who wins is still me. Lu Fan secretly pinched the help of his legs, doing his best to calm himself down and continue solving the problem. But 20 minutes later, okay, he gave up. The OU thing is just that. If you lack an OU mindset and just brush up, you'll immediately cool off once you come across a problem you haven't seen before, even if it's really not that hard of a question. But Lu Fan still couldn't do it, and instead had to just skip it to save time for the next question. But next, it was the beginning of his nightmare. The other side. Go back in time to the opening exam. When the roles were handed out, Jiangnan glanced at them and almost subconsciously shook his head. That's it? It's not much better than the first round of roles. Sozy, so did the teacher who wrote the paper let it go again? If you can't pass this kind of topic, then there's no difference between it and the battle scum. Nothing but. The system allows a score control of 88, not even 90. Advancement is expected to be no problem. After all, there are still 3 rounds of score control. But I wonder if I can win against Lu Fan. Guess that should do it. After all, that kid Lu Fan, he only scored 64 points in the first round as well, so he can be called the Battle 5 Dregs of the Battle 5 Dregs. Forget it, whatever. Let's do the questions first. Hopefully I won't be in the gutter. Jiangnan began to do the questions quickly. 10 minutes later, 88 points. That's fine. Jiangnan checked the paper, purposely made a mistake in a multiple choice question, which will be deducted 8 points, and made the first answer question 2/3 wrong, which will be deducted 4 points. Aha! Deduct 12 points. Must score 88 points. Perfect. A smile spread across Jiangnan's face, so he put his pen away, dusted off his sleeves, got up and handed in his papers and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 157, Crazy Death Trial on the Brink of Elimination? Gangnam, you sure turned in early again. Jiangnan had just stepped out of the examination room when Zhou Lingfeng, the teacher of the 3rd middle school, hurriedly and warmly greeted him. He didn't wait for Gangnam yesterday, but today he learned his lesson. Not only did he personally send Jiangnan into the examination room, but he also waited outside all the time and did not leave for a minute or two. Simply because Jiangnan did the questions so quickly, it didn't take 3.5 hours at all, at most 10 minutes to finish. The truth is true. Actually, it's not just him. There were quite a few others waiting outside. That would be the many teachers and students of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, Shuin and Lampu. A middle school teacher is understandably in. After all, Lu Fan was still in sight for the exam, but the rest of the schools were all but wiped out in the first round of the competition, and as a matter of fact should have been back in Jiangcheng last night. That's true. Most of the 4 schools have gone back, but a few remain. A few teachers, for example, as well as Du Jiang from the 2nd middle school, Su Yun from the 4th middle school, Zhuing Xiaji and Meng Chuan from Lanpu, just because, although they were eliminated from the OU, they still had the physics, chemistry and biology competitions afterward. Sure, originally they were supposed to go back first too. After all, the 3 rounds of OU are over, and the rest of the competitions are at least a day apart to give students a buffer. Available at. They all wanted to see with their own eyes who won and who lost the bet between the 2 top schoolboys of Jiangcheng, Lu Fan and Jiangnan. Let's see if there is anyone left in Jiangcheng who can make it to Provincial 1, or even the provincial team, when the OU is so difficult this year. Then, this second round of OU just started a little while ago. They then saw Jiangnan walk out of the examination room. What Suyun said earlier was actually true. Did Jiangnan really do the questions so quickly, so incredibly quickly, that he handed in his paper early after 10 minutes of the exam? I didn't believe it in the past, the kind that breaks your legs, but now I'm actually seeing it with my own eyes? 10 minutes, really only 10 minutes. No wonder Suyun said yesterday that Jiangnan abandoned the exam and handed in a blank paper. If the results hadn't come out showing a passing grade, even a blind man would have thought that way when he saw him so fast. You know this OU only has 10 questions, but each one takes 3.5 hours. On average, a question would take at least 20 minutes, but he did it in 10 minutes? Even if he only scored 60 points like yesterday, that's at least more than 7 multiple choice questions correct. Doesn't he have to read the questions? Don't you have to review the questions? Don't you have to think about the math? You can make and get a question right in a minute or so? Even a golden single for a million years wouldn't be able to do this kind of hand speed, right? Besides, it's useless to have hand speed, but you also need an arithmetic brain comparable to a computer to make it possible. Simply unbelievable. I'd rather believe in maggots and the salt, a dice roll of 7, the national soccer team winning the World Cup, and the sun coming out of the west. Except for Su Yun in the 4th grade, the rest of the people in Jiangcheng had a count of 1. All of them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, shocked to the extreme. First round of OU yesterday. Su Yun then said that Jiangnan had turned in his paper 10 minutes after the exam started. At first they were convinced, but then I saw that Gangnam scored 60. They just don't believe it. What kind of person scores 60 points after 10 minutes of work? Even the teacher who wrote the paper might not be able to do it, let alone Jiangnan, the candidate. But now, what did they see? Gangnam really turned in early. The unbelievers hurriedly took the cell phone to see the time. 8:40, just 10 minutes from the start of the examination. And that doesn't even include Gangnam handing in his papers and walking out. Then it's a shorter time to do the question. If Gangnam hadn't scored 60 yesterday, whoever in the audience saw Jiangnan come out so quickly would have thought that he had abandoned the exam and handed in a blank paper. Right? Just like Su Yun yesterday? Hearing is not enough. Seeing is believing. They had already seen Jiangnan's problem-solving speed, and even if they were more shocked, they had to believe it. Now, it's just a matter of how well Gangnam does. No need for high scores on the Gangnam test. All that was needed was for Jiangnan to continue to score 60 points, or even 50 points, and they would all heartily call him the strongest in the entire service. the other side. Zhou Lingfeng ignored the shock of the crowd, only nervously pulled Jiangnan to one side. You kid, you must have controlled the score again. Quickly and hurriedly with the teacher to hand over a bottom. This time the score control how much? That, teacher, you'd better not ask. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head and said, I purposely checked just now, and in previous years, the score for advancing to Provincial 1 was 89 to 90 points. This year's paper is difficult. It is estimated that it will be a little lower, but certainly not too much lower. After all, the 4 prestigious schools in the provincial capital are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. At most, it will be lowered by just 1 or 2 points. For the truly topmost geniuses, the difficulty of the paper doesn't really affect him too much. 9 times out of 10, if it's easy, it's a perfect score. If it's hard, it's bound to be close to a perfect score. The ups and downs are minimal, not like your average schoolteacher. The paper is easy to score full marks, but once the difficulty of the paper increases to a certain level, it plummets. Where the difference is, it can be in the tens, if not hundreds, of percent. It's just like the previous 304 class test OU simulation. Whether it was Qin Yuma, Bai Yingying, Li Chanxian, or Zhang Hao, Su Yu, all of these usual schoolmasters who could take 134 or 5 exams, but as a result, they all only scored a few dozen points. Sheesh, same with the schoolboy. But there are 3, 6, 9 levels of this schoolboy. The likes of Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying are just the lower 3. Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and Xia Ji's streams were only in the middle third. On top of that there are the upper 3 classes, and above the upper 3rd class. It can no longer be described by the school bully, but the manhwa school god, the supreme school devil. 89? 90? Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly. So it is. No wonder the system released a quest for him to control the score 88. According to Go System Urine, needless to say, this time to promote to the province 1 of the score, in all probability is 88. Your own first round was 60, just enough to advance to the second round, and your second round was 88, just enough to advance to the third round? What is this? Are you stepping over the line on purpose? It's back to the old flavor of the control score pass line. Teacher, don't worry, no matter how much I take, I'll be able to advance to the next round anyway, without losing to Lu Fan that is. Jiang Nan couldn't bear to tell his score, lest Zhou Lingfeng would have to be frightened for another half day. It doesn't matter about Lu Fan. I'm not worried about that kid, but I'm afraid that your control score is too low. Do you have 89? Won't we know when we come out this afternoon? Zhou Lingfeng felt like he was going to be unable to stand. He really wasn't afraid that Jiang Nan couldn't pass Lu Fan's exam, but he was afraid that Jiang Nan's control score would be too low to enter the first province. If we can control the score to 89, then promotion is assured. But listen to Jiang Nan's tone. 9 times out of 10, there's number 89 then. Number 89. It would be the equivalent of a crazy death-defying test on the brink of elimination. Hey, hopefully this year due to the difficulty, as low as the advancement score can go. Otherwise, that's the end of it. Chapter 158, Zhongqing 5 Schoolmasters, all wiped out from now on? Jingle bells. After 3.5 hours of simmering, the second round of exams was over. Only, the vast majority of the candidates who walked out didn't look too good, and under their breath they all seemed to be complaining that the paper was too difficult. Sure, there were also a few who looked as normal. As for the first school, Lu Fan, almost hunched over and out, before the confident and high spirits have long disappeared. There is just gloomy like water. Hard to see as if eating. Sheesh, it was just too much of a blow. Like Zhou Lingfeng before him, the teacher of no. One middle school had been waiting for Lu Fan at the door, and when he saw him come out, he hurriedly greeted him and asked, Lu Fan, hurry up and tell me, how did you do on this exam? That said, that Jiang Nan, just like yesterday, handed in his papers and came out after only 10 minutes again. I saw it with my own eyes. What? He took the test in another 10 minutes? How is this possible? Realize this is the second round. This time, the paper is at least twice as hard as the first round. How can he finish and hand in his paper in 10 minutes? Lu Fan was shocked at his words. Inside, a huge wave turned up even more. He literally turned in his paper in 10 minutes. That can't be faked. And not only did I see it, but all the other people in the 2nd and 4th grade Chuing and Ranpu also saw it. The teacher of the first middle school was very sure, and his face is relaxed. His demeanor is as usual. He seems to have done well in the exam. I've got a strong feeling that he'll still get 60 and 9 out of 10. And you've made it this far, so I'm sure you should be okay. Can you get another 64 points and crush him? Lu Fan, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN%. When he heard this, his face instantly froze. How is that possible? With a paper that difficult, how could Jiang Nan finish and hand in his paper in 10 minutes? Unless he abandoned the kind of test that scored 0 points. But Jiang Nan had a bet with himself in front of him. Even if he did not know one of the questions, it was impossible for him to admit defeat directly. It's really amazing strength. It only takes 10 minutes to get 60? He wanted to disbelieve, but his teacher wouldn't lie to him. And there were Du Jiang, Xia Ji and Meng Chuan in the neighborhood. Look at them. Did Gangnam really turn in his papers in 10 minutes? And can you really take 60? He's losing a bet? Is he really far behind Gangnam? No. He spent 3.5 hours on the exam, but let alone 60 points. It is possible that he will not even get half a, except for 3 fill-in-the-blank questions made at the beginning. The latter ones were harder than one another, and one was more bizarre and tricky than the other. Very different from the questions he usually brushed up on. Sheesh, almost. It's that close. He just crashed right in the exam room. It was fortunate that he had made a bet with Jiangnan and held the belief that he would die without losing, so he had managed to hold on until now. Results available. His own teacher gave him another thunderbolt? Lu Fan, speak up. With your strength, you'll have no problem getting 64 points, right? You know you also scored 64 points in the first round, and you went on a binge last night, so you can't be bad. And you're the face of my first grade. No matter what, we can't lose to Jiangnan. We can't lose to the 3rd middle school, or we'll lose face. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't open his mouth, the teacher of the 1st middle school instantly panicked, fearing that the former would say that he did not do well in the exam, and that would be the end of it. Not only is Lu Fan's bet to lose, along with the Jiangyi middle school is also a disgrace, will become the laughingstock of Zhengcheng cannot, even, he, the teacher, is to blame. After all, he didn't stop it before. At the same time, several teachers from the 2nd and 4th middle schools, Shuing and Lanpu, also stared closely at Lu Fan, wanting to learn the answer. There was also Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, all of whom opened their mouths and stared at Lu Fan with burning eyes. They waited so long outside the exam room. The reason he didn't leave with Zhang Nan and Zhou Lingfeng was to pry first-hand news from Lu Fan's mouth. Several of them have lost it all yesterday. He could no longer hold his head up in front of Gangnam. Now all that's left is Lu Fan. Though, they don't have a good relationship with Lu Fan either. They are not from the same school and have been in hostile competition in the past. But how to say that they are also the same name, with the East Evil, West Poison, South Emperor, North Beggar in the avatar to describe it more than appropriate. It's a rivalry though, but there is also an element of mutual admiration involved. They compete as they compete. From the heart, neither wanted the other to be defeated by the sudden rise of the 6th. Not to mention, previously, they had spoken harshly together towards Jiangnan again and again, and in this regard, the 5 were on the same front. Now that they had been defeated, it was up to Lu Fan, who was a middle avatar, to earn back some face for them. If even Lu Fan can't, then they probably had no other way to go except to admit that they were inferior to Jiangnan and bow their heads towards the latter to admit their mistakes. Lu Fan, faced with his teacher's burning gaze, and the expectant eyes of those around him, he really couldn't say anything, just because. He was apprehensive. He really didn't have a clue. Unless Jiangnan was just like himself and also did poorly on the exam, his hope of winning was really slim. Teacher, don't ask. The grades come out this afternoon, so we'll know then. In the end, Lu Fan didn't say his predicted score either, but instead said the same thing as Jiangnan before. But the difference is, earlier, when Jiangnan had said this to Zhou Lingfeng, it had been with a calm face, and his eyes were flashing with boundless confidence. But now Lu Fan, after saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd, while looking flustered and running away with hurried steps. That look of weakness, can't hide it at all, okay? That's true. Lu Fan test is very bad, surrounded by so many people. His heart is very panicky. Just want to hurry to leave to find a quiet corner to hide. First hold out until the afternoon when the results say. Hopefully, you can win it yourself. First school teacher. Teachers in the 2nd grade. 4th grade teachers. Mr. Shuin. Mr. Rampart. Looking at Lu Fan's back as he left, several teachers' faces froze at the same time, and in their hearts, they even said something bad. As for Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, they shook their heads and directly couldn't help but murmur. By the looks of it, Lu Fan is not going to be able to get yesterday's score. 64 points is simply not possible, or he would have opened his mouth a long time ago, instead of hiding it as he is doing now. Not to mention 64 points, not even 60, or he wouldn't be so distraught and panicked. According to my understanding of Lu Fan, he is expected to do very poorly on the exam this time. It would be good to have 40 or 50 points, but Jiangnan's previous performance was the same as yesterday. 10 minutes to hand in the paper, but his face was calm and his words were confident, so I guess the test wasn't bad. 9 times out of 10, you'll get 60 points? If that's true, then Lu Fan will lose. All of us guys lost too. Our 5 schoolmasters in Jiangcheng have all been wiped out since then? Wait and see this afternoon. Chapter 159, he became the most beautiful boy in the whole place again. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the crowd had finished lunch, the second round of OU results then came out. Since there was a third round of the competition in the evening, the marking of the papers was fast, and the announcement of the results was even faster. It was still the same conference hall from last night, where the participants from the various cities and towns of Marina had regrouped. But, compared to last night, it was much less crowded and slightly empty today. Most of the people in the room were actually from the provincial city, and almost all of the other cities and towns were a smattering of 3 or 2, just because most of these city contestants were eliminated in the first round, with only that many 2 left, just like Jiangcheng. But what was different about Jiangcheng was that even though 90% of them had been eliminated, there were still quite a few who hadn't left. The moment all gathered in the conference hall, whether it was Du Jiang of the 2nd middle school, Su Yun of the 4th middle school, Shuang Xiaji, or Lan Pu Mengchuan, they all craned their necks and stared at the large multimedia screen on the blackboard in front of them. They all wanted to be the first to see Jiang Nan's results, as well as Lu Fan's results, to see who won and who lost. This includes their respective teachers as well. In the meantime, it's pretty much the same with the 1st grade teachers and the 3rd grade Zhou Lingfeng. Sure, slightly different. The former wanted to see just how many points his own Lu Fan could score, and whether he could beat Jiang Nan and overwhelm the 3rd middle school, and Zhou Lingfeng. On the other hand, he didn't put Lu Fan in his heart at all. Jiang Nan is controlling the score, and not even 89 points, but certainly not too low, should be above 80. But what about Lu Fan? Good strength though, but it was just a king among ordinary people, and in this provincial city, it was really not enough to look at. Even the first round scored only 64 points, and this second round is said to be even more difficult, so the score will definitely only be lower but not higher. So, he didn't care about Lu Fan and Jiang Nan's bet right now, and the only one who cares. It's all about seeing if Gangnam can make it to Provincial 1. I wish the score to get into Provincial 1 this year would be a little less, then Jiang Nan would have gotten into the provincial team 100%, Zhou Lingfeng said to himself. But, as a party, Jiang Nan, however, was now holding his cell phone and outputting to his heart's content, not caring about Zhou Lingfeng at all, nor did he care about the results. Anyway, look or don't look, the grades won't change. If he hadn't agreed to a bet with Lu Fan and could teach him a lesson in public later, he wouldn't have even bothered to come. The other side, as the other party to the bet, Lu Fan was not as calm and leisurely as Jiang Nan. See only, it's nervously sitting on the stool, legs even more cannot stop trembling, even if dead clenched fists, nails into the flesh and bleeding, but also cannot stop the inner panic. The closer you get to the moment when the results come out, the more he panicked, just because he's afraid he'll actually lose, and the fact that he did lose, and the losing kind. See only, the blackboard screen lit up, and as far as the eye can see, okay, no perfect scores this time, not one, but there are a lot of 96, 78, and even more over 90, 50 or 60. Sheesh, it is true that for the truly gifted, the super academic, the difficulty of the paper does not have a great effect on them. Easier to get a perfect score. The harder part is 96-78, worthy of being trained by the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city. This strength kills ordinary schoolboys by an unknown amount. But, the moment the results come in, none of these 90 or more geniuses were the brightest, the most eye-catching, or the most intriguing, just because, underneath them, there's a score marked in red. Jiangcheng 3rd middle school, Jiang Nan 88 points? Wow, wow, wow. Seeing this scene, the entire audience was instantly in an uproar. Jiangcheng 3rd middle school? How come it's Jiangcheng 3rd middle school again? And also the same Gangnam? Remember in the first round he was 60 with 3 question marks. How come he's now 88 with 3 question marks again? Can someone tell me what the hell is this with the question mark? Is it uncertainty, or otherwise? And, in the first round of the competition, he was the only one with 60 points who happened to be able to advance. And now in the second round, he's the only one with 88 points who was also able to advance. Was it an accident, or just happenstance? Is he really that lucky? Stepping on the promotion line every time? Can't figure it out. I just don't get it. There was a murmur in the hall. Originally, the first and second in the competition were the ones that deserved the most attention, or the top 10. But now the crowd's attention had shifted to Jiang Nan, the 80th place finisher. The 80th place, although it was the last place in the promotion, but after all, it was promoted and should be noticed. But that's not the point. The point is, why Gangnam again? And 3 question marks after the score? Even if it's specialization, it's not supposed to be like this, is it? The crowd was curious as to which figure this Jiang Nan from Jiangcheng was and what he looked like. And just then, there was a marking teacher, over 60 years old, who suddenly walked into the hall with a paper in his hand in a huff. Gangnam? Who's Jungnan from Juncheng 3rd Middle School? The visitor had a pair of tiger eyes that swept across the entire hall, eventually landing in the direction where Jung Cheng's group of people were sitting. If present, raise your hand, please. I'd like to see what kind of demon you are. In the first round of the competition, there were a total of 30 people who got the last big question right, and 29 of them scored full marks. But you were the only one who scored only 60. What is the reason for that? Murphy's conundrum. You will do. Instead of simple you won't do it? Of course. This first time could still be considered an accident. And I'm giving you 3 question marks just to give you some warning. But what about the results? Nice one. This second round is clearly harder. Especially the last finale question, which took me a lot of work to figure out. Not even one of those 29 perfect scores got it all right. But you're the only one who got a perfect score again? You said you even got perfect scores on such difficult questions. But why did you get the easy ones in front of you wrong again? Is this an accident? Are you the one who was careless? Or did you just do it on purpose? So you just looked down on the paper I put out and thought it was too easy. So you purposely did it wrong to punch me in the face? Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with further astonishment. For a while, one of the people present counted as one. All of them followed the gaze of the visitor to Jiang Cheng's group of people. Eventually, all of them converged on Jiang Nan. Don't ask how they know Gangnam. Just because. Facing so many stern gazes, Jiang Cheng's group of people instantly felt pressurized and almost subconsciously pointed their fingers at Jiang Nan. At once, Gangnam is then highlighted. Crane. It became the most beautiful cub in the room. Gangnam, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. His game output was at its most critical moment, about to take out the big boss, but he was being stared at by the crowd with fire. Results. He got straight up killed? Sub-O. Chapter 160. A roles cancelled in favor of S roles. Dugan. 2. Su Yun. 4th form. Chu Yingsha Pol. Ranpu Mengchuan. These people who had previously placed a war cry towards Jiangnan and disliked him had been completely speechless. No one had a perfect score in this second round. Even the geniuses cultivated by the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city, the highest was just tied for 98 points. Obviously, got deducted 2 points on the last finale question. But what about Gangnam? I can't believe you got the finale right again? Why do you say again? That's because Gangnam got it right in the first round too. It is no wonder that their marks are followed by 3 extra question marks. Not because the marks are inaccurate, but because the markers are puzzled. You can do the hard ones, but you can't do the easy ones. Even if you were any other person you would be puzzled, right? It would be fine if it was just once. It's safe to say you made the finale question by mistake. What about this second time? And happened to make it again? An accident? Bull ***** accident. It's not like it's a regular exam. This is the Olympiad. And it's a rematch. You can't even read it without real strength. Just like Du Jiang, Su Yun and those guys, let alone attack it. Sheesh. Jiangnan's strength was thus evident, almost subconsciously. Whether it was Su Yun, Du Jiang or Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, they were all completely convinced of Jiangnan. Jiangnan's strength had taken all their pride and completely trampled it underfoot and rubbed it viciously. What can I do if I don't? At the same time, in one, Lu Fan's mindset was again diametrically opposed. Only his eyes were dull and out of trance. Looking at the bright 88 points on the list, he almost fainted. How is that possible? How could Gangnam get 88 points? The competition questions are more difficult than one round, so it stands to reason that the scores would only go down in the second round. Just like those who scored perfect scores on the test before have now more or less lost a few points. And Jiangnan is the only one who is climbing up. From 60 points, it went up to 88 points. This is just a hard slap in his face. No, he only scored at 28. He scored 64 in the first round. But this second round was so difficult that he was pushing it when he scored 28. But Gangnam scored 88 points. Murphy, it's true what the door markers say. Did Gangnam do it on purpose? In his own eyes, it was a difficult topic. But in Jiangnan's eyes, it was sozy? So much so that it's intentionally done wrong? This is not teasing the teacher who puts out the paper, but clearly teasing and slapping yourself in the face. It's a ing crying shame. Woohoo! The other side. When Zhou Lingfeng, the teacher of the 3rd middle school, saw that Jiangnan had advanced to the 3rd round, he didn't even have time to be happy before he heard the words of the marking teacher that were full of indignation. And he was taken aback. Jiangnan, look at you. I told you long ago not to play too much, but as a result, you still want to control points again and again. I can tell you that this person at the door is the head of the marking team for this Olympiad rematch paper out, called Fong Woping. He is also a senior professor at Binhai University, a math master, and the most serious and stereotypical, meticulous, and very much hate the kind of students who do not respect the exam, perfunctory teasing him. Even if you're the genius of geniuses, he'll get mad if you don't have enough attitude, and when he gets angry, it's not going to be easy for us, Zhou Lingfeng whispered towards Jiangnan. Indeed, no matter which teacher, all like good students who study hard, ask for help, take tests seriously and have a good attitude, even if you are not smart enough to be counted as the top genius, but only if you have a good attitude towards learning and work hard enough to be conscientious and diligent, you will be liked and cared for by all teachers, and such a student, future accomplishments tend not to be too low. On the contrary, there are some people who are very smart and have 1 in a million talents, but can be too arrogant and conceited for people and look down on them. Such a person is very unappealing. So what if you get good grades? Good grades in high school, then in college? Can't be a human being. What tutor would want you in the future? Eventually, if you don't wake up with a bang and change your ways, you're wasting your talent and obliterating it. That's Jiangnan from Zhangcheng? At this moment, Jiangnan was highlighted by the crowd like a crane, and when Fang Guoping saw it, he immediately asked out loud, I am. Jiangnan put away his cell phone and nodded in a cold voice. There's nothing to hide. It's just a shame about his big boss. It was so close. Just so close. He won. Results. All the work is lost when this old man yells at you? Sheesh. It's impossible to say that he doesn't have some resentment inside. Ha, so it's you. Fang Guoping looked like he was also disgruntled and stared at Jiangnan seriously. Tell the truth. Did you do it on purpose? You look down on the papers I put out and think the questions are too easy, so you purposely get the easy ones wrong? A 60 on the first round and an 88 on the second round. And they also both happen to be last in the promotion. Humph. Are you happy in your heart right now? Gloating. Feeling like you're controlling the score very well? As Zhou Lingfeng said, Fang Guoping is a very stereotypical and serious person. It's long and also national face, giving people the impression of being very ancient, but possessing a pair of gleaming tiger eyes. Sheesh. It's just as well that it doesn't open its mouth. This opening really brings a self-imposed majesty. If it is an ordinary student, really cannot withstand his eyes. But how could Jiang Nan be afraid of him? Teacher, you may have misunderstood me. I don't mean to look down on you. After all, I don't even know you, and there's no joy or complacency in that. But you're right about one thing. These questions are indeed too simple to be difficult. Aren't you intentionally letting the cat out of the bag? Jiang Nan replied indifferently. Hiss, hiss. This statement was made. Many of the candidates in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. Nima, do people talk? Are these topics too easy? Where is easy? You know that Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, Su Yun, these schoolmasters, can be seconded in the first round. The lowest, such as Su Yun, only scored 8 points. Even if a top student in a city like Lufan was lucky enough to pass the first round, he only scored 28 points in the second round. Don't say save 1, not even province 2. At best, it's a provincial 3 consolation prize. In addition to the students from the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city, the top schoolboys from other cities and towns were similar to Lufan, all scoring 2, 3, 4 or 10 points, and padding the provincial 3 consolations. Arguably, Marina 15 city, except for the provincial and river cities, the rest of the city was a total loss. This is definitely the first time in the history of the Marina Olympiad, the kind that can make people despair about the Olympiad. But Gangnam said it was simple? Nima, it's really too pretentious. How come people like that don't get killed by meteors falling from the sky? At the same time, Fang Guoping's face also changed. Nice guy. On the surface, he said he didn't look down on me, but in reality, this is clearly a naked mockery. I think he has been teaching at Binhai University for decades and has brought out countless students, many of whom are geniuses of geniuses, the kind that have already made great achievements in the field of mathematics. But those students are all low profile and humble, very respectful of themselves, which has the same nostrils as Jiangnan, flaunting arrogance, open mouth wild to no bounds. Yeah. I dare you to say that you have easy questions and no difficulty, and that he's purposely putting out water. That's a slap in the face, isn't it? Really, if you can tolerate it, you can't. Well, what a Gangnam. Fang Guoping laughed in exasperation. I really didn't expect that this year's Jiangcheng actually produced such a weirdo as you. Not only do you intentionally control your score, but you also think that the questions I gave are too easy. In that case, just wait. Having said that, Fang Guoping then turned around and left. But its indignant words, however, continued to come. Little Zheng, you've heard it too. We, the question-asking team, actually had a day when we were underestimated. Earlier I was worried that the questions were too difficult and had dampened their confidence, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Can't say. The third round of the night is going to be more difficult. In that case, Go ahead and give notice to cancel the photocopy roles in favor of the S roles for the finale. Chapter 161 I, Lu Fan, am the Deja Ultraman. Important exams in general. Both are divided into A-B roles. It's all perfectly normal to use B roles if A roles are out of order. But I've never heard of S roles. Fong Guoping had not gone far when he said this, and all the people in the conference hall heard it, but they were very puzzled. But in the next second, they were stunned. Just here, hiss. A breath of cool air sounded instantly, from the same Xiaozhang that Fong Guoping was talking about. Then, Mr. Fong, it's not good to switch to the S paper. That paper is too difficult. It's already far beyond the level of the rematch. Even the papers for the first and second rounds of the finals are not as difficult as this S paper, and the only time it will be used is in the third round of the finals. Would it be too harsh to give it to them directly now? Not to mention, have many teachers said before that this paper you produced is too tricky and weird to be activated? Xiao Zhang hurriedly persuaded Fong Guoping. No way. It's just that this S role is so hard. Could it be that this assistant of his, who was also a strong person who had once broken into the OU National one, couldn't even get a perfect score? Not to mention him. Even the teacher of the question team shook his head when he looked at it. So when Fong Guoping came out and wanted to use it as the third round paper, it was opposed by everyone, though a notice was given from above. This year's Olympiad must be made more difficult and definitely not watered down in order to select the really outstanding seedlings. But, even if it makes it more difficult, it can't be the same as Fong Guoping, who made a whole paper that even the senior professors of the paper writing team couldn't do. It was supposed to be a difficult topic. There have been many students who have crashed the test. If it's going to be considerably more difficult, these candidates are not to say that the whole army is destroyed. At least 99% of the candidates' mentality is going to break down. But, we're being underestimated. What do we care? If I can't up the kid from Jiangqing this time, where will I put my old face in the future? Listen to me. Just go and arrange it. File the A papers and make 80 copies of the S papers for the evening exam. A cold grunt. Not only is it dull, but it's full of resentment. This shows how angry Fong was, and he didn't deliberately whisper to hide it, as if he intended for someone in the conference hall to hear it, which was tantamount to a letter of war. To this, Zhou Lingfang, the teacher of the third middle school, subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and his face became incomparably ugly for a moment. Jiangnan, you've gone too far this time. Just now, old Fong said that the difficulty of this third round of papers will be greatly enhanced, and I'm afraid it's going to be hellish. Now, not only have you offended old Fong, but you will offend all the candidates present. It's over, Zhou Lingfang said worriedly. Teacher, it's fine, even if the paper is difficult. I'll definitely have no problem advancing in 3 rounds. Don't worry. Jiang Nan was indifferent. The roles are hard? Oh, and he couldn't wait for it to get harder. That would be fun to do, wouldn't it? These current roles were uncharacteristically simple, and he wouldn't have wanted to put pen to paper if he didn't have to complete the system's tasks. As for offending Fong Guoping and the surrounding candidates, he cares even less. Points control is his freedom. Exam how much he wants to take the test. How much he wants to take the test. How can Fong Guoping have a reason to question him, causing him to lose the game? And these individual candidates in the neighborhood. The paper is difficult and not good enough. That is their own level is not enough. None of his business? But, he does. But the neighborhood thinks otherwise. Only the faces of those present didn't look too good. Except for the very few top genius schoolboys from the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city who were still confident. The gazes of the other candidates towards Jiang Nan were all very unfavorable, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Nima, that's just pitiful. It's over. The paper was already difficult, but the third round in the evening will be even more difficult, and even the teacher of the question team can't get full marks. So what can we do? I was hoping to punch the provincial team in the third round, but now I guess it's slim pickings. Hopefully it won't be a bad test. How else can I see people? Blame it only on that Jiangnan from Jiangqing Third Middle School. Why do you think he mouthed offended Elder Fong? Isn't it just that you did all the finale questions? Make it sound like you really think you're something. Asshole turtle. Grass. Many candidates cursed out in secret. If not for the concern that the hall is too many people, but in some black light alley, it is estimated that the head of Jiang Nan's dog will be directly hit. It's really too add up. A fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. That's what it says. This way. Zhou Lingfang, the teacher of the third middle school, felt the threat at the first time and hurriedly pulled Jiang Nan to leave. Nima, if you go slow. He was really worried that Jiang Nan was being blackmailed. After all, so many haters out there. Not only the dozens of candidates who had advanced to the third round, but also the teachers of these candidates, were all eyeing them intently. However, Jiang Nan, refused. Don't worry teacher, there's a good show yet to come. With those words, Jiang Nan turned his gaze to Lu Fan, who was looking lost, and laughed. That who? Lu Fan is it? You shouldn't have forgotten the bet between us, right? Lu Fan. He only scored 28 points in the second round and was in the midst of losing his mind. But now that he heard Jiang Nan's words, he was even more miserable. It's true that what you fear comes to you. Originally he had forgotten about it. As a result, Gangnam brought it up again in public. What can he do then? Are you denying it? As the former #1 school bully in Jiangchang, although he was unwilling to give in, he also had dignity and pride, right? He really couldn't do such a thing as die without admitting it. Not to mention, there are so many people from Jiangchang watching from the surrounding area. Whether it was the teachers of the 2nd and 4th middle school, Chuing Lan Pu, or Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, students who were on par with themselves, could all know about this bet. He couldn't deny it if he wanted to. Even his teacher couldn't defend him. What? You're not really going to back out, are you? The deal was that whoever lost would yell out in public 3 times that he was a Deja Ultraman, and everyone would be able to testify. If you're going to backtrack, guess. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't say anything, Jiang Nan continued to speak again, and with a somewhat unkind gaze. He had decided long ago that he would use this bet to teach Lu Fan a lesson and make him remember. At the same time, it was also a way to establish authority to the other people in Jiangchang, so that these people would not have nothing to do and find themselves in trouble again and again. Lu Fan's face stiffened, not knowing what to say. Estoppel is not reversible. Otherwise, he lost not only the OU competition, but also his personality and dignity, and his image and persona were ruined from then on. So, Gangnam, who said I was going to back out? A gentleman's word is his bond, and I remember all the bets I made last night, so you needn't provoke me. Isn't it just shouting 3 times in public that you're the Deja Ultraman? Shout it out. Who's afraid? Lu Fan clenched his teeth fiercely and gave up, nor did he hesitate much less delayed to wait for those present to disperse and leave. Only seeing him take a deep breath, he directly opened his mouth and shouted, I, Lu Fan, am Deja Ultraman. Chapter 162, but if I had eaten 2 more peanuts, I wouldn't be so drunk. First school teacher, teachers in the 2nd grade, 4th grade teachers, Mr. Shuin, Mr. Rampart. The crowd was all taken aback. They all knew that Lu Fan had lost a bet with Jiang Nan, but they didn't think that Lu Fan would actually be willing to lose a bet. To know, Lu Fan roared this up to the sky. It's going to be a real shame. There was also Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan and Su Yun, who were staring at this scene with wide eyes, incredulous. Sheesh, the former #1 school bully in Jiangchang, an undefeated boulder that had pressed down on the 4 of them for 3 years without moving away. You're actually admitting defeat in public today? And even acted like such a buffoon? It's really hard to imagine. Although they also obeyed Jiang Nan from the bottom of their hearts, but making them make a fool of themselves like this was something they were never willing to do. And the next second, Su Yun didn't know what came to mind, hurriedly fished out a cell phone from his pocket, tapped on the video function, and took a wild shot at Lu Fan. Hey! Before, Lu Fan had said it. Whoever loses yells out 3 times that they are Deja Ultraman and allows others to videotape and photograph them. Although he had originally pinned his hopes on Lu Fan winning and defeating the dark horse of Jiangnan while fighting for himself. But, you can't miss Lu Fan making a fool of himself now, can you? After all, someone else's pain is their pleasure, no matter whether Jiangnan or Lu Fan. It is a rival. No, said that the rival as he climbed high. In any case, it is a big mountain on his head is, no matter which mountain falls, he is happy. And with the same mentality as him, there were Du Jiang, Xia Ji and Meng Chuan. The 3 of them similarly touched out their cell phones. Lu Fan, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. The face froze instantly. These guys, who would actually see the wood for the trees and drop stones, are really inappropriate. All assholes. At the same time, the hundreds of candidates in the surrounding area who hadn't left yet all looked over this way when they heard Lu Fan's yell. At once, Lu Fan was under a lot of pressure in his heart. The cold sweat on his forehead was dripping. Mud. ********* ing dying. Lu Fan couldn't wait to immediately gouge out a 2-room apartment on the ground and then burrow into it and never come out for the rest of his life. Just a shame. Jiangnan didn't give him a chance. What are you doing frozen? I said 3, and this is only 1. The cameras are ready. The audience is in place. And now it's up to you to perform. So hurry up. Lu Fan, nervous, resigned, but unable to do anything about it. Being stared at by Jiangnan, he could only continue to shout, I, Lu Fan, am the Deja Ultraman. I, Lu Fan, am the Deja Ultraman. Lu Fan tilted his head, not daring to look at the people around him, while summoning up courage and gritting his teeth to yell twice. Then, he pushed his way through the crowd and pulled himself out of the hall. He has decided. immediately return to the hotel to pack, then rent a car or not, take the bus train high-speed rail, anyway, which is fast, which, leaving the province back to Zhangcheng, never come to Marina University again, no, not even coming to the province, don't even go to school. 1. Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Mengchuan and Su Yun, the grandchildren, had videotaped their most embarrassing side. Don't look at the fact that several of them were previously in the same camp in order to deal with Jiang Nan, but they were actually opponents of each other. With his knowledge of these people, he could be sure that these individuals did not serve Jiang Nan, but they likewise did not serve themselves. Needless to say, he admits in public that he is Ultraman in one scene. It was estimated that it would soon be circulated in the second middle school, the fourth middle school, Chuing and Lanpu, all the way to the first middle school and all over Jiangcheng. He used to be a legend in the first high school, the pride of his teachers and classmates, but he would soon become a laughingstock. So, school is out of the question. He was going to go straight home and have his school stuff brought back, and he was staying home until his senior year. As for the physics, chemistry, and biology competitions in the back, originally, he advanced to the rematch for all of them as well, but now, okay, not even going to participate, just give up. There's not much point in attending anyway. He spends the most time on OU, and the other 3 competitions are easier, but he spends less time on them. There's not much hope of going to Provincial 1. The second of the province had 10 points as well, but he really didn't want to run into Jiangnan again, didn't want to be laughed at, might as well go all out to prepare for the entrance exams. With his grades, it's not a problem to make a run at Qingbei. The other side, in Lu Fan's front foot just left, the entire conference hall immediately erupted in clamor and laughter. Ha 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 ha, this man is interesting, just too interesting. What did he say? He actually said he's the Deja Ultraman. Ha ha ha, so there really is an Ultraman in this world. It's really I don't know how, but why did this nice person suddenly go crazy? But anyone who ate a few more peanuts beforehand wouldn't be this drunk. Talking nonsense here as much as you can. It's hilarious that in this day and age, there are still people who like Ultraman. It's hilarious and stupid. You can't say that. Ultraman might actually exist? As long as there's light, there's Deja. Maybe this one called Lu Fan can really turn into light. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. Many of the candidates who did not do well and did not advance to the third round were still in a low mood, but they were instantly amused. Those candidates who had wanted to curse because of Jiang Nan's reason for making the 3 rounds of papers more difficult, so that they had no hope of getting into the provincial team, were instantly relieved. In a nutshell, Lu Fan of Zhangcheng First Middle School is on fire, even hotter than Gangnam. After all, they had been holding back their emotions for too long and desperately needed to find a gap to vent their emotions, and Lu Fan happened to be that gap. What a time and place. Soon, the crowd also left. The results are in and the promotion list is finalized. Next it was time to eat and leave, and as for rewards and whatnot, it was to go afterward. Let's go Gangnam, I'll take you to dinner, then you get some rest for the evening exam. Zhou Lingfeng pulled Jiangnan and left as well. As for the other people from Jiangcheng, they went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Someone's buying dinner. Jiangnan naturally would not be polite, not to say let Zhou Lingfeng bleed, but like to eat the same did not fall. Anyway, his stomach is a bottomless pit. One person can eat 3 or 5 servings, but Zhou Lingfeng does not care about this. Anyway, the final bill can be reimbursed by the school, and it is not spending his money. The only thing he cared about was whether Jiangnan offending the marking teacher, Fang Guoping, would bring Jiangnan disadvantage. To know, Fang Guoping's weight in Binhai is not weak. Not only is the professor of Binhai University, but also a senior master of mathematics. Every year I do not know how many talented students, even if he, have to respectfully call people a senior. As the head of the math team at the third, Zhou Lingfeng could have been advising Jiang Nan to specialize in math alone, but it hasn't started yet. It offends the great ones in math. This will more or less have an impact. Hopefully, Fang Guoping doesn't hold grudges too well. The meal, Zhou Lingfeng ate with a rather heavy heart, but Jiang Nan was happy to eat for 2 hours, and then went back to the hotel to rest for a while afterward, until 7 o'clock in the evening. The third round of the Olympiad begins. Chapter 163, 10 minutes. You're turning in again? The roles were handed out. There are 4 invigilators, just because. This third round, unlike rounds 1 and 2, was not held in a regular classroom, but in a large multimedia room. After all, the number of candidates was not as large as in the first and second rounds, only 80, and there was no need to separate the exams. What a coincidence. One of the invigilators in his early 40s was actually the one who had invigilated the Jiangnan Examination Center in the first round. He was impressed with Gangnam. After all, with Jiangnan's deathly handsome face, no matter where he placed it, it was like a light bulb that stood out. Anyway, no matter male or female, Once they saw Jiang Nan's face, it would be almost impossible to forget it again, unless he was face blind. Not to mention, first round of exams. Gangnam turned in his paper early in 10 minutes. That's speed, but the whole examination room first, directly by the invigilator teacher classified as incorrigible students. Naturally, he remembers it well, but that's exactly why. As soon as he walked into the examination room, he frowned when the test papers were handed out to Jiangnan. It's you? I thought I'd be eliminated in the first round. I really didn't expect that you'd actually advance to the third round. But, now that we're in the third round, let's do our best. But don't turn in your paper before you've done 10 minutes like you did in the first round. That's too much attitude. That invigilator was kind enough to hand out the papers to Jiangnan while not forgetting to remind and instruct him twice. But, although Jiangnan nodded, he didn't care. Refueling? Does he still need gas? Plus, there's no rule that says you can't hand in your paper early. Isn't it normal to hand in your paper when you're done? Where did he lose his attitude? Jiangnan skimmed his mouth and directly took a pen and wrote quickly. 1. If the domain of y equals log 2016, x squared minus a times plus 65, is R plus, then the range of a is. Solution, by the domain of values j is an element of R plus, x squared minus a times plus 65 is greater than 1. So x squared minus a times plus 6, 4 is greater than 0. So increment a4, 6, 4 is less than 0. So a is greater than minus 16 and less than 16. Answer, dash 16. 16. 2. Let x be an acute angle. Then the maximum value of the function y equals sinks in 2x is. Solution, from y equals 2 sin caret 2 xcos. Got y caret 2 equals 4 sin caret 4x cos caret 2x equals 2, 1 cosine caret 2x, 1 cosine caret 2x, asterisk 2 cosine caret 2x. So y is less than or equal to 4 square root 3 ninths. And the equal sign is taken if and only if cos caret 2x equals 1/3. Answer, for square root 3/9. 3. The number of common terms that have the same value, in the isomorphic series 2. 5, 8, 2015, 4, 9, 14, 2014 is __. Answer, 134. 4, 5. Gangnam, what? Doing all these crap questions? He was in a daze. Didn't whoever it was before say to make it harder? Add where? Why didn't he see it? He was all ready and excited at the thought of being able to come up with a few questions that would be hard for him. Results available. It's true that with great hope comes great disappointment. Just this kind of question. Are you sure it's not just the paper writer letting the cat out of the bag again? Or did you get the wrong role? Less than 3 minutes. He then did all the fill-in-the-blank questions in one sitting. Then comes the first answer question. Harm. Still sozy. He didn't even bother to write. But the system has a score control task. He had to swish 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 to finish the question. Then look to the last question. This question, rather faintly interesting, but it took Gangnam just 3 minutes to do it. Considering that the system gave a score control task of 99 points for this round, it was only 1 point away from a perfect score. So, hey, this score control is kinda hard to do. The title is too simple. Gangnam gave it all in one breath, already getting 100 points. However, the system favors him to take 99. What should he do? You know that the first 8 fill-in-the-blank questions are impossible to fill in wrong on purpose. After all, that can be all 8 points, and only the answer, not the process. There is no place to deduct. And the last answer question, which also loops around and pushes smoothly from the beginning to the end, is not good for filling in mistakes. One mistake in the process and the question could be ruined. It's okay to fill in the answer incorrectly, but according to the scoring criteria, one answer alone is also 2 points. So naturally, you can't fill in the wrong answer. Actually, any small step scored is a 2-point start. This is why no one scored 0 in the first round before, and almost no one scored single digit in the second round either. Jiangnan pondered for about half a minute. Eventually, his eyes suddenly lit up. There it is. The steps are divided into 2 starting points, so you can't write the wrong step, but you can still deduct points in a step. The only other step in this paper that can be deducted from the score is probably the first answer to the first question. Just because there exists an angle here, and angles have units, either an O in the upper right corner or the Chinese character 4 degree. The correct answer is definitely written, but Gangnam deliberately erased the unit, a 2-point step. With the assurance that the results are correct, he didn't write in the unit, so I guess it's only reasonable to be docked a point, isn't it? I really am a genius. Jiangnan silently gave himself a nod. Then he got up and turned in his paper. Just in time, the invigilator who had just patrolled the circle just returned to the podium, only to be greeted with Jiangnan's roll. At once, its brow then furrowed. What? It's only been 10 minutes and you're turning in your paper again? Did you not hear what I said before? Good luck on the test and even better attitude. Although you have proved your strength by making it to the third round and have gotten Provincial 1, Don't you want to go even further and make it to the top 30 in 3 rounds and enter the provincial team? You have to realize that while provincial 1 is good, it's only good, and the only way to get to the finals is to make the provincial team. Until then, it's the real big stage to compete with the real talent from all over the country, and then you end up turning in your paper again after only 10 minutes. Really, I can see that. This invigilator loves to educate people. It's just a shame. Didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Teacher, I seem to have eaten something bad this afternoon. I don't feel too well. I need to go to the bathroom. So, bye. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Nan ran away at a fast pace. He knew the other man meant well, but the problem is, this kind of person is very stubborn, and if you explain to him or her that you are done, 9 times out of 10, the other person will not believe you. On the contrary, there's no telling what will be pulled out of it. So, he could only find a random excuse to flash. Invigilator, hearing what Jiang Nan said, he instantly froze. It's a reason he can't really argue with. Jiang Nan had eaten badly and needed to go to the toilet, so he couldn't stop him and let people in their pants pockets. Could he? But the problem is, why does that sound so familiar? It seems that, during the first round of competition, is that the same reason given by Gangnam? Not even a few changes to the words? What? Did you eat something bad every day? Lying to hell. 9 times out of 10, it's the cigarettes again. You're so young nowadays, really don't learn. SP, thanks for all the great gifts. Walk by and give more good chapter reviews, haha. I'll be here to copy my homework when I wake up from my nap. Teeth bared. Chapter 164, the 8 Marina University gods are all stumped? In the meantime, as Gangnam handed in his papers and walked away, I could just see the heads of people going up and down in the examination room. Almost one counts as one, all staring straight at Jiangnan's back, all feeling incomparable surprise. Is he? Jiangnan from Jiangqing 3rd Middle School? Didn't you get an 88 in the last round? Didn't the markers say he was deliberately controlling his marks? He got the finale questions right in the first 2 rounds. His strength shouldn't be considered weak. Why did he hand in his paper so quickly? Could it be that this paper is too difficult for him to give up the exam? Sure enough, being from a small town just doesn't work, even if there is some strength. It's just like that, just knowing how to clamor for attention. It's just a pain for us. This competition paper was already difficult, but now it's been made more difficult. That kid in Jiangnan is patting himself on the back. I guess he doesn't intend to get into the provincial team, as long as provincial 1 is on the line, and he's already got it. It doesn't matter if this 3rd round of exams is taken or not, but we can still want to take a shot at it. It's really a fire in the gates. This kid specializes in pitting others against their sons. Stirring the up one. I hope you don't walk alone at night, or I'll have to put a sack on you and beat you hard into a dog's head. Many candidates cursed in their hearts. He's all about guys who are slightly underpowered even though they made it to Provincial 1 and are trying to make a run at the provincial team. To know the benefits of making the provincial team, even if it's followed by a mediocre result in the finals, are not usually great. At least, it's more useful than Province 1. Results available. It was all ruined by Gangnam. Nature. Both gnashed their teeth at Jiangnan. Of course, there were also a few top genius school gods who were very confident in themselves and thought that they could 100% make it into the provincial team and make a future run at the national first class. So they didn't care very much about Jiangnan. Their attention is focused on the test paper so that they are not interfered with by the flurry of the outside world. They are Lin Yu, Tang Zongyun from Binhai No, 1 Middle School, Su Moore, Zhao Juanza from Yachi Middle School, Yi Fan, of Chongping Middle School, Will Be Ming Ming, as well as Fu Xinhan from the Marina Teachers University Annex, Lin Shanyan, Binhai No, 1 Middle School, Yachi Middle School, Chongping Middle School and Normal University High School are collectively known as the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial capital. Even if you look at the whole country, that is also the top middle school. The key of the key. I do not know how many outstanding talents are trained every year, especially the key classes and experimental classes among them. It is said that there are only a handful of people who fail to get into Qingbei. Just take out a worst. In Jiangcheng that is a first-class school bully, can crush Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Mengchuan and Suyun Stream, can be comparable with Lu Fan, and those 8 up there. It is even the key class of the 4 famous schools, the Super King in the experimental class, the school bully, known as the existence of the god of learning. The total score of the weekday examination has never been lower than 720. Sure, they don't care about scores on weekday exams, just because the high school entrance exams are no pressure on them. Their goal is the competition, the Olympic mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology competition, and all of them specialize in at least one, or more, or even all of them, using the competition as a stepping stone to advancement, and save one they all don't care. Making the provincial team is also a nail in the coffin. They are aiming for State 1, the final to break into the national team. Nature. None of its strengths are covered. All of the first rounds of this rematch were perfect scores, and the second round, though difficult, was tied for first place at 98, and in this third round, their goal is to get 100 to redeem themselves for not getting a perfect score in the second round. Even if the previous marking teacher, Mr. Fong Guoping, said that he would make it more difficult and switch to S paper, they were not afraid at all. It's their confidence. The confidence of being the top genius, the super king. In this coastal province, they can hardly find any rivals. Their rivals are themselves, and they are constantly surpassing themselves. And after getting this paper, they're just like Gangnam. It's also all about brushing up on the questions. Although the speed was not as fast as Jiangnan, it was not much slower. But, when it comes to the last fill-in-the-blank question, the speed just slowed down. When it came to the first answer question, eyebrows were even slightly furrowed, both feeling the pressure. Indeed, this role is hard. Those previous questions were just SOSO though, but the further back you go, that difficulty all increases exponentially. This is only the first answer question, and the difficulty is already comparable to the finale of the second round. I don't know how long it took them to get through the first answer question, but, when the second answer question is seen, the eyes were glazed over. This question seems a little difficult. I don't think I've ever seen it before. No ideas, not very good at writing. Are you sure this is an OU question for the rematch? I've seen a lot of review questions before, but they weren't as hard as this? Naya. Geez, this finale question was really difficult. So much so that the top 8 university gods of the 4 most prestigious schools all frowned for a moment. Even they are like that. Wouldn't that be doom and gloom for everyone else? The other side. Jiangnan had already walked out of the classroom early, and the teacher of the 3rd middle school, Zhou Lingfeng, immediately greeted him again. Gangnam, how was the exam? It is said that this paper is very difficult, especially the last finale question. It even exceeds the difficulty of the finals. Did you hand in your paper so quickly? Did you make the finale question? Was the finale difficult? Hearing this, Jiangnan was dumbfounded. Wasn't that question very simple? There was no difficulty at all? So you made it? Zhou Lingfeng sniffed. So you didn't control your score again this round and were able to take 100, right? 100 points is probably impossible. 99 points is no problem. Why 99 cents? No, I took a wild guess. Lingfeng Zhou, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN%. Needless to say, this guy must be controlling the score again. And 9 times out of 10 is 99 cents. Sheesh, and I don't know whose face I'm going to end up punching. Although he was not a marking teacher, as the lead teacher of the 3rd form, he knew the rules of marking examination papers. Hardly a 1-point deduction, I guess. Fill in the blanks is 8 points. It's either right all get or wrong all don't. And the answer questions are of 16 and 20 marks respectively. A step is at least 2 points. How can you deduct 1 point and get 99? Zhou Lingfeng really couldn't think of anything. But, can't figure it out. And he put it behind him not caring. Anyway, with Jiangnan's 99 points, not to mention taking the first place in the 3 rounds, this entry into the provincial team is certainly secure. Hey, how many years? I also don't know how many years it's been since anyone in the 3rd grade has taken a provincial one in OU, let alone made the provincial team. And now, finally the wunderkind that is Gangnam has been nurtured. It allowed the 3rd grade to be extinct. It's time to celebrate. Jiangnan, go! Teacher will take you out for a midnight snack. Tonight you let go of your food. Whatever flour armor, oysters, spicy crayfish, order whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 165, The Clown is Myself? Jingle bells. 3.5 hours later, the 3rd round of exams finally ended, and numerous candidates walked out of the hall one after another. It's worth mentioning, except for Gangnam, no one else turned in their papers early. After all, they were all geniuses among geniuses, schoolboys among schoolboys, and treated every test with great respect. Turn in your papers early? That's impossible. But, these people didn't look too good when they walked out, including the top 8 genius scholars from the 4 most prestigious schools in the provincial city. Their faces were all a bit gloomy, just because, this paper is just too hard. It's so hard that it creates nightmares, especially the last finale question, not to mention the other people, even Lin Yu, Su Mo, Yi Fan and Fu Xinhan, these school gods, all know half of it and didn't do it all. Originally, they were aiming for a perfect score, but now, not to mention a perfect score, they may not even get 90 points. Strike, naked strike. If they hadn't been concerned about the large number of people and the need to speak with some face, they would have wanted to roar up to the sky and curse 3 times. Nima, this paper teacher is the great demon king of Piccolo, isn't he? It's horrible. To actually even come up with such a finale question, isn't it obvious that it's deliberately making things difficult? I can't imagine. I really can't imagine that Lin Yu, will actually have a day when I score so poorly on my exams. I've never been below 99 on weekdays, but today I actually can't even get 90 points? First time. This is definitely the first time. It's not even the finals yet, and my first time is ing gone? Woo woo, blame it on his damn Gangnam. If he hadn't clowned around and provoked the marking teacher, Mr. Fong, it wouldn't have changed the A paper to an S paper, and then I wouldn't have lost my first time so quickly. Of course, this is also because I'm not strong enough yet, so it seems that I have to work harder and forge ahead. Finally, even a god of learning like Lin Yu began to curse Jiang Nan in his heart, and was quite dissatisfied with the latter, but it was only mildly disconcerting. Iron sharpens iron, in the end. Or is it just that the iron in himself is not hard enough? Su Mor, Yi Fan, and Fu Xinhan were mostly of the same mindset, blaming Jiangnan 3 times and themselves 7 times. But others don't feel the same way. Jiangnan, a stirrer, don't let me see you, or I'll blow your dog's head off. Grass, achoo. This side, in the provincial city's busiest pedestrian street in a special snack, in front of the flower armor, oysters, crayfish, and big crabs, while eating a happy Jiangnan, suddenly inexplicably sneezed. Gangnam, what's wrong? You're the baby of our school, 100 times more valuable than gold, so don't catch a cold. It's okay to eat slowly, no one is taking it from you. Looking at the piles of food on the table, although Zhou Lingfeng's heart was dripping blood, he didn't forget to care about Jiangnan. It's okay, someone was probably just reading about me. A cold is out of the question. Boss, come and serve me another one just the same. Zhou Lingfeng. His face froze instantly, secretly touching his pocket wallet. He suddenly felt that he had made his words too complete before. Whatever you want, he's paying for it? In front of Gangnam, the king of big appetites whose stomach was like a bottomless pit. This couldn't really be said casually. After the fact, better get reimbursed by the school, or I'll lose a month's paycheck. Poor, and I don't know if there are any small gifts. Hey! At the same time, an office at the University of Marina. A group of markers were converging, working overtime to correct the papers for the 3rd round of OU. I say, old Fong, you've gone too far this time. Didn't you say you'd use A rolls? Why did you temporarily switch to S rolls again? The questions in the front of this S paper were okay, and while the difficulty was also difficult and large, it was within a manageable range and such. But the last finale question, that's really over the top. It's a bit more complicated than the finale questions in the 3rd round of the finals in previous years. Isn't that intentionally making things difficult for people? In previous years, the 3rd round of the rematch, there are still a lot of talented top students can get full marks, but this year, not to mention full marks, I'm afraid that even 90 points or less. After all, the finale question occupies 20 points. If we don't get 90 points, how will this make us face the other provinces? I'm afraid we'll be laughed to death. Then so is Chang. Even though you're old Fong's student, you're also part of this OU team, and you're not stopping it. You can't just change to S paper when old Fong tells you to change to S paper, can't you? You've been specializing in OU for so many years. I guess you can't get full marks, let alone those students. Many markers are complaining about Fong Woping. After all, obviously, they had discussed to use A rolls, but Fong Woping suddenly changed to S rolls without even saying hello to them. Although Fong Woping is the leader of this paper marking team, with 1-vote decision-making power. But this is too arbitrary, is not it? Although the OP said that OU is going to make it harder this year, but it can't be too hard. The country's 36 districts can have a secret rivalry at the annual Olympiad. People's provinces more than 90, a large number, and even not lack of full marks. But your province and 90 are not, although the substance does not affect, but face can be really not good. To this, Assistant Xiao Zhang silently lowered his head. There's nothing to say. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. Fong Woping is not only his mentor. That temperament is more stubborn than a cow. Once determined, even if 8 horses cannot pull back, referred to as the rhinoceros in the rhinoceros. Sheesh, he's in the middle of something. But, the other side, Fong Woping, who was the head of the marking team, ignored the words of the crowd and did not defend a word. Instead, it was just a matter of quickly finding Gangnam's paper from the pile and doing up the corrections. Humph, Jiangnan, Jiangnan, I'll make you kid crazy. How dare you look down on the questions I came up with and say that the questions are too simple. This time, I have to teach you a good lesson, to make you realize that there are people out there, and that it's better to be humble and respect every test. As for score control, do you think you're great because you controlled 60 points in the first round and 88 points in the second round? Both of which were located on the advancement line. Ha, that's just a very childish trick. A true genius, who doesn't have a strength control score, but it's not true that they have strength, and who really controls the score? Especially on an important exam like this? Even I, back then, wasn't as wild as you. Fong Woping nagged and murmured as he began grading Jiang Nan's papers. He had expected it. This exam, Jiang Nan must have folded. The first questions may be able to do it, but the last finale question, Jiang Nan can make half of it even if it's great. Other people take part in OU competitions, and their scores are less than the rounds, because the rounds are harder than the rounds. But Gangnam scored 60 points in the first round and 88 points in the second round, and that score was a slap in his face instead of decreasing. Follow this increase. Wouldn't that be the hardest 3 rounds to go with a perfect score? But he, Fong Woping, would not let Jiang Nan have his way. However, soon, Fong Woping couldn't be happy. He had thought that he had Jiang Nan beat, but when he began to correct his papers, his face instantly sank slightly. First question, right. Second question, right. Third question, still right. All the way to the last fill-in-the-blank question, and the first answer question, where Gangnam was 100% correct. This, unexpected but understandable. After all, Gangnam likes to control the score, but the strength is there, it can't be faked. But when he changed to the last short answer question, the finale, his face became very ugly. That kid actually got the finale question right? Or even his solution and process, which is more perfect than the solution and process I envisioned. Incredible, just incredible. How did he get so strong? A glimpse of the whole, as can be seen from this unique solution. That kid's understanding of OU is no weaker than mine. Are all young people so powerful nowadays? Could the clown actually be myself? Chapter 166. No, I don't want a perfect score like that, not even to death. Fong Woping had been completely stunned. You have to know that this finale question is one of the most satisfying questions he's ever given, and it's full of countless traps, so if you can't understand 100% of the topic, it's impossible to even get started. Even if you are in the door, a slight oversight is a bullseye, and you are bound to be wrong. He thought that the question can be difficult to defeat 99% of the students, even if the group of high school students level is high, can get half of the step score is good. As for a perfect score, he didn't even think about it. Because of this, he's the one who's confident. Isn't Gangnam arrogant and cocky? This time, he had to teach his opponent a lesson. Let it understand that there are people outside of people, and there is a world outside of heaven, and let it know that it is still very small and far from being able to do so. Results available. Gangnam not only made it, even the answer is more perfect than one would have envisioned. Sheesh, all he could say was 2 words. Bull wow. Although Jiang Nan was very disrespectful to the exam, he had to admit that Jiang Nan did have this qualification. After all, think differently. When one reaches a certain level of strength, one really can't get interested in seeing questions that are too simple and childish. He now, for example, scoffs at the first 2 rounds of competition questions and doesn't want to do them. If it wasn't for the rest of the competition team's bitter advice that he could make it more difficult, but not too difficult, he switched the first and second rounds of test questions a long time ago. For him, 1 full round with a big score would be a failure. The second round wasn't a perfect score, but the 98 tie for first was a big one, and it failed just as well. Only this third round, ahem, guess it's still a failure, just because Gangnam has scored a perfect score. Exams are just that. It was between the questioner and the questioner, a war without smoke, as long as it's within the rules syllabus. If the questioner can make it difficult for the questioner, then the questioner is on the winning side, and vice versa, the winner is the questioner. But he lost and disgraced himself though, but he was convinced, and rejoiced from the heart, just because he had finally discovered a true genius. Oh, not a genius, but a wunderkind, a ghost and a geek. Old Fong, what's wrong with you? Office. A group of marking teachers, saliva are almost dry, but see Fong Woping stayed there motionless, suddenly frowned. What happened? This paper has a problem? That said, Old Fong, you rarely lose your temper. Why are you so, today? Ugh. Upon hearing this, Fong Woping came back to his senses and sighed lightly. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It seems that I'm getting old. Having said that, he handed Gangnam's roll to the crowd. Not for a moment. There was then a gasp from the office. It's a roll from Gangnam? Is that the very arrogant candidate? From that little place in Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School? Ha! He actually got all of them right. Even the finale. Full marks? How did he do this? Incredible. So incredible. Just now I said that no one could score full marks on this paper, and that it would be difficult to even get on 90, and that in all probability it would be a total loss. But as a result, just after saying that, it just slapped me in the face? This answer is just perfect. Needless to say, it will be a perfect score. Awesome can be spicy. There was one counting in the office, all stunned after seeing Gangnam's perfect test paper. Sheesh, it was really unexpected. Eventually, it was unanimously decided to give it full marks and Gangnam was the only full mark in the exam. The next day, after breakfast, candidates from the third round of the competition, as well as teachers from the schools, gathered again in the conference hall to sit and wait for the results of the 3 rounds. Gangnam came too. He did not want to come. After all, his own results in his own mind must be 99 points undoubtedly. But, taking the short end of the stick and taking the short end of the stick, he hadn't let Zhou Lingfeng bleed a lot last night, and the latter had insisted on dragging him here today, so he couldn't refuse. Soon, the multimedia screen lights up and the results are in. Into what the eye sees, there was actually only one person in the top row, labeled, Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, Jiangnan 100 points. This time Jiangnan's score was no longer followed by a question mark, and it was clear that this 100 points was very certain. And below Jiangnan, there were Lin Yu, Su Mor, Yi Fan, Fu Xinhan and 8 others tied at 90 points. In the next second, the whole room was in an uproar. This, the Jiangnan from Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School actually got a perfect score? He's a ING monster, isn't he? To know that this exam is as hard as hell, especially that finale question, which is simply unsolvable, and he actually got it right? Unbelievable, so unbelievable. Then Lin Yu, Su Mor, Yi Fan, Fu Xinhan, and other top scholars from the 4 most prestigious schools only scored 90 points, obviously not making the finale questions, but Jiangnan can? Doesn't that mean he's even better than the school gods of the 4 most prestigious schools? This is really bullfrogs can be spicy. I thought he was just a clown. 60 points in the first round and 88 points in the second round. But I'm the clown? I thought he was bragging when he said earlier that the test questions for the first and second rounds were too easy. But now it seems that those questions are really easy for Jiangnan. When did that little place in Jiangcheng become so powerful that it could actually cultivate such a great god? I've heard of Jiangcheng 1st Middle School. It's a little famous, but this 3rd Middle School is really obscure. But today, Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School is going to be famous. Just the fact that the school produced a perfect score in OU and finished first in 3 rounds is not to be underestimated in the slightest. 666,666. In an instant, Jiangnan became the #1 topic hot list, and Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School was also discussed by everyone present. 10 years of hard work and no one asked for it, but the world knows about it once it's done. That's what it says. To this, Zhou Lingfeng, the teacher of the 3rd Middle School, jumped out 3 feet high in a direct excitement, and then shook hard towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan, good job. Originally I thought that you would control your score just as well in the 3rd round and not take a full score. You also said it was a 99, which I believed, but it turned out to be a perfect score, or the only perfect score. If I'm right, you want to surprise me, don't you? Not that I didn't waste my wallet on you last night. In a word, worth it. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Lingfeng could be said to have laughed out loud at the pig. It's just a pity that the old acquaintances from the 1st, 2nd and 4th schools, Chuing and Ranpu are not there. Otherwise he had to show off. This was definitely the most eyebrow-raising moment in the 3rd form. However, the other side, Jiangnan, who was the protagonist, saw his score, but his face suddenly fell and he was not happy at all. What? I actually got a perfect score? How is this possible? I clearly calculated it properly. 100% is 99 points only. How can it be 100 points? God, don't do this to me. The moment Jiangnan's brain was confused to know that the system's score control task is 99 points in the 3rd round. Now give him a full score, although it is only a difference of 1 point, but it also means that he failed to control the score off, and if this fails, then the mission rewards and points can be greatly reduced and that's a big discount. So why is he busy with these 3 rounds of score control exams? Conscientiously? No, I don't want a perfect score like that. Beat to death. I'm going to report it and I'm going to rescore it. Think about it. Jiangnan quickly broke away from Zhou Lingfeng, and Miso stood up towards the marking teacher Feng Guoping, who had just walked into the conference hall, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I want to report." Chapter 167, Brothers, you've really misunderstood. Reporting? Report what? The people present were all looking at Jiangnan in confusion, not understanding the meaning of this report. The marking teacher, Feng Guoping, did the same, frowning at Jiangnan. What? Are you reporting? Teacher, I want to report that my scores were falsified. Jiangnan spoke very seriously. Wow, wow, wow. When these words came out, the room was filled with clamor. What? He's going to report his scores as falsified? Did he cheat? How is this possible? The invigilation is so strict. Not only are there signal jammers, but there are also many teachers invigilating the exam at the same time. And there are even cameras filming in all directions. So how could he possibly cheat? Unless he knew the answer beforehand? But it's not likely. This test question is from Mr. Fong Woping. Mr. Fong has always been upright, and he is not related to Jiangnan. How could he reveal the test question and answer to Jiangnan in advance? Even if it was revealed, what kind of candidate reports himself? Unless he's a cutie. But is that possible? Everyone looked at Jiangnan incredulously. Even if you think about it, you can't figure it out. Zhou Lingfeng, who had been dancing happily just a moment ago, was also instantly dumbfounded and had a puzzled look on his face. There was also Fong Woping as well. Jiangnan student, what do you mean by saying that your scores were falsified? Did you cheat? Cheating is not. Jiangnan directly shook his head. But my score shouldn't be 100 points, but 99 points instead. Just now I recalled and suddenly remembered that I had left one unit out of the first question of the first answer. And here you should have given me a point deduction, not full marks. Zhou Lingfeng, Fong Woping, all present. Hearing this, it was instantly speechless. Nima. Thanks to that, they thought that Jiangnan had gone crazy, turned stupid, and suddenly reported himself for cheating. May turn out to be, not cheating, but introspection? Sheesh. Almost subconsciously, all of them felt that Jiangnan was a ray of light, expelling all the gloom and darkness and illuminating their hearts. Those who had doubts about Jiangnan just now had expressions of self-abasement on their faces and lowered their heads. As for the others, on the other hand, they all showed appreciative expressions towards Jiangnan and gave a thumbs up or outright applauded in support, including Fong Woping, the always serious and stereotypical, meticulous math dabbler. He also revealed an apologetic smile towards Jiangnan. Student Jiangnan, it seems that I misunderstood you before. I thought that because you had a few skills, you were ostentatiously proud, arrogant and disrespectful of the test. To this end, I was trying to teach you a lesson, but now it seems that instead of being flamboyant and arrogant, on the contrary, you are indeed very powerful, calling yourself a Wunderkind 1, and so rigorous that even I am inferior. If someone else had scored 100 points on a 99-point question, they would have been secretly delighted and happy, and would never have exposed themselves in public. But you did the opposite. This point, worthy of me and worthy of everyone. To be successful in math together, it is not enough to be strong, but it is even more important to always keep the word rigor in mind. Gangnam, NYC. He couldn't listen anymore. What's all this? Is everyone in the neighborhood crazy? Why are you all looking at me like that? Thumbs up and claps? Especially Fong Woping, this old boy. You this gushing praise and praise. What do you mean? That said, brothers, have you misunderstood? I'm just trying to complete the score control mission and get my fair share of rewards and points. What's rigor got to do with it? And, I seem to have become the white moon of your eyes? Don't look like this. Jiangnan really wanted to cry in his heart. He only felt that he couldn't explain himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. That's true. After these words from Fong Woping, there was one person present who only felt that Jiangnan was the embodiment of justice and light. Their attitude towards Gangnam changed completely. It was important to realize that before this, other than Zhou Lingfeng, the teacher, the rest of the people were not too fond of Jiangnan. There is a lot of hostility, disdainful ones too, and more than a few snickers. Thinking that Jiangnan has some strength, he deliberately controlled the score and pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, trying to make a fuss. Sheesh, this behavior is abhorrent, especially after being exposed in public. Jiangnan not only did not reflect, but also hit the marking teacher in the face again, causing the difficulty of the third round of questions to rise in a straight line, screwing the crowd. For this reason, many people hated it in their hearts. He even wanted to privately, in some deep and secluded place, to give Jiangnan a sack to knock the muffler. But now it seems, it is they who are wrong and very wrong. It's because they're small-minded, because they're not strong enough, and because they're too jealous. On the contrary, Gangnam is a real cow. This can be seen from its ability to overwhelm the 8 great gods of the 4 great schools, while winning the first place in the 3 rounds of the competition. Not to mention, Gangnam actually refused a perfect score, while Sirius stated that he only had 99 and was going to be docked a point. Ask yourself if any one of them would be able to make such an introspective move. From today, I powder Gangnam. Yeah, me too. He's my idol. I want to learn from him, not only in strength, but also in character. I think I got a perfect score on an important test, but when I checked it afterward, I realized that I got a question wrong, but the teacher didn't see it, but I didn't report it and chose to hide it, which is a shame when I think about it now. Shame indeed. I've been there, but the temptation of a perfect score was too great to voice it. This came to the hand of the honor. How can there be a reason to give out again? Really admire the courage of Jiangnan. The crowd was praising Jiangnan. Both cast admiring glances toward it. Only Zhou Lingfeng touched his head and looked at Jiangnan with a suspicious face. Introspection? 100 points don't want 99 points? Shucks. Is this kid going to make a demon again? To be honest, in that moment just now, he was also bluffed by Jiang Nan's white moonlight-like behavior. But on second thought, early in the end of the exam, Gangnam then said 100 points is not possible, but 99. Needless to say, Gangnam is still the same Gangnam. It's still controlling the score in the last round, and the percentile is 99, but for some reason, the marking teacher, Fong Guoping, gave it a 100, so much so that Jiang Nan was not happy about it. Sheesh, it's really Tenshu. You're not the son of a man. But, he saw through it though, but point blank is a no-brainer. The only thing to do is to divert attention and shut up. Anyway, whether Jiang Nan 100 or 99, this first cannot run away. Over here, Fong Guoping walked to Jiang Nan, still pouting and apologizing. Jiang Nan student, I admit that I wronged you before. I hereby solemnly apologize to you. No, you're not wrong about the blame. Teacher, no, I was really wrong about you. You're a good and humble student and I want to learn from you. No, teacher, you really aren't wrong about the blame. I really only have 99 points. Please rescore. A rescore won't be necessary. Whether it's 99 or 100, you're number 1 on this test. Gangnam, %UN hashtag at hashtag UN%. His ing head was about to explode again. Does he care about being number 1 for that matter? What he cares about completing the score control mission. How am I supposed to get bonus points if you don't give me a 99? No way. You're going to have to change it for me no matter what. When it's time to 99, it's time to 99. That's what I said. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it's still the same score. And if you want to give one more point, no way. Chapter 168 points in hand. 2 choices. Sensei, it's really not about being number 1, and there's mathematical rigor involved. You are a great master on the subject of math together, so I'm sure you must know that math is a very perfect and subtle subject. Not to mention a 1-point difference, even if it's only half a point or a millimeter. It's intolerable for math. I did forget to write down the unit, and that has to be a point deduction. Otherwise it would be an indulgence for me, and from now on I'm likely to get into the habit of neglecting it. It may not be much when you're taking a test, but what if you're doing research, in arguing a particular piece of data? A miss is a miss. At that point, I couldn't change it even if I wanted to, not to mention it would be devastating to the research experiment. The damage that would cause, possibly even astronomical, would be impossible to measure in money. So, in defense, I'd like you to rescore it. Teacher, it's the only way to take the rigor of math and etch it into my bones in a way that I'll never forget. Talking about talking, Jiang Nan was about to cry at himself, but it's not moving. Rather, he was put out of his, mind by himself. Nima, his whole life. When have you ever said anything so melodramatic? But at the moment it has to be said, just because. Everyone in the room mistook their lofty and white moon decency for modesty. The more he didn't admit it, the more these people admired him, and presumably even if he was wrong, they wouldn't give him points, without deducting points. Hasn't he participated in these 3 rounds of competition for nothing? But Gangnam couldn't accept it. No way. One could only go along with Fong Guoping's words. To this, aside from Zhou Lingfeng, a person who was in the know, there was one person present who was touched by Jiang Nan. Originally, they had already changed their opinion of Jiang Nan, but now they were even more deeply admired and completely convinced. As for Fong Guoping, the marking teacher, he even wiped tears from the corner of his eyes and said with old-fashioned relief, Jiang Nan student, what you said is really too right. Mathematics is a very rigorous subject. It turned out that I, the marking teacher, was very undisciplined, and that was my mistake, and I apologize to you again. Just now Zhang checked your paper and found that you did underwrite a unit in the first question of your first answer question. So, I promise, immediately change 100 cents to 99 cents. For this act of self-examination and introspection on your part, I'm happy in my heart, I really am. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since our Marina province has seen a student as talented as you and with a good character? Go for it, keep on keeping on, and you will surely become a competent mathematician and a role model and a source of pride for all. Okay teacher, I'll try. Jiang Nan nodded vigorously, his face very solemn, but it's heart, vomit. It's really going to be so mushy that you're going to puke. When has he ever been so pretentious? But, for rewards and points, and he had to endure it. Let's finish the score control mission first. Subsequently, the grade list on the big multimedia screen changed. None of the rankings changed, but the 100 points in the top row of Gangnam disappeared and were replaced by 99 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 3 rounds of the OU mission. Reward physical fitness +3, OU foundation +3, OU potential +3, points +300. Just at the moment when the score came out, the system's cordial beep sounded again in Jiang Nan's head. To this, Gangnam laughed. The smile was very cheerful, revealing 18 large white teeth. Hey, it's not easy, that's a lot of rewards and points for that. The reward doesn't really matter, whether it's physical fitness or OU base potential, it's just icing on the cake. The 300 points, however, is interesting. Ding. Super Invincible Learning Demon Control Subsystem. Host, Jiangnan. Language, 9th grade. Skills, extra strong memory and perception. Physique, 48. Points, 1200. Current number of draws available, 12. SP, the host can make 10 consecutive draws. The probability of winning is high yo. Finally, once again, 10 consecutive draws are available. I don't know what I can draw this time. But, Jiangnan did not draw the prize immediately. After all, the physics, chemistry and biology competition hasn't started yet, so it's not too late to draw the lottery after all the exams are over. So there's no rush. What's more, there's no time for that now, simply because when the results come out, the top 30 will have to go to the conference. Another classroom. One by one, the top 30 of the third round arrived and sat down. One of them is Gangnam, and he sat first in the first row. Originally, according to his nature, he would certainly not be so ostentatious, but would sit in the last few rows. But there's no way. These seats were decided on the basis of third-round rankings. Gangnam 99 cents. Being ranked first, you naturally sit in the first row, and behind them were, in order, the 8 top students from the 4 most prestigious schools, Lin Yu, Su Moore, Yi Fan and Fu Xinhan. They were both 90, the same score, so tied for second row, no doubt. Further back, the scores are much more different. It was only because that finale question in the third round was so hard that the others couldn't get started. So, except for the top 9, the rest are in the low 80s and 75s, only between 5 points. It then took up 21 places. It is enough to see how fierce this OU competition is. And the rest, although they were also in Provincial 1, didn't make it into the top 30. They couldn't make the provincial team and were eliminated. There, quiet, everyone. Fang Guoping walked up to the podium and waved his hand towards the crowd. This time, I called you all here to ask for your opinions. I'm sure you're all well aware that in previous years, the top 30 from the 3 rounds of the repechage were all allowed to join the provincial team. This year is no different. You are all members of the top 30 and already qualified for the provincial team. But, it's not like if you make the provincial team, you have to make the provincial team for the national finals in a month. There's one thing I'd like to warn you about. This year's Olympiad is very difficult, or at least much more so than in previous years, as evidenced by the papers for the preliminary repechage, and the finals are only going to get more difficult. So, I'm going to give you 2 choices. One of them is to join the provincial team, provided you are confident enough in your own strength to want to make a difference in the OU together. At least you can get National 2, or even National 1, or even impact the national team, and at that time, you can not only get the guaranteed qualification, but also go out to fight against foreign powers, and fight for the glory of the country. 2, that's quitting the provincial team. There are many people who participate in the OU competition for the purpose of getting extra points for the college entrance exam, and now that you're already in Provincial 1, the 20 bonus points for advancement will automatically be added to your college entrance exam scores, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to make it back to the provincial team for the final, just because the maximum extra points for the college entrance exam is 20 points, and only 20 points can be added to the National 3, National 2, and even National 1. It's not long now until the GCSEs, so if you're not likely to get into National 1 and you go on to the finals, you'll be wasting a lot of your revision time, and it won't pay off. Now think about it. Those who want to enter the provincial team stay on, those who don't can leave.